In the modern society, a mundane 24-year-old named Reed evaded a dump truck and the invitation to a cyclical space, only to be unexpectedly transported to the Marvel Universe due to a computer malfunction. Here, he acquired a DC role-playing system. The Marvel Universe, in turn, began to experience the darkness emanating from the DC Universe. To protect Wayne Enterprises, Alfred took drastic measures against the executives supporting the public listing. In a bid to eliminate the threat posed by mutants, Jean Grey was infected with the Joker virus. Captain Marvel, serving as the Cosmic Police, could never have anticipated that the Martian Manhunter, who followed her to combat the Kree hegemony, was secretly manipulating her thoughts. Chapter 1. What to do when transformed into a foreigner. I was truly foolish. I only knew that a dump truck could transport individuals to another world, yet I was oblivious to the fact that even a computer malfunction could do the same. And to the Marvel Universe, no less. Reed found himself seated in a luxurious sedan, gazing upwards in a silent howl, though he could not behold the dazzling night sky above. Once, he was merely a common youth, 24 years old, single, residing in an Eastern nation. However, a pop-up on his computer had thrust him into a world even dogs would not dare to enter. Do you wish to know the truth of the world? What a ridiculous premise for an infinite flow novel. Who would concoct such a virus as a prank? The options provided were equally absurd. A. Yes. B. Very much so. Naturally, the astute Reed would not fall for such a ruse. He neither made a selection nor clicked the X in the corner. Instead, he resolved to power down the computer, intending to take it to a repair shop the following day. However, in the instant he pressed the power button, a powerful current disassembled his very being. The events that followed became a blur. All he knew was that upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in an entirely different world, endowed with a new body, and possessing the essential tools of a traveler. Greetings, host. Please open your starter gift pack. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, prompting a resigned sigh from Reed. Indeed, he possessed the requisite system of a traveler. Yet, even with this golden opportunity, he could not muster joy. This was the Marvel Universe, renowned for its penchant for stacking boxes, where individuals could evade laser attacks with reflexes that transcended light speed, and were particularly fond of accumulating power through absurd means. But that was not the crux of the matter. The most disconcerting aspect was the name of his system. DC Role-Playing System, Host, Bayou. Could you refrain from attempting to sound cute with that emotionless mechanical voice? Reed shouted in frustration, venting his displeasure. Nonetheless, he gradually calmed himself. Life was akin to an unyielding bowstring. If one could not resist, one must learn to savor it. System, I will inquire once more. Am I truly unable to return to my original world? Before he resigned himself to enjoyment, Reed felt compelled to make one final attempt at resistance. Yes, host. Your body has been completely disassembled by high-voltage electricity. How could a 220V current possibly disassemble flesh? I was clearly murdered by you. Suppressing his inner monologue, Reed refrained from pressing further. After all, if he were to survive in this perilous world, he would need the system's assistance. Then, please demonstrate your functions, system. At that moment, Reed felt a flicker of relief. Despite its dubious nature, the system at least provided answers. Unlike some predecessors whose systems would inexplicably enter sleep mode, now that was true despair. The system manual is also included in the starter gift pack. Please check it, host. Well then, Reed retracted his previous judgment. This system was hardly a treasure, as he would still need to review the manual himself. However, with no other option, he followed the prompts to open the starter pack, and the system's notification chimed in response. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the role of Alfred Pennyworth. Role-playing location, Gotham City. System manual, X1. Simplicity could not be overstated. Moreover, why did Alfred's character card and the Gotham City location card bear the design of a Yu-Gi-Oh card? Typically, there are monster cards and spell cards. Is this system serious? The system is a White Dragon player, host. Silence. Do not read my thoughts. Reed was exasperated while other systems transformed into beautiful humanoid companions, at the very least possessing a sweet voice. His was devoid of such charms, and its absurdity left him questioning what sins he had committed in a previous life to receive such a system. Yet, despite the complaints, Reed meticulously examined the system manual and the functions of the two cards, quickly comprehending the system's capabilities. Unquestionably, much like the character cards, the system's functions were rather straightforward. In essence, it revolved around two words: role-playing. Upon utilizing a character card, one would transform into the corresponding character and gain their abilities, such as the Alfred card in hand. Once activated, he would become the butler to Batman, Alfred, acquiring all of his knowledge and skills. Each character also possessed a degree of roleplay, which could be enhanced by performing actions that aligned with their characteristics. As the degree increased, it would unlock certain special forms of that character. Moreover, upon canceling the roleplay, the host would retain a portion of the character's abilities. Using the Alfred card as an example, once the roleplay degree reached 50, the host would retain half of Alfred's abilities after cancellation. Additionally, it would unlock Alfred's special form, the Outsider. Furthermore, when the roleplay degree of a character reached 100, it would stabilize, allowing the character to split into a clone that could act independently while being completely obedient to the host. Each role also carried a task upon completion. The host would receive a new role-playing card. So, I have drawn the white trash card, haven't I? Reed had read accounts of similar journeys others would begin as illustrious figures, whether it be the Yellow Emperor or the King of the Dance of Konoha, immediately flaunting their prowess. Yet, he was thrust into the role of Alfred, the butler. However, upon further reflection, with the addition of the Gotham City environment card, the start doesn't seem so bleak. Admittedly, Alfred, in isolation, could only be regarded as a rather competent mortal, lacking the prowess to contend with the superheroes. Yet, when combined with Gotham City, and assuming the role of the Wayne Manor butler, the beginning was indeed promising. At the very least, he wouldn't have to conspire against the unfortunate Tony Stark at Stark Industries right from the outset. Having reached this conclusion, Reed did not hesitate further. He simultaneously activated both cards. The Gotham City environment card merged into the void, accompanied by a unique wave, causing the geographic landscape of New York State to shift, revealing a bustling yet crime-riddled city Gotham City. Moreover, the entire world remained oblivious to the anomaly, as if Gotham City had always belonged there, rather than emerging from some inexplicable force. As for the Alfred character card, it integrated into Reed's body, accompanied by rippling waves that transformed his physical form. His previously normal physique became slender, his once lush hair thinned, and in his hand appeared a cane, a symbol of gentlemanly status. Apart from this, the most significant difference was that Red felt an extraordinary increase in his physical strength. The aging Alfred possessed strength that even surpassed that of the youthful and fitness-enthusiastic Red himself. One could only marvel at the prowess of comic book characters. However, upon opening Alfred's character quest, Red sensed something amiss. Chapter 2. The Winter Soldier's Assassination of Howard. System: the items in the beginner's package are fixed, am I mistaken? Host: you are misunderstanding. The rewards in the beginner's package, aside from the system manual, are distributed randomly. Listening to the system stubbornly defending itself in his mind, Red found himself at a loss for words. Why did he believe that the items in the beginner's package were fixed? Because, upon regaining his focus, he discovered that Alfred's character quest was to maintain Wayne Enterprises. If the items in the beginner's package were not fixed, and if he had drawn Alfred along with the environmental card for Paradise Island, would he not be expected to start a Wayne Enterprises from scratch on Paradise Island? A septuagenarian's journey in a land of women? However, continuing to dwell on this was futile. Whether everything was indeed random or preordained by the system, all he could do was to utilize the resources at hand and strive to thrive in this world. Even without the environmental card for Gotham City, he was determined to leverage Alfred's abilities to establish his own influence. Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, the situation at Wayne Manor does not appear promising. How am I to maintain Wayne Manor in the guise of a butler? Upon assuming the role of Alfred, a wealth of information began to surface in his mind. In essence, it could be understood that the current timeline coincided with the period when Bruce Wayne was away learning the ropes, leaving the vast mess for Alfred to manage. Though he did not yet possess the card for Batman, the name Bruce Wayne had emerged in the minds of all alongside the birth of Gotham City. They were aware of such an individual when Bruce Wayne would make his appearance depended on when he managed to acquire the Batman card. Alas, after pondering for a long while, Red could only sigh. While he had always admired Alfred's loyalty in the comics, managing the entire Wayne Enterprises during Bruce Wayne's errant years, he now realized the enormity of the challenge upon becoming Alfred himself. Wayne Enterprises was not publicly traded, so there was no immediate concern about a stock market crash due to Bruce Wayne's disappearance. However, this did not imply that Wayne Enterprises was wholly under the control of the Wayne family. Other officials holding shares had already announced the news of Bruce Wayne, the last heir of the Wayne family, having perished, using this as a pretext to justify the company's future development and push for an initial public offering. Once the company went public, even if Alfred retained shares in the Wayne family, it would ultimately be futile. For these shares did not belong to Alfred, he could safeguard them, but could not exercise shareholder rights. This is troublesome. No matter how he contemplated it, Red felt utterly powerless to prevent Wayne Enterprises from going public. Bang! While Red sat in the luxurious car, which had been modified by the system for the Wayne family, lost in thought, a loud sound pierced the air. The sound of shattered glass and the screech of brakes? Clearly, an incident had occurred ahead on the road. Should I go see what's happening? As a half-blood raised in an Eastern nation, the habit of observing commotion was naturally ingrained in him. Whether it be a car crash or a terror attack, as long as the gun was not pointed at him, he always felt compelled to take a look. With this thought, Red hesitated no longer and drove the car forward. Gradually, he began to hear other sounds. Help! Help me! A cry for help. In that instant, Red hesitated, but soon realized this was an opportunity. Alfred was not only the loyal butler of the Wayne family, but also a retired military man with a strong sense of justice. If someone were truly in danger, would helping them not add to his role-playing experience? With this thought, all hesitation dissipated, and Red drove the car swiftly to the source of the cries for help. Yet, the scene before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Before him stood a middle-aged man, with long hair that had likely not been washed in a decade, using a metallic arm to drag an elderly man from a car. Coupled with the Stark logo on the vehicle, this was none other than the scene of the Winter Soldier assassinating Howard Stark. His beginner village boss was the Winter Soldier? Was he to confront the Winter Soldier as Alfred? Though Red was momentarily stunned, the Winter Soldier had taken notice of Alfred's arrival, realizing a witness was present. He released the injured Howard Stark and drew a gun, aiming it at Alfred. Not good. He's going to shoot. Bang! In the instant the Winter Soldier fired, Alfred's instincts kicked and Red's body instinctively moved, slamming the car door open to evade the incoming bullet. The bullet shattered the window, but Red successfully rolled away from the attack. However, this was not the end as a Hydra assassin. The Winter Soldier's marksmanship was exceptional, with the gun barrel rarely leaving Red's form as he continuously pulled the trigger. Danger, danger, danger. Red found himself in a bind. The Winter Soldier drew closer, relentlessly squeezing the trigger. Alfred's skills could not easily allow him to dodge the bullets, leaving him no choice but to roll behind the car, evading the fire from the specialized handgun. If I had known it was the Winter Soldier, I wouldn't have gotten involved. At that moment, Red felt a tinge of regret. Alfred was indeed formidable, but he was ultimately just an ordinary man, akin to Batman, who had never won a street fight and had never lost a prearranged duel. Even though a parallel worlds Alfred once engaged in a game of Joker and Batman with his psychotic young master against the backdrop of Gotham City, such performances primarily showcased Alfred's wisdom. In terms of raw combat prowess, Alfred could hardly be deemed outstanding. Yet now, Red had no choice. He gently twisted the cane in his hand. Within this cane was a concealed dagger, his only weapon. At the same time, Red observed that the car door he had knocked aside had fallen to the ground amidst the Winter Soldier's continuous gunfire. Thus, Red devised a plan, counting the bullets in the Winter Soldier's handgun. Now, as the 12th bullet was fired, Red lunged out from behind the car, one hand wielding the cane transformed into a dagger, while the other effortlessly lifted the fallen car door from the ground. However, when Red turned his gaze to the Winter Soldier, he was once again taken aback. The Winter Soldier had tossed his handgun into the air with his left hand while drawing out a spare magazine, and with his right hand, he brandished a new gun, still aimed directly at him. Chapter 3. A Perilous Battle. Is this truly how Hydra trains its assassins? Fumbling with ammunition, opting for a one-handed reload. A trivial mistake thrust Red back into danger. Yet he remained undeterred. At the instant the Winter Soldier was poised to pull the trigger, Red hurled the car door like a boomerang, striking the Winter Soldier's right hand with force. A muted cry of pain escaped the Winter Soldier as he relinquished his grip on the handgun, while Red closed the distance. His dagger aimed directly at the Winter Soldier's brow. Show mercy? Even if slaying the Winter Soldier would plunge his performance rating into the negatives. Red was not naive enough to spare the Hydra-controlled assassin for the sake of a mere rating. Performance points could be regained, but if he were to perish, that would be the end. This cursed system offered no resurrection for its host. Threatened directly by Red's assault, the Winter Soldier was compelled to abandon his long-range strategy. After discarding the magazine with his left hand, he swiftly raised it to shield his face, intercepting Red's thrust. The clash of dagger against metal arm ignited sparks. Yet it inflicted no harm upon the armored appendage. Undeterred, Red followed Alfred's combat techniques, evading any chance for the Winter Soldier to seize his blade. Swiftly retracting the dagger and tracing a graceful arc through the air before redirecting it toward the Winter Soldier's thigh. Clang! The strike was once again thwarted, not by the metal arm, but by an alloy dagger. As the Winter Soldier used his metallic limb to parry, his other hand drew a dagger, initiating a counterattack. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Red and the Winter Soldier exchanged blows in a flurry of motion over mere seconds. Yet, as Red had anticipated from the outset, Alfred, though significantly stronger than an ordinary man and possessing commendable combat skills, was ultimately a man of advanced age. He was not on the same playing field as the Winter Soldier, a super soldier perpetually rejuvenated by technology. The Winter Soldier's boundless energy and his formidable, indestructible metal arm rendered Red's efforts exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, in Howard Stark's vehicle, Howard turned his head upon hearing the impact suffered by the Winter Soldier. His wife, Maria Stark, had endured an earlier assault, her face now a grotesque ruin from the blows dealt by the metallic arm, her life hanging by a thread. "Maria, hold on." Despite his own anguish, Howard endeavored to comfort his wife while keenly observing the struggle between Red and the Winter Soldier. Though astounded that a mere mortal could contend with such a super soldier, his primary concern now was how he might assist the enigmatic fighter. Though he was not adept in combat, he possessed a keen understanding of the distinction between a super soldier and an ordinary individual. Even though that seasoned gentleman was remarkably skilled in martial techniques, his defeat was merely a matter of time. Indeed, the scenario unfolded precisely as Howard had anticipated. After once more deflecting the Winter Soldier's iron-fisted assault, Red's hand, clutching the dagger, began to tremble slightly. Fatigue had set in, and under the relentless pressure from his adversary, he could scarcely maintain his grip on the weapon. Ultimately, after parrying 2 more strikes from the dagger, with another powerful punch from the Winter Soldier, Red's blade was knocked from his grasp, and he was sent sprawling to the ground. He could only watch helplessly as the Winter Soldier advanced towards him. Strangely enough, Red felt no fear in that moment. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, keenly observing his surroundings for any opportunity to counterattack. It was then that he noticed Howard stealthily approaching from behind the Winter Soldier. Red was not particularly acquainted with Howard. The father of Iron Man, prior to his journey through dimensions, he had refrained from watching the numerous episodes of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents due to the inconvenience they posed. Therefore, he was unaware of the tumultuous events that transpired post-World War II until Howard's untimely demise. However, one thing he did comprehend was that Howard was a genius rivaling Tony. Such a figure undertaking covert actions must surely have a plan. Upon realizing this, Red acted without hesitation, summoning all his strength to spring from the ground and strike the Winter Soldier's cheek. Even as his arm was sliced open by the adversary's dagger, he persisted without faltering. Yet, ultimately, Red's fist was firmly caught by the Winter Soldier, and as the metallic arm exerted pressure, he felt as though his bones might shatter. "Let go!" Red cried out in agony, yet this very sound masked Howard's approach, allowing him to reach behind the Winter Soldier undetected. Just as the Winter Soldier was about to plunge the dagger into Red's heart, Howard suddenly extended his hand, placing a special device near the Winter Soldier's ear and pressing the switch. A piercing sonic wave erupted from the device, causing the nearest Winter Soldier to collapse to the ground, clutching his head. Even with his hands pressed against his ears, he could not contain the blood seeping through his fingers. The cold-blooded assassin, trained by Hydra, emitted a cry of anguish in response to the sonic assault. In the throes of such extreme pain, Hydra's brainwashing began to wane, and the once controlled Winter Soldier abandoned his mission and the unforeseen witness, retreating into the nearby underbrush. However, his departure did not signify the conclusion of the ordeal. Howard, not far from the source of the ultrasonic device, also succumbed to the ground, racked with pain. Even as he covered his ears, he could not shield himself from the penetrating waves. Already injured, his breathing grew increasingly labored. If this continued, the dashing playboy, who had survived since World War II, would perish on that desolate path, forsaken by all. Thud! Just as Howard was on the verge of suffocation, Red struck the sound wave device with a powerful blow, shattering it into fragments. With a gasp, the sound wave ceased, and Howard inhaled deeply, like a drowning man grasping the last lifeline. "Thank you. It was but a trifling effort," Red said, extending his hand to assist Howard to his feet. However, he too was in a precarious state. The sound waves that had driven Bucky to the brink of madness were equally perilous for him. Blood trickled from his ears, and he was on the brink of complete deafness. He resolved never to take such reckless risks again. Supporting Howard, Red walked deliberately toward Stark's car, for Howard wished to ascertain the condition of his gravely injured wife, Maria. Meanwhile, Red activated a system panel visible only to him. The degree of his role as Alfred had risen from an initial 1 to 15. Was it merely a 14-point increase? Chapter 4. Return to Gotham. What are you saying, sir? Howard inquired curiously, noticing Red murmuring to himself. Naturally, Red refrained from revealing his possession of a system to anyone, and since his initial role was Alfred, he intended to maintain this identity in future encounters unless absolutely necessary. It's nothing. I was merely reflecting on the fear of why such a person would attack you. Upon hearing this, Howard fell silent, equally perplexed by the presence of such an assassin. He had indeed offended many powerful entities. Yet such a super soldier was clearly beyond the capabilities of any trivial adversary, unless it stemmed from an enemy linked to another of his concealed identities. However, Howard soon abandoned this line of thought. Upon returning to Stark's car, they discovered that Howard's wife, Maria, had ceased to breathe. Her face, having endured multiple blows from the Winter Soldier, was severely contorted, with her cheeks and skull deeply sunken, as she could call out Howard's name in her final moments. Allowing him to regain his composure and assist Red was nothing short of miraculous. No, please, Maria, do not leave me. Howard seemed to lose all strength, collapsing in sorrow upon Maria's lifeless form. His mournful cries touched even Red, who had previously regarded these individuals as mere fictional characters. In that moment, he comprehended that this was not a comic book or cinematic universe, nor a whimsical realm of fantasy, but a stark and perilous reality. Mr. Stark, please accept my condolences. Instinctively embodying Alfred, Red stood quietly beside Howard, hands clasped in reverence for the departed lady. In doing so, the portrayal of Alfred experienced a subtle, yet discernible increase. Shortly thereafter, overwhelmed by sorrow and fatigue, Howard succumbed to unconsciousness atop Maria's lifeless body. Red gently placed him in the passenger seat, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. In the film, the Winter Soldier seized the opportunity to kill Howard when he was left unguarded. However, Red was convinced that, as the founder of S.H.I.L.D., Howard, despite no longer being involved in its affairs, would certainly still be monitored by the agency, which would soon arrive at the scene. Indeed, as Red anticipated, within an hour, a Quinjet from S.H.I.L.D. gracefully descended nearby, from which emerged a robust African-American agent and a composed Mediterranean agent of Caucasian descent. Nick Fury and Coulson? From a distance, Red recognized the two figures, Nick Fury, who had yet to ascend to the directorship of S.H.I.L.D., alongside his assistant Coulson. According to Red's recollection, Fury had only seized his opportunity to rise to the upper echelons of S.H.I.L.D. in 1995 following the events of Captain Marvel, transitioning from an operative to a managerial role. As for the unfortunate Coulson, unless Fury met an untimely demise, the poor fellow was likely destined to remain a diligent field agent for life. Good day, sir. Thank you for saving Mr. Howard. Nick Fury approached and promptly extended his hand to Red. However, at that moment, Red felt a sudden desire to test the agent's adaptability. Thus, he feigned surprise and inquired, "In a situation like this, I cannot merely stand by, but may I ask what organization you represent? How is it that you possess a private jet? Surely, it cannot belong to Stark Industries?" Upon hearing this, Fury and Coulson remained entirely composed, clearly having prepared their responses prior to their departure. Coulson stepped forward, presenting his credentials. "We are affiliated with a department dedicated to the protection of significant individual safety. Please refrain from disclosing our activities to anyone." Once again, while Red had anticipated such evasive maneuvers, it was likely this frequent reliance on pretense that soured S.H.I.E.L.D.'s relations with domestic special agencies. Nevertheless, Red chose not to expose them. He smiled and replied, "I see. Rest assured, we shall not speak of it further. However, might I request the use of your aircraft to transport me to Gotham City? After all, my vehicle," Red gestured to the side, where the Wayne family's car lay in ruins, a casualty of the Winter Soldier's assault in this desolate suburb devoid of passerby. "Not a problem." Fury responded readily to the request, or rather, they intended to keep a close watch on this elderly gentleman for a while longer, ensuring they understood his background thoroughly. Thus, Red accompanied Fury and Coulson, transporting the unconscious Howard to the Long Island Presbyterian Hospital in New York. After entrusting Howard to the doctors, they piloted the Quinjet directly to the backyard of Wayne Manor. Upon Red's disembarkation, The Quinjet ascended without any further inclination for dialogue. In fact, after the Quinjet's departure, Coulson received a dossier containing all pertinent information regarding Alfred. It is indeed peculiar that the Pennyworth family would assign a super spy, hailing from MI6, to the role of a family steward, a true waste of talent. As Nick Fury perused the documents, he found nothing particularly unusual beyond this observation. It appeared that Alfred's rescue of Howard was merely a coincidence, allowing this matter to be set aside for the time being. Their primary concern now revolved around identifying the individual who orchestrated Howard's assassination attempt. While Nick Fury pondered this, Coulson gazed out of the window at the nocturnal panorama of Gotham City, a metropolis that thrived in daylight akin to New York, yet succumbed to the reign of crime by night. He had also reviewed Alfred's profile, gaining indirect insights into the city's complexities. With the last scion of the Wayne family missing, only Alfred remained as the steward. Coulson doubted that Alfred could uphold Wayne Enterprises, and should the company falter under the weight of crime and capital, Gotham would descend further into chaos. There was no need for Coulson to overthink the matter. Nick Fury's sudden interruption broke Coulson's reverie. Gotham City, a name that alone induces a headache, had reached the point of being capable of devouring every exceptional agent. They had even dispatched operatives to investigate the entire city, yet those agents either lacked the necessary skills to uncover anything or, as investigations deepened, mysteriously vanished within the city's sinister grasp. This was not merely an American city. It resembled a realm of its own, and for the moment, they lacked the influence to intervene in Gotham's affairs. Chapter 5. The enraged Tony. The sound of polished shoes echoed through the corridors of New York's Elders Hospital. A young man, bearing a striking resemblance to Howard but with a more youthful visage, dashed down the hallway. The surrounding medical staff seemed to anticipate the arrival of this agitated youth, yet none approached to console him or urge him to tread lightly. The identity of this young man was unmistakable: Anthony Edward Stark, better known as Tony Stark. How could this be? How could such a calamity occur? Just a day prior, Tony had been basking on the beaches of Hawaii, seeking refuge from the cold. Historically at odds with Howard, he had intended to return only on Christmas Day to wish his mother a happy holiday. Yet, while reveling in the sun-drenched sands of Hawaii, the unthinkable had transpired. The Stark Group in New York was suddenly engulfed in tragic news. Tony's parents had been involved in a car accident, with his father Howard severely injured and his mother Maria tragically killed on the spot. Naturally, Tony was reluctant to accept this devastating news. He immediately traveled from Hawaii to New York Presbyterian Hospital, hurrying towards Howard's hospital room. He clung to the hope that upon his arrival, he would be greeted by the old man's mocking smile and his mother's gentle visage. With a swift motion, Tony flung open the door to the hospital room, exclaiming, "Old man, don't take your jokes too far." He was prepared for a fierce confrontation with Howard, given that he had been tricked into returning from Hawaii. However, within the room, he found only the old man, wrapped in bandages, gazing at him with weary eyes. His voice dwindled, failing to articulate the words he wished to convey. The reality he desperately wished to deny seemed to crystallize before him. Tony staggered closer to Howard's bedside, his heart heavy with disbelief. "Is the news true?" he implored, unable to come to terms with Maria's death. Howard, too, was reluctant to confront his son in this moment of despair. He understood the gravity of his actions. He had devoted all his efforts to Tony, inadvertently causing a rift between them. He was acutely aware of how significant Maria was in Tony's life. While he had repeatedly hurt his son, it was Maria who had tenderly nurtured Tony's young soul, ensuring his healthy growth. Now, as a husband and father, he had failed to protect his wife, the mother of his child. The weight of guilt bore down upon him. "Why wasn't it you?" Tony cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. He raised his fists and struck Howard's injured form with all his might. Yet, at the last moment, his fists veered off course, crashing against the iron frame of the bed, causing blood to flow. "I'm sorry," he uttered, as Howard wept, continuously apologizing to Tony. Amidst the sorrowful atmosphere, Tony gradually regained his composure. "Who tried to assassinate you?" he demanded, his rationality returning, yet still manipulated by anger. He had learned of the accident, but he knew what kind of man his father was. Despite his disdain for Howard, he was certain that Howard would never allow Maria to be exposed to such a perilous situation. He realized that his father still perceived him as a child, doubting his capabilities. This paternal overprotection, misguided as it was, only served to further alienate Tony. After a moment of inner turmoil, Howard ultimately refrained from revealing the truth to Tony. He could describe the assailant's appearance, but believed in his remarkable son's ability to uncover the clues on his own. However, it is precisely due to his son's remarkable qualities that he feels a profound unease. Tony, engulfed by anger, is reluctant to act impulsively. He cannot bear the thought of losing his son after already enduring the loss of his wife. Howard's perspective, however, is destined to remain beyond Tony's comprehension. He gazes intently at his father, feeling, for the first time, a sense of disappointment toward the towering figure of Howard. Even in the aftermath of his mother's death. Do you intend to simply bury the hatchet, Howard? At the moment Tony calls Howard by his name, their relationship reaches a freezing point. Nevertheless, Howard steadfastly refuses to divulge any clues, adamantly asserting that it was an accident, a mere mishap, gradually realizing that he cannot extract any information from this encounter. Tony takes a deep breath and rephrases his inquiry. Well, you must tell me, who was it that saved you, you insufferable bastard? Tony knows that someone must have discovered the gravely injured Howard, allowing him to reach the hospital in time. Since Howard is unwilling to reveal the truth, Tony resolves to seek out another witness. This time, Howard appears significantly less resolute. He glances at Alfred's records. Alfred is a kind, just, and erudite gentleman. Perhaps he might prove more effective in communication than this unworthy father. He is a man deserving of respect, Alfred Pennyworth, residing in Gotham City. Upon receiving the answers, Tony is eager to leave Howard's presence without delay, swiftly exiting the hospital room. Maria's body lies in the morgue, yet Tony refrains from visiting his mother at this moment. He has learned that her facial injuries are so severe that she is scarcely recognizable, and a mortician will soon be on site. Coincidentally, he requires time to investigate the perpetrator. Once he apprehends the culprit and avenges his mother, he will then visit her restored remains. Only in this manner can Tony find a modicum of solace within himself. In Gotham City, Red, still unable to draw the Manhattan Doctor's character card, remains oblivious to the Stark family's conflicts, nor does he have the luxury to contemplate the issues plaguing Wayne Enterprises. Presently, Red perceives his system as less of Golden Finger and more as the root cause of his predicament. His arrival here has merely made him a servant to the system. In his previous life, when Red read novels, other protagonists would acquire similar environmental cards, complete with both the setting and its inhabitants, who would obey the protagonist's commands. However, his experience diverges significantly. The citizens of Gotham each lead their own lives, harbor their own ambitions, and will oppose him when it suits them. For instance, Earl, an executive of Wayne Enterprises and a shareholder, has been fervently propagating the rumor of Bruce Wayne's demise, aiming to facilitate the company's public offering and simultaneously oust the Wayne family from its own enterprise. Chapter 6 stalemates similarly the Falcone family, who once received assistance from Thomas Wayne, despite not having sought their aid, covertly suppresses various factions to prevent external influences from destabilizing the precarious position of Wayne Enterprises. These individuals have their own lives. What purpose do I serve? Red lamented to his seemingly irresponsible system. Why can't you make the villains and criminals of Gotham heed my commands? Growing increasingly agitated, he voiced his grievances. Host, the system responded, the integration of all that is Gotham into the Marvel Universe is already a feat beyond measure. Surely, you would not wish to awaken to face the 5 great deities of the Marvel realm alongside the living tribunal the following day? Red was taken aback by the system's retort, uncertain whether to label it as honest or ineffectual. While one could argue its ineffectiveness, it at least candidly acknowledged its limitations. Yet, its utility seemed rather deficient. If the system had granted him a Superman card at the outset, Red would retract his disparagement. However, after considering the system's words, he abandoned that notion. After all, Gotham is a uniquely bizarre city. Future encounters with different environmental cards should not present such complications. For now, he could only observe whether the company executives were willing to make concessions. Within a mere day, Red received a multitude of messages from Earl, the executive of Wayne Enterprises, all centered around a singular proposition, an invitation for him, the custodian of the majority of Wayne's shares, to attend a meeting at Wayne Enterprises. Come what may, I shall meet it, he thought, as he drove a vehicle from Wayne Manor toward Wayne Tower, soon finding himself in a conference room filled with numerous executives led by Earl. According to the information provided by the system, Red understood that these individuals were determined to expedite Wayne Enterprises' public offering. As long as Bruce Wayne, the heir of the Wayne family, remained absent, They had every justification to advance the company's listing decisions based on the shares they held. Alfred, the loyal steward of the Wayne family, you have finally arrived, Earl exclaimed, his face aglow with delight upon Red's entrance. Even though they were resolute in their intentions, Alfred's stewardship of the majority of shares would not hinder their plans. Yet, if this elderly gentleman were to relent and agree to relinquish a significant portion of the Wayne family's shares, their post-listing profits would surely be substantial. Mr. Earl, if there is something to discuss, please proceed directly. The manor remains in disarray, and I must return to my duties, Red responded, his every gesture and movement perfectly mirroring Alfred's established demeanor. The gentleman, an elegant old nobleman, moved with a grace that epitomized aristocratic social etiquette. Simultaneously, his demeanor towards Earl, who tarnished the Wayne family's reputation, was exceedingly frigid. The degree of performance began to rise gradually, reaching 25 in a mere moment. However, the rate of increase was significantly slowing. It was evident that as the performance level ascended, such simplistic portrayals would no longer suffice to enhance it further. Actions more befitting the character were necessitated. Chuckling lightly, though Earl's brow twitched at Red's remark, he refrained from an immediate outburst, instead feigning warmth as he ushered Red to a seat. Alfred, loyal steward of the Wayne family, understood that certain realities must be confronted, did he not? Observing Red's unchanging expression, Earl continued, the young Master Wayne has been missing for some time now. While it brings sorrow, we must acknowledge a possibility. Yet before Earl could conclude, Red interjected, Mr. Earl, you are aware that this is merely a possibility. No evidence substantiates the young Master Wayne's demise. There is no need for superfluous words. Once more interrupted, Earl's temper had clearly reached its zenith. His tone shifted from gentleness to directness as he proclaimed, indeed, the young Master Wayne may not be dead, but rather missing. Yet, what of Wayne Enterprises? Must countless individuals face unemployment due to his absence? The significance of Wayne Enterprises to Gotham City is something I trust you comprehend better than I. If your loyalty truly lies with the Wayne family, you should not allow the company to languish. Red, acknowledging the validity of Earl's argument, remained contemplative. Although Wayne Enterprises was not publicly traded and would not see its stock value affected by Bruce Wayne's disappearance, the absence of a leader would inevitably lead to decline. This was a fate Red could not permit, as Wayne Enterprises was a stronghold. Even in Alfred's absence, he was determined to ensure the company's continued growth. Noticing Red's silence, Earl's tone became increasingly audacious, no longer shrouded in euphemisms. Alfred, I implore you to recognize the current circumstances. The public offering of Wayne Enterprises would benefit all. Even if the Wayne family's standing within the company diminishes, when your young master returns, at least he will inherit a more robust Wayne Enterprises. You cannot halt the inevitable. I hope you will reconsider and divest your share of the Wayne family's holdings to aid us in advancing Wayne Enterprises. With that, Earl departed with his supporters, leaving Red alone in the conference room. After a considerable time, he finally rose and drove towards Wayne Manor. As he crossed Thomas Bridge, a sigh escaped his lips. A mixture of joy and sorrow, indeed. The good news is that Alfred's performance rating has risen to 30 due to his unwavering persistence in the conference room. However, the bad news is that he has yet to discover a means to sustain Wayne Enterprises. Had he been portraying Bruce Wayne, he might have embraced the idea of the company's public offering, for Earl is correct. Such a move would yield numerous benefits for Wayne Enterprises. Yet, as Alfred, he recognizes that the moment the company goes public, his mission to uphold Wayne Enterprises is destined to fail. Should he falter in his task, he would be deprived of any new role cards, leaving him to navigate the Marvel Universe with a singular Alfred card, an endeavor fraught with peril, as he could easily be supplanted by a Skrull without warning. Contemplating this, Red felt compelled to make one last effort, redirecting his vehicle toward the Falcone family's mansion, a stronghold of Gotham's underworld. Chapter 7. Tony's arrival. Is there truly no alternative? Shortly thereafter, Red found himself once more atop the Thomas Bridge, having concluded his discussions with the Falcone family. The answer was glaringly evident. Out of gratitude for Thomas Wayne, the Falcone family was willing to assist Wayne Enterprises in fending off external pressures, particularly from the other three families that comprise Gotham's elite. However, they made it clear that they would not intervene in the internal affairs of Wayne Enterprises, at least not until the dust had settled. Red remained uncertain about the extent of the Falcone family's knowledge. Perhaps other families in Gotham were applying their own pressures, or they could be related to the enigmatic Court of Owls, of which Red had little understanding. Nonetheless, the Falcone family's stance was unmistakable. They were powerless to assist. Faced with a situation where even the Falcone family could not offer aid, Red felt isolated and vulnerable in this Gotham he had summoned. He had never encountered a traverser with such a dismal start, especially one equipped with a system. It was time to return to Wayne Manor. The lack of support from Gotham had been anticipated. In fact, he realized the moment he discovered he lacked control over the city that he would have to take matters into his own hands. He was unaware of how the true Alfred managed to safeguard the Wayne family's legacy during Bruce Wayne's 7-year absence, as he was not well-versed in every comic. However, after discerning Earl and the Falcone family's positions, he formulated a plan, a bold gamble that, if successful, could shift the tides entirely. But if he were to fail, perhaps it was best to delete his account and start anew. Nevertheless, the guest should be arriving soon. Regaining his composure, Red began to channel the wisdom of Alfred, which rivaled that of Batman and the Joker alike. The Alfred he embodied was not merely a caretaker, but also the individual who played the Dark Knight's game alongside his young master. Summarizing all that he has experienced since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he realized that to break the stalemate, he required both a guest and a personal transformation. The guest had evidently arrived. As Red drove the car back to Wayne Manor, he indeed found a visitor waiting at the entrance. A smile graced his face. It was improbable for anyone within Gotham City to visit the manor, which was currently devoid of its owner and only attended by the butler. The visitor must be someone from outside Gotham, likely connected to Alfred. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Without directly revealing the identity of the guest, Red adopted a butler's demeanor and approached him. Opposite him, Tony examined the elderly gentleman before him, comparing him to the photograph in his hand, confirming that this was indeed the person he sought. "Hello, Mr. Alfred. Have you ever considered changing your profession?" Tony's unexpected remark shattered the previously enigmatic atmosphere, leaving Red completely taken aback. Within Wayne Manor, Tony sighed deeply. He anticipated that Mr. Alfred would be so devoted to the Wayne family. "But do you truly believe that Master Wayne will return?" It took Red some time to convince Tony that he would not abandon the Wayne family. At least, Alfred would remain. As for Red's future with the Waynes, that remained uncertain. In response to Tony's skepticism regarding Bruce Wayne's potential return, Red's answer, whether rooted in character or confidence, was unwavering. "Of course, I've always believed in Master Wayne." Ding! Congratulations, host. You have increased the role-playing card's proficiency to 40. This system prompts you as a reward. The system's voice echoed in his ears, yet Red had grown accustomed to it. He would not be the slightest bit surprised if one day the absurd system proclaimed that he had suffered from a bad meal the previous night. On the other hand, realizing that Alfred would not be swayed merely by monetary incentives to become the Stark family's butler, Tony opted for straightforwardness. "Mr. Alfred, could you please tell me who was responsible for the attack on my parents? Even if you do not know their names or organization, any details regarding their appearance would suffice." Had Red revealed information about the Winter Soldier at that moment, he undoubtedly could have secured Tony's assistance. With Stark Industries' external support, stabilizing Wayne Enterprises would likely pose no challenge. While it was indeed difficult for external forces to penetrate the current state of Gotham City, it would be a different matter with his guidance. However, Red chose not to divulge this information. Merely describing the assailant's appearance could certainly earn him Tony's help, but would not elicit any gratitude from him. Even if the Stark Group temporarily stabilizes the Wayne Group, it remains an unsustainable solution. Tony's gratitude for assistance comes at a cost. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, the Wayne Group might soon bear the name Stark Group Gotham Branch. Thus, the most prudent course of action is not for Red to directly inform Tony of the Winter Soldier and Hydra's revelations, but rather to facilitate a reconciliation between Tony and his father, allowing him to glean the truth from Howard's own lips. Only through this can a robust friendship with Stark be cultivated, and only then can Red confidently entrust the hopes associated with their roles to Tony. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn the page to continue reading. With this thought, Red spoke in a soothing tone reminiscent of Alfred S. Your father likely would not wish for you to discover this truth. No sooner had Red uttered these words than Tony slammed his fist onto the table beside him. Why do you care about that bastard's opinion? My mother is dead. Is it wrong for me to seek vengeance for her? Tony glared at Red, and in that moment, the old gentleman appeared as insufferable as Howard. It is clear you hold deep affection for your mother. Of course, my mother, before Tony could finish. Red continued, then does your father not love your mother? In that instant, Tony was rendered speechless. Simultaneously, Red pressed on. You may assert that your father does not love you. That is your prerogative, your sentiment. However, reflect upon your innermost feelings and your experiences. Did your father love your mother? Under Alfred's words, memories of Tony's childhood resurfaced. The past, which he had been reluctant to revisit due to Howard's stern demeanor, flooded his mind. It was a time long before he had showcased his extraordinary gifts. When his father held him in one arm, while embracing his mother with the other, their smiles captured in a photograph. The scene shifted, and the image of their happy family was consumed by flames. Before him now were his father's sorrowful eyes upon seeing him, and the profound grief that enveloped him whenever he mentioned his mother. Chapter 8. The former home. It is undeniable that Tony wiped away his tears and looked once more at Red. In that moment, he felt that this old man was not as intolerable as Howard. At the very least, Red's words rekindled memories of his mother's smile and reminded him of the reasons for his deep love for her. You make a valid point. The only correct thing that old man has done in his life is to love my mother. Red chuckled softly, undeterred by Tony's misty eyes and stubborn demeanor, and continued to guide him. Surely, you recognize that your father is an exceptionally remarkable individual. He is a genius. Do you really think that a genius, under attack, will be unaware of who his assailants are? Under the original circumstances, both Howard and Maria met their untimely demise, and S.H.I.L.D. spent nearly 2 decades without uncovering the true cause of Howard's death. It was only during the Civil War that the truth surfaced, leading to a rift between Tony and Steve. However, now that Howard has miraculously survived, albeit gravely injured, Red cannot fathom that a man who once advocated for the absorption of remnants of Hydra would be unable to discern who sought to take his life. He must suspect that Hydra has not been entirely vanquished. Why, just after relinquishing all ties to S.H.I.L.D., would such a ferocious assault occur? Howard surely has an inkling. He must recognize that even someone as arrogant as Tony Stark must concede that Howard's brilliance is not inferior to his own. The one who was attacked is your father. He is the one who truly understands everything. Yet he withholds that knowledge from me because you fail to comprehend him. Despite being interrupted time and again, Tony finds himself unable to summon his anger. He harbors an inexplicable sense that this elderly gentleman seems to grasp their family dynamics better than he does. Red continues, your father simply struggles with communication, and you two have rejected dialogue with him. I have a feeling he has left you something that could truly unravel your heart's knots. At this juncture, Red extends his hand and gently pats Tony's shoulder. I suggest you return home to the place where you once lived, to rediscover your father and ultimately hear the truth from his own lips. In a daze, Tony senses that this butler named Alfred possesses some sort of enchanting power. His words seem to inherently soothe the hearts of others. At least, when Tony comes to his senses, he finds himself standing outside Wayne Manor, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea. He contemplates returning the tea set, but the grand doors of Wayne Manor have already closed, with Red's voice echoing from within. Leave it be. Return along with my master's damaged luxury car in due time. Gazing at the cup of tea in his hand, and then at the firmly shut doors of the manor, Tony decides against lingering. Instead, he drinks the tea in one go and carefully sets the cup aside. Old gentleman, my invitation to you shall never cease. If you find yourself unable to remain in this manor, you're always welcome to seek me out at my villa. Heeding Red's counsel, upon returning to New York from Gotham, Tony does not head directly to the Elders' Hospital to visit his bedridden father. Instead, he makes his way to the villa where Howard and Maria once resided. Since being sent off to boarding school at a tender age, Tony has seldom returned to his parents' home, perhaps out of anger towards Howard's perceived irresponsibility, or perhaps to spare his mother from witnessing the discord between father and son. In any case, this marks Tony's first return here in several years. Upon entering, he was greeted by a hall adorned with an abundance of photographs. Among these images, there were but 2 central figures, Howard and his wife, Maria. It was as if this villa belonged solely to Howard and Maria, with no trace of Tony to be found within the frames. To this affectionate couple, their son seemed to exist as an inconsequential specter, entirely absent from their narrative. Did my departure to another abode truly leave no impact on my mother? Tony's expression contorted in anguish, oscillating between tranquility and sorrow. The cherished residence of his beloved mother, so filled with memories captured in photographs, bore no evidence of his existence. Was there anything more tragic than this? As he opened the storage room, he discovered a trove of photographs from his mother's youth, alongside an array of accolades bestowed upon Howard since the conclusion of World War II. It was only after Tony had cleared away these items that he unearthed his childhood bicycle at the very bottom. Despite his tearful pleas, Howard had never taken the time to teach him how to ride. It was only after numerous falls that Tony gradually mastered the skill. Stepping out of the storage room, Tony was struck by a sudden realization. This place felt disassociated from him, as though it belonged to a pair of unfamiliar spouses rather than his own parents. He found it increasingly difficult to locate any evidence of his past here. He had once lived in this very space, directly across from the storage room. Turning back, he caught sight of his bedroom door, where his mother's handwriting still lingered, inscribing his name. Clinging to a flicker of hope, Tony entered his room, only to discover that he had been mistaken. His essence had not vanished within this villa. Rather, it had been entirely encapsulated within the confines of this modest chamber. The walls surrounding him resembled the flowing river of time, displaying an array of items from his childhood to adulthood, all meticulously arranged until the moment he chose to depart and live independently. A mere circumambulation of the room allowed Tony to relive fragments of his youth. Those toys he had once deemed broken and discarded were now lovingly restored, while the accolades he had earned proudly graced the pristine display case. 3 days had elapsed since the tragic accident that befell his parents, yet the room remained untouched by dust. They often frequented this space, occasionally stepping into his room to reminisce about his experiences. In that moment, Tony felt an immense gratitude for heeding Alfred's counsel. He had not recklessly pursued the truth, but had instead come here to rediscover his past and feel the warmth of his parents' enduring love. It was at this juncture that Tony's gaze fell upon a videotape resting on the bedside table, bearing the marks of at least a decade's passage. Holding the old videotape, Tony gently pressed the play button on Howard's cherished vintage projector, and images from over a decade ago began to unfold before his eyes. Chapter 9. Resolution of conflict. The footage from the antiquated tape was unstable, flickering intermittently, yet with Tony's press of the button, the past was vividly resurrected. Science and technology are the foremost productive forces. As the camera angle elevated, the youthful visage of Howard Stark materialized on screen. Life is more splendid. Health is more robust. This moment heralded the potential for world peace in the annals of human history. Instinctively, upon witnessing Howard's confident countenance, Tony reached for a book at his side and began to peruse its pages. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was reluctant to meet his father's gaze, even if it was merely a pre-recorded video. Despite having glimpsed his own room, a space filled with his mother's yearning, Tony continued to delude himself. This was merely a reflection of his mother's affection. That insufferable father who was elated to send him off to boarding school surely cared little for his well-being. Thus, Tony persisted in this self-hypnosis. I'm Howard Stark. Everything you will ever need can be found here. The city of the future? Tomorrow's city? Or what are you doing, Tony? Hearing his name uttered from Howard's lips compelled Tony to divert his gaze from the book, focusing instead on the image of his younger self. Memories of the past surged forth. Indeed, at the present moment, he was merely 21 years old, and it had not been long since that time. The scene was still vividly etched in his mind. Jarvis. It should be coming. As Tony muttered this, the young Tony, attempting to stealthily take a model of Stark Future City as a toy, was caught by Howard and subsequently handed over to the family butler. Jarvis. The urgency in Howard's voice mirrored Tony's recollections, as if his very existence was the greatest blemish on Howard's life. It seemed that if he were absent, everything in Howard's world would flourish. This was the root of the discord between Tony and Howard, the reason they failed to comprehend one another. Upon reaching this point, Tony felt no desire to continue watching. Beyond the cold, unfeeling Howard, who never regarded him as his son, he could glean no further valuable insights from this footage. The image flickered once more, and the video resumed, showcasing Howard introducing Stark Future City to the public. However, this time, Tony never lifted his gaze again, remaining fixated on the ground. I was not mistaken. Howard never loved me. Not ever. Frustrated, Tony tossed the book aside and rose, intent on seeking something of worth. When suddenly the screen went dark. When it illuminated again, the scene had changed. After completing a day's work, Howard, with exhaustion etched across his face, reappears on the screen. Tony. Upon hearing his name once more, Tony turns around in mild surprise. From Howard's gaze, he discerns a peculiar emotion, as if the Howard of the past were conversing with his present self. You are still too young. There is much you do not comprehend. Thus, I have chosen to immortalize it in a film for you. Howard gestures towards the model of Stark Future City behind him. This was constructed for you. One day, You will realize it signifies everything, transcending mere invention. It is the culmination of my life's work and the key to the future. Tony, at the tender age of 21, fails to recognize the significance of the future city. He is still too youthful, having not yet officially assumed control of Stark Industries or participated in the creation of the arc reactor. He is oblivious to the true meaning of the model before him. Yet he feels something he has never experienced before, his father's trust. I am constrained by the technological limitations of my era, but one day you will unravel this puzzle. When you do, you shall change the world. This statement encapsulates a father's deepest hope for his child, compelling Tony to fixate on the screen, fearful of missing a single word or letter. My greatest creation, now and in the future, is you. In New York's Presbyterian Hospital, Howard lies alone on his bed. The agency he founded has compiled information regarding Tony's whereabouts, resting beside him, yet he lacks the courage to look. He fears seeing disappointment or anger in Tony's demeanor. Although he suspects Tony is likely seeking out that old gentleman, he is uncertain whether that gentleman can console him. He believes in Tony's potential to change the world, yet as long as he lives, he cannot shake the feeling that Tony is still not mature or strong enough. He wishes to keep Tony safe forever, but he knows that Tony will persist in forging ahead. Hey, old man. In the midst of Howard's inner turmoil and pain, he suddenly hears Tony's calm call. His bewildered gaze rekindles with life. He struggles to prop himself up, sitting at the edge of the bed, watching Tony approach step by step. There is no anger, no joy, only a sense of calm. Howard realizes he can no longer fathom his child. Perhaps he has truly aged, or perhaps Tony has genuinely grown up. Isn't it what you said? Tony sits beside Howard's bed, a faint smile gracing his lips. My greatest creation, now and in the future, is me. Isn't it? Howard is momentarily taken aback, and witnessing his brilliant father reveal such a foolish side elicits a laugh from Tony. In a fleeting moment, Howard comprehended everything. Tony, no longer consumed by rage, regained his composure. He had never anticipated that Tony would return home to retrieve the footage that S.H.I.E.L.D. had long since arranged to recover. He had never dared to hope that he would witness Tony grasping the depths of his understanding within his lifetime. Grateful to you, Mr. Alfred. Howard held on to his appreciation for Red as he embraced Tony tightly, their conflicts entirely resolved, with no barriers remaining between them. Everything that belonged to Howard could now be directly inherited by Tony. Now, old man, can you tell me who exactly attacked you? Upon hearing this, Howard cast one last glance at his son, devoid of anger, filled instead with tranquility and resolve. He understood that his son would no longer act impulsively or blindly expose himself to danger. Thus, he began to speak slowly. Have you heard of Hydra? Chapter 10. Tony's Gratitude, the key to resolution in Gotham City, within Wayne Manor. Is it true that the system lacks anything akin to collecting power fragments or creating grand spectacles to garner astonishment, or those all-encompassing system shops? Red, while savoring the red tea brewed with Alfred's knowledge, engaged in a spirited debate with his rather nonsensical system. You see, dear system, as a system you ought to possess ambition. Even if not for my sake, shouldn't you strive to elevate your stature among other systems? Imagine, if one day you encounter a fellow system, and while others' hosts wield celestial powers, your host is left to wallow in the sewers of Gotham. How disheartening that would be. However, regardless of Red's eloquence, the system remained resolutely silent, while Red himself found amusement in the exchange. After all, the secrets of his transmigration and the system could not be shared with anyone else. It was in this system alone that he could converse without restraint. Yet, Red mused. Why couldn't the system's voice be that of a charming little girl instead? At that very moment, the system unexpectedly responded. Host, I truly apologize for not possessing a delightful lowly voice. You heard that, system? Then about that new roll card. Red looked eagerly at the suddenly materializing system panel, yet the answer remained disheartening. Apologies, host. I do not possess any counterparts among other systems and will not be able to hold my head high before them. The rules of the system dictate that once you complete Alfred's character task, new cards will naturally unlock. Sighing in resignation, Red chose not to pursue the matter further. Just then, the whirring sound of helicopter blades echoed from outside Wayne Manor. Guests have arrived. Red immediately assumed the role of Alfred, transforming from a dashing young man with golden hair back into a gentleman of over 70. With elegance and swiftness, he opened the grand doors of Wayne Manor. At the entrance stood Tony Stark, wearing a broad smile, extending the teacup he had previously taken away. Thank you, Mr. Alfred, for the exquisite black tea. It has enlightened me significantly. Behind Tony, the Wayne family sedan, suspended by a helicopter, was gently descending. Clearly, Tony had taken the opportunity to restore the vehicle that had nearly met its demise at the hands of the Winter Soldier. Red nodded discreetly, pleased that his plan was progressing smoothly. It seemed evident that Tony had successfully reconciled with the other party before Howard could intervene. Having inherited Howard's technology at the tender age of 21, Red found himself pondering what the world would look like by the time the Hulk made his appearance in 2008. Would you care to come in for a moment, Mr. Stark? Although it appeared that Tony had no intention of entering, Red remained courteous, adhering to his role as Alfred. Not at the moment. I have pressing matters to attend to. However, the time for my mother's funeral has been set, and I kindly request that Mr. Alfred be present. Tony paused, surveying the vast expanse of Wayne Manor. If Mr. Alfred wishes, I can assist with any manageable troubles you might face. All you need to do is ask. After expressing his gratitude, Tony departed, boarding the helicopter to leave Gotham City. Upon returning to Wayne Manor, Red received what he considered to be the most advantageous prize thus far, Tony's willing assistance. The public offering of Wayne Enterprises was an inevitable development. Everyone working within the company would not stand idly by as it continued to decline. Therefore, the focus was not on Earl, but rather on the deterioration of Wayne Enterprises. Once back at the manor, Red began to organize the current intelligence. The internal factions of Gotham City were largely unusable, aside from the Falcone family, whose current head had once been saved by Thomas Wayne and was thus willing to aid the Wayne family in resisting external influences. All other families, including Martha's own, were eager to see Wayne Enterprises collapse so they could absorb it. Thus, inviting external forces became the sole option. Now that such forces had been secured, a partnership with Stark Industries would enable the two largest arms groups in America to collaborate for mutual benefit, halting the decline of Wayne Enterprises. The breakthrough was already halfway achieved. With Tony's support and the connection to Alfred intact, Tony would not entertain thoughts of absorbing Wayne Enterprises, especially with Howard still alive. Provided they could reach an agreement, Wayne Enterprises would experience steady growth for at least the next few years. However, this did not imply that others could be disregarded entirely. In the preceding circumstances, Earl, an executive from Wayne Enterprises, was not the primary obstacle. However, once the principal hindrance dissipated, Earl's influence became increasingly apparent. This individual wields considerable power within Wayne Enterprises, while Alfred's position remains merely that of a butler, devoid of any decision-making authority within the organization. Even with the Stark family backing him, it proves insufficient. Earl and his adherents would not relinquish the opportunity for an initial public offering merely due to the collaboration with Stark. Rather, they would be further emboldened by Wayne Enterprises' flourishing prospects, solidifying their resolve to go public, to dissuade them from their intentions regarding the IPO of Wayne Enterprises. Conventional channels have become futile. Alfred, by virtue of his ostensible position as a butler, commands little respect, especially in light of the Wayne family's complete disappearance. In Gotham, Alfred's status holds no significance. Red reclined back into the plush chair, a deck of playing cards materializing in his hand unbeknownst to him. As the packaging was opened, the cards cascaded to the floor. Gradually, only one card remained in Red's grasp, the ace from the 54 cards, the Joker card. Rising anew, Red approached the bookshelf, unveiling the entrance to the manor's basement. This space had yet to transform into Batman's cave. However, it served as the most clandestine locale should any actions be required. Earl and his two confidants would undoubtedly cling to their ambition of taking Wayne Enterprises public. Red shed his black suit and white gloves, moving towards a basin filled with a white liquid. In Gotham, no one would bat an eye at an ordinary butler. Red plunged his head into the caustic liquid, and upon raising it once more, his complexion had turned a ghastly white. Chapter 11. The Transformation into the Joker Warning. Host. Your actions are about to compromise Alfred's roll card. Warning. Your actions are damaging Alfred's roll card. From a moment, Red descended into the basement. Alfred's roll degree began to diminish due to a conflict in settings. When he immersed his head in the highly corrosive liquid, transforming his skin to a pallid hue, his roll degree reached 0. As Red grasped a small knife from the table, the system emitted a direct alert, and the roll degree continued to fluctuate, seemingly attempting to plunge below 0. Yet, due to the inherent rules of the system, it was unable to do so. Warning. Alfred's roll card is on the verge of deterioration. Warning. Alfred's card is about to be compromised. The system incessantly echoed the same warnings. Yet it could not sway Red's resolve in the slightest. Since his arrival in the Marvel Universe, he had maintained a facade of ease, often mocking his absurd system. However, only Red knew the extent of the anxiety that lurked within him. This is the Marvel Universe, and I am but a mere traveler within it. Even if eternity were to appear before me in an instant, I would be utterly unfazed. I am acutely aware of the numerous calamities that plague this realm. The cinematic universe is relatively manageable. Once the battle against the Purple Menace concludes, it could very well descend into a state of disarray. After all, the cinematic universe has nearly exhausted its potential post the Purple Menace saga. Yet, what the comic world? Who can ascertain whether I inhabit a reality where Deadpool slaughters the Marvel Universe, or one overrun by zombie heroes? Or perhaps a domain where Thanos reigns supreme in his own grand narrative? Surviving in such an irrational world, the pressure on Red is palpable. Regardless of his attempts at probing the system, it remains exceedingly rudimentary, and the so-called advantages it offers are of little utility. Assuming roles? In the Marvel Universe, characters meet their fates as dictated by the narrative. Even if I could embody a character, will my existence truly improve? Moreover, the formidable heroes typically adhere to more stringent principles than their Marvel counterparts. Maintaining the Wayne enterprises may seem a straightforward endeavor, yet it harbors a critical dilemma. For how long must it be sustained? What degree of stability qualifies as maintenance? Red is uncertain, but he comprehends his own disposition. He is resolutely unwilling to conform to the system's dictates. If the system seeks to restrict his growth through character-driven tasks, he will forge alternate possibilities informed by his understanding of comic narratives. In a certain parallel universe, Batman has traversed many heroic tales, only to discover that his most formidable foe, the Joker, whom he has long regarded as Gotham's most perilous criminal, is, in fact, a guise donned by his loyal butler, Alfred. Perhaps in that universe, Batman is but a farce, his strength merely a theatrical display orchestrated by Alfred to safeguard his master. Perhaps the Joker in that realm lacks any extraordinary qualities, merely preying upon a mentally unstable individual during their encounters. However, this represents but one possibility, a scenario in which Alfred could transform into the Joker under specific circumstances. Thus, Red is compelled to test this theory. If the system believes Alfred cannot become a Joker, he will endeavor to see if his portrayal of Alfred can indeed manifest into the terrifying criminal known as the Joker in Gotham. With determination, Red presses down with the blade, slicing open the corner of his mouth. A cry of anguish escapes him, yet he hesitates not. He endures the pain and raises the knife once more, inflicting a similar wound on the opposite side. The agony becomes unbearable, and Red collapses onto the table. Nevertheless, the system's alerts cease, halting its warnings. On Red's face, the vivid crimson of blood melds with his pallid skin ravaged by chemicals, culminating in a visage reminiscent of the infamous Joker. Host, the system's voice falters, a rare occurrence that conveys an emotion Red has never perceived from it before. In the past, even when the system uttered nonsensical phrases, Reed could sense that it was devoid of any genuine emotion. Within Reed, the card that transformed him into Alfred was already marred with numerous cracks. Clearly, Reed's behavior, so distinctly different from Alfred's, had fundamentally undermined the stability of the Alfred card. However, through the fissures of the Alfred card, Reed discerned flickers of green light pulsating continuously. "Hey there, little rascal. You are quite amusing," a strange voice echoed behind him. Reed immediately turned around, only to find a gaunt figure with a maniacal grin, clad in a purple suit, an unmistakable visage he had encountered multiple times in games and comics. The Joker? In the next instant, the Joker vanished, reappearing with a terrifying smile mere inches from Reed's face. "You." Reed was taken aback by the Joker's sudden approach. Yet the figure gently extended a hand, wiping away the blood from Reed's cheek. As the blood was removed, the freshly inflicted wound miraculously sealed itself, ceasing to bleed. "You must take care of your body. Otherwise, how can you savor this exquisite world?" The Joker once again vanished amidst a swirl of green smoke, only to reappear beside Reed's ear. "You wish to survive, do you not? To endure in this perilous world?" Reed, momentarily dazed, nodded in affirmation. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly withdrawn from the role of Alfred, reverting to his new form acquired after his journey. The Alfred card, enveloped in green radiance, slowly ascended into the sky. "If that is the case, then you must smile." The Joker tugged at Reed's cheeks, forcibly contorting his face into a grin. A smile, after all, is the most exquisite retaliation against this filthy and cruel world. At that moment, the green light on the Alfred card gradually faded and the image transformed. Initially, The card depicted Alfred elegantly sipping tea. Now, however, in the shadow behind Alfred, two pale arms reached out, quietly releasing a green gas into the teacup. In the deeper shadows, a ghastly, white face seemed to emerge, emitting a sinister, cackling laugh. The card melded once more into Reed's being. His previously sparse black hair fell away strand by strand, and when he stood again, it had transformed into a tangle of naturally curly green locks. The wounds on his cheeks and his pallid skin appeared more harmonious. Within his mind, a wealth of knowledge surged forth. While Alfred's skills remained intact, a torrent of madness began to swell within his heart. I am fond of you, little imp, so I have emerged. Allow me to witness whether you can turn this world utterly upside down. With these words, the figure of the Joker gradually faded, seemingly merging into Red's very being. When Red once again grasped the mirror beside him, the visage reflected was that of a face familiar to every comic book enthusiast, the Joker. Chapter 12. Transformation System. Could you not provide me with some elucidation? At that moment, Red stood before the mirror, observing his newfound abilities. While his hands remained engaged in an array of concoctions provided by Wayne Enterprises, his appearance shifted dramatically by the second. One moment, he was a refined English gentleman Alfred, and the next, he transformed into the embodiment of Gotham's madness, the Joker. Initially, Red believed he had completely tarnished Alfred's character card, rendering it a Joker card. However, after some experimentation, he discovered that his appearance could change at will. Rather than the Joker replacing Alfred, it seemed they had fused into one. This also spared him the trouble of crafting a mask from human skin. Nonetheless, Red still required further clarification from the system. Despite his numerous attempts to communicate, the system had stated there was no means to acquire a new character card, only the option to enhance his role-playing proficiency. What was the outcome? After much tinkering, though he had not obtained a new character card, he had successfully evolved one. Although both were mere mortals, the Joker was on an entirely different level compared to Alfred. Setting aside the miraculous Dionysian factor that could resurrect the dead, the Joker's creation of the Joker virus through his research on laughing gas was noteworthy. Anyone infected with the Joker virus would inevitably transform into a new Joker. Even Batman could not escape this fate. After being infected by the most potent virus from the Joker's heart, even Batman was transformed into the Laughing Bat. Moreover, due to the knowledge acquired from the Joker, Red learned the location of Gotham, his underground Dionysian factor pool. By gaining control over this place and researching the Dionysian factor, he could confidently assert that he had already completed half of his quest in this Marvel universe. The other half awaited the moment he drew a card for Superman or Dr. Manhattan. The system let out a sigh, and Red raised an eyebrow. It seemed the system's tone had finally evolved beyond its previous emotionless demeanor. It appeared that his actions had a significant impact on the system. Indeed, dear host, within the system exists the entirety of flesh and soul from across the cosmos. This revelation startled Red. He had pondered how the system provided him with character cards, yet he had not anticipated such simplicity. Your previous host carried off the entirety of the universe? Naturally, the system remains silent on this matter. I regret to inform you that I am unable to address the origins of the system at this moment. Continuing from the previous inquiry, the system encompasses both corporeal and spiritual entities. The feeble and inconsequential souls will merge with their surroundings, transforming into environmental cards, while the formidable souls and bodies will manifest as character cards for the host to embody. As long as one's essence aligns with the desires encapsulated within the soul, the latent power within the cards will be awakened, which in turn will augment the host's physical form until all strength is fully harnessed by the individual. However, during the embodiment process, the cards lack sentience. Yet within the confines of the system, potent souls possess a degree of consciousness. They are incapable of thought, but can be drawn to certain actions of the host. Alfred's soul, for instance, resisted the role of the jester. Thus, during moments of self-harm, his embodiment level plummeted. Nevertheless, Alfred harbored the potential to become the jester, and your actions inadvertently attracted the jester's soul within the system, resulting in a loss of control as the jester's essence fused with Alfred's card, leading to the current manifestation. I implore you, dear host, to refrain from such actions in the future. The detachment of a soul from the system is a perilous endeavor. As the system articulated this final sentiment, a hint of supplication tinged its tone. However, Red harbored no sympathy for the system. His sole concern was to thrive in this realm. He raised his hand and produced the freshly concocted laughing gas, spraying the verdant mist toward the system panel, visible only to him. The gaseous cloud, devoid of substance, effortlessly passed through the incorporeal interface. Ha ha ha. Whether prompted by the gas or his own desire to laugh, Red erupted into hearty laughter. "You are deluded, system. Either annihilate me now, or I shall seize every opportunity to grow stronger. You may have your regulations, but rest assured, I shall not adhere to them obediently. Be prepared." With that declaration, Red dismissed the system with a wave and re-entered the basement, clutching the newly created laughing gas. In the depths of Red's consciousness, an exceedingly humanized visage of the system materialized, still as obstinate as ever. In a future Batcave, now the Jester's den, Red, utilizing Alfred as a conduit for the Wayne family's resources, procured a wealth of materials and is currently harnessing the Jester's capabilities to fabricate new equipment. The gadgets employed by the Jester in comics may appear rudimentary, yet their efficacy is indisputable. Whether traps or explosives, they function precisely as orchestrated by the Jester's design. With the support of Wayne Manor, the quality of the manufactured equipment is poised to enhance significantly. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, for the best is yet to come. However, while preparing for the plan, Red discovered certain discontent. Firstly, the Alfred card now possesses two personas, one belonging to Alfred himself and the other to the Joker. Alfred's persona remains unchanged, reset to 0, with rewards and missions identical, maintaining the Wayne Enterprises affiliation and surpassing rewards in the outsider form. In contrast, the Joker's persona is markedly different. It lacks intermediate form rewards, but features particularly outrageous character missions. The quest to overturn this world seems uniquely conceived by the Joker. Clearly, this task is far beyond current capabilities. Who would dare to upend the Marvel Universe without the power of the 5 great deities? Red could only hope this pertains to a later phase of the Marvel world. If it were in the earlier stages, facing the transcendent being capable of erasing death, he truly could not fathom how to navigate that challenge. The only silver lining is that the Joker's persona is now fully realized, even without using the card. He possesses all of the Joker's abilities. However, considering the effects of the Joker virus, Red resolutely decided never to use his own body to create laughing gas. Absolutely not. He had no desire to become Laughing Red. Just imagine, in the future, after acquiring the powers of Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, Flash, Batman, and Superman, if the culmination of these abilities were to suddenly be infected by the Joker virus. Merely contemplating this conjured a vivid image in Red's mind, a sphere representing the Marvel Universe suddenly exploding with a resounding bang. Chapter 13. Solomon Grundy on this matter. The host need not worry. Just as Red feared that a careless use of the Joker virus might transform this realm into a laughing Marvel universe, the system spoke once more. Oh, what brings this concern? As the host acquired the Joker's abilities, he also gained immunity to laughing gas and the Joker virus. In fact, the Joker virus has already begun to manifest within you, but this particular strain will not affect you or your thoughts. You need not fear slowly transforming into the Joker due to the virus. It must be said, this was the first time the system provided Red with a sense of reassurance. The knowledge that his own body could resist the Joker virus was indeed the best outcome. Although he had garnered the Joker's recognition through previous reckless actions, it did not imply he genuinely wished to become the Joker. Nevertheless, he had no qualms about employing the Joker's tactics on other Marvel characters. Whether they are Iron Man or Captain America, should they pose a threat to him, Red would not hesitate to unleash a dose of laughing gas upon them, allowing them to experience the terror of uncontrollable laughter. With his resolve firm, Red shook his head, gathering his thoughts to contemplate the current situation. While contemplating, Red opened the Wayne family's extensive database concerning Gotham City. As one of the 4 great families that effectively control Gotham, the internal database of the Wayne family might well surpass that of the Gotham Police Department, at least during this timeline when Bruce is still abroad for his studies. With this invaluable information at his disposal, Red began to seek out potential allies. He aimed to construct a figure of madness in Gotham before the emblematic presence of Batman emerged, intending to use this madness to suppress the restless elements within the city. The Joker was not merely a representative of chaos due to his own nature. Rather, his insanity had the capacity to infect and manipulate many. His profound understanding of the human psyche enabling him to incite a cataclysmic frenzy at will. Initially, he ruled out formidable adversaries such as Falcone and the Penguin, who epitomized vast criminal enterprises. Falcone, as previously noted, was a significant crime family that had already indicated their intention to refrain from further actions. The Penguin, in his current state, could hardly be regarded as the Penguin. He remained a member of the Cobblepot family, one of the four great clans of Gotham. It would be unlikely for the Cobblepot family to seize this opportunity to undermine the Wayne family, let alone offer their support. Similarly, the remaining two of the four families, along with all the organized crime factions, were not viable allies at present, in the face of the immense benefits derived from the collapse of Wayne Enterprises. Regardless of the Joker's manipulative prowess, he found himself unable to contend against such overwhelming interests. At least, this nascent Joker lacked the capability to do so. The Clock King had yet to make an appearance. Perhaps he was a standalone character or required specific environmental triggers to manifest, and the same could be said for Bane. Red tirelessly scoured Gotham's database for those who would one day become Batman's nemesis. Harvey Dent had not yet endured the protracted Halloween that would transform him into Two-Face. Scarecrow was still a psychology professor, and Poison Ivy remained merely a college student. However, Red's gaze fell upon the Riddler. This individual was a born madman. Even the Joker could not be classified as such. The Riddler's obsession with riddles bordered on insanity. And even when he sought to evade capture or escape from Arkham Asylum, his first instinct after committing a crime was to leave behind cryptic clues, allowing others to decipher his whereabouts. At present, the Riddler had not yet assumed his iconic persona, but was serving as a consultant for Earl within Wayne Enterprises. If the Riddler were to become too prominent in Gotham, Red pondered how he could possibly weave a narrative around him. Perhaps, when the time comes, he could simply dispose of him. The role of the riddle maker is rather insignificant, particularly when considering that this is a living individual rather than someone merely playing a role. Coupled with this uncontrollable factor, its impact diminishes even further. Ultimately, after Red systematically eliminated the yet-to-emerge villains, he honed in on two individuals, the most useful among them. Perhaps I might manage to deal with both of them in one fell swoop. In the sewers of Gotham City, a realm rife with filth and decay, one might find a semblance of purity when contrasted with the nightmarish streets above, a breeding ground for monsters. Dressed in a flamboyant purple suit, Red, embodying the Joker, leapt into the murky depths, his hands animatedly swaying as he staggered forward through the cramped passageway. "Hello, my friend," he exclaimed suddenly, not having spotted anyone, but merely greeting an ordinary rat scurrying through the sewer. The rat, however, seemed oblivious to human speech, darting into a crevice and vanishing from sight. "It appears you have no idea where my friend is," Red mused, a look of disappointment crossing his face before an excited smile returned. Clearing his throat, he raised his hands high and began to sing an odd little tune in a raspy voice befitting the jester. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday yet. That single line abruptly ceased, only to be repeated once more. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, what comes next? How could I forget? As his words lingered in the air, as if in response to his lyrical musings, the wall of the sewer was violently breached. An arm, reminiscent of a creature from a horror film, reached out, seizing Red by his collar and lifting him high, before slamming him against the wall. Coughing, a spurt of blood escaped Red's lips, but in his jester guise, he had momentarily forgotten the pain, as if the body of the clown had long acclimatized to such injuries. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, Solomon Grundy, Red thought, recognizing the name of the monstrous figure before him. Despite the creature's grimy visage and the blood staining its features, Red managed a slight smile. "Found you, Solomon Grundy. What do you wish to know?" Chapter 14. Killer Croc. It seemed that these words provoked Solomon Grundy, who once more seized Red, forcefully smashing his head into the ground. Batman had once remarked that Solomon Grundy was unkillable, possessing strength comparable to that of Superman. While there may be an element of exaggeration in such claims, the brute force of Solomon Grundy was undeniably real. The impact was so severe that Red's skull caved in. Yet, within the jester's body, he felt no concern for the pain, nor did he sense the encroachment of death. His smile remained steadfast upon his face. As the jester, imbued with the essence of Bacchus, lifted his head anew, his sunken skull had miraculously returned to its original state. Yet, Solomon Grundy's relentless assault persisted. Treating Red as a mere plaything, flinging him against the surrounding walls and floor, his mouth incessantly echoing the refrain, "Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday." Red's once vibrant purple suit lay in tatters, now obscured by a repugnant, deep green filth that emanated a foul stench. Just as Solomon Grundy prepared to unleash another attack, Red finally spoke. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, named in the tempestuous fury of Tuesday. Grundy's assault abruptly ceased, his fist halting before Red's face. Seizing the moment, Red, in his jester guise, grasped Grundy's massive hand, leaning towards him. Wet in the gloom of Wednesday, afflicted on the gentle Thursday. What follows, Solomon Grundy? A smile graced Red's face as he gently patted Grundy's back. During this exchange, Grundy's fury began to dissipate, and he gradually sank onto the steps of the sewer, his gaze fixed intently on Red, awaiting his next words. Waited in the warmth of Friday. Met with death on a jubilant Saturday, buried in the scorching heat of Sunday. With each line recited, Grundy's demeanor softened further. By the conclusion of the nursery rhyme, he was utterly tranquil, seated on the steps, devoid of any aggression. Red leaned closer, tenderly caressing Grundy's rugged cheek. Is this your tale? A being who has tasted death and lives anew. Why not join me in seeking a fresh beginning? Grundy remained silent, but nodded in affirmation. A gentle smile bloomed on Red's face as he continued. Then you must be aware that within the sewer lies another friend. Let us venture forth and partake in delightful games together. Little did Red anticipate that the future of Harvey Dent, the man with two faces, would indeed be entwined with Solomon's cooperation, all sparked by a simple nursery rhyme, an occurrence that was far from exaggerated. Gotham City harbors numerous urban legends, with Solomon Grundy being among the least renowned. Yet, within the sewers lurked another recently emerged urban myth, the voracious monster dwelling in the depths. The nights in Gotham are steeped in terror. At least in this era, before the birth of the Dark Knight, Gotham's nights deterred all from wandering aimlessly. However, some unexpected incidents did arise, such as the inebriated mobster. A member of the Maroney family, clutching a beer, staggered through the streets of Gotham. In such a state, not only was he blind to any potential gang conflicts, but he also failed to notice the open manhole beneath his feet. As the ground beneath him gave way, the gang member realized the imminent danger too late. The walls of the sewer, long neglected and overrun with moss, offered him no time to react before he plummeted into this perilous abyss, oblivious to the lurking threat. Cursed be his misfortune. After a heavy fall, the gang member rose to his feet, a cloud of dejection enveloping him as he gazed upward at the sewer's exit. What could the government possibly be thinking? Neglecting the cleaning of the sewers? Were they genuinely afraid of those urban legends? Shaking his head, he resolved to climb back up the ladder and escape the sewer. However, at that very moment, a colossal shadow began to loom ominously behind him. No, it couldn't be. Just a second ago, he had dismissed the urban myths. Yet now his body trembled uncontrollably. He turned his head cautiously to face the enormous shadow, only to be met with a scaled hand before losing consciousness entirely. In a relatively clean area of the Gotham sewer, Killer Croc, one of Red's targets, lay devouring the gang member's lifeless body. His name was Waylon Jones, a human afflicted with atavistic disease. The reasons behind his regression into a reptilian form remain a mystery, yet such an appearance subjected him to relentless discrimination, rendering a normal life unattainable. Thus, he evolved into the remorseless villain that regarded humans as mere fodder, Killer Croc. In the intricate web of Gotham City, he often found himself used as a stepping stone by other villains, yet his prowess was indisputable. This chapter has not concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Suddenly, as Killer Croc was in the midst of his meal, he froze, then swiftly turned to unleash a thunderous roar. Before him stood a pale, clownish visage. "Hello there," Red greeted with a cheerful wave, producing a surprise gift box from behind him and extending it toward Killer Croc. "Shall we take a look? It's a gift for you." Killer Croc was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with a human unafraid of his appearance. Although the clown before him was rather fearsome in his own right, with his already dulled wits, Killer Croc harbored no suspicions of Red's potential treachery and opened the gift box without hesitation. To his astonishment, a prank boxing glove sprang forth, delivering a punch right to his face, akin to the mischievous antics of children during Halloween. However, this was no ordinary prank glove. It was crafted by a clown, and thus, it bore more than mere simplicity. The force behind the glove exceeded all expectations, sending Killer Croc hurtling backward, crashing into the sewer wall with a resounding smash, until falling debris rained down upon his head. It was only the sting of pain that finally made him realize he had been outwitted. "You seek death." With a gaping maw, the killer crocodile lunged at Reed, intent on tearing the jester apart and devouring him whole. It seemed you were not particularly fond of this, but that mattered little. Maintaining a serene smile, Reed faced the crocodile's savage charge without a hint of trepidation, even extending a hand in greeting. "Let us shake hands and become good friends." Chapter 15. Subduing the Killer Crocodile, you fool. Do you think I would fall for that again? After receiving a brutal punch from the gift box, the crocodile felt a throbbing pain in its face and had no intention of accepting Reed's outstretched hand. How dare you reach out to me? I shall crush your hand. A murderous gleam flickered in the crocodile's eyes as it opened its massive jaws and clamped down on Reed's proffered hand. In an instant, blood splattered as Reed's hand was mercilessly crushed. Accursed wretch, the crocodile bellowed, anticipating the jester's expression of horror upon losing a hand. Surely, he would not expect that the crocodile possessed the cunning to refrain from a handshake and instead opted for a bite. However, when the crocodile looked up at the jester, it was taken aback. Reed displayed no sign of pain, but rather seemed to be brandishing something with his remaining hand. The next moment, a violent surge of electricity coursed through the crocodile's body. The creature quickly opened its jaws. Realizing that within the palm of Reed's severed hand lay a small prank shocker, discharging a relentless stream of electricity. You scoundrel! Is this how you play pranks? Externally, it appeared to be an ordinary gag toy, yet the intensity of the electric shock was overwhelming. As the current subsided, the crocodile felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, a fragrant aroma of crocodile flesh wafting around it. Wow, I thought you could withstand it. I didn't realize you would be cooked. Reed exclaimed, his astonishment igniting a spark of rage within the already weakened crocodile. Even if I die today, I will take you down with me, summoning an unknown reserve of strength. The crocodile rose once more, arms outstretched to seize the jester before it. Yet, just as the crocodile reached for Reed, the latter unexpectedly produced another gift box from behind and thrust it into the crocodile's grasp. You seem to lack strength. Allow me to assist you in opening it. With this, Reed amiably peeled back the box's colorful wrapping. Inside lay a round bomb, identical to those seen in animated cartoons, its fuse already ignited. Good luck. Reed waved cheerfully, and the bomb erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding sewers, even causing the vehicles above to tremble in response. Cough, cough, cough. I should consider replacing the explosive smoke with a strawberry scent next time. What do you think? Red waved his hand, dispersing the smoke from the explosion. Not far from him, the killer croc lay battered and bruised on the ground, struggling to rise once more. You despicable, shameless scoundrel. Much like the lizard from Marvel, the killer croc possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Wounds inflicted by electric shocks and explosives rapidly healed, and he gradually regained strength, preparing to rise from the ground. I will kill you, I swear. As for the furious outcry, Red paid it no heed. He crouched down, aligning his gaze with the fallen killer croc. Friend, it is your turn to strike. Just as the killer croc was about to launch an attack, a massive hand suddenly pressed down on his head, forcefully slamming it into the ground. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. Taking advantage of the explosion's cover, Solomon swiftly approached Killer Croc from behind. This sudden assault rendered Killer Croc completely defenseless, leaving him to glare with resentment at Red, who was brushing off his pants. Oh dear, our new friend appears upset. Solomon, what do you think we should do? Though it seemed like he was inquiring of Solomon, Red was more engaged in self-dialogue, for in the next moment, he provided his own answer. He produced a bottle of women's perfume, but the liquid within was a hauntingly vibrant green. Come now, my friend, let us share a laugh. With that, Red sprayed the laughing gas directly into the face of the killer croc. Initially, inhaling the green gas had no noticeable effect, but gradually, the properties of the laughing gas began to manifest. Ha ha ha! The killer croc's face was filled with rage, yet his mouth betrayed him, erupting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha! Red waved his hand, signaling Solomon to release the killer croc, and even after Solomon let go, the killer croc did not retaliate. The reason was simple. He was laughing, expending all his strength in joyous mirth. After inhaling the laughing gas, every cell within the killer croc's body prepared for laughter. He could still think. Yet he could not control his body. He could not rise, could not stop, and even forgot to breathe in his fit of laughter. Ha! Ha ha! Gradually, Red joined in the laughter, their sounds echoing through the sewers, one genuine and hearty, the other a final wail before the end. Of course, the killer croc would not perish, for Red had hopes of turning him into an ally, a henchman to serve his purposes. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Above the sewers, at the Maroney Bar, affiliated with the Maroney and Falcone families, gang members clashed in a bar due to intoxication. As the establishment belonged to the Maroney family, the Falcone henchmen were quickly overwhelmed by an incessant wave of Maroney enforcers. Baseball bats, beer bottles, and golf clubs were wielded as weapons, mercilessly striking the Falcone member. Gradually, the resistance of the Falcone affiliate weakened, and he was on the brink of being beaten to death. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged police officer forcefully kicked open the door, his firearm aimed at the assailants. Everyone, cease this immediately. It was James Gordon, a police captain recently transferred from Chicago to Gotham City. Firmly believing in justice, he stumbled upon this debacle and, fully aware of the gang's stronghold, rushed in to halt the brutality. What's going on? Did someone call the police? A Maroni enforcer glanced towards the bar's exterior. There was no one on the street. None of them held any respect for Officer Gordon. In their eyes, the police were less useful than mere passers-by. I command you to stop. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the gangsters finally fell silent, realizing this unfamiliar officer was merely a Navi rookie, ignorant of Gotham's realities. Now, everyone, get down and cover your heads. Chapter 16. James Gordon. There was little fierce resistance. Even gangsters adhere to self-interest. Although easily capable of eliminating a police officer during a brawl, it would not be a wise choice overall. After all, it would only result in a few hours spent at the precinct, and they had no reason to be uncooperative. Conversely, if they killed Gordon, causing their boss to suffer financial losses for the sake of a police officer, it would lead to severe repercussions. While the gangsters complied, Gordon refrained from firing further. He assessed the injuries of the Falcone member and called for an ambulance, subsequently summoning police colleagues to escort the assailants to Gotham Police Department. He noticed the seething hatred in the eyes of the Maroni enforcers directed at him, yet he remained unfazed. He had come to Gotham to rectify its chaotic state. As a police officer, he had no reason to fear criminals. However, this conviction was shattered the following evening. Arrogant. Continue with your arrogance. The Maroni enforcer, arrested the previous day for inflicting serious injury, now appeared in an alley, mercilessly kicking and punching the bound Gordon. A cough erupted from Gordon, blood spilling from his lips. His eyes dimmed, losing their luster. It was not fear of the gangsters, nor was it the pain from his injuries, but rather the overwhelming sense of betrayal that weighed heavily on him. Within the precinct of Gotham City, he had been ambushed and rendered unconscious, only to awaken in an alley, subjected to the brutal retribution of these criminals. He could accept being hated by them, yet he could not come to terms with the degradation of the Gotham Police Department. After all, he was a captain of the police force, betrayed by his own comrades to these gangsters. The nature of their treacherous dealings remained a mystery to Gordon, yet the pervasive corruption of Gotham was painfully clear to him. At that moment, the righteous ideals that filled Gordon's heart began to crack. He felt no pain from the assaults of the gangsters, only a profound sorrow for the once vibrant city of Gotham. Hey, what are you boys up to? As the thugs reveled in their torment of Gordon, a sinister chuckle echoed. And the Joker, disguised as Red, appeared at the alley's entrance, advancing deliberately toward them. Who are you and what do you want? The thugs understood all too well the nature of Gotham. A police officer like Gordon was far less dangerous than a madman dressed as a clown. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to join your little game, Red replied, casting a glance at the incapacitated Gordon. He had not come to rescue Gordon. Indeed, while Gordon possessed a certain charm, it was not enough to warrant Red's attention. His true target was the gangsters of the Maroni family. Before Batman made his entrance, he intended to envelop Gotham's nights in the terror brought forth by the Joker. This required the Joker's notoriety to resonate throughout the city, and the thugs of the Maroni family served as perfect pawns in this malevolent scheme. As for Gordon, he was merely an incidental element in this unfolding drama. Ah, so you are yet another criminal? Gordon, lying on the ground, shed bitter tears, yet this only solidified his resolve. He could not surrender. As the last bastion of light in this city, he must persist in his fight against evil. I see. You have a grudge against this officer? The Maroni thugs chuckled, indifferent to the prospect of further tormenting the insufferable policeman. However, Red gently shook his head. No. My target is not this pitiful officer. With these words, the Maroni thugs grew vigilant, tightening their grips on their weapons. If this clown was not after Gordon, then he must be coming for them. Well, it seems you've guessed correctly. Red raised his hand, startling them, and beneath his purple suit, a ticking bomb emerged, counting down the final 10 seconds. Run. He.S. a madman. The first person to react attempted to flee, only to have their skull shattered by a baseball bat wielded by Red, as effortlessly as one would smash a watermelon. Despite the clown's seemingly frail physique, it is worth noting that, when serious, he possesses the strength to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Batman and emerge victorious. The others, however, had no inclination to avenge their fallen comrade. None were willing to perish alongside Madman. Yet, as they rushed towards the alley's mouth, They discovered that the narrow entrance was obstructed by two imposing figures, Solomon and Killer Croc. At that moment, Killer Croc still exhibited signs of fear when glancing into the alley. Unlike Solomon, who was soothed by a lullaby sung by Red, Killer Croc was utterly terrified of the clown's insanity. He thought to himself that as long as this wretched clown did not seek him out, he would acquiesce to any demands. Unable to breach the blockade created by the two, the thugs were compelled to retreat, regretting their decision to forego firearms, leaving them without any means of resistance. In this manner, as despair filled the eyes of the crowd and Gordon, the countdown of the time bomb reached its conclusion. To their astonishment, rather than an explosion, the bomb emitted the unmistakable laughter of the clown through a small speaker. "Are you toying with us?" The henchman glared in fury at the smiling Red. His response was simple. "Did I not say we were here to play games? And to play games, one must do so with a smile. Hee. In the next instant, the time bomb erupted with a torrent of green laughing gas, engulfing the entire alley in mere moments. How could this be? I can't stop laughing. The inhalation of the gas triggered uncontrollable laughter among the crowd. Their throats constricted as they gradually succumbed to the mirthful demise. On the ground, Gordon, upon witnessing the billowing gas, instinctively held his breath, tormented by the cacophony of laughter that sounded like wails. However, the limits of breath-holding are finite. Despite his reluctance to inhale the gas, he ultimately could not resist and was about to draw a deep breath. Just then, Red crouched down and pressed a gas mask against Gordon's face. "No, you are not part of the game. You must not laugh." Chapter 17, The Tavern Massacre. Through the gas mask, Gordon gazed upon the terrifying visage of the person before him, struggling to articulate a thought. Yet the earlier assault by the gang had left him in agony, and his mental state was nearing its breaking point. Before he could utter a word, he succumbed to unconsciousness. "Oh dear, he has fainted." At this moment, Solomon and Killer Croc, both donning gas masks, approached Red. "Let us depart, gentlemen. Tonight's performance has concluded, and in the coming days, we have a series of encore presentations ahead." With two formidable weapons in hand, Red slowly vanished into the shadows. Crack, accompanied by the thunderous roar of lightning. The night in Gotham was suddenly illuminated, heralding a torrential downpour. This deluge dispelled the air of crime that hung over Gotham's nocturnal streets, yet simultaneously provided the perfect cover for wrongdoers. The noxious gas in the alleys was gradually washed away by the rain, while the officers of the Gotham Police Department arrived, albeit belatedly. When they reached the scene, their faces turned pale in unison. Before them lay grotesque corpses. The enforcers of Maroni, long on the police records, now bore ashen visages, their breaths stilled, and even in death, they maintained that disturbingly wide grin, mouths twisted to their ears. Amidst these lifeless forms, the officers discovered a familiar silhouette, one who should have been absent on this fateful night, quietly resting among the cadavers. It seemed that the demise of the criminals had birthed his survival. Captain Gordon. Among the arriving officers were those who had colluded with Maroni, who had rendered Gordon unconscious and handed him over to these henchmen. However, with the thugs now deceased, and only the bound Gordon still alive, they dared not lay a finger on him. Was it the Falcone family, or some newly emerged lunatic in Gotham? Why had Gordon survived? Would they meet the same fate as the slain enforcers? They were unwilling to wager, nor did they wish to take the risk. If Gordon's continued existence ensured their safety, they would gladly protect this police captain, so out of place in his surroundings. Gradually, Gordon began to stir. An ambulance arrived, ready to transport him to Gotham Hospital for treatment. Meanwhile, the investigation at the scene yielded a discovery. A playing card was found in the mouth of one of the deceased. At Gordon's behest, a comrade retrieved the card and placed it in Gordon's hands. The ace? The Joker? Gordon was taken to the hospital, while three figures concealed in the shadows slowly departed. 2 nights later, a group of officers gathered at a bar owned by the Maroni family. They were the very officers who had participated in Gordon's kidnapping, having conspired to render him unconscious within the precinct and sell him to Maroni's henchmen. Do you think Gordon has realized we were behind it? The murder case from 2 nights prior was undoubtedly eerie enough to instill terror, but in Gotham, far more horrifying events unfolded daily. As 2 days passed, their fear of the murderous maniac gradually waned, replaced instead by resentment towards the increasingly probing Gordon. I propose that we embark on this venture once more. There remain members of the Maroni family who harbor animosity towards Gordon. In recent days, Gordon has frequented several bars, even provoking the Falcone family, demonstrating a reckless disregard for his own safety. Should we engage again, we shall undoubtedly eliminate that scoundrel. You are correct, should this continue. The Maroney and Falcone families may remain unscathed, yet we risk dismissal. The Gotham Police Department may be unable to manage the city itself, but they can certainly oversee certain individuals within the department. If Gordon possesses irrefutable evidence, even the chief of Gotham is not beyond reproach. Yet it remains entirely plausible for them to be discarded as mere statistics of success, as they fervently debated whether to ally with the Falcone family or the Maroney family. The door of the bar slowly creaked open. Gradually, as patrons turned their gaze towards the imposing figure making its way to the counter, a palpable silence enveloped the room. It was a towering figure, possessing human limbs yet adorned with reptilian scales, a humanoid crocodile. With a thud, Killer Croc seated himself upon a bar stool and addressed the bartender, a bottle of brandy with extra ice. He even placed several soiled dollar bills on the counter with remarkable honesty. The bartender, gripped by trepidation, hesitated to retrieve the filthy currency from Killer Croc's grasp. Trembling, he produced a bottle of brandy, poured it, added ice, and gingerly presented it to the monstrous patron. Killer Croc exhibited no further pretense. He seized the bottle and, with a wide maw, drained its contents in one gulp. Witnessing this, the bartender gradually relaxed, realizing that this creature was capable of communication and had merely come to indulge in a drink. Thus, guided by instinct, he initiated a conversation. Might I say, your skin is quite extraordinary. Is it truly of human origin? Bang! Killer Croc slammed his glass down, casting a sidelong glance at the startled bartender. Are you implying that I do not resemble a human? Trembling, the bartender nodded slightly, his thoughts betrayed by his fear. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Killer Croc unleashed a punch that obliterated the bartender's head as though it were a watermelon. This scene left all patrons in utter shock, prompting the henchmen of the Maroney family to grip their weapons tightly. I detest being told that I do not resemble a human, he growled. I am human. Tests confirm this without a doubt. It is merely a case of atavism that has altered my appearance. Subsequently, Killer Croc surveyed the room, noting the Maroney thugs brandishing an array of weapons directed at him, a cruel smile creeping upon his lips. It seems you too have concluded that I am not human, have you? Thus commenced a brutal massacre, the curtain rising once more on a scene of carnage. The Killer Croc erupted with ferocity, leveraging his claws and sharp fangs to mercilessly slay the henchmen of the Maroney family. The cramped confines of the bar were ill-suited for such a colossal beast to engage in combat. Evading bullets was nearly impossible for him. However, the Maroney thugs found themselves equally incapable of avoiding the onslaught of the Killer Croc. The bullets that struck him merely lodged themselves within his scales and flesh, failing to inflict significant harm, while his claws and fangs effortlessly claimed the lives of others. Chapter 18, A Night of Madness Monstrous. A creature. Run. Flee at once. It was only after the Killer Croc had dispatched several of the Maroney family's enforcers that the ordinary patrons of the bar finally grasped the peril they faced. The crowd surged, trampling those around them as they rushed toward the exit, yet the door was firmly blocked, preventing any escape. Who was obstructing the doorway? Clear the way. Help! The Killer Croc did not target the frightened patrons. His focus remained fixed on the armed Maroney henchmen. Nevertheless, his massive form, while attacking within the confines of the bar, inevitably led to collateral damage among the surrounding individuals, intensifying their fear. In truth, those at the doorway were equally trapped. It was not a lack of desire to flee, nor a disregard for their lives, but rather the door was entirely blocked, with skin ashen and exuding a foul odor. The imposing figure standing resolutely at the doorway rendered it impossible for anyone to budge him. Solomon, while the Killer Croc unleashed his fury, stood as an unyielding barrier, obstructing the escape route for the terrified patrons. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, continued to repeat this phrase as he stood motionless until someone gently tapped his shoulder twice. All right, Solomon, let these people through. The audience should not remain on the stage. The speaker was red, still clad in his jester attire, his visage stirring memories of recent events in Gotham. The clown? Indeed, the deranged jester. We're doomed. We shall all perish. This was not Red's second offense. Within the span of 2 days, he had traversed numerous mob bars and casinos with the Killer Croc and Solomon, unleashing carnage within. Even though Red had cautioned the Killer Croc and Solomon to refrain from harming ordinary individuals, the chaos of battle inevitably led to collateral damage, as exemplified in today's scenario. He only brought along the Killer Croc and Solomon, characters so peripheral that even fan fiction authors seldom consider them, figures that the system could not be bothered to develop into playable cards. Unlike Superman and Wonder Woman, it was impossible to engage in such missions without any unintended casualties. Upon receiving Red's command, Solomon slowly turned to the side. The guests who had been obstructed showed not a hint of gratitude towards the clown. Each one desperately seized the opportunity to escape, pushing past Red and fleeing towards the street. At that moment, Red chose not to continue his role as the clown and commence a slaughter, for it held no purpose. Simply sowing chaos and carnage was not the essence of the clown. Moreover, as the clown was a uniquely manifested card, his performance had already reached its limit. Eliminating these individuals would serve no advantage to his plans. Conversely, allowing them to live would facilitate the spread of the clown's terror throughout Gotham. However, while these inconsequential patrons could be spared, certain individuals could not. A few officers who had once sold out Gordon lingered at the back of the crowd. Just as they believed they could safely exit the bar, the officer at the forefront suddenly halted. "Have you lost your mind? Move!" The others shouted frantically, yet the officer remained motionless. When they looked up, they discovered the clown smiling at them. The reason for the officer's stop was not that Solomon had seized him, but rather that the clown had thrust the barrel of a gun into his mouth. Now, you're vital players in this performance. You cannot exit like mere spectators," the clown remarked as the officers trembled and nodded, contemplating retreating back into the tavern. Since the clown barred their escape, they resolved not to leave. Retreating into the bar might lead to death, but charging forward was equally perilous. Faced with the imposing figure of Solomon, they understood that a reckless advance would surely spell their doom. Yet the clown had no intention of adhering to their logic. They assumed that by complying, the clown would refrain from attacking, but ironically, the clown reveled in dancing upon the very fabric of human reason and morality. Noticing their intent to retreat, Red decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The specially designed handgun possessed immense power. The officer's head was instantly obliterated, brain matter and blood splattering onto the others. In that fleeting moment, they were paralyzed, but when they witnessed Solomon, dazed, reaching to smear a bit of brain matter onto his lips, their sanity shattered completely. Help! Somebody save me! Captain Gordon, hurry and rescue me! They clung to a shred of rationality. Recognizing that the only one in Gotham who might extend a hand was the very Captain Gordon they had once despised. Only he would respond to crime with urgency. The remaining 3 officers trembled, one tripping over a table and shattering the glass surface as he fell. Yet before he could rise, the clown had already leapt over him. Just as he believed he had been spared, Solomon, oblivious to his existence, crushed his head beneath his foot. Another individual retreated to the counter. Witnessing the gruesome demise of his companions and the blood-soaked floor, his gaze shifted to the killer Croc, who, having annihilated the Maroni thugs, was voraciously devouring a severed limb. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. His will to survive utterly extinguished, he shattered a bottle on the counter, slicing his own throat with the jagged glass. Thus, only one last police officer remained, trembling as he sat on the counter's chair, slowly encircled by 3 men. "Joker, do you require me to eliminate him?" Although the fear of the Joker still lingered in his eyes, the killer Croc had to admit that since joining forces with the Joker, his life had indeed improved significantly. Under normal circumstances, he would actively assist the Joker, gradually acclimating to this new existence. "There's no need for such trouble. I intend to treat them." Red smiled, offering no further explanation, merely instructing Croc and Solomon to step aside while he produced a vividly painted toy gun. "Officer William, is it not?" "Yes, indeed. How may I assist you?" "Although my position at the precinct is modest, I can procure any information you require." Red showed no interest in William's overtures. Gotham Police Department's database? Before Batman appeared, turning the tides of justice and villainy, Gotham's database was far less useful than that of Wayne Manor. No, you misunderstand, Mr. William. What I seek is neither the precinct's records nor your allegiance, but rather your demise." As he spoke, Red revealed a transparent magazine filled with candies. Affixing it to the toy gun, then thrusting the barrel into William's mouth, reaching deep into his throat. "Life is akin to candy, sweet and delightful. I sincerely wish for Mr. William to experience that sensation." In the midst of William's terrified gaze, Red smiled and pulled the trigger. Ha ha ha! Tonight, chaos reigns. Chapter 19. Troubled Gordon. Whether it was the weather's natural state or some mysterious force within Gotham, it seemed that whenever heinous crimes occurred, torrential rain would descend upon the city, casting an even more sinister hue over the already crime-ridden streets. Such was the case this evening, as the Joker unleashed a massacre upon Maroni at the tavern. Damn it! The current head of the Maroney family, Sal Maroney, sat in his office, hurling everything within reach to the floor, venting his pent-up fury. Yet, had anyone stood behind him, they would have noticed that his suit was completely drenched, not from the rain outside, but from the cold sweat pouring from his brow. Only he was aware that he had planned to host guests at the very tavern now under siege. It was only due to a last-minute engagement that the guest was unable to arrive in Gotham, causing him to abandon his plans. Yet, had the itinerary remained unchanged, he might have found himself a mere headless corpse in the tavern. The Joker, and the Joker gang. Do they aspire to ascend by stepping on the Maroney family? Maroney seethed with anger, yet he understood that the time had come for decisive action. The Joker was no longer merely a madman. Even the Gotham Police Department acknowledged that he had garnered notoriety through several successful killings, attracting followers and establishing the Joker gang with certain vested interests. If he continued to turn a blind eye, dismissing these attacks as the whims of an unpredictable lunatic, his position would soon become untenable. Once his prestige waned, the scoundrels of the Falcone family would not spare the Maroney clan. Investigate. Uncover the whereabouts of the Joker gang. He commanded. If the Joker seeks to rise at our expense, then let us declare war upon them. As Maroney unleashed his fury for retribution in the tavern, Gordon led a cadre of officers to commence their investigation. Are these still playing cards? In Gordon's hand lay 4 playing cards, all unmistakably Joker cards, confirming that the 4 massacres targeting the Maroney family over the past 2 days were indeed perpetrated by the criminal known as the Joker. Officer Gordon, among the deceased are 4 police officers. Take me to the scene, he instructed. Gordon had long pondered why the Joker had spared him, but for now, he set those thoughts aside and followed his subordinates to the site. At the entrance, a headless corpse lay sprawled. The cause of death, a close-range shot from a high-caliber firearm. Modified firearms, with such power, Gordon murmured. A single shot capable of shattering a man's skull rivaled that of a sniper rifle. The danger posed by the Joker was far more profound than his absurd criminal antics suggested. The second body was similarly headless, its skull crushed by a heavy object. Gordon immediately recalled the hulking figure mentioned in intelligence reports, whom the Joker referred to as Solomon Grundy. The third corpse was a suicide, the weapon being a shard of glass held in hand. As Gordon surveyed the surroundings, the tavern was nearly drenched in blood, with severed limbs scattered about. The killer, known as Croc, did not merely kill. He consumed portions of the flesh as well. Although he no longer endured hardships alongside the Joker, his habit of indulging in flesh during combat had not abated. In such a scene, succumbing to madness and relinquishing the will to resist was not entirely unfathomable. Not only the officers who had personally witnessed the slaughter, but even those conducting the subsequent investigation were left pale-faced at the horrific sight. Even Gordon, with his resolute demeanor, found himself in a dire state, his stomach churning. Had he not been suppressing it, he likely would have already succumbed to nausea. And this, dear Captain William, is the final corpse. William? A sudden jolt coursed through Gordon's mind as he connected the dots with the previous 3 deceased officers, along with this last officer, William. He finally recalled that these individuals were the very same group that had once delivered him to Maroney. Yet at this moment, Gordon felt no elation in avenging his great grievances. Instead, he pondered, was this truly mere coincidence? He cast another glance at William's lifeless form. There were no visible wounds, yet his mouth was stuffed with a multitude of colorful candies. These candies possessed an extraordinary stickiness, and it was this very adhesive quality that had obstructed William's airway, leading to his suffocation amidst the sweetness. Stickier than glue. One officer attempted to remove a candy from the ground, and it took considerable effort to pry it loose with 2 fingers. Gordon then inspected the residue of candies on William's fingers. It was evident that after the clown had filled William's mouth with sweets, he had simply departed. In his final moments, a desperate William had tried to pry the candies from his mouth, but it was a futile endeavor as he succumbed to despair and the sugary allure, inching toward death. However, at this juncture, Gordon found himself devoid of any inclination to lament the clown's cruel methods of murder. He was engulfed in a wave of trepidation. Was the clown eliminating these individuals for him? Did the clown know they had wronged him? What was the clown's motive? Regardless of his musings, Gordon felt an ominous shadow looming, a greater conspiracy brewing beneath the surface. Though it was merely an instinct, it had been his intuition, coupled with a modicum of luck, that had preserved his life thus far. Oh, clown, what precisely do you intend to accomplish? Meanwhile, the figure Gordon had been contemplating, Red, had transformed back into Alfred and returned to Wayne Manor. As for Killer Croc and Solomon, they were recruited by the clown, not Alfred, Thus, they had their own lair within the clown's gang. The acting degree was at 49. It simply wouldn't rise any further. Due to the fusion of Alfred's card and the clown's essence, Red found himself not only embodying the clown, but also, in essence, Alfred himself. The actions undertaken whilst masquerading as the clown, upon careful reflection, were ultimately for the benefit of Wayne Enterprises, thus allowing Alfred's acting degree to ascend. This was the explanation provided by the system. However, if one were to articulate it in Red's own words, it would be that Alfred had succumbed to darkness, transforming into the maniacal Alfred. Indeed, this interpretation seemed most fitting. As for souls and recognition, Red had little patience for such notions. As long as the rationale held water and no crucial aspects were overlooked, any explanation would suffice. After all, only he was privy to this affair. Why complicate matters unnecessarily? Yet, as Red regained his focus, he gazed upon the map of Gotham City. There remained but one final step. Chapter 20, Maroni's Strategy to Speak Candidly. The Joker's reputation has just about reached a sufficient level. Once he dispatches a few lowly figures to serve as a warning, it will adequately deter the upper echelons of the Wayne Group from harboring further ambitions of going public. They will lack the courage to retaliate against the Joker's threats in Gotham City, nor would they dare to target the Wayne family. However, there lies a singular issue: money. A rather unassuming, yet profoundly significant matter. The Joker's gang, established under the guise of the Joker's identity, is not intended as a mere disposable tool. Red intends to cultivate this gang into a formidable entity. Given the uncertainty surrounding when he might next encounter Batman, Red requires the Joker's gang to assist him in asserting his control over Gotham City. Thus, the matter of finances becomes paramount. Currently, the funds used to attract manpower for the Joker's gang originate from Alfred's long-standing association with the Wayne family, wherein he has received his salary for decades. Although Alfred has grown as close to the Wayne family as one would to kin, he remains a hired butler on paper, receiving a substantial wage nonetheless. Nevertheless, even with that, the resources to sustain a gang capable of subtly influencing Gotham City are woefully insufficient. Therefore, Red must ascend to greater heights, stepping over the Maroni family to boldly allow the Joker's gang to take over certain sectors of Gotham's underworld. However, compelling the Maroni family to acquiesce is no simple task. Poring over maps and documents, Red furrows his brow in contemplation. Rather than merely bending the knee, he must force the Maroni family to recognize the Joker's gang's legitimacy. To negotiate with the Maroni family's resources, which are poised for conflict with the Joker's gang, certain leverage is necessary. Open warfare is not an option. As a criminal syndicate, the Maroni family's rank and file are of little value compared to their leaders. Engaging in direct conflict would deplete Alfred's modest treasury, and even if victory were achieved, the cost would be exorbitant and the duration prolonged. Abandoning the most straightforward and brutish approach, Red's gaze shifts to the warehouses located at the harbor on the map. This is property of the Maroni family. Yet, Red is acutely aware that, due to the Wayne family's current instability, the money laundering operations at Gotham Bank have been adversely affected. After all, the Wayne family holds a stake in Gotham Bank. Consequently, the illicit earnings amassed by the Maroni family through their nefarious ventures cannot be laundered through the bank. Ironically, the Maroni family, which had previously relied heavily on Gotham Bank for money laundering, possesses few alternative methods. Thus, within this warehouse lies a substantial cache of cash. Should these funds be lost, the Maroni family would undoubtedly find themselves in a precarious predicament, especially since it is not yet 1992 and wages in America remain modest. With this insight, Red devises a plan. If executed flawlessly, it could not only earn the Joker's gang the recognition necessary to operate within Gotham, but also serve to amplify the Joker's notorious reputation to unprecedented heights. In the office of the Maroni family building, Sal Maroni furrowed his brow as he perused the documents in his hand, instinctively sensing something amiss. He turned to his subordinate and inquired, "Has the information been confirmed? That rogue, the Joker, intends to strike at our money laundering warehouse." Indeed, the news is reliable. The Maroni family underling exclaimed with palpable excitement. The Joker may indeed be a formidable adversary, and the two monstrous figures accompanying him are undeniably powerful. However, the recruits he has gathered are rather mediocre. Our men merely disguised themselves slightly and successfully infiltrated the Joker's gang, obtaining this intelligence for their own advancement. The Joker plans to lead his gang in a raid on our warehouse to seize the illicit funds we have stored there. However, Maroney was clearly reluctant to accept this intelligence at face value and press further. Is there any value in stealing our dirty money? Given the current instability in Gotham and the impossibility of laundering this cash, as long as I stand firm and refuse to yield, they will only face starvation with these unclean funds. Or do they possess some alternative method of laundering? That, I cannot say, the subordinate admitted, aware that he lacked the insight Maroney sought. After all, if he were capable of such discernment, he would not merely be a henchman. What about the member who infiltrated? Can he be trusted? Has he perhaps been recruited by the Joker and is intentionally feeding us false information? Maroney could not dismiss these concerns. The warehouse he utilized for his illicit funds was not the sole one in existence. If this were a feigned attack, the repercussions would be significant. You need not worry about that, Chief, the subordinate assured him, thumping his chest with confidence. The lad was positively elated when he shared the information with me, and several other brothers were present as witnesses. He likely anticipates the Joker-'s gang's downfall, angling for a reward from the boss. Very well. Hearing such assurances, Maroney's expression softened, and upon reflection, he recognized he had perhaps been overly anxious. Ultimately, the Joker was merely a madman. How could a lunatic effectively manage an organization? An organization thrives on order and rules, not chaos. Mistakes and leaks of information are commonplace. Surely, he would soon receive news of the Joker's gang's demise. Given this, I entrust you with the task of ambushing the Joker's gang. I hope that when we next meet, you'll bring me good news. Wells, is it? I shall remember you. Understood, boss. The henchman named Wells replied, his excitement palpable as he accepted the mission. This was an opportunity, a chance to soar to new heights. If successful, not only would wealth be at his fingertips, but he might also win the hand of Maroney's daughter, securing his place as a core member of the Maroney family. In such a scenario, power and riches would be easily within reach. In truth, Maroney shared similar sentiments. As he observed his subordinate depart, he contemplated that if the individual possessed genuine capabilities, he would not hesitate to barter one of the Maroney family's women for their loyalty. While he was still young and lacked a suitable daughter, the Maroney family had options, even considering women from outside the lineage, whom he could readily embrace as part of his clan. For now, all that remained was to wait. Joker, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. He would never forget the fearsome visage of that night, drenched in cold sweat. Meanwhile, within the subterranean confines of the Joker gang's headquarters, a brutal combat arena lay sprawled with dismembered limbs. The merciless Killer Croc held the lifeless body of a Joker gang member aloft, his hands exerting force as he tore the individual in half. Before him, the spy who had relayed information to Maroney was bound tightly to a chair. Terror etched across his face as he beheld Killer Croc devouring a corpse piece by piece. Approaching with a bottle of newly concocted laughing gas was Red, his face adorned with an unsettling grin. My friend, thank you for your assistance in conveying our messages. Thus, I have decided to reward you. With that, Red unleashed a spray of laughing gas towards the bowman. The moment he caught a whiff of the gas, Killer Croc felt an immediate revulsion towards the flesh in his hands, hastily retreating. He was unaware of the peculiar modifications the Joker had enacted. All he knew was that he must distance himself from the repugnant fumes. I have prepared some special psychotropic substances for you. I presume, as an aficionado of narcotics, you will find them rather enjoyable. Chapter 21. Closing the door on the dog. Hey, boss, will the Joker gang truly launch an assault on the warehouse today? A thug inquired of the leader orchestrating this operation, within the Maroney family's lair where illicit funds were stored. Of course, my intelligence is undoubtedly accurate. Wells, authorized to lead this venture, spoke with confidence, his gaze menacingly fixed upon his underlings. Let me make myself clear. If this operation succeeds, I shall be utterly prosperous. Anyone who dares to jeopardize my fortune will not escape my wrath. As he uttered these words, an aura of lethal intent surrounded Wells, and the others had no doubt he was capable of murder. Were they in his position, they would seize the opportunity with equal fervor, permitting no disruption. Following this proclamation, Wells suddenly broke into a smile. Naturally, I shall ensure you are well compensated. While tonight's confrontation may result in the sacrifice of some brothers, I will provide your families with fivefold compensation based on our gang standards. Furthermore, upon success, the rewards will be substantial. We all deserve to experience a brighter future. Do not jeopardize it for trivial gains, understood? After delivering a stern warning, Wells knew the importance of offering a sweet incentive after a harsh admonition. Though he had previously been merely a captain of thugs, he understood this principle well. If he offered nothing in return, What reason would these men have to risk their lives for him? Motivated by Wells's words, everyone felt a surge of anticipation, regardless of the clown gang's aggressive maneuvers. Preserving the warehouse was a significant achievement. Naturally, no one wished to forfeit the readily attainable rewards. Thus, as the patrols continued, midnight arrived quietly. The henchmen, who had been waiting half the night, began to feel drowsy. Would the clown gang truly make an appearance at this late hour? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he faintly discerned distant flames illuminating the high-rise buildings. As a competent henchman, he immediately seized his binoculars for a closer inspection, only to be utterly astonished. Rockets! They were rockets! Several projectiles, adorned with the clown's smiling visage, trailed vibrant tails of color as they soared from the rooftops of buildings hundreds of meters away towards the warehouse's entrance. Dodge! Beware of the oncoming attack. A careful examination revealed an extraordinary flight pattern for these rockets. One moment they flew straight, only to veer left the next, and then perhaps glide right a moment later. Yet, despite their erratic trajectories, these wayward rockets ultimately struck the warehouse doors with precision. Boom! The violent explosion blasted open the entrance to the warehouse. Simultaneously, fireworks concealed within the rockets erupted outward, showering sparks that depicted the clown's image, a sight loathed by every member of the Maroney family. How dare he treat this gang war as a mere jest? Welsh seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration. He was unafraid of a full-on charge from the clown gang. Yet such an assault was undoubtedly a humiliation. Watching as the illicit money below ignited in flames, Welsh swiftly issued commands. He dispatched a portion of his men to extinguish the fire, ensuring the cash would not be entirely consumed, while instructing the others to remain concealed, avoiding detection of their ambush by the clown gang. Under Welsh's strategic guidance, the flames were soon quelled, with only a small portion of the illicit funds being lost, a trivial loss compared to the vast sum stored within the warehouse. At that moment, as if seizing the opportunity to strike at the Maroney family's members who were extinguishing the flames, the clown gang charged towards the warehouse, accompanied by their signature sinister laughter. Ha ha ha! Instead of fervent battle cries, the laughter of the clown gang members echoed, as though they were engaged not in a life-and-death gunfight, but rather in a lively masquerade ball. Now, open fire! Welsh had anticipated using his men as bait when he sent them to douse the flames. Indeed, as he had foreseen, the clown gang launched their surprise attack, seizing the moment when the henchmen were preoccupied with the fire. Emerging from the shadows, the Maroney family's operatives sprang forth, their weapons unleashing fiery tongues. The intruding members of the clown gang had scarcely raised their own guns before they were met with a hail of bullets, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Indeed, it is as such, shut the doors, seal them, and eliminate them all. Welsh exclaimed with fervor, his eyes gleaming with visions of wealth and power beckoning him forth. After today, he would penetrate the inner sanctum of the Maroney family, ascending to the echelons of Gotham's elite. Under his command, his subordinates slowly closed the warehouse doors, trapping the intruding members of the Joker's gang, who soon succumbed to their futile resistance. It was a pity that the Joker himself did not come. Had he been delivered to Big Sal, Welsh believed he could have further elevated his status. Welsh, enveloped by the adulation of his followers, descended from the platform and crouched before the lifeless bodies of the Joker's henchmen. Let me see, who were the fools that chose to follow such an inconsequential figure as the Joker? Welsh extended his hand, gently removing the clown mask from one of the fallen. Beneath the mask lay a visage frozen in a ghastly smile. Even in death, the face bore an unsettling grin. Ah, the Joker's minions are as deranged as he is? Even with a bullet through them, they still managed to smile. Welsh shuddered at the thought. Today's victory had stripped him of any lingering fear of the Joker. In his mind, after such a defeat, the Joker would be rendered impotent, and no one would be inclined to follow him again. The Joker's gang would ultimately fade into the obscurity of Gotham's night. Wait, boss. Suddenly, one of his subordinates spoke up with uncertainty. I believe I recognize this individual. He is a security personnel from the Diamond District Casino, and he should have been on duty tonight. What did you say? The unexpected revelation sent a jolt of terror through Welsh, and, at that moment, his phone rang. Trembling, he answered the call from a high-ranking Maroney associate. What has happened? Big Sal? Welsh inquired. Welsh, your plan has been compromised. On the other end, Maroney roared in fury. Just moments ago, the Joker's gang attacked our casino in Gotham's Diamond District, capturing all the security personnel. They had no intention of assaulting the warehouse. They're still targeting our other enterprises. Welsh's confusion deepened upon hearing Maroney's words, and a dreadful suspicion began to form in his mind. No, it cannot be. They just attacked the warehouse. What? Chapter 22, The Ignited Gold Mountain. What? Maroney, taken aback by Welsh's response, struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. The Joker's gang could not possibly muster such manpower. In 2 days, they could not simultaneously strike at 2 locations. What on earth transpired at your end? Maroney's words solidified Welsh's growing apprehension, and he hastily instructed his subordinates. Quickly, go inspect the other bodies, see if any of you recognize them. With that command, the remaining subordinates sprang into action, peeling back the masks of the fallen members of the Joker's gang. Soon, they arrived at a terrifying conclusion. The Welsh leader realized that they were all brethren of the Diamond District Casino. They were one of their own. One of their own? Welsh pondered, was it the Joker? Rumor had it that the Joker possessed a chemical gas capable of inducing uncontrollable laughter. And now it seemed he had employed a similar tactic to manipulate these Diamond District brethren into stumbling into the trap he had meticulously prepared. Damn it. His meticulously crafted plan not only failed to deliver a crippling blow to the Joker, but instead resulted in the death of many of his own men. Welsh understood that his aspirations for advancement had been utterly dashed. Even if he managed to retain the ill-gotten gains within this warehouse, it would merely serve as a futile attempt at redemption. Damn the Joker. In a fit of rage, Welsh raised his gun, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the warehouse ceiling. Come out. Face me in a fair fight. All of this was the Joker's fault. Had it not been for his insidious machinations, Welsh was certain he could have climbed the ranks and reached the pinnacle of success. Are you looking for me? The words echoed in his ears, extinguishing the flames of anger within him like a bucket of cold water. For he felt the hard steel of a weapon pressed against his spine. Behind Welsh, a thug from the Maroney family pressed the gun against his body while simultaneously tearing off a mask from his face. This individual was none other than Red, who had long since infiltrated the warehouse, disguised as a Maroney henchman. The Joker inhaled deeply several times, compelling Welsh to steady himself. He was surrounded by his comrades, and there was no cause for concern. Surrender, Joker, you bang. Before he could finish his sentence, gunfire erupted, but it was not Red who fired. Rather, it was other thugs from the Maroney family. One by one, they, like Red, ripped off their masks and aimed their guns at those standing beside them, pulling the trigger. Welsh could scarcely fathom that half of these temporary subordinates he had summoned from the lower echelons were, in fact, imposters sent by the Joker. Everything he had orchestrated had been laid bare before the Joker from the very beginning, while he, the fool, had been lost in his own delusions of grandeur. He could almost envision the laughter of these scoundrels as they mocked him during his speech. You bastard Joker. Bang. Red denied the adversary the chance to speak, shooting through the thug's spine. In that instant, with the spine compromised, Welsh lost all sensation in his lower body and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Watching as the Joker's henchmen gradually seized control of the entire warehouse, methodically clearing out all of the Maroney family thugs. Curse be. Why does Gotham harbor such a wretched creature as you? Welsh's heart brimmed with terror towards the Joker. He discerned that this jester was utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. Within him resided only madness. He cared not for the consequences of his actions, driven solely by a desire to plunge the city into chaos. Should he find it amusing, it was entirely possible that tonight, Sal Maroney, the patriarch of the Maroney family, might meet his demise, ushering in a new leader. Such a being, combined with exceptional capabilities, instilled far greater terror than all the gangs of Gotham combined. It seems you have come to an understanding. Red slowly crouched down, applying paint onto Welsh's face with a brush he had procured from unknown sources, bestowing upon Welsh a jester's smile. Look at your crimes. There's naught but tedium in them, only gunfire and explosions, devoid of any pursuit. The noxious fumes of the inferior paint instinctively unsettled Welsh. Yet he soon realized that his discomfort transcended mere olfactory repulsion. His skin began to redden and itch. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, perhaps you did too, you were severely allergic to paint, to the point that it could be fatal, you know? With that, the jester forcibly pried open Welsh's mouth and poured a bottle of substandard paint directly down his throat, holding his jaw to compel him to swallow. Having ingested a bottle of paint, Welsh lost his ability to articulate, his eyes bloodshot as he felt the ebbing of life. The toxic paint, coupled with his severe allergy, left him with nothing but curses for the jester before him as he awaited his demise. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? At that moment, Red raised his arm in a rallying cry. The surrounding members of the jester's crew promptly lunged toward the towering stacks of cash, stuffing as much as they could into their clothing. Their leader, the jester, had long proclaimed their prowess in money laundering. The extent of their haul hinged upon how much they could carry away. Long live the jester! Driven by avarice, they surged towards the mountain of wealth, oblivious to the fact that Red had slowly retrieved a Molotov cocktail and hurled it atop the pile of money. Flames, fueled by alcohol and Red's specially concocted fireworks, swiftly engulfed every corner of the warehouse. Yet, those drawn in by greed showed no sign of retreat, even as their bodies ignited. They continued to salvage the easily obtainable riches. Extinguish the fire. It cannot be extinguished. If it cannot be put out, then take more. Help! I'm on fire. Get away. Do not block me. I can still grab some more money. These members of the Jester's gang did not perish in a gunfight with the Maroney family. Rather, they succumbed to their own insatiable greed. Their deaths, intertwined with the inferno, offered yet another testament to the Jester's madness to the entire city of Gotham. As the warehouse was completely consumed by flames, a colossal firework shot skyward. On the pitch-black night of Gotham, the smile of the Joker illuminated the darkness. Each inhabitant of Gotham could behold the Joker grinning in the skies above. Chapter 23. Maroney surrenders. We have lost, declared Sal Maroney, the current patriarch of the Maroney family, as he bowed his head in his office where the core members of the family had gathered. Patriarch, please reconsider. Our strength has not diminished significantly. The Joker set fire to the warehouse, yet he gained nothing from it. If we persist, victory is still within our grasp. It is precisely because the money was consumed by the flames that I surrender. Sal Maroney bellowed. He had no desire to concede, but felt utterly powerless. The warehouse had housed nearly $1 billion. While such a loss was grave, it was not insurmountable. However, the Joker had incinerated it without taking a single cent, reducing our cherished wealth to ashes. What is this? Utter madness, Maroney shouted, and the others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. If the Joker desired money, there would be solace in knowing we possessed resources to outlast him. But he sought not wealth. He was a capricious madman. We do not face only the Joker, but also the Falcone family. Should the Maroney family's vast enterprises be sacrificed in a bid to bring down a lunatic? Though the Romans were currently ensnared in the affairs of Wayne Enterprises, if we were to engage in a mutual destruction with the Joker's gang, would the Falcone family extend their pity towards us? Would they lend us aid? It would be futile. Engaging the Joker's gang is a perilous gamble. Those lunatics can unleash their fury at any moment, and the Joker's very existence ensures a stalemate of mutual destruction. To forsake our current standing for the sake of a mere gang, led by a madman, is unfathomable. Ultimately, Sal Maroney sighed. The enterprises previously attacked by the Joker's gang would be surrendered, alongside a few profitable underground arenas and casinos. Peace is paramount. We need time to recoup our losses. Understood. At this moment, no one opposed Sal Maroney's course of action. They had all come to terms with the fact that relinquishing minor enterprises to stabilize the Joker's gang was a prudent decision. The competition with the Falcone family for supremacy in Gotham's underworld remained the Maroney family's foremost objective. At the Gotham Police Department, Gordon, upon learning the details of the Joker's gang's conflict with the Maroney family the previous night, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It appeared that the Joker's actions were tangential to his own affairs. The Joker seemed intent on rising to power atop the Maroney family, with Gordon merely caught in the crossfire. As for why the Joker spared him that time and did not allow himself to be killed by laughing gas, Gordon could only surmise that the Joker's deranged thinking diverges significantly from that of ordinary individuals. In any case, the fact that he was not targeted by the Joker could be regarded as the most fortunate news. With this thought, a relaxed smile finally graced Gordon's face, just as a knock echoed at the door of his office. Without waiting for a response, a beautiful and capable policewoman entered, carrying a stack of documents. The two exchanged smiles, their words few and far between. Once she had organized the materials, she naturally seated herself beside Gordon, gently leaning against him. "James, your spirits seem to have lifted," she remarked. "Indeed," Gordon replied, extending his hand to grasp the policewoman's shoulder, pulling her into an embrace. "I have not forgotten our upcoming date. Rest assured, I will arrive on time." This policewoman was none other than Sarah Isa Gordon, Gordon's second wife. If there were anyone in the Gotham Police Department, aside from Gordon, who steadfastly upheld the notion of justice, it would undoubtedly be his wife. It was precisely because of their shared qualities that they had gradually come together. Their passionate kiss was followed by Sarah's smiling words, "You know, Gotham has been perilous lately with Maroney and the Joker. so please do not keep me waiting too long, Officer Gordon, the embodiment of justice. Fear not. I shall arrive punctually, he assured her. Sarah departed, as she had her own duties to attend to, while a blissful smile illuminated Gordon's face, brimming with anticipation for the morrow. He had his beloved wife and their young daughter and son, and he was determined to bring justice to Gotham City. Whether it be crime families like Maroni's or lunatics like the Joker, he would ensure they face the law. December 24th, a day of significance for ordinary folk. It is Christmas Eve. Even in Gotham, a hint of festive atmosphere graced the night. After all, even a mobster's wish to celebrate, without moments of enjoyment. What motivation would they have to toil relentlessly for wealth? For Red, however, today marked the day of enacting his grand scheme. He had extended an invitation via email to Earl and his advisor, Edward Nygma, to dine at a restaurant owned by the Wayne family, claiming there were important matters to discuss. In their eyes, Alfred, the butler, served as a bargaining chip to engage with him, primarily due to the Wayne family shares he held. For the sake of greater gains, even if his advisor Edward, who would one day become the Riddler, issued a warning, Earl would undoubtedly attend the banquet. Red's objective was to ensure that by nightfall, Earl's demise would be known throughout Gotham, revealing to all that he had fallen at the hands of the Joker. Mr. Earl, I must caution you, Alfred's loyalty to the Wayne family is beyond question, and his invitation to you surely harbors a conspiracy. Edward followed Earl closely, exerting every effort to dissuade his benefactor, yet to no avail. Earl merely responded with a disdainful smile. No, Edward, you have misjudged this time. Where's our dinner taking place? At a restaurant owned by the Wayne family. It is precisely because Alfred is loyal to the Wayne family that I can be certain he will not harm me, at least not within the confines of the restaurant. He would never allow the Wayne family to bear the stigma of murdering a high-ranking official. Earl displayed an air of utmost confidence, disregarding Edward's warnings as he pushed the door open and entered the restaurant. Soon enough, at a solitary table in the center of the hall, they found Alfred, also known as Red, waiting patiently. I thought you would clear this place out, considering the transaction we are about to conduct is hardly a matter of honor, is it? Earl naturally seated himself across from Red, finding the presence of the men and women dining out on Christmas Eve quite displeasing. He did not relish the thought of discussing important matters in such an atmosphere. Chapter 24. The Green Banquet. I'm merely a butler for the Wayne family. Even though Master Thomas and young Master Bruce treat me well, my savings do not afford me the privilege of renting out a high-end restaurant belonging to the Wayne family. Do they? Red's reasoning was sound, and Earl had no choice but to acquiesce. If Alfred were not utilizing the Wayne family's connections, he certainly would not possess the financial means to reserve the entire restaurant, especially on Christmas Eve. Moreover, if Alfred were willing to leverage the Wayne family connections, he would have surely succeeded in acquiring the shares by now, rather than dragging this matter into the present day. Since that is the case, let us get straight to the point. To speak frankly, I have no interest in dining in such a noisy venue, Earl stated bluntly, showing no inclination to even touch the delicacies laid before him. In stark contrast, Red savored his meal with gusto. Had it not been for Alfred's butler instincts suppressing his baser urges, he would have resorted to eating the steak with his hands. What a pity, Mr. Earl. You are bound to miss out on many delightful flavors, for the culinary skills of this restaurant chef have garnered the approval of both Master Thomas and young Master Bruce. The delicacies you have tasted surely pale in comparison to what these two talents can provide. Red's comment piqued Earl's curiosity regarding the flavors of these dishes. Very well. I shall give it a try. I hope it does not disappoint. Indeed, upon sampling the first bite, Earl found himself utterly captivated, momentarily forgetting the matter of shares until no new dishes graced the table. Only then did he recall the main event of the evening. Now that we have savored the food, Mr. Alfred, might we finally address the core issue? I hope your invitation today is not a jest at my expense. I would never jest with you, Mr. Earl. With that, Red retrieved a document from a nearby suitcase, which was none other than the proof of shares held by the Wayne family. As you previously mentioned, I cannot bear to witness the gradual decline of the Wayne Group. Should the prospect of going public truly yield substantial benefits for the Wayne family, I would be inclined to assist. However, I require Mr. Earl to elucidate the future direction of the Wayne Group in detail. Only then can I place my trust in you and entrust the shares of the Wayne Group into your capable hands. Earl nodded in agreement. Had Alfred readily acquiesced, he might have harbored some reservations. Yet now, with Alfred requesting a thorough explanation of the Wayne Group's developmental trajectory, his concerns dissipated. This was the Alfred he remembered, loyally devoted to the Wayne family, even in the face of compromise, striving for the utmost benefit for them. I have already devised the future development plan. I will have my secretary bring it forth. Before that, may I review the share agreement? No problem. Please proceed, Mr. Earl. As for me, I must excuse myself to the restroom. With Alfred's permission, Earl had little inclination to concern himself with the other's urgent need. He waved dismissively, indicating for Alfred to do as he pleased, then seized the ownership documents belonging to the Wayne family. Meanwhile, Red, as he had mentioned, entered the restroom. However, outside on the streets of Gotham, the atmosphere was far from tranquil as within the restaurant. Speed up. Shake off those pesky cops. Two members of the Joker gang, prompted by Red's signal, sped towards the vicinity, closely pursued by a police car. As they passed the restaurant, the two gang members abruptly produced two green bottles and hurled them into the establishment. The bottles shattered the windows and fell to the ground, bursting open. A dense cloud of green gas erupted forth, enveloping the restaurant in lethal laughing gas in an instant. In the blink of an eye, there were no screams. The entire restaurant resonated with uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha, it's the Joker gang. Ha ha ha, help. The suddenness of the assault caught everyone off guard. No one anticipated that the Joker gang would target this restaurant. Not even Earl, who could only watch in shock as the laughing gas threatened to invade his senses. In the critical moment, the future Riddler reacted swiftly, producing a handkerchief to cover both his and Earl's mouths and noses, thwarting the inhalation of the gas. What in the world? Why would the Joker gang attack here? Especially today, Earl exclaimed in terror. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Joker gang. Had it not been for the irresistible allure of the Wayne family shares, he would have preferred to remain indoors during these perilous nights. The Joker gang's reckless expansion had rendered the nights of Gotham unsafe, transforming them into a veritable hell. Although he briefly suspected that this might be the handiwork of Alfred, he dismissed the thought, believing that someone of Alfred's character would never resort to hiring the Joker for such deeds. Hiring a clown to commit murder. Does one not fear that the clown might, in a fit of whimsy, turn the blade upon the employer as well? Yet, pondering this is futile. The immediate concern is to make a hasty escape. With this thought, Earl clutched the shared documents and departed, contemplating Alfred's fate. In truth, clowns seldom leave survivors in their wake. Should Alfred perish, it would conveniently pave the way for Earl to assume control of Wayne Enterprises. How fortuitous! Just as he was poised to act, however, a tall, slender figure emerged amidst the haze of laughing gas. Red, now transformed into a clown, gazed at the departing Earl and declared, "My young master, there is more to this chapter. Do click to the next page for further intrigue." The audience, it seems, is rather uncooperative. Perhaps this. Hand over your handkerchief, and I shall regale you with a jest. Naturally, such a proposition was met with resolute refusal. Both Earl and Edward shook their heads vigorously, retreating step by step. Yet Red was undeterred, closing in with alarming speed, extracting an array of weapons from his attire. Knives, pliers, wrenches, pistols, grenades, a veritable arsenal. He muttered to himself, "This won't do. Too cruel. One must be gentler," a sentiment that only served to further terrify the two men. Ultimately, the clown produced a bottle of laughing gas, extending it towards them. No need for concern. It will be over swiftly, he proclaimed, reaching to snatch the handkerchief from Earl's grasp, eager for him to experience the gas firsthand. At that moment, another figure burst forth from the laughing gas, delivering a swift kick to Red's head, sending him sprawling, the laughing gas bottle shattering upon impact, scattering fragments across the floor. "Make haste," cried the woman who had intervened, positioning herself protectively before Red while addressing Earl and Edward, who wasted no time in sprinting from the restaurant towards their vehicle. As Red gradually regained his composure, his eyes widened in recognition. Having perused Gotham's database and taken particular note of certain illustrious characters from the comics, he identified the elegantly attired woman before him, Sarah Isa Gordon, the wife of Commissioner Gordon. At that moment, a memory resurfaced. In the comics, Gordon's second wife, Sarah, had been slain by the Joker while attempting to save an infant he had kidnapped. Now, in a twisted echo of fate, the clown he portrayed was once more entangled in a conflict with Gordon's wife. How serendipitous indeed. Chapter 25, The Complexity of the Heart Clown. Surrender at once. The police have been alerted. This place will soon be surrounded, Sarah admonished Red, though her handkerchief clutched tightly over her mouth and her furrowed brow betrayed her own lack of confidence. "Gordon, please hurry. Today is Sarah's day off, and naturally, She is unarmed. She had originally planned to rendezvous with Gordon at this upscale restaurant, but an unexpected appearance by the Joker's gang forced him to work overtime. Sarah understands her husband, for she herself is a staunch advocate of justice. Yet, with the Joker's emergence, she fervently wishes for Gordon to abandon his duties and come to her side immediately. Although she embodies righteousness, she is not naive. She knows that alone, she lacks the capability to confront the Joker. All she can do is provide cover for ordinary people to evacuate. Though she lacks first-hand information, she is aware of the police department's investigations into the Joker thus far. This deranged individual, despite his frail physique, possesses strength and combat skills surpassing that of an average person. Even without the influence of laughing gas, she would stand no chance against him. The patrons of the restaurant, while under the effects of laughing gas, continue to laugh uncontrollably but retain enough clarity to think. Upon witnessing someone willing to confront the Joker, they feel a sense of relief and scramble out of the restaurant in panic. Red does not impede their escape, as he is preoccupied with another matter. He has no concerns regarding Earl. From the outset, he never intended to kill him here. Just as Earl anticipated, if he were to commit murder at a restaurant owned by the Wayne family, Alfred's role would undoubtedly diminish. Although Red does not view the role as a particularly precious resource, completing his objectives is of utmost importance. However, if the Wayne family's enterprise were to suffer, it would ultimately reflect poorly on Red himself. He is not worried about Earl's demise. Rather, he is contemplating how to deal with the female officer before him. Red recognizes that this officer is driven by a strong sense of justice and is proactive in her endeavors. In general terms, she is a good person. However, in Red's perspective, the label of good holds no significance. In this perilous world, whether one is a good person or a villain is irrelevant, as long as they can be of use to him. Now, Red finds himself pondering whether, akin to a scene from an anime, he should, in the guise of the Joker, eliminate Sarah, allowing Gotham City to continue its descent into darkness. He has not forgotten for a moment that the Joker's mission is to subvert this world. Red has a nagging premonition that from the moment he birthed the Joker's essence from Alfred's card, his future actions would likely intertwine with that of the Joker. The character of the Joker could very well be the key to everything. Thus, Red is reluctant to spare Sarah merely out of a momentary pang of compassion, given her connection to the Joker. However, from Sarah's perspective, Red's contemplative demeanor appears as a distraction, and she seizes the opportunity, swiftly pivoting and delivering a sweeping kick aimed at him. The pointed toe of her high heel is directed straight at Red's temple. It is evident that Sarah did not hold back, had that strike landed, and if the clown lacked the divine essence of Bacchus, he would either meet his demise or be rendered paralyzed for life. Red, finally snapping back to reality, slightly tilted his head, only to be kicked in the neck, sending him crashing through several tables. In that moment, a surge of anger welled up within him. He had endured injuries before, often willingly, to better embody the madness of the clown. He had taken a beating during his meeting with Solomon and lost a palm while subduing the killer crocodile. Yet, these wounds were all part of his design, injuries he had accepted. This time, however, he had become distracted and suffered a genuine hit, truly unprepared for the assault. Red reached up to touch his cheek, his face pierced by the sharp tip of a shoe, blood streaming down. Yet under the influence of the Bacchus factor, the wound began to heal rapidly. It was not severe, no bones were broken, nor did he suffer a concussion. But when he raised his gaze once more, it was filled with fury directed at Sarah. What? The intention to rush forward and subdue the clown at once startled Sarah, causing her feet to falter and freeze in place. The police reports indicated that the clown was a madman who did not feel anger from pain or humiliation. He only cared about whether the final outcome aligned with his desires. A furious clown was a first for her. However, she quickly regained her composure, though she had lost the prime opportunity to press her advantage. Never mind, she thought. If there is a chance, then let us act. Red muttered to himself, uncertain whether his rage, stemming from the unforeseen development, had clouded his judgment or if he had made a conscious decision. In any case, he had resolved to act. He was unaware of the consequences of letting Sarah go, but he understood the ramifications of killing her. Gordon would lose everything he cherished, and in turn, his resolve to combat evil would harden. This single-minded Gordon would be easier to manipulate than a contented one, and after extracting Batman from the equation, Red could utilize Gordon's strength. As long as he could stabilize the Wayne Enterprises, he would have control over all of Gotham City. With both the Clown and Batman being facets of himself, governing Gotham would not be insurmountable. There were actions Batman could not undertake, yet the clown could act with impunity. Moreover, Red's portrayal of Batman would not hold him back. If necessary, he could unleash a spree of violence without hesitation. Do not come any closer. In that moment, the clown instilled a sense of danger in Sarah. As Red advanced step by step, she retreated, her heart fervently praying for Gordon's timely arrival. My beautiful lady, I must apologize. I have decided to present you as a gift to an acquaintance of mine. Upon making his decision, Red naturally ceased his anger and once again revealed the mad grin of clown. I told you to keep your distance. Sarah, feeling around her side, swiftly grasped a knife from the nearby table. Without hesitation, she charged at Red, aiming the blade at the heart of the jester. Bang! However, long before Sarah could strike, it was Red's fist that landed first. He delivered a powerful blow to Sarah's abdomen, causing her to instinctively gasp for air. This reaction triggered the laughing gas that had already infiltrated her system. Ha ha cough cough ha ha ha. Unable to regain control over her body, Sarah found her strength utterly sapped by Red's hit combined with the effects of the gas. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach in agony while emitting a piercing laughter. Chapter 26. Confronting the inner self. Sarah, you must not come to harm. Inside a police car, Gordon anxiously pressed the accelerator, racing toward the restaurant. Earlier, he had been pursuing the clown gang, whose members had just passed by the restaurant's entrance. He witnessed the gang tossing laughing gas into the establishment. However, after a fleeting moment of hesitation, he made a choice. He instructed his colleagues to assist the civilians while he continued the pursuit of the reckless clown gang members. Ultimately, he was unable to catch up. Gordon prided himself on his driving skills, yet he found himself outmatched. The clown gang drove with reckless abandon. Their relentless acceleration, combined with the agility of their motorcycles, left him at a disadvantage. Once the gang veered into an alley, he was left utterly perplexed. Just as he contemplated giving up and taking a moment to regroup, a subordinate arrived to report on the situation at the restaurant. Upon hearing its name, a sense of foreboding washed over Gordon. He suddenly recalled that, had it not been for the chaos caused by the clown gang, he would have been at that very restaurant on a date with his wife. She was likely waiting for him there now. Realizing this, Gordon had no time to catch his breath. He immediately turned the police car around. Knowing all too well the deadly nature of the laughing gas, he was determined to see his wife safe and sound. Meanwhile, within the gas-filled restaurant, Red looked down at the uncontrollably laughing Sarah, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. Before his transformation, he had been an ordinary man, having grown up in the city where he had never even contemplated taking a life, let alone that of another human being. The reason he had managed to kill without burden was that he had constantly reassured himself that such acts were necessary for survival. To thrive in Gotham City, he believed he must eliminate threats. Only the dead could pose no obstacle to him. Yet, in this instance, the thought of killing Sarah did not feel essential, and he found himself uncertain whether the clown's role was truly as significant as he had initially believed. Without external pressure or compromises with reality, the notion of eliminating Sarah was solely his own, born from his own conjectures. Were you still hesitating for, my friend? Just as Reed found himself engulfed in his final doubts, a familiar figure emerged slowly from the haze of laughing gas. It was Reed, momentarily taken aback. No, it was the Joker. The Joker stepped forth from the mist, ultimately taking a seat at the nearby dining table. Joker, it is indeed you who has been influencing me. It is you. As if discovering a means of release, Reed attributed all his transformations to the Joker. He had grown accustomed to slaughter, even proactively deciding to kill Sarah. And he laid all the blame on the Joker, the spirit he had summoned against his will. The Joker, however, offered no rebuttal, merely gazing at him with an enduring smile. Gradually, Reed's tone softened, with a thorough embodiment of the Joker's persona, possessing all of the Joker's capabilities. He was naturally able to introspect. He understood that no amount of irrational behavior could alter the reality that it was he alone who had made the decision. It seems, my friend, you have grasped the crux of the matter, the Joker declared as he leapt from the table and approached Reed. Look at you, how remarkably similar we are. The world is a cruel and sorrowful place, and in such a world, life holds no significance. Thus, I embody madness to elucidate this truth to the world. Yet you, my friend, are my antithesis. You yearn for a beautiful world, but you cherish your own life even more. Only madness serves as the most effective means of resisting this world. Reed fell silent. He could not align himself with the Joker's perspective. He did not believe life to be devoid of meaning, nor would he ever become a Joker. However, there was an undeniable truth in the Joker's words. He valued his life far more than this world. To Reed, this realm was akin to a comic book universe. A phantasmagoric world where shedding blood and toiling for its sake was futile. If survival were his goal, then rather than adhering to the values of those superheroes and striving to establish himself as one within this world, it would be better to embody the Joker, unrestrained and audacious, allowing for more strategic maneuvering within this reality. Good individuals would always find themselves under the gun, while only the wicked would emerge victorious in the end. It was clear that Reed was determined to survive against all odds. Joker, what do you desire? Reed questioned, skeptical that the Joker had merely appeared out of whim. Perhaps the Joker's spirit had been drawn to him initially in an unconscious manner. But the moment the Joker regained his cognitive faculties and manifested before him as an apparition, Reed understood that the Joker undoubtedly harbored his own intentions. You truly are my friend. The Joker laughed heartily, slapping his thigh with great force, only to wince in pain from the impact, quickly cradling his leg and blowing on it. However, from the way the other party gasped for breath and cast a cheeky glance in his direction, Red understood that the Joker was not in any real pain. After a prolonged silence, noticing that Red had no intentions of comforting him, the Joker pouted and remarked, I wish to experience this world anew. Watching your actions makes my heart tingle with excitement. Red comprehended that a character card, fully immersed in its role, could transform into a doppelganger capable of independent action. The offshoots would unfailingly obey Red's commands and would not engage in any actions detrimental to him. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Upon reflection, Red realized that he could not remain fixated on the Joker's identity and affairs. It was indeed best to let the Joker handle his own matters. Let us wait for this situation to conclude. All right, I shall heed your command, my friend. The Joker exclaimed with enthusiasm, before dissipating into mist, seemingly fearing that his presence might irritate Red. As the Joker vanished, the scene before Red crystallized into reality, revealing Sarah still kneeling on the ground, laughing maniacally. From the outset, Red had no intention of taking a life here. The concentration of laughing gas he employed was quite low, which was why the other patrons had the strength to flee. However, if Sarah continued to linger in the laughing gas, even at a low concentration, it could still prove fatal. Yet at this moment, Red chose not to show mercy. He reached down to lift Sarah from the ground, compelling her to meet his smiling visage. Ha ha, Joker, you shall surely be brought to justice. As if sensing the approach of death, Sarah's expression shifted from fear and pain to one of fierce defiance, glaring at Red, as though she wished to devour him whole. Is that so? Red replied with a subtle smile. Then I would appreciate it if you could convey such unwavering resolve to the officers at Gotham Police Department. Sarah paused, momentarily taken aback, as she instinctively believed the Joker intended to spare her. But in the next instant, Red gently squeezed the mottled flower at his chest. From its core, a torrent of green liquid, billowing with white mist, erupted. Chapter 27. Wailing amidst laughter. Quick, put on gas masks and search for any remaining survivors. Outside the restaurant, Gordon finally arrived at the scene. Observing the establishment filled with laughing gas, his expression turned grim, and he immediately instructed his officers to commence rescue operations. In a moment of respite, Gordon glanced at the rescued individuals, but with each passing moment, his discomfort grew. His wife was not among those who had been saved. You're late, Sarah. You must be as late as I am, right? Trembling, Gordon dialed his wife's number, only to hear the sound of her phone ringing from within the restaurant. Do not obstruct me. At the moment the bell rang, Gordon could no longer remain seated. Without even retrieving his gas mask, he pushed past the officers ahead and rushed into the restaurant. Captain Gordon, your gas mask. His subordinate, concerned for Gordon's safety, not out of deep affection, but rather a realization that he could not afford to lose Gordon in such a manner, quickly donned a gas mask and followed him into the establishment. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Gordon kneeling on the floor, erupting into fits of manic laughter. Ha ha, why? Ha ha ha, why? Naturally, Gordon was not laughing of his own volition. The nitrous oxide had already begun to take effect within him. Alarmed, his subordinate rushed forward to place a gas mask on Gordon to prevent him from succumbing to laughter's deadly embrace. At that moment, he beheld the figure cradled in Gordon's arms, or rather, the corpse, the sole lifeless body in the entire restaurant. Sarah. Others might not recognize her. But how could Gordon fail to identify his wife's gown? Yet now, what had become of her? The skin on her face appeared corroded by some caustic substance, exposing the red muscle tissue beneath. In certain areas, even the eroded bone was visible. Yet, despite this horrific transformation. The remnants of her flesh suggested that Sarah had endured the torment of nitrous oxide in her final moments, maintaining a ghastly smile. It was the Joker. Gordon immediately deduced that the Joker had invaded this restaurant, and his wife had likely sacrificed herself to protect the patrons, ultimately falling victim to the madman. He understood all too well that Sarah would have selflessly stood against the Joker to shield others. Gradually, as if the mask had halted the influx of nitrous oxide, its effects began to wane, and Gordon's uncontrollable laughter subsided, only to be replaced by profound sorrow. The Joker, outside the restaurant, Red, having been rescued, reverted to his guise as Alfred, standing still with an empty suitcase in hand. Unmoved by Gordon's grief, Red felt no remorse. The events had transpired, and he had no reason to regret his actions. As a system-equipped traveler, he believed that survival necessitated faith in his choices. As a survivor and a vital source of information, Red, along with numerous others, was taken to the Gotham Police Department for questioning, not as an interrogation, but rather an attempt to glean intelligence from their accounts. However, Red's questioning was relegated to the end of the line, and the officer conducting the inquiry was none other than Gordon himself. "Hello, Mr. Alfred." In Gotham City, Alfred was not widely known, but that was merely in comparison to the ordinary populace. As the butler of one of Gotham's elite families, the Wayne family, anyone of some standing was aware of Alfred's identity. Thus, Gordon felt no need to inquire about trivial matters such as names and professions. "May I audaciously inquire as to why you are venturing to the restaurant this evening? Are you to dine in the company of anyone in particular?" As the butler of the Wayne family, I possess certain significant documents pertaining to Wayne Enterprises, and my purpose for attending the restaurant tonight is to confer with Mr. Earl, an executive of the Wayne Group, regarding pertinent matters. Alfred did not divulge the entirety of the situation, and Gordon, aware of his boundaries, refrained from further inquiry. After all, as merely a police captain, he holds no authority to pry into the secrets of the Wayne Group. Witnesses have testified that following the release of laughing gas, the Joker made an appearance at the scene, and prior to Officer Sarah's courageous intervention, he had been relentlessly pressuring two individuals clad in designer suits. "Mr. Alfred, do you suspect they were Mr. Earl and his advisor?" Upon mentioning Sarah, a flicker of sorrow crossed Gordon's eyes, yet he steeled himself, motivated by the desire to capture the Joker in retribution for Sarah. "Just jesting, officer. It is not a matter of boasting. But who among us does not possess an elegant suit when dining at a Wayne family establishment?" Bullseye. Gordon felt as though his frail heart had been struck a devastating blow. Who indeed lacks a fine suit? Naturally, it is only the diligent police couple who find themselves bereft of such luxury. A single meal at that restaurant would leave them reeling for at least 6 months. And who can afford a tailored suit? He is but a police captain, ill-equipped to sustain such extravagant expenditures. Meanwhile, Alfred continued, "However, should Mr. Earl and his advisor not be found at the scene, it stands to reason that the Joker's intentions were directed at them. Is that so? You share the same sentiment?" Gordon nodded, having deduced that the Joker aimed to target the executives of Wayne Enterprises, which prompted him to allow Alfred to inquire further. The discord between Alfred, the Wayne family's butler, and Mr. Earl, the leading figure of Wayne Enterprises, was not lost on Gordon, despite his humble position as a mere police captain. What a fortuitous coincidence it is that the Joker chose to act precisely when you extended an invitation to Mr. Earl for dinner. What could be the underlying reason, Mr. Alfred? In response, Red maintained his smile, though a hint of detachment colored his tone, vividly reflecting Alfred's demeanor. "This is beyond the purview of a mere butler to ascertain. Would you not agree, Officer Gordon?" Alfred departed, and regardless of Gordon's suspicions, he possessed no evidence to substantiate them. Moreover, the notion that a man of 70 could be the very embodiment of chaos in Gotham was a hypothesis Gordon himself found hard to entertain. Nevertheless, with a mindset of better safe than sorry, he instructed his subordinates to investigate Alfred's financial transactions. Understood. Upon realizing that there was no trouble with the mob, the subordinate breathed a sigh of relief and promptly set about executing the task. Ultimately, in the wake of the complete disappearance of the Wayne family, Alfred's identity in Gotham, while ostensibly respected by the majority, is not truly feared by anyone. Chapter 28. The assault on Earl upon leaving the police station. Red did not return directly to Wayne Manor. It was only natural for Gordon to suspect a connection between him and the Joker's gang. The Joker's actions and the establishment of his gang were, in essence, a strategy employed by Red to combat the upper echelons of the Wayne Enterprises. thereby exerting control over Gotham City. Even though Gordon may not yet realize it, as time progresses, the Joker's gang's covert stabilization of the Wayne Enterprises will inevitably arouse his suspicions. During a protracted Halloween saga, Gordon even dared to storm the Wayne family graveyard, imprisoning Bruce Wayne, a suspicion regarding his relationship with the Joker that is not entirely unfathomable. Nevertheless, suspicions aside, the narrative of the night is far from over. Although Red was indeed delayed at the police station, he had other allies. Tonight, the instability within Wayne Enterprises would certainly be resolved. Inside Earl's villa, he and Edward rushed in, panting heavily. Earl would not allow even the approaching bodyguards to come near him. "Get away. All of you stay back. Do not come near me. Guard the villa and allow no one inside." The bodyguards, adhering to their employer's orders, dispersed throughout the villa, armed with the latest individual weaponry developed by Wayne Enterprises. Given Earl's authority within the company, it was hardly a challenge to equip his bodyguards with such gear. As he observed the vigilant bodyguards patrolling through the windows, Earl finally exhaled in relief. "Damn Joker, why is he targeting me? Does he know I would be meeting Alfred today?" Even at this moment, Earl remained oblivious to any potential connection between Alfred and the Joker. However, the clever individuals around him had already contemplated this possibility. If even Gordon could surmise that Alfred might indeed be the Joker, how much more so could the future Riddler? "Mr. Earl, it is quite possible that this entire scenario has been orchestrated by Alfred. The Joker could very well have been sent by him." "Alfred?" Earl frowned and shook his head at the suggestion. "I do not believe someone like Alfred could possibly be connected to a madman like the Joker. A lunatic of that caliber does not seem like someone who could be deliberately cultivated as a subordinate." It must be acknowledged that Earl's assertion carried a degree of validity. The Joker's absurd madness is not something that can be cultivated through special training, no matter how capable Alfred may be. It would be impossible for him to create a subordinate akin to the Joker. Yet Edward proposed an alternative possibility. What if Alfred were the Joker? "What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Earl was taken aback. How could this be possible? Do you know how old Alfred is? He was an exceptional agent for MI6 during World War II. Even if he were formidable in the past, it is inconceivable that he could still possess the skills of the Joker. The entire Gotham is aware that madness and high intelligence are merely facets of the Joker's abilities. In a direct confrontation, the specially trained henchmen of the mob are no match for the Joker. "Mr. Earl, is it truly so unbelievable that the world could give rise to Captain America, an elderly gentleman in his 70s who maintains remarkable physical prowess?" Upon hearing Edward's words, Earl fell into silence. Had Red been present, he too would have been astonished, never anticipating that Edward would invoke a Marvel character to persuade him. The system's fusion of Gotham City and a Marvel universe is indeed thorough. You are correct. One must be prepared. Ultimately, Earl was swayed by Edward, not due to the compelling nature of the argument, but because he suddenly envisioned how he could exploit this occurrence. Cautiously, Earl retrieved the proof of ownership for the Wayne family shares from his pocket and placed it on the table. Whether Alfred had any ties to the Joker's gang had become irrelevant. What mattered was that he had invited me to discuss matters over dinner, while the Joker had a clear intention to target me. Once this information circulates, prompting an investigation into Alfred, the Wayne family shares would inevitably falter. With just a little time, after I accomplish my objectives, a mere butler will not be able to turn the tide. Upon hearing this, Edward slightly inclined his body. Mr. Earl's plan was nearly flawless, with minimal chance of failure. Although Edward voiced his agreement, he personally believed there was nothing amiss with the plan. Once Alfred's reputation was tarnished, the Wayne family shares would be unprotected. Yet, for some reason, Edward felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as if some form of danger was encroaching upon them. "Who are you? This is private property. Please leave at once." At that moment, the voice of a bodyguard outside the villa captured their attention, heightening their vigilance. Edward discreetly moved to the window to peer outside. To his dismay, he discovered that a multitude of Joker gang members had surrounded their villa and were charging forward. "Open fire." The villa's bodyguards showed no mercy. In the event of illegal intrusion, the property owner is indeed entitled to defend themselves, especially against a group of notorious Joker gang members. Gunfire erupted throughout the villa district. However, strangely, the security of the area did not respond, allowing Earl's bodyguards and the Joker gang to engage in a fierce firefight. The members of the Joker gang produced canisters filled with laughing gas and hurled them towards the villa, while the bodyguards swiftly donned gas masks to shield themselves from the lethal gas. From a moment, the Joker emerged and the notoriety of laughing gas spread. Every notable figure in Gotham City equipped their bodyguards with such gear. The gas mask designed to counteract the effects of laughing gas, combined with the weaponry provided by Wayne Enterprises, enabled these bodyguards to withstand the onslaught of the Joker's gang despite their numerical inferiority, granting Mr. Earl a brief respite within the villa. However, before they could fully articulate their thoughts, chaos erupted anew with the arrival of Solomon Grundy, a monstrous entity that had lurked in Gotham's sewers for over a century, charging forth like a rampaging bulldozer. Though the bullets fired struck his massive frame and drew blood, they failed to inflict any significant harm. Thus, the bodyguards could only watch helplessly as Solomon barreled into the villa, shattering their defenses. "Mr. Earl, we must flee." Edward knew that with Solomon joining the fray, the ordinary bodyguards would be rendered ineffective. Their escape was imperative. Chapter 29. The butler who pulled the trigger. "All right, let us leave at once." Upon hearing Edward's words, Mr. Earl snapped back to reality and, following Edward, intended to quietly exit through the rear door. Yet, as they opened the door to their chamber, they were met with the sight of Solomon, seizing a bodyguard, crashing into the room, and smashing the unfortunate man's head against the floor, instantly staining the entire living room with a spray of crimson. Damn it! Edward quickly shut the door, his mind racing for a solution. "Let us use the window. We can slide down using the curtains and escape while the bodyguards engage with the Joker's gang." Edward sprang into action, tearing down the curtains and binding them together to fashion a makeshift rope for their descent from the second floor. However, just as he completed this task and approached the rear window, he froze in shock. A colossal beast had scaled the wall and now loomed outside the window. "Hey there, little boy." As Solomon led the charge against the Joker's gang, the fearsome Killer Croc stealthily approached from behind, effectively blocking their escape route. "Help!" Edward barely managed to voice a plea before Killer Croc's enormous hand clasped over his mouth, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Should be quiet." Having spent too long in the company of the Joker's persona, Killer Croc had developed a penchant for instilling terror in his victims before delivering the final blow, relishing the exquisite thrill it provided. Edward's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the monstrous figure before him, trembling in acquiescence. Despite his intelligence, in such dire circumstances, it mattered little. He could neither speak nor hope to vanquish the creature with mere glances. Once Edward complied, Killer Croc unceremoniously tossed him aside, while the sounds of the bodyguard's resistance continued to dwindle below. It is evident that after Solomon joined the fray, those bodyguards, even armed with gear provided by the Wayne Group, could not withstand for long. "Who sent you to kill me?" Perhaps realizing his imminent demise, Earl had become unexpectedly calm, directly questioning the assassin Croc before him. "Do not panic. I know you can hardly wait to meet your end." The assassin Croc, however, paid no heed to Earl's words and ambled about the room, occasionally lifting valuable trinkets from the shelves and cabinets. The Joker's gang adhered to no such rules. As long as the task was accomplished, anything of worth acquired along the way belonged entirely to the individual. Bastard. Witnessing a member of the Joker's gang blatantly disregard him ignited an inferno of rage within Earl. Yet, if he were to resist, he found himself utterly powerless. Beyond boasting at high-level meetings within the Wayne Group, he possessed no other skills. He could hardly be deemed an investor, relying solely on his position within the Wayne Group for his wealth. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the assassin Croc had turned the room upside down, a gentle rap echoed from outside. The bodyguard's resistance had long since faltered. Yet Earl was astonished to see that these members of the Joker's gang exhibited no signs of unrest, standing obediently outside the villa, having usurped the bodyguard's positions. "Is it your boss?" Earl inquired directly of the rummaging assassin Croc. "Yes, go open the door yourself." "Humph." Earl scoffed, fully aware of his fate, yet emboldened by the knowledge that even if the one at the door were a clown, he would still unleash his fury. Since death was inevitable, why not indulge in a final bout of verbal sparring? However, upon opening the door, he was rendered speechless by the sight before him. How is this possible? "It truly is you." Outside stood Red, but instead of donning the appearance of the Joker, he presented himself as Alfred, standing boldly before Earl. "Mr. Earl, I have come to retrieve the ownership documents of the Wayne family's shares." Red smiled slightly, sidling past Earl through the gap of the door. "And no, could it be that you truly are?" Earl's disbelief was palpable as he turned, only to find that the individual who had just moments ago resembled Alfred had undergone a drastic transformation in such a brief span. "Haha, were you searching for me?" At that moment, Red morphed into the visage of the Joker, his chilling grin looming menacingly before Earl, who fell to the ground in fright. "How can this be?" How can you possibly be the Joker? Despite his intentions to tarnish the Joker's reputation by implicating Alfred, Earl could scarcely fathom that the honest and steadfast Butler of the Wayne family was, in fact, the very embodiment of that deranged jester. Is this not what you desired, Mr. Earl? At that moment, Earl discerned the truth as an invisible wave coursed through the figure before him, transforming the clown back into the familiar visage of Alfred. Red retrieved the stock documents from the floor, gently placing them into his briefcase before sealing it shut. He then produced a handgun, presenting it to a member of the clown gang, directing it towards Earl. The gang member obeyed immediately, aiming the firearm at Earl's forehead, ready to pull the trigger and extinguish his life. Indeed, I had originally intended to shift the blame for the clown's crimes onto you. However, it is evident that this is not merely my scheme, but rather your grim reality. Earl's countenance fell into despair. He understood that his demise was imminent. Yet, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Red. But Alfred, you must grasp this. Only by going public can the Wayne Enterprises escape its inevitable decline. Even if you were to slay me, it would be futile, as long as that young master of yours remains absent. Wayne Enterprises is destined to pursue the path of public listing. My death would change nothing. Upon hearing this, Red knelt slightly, gazing intently at Earl. Then why, pray tell, would I go to the trouble of establishing a clown gang instead of simply breaking into your home and ending your life? What? In that instant, Earl comprehended the gravity of the situation. He realized that this individual sought to wield fear as a weapon against the entire Wayne Enterprises, intimidating others into refraining from advocating for its public offering. However, Earl still wished to utter something, yet Red denied him the opportunity. He swiftly seized the handgun from his subordinate's grasp and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced Earl's forehead, exiting through the back of his skull, thus claiming his life. There is no need for you to concern yourself with unnecessary matters. Chapter 30. Dawn after ending Earl's life, Red turned his attention to Edward, who, though terrified, desperately stifled his cries to avoid making sound. Yet, the moment Red's gaze shifted towards him, Edward could no longer contain himself. Please, I beg of you. Edward fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably, pleading fervently. Please spare me. I will not speak a word of this. I will remain silent. And I will behave as an ordinary person. I will not impede your plans in any way. In truth, this act of kneeling was not merely Edward's desperate plea in a moment of hopelessness, but rather a calculated judgment of the best course of action based on his current understanding. Alfred is the clown, and the clown is Alfred. Edward believed that Alfred could not possibly be a madman lurking in the shadows for decades. The clown's identity emerged solely due to the present circumstances. The essence of Alfred remained that of the kind-hearted butler, as long as he could project his harmlessness and ensure he would not disrupt Red's plans. There was a significant chance that this nameless pawn would be spared, because Edward had just briefly compiled all that he knew regarding the actions of the Joker gang. He discovered that their assaults predominantly targeted gang members. Even in instances where innocents perished, it was merely collateral damage. The Joker gang had never directed their aims toward ordinary citizens. Thus, he was confident that Alfred must still possess a glimmer of goodness within him. If he pleaded for mercy, there was a substantial possibility of being spared. If Red were aware of Edward's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement. For indeed, the other party was not mistaken. In pursuit of his objectives, Red could eliminate anyone, yet he would refrain from harming those deemed inconsequential, as it served no purpose. Had the individual before Edward merely been an Alfred who had succumbed to darkness for the sake of preserving Wayne Enterprises, perhaps Edward's plea for mercy would have held weight. Unfortunately, standing before him was not a tainted Alfred, but Red, who simultaneously donned two identities. Upon realizing that Edward would eventually become the Riddler, Red found no reason to spare him. As for the rationale, would Red divulge to Edward that in a previous life, he had endured hours of distasteful gameplay with the Riddler merely to achieve a flawless completion? Moreover, the Riddler was not as efficient as Solomon or Killer Croc. While his intellect was indeed high, his criminal endeavors invariably left traceable evidence. To Red, this not only rendered the Riddler useless, but also posed potential troubles. Apologies, Edward, but allow me to impart a final sentiment. Red's decision to let Edward finish speaking was not born of hesitation, but rather contemplation of how best to eliminate him. Enlightened by this realization, Red pressed the barrel of his gun against Edward's forehead, opting for the simplest resolution. The Riddler must vacate Gotham. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Red successfully eradicated the malignant presence of the Riddler from Gotham City. A commendable achievement indeed. As the sun rose and Christmas Eve drew to a close, the nation welcomed an even more significant celebration, Christmas Day. However, on such a joyous occasion, Gordon found himself at odds with everyone around him, wishing to deliver a slap to each individual he encountered. Just yesterday, his wife had been brutally murdered by the Joker, and before he could even process his grief, he received reports of an assault at the villa of Wayne Enterprises executive Earl, wherein both Earl and his advisor Edward were killed. It was indeed the Joker's handiwork. In his hand was yet another playing card, a piece of evidence of the Joker's crime, which only deepened Gordon's suspicion that Alfred was the mastermind behind the Joker gang. As a senior executive at Wayne Enterprises, many bore grudges against Earl. However, in this time frame, the only one capable of delivering a lethal blow to Earl was Alfred alone. With this thought in mind, Gordon beckoned his subordinate over. I inquired about the financial flow concerning Alfred. What are the findings? The response was immediate. Alfred is currently not a figure of significance in Gotham, and thus, our investigation encountered little resistance. According to our inquiries, there has indeed been a notable increase in Alfred's expenditure of late, but it pertains solely to the essential maintenance of Wayne Manor. As you are aware, Captain, Wayne Manor is an extensive estate, and with the entire Wayne family missing, Alfred bears the considerable burden of its upkeep alone. While we have not determined the exact amount of funds at Alfred's disposal, his spending patterns are traceable and consistent with legitimate business activities. Is that so? Gordon furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had miscalculated. He had instructed his subordinates to focus on the period preceding the Joker's emergence and the conflict between the Joker's gang and the Maroney family. Logically, during that time frame, the Joker's gang was aggressively recruiting and lacked any sustainable sources of income. If Alfred were indeed the mastermind behind the Joker's operations, he would necessarily be providing financial support to the gang. However, the current data reveals no connections to the Joker's gang whatsoever. Have I truly erred in my assumptions? Shaking his head, Gordon remained reluctant to abandon his theory. What of Alfred? Where is he now? The report came swiftly, approximately half an hour ago. Alfred departed for Gotham Airport, seemingly accepting an invitation from the Stark family of New York City to attend the funeral of Howard Stark's wife, Maria Stark. Such a journey by plane? Gotham and New York are in close proximity, both being coastal cities with ports. Surely, air travel seems excessive. Gordon harbored suspicions that Alfred was utilizing this lavish means of transportation to discreetly transfer a portion of funds that would be difficult to trace to the Joker's gang. However, his subordinate quickly dispelled this notion. It was not Alfred's decision to fly. Rather, the Stark family had dispatched their private jet to transport him. As you may recall, Alfred had recently left Gotham to attend to matters concerning their family and had rescued the gravely injured Howard Stark on his return journey. I see. Then there is no cause for concern. Upon hearing this, Gordon waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for further elaboration. He had thought he had finally uncovered a lead connecting Alfred to the Joker, only to discover it was merely the Stark family's wealth at play. There is no issue then. Who in this country is unaware that the Stark family possesses wealth in abundance? Chapter 31. An invitation at Gotham Airport. Red stood quietly, awaiting the landing of the Stark family's private jet, not far off. Beside him stood none other than Carmine Falcone, the current head of the Falcone family. Thank you for your assistance these past few days, Mr. Falcone. The reason Gordon is unable to uncover evidence of Alfred's financial assistance to the Joker's gang is primarily due to the influence of the Falcone family. Perhaps the omnipresence of the Falcone family's enterprises in Gotham has rendered him oblivious to the fact that nearly all of the funds Alfred allocated for the maintenance of Wayne Manor were expended within the confines of Falcone-owned establishments. The Falcone family, having reached an agreement with Alfred, merely provided a nominal selection of products that they could autonomously price, which were subsequently funneled to the Joker's gang. Thus, on the surface, it would appear that Alfred had merely overpaid for essential goods from the Falcone family. Even if Gordon were to investigate, he would likely conclude that the Falcone family was intentionally extorting funds. As for the financial aid provided by the Falcone family to the Joker's gang, is it not a commonplace occurrence for one criminal organization to engage in monetary transactions with another? Gordon would find it nearly impossible to trace any connections between the Wayne family and the Falcone family. The fact that Thomas Wayne once saved Carmine Falcone's life is known to only a select few in Gotham, making it exceedingly difficult for Gordon to uncover this information. Furthermore, with all members of the Wayne family having vanished, any investigation would yield little fruit. The Falcone family is not as easily intimidated as Alfred. In fact, to the police, The Falcone family represents an indomitable force. Fear not, Mr. Alfred, your actions command my admiration. Your willingness to go to such lengths for the Wayne family is commendable. The two exchanged compliments. Yet the primary reason the Falcone family agreed to assist in the transfer of funds was not due to Alfred's noble deeds, but rather the urgency of their situation. Like the Maroney family, the Falcone family has long relied on Gotham Bank for their money laundering operations. Now, with the Wayne enterprises in turmoil and their laundering activities halted, they too are feeling the strain. If stabilizing Wayne enterprises could be expedited, they would willingly undertake some straightforward tasks. Moreover, Alfred's establishment of the Joker's gang has affirmed his capabilities. Falcone is inclined to believe that Alfred possesses the acumen to stabilize Wayne enterprises in his capacity as a steward. As the plane descended, Falcone remarked, "I shall take my leave now, Mr. Alfred." "Thank you for your company, Mr. Falcone," Alfred replied politely. Their farewell was courteous yet devoid of any undue intimacy. Once the issues surrounding Wayne enterprises are resolved, Red will leverage the Joker's gang to gradually exert control over Gotham from the shadows. However, Falcone remains unaware of the full extent of the situation. He senses that even though Alfred has founded the Joker's gang, it does not necessarily imply their alignment. Maintaining cordial relations serves little purpose and may only complicate matters when it comes time to act. Reed boarded the aircraft, yet neither Tony nor Howard came to greet him. Instead, he was met by a robust bodyguard. "Please take your seat, Mr. Alfred. The flight is about to commence." "Very well," Reed replied with a slight smile as he gracefully settled into his seat. "May I inquire your name?" he suddenly asked the bodyguard. Realizing that anyone trusted enough to welcome him aboard Stark's private jet must hold a significant position of trust with Tony Stark. Happy Hogan. "Is there something you wish to discuss, Mr. Alfred?" "No, not at all." Reed simply felt an uncanny familiarity with the bodyguard, leading him to recognize an old acquaintance. However, the youthful Happy before him was not the portly figure depicted in the films, but rather a robust individual, fitting the portrayal of a boxer. It was possible that in this Marvel universe, the comic version of Happy Hogan had never been depicted as overweight. After this brief inquiry into his name, their conversation ceased. Happy, being a bodyguard, had his duties, while Reed seized the opportunity to close his eyes and mentally converse with the system. The performance level of the Joker has reached 100. I should be able to manifest a doppelganger now, correct? Achieving a performance level of 100 was necessary for the creation of a doppelganger, as outlined in the initial system manual. However, at that time, when he had merely a performance level of 1, the thought of reaching 100 seemed distant. Yet, the situation with the Joker was unique. The Joker was a product of his own soul, seized from the system and merged with an Alfred card. The newly formed card even possessed 2 performance metrics, warranting further inquiry with this rather unhelpful system. The system hesitated momentarily, but eventually responded to Reed's query, perhaps genuinely apprehensive that Reed might attempt to reclaim the character's soul from him. Theoretically, that is not possible. Then let us speak of matters beyond theory. Reed abruptly interrupted the system's discourse, showing no inclination to indulge this faulty system, which had no capability of transforming into a 17-year-old maiden. Very well. The system's tone seemed to deflate under Reed's authoritative presence. Under normal circumstances, with 2 performance levels, one can only successfully create a doppelganger when both levels reach 100. However, exceptions exist, such as forcibly merging 2 cards and subsequently separating them. But make sure to convey everything at once, Reed interjected, expressing his disdain for those who spoke in riddles. Just recently, he had dispatched the genuine Riddler, and the system's hesitant speech only served to irk him further. "Well, host, as you are aware, the fusion of the Joker and Alfred was a forced amalgamation. The likelihood of Alfred becoming the Joker is exceedingly low. The fusion itself damaged Alfred's card, and it was only after the Joker's essence was integrated that Alfred maintained his character without collapsing. Now, a forced separation would inflict irreversible harm on Alfred's persona." Red nodded. This explanation was indeed reasonable. It resembled a card game where one fuses the Flame Wingman, subsequently summoning a 2,500-point monster, a seeming triumph, yet was ultimately a 4 for one exchange, a substantial loss. Chapter 32. The funeral. What repercussions would arise from a forced separation? Red directly inquired about the cost, believing that as long as the price was not excessively severe, it would be entirely acceptable. The system hesitated momentarily, seemingly contemplating, before arriving at a conclusion. Should a forced separation occur, the potential of Alfred's card would be compromised, and the outsider form you have acquired would be nullified. the outsider form would be nullified? During previous actions, Alfred's portrayal had consistently hovered at 49, unable to reach the requisite 50 to unlock the outsider form. Red had always believed that a certain opportunity was necessary for this breakthrough, and indeed, that was the case. When he assumed Alfred's identity to maintain the FAAD during the assassination of the Wayne Group executive, Earl, the restrictions were lifted, and Alfred's portrayal not only surpassed 50, but soared to an astonishing 70 in a brief span. Before arriving at the airport, Red had examined the outsider identity. As a member of the post-2000 generation, the outsider he was most familiar with was the Butler of Nightwing and Earth 3. However, Red also vaguely recalled another tale from the Silver Age. At that time, Batman had just been dubbed the world's greatest detective, steadily ascending to the pinnacle of superhero status. The writers, aiming to reinvigorate Alfred's character and enhance his allure, devised a plot in which Alfred met his demise. Following his death, Alfred was resurrected by a peculiar machine, only to develop a hatred for Batman, transforming into the outsider and pursuing Batman and Robin. Ultimately, it was Batman who vanquished the outsider, returning him to the machine that had brought him back to life, restoring Alfred to his former self and providing the editors with the opportunity to redesign Alfred's character in both personality and appearance. This solidified the Alfred image that Red was familiar with. Prior to this, Alfred's portrayal resembled that of Jarvis, the portly butler of the Stark family in Marvel. Through Red's earlier experiments, the outsider form he had unlocked was reminiscent of that outsider from the Silver Age. Rather than a Nightwing servant slain by the Black Manta in Earth 3, the outsider of the Silver Age possesses extraordinary abilities. According to Reed's experiments, this being is impervious to blades and bullets, endowed with superhuman strength, as well as the capacity to conjure whirlwinds and storms. Reed vaguely recalls that this outsider also wielded magic and could manipulate statues. However, perhaps due to the nature of that era, where every metahuman seemed to possess a touch of wish fulfillment, the system did not grant him the powers of sorcery or statue control. Overall, while the outsider's form cannot be deemed entirely useless, its strength is indeed not formidable. Its invulnerability is relative among human weaponry. There exists much that could inflict damage upon Alfred in his outsider form. The strength is merely at a superhuman tier, roughly 1 to 2 tons. Compared to an ordinary individual, it is monstrous, but even a random street-level hero from Marvel might surpass this outsider's capabilities. After all, the outsider serves as an antagonist in the Batman lore, relying more on wits against Batman than on direct combat. Nevertheless, in comparison to Reed's earlier identities, Alfred the Butler and the Joker, one must acknowledge that at least the outsider possesses superpowers. Weak as they may be, they are still present. Thus, upon learning that the dissolution of the fusion required the outsider form as a sacrifice, Reed had no choice but to concede. Well, let the Joker wait a while. I estimate that by the time I stabilize Wayne Enterprises, Alfred's performance will have reached a considerable level, and I can release the Joker then. Having come to this conclusion, Reed did not open his eyes but rather focused his mind, indulging in a brief slumber. When awakened by Happy, he found himself at New York Airport, being driven in a luxury vehicle arranged by Stark Industries to the funeral venue. "Greetings, Mr. Alfred," under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Both Howard and Tony expressed their heartfelt enthusiasm towards Alfred. Tony thanked Alfred for mending the rift between him and Howard, while Howard, in addition, expressed gratitude for Alfred's life-saving intervention. Had Alfred not happened upon him, he would likely have perished on that desolate road. The other invited guests, initially taken aback, quickly gathered information on Alfred within a mere 2 minutes, subsequently exhaling in relief. After all, expressing gratitude for a life saved is hardly a matter of great consequence. But if Alfred were to be a person of considerable stature, unbeknownst to them, the implications could be dire. Tony and Howard did not engage in prolonged conversation with Reed, as they needed to preside over Maria's funeral. Yet for Reed, all of this was merely procedural. Once the formalities were completed, night fell. Following Maria's demise, Howard seemed to age rapidly, with all Stark affairs now entrusted to Tony, while he retreated home to rest under the care of his physician. Even though Tony was utterly exhausted after recently taking over Stark Industries, he still sought out Alfred, who was preparing to leave. "Mr. Alfred, may I have a moment of your time?" Tony approached at a brisk pace. Unlike the domineering figure he would become in a decade or so, he was acutely aware of Alfred's immense kindness towards him. "Mr. Tony, is there something I can assist you with?" Alfred inquired. Indeed, I have some matters to attend to in Gotham City. If it's not too much trouble, would you accompany me? Within, Red smirked, for everything was unfolding according to his design. Howard's abrupt exit had thrust Tony into the full weight of Stark Industries operations, and even if Howard were alive, navigating the company would remain a formidable challenge. He needed to swiftly generate profits or rely on the upper echelons of the firm. For instance, the looming threat of Obadiah Stane, who might command the 10 rings to assassinate Tony, was ever present. Yet Red was confident that should Tony seek Obadiah's assistance, he could easily seize control of Stark Industries. However, Tony's character dictated that he would only turn to others in dire straits, and having just taken over Stark Industries, he was still unfamiliar with its operations. Without Obadiah's support, he had scant time to employ his intellect to generate profits. In this predicament, Tony's most prudent course of action was to identify a trustworthy partner for Stark Industries to secure gains. Alfred's repeated appearances would undoubtedly provide Tony with insights into both Alfred and Wayne Enterprises' current status, a formidable company with a chairman eager to establish his own credibility, juxtaposed with another company of considerable strength that had lost its leader. Furthermore, both entities were involved in the arms trade. Was there a more advantageous collaboration target than Wayne Enterprises? Red's presence was never solely for the purpose of attending Maria's funeral, nor was it a plea for Tony's assistance. Rather, this visit was intended to deepen his ties with Stark Industries and entice Tony to actively pursue a collaboration with Wayne Enterprises. Now, his plan had come to fruition. Chapter 33. The partnership established the internal power shift within Stark Industries, though lacking the tumult of ancient royal transitions, was far from straightforward. It was nothing like the urban novels where the older generation could suppress any dissenting voices as long as they remain alive. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. Howard had aged, and following Maria's death, his decline accelerated. The rapidly deteriorating Howard no longer possessed the capacity to generate value for Stark Industries, and his decisions could not be relied upon to steer the company in the right direction. In such circumstances, even his once great reputation within Stark Industries held no sway. Those who have lost their influence may still garner respect from others based on their past experiences, yet they will undoubtedly no longer command obedience. In American corporations, having a substantial share does not guarantee one the position of chairman. When a chairman fails to bring benefits to the company or guide it forward, shareholders possess the right to dismiss the chairman and appoint another qualified individual for the role. As for the former chairman, they will become merely a major shareholder, stripped of all authority, awaiting only the annual dividends. Thus, Tony's ascension to Howard's position is far from straightforward. He must create value for Stark Industries in a short span. Otherwise, when subordinates begin to stir, any subsequent actions he wishes to undertake will be met with considerable obstacles. Therefore, the swiftest route for Tony to achieve this goal is to seek collaboration with external groups. Naturally, the ideal company that poses no risk to Stark Industries while ensuring the benefits of cooperation would be Wayne Enterprises, which is also an arms company that has lost its helm. Within Wayne Manor in Gotham City, Red placed the brewed tea on the table and quietly seated himself across from Tony, savoring his tea with elegance. In stark contrast, the youthful Tony was unable to maintain his composure. Despite his attempts to remain unyielding, the slight tremor in his hand as he held the tea revealed his inner turmoil. I must concede, Mr. Alfred, that you indeed possess remarkable patience. I have been bested. Ultimately, Tony relinquished the notion of competing in patience with a man over 70. He was merely 21. How could he possibly remain composed? It seemed Mr. Tony intended to discuss serious matters. Indeed, shedding his facade of calmness, Tony spoke directly. I wish to collaborate with Wayne Enterprises. You should propose the collaboration directly through Stark Industries official channels rather than seeking out this solitary old butler, shouldn't you? Red continued to feign ignorance, firmly believing that possessing the initiative would solidify the partnership, even though he recognized Tony's character likely would not lead him to act maliciously. He had not forgotten that within Stark Industries resided an Obadiah Stane. Though Howard's influence had waned, he could still compel Obadiah to work diligently. However, from Red's observations, Howard's health had deteriorated significantly. It was conceivable that within a year or two, he might depart this world. Even though he fortuitously saved Howard after his arrival in this timeline, it merely postponed his demise by 2 years. Enough of these riddles, Mr. Alfred. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Trust me, I will certainly not engage in any actions detrimental to the Wayne family. eager to cease the drawn-out exchange with Alfred. Tony made a sincere promise. I remain uncertain about the method by which you have chosen to temporarily suspend the public listing of Wayne Enterprises, nor do I wish to investigate further. You're a steadfast steward and a person deserving of great respect. Likewise, your wisdom must surely recognize that the postponement of Wayne Enterprises listing is but a transitory measure, should interest be threatened once more, even in the event of Earl's demise. Figures such as Carl, Al, and others will inevitably emerge. It is essential to maintain the current interests of Wayne Enterprises to stabilize the hearts of its people. I am willing to assist you, and I, in turn, require your aid as well. With that said, Tony produced a document and placed it upon the table before them. This outlines my proposed collaboration. Wayne Enterprises possesses a comprehensive industrial chain that could facilitate the rapid expansion of Stark Industries. Naturally, this process would also yield profits for Wayne Enterprises. Red gently lifted Tony's proposal. Upon arriving in this world, Red had familiarized himself with the situation. It was now the end of 1991, and Stark Industries had already ascended to become the largest arms conglomerate in the United States, with the Stark family reigning as the nation's wealthiest. However, it is noteworthy that Stark Industries had not yet assumed the dominant posture that would characterize it at the onset of the Iron Man narrative. Constrained by the technological limitations of the era, even Howard, with his genius, found that the weaponry he produced, while superior in performance, could not overshadow the offerings of other companies. The future prosperity of Stark Industries can largely be attributed to Tony's ascendance and his ability to harness the whirlwind of technological advancement, elevating the company to unprecedented heights. Evidently, within this document, Red discerned Tony's ambition. He is confident in propelling Stark Industries further, but this necessitates a united front within the company. Collaborating with Wayne Enterprises not only leverages their industrial capabilities to expedite Stark Industries' future growth, but also serves to fortify internal cohesion. In the forthcoming days of Stark Industries' meteoric rise, the partnership with Wayne Enterprises will likewise flourish. This is the scenario Red most fervently desires and represents the final step in sustaining Wayne Enterprises. As the steward of Wayne Enterprises, I must admit that this is an irresistible opportunity for collaboration. With our objectives now achieved, there is no need to feign reticence any longer. Red placed the document firmly on the table and extended his right hand toward Tony. I can assure you that our collaboration will encounter no unforeseen complications. Additionally, I have a gift to present to you, Mr. Stark. A gift? Upon hearing that the partnership had been secured, Tony exhaled in relief. He indeed could have approached Wayne Enterprises directly for collaboration, which they would not have declined. However, without Alfred as a stabilizing influence, Wayne Enterprises could prove to be unpredictable, potentially betraying Stark Industries at a critical juncture for the sake of their own interests. Now that the purpose has been accomplished, he can finally relax. However, when he heard the other party mention a gift for him, he was taken aback. What kind of gift could it be? Surely not health supplements. At merely 21, those were unnecessary. In response, Reed merely smiled faintly before stating, "It concerns information about the assassin." Chapter 34. The Truth of the Winter Soldier Assassin. Upon hearing this term, Tony's gaze sharpened instantly. It was evident that despite his current preoccupation with inheriting Stark Industries from Howard, the vengeful Tony had not forgotten the assassin who had attacked his parents, resulting in the death of his mother, Maria. Only after comprehending his father's struggles had Tony buried his animosity deep within. It was predictable that once Tony fully grasped control of Stark Industries, he would undoubtedly harness its resources to unearth information regarding the assassin. In truth, Reed had previously hesitated to reveal the Winter Soldier's identity to Tony. He could not ascertain whether such a revelation would have dire repercussions for the future. As a traveler, before the system presented him with the 7 Titans of the Justice League, he had shamefully ousted Aquaman Arthur from the group, until the system introduced the remaining 6 Titans. Reed's greatest advantage had been his foresight. Although he could not definitively identify the world he was in, he had gleaned insights into the characters' personalities. It was through this understanding that he could subtly influence Tony, compelling him to willingly assist in solidifying Wayne Enterprises. One must ponder, if Reed had not foreseen Howard's genuine affection for Tony and his penchant for concealment, how could he have orchestrated the reconciliation between father and son? However, if the alterations to the future were too drastic, his prophetic advantage would be significantly diminished. Ultimately, Reed resolved to disclose the Winter Soldier's true identity to Tony. This decision stemmed from two reasons. First, the Winter Soldier's combat prowess was not paramount, and Reed would not expend excessive effort to approach or recruit a character not derived from the system. Using this to elevate Tony's favor was not a loss. Second, influenced by his past experiences watching films, Reed sought to irk the double-standard captain. Of course, if this world's Captain America resembled that of the comics, then he would remain silent. After conveying this matter to Tony, Reed proceeded to the study of Wayne Manor. Even Tony understood that a private study, much like a bedroom, was a sanctuary for guests. Thus he could only sit in the living room, sipping tea anxiously. He appeared restless, akin to a husband awaiting the birth of his wife in a hospital corridor. Reed's pace was swift. He retrieved the prepared documents from the study and emerged in less than a minute. Yet, in that fleeting moment, nearly a liter of brewed red tea had vanished, consumed entirely by Tony. To my astonishment, the red tea I brewed garnered such favor from Mr. Tony. After a brief jest, Red did not keep him in suspense and directly handed over the prepared documents to Tony. Among them were two photographs. One was relatively clear, and from the background, it appeared to have been taken in Gotham. At the center of the image stood a man with long hair, incongruously clad in a jacket on a scorching day, strolling down the street. I could ascertain that the individual in this photograph was indeed the assassin of your parents. He had arrived in Gotham a decade ago and had committed an assassination then, resulting in the death of a government official. Red spoke with utmost seriousness, though only he knew that this photograph was fabricated. How could the Winter Soldier have committed crimes in Gotham a decade ago? It was inconceivable, as Gotham had only made its debut in the Marvel Universe less than a month prior. Red had merely exploited the Wayne family's influence in Gotham to forge this photograph, which he had promptly entered into the police system. From that moment onward, this photograph became a semblance of reality. It is him, gazing at the assassin's face. Tony clenched his fist tightly, his nails piercing through the photograph. After a deep breath, he finally managed to regain his composure. He understood that anger served no purpose. If this assassin truly belonged to the organization his father had mentioned, recognizing his appearance was merely the first step toward vengeance. Thus, Tony picked up the second photograph, which was not a fabrication. It was an authentic image from the official archives, depicting Captain America's assault team during World War II. Among them, one individual's face was circled by Red with a ballpoint pen, none other than Bucky Barnes, the closest ally of Captain Steve Rogers. Upon Red's prompting, Tony compared the two photographs and was astonished to discover that aside from the differing hairstyles, the assassin and Bucky Barnes bore an uncanny resemblance. However, these two images were separated by at least 50 years. It was implausible for someone to maintain their appearance unchanged over such a span, unless that individual was a super soldier. At that moment, Tony was nearly convinced that the assassin was indeed Bucky Barnes, a former comrade of Captain America. What solidified Tony's conviction was the final piece of information. Also sourced from official records, it detailed the events surrounding Captain America's disappearance during a battle. To aid Captain America in reaching the enemy's stronghold, Bucky Barnes had sacrificed himself, confronting the enemy, and ultimately vanished without a trace. There was no body found, nor had anyone witnessed his demise. The last records suggested that Bucky Barnes likely plummeted from a cliff. Tony was certain that the one responsible for his mother's death was indeed Bucky Barnes. He was bewildered by how a former ally of Captain America could later become a member of Hydra and transform into a ruthless assassin. Yet, he remained indifferent to the reasons behind this transformation. Regardless of the rationale, whether Bucky acted under coercion or of his own volition, the fact that he had taken his mother's life was indisputable. Tony's singular focus was on seeking retribution. He was determined to confront Bucky and ensure he paid for his actions. Moreover, he would not spare Hydra either. That organization was equally deserving of punishment. Taking a deep breath, Tony sought to regain his composure, casting a grateful glance towards Alfred. "Mr. Alfred, I cannot express enough gratitude. Without your assistance, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken me to uncover these leads." Alfred replied, "It is merely a token of our collaboration. You are the one I ought to thank for entrusting me with the protection of the young Master's inheritance." Tony smiled, and in that moment, he genuinely recognized and appreciated Alfred's character. He resolved to ensure the stability of Wayne Enterprises, steadfast in his commitment until the young master, for whom Alfred had been waiting, returned. "Your young master will undoubtedly return. I have faith that you will achieve your desires." Chapter 35. The Wayne Conference the day after Christmas. a time when families typically gather at home, was anything but pleasant for the executives of Wayne Enterprises, especially those holding shares. They had received distressing news. Earl and his advisor, Edward, had been attacked by the Joker at the villa, resulting in the death of numerous individuals, including their bodyguards. However, the most alarming aspect was that almost simultaneously on Christmas Eve, they had received a message from Alfred, inviting them to Wayne Enterprises to discuss significant matters the day after Christmas. In truth, they were reluctant to attend. It was evident to any astute observer that Earl's demise was likely connected to Alfred. Even the notoriously deranged Joker Gang could very well be an organization that Alfred, the so-called honest man, had covertly supported. Yet, they dared not decline the invitation. By attending, they could at least engage in conversation within the conference room. Should they choose not to attend, they feared they might be the next victims of the Joker Gang's wrath. As these executives trembled in the conference room, Red drove Tony to Wayne Enterprises. Upon exiting the vehicle, Tony immediately raised his gaze to observe the Wayne building. After a brief moment, he nodded appreciatively. Indeed, the Wayne building is not as tall as Stark Tower. That is quite satisfactory. Without commenting on Tony's peculiar competitive spirit, Red guided him swiftly to the entrance of the conference room. Please hold on. After gesturing for Tony to wait a moment, Reed pushed open the door and entered the conference room. The moment Reed's footsteps echoed within the room, the previous chatter abruptly ceased. Everyone turned to face Reed with strained smiles, their expressions stiffened. Reed made no effort to speak. Instead, he approached the head of the table, positioned the nameplate inscribed with Bruce Wayne, indicating his role as Bruce Wayne's representative at the meeting, and settled into his seat, observing the increasingly rigid expressions of the attendees. Well then, Mr. Alfred, now that everyone is present, why don't you share the so-called important matters? At last, someone could no longer bear the tension and spoke up. Delaying further would only lead them to suspect that the Joker's gang might be using this time to hold their families hostage. My apologies, I was lost in thought. Once someone broke the silence, Reed refrained from prolonging the tension, responding with a tone tinged with sarcasm. I assumed no one would care for the words of an old man like me. I am pleasantly surprised that all the executives have gathered. Splendid, splendid. Though his words dripped with mockery, for some inexplicable reason, Alfred's delivery imbued them with an air of elegance. Since you are all willing to listen, I shall speak plainly. Effective immediately, Wayne Enterprises will cease all preparations for going public, and such matters must not be mentioned again until our principal shareholder, Bruce Wayne, returns. You must be dreaming. Alfred. Finally, someone could no longer endure Reed's pressure and rose in indignation, exclaiming loudly, "You only seek to protect your master's interests. But do you not realize that due to the disappearance of the Wayne family members, Wayne Enterprises is not merely stagnant? The company is rapidly declining, and only by going public can we save it. If we follow your advice, Bruce Wayne's return may be too late, and Wayne Enterprises could face bankruptcy before he even arrives." As Reed had repeatedly asserted, it was not merely out of personal greed that someone like Earl proposed taking the company public. The larger reason was the desperate need for a solution in the absence of a steadfast leader. Thus, as he listened to the furious rebuke, Reed exhibited no trace of anger, simply gazing calmly at his interlocutor. "Sir, may I inquire if you have finished?" "Yes, I have." After the outburst, the executive expected Alfred's wrath to follow, but to his surprise, Alfred remained unperturbed, quietly absorbing his words. This reaction only deepened the executive's bewilderment. "Gentlemen," Reed sighed, then continued, "please do not regard me as a foolish old man. I am well aware of the crisis facing Wayne Enterprises. Therefore, I have devised a method to protect the company without resorting to going public." With that, Reed called towards the door, "Mr. Tony, please come in." As the conversation drew to a close, Tony boldly pushed open the conference room door and strode in with great confidence. He then promptly took a seat in the chair that had originally belonged to Earl. I was utterly astonished that in such a vast corporation, all the executives consisted of such inept individuals who, aside from seeking an IPO, appeared to have no other viable options, proving even less astute than the venerable Alfred. Red's eyes twitched slightly. Although Tony was ostensibly praising himself, why did it sound so disconcerting to me? Fortunately, after a round of mockery, Tony proceeded directly to the crux of the matter. At the tender age of 21, while he exuded youthful arrogance, he was not nearly as insufferable as he would become a decade later. The collaboration with Wayne Enterprises was not an act of charity, but a mutually beneficial arrangement. And Tony was certainly not inclined to offend his counterparts. While Alfred could ensure the stability of the partnership, the actual execution of the collaboration required the involvement of these individuals. I have reached a consensus with Mr. Alfred, and I intend to represent Stark Industries in this partnership with Wayne Enterprises, Tony declared, tossing the documents he had presented to Red the previous day onto the table for all present. The executives, momentarily forgetting their indignation, immediately began to scrutinize the materials. With their discerning eyes, they promptly assessed the potential benefits this collaboration could yield. Is this genuine, Mr. Stark? Doubts lingered regarding Stark Industries' intentions, as some suspected a covert agenda to manipulate Wayne Enterprises from within. However, considering Tony Stark's current predicament and Alfred's demeanor, they dismissed such notions. The future may be uncertain, but at least for this moment, they believed Tony was sincerely intent on collaboration. Indeed, Wayne Enterprises, much like Stark Industries, was engaged in arms trading. However, unlike Stark Industries, Wayne Enterprises was not limited to this singular domain. Within Gotham City, the shadows of Wayne's influence could be seen across various sectors, including electricity, water supply, and more. This was also a testament to the worth of Gotham's 4 prominent families. This partnership looks promising. We are in agreement. Chapter 36. Dividing the Joker in the discussion surrounding the collaboration, Red refrained from further involvement, as Tony's presence rendered his efforts unnecessary. In truth, the agreement was reached quite swiftly. Within merely half a day, Tony had attended to all matters related to the partnership and departed Gotham City, returning to New York. As for Wayne Enterprises' IPO, it was a subject no one dared to broach again. It was evident to all that the collaboration was indeed mutually beneficial. Yet it was equally clear that Alfred's considerations played a significant role in the arrangement. The prerequisite for the partnership was Wayne Enterprises' cessation of its IPO pursuits, a stipulation unmentioned in formal documents, yet understood by all. In the Wayne manner, Red returned once more. With the collaboration now established, Alfred's role-playing proficiency had once again escalated, ultimately stabilizing at a perfect score of 100. This indicated that even if he wreaked havoc in Gotham City while bearing Alfred's visage, it would not result in a decline in the role-playing score. Furthermore, this signified that Red could transform cards into avatars, allowing the true Joker to oversee all affairs of the Joker gang. However, Red was not in a rush. He observed Alfred's character task, which remained stagnant. Even after forging an alliance with Stark Industries, there was no indication of any progress. Was this not sufficient to consider the task completed? System, elucidate this matter. The system felt utterly aggrieved, akin to discarded parchment relegated to obscurity, surfacing only when Red summoned it. Typically, this ungrateful host hardly acknowledged its existence. Yet, it was powerless to act like the systems in online novels that could obliterate their hosts at will. Greetings, esteemed host. What troubles you? Upon hearing the system's tone reminiscent of a subservient retainer from a feudal era, Red involuntarily felt a shiver run down his spine. He was unsure why the system had been acting so peculiarly of late, but he deemed it irrelevant, as long as it provided the answers he sought. Why has Alfred's character task not yet been fulfilled? The system released a sigh of relief, fearing that this unreasonable host might conjure some grand calamity, drawing forth the souls within the system. Thus, upon hearing this mundane inquiry, no one could fathom the excitement stirring within the system. Dear host, the system lacks the ability to foresee the future. Therefore, in tasks such as maintaining the Wayne Corporation, it is essential to sustain the status quo for a period after meeting the conditions in order to ascertain the success of the task. Is that so? Red nodded, akin to a game where one must uphold conditions for a while before completing the quest. It made sense. Very well, you may depart. Understood, esteemed host. I shall take my leave. Like a subservient attendant arriving and departing, Red began to suspect that this system, when not summoned, might be engrossed in Qing Dynasty period dramas. Yet, it was curious that while most people engaged with such dramas identified with characters like the third prince or the fourth princess, his system seemed to identify with a eunuch. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible that his system could not transform into a beautiful maiden or a dashing young man, suggesting that it might be a genderless entity. In this light, labeling the system as a eunuch did not seem entirely inaccurate. Achoo! The system, having just departed, suddenly sneezed. Wait, how could I possibly fall ill with no physical form? The simple system remained blissfully unaware that someone was orchestrating its narrative from behind the scenes. Could it be that the soul within the system is once again being drawn into chaos? If I cannot subdue the host, can I not also subdue you? Without delving into the tumultuous spectacle of a confrontation between the system and the souls it contains. Upon realizing that the completion of the character's task required a bit more time, Red did not hesitate and extracted Alfred's card from within himself. Following the instructions from the system manual, he activated the card with his thoughts and recognized it directly. A verdant glow enveloped the entire card, and as the light coalesced into a tangible form, the Joker materialized before Red. Oh, my friend, I knew you would be far more trustworthy than that little bat. No, I'm not your little bat. You might as well wait until I decide to summon Batman. Red could only express his refusal to the Joker's evident enthusiasm. Despite the Joker's unconditional compliance with his orders and the constraints imposed by the system that prevented him from causing any harm, the mere thought of piquing the Joker's interest left Red feeling uneasy. He certainly did not wish to awaken one day to find a host of terrifying, child-modified specters of the Joker standing by his bedside. Well then, my friend, what is it that you require of me? The Joker did not linger on the matter. After all, while Red's disposition was somewhat dark, it did not rival Batman's purity. He held a certain allure for the Joker, but it was not overwhelming. What you need to do is simply what you would normally undertake in Gotham. As long as you refrain from destroying Gotham, you may act at your discretion. Just remember, I desire a Gotham under my control, not a wasteland. Very well, my friend, wait patiently. I shall deliver your gift. Lacking any intricate schemes, Red merely conveyed his intentions to the Joker, leaving the rest to the Joker's initiative. The system had endowed him with the abilities of the Joker and Alfred. Yet Red possessed the self-awareness to understand that when it came to action, the Joker was undoubtedly the more adept professional. At long last, I am liberated. The Joker and Alfred were now one, allowing Red to reclaim his original appearance. He was granted the time to explore this world that had previously existed solely within the confines of comic books. Naturally, this exploration would not lead him to Gotham City, but rather to Westchester and New York, these cities. He needed to ascertain whether the trajectory of this world aligned with the comics narrative or followed that of the films. As for his first destination, Westchester it shall be. Having made his decision, Red sifted through various records pertaining to his identity within Wayne Manor before driving a luxurious Wayne family vehicle away from the manor and towards the outskirts of Gotham City. The reason for venturing to Westchester was that within the Marvel Universe, there existed a certain race that, if they were present, would undoubtedly establish their influence in that locale. Thus, we delve into the realm of mutants and the illustrious Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Chapter 37, Gathering Intelligence. In his past life, while perusing novels, Red felt no particular sense of urgency. However, upon his actual traversal into the Marvel Universe, an unsettling sensation accompanied him, causing certain plot lines from those online narratives to gradually appear nonsensical. The Marvel cosmos is a vast expanse of infinite universes, each brimming with limitless possibilities. Each distinct world undergoes its own transformations, even within the cinematic universe. The emergence of the sacred timeline concept ultimately reveals that the Marvel Cinematic Universe is merely a numbered iteration of the Marvel multiverse. Those who have traversed into Marvel, relying solely on information gleaned from the internet, can effortlessly deduce that this universe is a development of the cinematic realm merely by witnessing Tony Stark's journey to Afghanistan. What audacity it must take to arrive at such conclusions so effortlessly. Iron Man's origin is typically entwined with the abduction by the Ten Rings. This cannot serve as a reliable reference for the cinematic universe. Consequently, Red has arrived in Westchester, eager to ascertain whether mutants truly exist in this world. If they do, he must understand the specifics of their situation. Only then can he prepare himself with the knowledge residing in his mind. Gotham City lies in proximity to New York, and Westchester is not far from the latter. Soon, Red arrives at Westchester. 1407, Graymalkin Lane, this is indeed the place. When Red halts his vehicle and approaches, he is greeted by a sprawling estate, far larger than Wayne Manor. The mansion, shrouded in foliage, nestles within a verdant landscape, suggesting a serene retreat. Yet, Red finds no joy in this sight. Along the way, he has already researched Charles Xavier's background, a biologist with a focus on evolutionary studies. This revelation does not particularly astonish Red, given the tendencies of the Marvel Universe. While it remains uncertain whether Charles himself is a mutant, it is almost assured that a figure named Charles exists. Even if he bears a different name, it is highly probable that he is merely an alternate version of Charles across varied universes. What truly casts a pall over Red's expression is the discovery of the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, this private institution for tutoring. I hope you're not mutants. For the sake of both our well-being. Red presses the doorbell and patiently awaits at the entrance. Simultaneously, his mind races with thoughts. If mutants truly inhabit this world, how should he proceed? Should he cultivate amicable relations with them? Red slowly shakes his head, dismissing this notion. If he were to traverse into this world and become a mutant, he would undoubtedly join Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, seizing the opportunity to grow stronger while basking in their protection, ultimately aspiring to dominate the entire mutant community. Yet he is not that. He is merely an ordinary human endowed with a system. Those who possess a system are well aware that, aside from the system itself, a traveler is simply an ordinary individual. Within this context, fostering good relations with mutants holds little significance. His non-mutant identity precludes Red from exerting control over the mutant populace through conventional means, especially considering the presence of numerous deranged individuals among them. For instance, a certain Wanda Maximoff, whose reckless words nearly led to the extinction of mutants. One misstep could spell disaster for the world. Thus, after much contemplation, Red concluded that if mutants indeed existed, he would likely seek opportunities to ensure their complete eradication from the world. He would endeavor to fundamentally obliterate their existence before the emergence of those mutants capable of rewriting reality as effortlessly as drinking water. Good day, sir. May I assist you with something? At that moment, an elderly voice jolted Red from his reverie. Upon refocusing his gaze, he beheld a bald old man accompanied by a red-haired woman standing before him. Are you Professor Charles Xavier? Red's tone was imbued with incredulity. In truth, upon seeing the man's visage, Red had unequivocally identified him as Charles. However, the most striking concern was that this elderly Charles was standing with the aid of his own legs, relying on a cane for support. It was merely due to his advanced age and the vastness of Xavier's estate that he required the assistance of a young woman beside him. Moreover, if Red's observations were correct, this red-haired woman was none other than Jean Grey. System, do you detect any traces of the Phoenix Force? Red discerned nothing amiss about Jean, so he inquired discreetly of his system. Apologies, host. The system lacks the capability to detect energy signatures. It is recommended that you expedite your tasks. Upon summoning a formidable entity like the Mars Hunter, you will easily ascertain the existence of the Phoenix Force. Damn it, are you not the one hindering my progress? Depart. Useless system. Understood. With the ineffectual system fading away, Red was left to rely solely on himself. I'm Charles Xavier. How may I assist you? Well, I came across an advertisement regarding Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters and wish to inquire about the specifics of this institution. I have some troubled youths at home who require the guidance of professionals. As he uttered this, images of the various Robins from the Bat family inexplicably flashed through Red's mind, though I have yet to acquire the cards of these characters. Their essences reside within the system. It would not be inaccurate to refer to them as the unruly youths of my household, would it? The cad Dick, the blunt Jason, the resentful Tim, and the mischievous Damien. Is that so? Please come in. Regarding Red's words, Charles appeared to harbor no suspicion whatsoever. He promptly instructed Jean to unlock the iron gate, allowing Red to enter the estate. The trio ambled along a winding path through the woods, soon arriving at an expansive manor. Nearby, a multitude of children of varying ages frolicked in play. However, Red furrowed his brow, for everything seemed exceedingly normal. The students here were simply engaged in basic physical activities. No one leaped 10 meters high. No one froze water into ice. No one possessed a physique of steel. Nor did anyone create art or write in extraordinary ways. They all utilized their own hands, partaking in leisure activities like ordinary individuals. The reason we call ourselves the Academy of Gifted Youth is not because we exclusively admit prodigies, but because we aim to unearth the brilliance within these children and transform them into geniuses. Sensing Red's expression as a sign of skepticism towards the educational environment, Charles began to elucidate, further inquiring, what do your children enjoy doing in their free time? From their daily activities, we can likely ascertain their areas of proficiency. Do you consider a penchant for fighting to count? Chapter 38. An unusual academy aside from Tim Drake, the third generation of Robin, who aspires to inherit the illustrious title of the world's greatest detective from Batman. The first Robin, Dick, hails from a circus background and excels in agility. The second Robin, Jason, the unfortunate victim of a crowbar to the head, returned to become the volatile member of the Bat family. As for Damian, the fifth Robin and Batman's biological son, he was raised within an assassin's organization, with a mother who was a hitman and a grandfather intent on the annihilation of Gotham City. Of course, Charles remained oblivious to the complexities of Red's thoughts. Recognizing Red's jest, he chuckled and replied, "It is evident that your little ones are quite lively. Why don't we proceed to the office? I can provide you with a detailed introduction to all that our academy has to offer." Very well. Throughout the journey, Red meticulously observed the entirety of Xavier's Academy for Gifted Youth. Yet, the conclusion he reached was simply that everything was remarkably normal. It was far too normal, a scenario Red had longed for. The absence of mutants signified that he would not have to contend with the unpredictability they might introduce in future endeavors. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something had eluded his notice. This sensation persisted until an elderly lady entered, bearing 2 cups of red tea. Who is this? At the inquiry, Charles immediately began the introduction. This individual, a faculty member of the Academy, teaches the fine arts and is also my friend, Ms. Reuven. Greetings, Ms. Reuven. As Reed extended his hand for a handshake, he spoke. It was evident that Ms. Reuven must have been a striking beauty in her youth, yet alas, time spares no one. While Reuven remained silent, Reed could sense a slight firmness in her grip. "I apologize, madam. I should not have uttered such words." Reed quickly expressed his regret, growing increasingly vigilant within. His greeting had indeed been somewhat impolite, yet if Reuven were merely an elderly instructor, such a reaction would be inconceivable, not to mention the palpable aura of hostility that enveloped him. Initially, Reed was oblivious to the concept of hostility, but after playing the fool and committing acts of violence, he had gained some understanding. At that moment, Reuven harbored the intent to eliminate him. Although Reed lacked concrete evidence, he felt justified in this conclusion. Reuven, after accepting Reed's apology, turned abruptly and departed. Reed was tempted to grasp her attire to ascertain whether it was a manifestation of her mutant abilities, but ultimately he dismissed this notion, deeming it too conspicuous. "Shall we continue, Mr. Reed?" Indeed, turning back, Reed resumed listening to Charles' introduction of the Academy. Though his mind remained alert, following his recent revelations, he had concluded that the school undoubtedly harbored secrets. It was highly probable that mutants existed, concealed for reasons unknown, and they were adept at hiding, so much so that the U.S. government remained oblivious. In front of him, Charles evoked no concern in Reed. He hailed from a higher dimension, endowed with memories from a past life, and he could accept that the Marvel Universe was, in fact, a realm of comic artistry, populated by characters of the same ilk. However, Charles could not fathom this. Should he attempt to delve into Reed's thoughts, he would ultimately succumb to madness, unable to reconcile the truth. If one were to ponder who in Marvel could retain their sanity upon learning this truth, it would likely be the lunatic Deadpool. Yet, aside from Charles, other mutants posed a significant threat to him. He needed to remain cautious. So, Mr. Reed, that concludes our tour of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. At this juncture, Charles's exposition had come to a close, and he regarded Reed, who had been lost in contemplation. "I have gathered a general understanding." Although preoccupied with his thoughts, Reed still paid attention to some of Charles's words. After casually voicing a few commonplace inquiries, he excused himself under the pretext of needing time for reflection. "Very well, I shall have Jean escort you out." Reed nodded in agreement and departed Charles's office alongside Jean, who had just entered. Shortly after Charles left, a hidden door in his office suddenly swung open, revealing his friend, Magneto, Eric Lenscher. "How are you, Charles? Do you know what he is thinking?" Charles shook his head in response. "I have a foreboding feeling that the knowledge in his mind is perilous, so I refrained from probing his memories. However, it is evident that he is indeed testing us. Then let us eliminate him." At that moment, Raven, who had been disguised as an elderly woman, reverted to her true blue-skinned form. She immediately voiced her desire to kill Red. "How dare this human disdain my appearance? Even if it is not my original form, he has no right to comment." To this, Charles merely shook his head. "No, Raven, I have gathered intelligence indicating that this individual has ties to Alfred, the butler from Gotham City. If we were to kill him, it could very well expose us. Though he deterred Raven's intentions, it was clear from Charles's tone that he held no moral objection to the act of killing itself. Rather, he was concerned solely about the potential trouble it could bring. There are not enough mutants. We must strike decisively. Only mutants can be the rulers of the Earth in the future. Eric articulated these final words, to which both Charles and Raven nodded in agreement, endorsing Eric's sentiment. Is it safe to send Jean with him? Raven suddenly recalled Jean Grey, a mutant girl brimming with untapped potential. What if she encounters danger? There's no need for concern. Raven, Jean's abilities have already been partially developed. She is just an ordinary human in this context, posing no significant threat. Eric's confident words suggested that, in his eyes, Red was inconsequential and would not impact their plans. Meanwhile, Red, while departing the academy with Jean, plucked the most vibrant rose from a nearby bush and turned to face her. In his excitement, he failed to notice the uneven ground beneath him and stumbled, falling towards Jean. Ah! Jean cried out as the rose's thorns pierced their palms during the fall. Both Red and Jean bled, and the rose, now drenched in their blood, appeared even more resplendent. Chapter 39. Hostile mutants, I'm terribly sorry. I am so sorry. Upon noticing the wound on Jean's hand caused by the rose's thorn, Red panicked, repeatedly apologizing while hastily retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to bandage her injury. I apologize. I was unable to resist the beauty before me and wish to present you with a rose. I am truly sorry for hurting you. Initially, QN was indeed somewhat irate, yet upon hearing Elide's compliments regarding her beauty and his exceedingly gracious apology, her anger swiftly dissipated. It was at this moment that QN suddenly realized that this human named Elide possessed quite an attractive appearance. With his dark golden hair, tall stature, and handsome visage, coupled with a gentlemanly demeanor that radiated at all times, QN found herself momentarily mesmerized. Miss QN? Miss QN? Ultimately, it was Elide's earnest call that drew QN back to her senses. Ah, what happened? Oh, I'd offered a wry smile, aware that his newly reformed physique was indeed strikingly handsome, but now it seemed he might possess the potential to become a succubus. He gestured towards the iron gate and stated, "We have arrived at the manor. It is time for me to take my leave." Oh, yes. I apologize for my momentary distraction. With that, QN opened the iron gate, allowing Li to step outside, her reluctance almost palpable, as if an invisible hand were attempting to pull him back. This was not merely a figurative expression. QN's abilities were genuinely influenced by her emotional fluctuations. Elide indeed sensed an intangible hand drawing near him. Farewell, Miss QN. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Just as the invisible hand seemed poised to grasp Elide, he decisively spoke, successfully interrupting QN's emotional turmoil. Take care, farewell. Elide smiled gently before turning to board the carriage that had brought him, departing from the estate. Meanwhile, at the entrance, QN stood alone, gazing in the direction Elide had taken, and after a long pause, she murmured, "If only you were a mutant as well." For reasons unknown, QN felt an inexplicable allure towards that man. If he were also a mutant, perhaps they could remain together forever. With these thoughts in mind, QN gradually returned to the manor, entering Charles's office, where she found Charles, Eric, and Raven still engaged in discussion. "QN, are you injured?" Eric's response was the most intense. He approached her and grasped her hand, which was bandaged with a handkerchief, blood seeping through clearly visible. "Did that man do this? Let me see your wound." As he spoke, Eric attempted to unwrap the handkerchief to inspect QN's injury. However, at that moment, QN's emotions surged, and a powerful telekinetic force struck Eric. In a critical moment, Eric reacted swiftly, using his magnetic abilities to stabilize his metallic armor, preventing him from being hurled away by QN's telekinesis. "I'm fine. The wound is merely a result of being pricked by a rose thorn." Charles nodded beside her. While he could not directly access QN's thoughts without permission, he sensed that she had spoken the truth. The injury was indeed caused by a rose. At this moment, Jean clutched the injured handkerchief tightly, her emotions surging suddenly, seemingly provoked by Eric's attempt to untie the cloth that had been used for bandaging. "Professor, I shall retire for now," she hurriedly declared, fearful that others might snatch away her handkerchief, and promptly exited the office. "Jean, have you developed feelings for that human lad?" Such a formidable power erupted from you, Eric remarked slowly, his tone laced with disdain for Red, yet beneath it lay a glimmer of admiration for Jean's burgeoning strength. Jean's abilities are indeed becoming more formidable. This is quite a positive development. However, it was Charles who interrupted at that moment. Jean still needs to master her powers. She acted out of emotional upheaval and launched an attack on you, which is unacceptable. Charles, sometimes one must boldly forge ahead. Before I learned to manipulate coins, I first mastered the art of tearing through iron doors. At times, it is essential to possess great strength before attempting to harness it. Eric chuckled heartily and departed from the office. Raven contemplated leaving as well, but turned to Charles at the last moment. It seems Jean has fallen head over heels for that human. Charles nodded in acknowledgement, although he harbored disdain for humanity. He could not deny that individuals like Red were particularly appealing to the opposite sex. The boy named Scott, who was associated with Red, stood no chance in comparison. Moreover, Jean's gesture of gifting roses was indeed compelling enough to capture her heart. Nonetheless, Charles did not dwell on it excessively. While it would have some impact, it was not significant. We cannot eliminate all humans. Leaving a few behind is inconsequential. Jean has long accepted our ideals. And even if she falls in love with a human, it will not jeopardize our future plans, so do not overthink it. Charles recognized that Raven, an old acquaintance of the Bite Collective, expressed such sentiments because she had developed a desire to eliminate Red. However, for the sake of stability, Charles declined this proposal. After all, Red was somewhat connected to the Wayne family, and should harm befall him, the current overseer of the Wayne estate could very well trace back to them, leading to genuine repercussions. Understood, Raven replied, dispelling her darker thoughts. Her animosity towards Red stemmed primarily from his comment about her looks. Even though she herself found her human guise unappealing, it was not for a mere human to judge her. Of course, her disdain had not escalated to the point of a lethal vendetta against Red. Meanwhile, Jean had scarcely returned to her room when a familiar voice echoed from outside her door. "Jean, I heard your hand was injured. Are you all right? I brought some medicine. Could you open the door?" Upon her first arrival at the academy, due to her powers often spiraling out of control, Jean exhibited profound self-doubt. At that time, the only soul who shared her plight was Scott, a boy who, like her, struggled to master his abilities and required special red crystal glasses to maintain control. Thus, despite encountering the alluring succubus Red at that moment, Jean harbored a unique affection for Scott in her heart. "All right, I shall come at once." Responding promptly, Jean opened the door to find Scott holding a vial of ointment for external wounds. He noticed the handkerchief in her grasp, stained with her blood. "How could you sustain such an injury? Quickly, unwrap the handkerchief. I shall tend to your wounds." Chapter 40. The effects of the virus upon hearing his words. Jean slowly unwrapped the handkerchief and gently placed it on the table beside her. "Allow me to administer the ointment." Scott immediately sat beside her, taking her hand in his and deftly applying the healing balm to her injury. His movements were both practiced and swift, and soon the ointment was thoroughly applied. "I can bandage it myself." Seemingly reluctant to burden Scott further, Jean picked up the bandage to wrap her wound. Yet Scott did not refuse her. He stood up and naturally began to observe the surroundings of her room, which matched his recollections perfectly. Scott nodded slightly. This was not his first visit to Jean's room. Their relationship had long since transcended mere friendship, teetering on the precipice of romance. He had already come to regard Jean as his girlfriend, fully believing that she reciprocated his feelings. However, there were indeed changes within the room. For instance, the handkerchief Jean had used to dress her wound was the only item devoid of their shared memories. On his way here, Scott had heard numerous rumors, one of which detailed the cause of Jean's injury. That accursed human had dared to present a gift to express his affection, utterly reckless. As Scott gazed at the handkerchief, it was as if he beheld that detestable human, and an intense ire surged within him. This handkerchief is so unsightly. It must belong to that human. "Jean, allow me to dispose of it. Such human tokens are not worth preserving." With that, Scott intended to reach for the handkerchief, planning to turn it to ashes with his laser eyes to sever any lingering connection between Jean and that individual. "Stop!" Just as Scott's hand was about to make contact with the handkerchief, Jean's desperate cry pierced the air, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward from her. The nearest Scott was instantly propelled backward by the force, crashing to the ground. "Ah, Jean, what are you doing?" Lying on the ground in agony, Scott writhed in pain, Unlike Eric, he lacked specialized battle gear and the ability to manipulate magnetic fields to counteract the shockwave. He felt his blood surging within him, overwhelmed by an unbearable discomfort. At this moment, the once close relationship between Sheen and Scott had reached a critical juncture, yet Sheen showed no concern for his well-being. Instead, she promptly rose, clutching a handkerchief tightly to her chest. "I do not wish to part with this handkerchief." It was as if she could sense Red's warmth emanating from the cold fabric, gradually calming herself as she recognized that her earlier outburst had harmed Scott. "I apologize, Scott." However, Sheen refrained from reaching out. Instead, she utilized her telekinesis to assist Scott in standing. "Could you please leave for a while? I am feeling somewhat fatigued today." Although her words were polite, Scott could not help but feel an invisible force thrusting him out of the room. "Wait, Sheen, I have something to discuss." There was barely any time for Scott to voice his concerns before the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, locking from the inside. Realizing that Sheen had effectively banished him, Scott initially felt a wave of disappointment, but soon his thoughts turned to that wretched human. "It's all that bastard's fault. I must eliminate him." Yet, as he gazed out at the darkening sky, he reminded himself that the time was not yet right, and he needed to bide his time alongside the professor and others for an opportunity. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, a solitary atmosphere returned as Sheen gradually regained her composure, lying down on the bed. "Mr. Red," she still clutched the blood-stained handkerchief, slowly drifting into slumber. On the other side, in a modest motel, Red opted against heading to New York that day. It was still 1991, and there were over 20 years until Thanos would emerge. There was no need for haste. After settling on the bed, Red summoned the system once more. "System, have you altered my appearance? How could Sheen fall for me at first sight? I find it hard to believe." Red had looked in the mirror before. While he considered himself quite handsome, this attention seemed exaggerated. Although Marvel's heroines were known for their fleeting affections, such intensity was unprecedented. Even Logan's kiss with Sheen had the Phoenix influencing events behind the scenes. "Host, you initially intended for Sheen to be infected by the Joker virus, yet you overlooked its effects? Joker virus?" Red frowned slightly. Even if the Joker virus had some influence, Sheen should not be hallucinating the Joker. How could her infection be linked to him? "Host, these viruses flow through your veins. Do you still think the Joker virus can explain this? You possess the Joker's abilities, but they are not a perfect replica. Your virus differs from the Joker's." The system endeavored to clarify, and Red began to grasp its explanation. "So, the virus within me carries my unique essence, yet retains similar effects to the Joker virus?" "Precisely, host." After receiving an explanation, Red immediately began to ponder. The essence of the Joker virus lies in its ability to gradually transform the neural pathways of the infected into those akin to the Joker. For instance, when Batman succumbs to the Joker virus, he metamorphoses into the Laughing Bat. However, to infect someone with the resolute willpower of Batman, one would require the purest strain of the Joker virus found at the Joker's heart. Yet, Batman's indomitable spirit far surpasses that of the current Harley Quinn. Thus, even if only the standard Joker virus found in blood is utilized, Red is confident that Harley would stand no chance against this virus and would inevitably succumb to its influence over her neural circuitry. Should it be the Joker virus, the infected would ultimately descend into madness akin to the Joker. What, then, will be the function of the virus within me? System, step forth and respond without delay. If the system possessed eyes, it would likely be rolling them skyward at this moment. Nevertheless, it dutifully addressed Red's inquiry. "Host, the virus within you also possesses the capacity to alter the thought patterns of the infected. However, due to your relatively moderate mindset compared to the Joker, the influence is rendered considerably gentler. In other words, upon infection, the individual's cognitive processes would shift toward a manner reminiscent of mine, occasionally evoking memories of me, much like Batman is haunted by the specter of the Joker upon encountering him." Upon hearing this, Red smiled, realizing that the virus within him bore such an effect. Thus, his future endeavors would be considerably eased. Presently, it seems the virus's impact on Harley is fostering a sense of affinity toward him. In contemplation, Red's thoughts drifted to Tony Stark. Chapter 41. The state of New York. It was 1991, and only Stark had the means to extricate himself at will, making him a convenient target. However, Red quickly dismissed this notion. Even though Tony was not yet the Iron Man of the future, he was already aware of Hydra and the Winter Soldier's existence, with vengeance for Maria deeply embedded in his psyche. Given this context, Red could not ascertain the extent of Tony's current willpower. Utilizing the standard virus present in blood, Tony would likely withstand its effects, thereby revealing Red's presence and abilities. Conversely, employing the virus from the heart would carry excessive consequences, and such a virus is not easily manipulated. Should it be used on Tony, the most probable outcome would be that he simply adopts Red's characteristics. Red was acutely aware that he did not possess the extreme madness of the Joker, which could transform the infected into entirely different beings. The most probable outcome for Tony, upon infection with the heart virus, would be minimal change, merely rendering him more self-serving. Such an outcome would not only fail to aid Red, but could also lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, he resolved to proceed as planned, intending to gather intelligence in New York tomorrow, while hoping that Harley would not disappoint him. In the present day, Red has nearly discerned the true nature of the mutant populace within this world. Given this understanding, Jean's existence has transformed into a latent bomb that he has unwittingly planted among the mutants. What? You say Jean is infatuated with me? How could I possibly treat her in such a manner? I regret to inform you that while Red indeed enjoys American comics and has a fondness for its characters, the notion of having these female heroes as romantic partners is as unappealing to him as undergoing sterilization. These heroines, who fall in love at the drop of a hat, are individuals he wishes to keep at a distance. Her affection for me is her concern. My indifference remains unchanged. The following day, Red, undeterred by the passage of time, found himself in a leisurely state. With Gotham having stabilized and Alfred's tasks becoming increasingly secure, he allowed himself to relax and slept soundly until noon before embarking on his journey to New York City. Upon arrival, Red did not seek out the familiar sights from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. For instance, he had no intention of visiting Stark Industries, nor did he wish to entangle his identity within any faction. Red's role is merely that of Alfred's adopted son outside Wayne Manor, and until he accumulates sufficient power, it is prudent for him to maintain the guise of an ordinary individual. His first pursuit was the Fisk Tower, the notorious headquarters of Wilson Fisk, commonly referred to as Kingpin, who frequently appears in Spider-Man narratives. However, despite traversing the entirety of Hell's Kitchen, Red found no trace of Kingpin. Instead, he encountered a high-ranking enforcer named Wilson from a different gang. Clearly, Kingpin has yet to establish his criminal empire, but the enforcer's status indicates that his rise is merely a matter of time. Subsequently, Red began to investigate matters concerning the Osborn family. This, too, is connected to Spider-Man. As in his previous life, Red had searched online for the parallel universe numbers of Marvel. He was astonished to discover that nearly half of the myriad parallel universes within the Marvel realm were birthed from alterations involving Spider-Man. Thus, incidents related to Spider-Man could very well represent crises of multiversal proportions, posing dangers that rival Thanos, the so-called director of population control. It is imperative for Red to ascertain which version of Spider-Man exists in his world. As his investigation unfolded, he unearthed details about the Osborn family, though it is perhaps premature to refer to them as a family at this juncture. Even the affluent Norman Osborn is still in the throes of entrepreneurship, while Harry Osborn has yet to be born. In this reality, the Osborn Corporation bears a different name, Osborn Enterprises. The rationale behind this is straightforward. The establishment of this enterprise involves more than just Osborn himself. There's also another figure that resonates with Red, Otto Octavius, widely recognized among Marvel enthusiasts as Dr. Octopus. The establishment of the Osborn Group by Otto and Osborn has led Red to ascertain the true nature of Spider-Man in this world. He reminisced about the Spider-Man game from his past life, pondering whether the Spider-Man of his current reality was indeed the same as that portrayed in the game. As he suspected, there were notable discrepancies compared to the cinematic universe. The incident where the Winter Soldier attacked Howard confirmed that the Avengers narrative bore similarities to the films. However, the presence of mutants in Westchester indicated that this universe's Spider-Man was not the version played by Tom Holland, but rather the one from a game. Given Osborn's current age, it suggested that Peter Parker's birth in this world occurred earlier than in the film universe, implying an earlier emergence of Spider-Man and consequential alterations to the storylines surrounding the Civil War. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Red rubbed his temples, realizing that the advantage of his foresight was diminishing. His premonitions about future events were losing their efficacy. Setting aside Spider-Man, the mere existence of mutants guaranteed that the future would deviate significantly from the cinematic narrative. Moreover, these mutants were peculiar and did not resemble those who would form the X-Men. With renewed determination, Red recognized that he had been investigating in New York for 2 months. And now he stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity: the construction site of the Victor Group. In the film Fantastic Four, the antagonist Victor Von Doom sought investments to establish a supergroup, which by around 2000 was capable of launching manned spacecraft to study cosmic storms. Such achievements were beyond the reach of Stark Industries during that period. Although Victor could not command the entire enterprise as Tony did, his reckless pursuit of external capital undeniably propelled the Victor Group to remarkable heights in a short span. Now, witnessing the investment secured and the construction of the Victor Tower underway, along with plans for a statue in the central square, Red felt a surge of excitement. He perceived numerous opportunities, as many developments had yet to unfold. If he intervened early, he could gain a significant advantage. However, the dilemma was evident. Red's identity could not be entangled in these affairs, and Alfred's character mission remained incomplete. Chapter 42, A New Role. Congratulations, host. The character task for Alfred, to maintain Wayne Enterprises, has been completed. Please open the system to draw a new card. It seemed that the system sensed Red's inner turmoil and finally took a moment to act. Reflecting on other system bearers who had traversed, 2 months would have sufficed for them to wield their systems against Dormammu, while he found himself contemplating whether to become a corporate spy. Though he silently grumbled, Reed's hands moved with remarkable swiftness as he promptly activated the system panel and claimed the reward for the Alfred character quest. In an instant, a radiant spectrum of colors emanated from within him, materializing into a luminous orb that hovered in the air. The glow was so warm and healing, instilling a sense of peace within, albeit a somewhat ironic one. Unable to endure such superficial displays, Reed reached out and plunged his hand into the orb. I had enough of the principal telling us not to fear the storm while he sheltered under an umbrella back in school. Now, even in this new world, the system insists on presenting me with these trivialities. How infuriating! With this energy, it would be far more beneficial to provide me with a superhero role-playing card. After a few moments of complaint, Reed forcefully withdrew a pack of plastic-wrapped cards from the orb. System, what is the matter? Reed inquired, shaking the card pack, his expression darkening. Do you possess any functions to accumulate system energy? If so, do not hesitate to inform me. I am more than willing to assist you in earning that energy. Reed's sudden concern left the system utterly bewildered. Host, what are you talking about? I lack such capabilities. The energy generated by the souls across this vast universe is not inferior to that of the Marvel multiverse. I'm not in need of energy at all. Having received no response from the system, Reed slammed the card pack down onto the system panel. Then why on earth is such a significant item as a role-playing card encased in plastic? The artwork appears rather cheap, does it not? At this moment, the system comprehended the source of Reed's frustration and silently extended its intangible hands to retrieve the fallen card pack, presenting it back to him. The system, by its very nature, was sophisticated. After all, artwork is simply that, art. Moreover, given the context of playing card games, is it not essential for cards to be housed in plastic sleeves to evoke the thrill of unboxing? Reed found himself lamenting the system's apparent lack of sophistication. Although the system could not assume human form, Reed envisioned a rather contemptible figure, sulking and complaining after its own mischief. Despite his desire to express frustration, Reed had to concede that the card pack had indeed rekindled the nostalgic thrill of unboxing from his previous life, even if he could feel through the plastic that it contained merely 2 cards. Superman, grant me Superman, he fervently wished, invoking the blessing of Dr. Manhattan before opening the pack. To his astonishment, a golden legend emerged before his eyes, revealing the glaring visage of a bald head. What a powerful hairstyle, Reed remarked, emotionless, as he retrieved the new character card. Lex Luthor, quite impressive. This is indeed Superman. He muttered Superman, only for Lex Luthor to materialize instead. Reed resolved that next time he would chant Bane, and there was a high probability he would summon Batman, just hoping that the Batman summoned would still possess a complete spine. Without immediate application, Red glanced at Luthor's character task. Perhaps due to the constraints of the current era, Luthor's mission bore a striking resemblance to Alfred's, one associated with Wayne Enterprises, the other focusing on the establishment of LexCorp. This coincided perfectly with Red's present intentions. In today's landscape, with the Victor Group and the Osborn Group, not to mention the impending rise of Kingpin and Hell's Kitchen, Luther's involvement could leverage this momentum to reap the fruits of success and establish LexCorp. The only dilemma was that Luther was but one individual, and the choice of which company to engage with posed a challenge. This predicament required contemplation, prompting Red to set aside Luther's card and turn his attention to another card still nestled within the pack. Luther's task was to establish LexCorp, implying that the other card was not an environmental card akin to Metropolis. The novice package contained an environment card for Gotham City. Thus, Alfred's mission involved maintaining Wayne Enterprises. Otherwise, Red suspected the system might compel him to serve as a caretaker for the Stark family. Although lacking evidence, Red harbored an unsettling feeling that the system desired him to become a hero. Nevertheless, he had no aspirations in that regard, for the fates of heroes were often grim. His goal was to survive until the end and emerge as the ultimate victor. At that moment, Red produced the second card, and, as he anticipated, it was neither an environmental card of Metropolis nor a character card, but rather a new type of card. A Harlequin minion card? Before Red could invoke it, the system interface automatically displayed a prompt, elucidating the purpose of the minion card. It eliminated the role-playing function, allowing the direct summoning of a character who would fully obey his commands. The introduction of the minion card alleviated some of Red's concerns. For instance, should he draw Wonder Woman in the future, as a typical young man, he would rather not don women's attire, even if utilizing the system's powers for roleplay. The chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. With the minion card, these opposite gender characters could be summoned directly. While they could not bestow power upon the main body, with Superman present, Wonder Woman's strength became less significant. However, Harlequin's utility was rather limited, to say the least. Shaking his head, Red focused his thoughts, and the minion card gradually dissipated into the void, revealing a young girl clad in a lady's tailored suit. Her golden hair impeccably styled, appearing in the passenger seat. Harlequin was still Harlequin. Harlequin was the name she adopted after encountering the Joker. Prior to that, she was known as Harleen Quinzel. The reason for the inquiry was Red's concern that this Harlequin might still be the Harleen from her internship days, which would render her even less useful than she already was. It ultimately depends on your desires, my master. I can embody Harley Quinn or Harley K, sir. I am fully aware of everything and require no explanation regarding the current circumstances. I am well informed, my master. Red exhaled deeply, realizing the immense utility of this attendant card. Given this, you may accompany me for the time being, and later, you can seek out your sweetheart. Is that agreeable? Splendid. The term sweetheart unmistakably refers to the Joker, and it is evident that the summoned Harley Quinn retains her morbid affection for him. This revelation alleviated Red's concerns. He shuddered at the thought of such an obsession being inadvertently redirected towards himself due to system malfunctions. It is best that the Joker bears the weight of Harley Quinn's love rather than becoming entangled in it himself. Chapter 43. The transformation of Chin. Open the door. You have not ventured outside for several days, which is detrimental to your health. At the Xavier Academy for Gifted Youth, Scott continued to knock persistently on Chin's door. Ever since Chin encountered the human male, their relationship had stagnated. It was not merely a lack of progress. Scott felt an increasing estrangement between himself and Chin. Each time she stepped outside, she would always tie a white handkerchief around her wrist. Others could only gaze upon this handkerchief. For any attempt to touch it may provoke Chin to unleash her uncontrollable powers in defense. Initially, Scott could occasionally invite Chin out for leisure or even enter her room. But gradually, she began to reject any contact, deliberately evading him. If Scott remained oblivious to this shift, it would be a lamentable oversight. Chin had developed feelings for that human man, and inexplicably, even in his absence from the academy, her affection only intensified. Surely, she would not emerge today either. Scott felt a pang of disappointment, while his resentment towards that human man grew increasingly palpable. Meanwhile, within her room, Chin sat serenely on her bed, clutching the handkerchief with a blissful smile. Red, you truly possess a sense of humor. Although it seemed like she was talking to herself, from Chin's perspective, Red was still clad in the elegant black suit he wore during their first meeting, quietly seated beside her, regaling her with amusing anecdotes. Even when Batman was infected by the Joker virus, he could still perceive the Joker's phantom, despite knowing the Joker was deceased. These apparitions would tempt Batman, just as the real Joker would. Yet Batman relied on his unwavering resolve to resist the virus and the Joker's insidious words. However, It was evident that Jean lacked such formidable willpower. She remained oblivious to the anomalies within her body, failing to recognize how the virus was gradually altering her thoughts. She could not even discern that the red before her was merely a virtual illusion. In her weakened state, she could still feel warmth in the embrace of the phantom. Simultaneously, the phantom remains impervious to her powers. A humorous, charming, and graceful individual who fears not his own abilities is indeed the epitome of an ideal companion. In this welcoming presence, Jean's affection for Reed deepens profoundly. At that moment, she also hears Scott's knocking in voice. How vexing it is that Scott always chooses this moment to seek me out. Jean's tone is laced with complaint, expressing her dissatisfaction at Scott's interruption of her time with Reed. Yet, he is your dear friend, is he not? Reed's phantom does not incite discord between them. Rather, it continues to display its understanding nature, which only serves to touch Jean's heart further. But I wish to be with you, Reed. I do not want to part ways. The future wielder of the Phoenix Force, now so delicately nestled in her embrace, is regrettably but a phantom here. The real Reed is still in New York, contemplating which company to join. Yet, you must also maintain your friendships. Reed gently pats Jean's shoulder, signaling her to answer the door. Very well, since you insist, Reed. Reluctantly, Jean rises and, under the encouragement of Reed's smile, opens the door. Jean, you actually opened the door? Scott is taken aback that today she has indeed responded. What's wrong? Did you not want me to? Taking advantage of the moment, Jean glances back, only to find that Reed has vanished since Scott's arrival, a hint of disappointment flickering in her eyes. To Scott, this expression signals that Jean still harbors feelings for that human. Yet as time passes, she begins to awaken from her reverie. Seizing the opportunity, Scott attempts to persuade Jean to forget that man, promptly sidestepping and squeezing into the room beside her. But in the next instant, he is engulfed by an inexplicable surge of jealousy. The transformation is too drastic. Jean's room has changed immensely in just 2 months. The photographs of the two together, the beautiful landscapes they had captured, have all vanished without a trace. Instead, the walls are adorned with portraits of Reed, rendered in various styles: sketching, oil painting, ink wash, crafted painstakingly by Jean over the past 2 months. Among them, the most egregious is the colorful sketch hanging above her bed. Jean, in a pure white wedding gown, is depicted as a bride, with that damned human, Reed, by her side. In this moment, Scott can no longer suppress the flames of jealousy raging within him, and he tears the half-finished drawing on the table to shreds. What on earth is so admirable about that man? Reed, in response to Scott's inquiry, Jean, seemingly unperturbed, immediately crouches down to gather the torn pieces, fearful of losing any fragment. Only after does she rise, struggling to contain her fury as she speaks. Scott, you have gone too far. That is my portrait of Reed. As the emotional currents of Jean surged, vibrations began to resonate throughout the room, causing the meticulously arranged furniture to tremble violently. However, Scott, blinded by anger and convinced that Jean would never turn against him, continued his tirade. Am I being excessive, Jean? What is so commendable about that man? He is merely an incompetent human. We are mutants, noble mutants. You should not even approach such a filthy creature. As Scott spoke, he unleashed a barrage of derogatory remarks towards Red, completely oblivious to the fact that Jean was quaking with rage at his words. You bastard! A thunderous roar erupted. The formidable telekinetic force was unleashed, directly suppressing Scott's body and lifting him high into the air. Scott opened his mouth, intending to plead for mercy or utter something, but found himself utterly voiceless, every aspect of his being firmly controlled by Jean. I will not allow you to speak ill of Red. With that, Jean used her telekinesis to hurl Scott out of the second-floor window. Fortunately, the thick grass below cushioned his fall, sparing him from injury. Yet, this act only deepened Scott's animosity towards Red. Damn human, I will not let you escape my wrath. Scott bore no grudge against Jean, for he had been taught from a young age to regard his kin as precious family. However, there was no doubt that he harbored intense hatred for Red. Red, is it? Scott recalled the portrait in Jean's room, committing the visage to memory. I will find you, Alfred's adopted son. Won't you run far? Chapter 44. Jealous Scott in the room. After throwing Scott from the window, Jean gradually regained her composure. Turning around, she discovered that Red had inexplicably reappeared, tidying up the items scattered across the floor due to the telekinetic outbreak. unaware that Red was merely an illusion. Jean failed to recognize that Red's actions of picking things up were, in fact, the result of her unconscious telekinetic control. Even the genuine tactile sensation she experienced while embracing the illusion was a product of her subconscious manipulation of telekinesis to simulate that moment. It could be said that had Jean been able to master her abilities perfectly, she would not be unable to distinguish between the illusion and the real person. "I'm sorry, Red. I must have frightened you just now." To Jean, Red was simply an ordinary person, and she assumed that her display of superhuman power would instill fear in him. "Rather, it is I who have troubled you, Jean." To Jean's surprise, the illusory Red displayed no signs of fear. Instead, he wore a bittersweet expression. "Because of me, you've quarreled with your friends. I don't understand why your friends loathe me and humans so much. Have I done something wrong?" "No, not at all." The words of Phantom Reed instilled a sense of unease in Jean, as if continuing the conversation would lead to Reed's departure from her life. Thus, she immediately embraced him. "You're not at fault. It is Scott who is gravely mistaken, utterly so. You are undeniably wonderful." In response, Phantom Reed reciprocated the embrace, offering solace to Jean's troubled heart. Yet, in an unseen moment, a smile of suppressed sorrow lingered at the corners of Reed's mouth. As they parted, the expression of uncertainty returned to Reed's face. "But your friends, your family, they all reject humanity and by extension me. What shall we do? I only wish to remain with you forever." Phantom Reed's words served as a poignant reminder to Jean. Indeed, she was acutely aware of her companion's attitudes towards humanity. Upon introspection, she had to concede that aside from Reed, she harbored little concern for the fate of humankind. This was indeed a dilemma that required resolution. She must find a way for her companions to accept Reed. "It's all right. I will find a solution. They will surely come to accept you, Reed. So, please do not leave me, will you? I too wish to be with you eternally." Phantom Reed nodded and embraced Jean once more until they gradually faded from sight. Moments later, as Jean regained her composure, the gravity of the situation dawned upon her. If those around her could not accept Reed, he would inevitably depart from her life. She must devise a means to prevent such a fate. "Let us start with Scott. He is my closest ally. If I convey my feelings sincerely, he should be able to accept Reed." With this resolution, Jean decided to begin by observing Scott, contemplating the best approach to persuade him to embrace Reed. In the following days, Scott did not seek out Jean. Instead, she found herself concealed in the shadows, scrutinizing his behavior. Gradually, she sensed an anomaly. It appeared that Scott was investigating something. As one of the professor's most prominent students alongside Aurora, she too had begun to engage with various matters. Yet, Scott seemed to be utilizing the Academy's internal system to look into Reed's affairs. This discovery unsettled Jean, leading her to entertain a disbelief-laden suspicion. As time passed, the empathic abilities bestowed upon Jean allowed her to perceive the intensifying hatred and anger simmering within Scott. Unable to endure any longer, she chose to directly delve into his thoughts. What she uncovered revealed Scott's most profound conviction. It is time. That damned human must perish. Such a revelation struck Jean with a profound shock. Her dearest friend was poised to end the life of the one she cherished most. Overwhelmed by this realization, she stumbled back to her room. At her bedside, Phantom Reed awaited her as always. "Jean, did you have a joyful day?" "Alas, it is unfortunate. For I must soon take my leave." The Phantom Red has never been a tangible individual. Whatever Chien comprehends, the Phantom Red is equally aware. Naturally, he articulates this statement at an opportune moment, subtly swaying Chien's judgment. "No, Red, please don't leave me." Indeed, as the Phantom Red had anticipated, Chien mistakenly attributes Red's impending departure to Scott. However, the Phantom Red displays an expression of distress. "If I do not depart, you will undoubtedly find yourself at odds with your friends. I will not have any conflict." "No, he is not my friend at all." With a slight nudge, Chien resolutely relinquishes all thoughts of Scott from the depths of her heart. She clutches Red's hand tightly, pleading, "Please don't leave. Wait for me here, will you? I will return shortly. I promise no unforeseen events will occur." Chien's heart has already made a decision. No one shall obstruct her union with Red, not even Scott. Anyone who seeks to hinder her is deemed an enemy. Upon hearing her words, the Phantom Red slowly draws closer, and Chien instinctively leans into her beloved. They share a kiss, though in truth, she unconsciously employs telekinesis, mimicking the sensation of a kiss. After a lengthy pause, their lips part. Red, wait for me. I will not permit anyone to separate us. With that, Chin once again exits the room. She intends to follow Scott, to discern what this scoundrel is plotting against a Red. That night, while Charles and the others were resting, Scott departed the academy on his newly acquired motorcycle, heading towards New York. Undeterred by her lack of transportation, Chin took to the skies, utilizing her mutant telekinesis to fly toward New York. Yet, her speed could not rival that of Scott's motorcycle. Meanwhile, the Phantom Red, or rather, the virus that had spread its influence within the Mutant Academy, remains oblivious to the turmoil brewing below. He is unaware of the visions Chin experiences under the virus's influence, and, consequently, has no inkling that this virus has unwittingly incited a wave of animosity. This has compelled Scott, Charles's designated successor, to disregard the greater mutant agenda and venture to New York with intentions of violence. At this moment, Red remains ensconced in his rented apartment, wrestling with thoughts of which company to infiltrate. Forget it. I'll think about it later. My life is at stake. Time for sleep. Chapter 45. A triad of choices, yet, upon awakening the following day, Red is confronted with the same dilemma. Which company in New York City should he target? Inside his apartment, he clears a wall, which now displays the profiles of 3 influential entities. First, there is the elusive Wilson Fisk, currently shrouded in shadows, operating from Hell's Kitchen. Although, on the surface, Kingpin's criminal empire appears rather inconspicuous when compared to other renowned technological enterprises within the Marvel Universe. It is crucial to recognize that, within the narrative framework, Kingpin's shadowy dominion is intricately linked to a staggering 70% of America's illicit industries. In several of Spider-Man's standalone films, had it not been for the presence of corporations like Stark Industries and Oscorp, Kingpin's Fisk Enterprises would equally possess the potential to reign as the sovereign of New York City. Furthermore, due to Kingpin's current lack of prominence, it is opportune for Red to intervene at this juncture, believing that with Luthor's prowess and a strategic beginning, he can ultimately seize control of Kingpin and transform Fisk Enterprises into LexCorp. While the endeavor seems effortless, the rewards it offers are paltry. This is Red's assessment of Kingpin. In comparison to individuals like Osborn and Victor, Kingpin's ambition and capabilities appear somewhat lacking. The title of crime lord sounds illustrious, yet it often lacks the gravitas needed to truly command respect. In the comics, Kingpin's primary adversaries include street-level heroes such as Spider-Man, the Punisher, and Daredevil, which subtly underscores the limitations of Kingpin's own abilities. Although he occasionally finds himself embroiled in the multiversal crises due to Spider-Man's prominence, his impact remains minimal. Kingpin's presence in New York parallels that of Killer Croc in Gotham City, frequently appearing but often merely serving as cannon fodder. Controlling Fisk Enterprises solely for the sake of harnessing Kingpin's power would be a grave miscalculation. Were it not for Spider-Man's leniency, Kingpin would likely not have endured for so long. Consequently, Red promptly dismissed this initial option, deeming the potential benefits too meager to warrant deploying Luthor's influence. With Luthor's capabilities, greater ambitions must be pursued. Red then shifted his focus to the future Doctor Doom, the origin of the Fantastic Four, namely, the Victor Corporation. The Victor Corporation stands out as the option likely to yield the greatest advantages for Red. Victor Von Doom, perhaps the cinematic incarnation altered into a metallic being, undoubtedly has ties to the mystical arts of the Gypsy, which within his homeland of Latveria. By seizing control of the Victor Corporation and, thereby, Victor Von Doom, Red would gain access to such arcane energies. It is noteworthy that in the comics, Victor Von Doom is no ordinary foe. He is a perennial participant in significant events, consistently playing a pivotal role, illustrating the vastness of his capabilities. Moreover, controlling Victor Von Doom is not an insurmountable task. The current Victor has yet to master sorcery and remains an ordinary individual, leaving Red ample means to assert dominance. Aside from Victor Von Doom, the conversation naturally extends to the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards will likely continue to depend on the Victor Corporation for his cosmic research into the storms of the universe. Reed himself possesses a mesmerizing intellect, akin to that of Luthor, rendering him a prodigious human being. However, Red harbors no fondness for Reed, as this individual's thoughts are as unbridled as they are perilous. In the realm of the zombie universe, Reed has gone so far as to perceive zombies as a manifestation of human evolution. Following the demise of his son and daughter, He audaciously injected the virus into the bodies of his wife and friends, culminating in the annihilation of the Fantastic Four and the subsequent proliferation of the virus across various multiverses. Yet, even aside from Reed, the power of the Thing, while not on par with that of the Hulk, is still formidable enough to serve as muscle. The Human Torch can unleash heat equivalent to a supernova. Although incapable of engaging in cosmic warfare, he remains a devastating weapon within the confines of Earth. Meanwhile, the Invisible Woman, Susan, possesses abilities that arguably make her the most formidable among the Fantastic Four. Furthermore, her son Franklin is a mutant with the capacity to reshape reality and mend the multiverse, a prospect that undoubtedly brings immense benefits. Nevertheless, the Victor Group's ambition to achieve absolute control proves to be a daunting challenge. Victor's reckless influx of external capital has resulted in a significant erosion of decision-making power, which has shifted to various investors. As long as Victor can generate value, he remains the chief, but should he incur losses, the entire organization would undergo a radical transformation. This conundrum is grounded in societal norms. New York is not Gotham, and even with Luthor's intervention, altering such a precarious situation is arduous. Moreover, due to the influx of external capital, Luthor's inclusion in the Victor Group would scarcely attract attention, for Victor is already financially secure. Victor himself is a brilliant scientist, and the likelihood of Luthor being given substantial responsibility is significantly diminished. The costs are too high and the risks too great. It is entirely plausible that the Fantastic Four may emerge, yet Luthor could still find himself bereft of any decisive authority. Shaking his head, Red once again dismissed this option, leaving only one final choice: the Osborn Group, or rather, in this world, the Osborn Corporation. At this juncture, the Osborn Group has just been established. Despite being founded by the brilliant Norman Osborn and Otto Octavius, they face the fundamental issue of insufficient funding and immature technology. Both Norman and Otto possess their own aspirations. Yet achieving these goals necessitates ongoing investment, and currently, there is no viable technology to generate revenue. Red has also gleaned that Norman and Otto are contemplating seeking investment, akin to Victor's approach. Although their respective projects are not yet profitable, they are sufficiently appealing to attract potential investors. Their hesitation stems from the fear that, much like Victor, they may lose control over the company following the introduction of external capital. It can be said that if Luthor were to join the Osborn Group with both funds and technology at this moment, it would be akin to providing a lifeline in a time of need. Within the hierarchy of the Osborn Group, one could attain a position only subordinate to the founders, Norman and Otto. Furthermore, the Osborn brothers, one a Green Goblin and the other an Octopus Doctor, will inevitably be linked to the future emergence of Spider-Man. Should I assume the role of Luthor, it is conceivable that I might enable the Osborn Group to surpass the currently expanding Victor Group, especially as Red contemplated the events that transpired within the Osborn Group. Norman would ultimately come into conflict with Otto, leading to Otto's departure from the Osborn Group, while Norman would secure full control over it. Their inevitable discord foretells a struggle, signifying that opportunities for my own ascendancy within the Osborn Group are destined to arise. With this thought in mind, Red resolved to act. Chapter 46. The Assault financial concerns need not trouble me. While the Wayne Group's funds are inaccessible, the Joker's gang has begun to profit from the assets acquired from the Maroney family. Following money laundering through Gotham Bank, these funds will be at my disposal, supplemented by Alfred's savings, creating a financial foundation substantial enough to dissuade Norman and Otto from seeking outside investment. Having made my decision, it is imperative to prepare my credentials. Red did not wish for the Osborn Group to go public. Ideally, it should remain under my perfect control, akin to the Wayne Group. In this world, Red must prepare for future confrontations with the likes of Dormammu, Thanos, the Kree, and the Five Deities, leaving no time for disputes with shareholders. However, to elevate my status within this entity, I require not only capital, but also a technology capable of rapid monetization, preferably one that would attract military investment. When considering what might capture the military's attention, Red immediately thought of armaments. Yet, competing with Tony Stark in the arms industry seemed a futile endeavor. The nascent Osborn Group lacked the industrial chain for weapon manufacturing. Thus, the sole avenue for military investment would be through technology. The military would finance the Osborn Group's research in exchange for the technology developed, with ownership reverting to them upon completion. This appears to be the only viable path forward for the Osborn group. What technology does the American military most favor in the Marvel Universe? The answer was revealed over 60 years ago, the super soldier serum. However, I lack any research samples. While developing a super soldier is not inherently difficult, as evidenced by Luthor's creation of Doomsday in the films, the pressing issue is the absence of biological samples for study. I do possess blood from Jean, but the instability of the Phoenix within her renders it a precarious option. Moreover, given that mutants in this world have been living in secrecy, Red cannot conjure mutant samples from thin air. At the very least, there must be a reasonable explanation for the origins of this situation, one that convinces the mutants that everything is merely a coincidence, with no one scheming against them from the shadows. With this thought, Red began to feel distressed. In his agitation, he decided to take his companion, Harley Quinn, and stepped out of the apartment to breathe in some fresh air. Meanwhile, Scott, who was determined to eliminate Red, had already arrived in New York and was now positioned beneath the very building where Red resided. "I found you." Scott, having halted his motorcycle, caught sight of Red leaving the apartment with Harley. His anger intensified, especially upon seeing Harley. He could not comprehend why Jean was so infatuated with this man. Despite Red already having a woman by his side, Jean remained utterly captivated by him. Scott resolved that once he had dispatched Red, he would return and inform Jean of what he had witnessed, hoping to reveal Red's true nature to her. If Jean were to become disillusioned with Red, he believed he would finally have a chance to advance his own aspirations. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Scott stealthily trailed behind Red as they both entered a shopping mall. Red was not the type of interloper who sought trouble for the sake of it. He would likely remain in New York, at least until he had completed Luthor's mission, rather than seeking out other Marvel characters. Now that it was certain he would be living in New York under the guise of Luthor, he intended to take good care of the apartment he had rented. Their visit to the mall was primarily for the purpose of acquiring some everyday essentials. In this regard, Harley deserved commendation. Red had initially assumed that Harley would select various prank items, given her allegiance to the Joker, rather than to Dr. Harleen Quinzel. However, to his surprise, it appeared that Harley understood Red was not the Joker, as her selections aligned perfectly with his preferences. In no time, they had completed their shopping. There was no need for Red to carry the items himself. By simply paying a little extra, the store would deliver everything to his door. In this country, with sufficient funds, one could accomplish nearly anything. Suddenly, an urge to use the restroom struck him. Once the important business was concluded, the smaller head had successfully taken control of the larger one, and the need to relieve himself manifested instinctively. Asking Harley to wait momentarily, Red entered the restroom, inadvertently granting Scott an opportune moment. Donning a hood to obscure his conspicuous red crystal glasses, Scott followed Red into the men's restroom. That person, Harley, being a psychologist of considerable expertise, was keenly perceptive. After all, she had been invited to Arkham Asylum to treat the Joker in the comics. Her knowledge of psychology would not simply vanish due to her association with the Joker's madness, allowing her to recognize something amiss about Scott, who was entirely enveloped in his disguise. The fun was about to begin. Realizing that something was about to transpire, the madness within Harley began to take effect. She adjusted the backpack on her shoulders and slowly approached the restroom door. Meanwhile, within the men's restroom, only Red and Scott remained. Utilizing the mirror within the restroom, Red discerned Scott's peculiar behavior. While Harley uncovered Scott's anomaly through her psychological insights, Red, with the discernment of a jester regarding human nature, sensed the malice emanating from Scott towards him. Rather than retaliating immediately, Red completed his business and, while washing his hands, subtly turned his head to glance at Scott beside him. "Dear friend, do you harbor any distress?" he inquired, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at the Mutant Academy, as Scott's hood obscured his face. Little did he know that the individual before him was none other than the lethal Scott, armed with his laser vision. A mere probing question proved too much for Scott, who had been simmering with impatience. He turned his head, removing his hood to reveal the crimson lenses of his glasses. "My torment is you," he declared. With a gentle press of a button on his spectacles, a searing red laser beam shot towards Red's head. Damn it! Thanks to the outsider's physical prowess and the combat skills of a jester, Red managed to react in time, raising his arms to shield himself from the laser attack. However, he was still propelled backward, crashing heavily against the restroom wall. Now, Red was utilizing his own body, not that of the jester, which had undergone countless chemical experiments. and the pain certainly registered in his mind. Fortunately, Red did not sacrifice the outsider's abilities to hasten the jester's release. Otherwise, that strike could have been fatal for an ordinary person. Yet, there was no respite for Red, as Scott unleashed another laser attack. Why won't you perish? With a torrent of hatred, Scott relentlessly fired his lasers. In the confined restroom, Red was swiftly cornered. With the next assault, Scott merely needed to intensify the laser's power to pierce Red's heart. Just then, Harley appeared behind Scott, wearing a maniacal grin and brandishing a metal baseball bat. Chapter 47. The arrival of Luther with a resounding crack, Scott fell to the ground. Was it melodious? Perhaps it was indeed a pleasant sound. After silently mocking the situation, Red wasted no time in shedding his charred coat, hastily exiting the restroom. He had contemplated delivering a fatal blow to Scott while Harley had incapacitated him. He was willing to eliminate even Gordon's wife, who posed no threat. Naturally, he would show no mercy to someone like Red, who possessed laser-like abilities. After careful contemplation, he resolved that he could not permit Red's identity to be associated with murder. Red could be a victim, and he might have subtle connections with various superhumans. However, he must not exhibit the capacity to kill superhumans, whether by coincidence or sheer strength. Red was acutely aware that the moment he took the life of a superpowered individual, he would become the target of myriad factions, potentially inviting unnecessary complications that could disrupt his future plans. Thus, he chose to depart without delay. However, it was evident that Scott was unwilling to let Red slip away so easily. A heavy blow from a metal bat struck the back of Scott's head, sending him crashing to the ground, blood staining the restroom floor. Without needing to check, Scott knew he had undoubtedly suffered concussion. Logically, the best course of action at this moment would be to flee swiftly and tend to his injuries. Yet, instilled with a deep-seated disdain for any mere human since childhood, he did not perceive Red, an ordinary individual, as a threat. Even after being struck by Harley moments ago, he dismissed it as mere carelessness. He was fully capable of eliminating Red and then seeking treatment. After all, he had discreetly left the academy this time. If he were to depart without dealing with that insufferable human, he could not fathom when he would have another opportunity. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Scott bolted from the restroom, his exceptional vision allowing him to swiftly lock onto Red, who was about to merge with the crowd. No escape. Without regard for the possibility of harming innocents, Scott unleashed a lethal laser upon Red amidst the throng, piercing through several ordinary bystanders before the laser finally approached its target. "Move aside, Harley!" Red deftly sidestepped, while Harley executed a somersault, narrowly evading the laser. However, in doing so, while they emerged unscathed, the unsuspecting pedestrians ahead bore the brunt of the assault. The crimson beam surged through the crowd, claiming dozens of lives in the blink of an eye. "Run! Run! It's a terror attack! Hurry!" Red shouted, inciting chaos among the masses. In an instant, the ordinary people within the mall erupted into panic, scattering in all directions. Amidst such turmoil, even with Scott's keen eyesight, it became increasingly difficult to pinpoint the ever-receding figure of Red. Moreover, Red had now produced Luther's card. Seizing the moment of confusion, he melded with the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into Luther, clad in a brown suit. Having lost sight of Red, Scott redirected his focus onto Harley, Red's companion. It was this woman who had provided him with the bat. Otherwise, he would have already dispatched Red. Consequently, his animosity towards her was palpable. However, this was no longer the confined space of a restroom. Harley's agility was remarkable. In a prepared scenario, no matter how Scott unleashed his laser attacks, she always evaded them with an array of dazzling acrobatic maneuvers. Damn it! As Scott witnessed Harley dodging his attacks while growing increasingly distant, he reluctantly shifted his steps toward the crowd. Unbeknownst to Scott, amidst the throng, a bald figure approached him with an air of calm, gathering various small items from nearby shops and assembling them in his hands. In the next moment, Scott brushed past Red, who was portraying Lex Luthor. Scott paid no mind to the panicked human, yet the latter firmly grasped his shoulder. Such strength! Although Luthor's power did not reach superhuman levels, he excelled as a human. The disparity between him and Batman lay merely in combat skills. Physically, they were quite comparable. This was only natural. Had Luthor not achieved the pinnacle of human capability, he would not have dared challenge the formidable son of Krypton. Yet Scott remained oblivious to this. He was astonished that this human had the audacity to obstruct him. Instinctively, he intended to retaliate with a laser beam directed at this reckless individual. However, at the very instant he turned around, Red had already aimed a nail gun at his forehead. What? Scott was unaware that, while portraying Luther, Red had scavenged materials from a stationery store and assembled the nail gun in under 30 seconds. Without uttering a word, Red pulled the trigger, sending the steel nail hurtling toward Scott's brow. Get away! Sensing the imminent threat of death, Scott unleashed his laser with full force, melting the incoming steel nail in an instant. Yet, leveraging Luther's physical prowess combined with the combat skills of the Joker and Alfred, Red swiftly crouched to evade the attack. Seizing the opportunity while Scott was momentarily stunned, he delivered an uppercut to Scott's chin, sending him sprawling to the ground. After downing Scott, Red swiftly approached and delivered a kick to thwart Scott's attempt to rise, then unleashed an unrelenting barrage of punches and kicks. Do you think you can lay a hand on me? Do you even know what you're dealing with? Allow me to enlighten you. I am Lex Luthor, the most intelligent man on this planet. Frustratingly, Scott struggled to rise, but Red's seemingly erratic blows consistently targeted the points of support, preventing him from standing. Get away! Ultimately, it was Scott who erupted with laser energy once more, forcing Red to retreat before seizing the opportunity to rise. Oh, he has risen? Continue. Observing Scott regaining his footing, Red showed no signs of retreat, assuming a fighting stance and swiftly advancing towards him. At this moment, the drawbacks of Scott's inability to control his powers became glaringly apparent, being reliant on the red crystal glasses to harness his abilities. He found himself unable to manipulate the device during such close combat, as each use of his laser required him to physically operate the switch on the glasses. Chapter 48. The defeated Scott. After another laser shot was evaded, Scott was compelled to engage Red in hand-to-hand combat. Initially, he brimmed with confidence, believing his combat training at the academy would surely prevail against this mere human. However, as their fists and feet clashed, he swiftly realized how profoundly mistaken he was. The opponent's movements were precise and swift, delivering blows with a ferocity that left Scott defenseless. In truth, if it were merely Lex Luthor, devoid of technological assistance, he would stand no chance in close quarters against the laser eyes. After all, no matter how exceptional Luthor's physical prowess, he fundamentally relied on technological equipment for combat, and his fighting techniques were largely augmented by technology, which he had not particularly mastered. The complication arose, however, as Red, assuming the role of Luthor, possessed the complete abilities of both Alfred and the Joker. The former, a senior agent of MI6, despite his age, retained the capability to contend with superpowered adversaries. The latter, when earnest, could even render Batman at a disadvantage in close combat. In this light, Scott's fighting skills appeared woefully inadequate. Damn it! Damn it! Another right hook sent Scott staggering backward. As he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the blinding whiteness of his surroundings mingled with the advancing figure of Luthor, instilling a sense of fear within Scott. He had to concede that he was no match for this human. With a wound at the back of his head compounded by severe concussion, remaining here could prove perilous. Get away! In a desperate bid for survival, Scott unleashed his laser with all his might, forcing the advancing Luthor to retreat and turn to flee into the distance. He needed to escape this place. He yearned to return to the academy to seek revenge with the help of the professors. P.S. Running? Such injuries may heal for a mutant, but he cannot be allowed to escape unscathed. Red would not pursue the fleeing Scott, for one often discovers latent potential when faced with death. Scott's laser eyes undoubtedly possessed the lethal strength to kill him. However, even without the intent to chase, Red could not permit Scott to leave intact. Furrowing his brow, he pulled from his pocket a small plastic toy, modified at some indeterminate point in time. Beside the stationery store lies a toy shop, where some toys contain batteries and motors. With a handful of steel nails from the stationery store, Red effortlessly crafted a makeshift youth grenade. "Time to have some fun," he exclaimed, emitting a series of incomprehensible sounds as he hurled the small toy in Scott's direction. "What on earth?" Scott, hearing Red's bizarre noises, turned his head just in time to see the small toy, crackling with electric sparks, zooming towards him. The smiling face on the toy appeared terrifying in his eyes. Then, with a loud bang, the explosion from the toy's motor and battery, though not overwhelmingly powerful, propelled the steel nails with considerable force, embedding one firmly into Scott's body. Ah! Accompanied by a scream, Scott's red crystal glasses fell away as a nail pierced his right eye, rendering half of his abilities useless. Without the suppressive power of his glasses, Scott could unleash his laser at maximum output with merely a blink. The entire shopping mall soon trembled under the onslaught of lasers, dispelling any thoughts Red had of using his nail gun for a follow-up attack. "Harley, keep up with him. I'll be with you shortly." "Understood, boss." Upon receiving the command, Harley promptly sprang into action, maintaining a safe distance to avoid any accidental harm while following Scott out of the mall. Meanwhile, Red seized the opportunity amidst the chaos of the collapsing mall to shed his disguise and revert to his true identity. It seemed that the items he had purchased today would take a while to arrive. As he blended with the fleeing crowd, Red exited the mall. Before long, Scott had vanished, and the police and fire brigade arrived on the scene. However, this development allowed Red to ascertain the true nature of mutants in this world. The issue likely lay with Charles. Red vaguely recalled that on Marvel Earth 1815, Charles was a pro-mutant supremacist who orchestrated terrorist attacks for that very cause. It now appeared that the Charles in this world must also be a pro-mutant supremacist, as this would explain why Scott, a student of this Charles, suddenly attempted to kill him. Nonetheless, Red remained uncertain about the underlying reasons for the assassination attempt. After all, the virus causing Jean to hallucinate and fall in love with an imagined version of Red was beyond even Red's own anticipation. Let's follow and investigate. Furthermore, Scott could serve as invaluable research material, wouldn't he? Recently, Red had contemplated the use of non-powered humans as subjects for super soldier research. And now Scott had conveniently presented himself. Regardless of the changes occurring at the Mutant Academy, from Red's perspective, he had every reason to express his gratitude to them. With these thoughts in mind, Red transformed back into Luther and made his way toward Harley's location. In a dimly lit alley in New York, Scott was covered in blood, the wound at the back of his head proving to be far more severe than he had anticipated. Even though Scott did not perish on the spot, the passage of time has left him grievously weakened, having suffered the loss of sight in one eye due to a steel nail and endured excessive blood loss. The reason he refrained from uncontrollably unleashing his laser was that he had donned a spare pair of ruby crystal glasses. Had he been unable to open his eyes or continue to emit such lasers, he would have been utterly unable to evade the crowd's attention and escape to this place. "Jean, forgive me. I cannot even prevail against a mere human." As Scott felt himself on the brink of succumbing to blood loss, Jean's visage emerged in his mind. Perhaps in this world, influenced by Charles, he had become a mutant supremacist, harboring disdain for humanity, yet his feelings for Jean remained largely unchanged. Upon turning the corner, he indeed beheld the figure that lingered in his thoughts. Jean's expression was as cold as when they first met, yet this was the familiar Jean he recognized, not the one entranced by mere humans. "Jean, listen to me." Scott limped towards her, eager to share his observations. "Red is a cad. He already has a woman by his side, yet he still pursues you. He is unworthy of your affection. Forget him, Jean." However, just as Scott was about to reach out to Jean, an invisible barrier obstructed his path. "Jean?" In response, he was met only with her disdainful gaze and frigid words. "Scott, for the sake of my happiness with Red, could you do me a favor and die?" "What? Jean, what are you saying?" Scott was taken aback by the pure malice radiating from her. He instinctively recoiled. Yet he soon stepped forward again, wishing to explain, but at that moment, an unseen force tightened around his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. Chapter 49, Scott's demise. An intangible telekinetic grip constricted Scott's neck, lifting him high into the air. The agony of asphyxiation tormented him, yet what pained Scott even more was the unbridled intent to kill emanating from Jean. For the sake of a single human, she sought to take his life. Scott had come to this realization, yet no matter how desperately he struggled, he could not shake off Jean's telekinetic hold. "Please, Jean, spare me." With his last breath, he uttered a plea for mercy, but Jean remained unmoved. Instead, she intensified the pressure on Scott's throat, ensuring that he could utter not a single word further. As his complexion darkened and consciousness began to fade, Scott's instinct for survival eclipsed all else. He removed his ruby crystal glasses and, free from restraint, unleashed a laser attack upon Jean with all his might. Faced with the imminent threat of a laser, Jean had no choice but to retract her power, engaging fully with Scott's telekinetic assault. The crimson beam fragmented just as it neared Jean, scattering energy indiscriminately and wreaking havoc upon everything in the vicinity, transforming the narrow alleyway into a scene of utter devastation. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that in this fierce contest, Jean possesses an undeniable advantage. In this world, Charles is a proponent of mutant supremacy. Naturally, his determination to one day overthrow humanity will not be hindered by Jean's formidable powers. Unrestrained, Jean harnesses the strength bestowed by the Phoenix, gradually overpowering Scott's laser. No, please. Jean, don't do this. Although Scott continues to unleash his laser, his pleas for mercy escape his lips. He understands that he is no match for Jean. He harbors no delusions of being with her again, but merely wishes to survive. Yet, Jean shows no intention of relenting. Upon hearing Scott's voice, her contempt becomes even more pronounced, and the speed at which she overwhelms the laser intensifies. No, I beg you, don't kill me, please. As the laser is completely suppressed back into Scott's eyes, he, stripped of any power to resist, is obliterated by telekinesis, leaving behind a headless corpse that lies quietly upon the ground. It is all over. Scott, who had successfully escaped from Reed, ultimately meets his demise at the hands of the woman he cherished most, his body left in disarray. Reed, did you see? No one can for a union. In that moment, Scott's presence fades, and Jean's disdain evaporates. She uses her telekinesis to shield herself from the splattering blood, ensuring that no taint of this brutality mars her body, for she wishes Reed to remain oblivious to her cruel side. Turning, Jean gazes toward the alleyway where, in the sunlight, she seems to glimpse Reed beckoning her. Reed, you're here. I'm coming. Wait for me. Jean steps toward the alley's exit, pursuing the sunlight and Reed. While in the shadows, Scott's lifeless form remains neglected. Oh, what a tragic yet poignant love story. As if re-experiencing this gruesome tableau, Harley finds it increasingly difficult to suppress her inner harlequin tendencies, her behavior spiraling into madness. Like a butterfly, she dances amidst the crimson-stained alley, occasionally touching the splattered blood on the walls with her fingers, using it as lipstick to adorn her lips, enhancing her already wild allure with an air of peril. Following closely behind Harley, Reed, embodying Luther, enters the alley without stepping into the pool of blood. This is not merely for the sake of his role, but also due to his own aversion to filth. He feels no remorse when taking a life, yet the bloodshed of others repulses him. Such a double standard. He never anticipated the virus's potency to be so formidable. From a distance, Reed and Harley witness Jean's brutal act of killing Scott, and thus, Reed realizes that it was his influence that led to Jean's infection. In this moment, a surge of impulse courses through Reed, one that compels him to pour his blood into New York's reservoir. If he were to do so in every city, wouldn't that allow him to dominate all of America? However, upon reflection, Red understood that such thoughts were impractical. The primary effect of the virus was to transform the opponent's thought patterns to mirror its own. Hadn't the Mad Hatter, upon venturing into other universes, managed to eliminate even the Joker? The matter concerning Quinn was merely a miracle, years of solitude and a fragile heart, combined with the extraordinary ability to materialize illusions, could only birth a Quinn under such extreme conditions. The notion of controlling the entire world through a virus was but a fleeting fantasy. Should such a plan come to fruition, the most likely outcome would be the heroes of this world devolving into selfishness, while the villains would become even more unscrupulous, and that would be all. Nonetheless, following this incident, mutants would inevitably find themselves under the scrutiny of the entire world. Charles's intention to conceal the existence of mutants had been shattered, and shifts within the mutant community were likely to occur in response to the human government's actions. Red contemplated that, in his estimation, Charles would not immediately initiate a terror attack. Having amassed power for so many years, he would surely wish to act when the time was ripe. If so, it was probable that he would deliberately fragment his forces to mislead, thereby causing the government to lower its guard. However, this also afforded Red more time. Red did not believe that having an infected Quinn would allow him to rest easy. While Quinn, ensnared in her illusions, had indeed played an unexpected role, she was not a force he could control. He required more power, which meant he needed additional time to unlock more characters, enabling him to withstand the mutants when they launched their full-scale assault. If the mutants continued to quietly accumulate power, he would likely fall short. Yet, as soon as they were compelled to operate in the open, the human government's pressure would significantly slow the mutants' rate of power accumulation. The government, aware of the mutants' existence, would be quick to gather strength to guard against them. In this back-and-forth dynamic, the time he so desperately needed would naturally come to him. For now, he could only take it step by step. After concluding his thoughts, Harley had just managed to calm her excited heart. Thus, she proceeded with the arrangements. Harley, take the body away. As for the blood, let it be for those organizations with absurdly long names that won't change them for decades. Understood, boss. With practiced ease, Harley produced a burlap sack from who knows where and expertly packaged Scott for removal. How she would transport the body back to the apartment or return it to Gotham was a concern for Harley to resolve. After all, she could still reach the darkened Alfred, who remained in Gotham. Red, on the other hand, returned to Gotham ahead of schedule, intending to establish a laboratory there, as it was a stronghold where all significant research would take place henceforth. With experimental samples now in hand, it was imperative to achieve results as swiftly as possible, following which he would directly integrate into the Oswald Corporation. Chapter 50. The response of the mutants establishing a laboratory in Gotham City is not a formidable endeavor. The Joker's gang provides the funding, while Wayne Enterprises offers the necessary channels. Virtually anything required can be effortlessly procured, save for resources like vibranium, which are firmly controlled by Wakanda. Other items, regardless of their legality, pose no issues within Gotham. After the laboratory was set up, Red maintained his guise as Luther and commenced his work. He has now come to comprehend the distinctions between his role-playing system and those depicted in the role-playing novels of his past life. The most significant difference lies in the difficulty of enhancing his role-playing degree. His system is not miserly in promoting his role-playing degree, for the true essence always resides not in the degree itself, but in the character's tasks. Thus, while performing his role, Red does not need to be excessively cautious about actions that may contradict his persona. Although such transgressions would indeed diminish his role-playing degree, the decline could be swiftly rectified. For instance, if Lex Luthor could identify a suitable superhuman in this world to confront as a villain, the resultant increase in role-playing degree would be unparalleled. Unfortunately, neither the cards he possesses nor the current developments within the Marvel Universe provide a suitable superhuman to serve as Luthor's adversary. Therefore, the only course available to Red is to engage in research. As a genius and a scientist, research is inherently a part of Luthor's existence, and, by extension, of Red's role-playing. As long as he conducts scientific inquiries or devises schemes in the name of Luthor, his role-playing degree will ascend. The only limitation is that he cannot achieve a degree of 99 until the character's tasks are completed. In the laboratory, Red sighed and then extracted a vial of crimson serum from the equipment. It was completed, a super serum capable of generating special energy within humans and enabling voluntary release. At this moment, a month had elapsed since Scott's assault. Leveraging Luthor's abilities, he had successfully produced the serum within this time frame. Additionally, he had received word that Norman and Otto were on the brink of collapse and were soon to seek investors. The timing of his completion was fortuitous. Harley, come with me. Joker continued to guard Gotham. After Harley's audacious foray into the restroom to test the hardness of Scott's head, Red realized the importance of having an accomplice nearby. At least until he acquires sufficient power, the presence of a sidekick remains essential. Accompanied by Harley, Red set forth once more to New York, this time intent on transforming the Osborn Group into LexCorp entirely. In Westchester, at the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters, Charles had just seen off the government officials. At this moment, within Charles's office, Eric had already departed, and among the mutants frolicking on the lawn, the number of older individuals had notably diminished, for Eric had left, just as Reed had anticipated. Charles was reluctant to hastily launch an assault against humanity as a whole. Their aim was not confined to the United States, but extended to the entire globe. He envisioned a world under mutant dominion. Yet, they had not fully consolidated their control over the mutants within the United States. Consequently, the mutants became fractured. Those led by Eric opposed the peaceful coexistence envisioned by Charles and openly acknowledged Scott as their vanguard in the attack on humanity. Following a fierce battle within the Academy that nearly obliterated half of the estate, Eric departed with his followers to establish the Brotherhood of Mutants. Meanwhile, Charles remained, adopting the persona of a peace-loving mutant as he engaged with the American government, seeking a future of harmonious coexistence. All of this had been foreseen by Reed, whose wisdom, heightened under the influences of the Joker and Luthor, was complemented by a profound understanding of the world. The development of the Marvel Universe possessed a certain inertia, though it was likely that the writers resorted to revisiting classic scenes due to their own limitations when reflected in the Marvel multiverse. It became evident that a slight nudge could set events irrevocably along a predetermined course. I comprehend. A hint of weariness crossed Charles's face. Despite his immediate decision to sever ties with Eric after Scott's reckless antics in human society, retaining most of his power while relegating Eric to bear the role of the antagonist with a fraction of his strength, the human government was not easily deceived. They had clearly recognized that matters were not so straightforward. Fortunately, the power amassed by the mutants had already posed a significant military threat. The human government would not be quick to act against them, granting him time. Raven, soon you shall feign death and seek out Eric. His forces are too meager and require assistance. Understood. At this juncture, Raven still maintained the guise of an elderly woman, but soon her identity would perish with her old age, after which she would depart the school in her true form to join the Brotherhood of Mutants. By the way, how is Jean faring? Charles inquired about Jean's current state. The primary reason for his decision to conserve strength was Jean's existence. He could discern that she still required time to master her powers. Once Jean harnessed her seemingly limitless potential, toppling humanity would be but a trivial endeavor. It appeared that Jean was increasingly infatuated with that human man. Her room was filled with portraits of him that she had rendered from memory. Was this truly advisable, Charles? Raven harbored a deep-seated fear that their greatest trump card, Jean, might forsake their ideals due to an infatuation with a human man. Conversely, Charles appeared remarkably confident regarding this matter. It matters not. Our objective is not the extinction of humanity. I shall find a moment to converse with Jean, ensuring she understands that only when mutants reign over the world can she truly be with the man she loves. This seemed the most prudent course of action. As Raven departed, Charles sat quietly in his chair. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, stability persisted, and mutants continued their relentless march toward a radiant future. Yet, an unsettling disquiet lingered within him. It felt as though something unforeseen had been overlooked, but what could it possibly be? Meanwhile, Red returned to New York City, accompanied by Harley and the fruits of his research. Chapter 51. Unexpected visitors at that moment, within a rented laboratory. The two founders of the fledgling Oscorp welcomed a distinguished guest, a representative from the military. In former times, such a visit would have elicited great joy, but the expressions on their faces revealed that matters were not as straightforward now. This military representative was not there to invest. Rather, he came to recruit these two prodigies into the military's research division. Although Norman and Otto had yet to achieve tangible success, their performances at school had been commendable, and they had made strikingly insightful remarks. With Howard's retirement and the young Tony still in his formative years, the military sought to seize this opportunity to reduce their dependence on Stark Industries by enlisting other brilliant minds. While the profits garnered by Scott Industries would still be subject to taxation, it was unwise to place all their eggs in one basket. The military's expenditures could not be solely borne by Stark Industries. However, both Norman and Otto felt considerable dissatisfaction with this proposition. They harbored their own ambitions and aspirations, unwilling to become mere manufacturers of weapons for the military. They aspired to rise above, to be masters of their own fate, rather than subservient researchers. My apologies, Lieutenant Rhodes, but we cannot accept your proposal. We have our own research to pursue. Otto firmly declined, while Norman, though hesitant to speak, nodded in agreement. Otto was correct. The endeavors he wished to pursue could not be realized within the confines of the military. Only by establishing their own company and controlling their own resources could they conduct research unimpeded. I must find a cure for Emily's hereditary disease. I cannot forsake this pursuit for the sake of immediate gain. Is that so? How unfortunate, Rhodes replied, not pressing the matter further, and prepared to take his leave. At that moment, Red, embodying Luther, strode through the door with an air of arrogance, his voice dripping with hubris. Oh, is there something regrettable? Lex Luthor appears here. And you actually feel regret? Who are you? Norman immediately turned to question Luther, certain that he did not recognize this bald man, and wondering what right he had to intrude upon their laboratory. Lex Luthor? Rod and Otto had some recollection of the name. Under the influence of the system, Luther's information had merged into this world, and, as another genius, Otto had indeed heard whispers of Lex Luthor. As for Rod, he recalled the list of scientists he had received when he came to carry out his mission, which prominently featured the name Lex Luthor. This name was among the foremost of those that could be deemed geniuses, a prime candidate for invitation. However, the documents indicated that Luthor had been residing in the chaotic locale of Gotham City, prompting Rod to plan to invite the scientists in New York first before seeking out Lex Luthor in Gotham. Little did he expect that before he could commence his search, Luthor would arrive uninvited. Moreover, It seemed that Lex Luthor had come specifically for these two. Understanding this, Rod chose to remain silent, opting to observe the unfolding events. Who am I? You, as a scientist, are unaware of my illustrious name, Lex Luthor? That is truly a dismal failure on your part. Red shook his head and swept Norman's and Otto's research materials to the ground. This action incited even Otto, the usually mild-mannered one, to feel a surge of indignation. You have gone too far, Mr. Luthor. Too far. Am I truly excessive? Red pointed to the scattered materials on the floor. Genetic transfer technology, brain-machine interface technology. There seems to be something here, but do you possess the capability to bring it to fruition? Shadows hold no value. The ground is the rightful resting place for such materials. Norman and Otto seethed at Red's words. Both were prodigies from their institution and had never been so belittled before. What is wrong with me? I have come here to show you what true genius looks like. With that, Red seized a nearby whiteboard and affixed his meticulously prepared materials to its surface. Rod attempted to approach for a closer look, only to be brusquely dismissed by Red, who claimed he was being a hindrance. This dismissal infuriated Rod. Was he not allowed to witness the spectacle? He was not a scientist after all. Meanwhile, Norman and Otto's expressions began to shift. Otto remained relatively unaffected. As someone who primarily focused on physics and nuclear technology, he recognized that Luthor's so-called super soldier program was impressive, though he did not have a visceral reaction. Norman, however, was different. As a scientist specializing in biology, he immediately discerned that this detailed information could stem from only two possibilities. Either Luthor was merely seeking to attract attention with non-existent claims, or he had indeed produced tangible results, showcasing only the data derived from his completed work. As for Rhodes, he initially believed there was nothing significant, as he could not comprehend the situation. However, upon noticing the expressions of Norman and Otto, he realized that perhaps he was not meant to understand. Yet, for the sake of appearances, he feigned a serious demeanor, intently gazing at the information on the whiteboard, including terms that were entirely unfamiliar to him. Well, gentlemen, please provide your evaluations. After unveiling all the materials, Red leaned against a nearby table, relishing the astonished expressions of everyone present, while inwardly reveling in the rising intensity of his performance. Indeed, portraying a character like Luthor or Tony was quite effortless. It simply required a display of arrogance and audacity. The bolder one acted, the quicker the performance rating escalated. Otto exchanged a glance with Norman, who slowly nodded. Initially, they were uncertain of Luthor's intentions in approaching them, but now they understood. What do you wish to achieve by showcasing such technology to us? Red smiled slightly, aware that Otto might be oblivious to the truth. Presently, Otto was merely a scientist wholly focused on fulfilling his aspirations. However, Norman, a capitalist cloaked in the guise of scientist, undoubtedly recognized the value of this research material. Engaging with Norman did not necessitate the complications that came with conversing with Tony. Red spoke plainly. I wish to invest in your company with this technology and a sum of $5 million. How much equity can we negotiate? Beside him, Rhodes contemplated interjecting, as Luthor was also a target he intended to invite. Wouldn't an agreement with the company signify the end of his invitation? Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he realized he lacked the standing to obstruct their transaction. Chapter 52. Human Experimentation. Norman and Otto nodded, engaging in a brief, hushed discussion before Norman stepped forward. Otto, could you kindly elucidate the significance of this research material to Lieutenant Rhodes? Although Rhodes appeared convincingly composed, Norman understood that the military could not possibly grasp the intricacies of cloaking technology. If they had, a battalion of Captain Americas would have already emerged. Thus, while Norman and Red deliberated the investment, Otto began to explain to Rhodes. Lieutenant Rhodes, according to the data presented, this is a super soldier serum. A super soldier serum? Rhodes's eyes widened in astonishment. Having become a prominent U.S. Army lieutenant in his 20s, he was well aware of the military's aspirations. Since the advent of Captain America during World War II, the military had never ceased its obsession with the super soldier serum. However, it was evident that following the demise of Dr. Abraham, the research materials for the super soldier serum had vanished, and the United States had not successfully replicated it since. Even Howard's efforts had fallen short. After all, even the serum that produced Captain America exhibited notable side effects. What about the abilities? What are the capabilities? Understanding the military's profound interest in the super soldier serum, Rhodes immediately began to inquire, seeking a comprehensive understanding of the subject. Ideally, he wished to witness its effects firsthand before conveying any information to the military's upper echelons. Otto pondered for a moment, acknowledging his lack of expertise in biological research, yet ultimately provided an answer. It appeared that the serum prompted the body to release a red, high-energy force capable of effortlessly melting metal. However, this energy could not escape the body, and after a period, the serum's effects would wane, necessitating a subsequent injection for restoration. Is there a flaw? Rhodes's voice momentarily reflected disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure. It is only natural for there to be imperfections. After all, it is said that even the serum injected into Captain America had severe side effects. The existence of side effects is to be expected. The United States has yet to produce a serum suitable for human injection, so what more could one desire? Meanwhile, Norman and Reed reached a consensus regarding the investment. We are willing to offer Mr. Luther a 30% stake. However, I have one final question. Reed remained lazily reclined against the table, as though this outcome was entirely predictable. We hope to obtain the data from human trials. As an innate capitalist, Norman was reluctant to simply concede 30%. He understood that Luther, lacking a company, would find it nearly impossible to conduct human trials. This request was intended to prompt the other party to forfeit part of their interest, such as relinquishing their administrative rights. Human trial data? I'm afraid that is not currently available. Indeed, as Norman had anticipated, Luther, alone in his research, lacked the qualifications for human testing. As for experimenting on himself, Norman found it unlikely that a scientist would resort to such measures. Just as Norman intended to steer the conversation to encourage Luther to relinquish some of his interests, Reed suddenly produced a red vial. However, soon enough, we will have the data from human trials. With that, Reed picked up a syringe from the table and injected the serum into his arm. Wait, have you lost your mind? Otto rushed forward to intervene, but it was already too late. Reed was enveloped in a crimson glow. The powerful laser energy coursed around him. Was this man insane? Norman too gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. The individual before him was either a reckless madman or someone with absolute confidence in his creation, convinced that his serum, despite lacking human trials, was infallible. Only such certainty could explain why he dared to use his own body as the testing ground. In truth, that was indeed the case. After the injection, Red experienced a pang of regret, for he was not truly Luther himself. He merely became engrossed in the role. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he administered the serum without restraint. Fortunately, Luther's powers did not disappoint him. The character bestowed upon him by the system was in a state of unparalleled strength under equivalent circumstances. For instance, Alfred could contend with third-rate supervillains, while the Joker, possessing the essence of a deity of intoxication, could engage Batman in a physical confrontation. Furthermore, Luther was the most intelligent version of himself across all parallel universes. Red perceived the Luther he embodied as the one from the Red Son comic, a figure who, through human intellect, dismantled Superman's convictions, ultimately ruling the world and fostering rapid human advancement through technology, living to the age of 4,000 and becoming the progenitor of future Supermen. Such a Luther indeed had the right to be proud. It seemed there were no adverse effects. Rod remained silent, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Red. Upon witnessing the potent red energy radiating from him, he exhaled in relief, indicating that all appeared well. Under Luther's influence, the red energy gradually receded into Red's body, at which point everyone noticed that the floor beneath had been melted to reveal a distinct footprint. Oh, the results align with my expectations. Mr. Otto, kindly record the data. Subsequently, Red swiftly demonstrated the power derived from the serum. Although his physique had not enhanced, he could emanate red energy from various parts of his body, with the intensity governed by his will. However, excessive energy bursts would shorten the serum's effective duration. Perfect. This is, without a doubt, the most exquisite super soldier serum to date. Otto remarked upon completing the data collection. At that moment, he was genuinely impressed, for in his view, such a serum could not possibly be produced by current human technology. Yet Luther had achieved it. Besides admiration, Otto could not conjure other words, though he would not concede defeat. In his realm of expertise, physics, he believed his accomplishments would be rival to Luther's. As the serum's effects waned, Red turned his attention to Norman and Rod. So, what do you think? Is my technology worthy of a 30 stake and executive authority? And is the military inclined to invest in this project? Chapter 53. Rapid Development. The matter of Red's investment was settled, as Norman would not forego such an opportunity, even though he recognized that Red's ambitions might one day lead to a power struggle. A lack of courage would not have compelled Norman to embark on this venture with Otto. Meanwhile, Rod ceased his recruitment of scientists and, armed with the data on the super soldier serum, approached the military commander. "Lieutenant Rod, I hear you have significant matters to report to me?" The commander, having reached an advanced age, was nearing retirement from the military. He had been attentive to Rhodes, whom he had promoted with the intent of discovering promising young talents to secure the future of the armed forces. At that moment, the commander was unaware that this young individual, whom he held in high regard, would soon present him with a remarkable surprise. As Rhodes showcased the data and the footage of the tests under the scrutiny of numerous high-ranking officials, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Eventually, General Ross of the United States Air Force was the first to break the silence, exclaiming, "Fantastic, truly magnificent. Though there are imperfections, this represents the nascent form of America's super soldier, the future we envision. I propose we commence immediate procurement of the current version of the serum and also invest in the next phase of super soldier serum development." The room erupted in agreement, with military leaders nodding in unison, sharing the same sentiment. Since the advent of Captain America, the pursuit of super soldiers had never waned, and now, hope had finally materialized before them. The military, never short of funding, swiftly reached a decision. Rhodes, having discovered the super soldier serum, was duly recognized for his efforts. As the meeting adjourned, the elderly commander approached Rhodes and gently patted the young man's shoulder. "Commander," Rhodes responded with a salute. The commander then spoke. "Rhodes, my original intention was to appoint you as the liaison between the United States military and Stark Industries. However, since you were the first to uncover the super soldier serum and its creator, along with establishing preliminary communication, I would like you to also take on the role of liaison with Oscorp. How's that sound?" "Yes, sir." In the United States, every official is backed by capital. Yet Rhodes, hailing from humble beginnings, lacked such support. The commander's initiative to foster relationships with the powerful Stark Industries and the promising Oscorp was indeed a pathway laid out for him. With goodwill from these two corporations, even without public backing, his military career was destined for success. "Thank you, Commander." Meanwhile, although Oscorp had received a $5 million investment from Red, this amount was insufficient for a transformative change. It was only 2 days after Rhodes' departure that another group of military personnel, under his leadership, arrived at Oscorp. This time, they were neither seeking allegiance nor investment. Instead, they issued an order for the super soldier serum capable of generating $50 million in profit. It was evident that this was merely the first step. Upon fulfillment of the initial order, even larger orders would follow. To prevent government power from exceeding his control, Red had deliberately imposed a time limitation on the serum, ensuring it remained a consumable rather than a means to create superhumans. Regardless, with the influx of capital, Oscorp immediately embarked on an ambitious development trajectory. Norman, citing Luther as the researcher of the serum, insisted that Luther and Otto remain in the laboratory to continue their experiments and refine the mass production process of the serum. Meanwhile, he began leasing a larger office space and recruiting administrative and research personnel. His intentions were transparent: to secure his authority as chairman. Indeed, once the company became profitable, Norman, holding the largest share of 50, ascended to the position of executive chairman. Red, with a 30 stake, took on the role of CEO, while Otto, possessing only 20 and lacking ambition for power, settled for the position of senior researcher, wielding no influence in administrative matters. Red was acutely aware that Norman was wary of him, yet he remained unperturbed. He understood all too well that within the Osborn family, if Norman were unwell, then his wife Emily would undoubtedly be afflicted, and their son Harry Osborn would certainly suffer as well. In the future, Norman would inevitably seek his assistance. Thus, Red remained calm, diligently pursuing his research while patiently awaiting the company's progress. This tranquil existence continued for half a year. Red, who had arrived in this Marvel universe on December 16, 1991, now found himself in the autumn of 1992. The company had stabilized and was officially renamed Osborn Group. The omission of Luther's name might have been a consideration on Luther's part. This name served as a testament to the alliance between him and Otto. As long as they remained united, Luther could never seize power. With stability achieved, Norman shifted his focus to his current cash cow, the super soldier serum. This serum was the capital for the Osborn Group's development. Yet according to his sources, the military seemed dissatisfied with the numerous limitations imposed by the superpowers it granted. While undeniably powerful, the released red energy could even melt tanks upon contact. It could not exist independently and was subject to time constraints, rendering its battlefield utility quite limited. The military's eagerness to procure had evidently diminished, and after several interactions, it became clear that an upgrade of the serum was necessary. They were willing to invest in assisting the Osborn Group to develop a new serum. Norman declined the investment, believing it preferable to avoid military funding if possible. The profits accrued by the Osborn Group over the past 6 months were sufficient to sustain research for some time. Simultaneously, Norman recognized the necessity for an upgrade of the serum. Thus, he set aside his administrative duties and entered the laboratory to engage in serum research. Luther, we need a new type of serum. Otherwise, the military will cease cooperation, Norman stated, casually picking up research materials from Red's desk. After gaining a brief understanding of the current serum situation, he directly inquired, "Do you think we can make the serum's effects permanent? Could we enable soldiers injected with serum to acquire superpowers indefinitely?" Norman firmly believed that if the effects of the serum could be rendered permanent, the military would undoubtedly welcome this innovation. Even if the serum could not release energy over long distances, they would still make substantial purchases. Chapter 54. The serum improvement plan. To Norman's surprise, he found himself confronted with such naive thoughts. Upon hearing Norman's words, Red wore a mocking smile. Although Norman felt a surge of irritation, he restrained his anger, considering that Red was the one most knowledgeable about the serum, and thus he inquired with a calm demeanor, "What do you mean by that? If it could truly be effective permanently, not only America, but other countries would surely flock to it." Norman harbored no sense of patriotism. Even if he could not overtly sell these military items to foreign nations, he would not hesitate to discreetly part with some serum if the price was right. Red set aside his work, turning his attention towards Norman. "From a technical perspective, Norman, I know you have been researching interspecies gene transfer technology. You must understand that while it is relatively straightforward for a person to temporarily acquire a specific gene, the complete transformation of all genes within a human body is an entirely different matter." This question required no contemplation from Norman. He could readily deduce the answer. Naturally, achieving temporary effects is significantly easier. Yet wouldn't it be preferable if permanence could be attained? It certainly would be better. But such an enhancement places greater demands on the user. How many individuals could endure a fundamental alteration of their physiology? I could devise such a serum, but how many could actually utilize it? With billions of people in the world and numerous soldiers in America, each possessing subtle differences in their physical constitutions, what cost would I incur to ensure that a serum capable of fundamentally altering the human body would be effective for everyone? Norman furrowed his brow. Previously, he had been singularly focused on achieving efficacy, unaware of the complexities involved. However, now, with Luther's serum as a benchmark, he recognized the challenges inherent in his aspirations. Just as Norman was about to concede defeat, Red continued, "Even if I could ensure that the serum would be effective for everyone, may I ask, wouldn't soldiers injected with the serum eventually retire? Once they retire, wouldn't these former soldiers become superhumans among ordinary citizens? Could the government truly feel secure? Even if they were to sign agreements pledging never to retire, would the high-ranking officials allow all their soldiers to possess superpowers? By what authority could they command these enhanced soldiers? And how could they manage them? Furthermore, the most crucial point is if the serum's effects are indeed permanent. How could I persuade the military to continue investing in our project? The preceding points may be reasons that evade the average person's immediate consideration. However, the final point instantaneously illuminated Norman's perspective. Indeed, manufacturers of chairs harbor a disinclination towards producing chairs that last for decades without wear, for in such a scenario, as long as the chairs remain intact, consumers would refrain from making further purchases. The same principle applies to serums, should the serum's effects be everlasting. With a single injection serving a person for life, what justification would the military possess for maintaining a steady patronage? You're correct, Luther. This is an aspect I had overlooked. As a commodity, The serum ought not to pursue permanence and efficacy. Yet, in the current predicament, absent any new advancements, the military may indeed cease collaboration. Red nodded knowingly. He was well aware of this reality and had already devised a solution. Thus, before Norman's eyes, Red administered a vial of serum to himself, temporarily acquiring the ability to release energy. Subsequently, amid Norman's perplexed gaze, Red gestured, and a crimson energy sphere erupted from his hand, obliterating a shredder in the corner of the laboratory. How can you unleash energy for a remote attack? Has the serum been upgraded? Norman exclaimed in astonishment. Red shook his head. Not at all. The serum remains unchanged. I have merely enhanced its stability, reducing the instances of imbeciles experiencing energy fluctuations post-injection. As he spoke, Red glanced at a nearby research assistant. Have you recorded it? Yes. Every moment from the serum injection to the energy release has been documented. Red nodded, then waved his hand. Send it to Rod. Let him present it to the military higher-ups. Each of them assumes my serum is feeble, when in truth, it is their own lack of understanding that is the issue. Having concluded, Red turned to the still baffled Norman and elaborated. It is quite simple. The serum, during its efficacy, bestows upon humanity a novel capability. Yet, in the course of their lives, individuals have never possessed such an ability. It is akin to suddenly sprouting a brand new arm. Yet due to inexperience, the brain remains oblivious to how to wield this newfound power. Consequently, they cannot project energy outward. They can only generate energy that circulates on the surface of their bodies. And you, Norman pointed at Luther, while the principle is straightforward, you just casually released an energy sphere. I am Lex Luthor, a genius. Is that not entirely natural? Luther retorted. Norman promptly fell silent. Over the past 6 months, despite their limited interactions, he had come to understand that if he wished to avoid a crushing defeat, he must never contradict Luther when he proclaims his genius. Otto, still brimming with ambition to surpass Luther in the realm of physics, had not yet resigned. Yet Norman discerned that Luther was indeed far more intelligent than himself. There are 2 solutions, Red continued, and Norman immediately perked up, eager to listen. Firstly, the military expends considerable resources to allow a select few soldiers to suppress the injection of super serum, investing time in training them to master their abilities, a task rendered arduous by years of ingrained instincts. Secondly, we can devise an alternative serum designed to enhance the sensitivity of the injectors, enabling them to effortlessly control this energy after receiving both serums. Excellent. The second option is indeed promising. Norman promptly endorsed this notion, deeming it a commendable choice. When buyers lamented the ineffectiveness of the product, the optimal solution was not to improve the existing item, but rather to introduce a new one that could synergistically address the issues at hand. Shortly thereafter, news from the Osborne Group reached the military. The military brass, upon noticing a particularly highlighted critique from Lex Luthor, were incensed, their beards bristling with fury. Those damn scoundrels. So, Luthor is a genius, and we are but fools? Ironically, these high-ranking officials were among the most experienced in the injection of super serum and the attainment of superhuman abilities, yet none could match the prowess of Red. Despite Red's ungracious remarks, there was undeniable truth in his assertions. Frustrated, the military leaders could only vent their ire on the soldiers under their command, mandating that those who had injected the serum but were unable to perform ranged attacks undergo double the training. That day, the camp was rife with resentment towards Lex Luthor, reaching celestial heights. Chapter 55, Spy, Richard Parker. The perception-enhancing serum, designed to complement the super soldier serum, was initiated as a new project. Norman temporarily set aside his corporate duties and returned to the laboratory, fully aware that although administrative matters were crucial in the nascent Osborne Group, they constituted but a small fraction of the overall picture. To establish a firm foothold within this fledgling enterprise, he needed to demonstrate his worth in the lab. This was Norman's intention. Over the past 6 months, he had garnered significant support in the administrative realm, with nearly all of the management team being his allies. Luthor, though possessing a handful of subordinates in critical positions, posed little threat. Furthermore, through prior interactions, Norman recognized that the researcher's deference to Luthor indicated his influence. While Norman cultivated his followers in administration, Luthor had not been idle in the laboratory. Through his exceptional abilities and formidable charisma, He had come to be regarded as the leader by nearly all researchers within the Osborn group, rendering Norman virtually invisible in their eyes. Yet, the current trajectory of the Osborn group hinged entirely on the experimental outcomes from the laboratory. Should any issues arise there, the entire organization would face imminent collapse. Norman would not permit his lifeblood to rest in Luther's hands. Thus, he sought to shine, to convey to all researchers that he was not merely the chairman, but also an accomplished scientist. The value he could create far surpassed that of Luther. Only within the confines of the corporation can such an impression be cultivated, allowing him to firmly secure his position as chairman, lest he be relegated to the status of an ordinary shareholder. The intentions of the counterpart were evident to Red, who played the role of Luther, yet he remained steadfast amidst the flux. After all, in his estimation, Norman's tenure was nearing its end, having initially relinquished the opportunity to compete with him in a laboratory. It was predetermined that he could never return to that domain. Naturally, Luther lacked the authority to forcibly expel Norman from the laboratory, for Norman's talents were undeniable and his presence indeed contributed to the research efforts. Luther's confidence stemmed from another piece of information. Norman's wife, Emily Osborn, was on the verge of giving birth. This simultaneously signified the imminent arrival of Harry Osborn and the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Contemplating this, Red set aside his current tasks and proceeded to another laboratory. Within Oscorp, those possessing personal laboratories were exceptionally talented researchers. The current occupant of this particular lab was a newcomer who had only joined Oscorp a little over a month ago. His acquisition of a personal lab was a testament to both his and his wife's remarkable abilities, which, even through Luther's discerning eye, could be deemed outstanding. The name of this researcher was Richard. "Hey, Richard, how goes the research?" Richard Parker, that was his name. Since entering Oscorp, Red had been keeping a close watch on this biologist. However, throughout the hiring process, he had not encountered Richard, nor could he find any information about him. Yet, a month prior, Richard and his wife, Mary, had come for an interview, impressively securing positions at Oscorp, and Luther had subsequently arranged for him to have a personal laboratory. During this period, Red noticed that Richard's information suddenly became complete, as if he had reclaimed his life overnight. At this juncture, Red had nearly concluded that Richard was a spy sent by some organization, most likely S.H.A.E.L.D. However, he leaned more towards the notion of S.H.I.L.D., recalling Richard's background as a former agent, and it was well known that S.H.I.L.D. was an organization that had emerged from within. "Hello, Mr. Luther," Richard responded politely, carefully pausing his work. Red, not one to stand on ceremony, recognized that some spies were also employees and thus readily employed them. He directly handed Richard a portion of the issues concerning the serum that enhanced perception. "This is a priority for the corporation moving forward. I am aware of your capabilities, and I trust you can resolve this." Upon receiving the materials, Richard quickly assessed the situation based on the intelligence he had gathered during his time at Oscorp, immediately discerning Luther's intentions. "Mr. Luther, do you intend for me to achieve results before Mr. Norman? As a spy, it is imperative to cultivate good relationships internally for the better acquisition of intelligence." Richard was well aware of this. Norman had returned to the laboratory and taken on part of the work from Luther, which included the issues that Richard was currently grappling with. It seemed you were quite cognizant of the situation. Reed nodded, not concealing his thoughts. He was determined to seize power. The struggle between him and Norman was evident to the entire group. What was there to hide? To present oneself as a paragon of virtue? Apologies, but Reed had no time for such frivolities. His goal was to swiftly undermine Norman, seize control of Oscorp, and rebrand it as LexCorp. That was his objective. "I understand." Richard felt somewhat disoriented, but nodded nonetheless. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so unabashedly ambitious. Yet, as Reed surmised, everyone was aware of Luther's covert and overt rivalry with Norman, rendering any pretense unnecessary. After Richard accepted the assignment, Reed continued to smile, patting his shoulder. "I heard Mary is pregnant." "Indeed, she is 4 months along, so she will likely be unable to work for the foreseeable future." Richard expressed this with a hint of anxiety. After all, they had only been employed for a month, and now Mary would be taking paid maternity leave, followed by additional leave for childbirth. Not having contributed any value while still receiving a full salary did seem somewhat unjust. "No matter. I am eagerly anticipating the brilliance of your and Mary's child." Given the closeness of their births, perhaps your child could become good friends with Norman S. Ha ha ha. Mr. Luther, you jest. How could Mr. Norman S. child possibly become friends with mine? Richard dismissed Reed S. words, believing he had not revealed himself. And who could predict the future? Perhaps Peter Parker could even become the President of the United States? Establishing a rapport with Richard was merely a matter of convenience. Only with a solid relationship could he position himself favorably before Peter Parker in due time. However, tranquility did not last long. Shortly after Norman summoned a group of assistants to showcase his talents, the news of his wife going into labor forcibly pulled him from the laboratory. Seizing this opportunity, Richard dismantled Norman's aspirations of garnering goodwill within the laboratory, rendering them utterly futile. Chapter 56. The birth of Harry Osborn and Otto's research in a New York hospital. Norman once again entered Emily's room, armed with a bouquet of flowers, and sat beside his wife with a smile. Perhaps Norman could hardly be deemed a good person, yet his love for his wife and son was genuine and profound. Nowadays, he spent at least 4 hours a day in a hospital room, time originally allocated for work in the laboratory, which he sacrificed to personally care for his wife. Abandoning the competition with Luther in the laboratory, Norman chose to remain by his wife's side. Norman, you truly need not watch me so intently, Emily murmured. No, there is one thing I cannot concede. During your most agonizing moments, I must be by your side. Norman resolutely dismissed Emily's words. He would not regret his decision, even if it ultimately led to losing everything in his struggle against Luther. Moreover, he never entertained the notion of defeat in this rivalry. The Osborn group is synonymous with the Osborn name. This will never change. Observing her husband, Emily sighed. She, too, was a scientist. Prior to Luther's emergence, she, along with Osborn and Otto, had engaged in joint research and entrepreneurship. She had encountered Luther and formed her own assessment of him. He was a man of such exceptional caliber that he instilled a sense of dread. Yet, this genius, distant from the ordinary, maintained his pride while simultaneously providing an unexpected sense of security to others, possessing a formidable charisma. Immersed in the vortex of competition with Luther, Norman remained oblivious to the latter's terrifying prowess. However, as Emily, distanced from the group due to her pregnancy, observed everything from a third-party perspective, she keenly realized that her husband might not be Luther's equal. Continuing the conflict would only lead to total loss. Then, Norman, heed my counsel. Consider softening your approach towards Luther. The Osborn group cannot thrive without you or him. I understand, Norman replied, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. Yet he did not express anger towards his wife. Instead, he held her hand, quietly supporting her through the 4 hours of that day. As they departed, however, Norman's expression darkened. The Osborn group is the Osborn group, and even without Luther, it remains steadfastly the same. Emily's persuasion did not alter Norman's convictions, but rather intensified the rift between him and Luther. Yet, all matters would be addressed after Emily gave birth. In due time, I shall gradually resolve the issues concerning you, Luther and Otto. As days passed, Emily ultimately had a smooth delivery, bringing forth Harry Osborn, a future companion of Peter Parker. Meanwhile, Richard temporarily distanced himself from the group as Mary entered her labor phase. Norman, elated by the arrival of his son, extended invitations to senior members of the company for a celebratory banquet, which naturally included Luther and Otto among the guest list. Unlike other established tech firms, where executives managed researchers, the Osborn Group, as a nascent company, found its management striving to cultivate relationships with these reticent researchers, for they controlled the sole source of funding for the entire organization. Among the researchers, Luther and Otto stand out as the prominent figures whom the management is keen to engage with. Luther, being the executive president, has had some interaction with the management, which is to be expected. However, Otto is quite different. Since the inception of the company, he has never concerned himself with the affairs of the management, dedicating his time solely to his research in the laboratory. Consequently, the management is eager to make the acquaintance of this significant third shareholder of the company. Yet, such attention is not something that Otto relishes. He wishes for his research achievements to garner acclaim instead. Gradually, as the management realized Otto's reticence, they departed with polite smiles, only for Luther to approach slowly at that moment. Feeling out of place, Luther inquired. Indeed, Otto sighed. He is a quintessential scientist, devoid of any ambition for power. His sole desire is to fulfill his ideals through research. Red, understanding Otto's nature, opted not to comment further. Moreover, such a disposition is more advantageous for him. Thus, he deftly shifted the conversation. I've heard you are leading a small team in researching new materials. How is that progressing? Upon discussing his research, Otto, who had appeared rather lethargic before, instantly brightened up. He pulled out several documents from his pocket and handed them to Red. The new alloy I am studying is lighter and stronger, making it exceptionally suitable for mechanical applications. Otto expounded enthusiastically. Red attentively examined the research materials Otto provided. With his current intellect, he could discern that Otto's research was remarkably thorough and nearing completion. As he had stated, this was a new material with superior performance, capable of advancing fundamental technological progress. In terms of its impact on the public, the benefits of Otto's research far outweighed the super soldier serum that Red had previously proposed. However, Red also noted another aspect. Considering Norman's perspective, he would likely become anxious soon. After organizing the scattered documents, Red returned them to Otto, who bore a slightly apprehensive expression but couldn't help but smile at Red's encouragement. Allow me to be the first to congratulate you, Dr. Otto, on your imminent contribution to the advancement of our era. Ultimately, Otto had yet to present any tangible results, making Luther's recognition immensely significant to him. With Luther's endorsement, he immediately broke into a joyful smile. Congratulations to us both, ha ha ha. Before long, after Emily's recovery and her return to the laboratory, Otto's research was successfully completed, unveiling a groundbreaking new technological material that outperformed existing materials, instilling hope for progress across all fundamental technologies. The Otto Group has acquired a lucrative venture in the realm of innovative material sales. Otto, a stark contrast to the scheming Luther and the rather ordinary Norman, is merely a diligent researcher and a third shareholder who has unexpectedly demonstrated his capabilities to the entire group and the world. Chapter 57. Conflict in the laboratory. Otto's reputation within the Otto Group has soared to unprecedented heights. Under Luther's covert machinations, discordant voices have emerged within the organization. The second shareholder, Luther, adeptly navigates the intricate affairs of the group with remarkable administrative prowess, while the super soldier serum continues to be the primary source of revenue. Conversely, although Otto lacks the skill to manage organizational matters, his groundbreaking research on new materials has not only enabled the Otto Group to establish a stable revenue stream, but has also propelled technological advancement worldwide. As for the major shareholder, Norman, aside from managing mundane company affairs, he appears to possess little exceptional talent. Rumors have circulated that Norman's position as chairman is merely a result of the other two individuals being preoccupied with generating value in the laboratory. Such sentiments inevitably reached Norman's ears. He is acutely aware that this is Luther's cunning ploy, deliberately sowing discord within the company. Yet, Norman finds himself powerless to refute these claims, for he has indeed failed to create tangible value through research. Aside from acquiring a 50 stake due to his status as a founder, he has contributed little, and it was Luther's investment of $5 million that initially improved the laboratory conditions. Moreover, witnessing Otto's burgeoning acclaim, Norman feels an increasing sense of anxiety. Although Otto himself does not seek power, his rising stature poses a significant threat to Norman. Sensing the impending crisis and unable to defend himself, Norman is compelled to immerse himself once more in the laboratory, striving to make advancements on the super soldier serum to prove his capability to generate value and justify his position as chairman. However, this anxious mindset inevitably breeds conflict within the already tense atmosphere of the laboratory. One day, upon entering the lab, Reed is startled by the sound of shattered glass. Upon investigation, he discovers a researcher being violently subdued by Norman, who is delivering blows with fists and feet. Nearby, a fallen Emily sits on the ground, her palm bleeding profusely from a cut inflicted by the glass. After gathering the details, Reed understands the underlying situation. The public laboratory is inherently cramped, ill-suited for capable researchers to showcase their talents. Yet, in a desperate bid to validate his worth, Norman insists on working here, often accompanied by his wife in a display of ostentation. In the narrow corridors, physical collisions are an unavoidable consequence. The male technician, moving at an accelerated pace, collided with the unsuspecting Emily, causing the flask in his hand to shatter and lacerate her palm. This incident ignited the long-suppressed fury within Norman. In a fit of rage, Norman pinned the researcher to the ground, impervious to Emily's attempts at placation. Realizing the moment had come, Reed approached with a mocking smile and seized Norman's fist. Less interference. Luther, Norman began, but before he could finish, he received a heavy punch from Reed. An ordinary researcher like Norman stood no chance against Luther's formidable strength, and he was sent sprawling to the floor, momentarily dazed. "Do you dare lay a hand on me?" Norman attempted to rise and retaliate, but was swiftly restrained as Reed pressed his head against the laboratory table. Leaning in, Reed whispered in Norman's ear, "Have you forgotten who has made you so prosperous? Do you think the Osborne Group owes its success to the individuals you hired? What face do you have to strike at the very source of your wealth?" At that moment, a recovered Emily stepped forward to intercede, prompting Reed to release Norman. Now standing, glared at Reed through Emily's protective embrace. "Luther, I know the rumors circulating within the company are your doing. If you covet power so desperately, why don't you dare to kill me?" In response, Reed merely shrugged, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Look at your pitiful state, Norman. Rumors? Those are genuine sentiments from the employees. I am far superior, and that is an undeniable truth." Provoked once more, Norman could hardly suppress the urge to confront Luther. However, aware that her husband could not best Luther, Emily clung tightly to Norman's waist, preventing him from making a reckless move. "Just wait," he seethed. Ultimately, with no avenue for his pent-up fury and noticing the researchers rallying behind Reed, Norman had no choice but to retreat, leaving behind only empty threats. "I'm sorry." Emily apologized to the gathered crowd, especially to the researcher who had been assaulted by Norman, as she followed her husband out of the laboratory. "All right, everyone, back to work," Reed called out once Norman had exited, prompting a return to normalcy among the staff. Whispers of how fortunate it would be if Mr. Luther were the chairman. That scoundrel Osborne is nothing but impotent rage, profiting without effort, reached Luther's ears. Yet, he remained unfazed. This was all part of his design. Norman's reputation plummeted in that moment, but it would require a significant event to truly shatter him. Just then, someone approached to clear the scattered glass and the blood from Emily's palm, but Reed raised a hand to halt them. "I'll handle it. You all return to your duties." "Thank you, Mr. Luther." The researcher returned to his post, visibly moved, while Reed meticulously cleaned up the shattered glass from the broken flask, subtly collecting Emily's blood in the process. What he sought was never the chairman's power, but everything belonging to the Osborne Group. The only thing that could prompt Norman to relinquish his shares would undoubtedly be his wife, Emily, and their newly born son, Helios. Emily was indeed a remarkable woman. It was no wonder that even after 8 years of her passing in the game, she continued to pave the way for Peter and Hallie's dreams. It was a pity, however, that she had married the wrong man. The following day, Reed publicly announced at the company meeting that the Super Soldier Serum would be renamed the Crimson Serum, and that he would personally cease further development on it. The rationale was that the serum had reached its limits in various capabilities. Any further research would yield only a negligible increase in the energy released by the injectors, making significant advancements unlikely. Henceforth, he intended to redirect his research focus from the serum itself to specialized weaponry suitable for the serum injectors. Chapter 58. The grand scheme. Reed's announcement left the company's executives astounded. Although the Osborne Group had generated a materials industry based on Otto's research, the profits from this new material, which was intended to drive foundational technology, were rather meager. The true financial cornerstone remained in Reed's research on the super serum. However, when Reed presented the design plans for new weaponry, silence fell over the room. Since Reed had prepared everything, they felt unqualified to voice any opinions. Meanwhile, Norman, seated in the main position, bore an exceedingly grim expression. He could not believe the claim that the serum had exhausted its potential. To him, it was merely a precautionary measure taken by Reed. By halting the serum project and shifting focus to weaponry, Reed was undermining his expertise in biological sciences. Norman perceived this as a grand scheme orchestrated by Luther to curtail his ability to generate profit. In truth, Reed's statements during the meeting were entirely accurate. The serum had indeed reached its zenith. Originally developed using Scott as a research sample, the serum now granted abilities that, while not reaching the level of Scott's laser-like prowess, could be perfectly controlled. Achieving this milestone was the ultimate limit. Continuing the research would yield little more than trivial enhancements. However, One point that Norman did not overlook was that this was indeed a grand scheme set by Reed. Norman urgently needed to prove himself in the realm of research. Otherwise, even if he clung to his shares, he risked losing his position as chairman to the exceptionally talented Luther, who excelled in both administrative and scientific capabilities. Unlike Luther, Norman was not a polymath. He could only choose to persist in the serum domain, left with nothing but a serum that Luther had developed to its utmost limits. Even Reed, possessing Luther's intellect, believed that further development would be a futile endeavor. What would happen if the less capable Norman were to forcibly seek achievements in serum development? Accidents would inevitably occur. Presently, should Norman encounter any unforeseen event, he would be entirely ousted from his position as chairman. Moreover, if my intuition serves me correctly, after the meeting concluded, Luther cast a glance at Norman, who hurriedly made his way towards the laboratory. Following the events of yesterday, it was inconceivable for Norman to seek my assistance. Thus, the only individual he could turn to would be Otto. He would undoubtedly hope that Otto would join him in his serum research, striving to attain results. The collaboration between two individuals with diametrically opposed temperaments, particularly under Norman's almost frenzied circumstances, would yield predictable outcomes. Reed's stratagem was not solely a straightforward approach that compelled Norman to err. It also constituted a covert scheme designed to sever Norman from his final potential ally. After exiting the conference room, Reed returned to his laboratory and retrieved the blood samples collected from Emily. Now, he merely needed to wait, preparing for the final blow he intended to deliver to Norman. Shortly thereafter, a specially crafted aroma by Reed began to permeate all laboratories within the Osborn group. For the average individual, this aroma served effectively to invigorate and alleviate fatigue, and laboratory tests confirmed its safety for human consumption. However, there existed one specific group that was an exception, those afflicted by the hereditary disease of the Emily family. Yet, was it not common knowledge throughout the company that Emily harbored a hereditary ailment? Consequently, no one would suspect that this aroma could provoke Emily's condition. Even if it were eventually discovered, Reed could conveniently claim ignorance regarding Emily's illness, observing Emily at work in the laboratory from a distance. Reed smiled before returning to his own space. "Fear not, dear woman, you shall not perish. Your husband will sacrifice everything to save you." In his hand, he weighed the antidote capable of curing the hereditary affliction that plagued Emily's family. In the Marvel Universe, it may have taken a genius like Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, over the past decade to concoct such a cure. However, for Luther, who possessed fragments of Kryptonian and apocalyptian technology alongside a perfect command of human science, creating the antidote was not a daunting task. The Osborn group had once again descended into tranquility, with each member engrossed in their respective research endeavors. The organization began to flourish rapidly, contrasting sharply with the previous focus of Norman on administration while Reed remained ensconced in the laboratory. As Norman was eager to achieve results with the serum, Reed began to assume control over the affairs of the Osborn group. Although still relatively small compared to the resource-rich Victor group, the Osborn group's momentum was unmistakably on the rise. As for Norman, just as Reed had anticipated, he successfully invited Otto to join his research, citing their past friendship as justification. Similarly to the Red Project, the impatient Norman found himself at odds with the methodical Otto, leading to numerous minor conflicts between them. Many of Norman's radical ideas were thwarted by Otto. It seemed that Red perceived Norman's growing frustration with Otto's obstructive nature. However, it must be said that together, they indeed managed to innovate some new creations based on their serum, capable of releasing energy, albeit not in the vivid crimson hue, but rather in stark black and white. Nonetheless, Red was not overly concerned that they would truly produce anything of significance. Perhaps in 20 years, they might indeed develop a formidable serum, granting powers akin to those of a sentinel from a parallel universe, bestowed by the Osborn Group as serum. Yet in the present year of 1993, their aspirations to create a serum and commence human trials would undoubtedly be fraught with countless unforeseen accidents. At this juncture, a family from a great Eastern nation journeyed across the ocean to the shores of America. They were not here to seek fortune, nor to indulge in the novelty of foreign air. Rather, they sought treatment for their son, who was afflicted with a terminal illness. In this era, American medical technology was universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of the world, and for ailments previously unencountered, only in America did the promise of a cure exist. Cradling their unconscious child, the husband and wife traversed various hospitals throughout New York. Ultimately, however, they were met with the disheartening conclusion of powerlessness. Not only could the hospitals not cure their son, but they were also unable to ascertain the cause of his coma. Yet the couple did not succumb to despair. They had heard whispers of numerous high-tech companies in America possessing knowledge that surpassed the visible technology. Consequently, they exhausted their finances in pursuit of information. Eventually learning of the Osborne Group, they became aware that the Osborne Group had developed a miraculous serum capable of transforming individuals into superhumans. Perhaps the hope for their child's recovery lay within the Osborne Group. Chapter 59, Norman's Decision. Norman, this is our forthcoming experimental plan. In a laboratory, after all the research personnel had departed, Otto presented the prepared opportunity to Norman. Let me see, Norman replied as he took the documents from Otto's hands, which primarily detailed the issues surrounding their current serum. The most significant concern was stability. This serum indeed bestowed upon its subjects a unique black and white energy. While this energy was slightly less destructive than the previous serum's laser energy, it exhibited greater extensibility. At this point, both Norman and Otto had already conducted trials on laboratory mice. The mice injected with the serum underwent a transformation, their fur changing to a complete black and white coloration, and their bodies unconsciously emitted this energy. Moreover, this newfound energy possesses capabilities that the original laser energy lacks. It enhances the physical attributes of its wielder and exhibits a remarkable adhesiveness, allowing it to easily attach to other objects. Furthermore, the user can share this energy with others, granting them a temporarily diminished version of its extraordinary powers. One could assert that the superhuman abilities offered by this novel serum far surpass those derived from the crimson serum created from the corpse of Scott by Red. Norman harbored immense hope regarding this development. However, the side effects were glaringly evident. None of the laboratory mice subjected to the experiments had survived. They either succumbed to the explosive release of energy within their bodies or experienced cardiac arrest once the serum's effects wore off. Consequently, in Otto's outlined research progression, aside from addressing certain known issues, the predominant focus lay on the relentless series of animal trials, meticulously adjusting variables, and continuously expending resources to manufacture the serum, gradually identifying the underlying problems over time. Such an arrangement was entirely reasonable, unless one were a genius like Luther, who could commence at the theoretical stage without error, thereby bypassing the intricate animal testing phase. However, Norman was growing impatient. Observing the experimental schedule in his hands, he furrowed his brow, believing that the animal testing phase was excessively prolonged. After all, this serum was intended for human application, and expediting the transition to human trials would swiftly reveal the flaws in their approach. Norman attempted to voice his perspective, yet Otto's response was unsurprising. Otto, devoid of any ambition for power, was a quintessential scientist, willing to invest the necessary time to methodically complete a research project. Given Norman's competitive stance against Luther, his eagerness was understandable, but Otto would undoubtedly disagree. Norman, I recognize your urgency, but do not rush. You are aware of the serum side effects. There has yet to be a single surviving case among the mice. Recklessly proceeding with human trials would only endanger the lives of the participants. Let us proceed cautiously. If you remain unsettled by Luther, perhaps you should dedicate some time to administrative matters while I oversee the laboratory, Otto suggested. When Norman invited Otto to join, he had explicitly stated that the fundamental purpose of the experiment was to compete with the highly regarded Luther within the organization. To Otto, it was evident that his old friend Norman was closer than Luther, and he was more than willing to assist Norman in securing his position as chairman. Despite the frequent disagreements stemming from differing ideologies, Otto still chose to trust Norman. Yet, would Norman share Otto's sentiments? That was decidedly improbable. Norman had already committed himself to the laboratory, leaving no room for retreat. In pursuit of researching this novel serum, he invested exorbitantly. One might even say that every penny earned from the Scarlet Serum on Loser's side was channeled into this new endeavor. If he could not expedite the project's completion, and if it were to languish for too long, incurring excessive expenses, even if he ultimately succeeded, Loser would have long since secured his position as chairman. This was a scenario Norman could not permit. Moreover, if Norman harbored doubts about Loser, could he truly place his trust in Otto? To Otto, Their disagreements were mere ideological rifts. Yet to Norman, Otto's opposition signified a lack of support. Contemplating this, Norman's countenance darkened further, though he dared not overtly display his discontent. Observing Otto's interaction with Yang Qian, he recognized the necessity of their collaboration. Thus, Norman adjusted his demeanor and smiled, stating, "All right, I shall heed your counsel, Otto. I will temper my emotions. We shall indeed create this new serum and make history once more." Otto smiled in return, pleased to witness Norman's willingness to adapt. After their exchange, Norman returned to his office, where others assumed he was merely consolidating his reputation after the experiment had reached an impasse, preparing to confront Loser, who was currently flourishing in the administrative domain. In truth, upon returning to his office, although he refrained from violently tossing objects in anger, he trembled with anxiety. For on his way back, he had distinctly sensed that within a mere few months, the administrative department of the Otto Group had begun to regard him with diminished respect. They prioritized the tasks assigned by Loser over those of their chairman. He realized with acute clarity that time was slipping away from him. Loser's remarkable capabilities had cornered him. As the ongoing collaborations with the military, alongside the newly established partnerships in materials with Stark Industries and Wayne Enterprises, had ushered in significant profits for Loser and the group. Those whom Norman had originally recruited and considered his subordinates were gradually distancing themselves from him. The moment these individuals acknowledged Loser, he feared he might find himself ousted from his chairmanship, having stepped through the company's doors with ill fortune. No, this could not continue. Shaking his head, Norman recognized the urgency of action. He summoned his trusted confidant into the office. Commence a covert search for volunteers for human trials in New York City. Present it as a new drug capable of enhancing physical strength and curing most ailments. Understood. His confidant did not inquire further and promptly departed to disseminate the information throughout New York City. This confidant's actions swiftly made their way to Red's office. Chapter 60. The commencement of human trials. It appears that Norman could no longer restrain himself. Reed sat in his office, perusing the documents delivered by the head of security. "Thank you for your message, Mr. William. While I regret that I cannot grant you a salary increase, please accept this modest personal gift." As he spoke, Reed produced a bank card and placed it upon the desk. William, the security chief, accepted it without hesitation. He was unaware of the sum contained within, but considering the remarkable capabilities of the executive president before him, it was undoubtedly generous. In truth, William had originally been recruited by Norman, ostensibly under the guise of security, to gather intelligence within the organization, particularly concerning Luther, also known as Reed. Unfortunately for Norman, he had suffered repeated defeats in their encounters, resulting in a significant loss of power within the administrative realm. Consequently, the security chief had developed his own ambitions. Under ordinary circumstances, individuals like William would typically choose to remain neutral, wary of aligning themselves with the wrong faction and facing retribution. However, the chasm between Norman and Reed was insurmountable. Norman was a born capitalist, a genius, and an exemplary leader in the business realm. Without Luther, the Osborne Group would undoubtedly thrive. Yet he was pitted against Reed, a formidable entity endowed with Luther's intellect. Luther's administrative prowess allowed him to sustain the Earth's rapid development for an astonishing 4 millennia, beloved by the populace, never relinquishing his presidential position. It was only when the pace of technological advancement could no longer keep up with the inevitable cycle of life and death that the 4,000-year-old Luther finally met his end. In terms of research capability, Luther possessed the understanding of the 12th level intellect of Brainiac and had been evaluated as a 9th level intellect himself. Within the vast Marvel universe, aside from those omniscient beings, only the enigmatic Mr. Fantastic, who could unlock the potential of thought, could rival him. As for willpower, even when possessed by a cosmic entity, becoming a godlike figure of pure rationality, Luther retained his animosity towards Superman through sheer force of will. Faced with such a polymath, it was evident to anyone beneath him who was superior. Since Reed extended an olive branch, they were more than willing to seek new allegiances. "Thank you, President. I shall return to work now." "Indeed, go forth. Security is of utmost importance. I look forward to your subsequent performance," Reed replied with a smile, watching as the security chief departed. He then resumed his examination of the documents. "Ah, Norman, you are aware of the nefarious nature of your deeds, are you not? Yet, within this Osborne Group, there remain those who still place their trust in you. Luther would undoubtedly expose this matter, while it may not become common knowledge throughout New York. It was imperative that the staff within the Osborne group be informed of Norman Osborn's reckless ambition, disregarding the safety of his subjects to forcefully initiate human experimentation. However, Otto, in the present day, would undoubtedly choose to place his trust in Norman. Norman merely needed to concoct a flimsy excuse to cast the blame upon himself, and Otto would willingly accept it. Yet, it is precisely due to the profound nature of this trust that the ensuing clash would ignite with unparalleled ferocity. Norman, having served as chairman for over a year, is now overdue for relinquishing his position. In the ensuing days, whispers began to circulate within the conglomerate, suggesting that Norman intended to conduct human trials using a novel serum that had failed even in animal testing. The rumors lacked any substantiation, and Norman, of course, staunchly denied them. Even when Otto inquired, he merely offered vague justifications to deflect the questions. Nevertheless, Norman was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the machinations of that scoundrel behind the scenes. The realization that the actions of his confidants were entirely under the control of his adversary filled Norman with an urgent sense of dread. He understood that he could no longer afford to delay. He must expedite the refinement of the serum, for it was only through human trials that he could identify its flaws. It is settled. Let them come by tonight, and I shall personally oversee the experiment. He had already amassed a considerable number of volunteers, and Norman had immediately taken notice of a Chinese family that had traveled across the ocean seeking medical assistance. They were not American citizens, so in the event of an unforeseen incident, he would find it easier to manage the fallout. Of course, Norman recognized that Luther would undoubtedly be monitoring him closely. Should anything go awry, he would be unable to conceal it. He could only hope that the serum, once injected into the human body, would not result in fatalities. As long as no one died, he could maintain his composure. Meanwhile, a family that had arrived in New York received an invitation from the Otto Group. With a sense of trepidation, they prepared themselves and, under the guidance of Norman's confidant, entered into Norman's private laboratory at night. At that moment, in the new project laboratory, Otto, who should have been heading home, found himself once again at this location. When the rumors surfaced within the conglomerate, he sought out Norman, who provided an explanation, asserting that it was all part of Luther's scheme, an attempt to undermine his reputation and throw him into disarray. Otto harbored some skepticism regarding this narrative. It was indeed true that Luther was vying for power, but until now, he had never resorted to slandering others. On the other hand, Otto was willing to believe that his friend Norman was not the sort to disregard his well-being. So he chose to trust and leave everything to the passage of time for resolution. However, that evening, upon returning home, Otto suddenly experienced a surge of new thoughts and resolved to return to the laboratory to document them. Otherwise, he would struggle to find rest. Otto was a person of utmost seriousness when it came to research, meticulously inspecting the laboratory's conditions, particularly the integrity of the serum samples that had been produced. However, upon inspection, he discovered that 2 entire vials of the serum were missing. In that moment, the rumors he had previously set aside resurfaced in his mind. No, Norman, you cannot do this. An anxious Otto immediately left the laboratory, intending to find Norman. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered Luther, also known as Reed, who had been quietly leaning against the wall, waiting for him. Luther, what are you doing here? What am I doing? It is only natural to relax after work, isn't it? I have come here to unwind. Relax? Otto squinted, and despite his trust in Norman, he began to suspect whether the 2 vials of experimental serum had been pilfered by Luther. Yet, Reed's subsequent words left him utterly astonished. However, my entertainment for tonight is to observe your dramatic reactions. After all, you are well aware of what is likely to unfold this evening, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Otto's expression shifted once more. Indeed, why was he speculating here when he could simply check Norman's laboratory? If Norman were absent, then his concerns would have been unfounded. If he had already begun the experiment, he could intervene in time. He could not, under any circumstances, allow Norman to commit a grave error. Disregarding life was akin to solicitation. There are either 0 instances or countless. Chapter 61. An unexpected turn of events. With this thought in mind, Otto hurried towards Norman's personal laboratory. Meanwhile, within the confines of the lab, the unconscious child was now secured to the experimental table. as Otto personally prepared to draw the black and white serum into a syringe. Beside him, the child's parents stood anxiously. Norman had attempted to persuade them to wait outside, but the worried couple insisted on remaining in the laboratory to witness their child's reactions. Not wishing to squander time on such trivial matters, Norman commenced the experiment without further ado. The first step was anesthesia. To prevent any violent reactions from the subject, the child's limbs were anesthetized, ensuring that he could not escape. Subsequently, Norman secured the syringe to a specialized apparatus that controlled its movement, gently positioning it over the child's heart. Then, the device descended slowly, accurately inserting the fine needle into the beating heart without causing any harm. The next step was the injection. Upon pressing the button on the apparatus, the serum was gradually injected into the child's body. During this process, energy in black and white began to flow from the heart, coursing through the child's veins. Suddenly, a rhythmic thumping resonated in everyone's ears, and they soon realized it was the sound of the child's heartbeat, resonating through the chest cavity. "Mr. Norman, what is happening? How my child?" The father refrained from rushing forward, merely inquiring with concern, while Norman's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed with the persistent sound of the heartbeat. Successful. Successful? The couple exchanged a glance and smiled, their faces illuminated with excitement. Yet, they were cautioned not to become overly exhilarated, for this was merely the success of the initial phase. Norman could hardly suppress the joy radiating from his countenance, yet he compelled himself to regain composure. Based on his calculations during the research phase, he determined that 2 vials of serum were necessary to achieve optimal results. At present, the child merely exhibited a robust heartbeat and an enhancement in physical condition, yet remained unresponsive. In his view, this was a consequence of the serum's power not being fully realized. Thus, Norman resolved to administer the second vial of serum. In truth, Norman could have chosen to halt at this juncture, dedicating his efforts solely to preserving the child's life. If the child could survive, it would suffice to demonstrate that his project had achieved a measure of success, thus validating his capabilities as both an administrative and research leader. However, he was overwhelmed by impatience, primarily due to the immense pressure exerted by Red's portrayal of Luther, which left him no room for complacency. Whenever he perceived an opportunity, he would recklessly advance. Therefore, he opted to proceed, risking even more for the prospect of greater success. "Norman, are you in the lab?" At that moment, Otto's voice resonated from beyond the laboratory door, and Norman instantly recognized the urgency of his situation. If Otto arrived, he would undoubtedly impede Norman's efforts to inject the serum into the child, thereby obstructing his path to success. With this thought, Norman eschewed the use of instruments, opting instead to manually inject the second vial of serum directly into the child's heart using a syringe. Chaos ensued immediately after the serum was fully administered. Perhaps due to the swiftness of Norman's injection, or perhaps due to the inherent precision of machinery being unattainable by human hands, the child's heart sustained damage. At that moment, a torrent of potent black and white energy erupted uncontrollably from the child's body. The agony brought forth by the energy inundating his body elicited a harrowing scream from the long comatose child, as the uncontrolled energy exploded outward, obliterating the surrounding experimental apparatus. How could this be? How could this happen? Norman was now in a state of panic. This outcome had surpassed his expectations. While there have been instances of energy instability during animal trials, none had ever released such a cataclysmic force. Norman attempted to intervene, but as he approached, he was struck by a bolt of intertwined black and white lightning that pierced his thigh. Although it did not fracture the bone, his thigh was grievously injured, causing him to collapse to the ground, losing the resolve to draw closer, his eyes wide as he watched the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, the child's parents did not flee. Upon hearing their child's anguished cries, their hearts ached with sorrow. Instinctively, as parents, they disregarded the peril and rushed to their child's side. The father, enduring the pain from the lightning searing through his arm, gazed upon his child with anguish. "Child, what troubles you? Do not be afraid. Your parents are here." Meanwhile, Norman finally emerged from the laboratory, only to be met by the sight of Otto sprinting down the corridor. "Otto, you've come. What have you done, Norman?" Before Norman could provide an explanation, an unforeseen incident transpired within the lab. The child's parents were reluctant to leave, yet the child had reached their limit. "Mom, Dad, I feel so unwell. The tumultuous clash of black and white energy surged within, reaching its zenith at that moment. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the entire laboratory, even shattering the specially tempered glass with its might. Otto swiftly crouched down, cradling Norman, successfully shielding them from harm. However, within the confines of the lab, the loving parents had vanished without a trace, their physical forms and blood rendered to nothingness by the overwhelming force. The lonely child witnessed the disappearance of their parents, succumbing once more to unconsciousness under the intense stimulation and anesthesia. Norman, Otto, rising to his feet, was about to utter something, but a round of applause erupted behind them. Turning around, they beheld Red, who approached with a smile. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Luther? Damn Luther. Otto regarded Luther with a complex gaze, aware that Luther had likely anticipated the events of the night. Yet, he could not place blame, for it was Norman who had orchestrated this calamity. Norman's eyes were now filled with pure, unadulterated hatred. The recent explosion was not merely a failed experiment. It signified the complete demise of his project. His experiment had resulted in the demise of a Chinese couple, leaving their child an orphan. Had no one intervened, he could have swiftly managed the situation. However, with Luther now informed, this would become the final gambit to defeat him. Chapter 62. Aftermath. The splendid evening had come to a close. Norman, brace yourself. Tomorrow you shall be unseated. Red would not disclose the events of the night, as doing so would only provide the external world, particularly the government and military, with a justification to scrutinize the Osborne group, which did not align with Red's interests. Nonetheless, the incident only needed to circulate within the group to suffice for Red to oust Norman from the chairman's position. Removing the chairman was merely the first step. Red would then await the opportune moment to seize Norman's shares. With that, Red entered the laboratory, lifting the child from the examination table and exiting the lab. Luther, what do you intend to do? Otto inquired, sensing an ominous premonition that whatever Luther was about to undertake would not bring him joy. Red's reply was straightforward and unambiguous. Well, I do. Nature has dealt with the aftermath. If tonight's events were to be divulged, the entire Oz group would face government scrutiny. Despite the lucrative sales of our serum, the government and military are perpetually devising means to seize our technology. The resolution? There are myriad approaches, just as there are countless ways to ensure this child remains silent about tonight's occurrences. Otto, drawing from his understanding of Luther, could surmise what Luther was about to do. He averted his gaze, forcing himself to dismiss those thoughts. Meanwhile, Reed did not linger. He departed from the O's group, carrying the unconscious child, and drove towards the company's warehouse at the port. The two individuals left behind were engulfed in a lengthy silence, until Norman broke the stillness. He grasped Otto's hand, his eyes glimmering with hope, and implored, Otto, my friend, you will assist me. One TU? This is the O's group. How can we allow that scoundrel, Lex Luthor, to take charge? Observing Norman in that moment, Otto's expression grew increasingly complex. He yearned to question Norman's motives, to challenge the rationale behind such perilous human experimentation. Yet, the words remained unspoken. Just moments ago, when Luther had announced his intention to deal with the boy in their presence, Otto had refrained from intervening, despite having anticipated the method of resolution. His own aspirations necessitated a robust O's group as his foundation, for only with their support could he gather the resources required to realize his dreams. He could not permit the O's group to face liquidation, thus he opted for silence. In this choice, how was he different from the now callous Norman? However, one truth crystallized within Otto's heart. He was unwilling to continue aiding Norman. I'm sorry, Norman. Initially, I was indeed wholeheartedly supporting myself. Norman's expression instantly shifted. If Otto stood by him, they could potentially withstand Luther's onslaught at tomorrow's conference. But if Otto abandoned him as well, Norman envisioned a future devoid of power. No, Otto, you cannot do this. The O's group is the culmination of our efforts. Moreover, if you agree to sell me your 20% stake, I will hold 70%, and Luther will be powerless against us. I assure you, I can defeat him. Is defeating Luther truly the crux of the matter, Norman? Otto interjected impatiently, cutting through Norman's incessant prattle. Luther, too, seeks power and is equally indifferent to life. Yet he is consistent. His words reflect his actions, bolstered by a prodigious talent that borders on the extraordinary. Although Otto had relinquished his principles, Neglecting the child destined for termination, he steadfastly remembered the essence of his ideals, persistently striving towards that goal. Only Norman had transformed, changing significantly within the brief span of a year since the O's Group S ascendance. As Otto, a friend of Norman, was acutely aware of Norman's ambitions. He also belonged to the select few who knew of Emily's hereditary affliction. Once, Norman's noble intention in founding the Otto Group was to harness its vast resources to discover a remedy for Emily's genetic disorder. He embarked on this path with the aim of saving lives. Yet, over time, he became hypocritical and power-hungry, ultimately losing sight of his original purpose. Not only did he neglect to pursue research on the hereditary disease, but he also grew indifferent to the sanctity of life. Otto, too, was a selfish individual. His aspirations stemmed from his own physical ailments. Given Norman's newfound untrustworthiness, Otto felt no qualms about prioritizing his own future. With this realization, he broke free from Norman's grasp and departed. "No, Otto, don't do this," Norman called out behind him, but Otto showed no sign of turning back. The shattered trust compelled him to abandon his old friend entirely. Meanwhile, Red arrived at the Otto Group's port warehouse with a child in tow. Once the security guard opened the door, he instructed everyone to leave momentarily. He then carried the child to the coast behind the warehouse and gently set him on the ground. Reflecting quietly, Red mused that all this calamity seemed to stem from his own actions. The sea breeze tousled his hair as he appeared to converse with the child. Or perhaps he was merely speaking to himself. "Had I not pressured Norman relentlessly, you might have succumbed to your illness, but at the very least, you and T have unleashed your inner power to harm your own parents." This chapter was far from over. He thought of the still unconscious child. Alas, how fortunate it would be if you were a natural-born superhuman. At that moment, Red recalled the child's true identity. He would one day ascend to become one of the leaders of New York City's underworld, the enigmatic Mr. Negative, Martin Lee, a formidable adversary of Spider-Man. If harnessed correctly, his dual energy could even touch upon mystical psychic powers. Had he been an innate superhuman, Red might have considered recruiting him for the uniqueness of his abilities. However, the reality was that Martin Lee's powers derived from a new serum developed by the Otto Group, likely influenced by his unique physiology. Regardless, the significance of this individual in Red's mind had diminished considerably. There was no longer a necessity to recruit someone who posed a risk of betrayal. "May you, upon your demise, become a traveler and escape this wretched world, Mr. Negative," Red said as he injected himself with a crimson serum, temporarily bestowing upon him the ability to emit lasers. He then seized Martin Lee by the neck with one hand, enveloping his body in a red laser, which threatened to consume him. Ultimately, all that remained was a brief scream from Martin Lee as he awoke. Then, tranquility descended once more. Shortly thereafter, Red adjusted his suit and drove away from the warehouse. Before departing, he stopped a security guard and said, "The back door of the warehouse is too dusty. Please find some time to clean it up." "Understood, Mr. Luther." Chapter 63. Otto's ideal. Red sped through the bustling streets of New York City, his mind engulfed in a tumult of confusion. It had become increasingly outrageous. From the perspective of an ordinary individual, Red's current actions had spiraled into the realm of a true criminal, resorting to any means necessary to achieve his objectives. It seemed he had forsaken the moral compass cultivated in his previous life, transforming into a thoroughly selfish being. Martin Lee, the future Mr. Negative, a supervillain within the Spider-Man saga, had been extinguished in his innocent youth by his own hand, reduced to ashes by a lethal ray. Red gazed at his hands, the very hands that had gripped Martin Lee's neck, showing no mercy as the latter emitted agonizing cries until he was utterly turned to dust. With a sigh, Red expelled a breath of frustration, his gaze once again resolute. He was uncertain whether his actions were justified. But one thing was clear. Everything he did was for his own benefit. Were he an ordinary person in the Marvel Universe, oblivious to the dangers around him, even a single superpowered criminal could spell the end of his life in a haze of confusion. However, he was not that. He understood the unfolding of this world and the myriad crises it might face. He refused to embrace death. He would not accept his demise. This was not about returning to his original world. He was not so naive. He simply wished to live well in this world. If the cost was to stain his hands with blood, then so be it. He would immerse himself in it completely, determined to survive until the end. Much like Thanos in his personal saga, undaunted, even as deities fell, Red turned the car around, reaffirming his target, Otto's residence. With the trust between Norman and Otto shattered, and Otto confronting the selfishness within himself, the preconditions for their transaction had been successfully established. At Otto's home, following his complete rupture with Norman, he returned home but stumbled over a low threshold, nearly falling to the ground. Momentarily taken aback, Otto's face contorted with anger as he struck his thigh with a heavy fist, cursing vehemently despite the pain. Useless thing, obstructing my path in such a manner. Otto was an honest man, yet also one of considerable pride, believing himself to be among the most intelligent individuals in the world, reveling in his own brilliance. His sole dissatisfaction lay in his body, which failed to match his intellect. From the moment of his birth, he fell far behind others in terms of athletic ability. Initially, he believed this was merely a reflection of the varying strengths individuals possess. However, as time passed, he began to discern that something was amiss. His remarkably intelligent mind seemed incapable of adeptly controlling his own body. His limbs were perpetually uncooperative, failing him at critical moments, a burden that marred the existence of a proud genius. Eventually, through self-study and medicine, Otto conducted a comprehensive examination of himself, ultimately discovering that he had been afflicted with a neurological disorder since birth. This ailment obstructed his brain's ability to relay commands to his body, rendering it a hindrance to his intellect. Moreover, this condition would progressively worsen with age, leading to a future where he would be permanently confined to his bed, capable of thought yet incapable of action. From that pivotal moment, Otto resolved to perfect his flawed physique. His aspiration became the creation of flawless human limbs through technology to compensate for his inadequacies. Thus, he delved into the study of chips, circuits, innovative materials, and mechanical systems. While he appeared to be a scientist devoted to the betterment of humanity, deep down, his pursuits were fundamentally self-serving, aimed solely at rectifying his physical shortcomings. Cursed, Otto shed tears of anguish, collapsing onto the sofa. How wonderful it would be to possess the wisdom of Luther. Red had deliberately left Norman an exceptionally refined serum project, which not only led to Norman's hasty missteps, but also illuminated a crucial truth for Otto: the disparities that exist even among geniuses. It was only after personally researching the serum that Otto suddenly realized that Luther was not merely studying. He was performing miracles, achieving feats that theoretically should be impossible with current scientific capabilities. How terrifying is a person capable of consistently creating wonders? Otto dared not imagine, yet he felt envy. If only he could possess such wisdom, perhaps he could finally mend the flaws of his body. Just as Otto became lost in his tumultuous thoughts, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Reluctantly, he rose to open it, only to find Luther, or rather, Red, arriving for a visit. "Luther, what brings you here?" Otto inquired, not yielding an inch. Yet, Red, embodying Luther, boldly stepped inside, surveying Otto's home decor as he replied, "Naturally, it is for our mutual future, is it not?" Faced with such an uninvited intrusion, Otto rolled his eyes. This was quintessentially Luther. After personally serving Luther a glass of orange juice, Otto took a seat opposite him. "What have you done with that child?" Otto pressed, but Red sidestepped the inquiry, savoring a sip of orange juice before responding. "If you still wish to enjoy breakfast, you would not desire me to describe the scene at that moment." The taste of the orange juice was quite delightful. Even without uttering a word, Otto could surmise the other party's intentions. However, observing Luther, who appeared utterly unaffected, Otto could only lament that, in the face of such an adversary, it was almost inevitable for Norman to lose the competition. "Let us speak plainly, Luther. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? You do not strike me as someone who enjoys playing riddles or wasting time." "I appreciate your directness, Otto. With that said, I shall be forthright." Red sat up, fixing his gaze on Otto, articulating each word with precision. "Name your price for your shares, and I shall assist you in realizing your aspirations." "My aspirations?" Otto chuckled softly. To him, this was a matter that pertained solely to Luther. Such an astute individual, yet when faced with self-interest, he too could become impulsive. The true nature of one's strength is known only to oneself, and Luther, in his ignorance, dared to make such assertions, evidently eager to eliminate Norman. Chapter 64. The shift of power. "Do not be too quick to smile, Otto." Red chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Perhaps I truly know what your dreams entail. After all, I am a genius. Is that so, Luther? Otto responded with a smile, confident that he had not revealed his genuine aspirations. Even Norman merely believed that Otto's ambition was to assist those with disabilities in this world. Let us make a wager. If you can accurately discern my ideals, I shall consider your proposal. Upon hearing this, Red rose, circling around Otto before slowly speaking. Let me take a guess, then. With a congenital neurological defect, facing a future where one ultimately loses all mobility, I imagine your heart is quite conflicted, Otto. At the moment Red articulated the words congenital neurological defect, Otto's expression shifted dramatically. He stared intently at this colleague, whom he had known for less than a year and with whom his relationship was not particularly close. How did you come to know this? Otto had no intention of disclosing this information to anyone, for he recognized the immense value his intellect could generate. If this information were to leak, many would come under the guise of investment, seeking to control him through his affliction. He had certainly not shared this information with anyone. Existing conventional medical equipment could not detect his congenital defect. So, from where did this individual derive such knowledge? The crux of the matter is not how I know Otto. Rather, the focus is on my proposal. What do you think? Otto fell silent. His aspirations had been exposed, which meant that his vulnerability was now in the hands of the other party. He required support, an abundance of resources to further his research. Only then could he achieve salvation. This was also the reason he had collaborated with Norman to establish the Otto Group. However, he also understood himself. If he were to vie for power against the formidable Luther before him, an initial alliance with Norman might have been feasible. Yet, Norman had since been rendered ineffective, and even with their combined efforts, they would stand little chance against the overwhelming force of Luther. Should Luther seize complete control, Norman, with his 50 stake, might manage to protect himself, but with only 20 ownership, he would inevitably be coerced through various means, relegated to the status of a wandering scientist. Under Luther's influence, no consortium would be inclined to invest in his research. This was not mere conjecture. Indeed, had Red not appeared, once Norman held all authority within the O's group and encountered conflict with Otto, he would have systematically driven Otto into the role of the villainous Dr. Octopus. Research is not something that can be accomplished in a fleeting moment, even if one were willing to support me. Can you truly guarantee that you will not be overthrown by Norman? You may seize Norman-esque power, but you cannot usurp his shares. With 50 of the shares firmly in place, Norman remains the largest shareholder of the O's group, wielding the most influence. With his 50 stake, Norman can confront Red without concern for retaliation, orchestrating schemes that could lead to significant losses for the company, should Red falter. Norman could very well leverage his natural authority from those 50 shares to make a triumphant return. The reason for this inquiry is Otto's apprehension about aligning himself with Luther. Should Luther falter and be toppled by Norman, all of his investments would be in vain. For this concern, Red was already prepared. He merely uttered a name that completely dispelled Otto's doubts. Emily. Upon hearing Emily's name, Otto's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Red. However, recalling that Red was aware of even his innate flaws, it was no surprise that he would also be familiar with Emily's hereditary conditions. Have you acted against Emily? What are your intentions? Red naturally refrained from divulging his plans, simply spreading his hands and stating nonchalantly, "You may indulge in the most despicable and shameless fantasies to predict my future actions, but the most pressing matter at hand is your decision. Is it not, Otto?" "Indeed, it is time for me to make a choice," Otto responded, pulled back to reality by Red's imposing figure. Yes, why was he preoccupied with the affairs of others when his own secrets were under scrutiny? He could only hope to remedy his own deficiencies through the very Luther before him. "I will agree to your terms. The shares will be sold to you at market value. However, I require that I continue as a researcher within the O's group, and you must not diminish my research funding. As long as you can generate value, our collaboration can persist." With that, Red extended his hand to shake Otto's. "Do not worry that I will regard your abilities with the same trepidation as Norman does, for while your talents are indeed remarkable, they pale in comparison to my Lex Luthor." Unbeknownst to everyone, the 3 major shareholders of the Osborne Group had transformed into 2. The following day arrived. Under Red's orchestration, rumors circulated within the company that Norman Osborn, in his quest for experimental success, had administered a novel serum, which had failed even animal trials, to a child, ultimately resulting in the demise of both the child and their parents. While lacking evidence, It was an unspoken truth acknowledged by all. Moreover, Luther had acquired Otto's shares, thus holding an equal 50 stake alongside Norman. Aware that the tide had turned against him, Norman chose not to futilely resist further. Instead, he preemptively resigned from the chairmanship during a high-level meeting, relinquishing all his rights within the Osborne Group and exiting the conference room as an ordinary shareholder. Consequently, the focus of the meeting shifted to Red assuming the chairmanship of the Osborne Group. Everyone anticipated that the newly appointed Luther would enact sweeping reforms throughout the corporation. Particularly, those employees who had steadfastly supported Norman until the end believed they would soon be rendered unemployed. However, they discovered that while Luther indeed implemented significant reforms, he did not resort to layoffs. Rather, he devised a new developmental strategy for the group. Red opted not to purge Norman's loyalists, for this was no longer an era of feudal loyalty where one remained forever faithful to a fallen figure. With Norman stripped of power and departing from the group, Luther understood that allowing a powerless shareholder to cultivate a following within the organization would undermine his own authority. His objective was to accelerate the Osborne Group's growth, striving to surpass the Victor Group before the dawn of the year 2000, ideally delivering a direct blow to Victor's expansion. Chapter 65. Norman's preparations. The group regained tranquility, yet all since the rapid transformation of the Osborne Group, with Red seizing control of 50 of the shares, mirroring Norman's stake, and claiming the chairmanship. The group suddenly entered an era of swift progress. Beyond serums and materials, Red ventured into the pharmaceutical sector, launching several medications targeting various ailments within a mere 2 months, effortlessly passing drug tests and beginning to extend his influence across the United States. Amidst this rapid advancement, the memory of the former chairman, Norman, gradually faded, as all came to believe that the current chairman Luther would lead the Osborne Group to unprecedented heights. Yet, Norman observed this unfolding drama with bitterness in his heart. Although he had relinquished the chairmanship, his wife, Emily, continued to work as a researcher. However, as 1994 approached, Emily too departed from the Osborne Group. As the symptoms of her family's hereditary illness began to manifest, Emily returned home, realizing her body was growing weaker and needing a period of rest. Upon arriving, she found her despondent husband, Norman. Gone was the former grandeur he once exuded. Having lost his position as chairman, the O'Shea Group thrived under Luther's leadership, while Norman seemed increasingly distant from any hope of resurgence. Reluctant to accept defeat, Norman immersed himself daily in thoughts of revenge against Luther, neglecting his wife in the process. "What is it, Emily?" Upon hearing his wife's voice, Norman rose to embrace her gently. "If you're tired, then rest. I promise that one day, I shall reclaim everything that belongs to us." Emily nodded softly, yet within her heart, she concealed the news of her hereditary affliction, unwilling to burden Norman at this time. She was still young and believed she could endure for a while longer, planning to reveal her condition only after Norman had recovered from the setback. Having made her decision, Emily kept her secret hidden. After sharing a dinner together, she went to Harry's room to tend to their child, while Norman retreated to his study, his expression darkening. "Luther, you wretched scoundrel." The mere thought of Luther's arrogant face drove Norman to the brink of madness. He opened his drawer to reveal it filled with crimson serum. During this time, he had not merely wallowed in impotent rage at home. He had been leveraging his dwindling connections within the O'Shea Group to gather the serum, all in pursuit of the opportunity to exact revenge on Luther. He had come to understand the reality of his situation. Having fallen from the center of power, it was impossible to reclaim his position beneath Luther's watchful gaze. Only through Luther's demise could he hope to regain all that he had lost. Just then, the phone in the study rang, but he chose not to answer, knowing that the caller would only be one person. Silently, Norman packed all the serum into a bag and left the study. As he passed through the living room, he saw Emily playing joyfully with Harry. "Norman, where are you going?" In the presence of his wife and son, the darkness within Norman lifted momentarily, allowing him to don a smile. Only before them could he transform back into the kind and gentle Norman. "I'm just going out for a breath of fresh air. I'll return before midnight. You and Harry should rest, especially you. Emily, your health has been fragile." "All right, I understand." His husband's tender words eased Emily's worries. After bidding Norman farewell, she watched him drive away. "I hope Norman can swiftly regain his composure. Does it truly matter to whom the Osborne Group belongs, as long as our family is together?" Observing her mother's furrowed brow, little Harley, not yet a year old, extended her tiny, soft hand to smooth the lines of worry on her mother's face. "Oh, dear Harley, do you wish to spare your mother from sadness? I promise you, I shall not display sorrow in your presence henceforth." In Hell's Kitchen, Norman drove to a stairwell of a residential building, where he had purchased the space and transformed it into his laboratory. He harbored no concerns about this place being exposed to Luther, as he had secured assistance from another individual. Upon reaching the entrance of the laboratory, Norman nodded to the two men in black guarding the door. "Please convey my regards to Mr. Fisk. If I succeed in the end, Mr. Fisk shall certainly reap the rewards." "Understood. We shall take our leave now, Mr. Osborne." The two men in black departed from the laboratory entrance, revealing the backing that had come to Norman's aid. Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, who had distanced himself from the original gang to establish his own, firmly entrenching his influence within Hell's Kitchen, nearly commanding the entirety of it. Norman chose not to dwell on the matters concerning Kingpin. Instead, he opened the door to his laboratory. Before him lay a massive black box. He input the prearranged code, and the box automatically opened, revealing a collection of technologically advanced equipment, various firearms, explosives, and daggers. These were the specialized weaponry tailored for serum injectors, as discussed by Red during the corporate meeting. Seizing the opportunity, while Stark's Tony was focused on heavy artillery, Red launched this unique equipment designed to complement the Scarlet Serum, paving a lucrative path that would not conflict with Stark Industries. This arsenal represented the Osborne Group's newfound strength and, concurrently, Norman's leverage to eliminate Luther. Luther, now the chairman, enjoyed a level of security comparable to that of the President of the United States, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Norman to orchestrate an accident or hire an assassin to eliminate Luther. The risks were far too great. And who would dare to offend Luther on Norman's behalf? In this world, where self-interest reigned supreme, Norman lacked the authority to even flip the table, given his lesser value compared to Luther. Although an assassin might refrain from divulging information about their employer for the sake of their reputation, they could just as easily choose to decline a job for personal gain. Who would risk everything to assassinate Lex Luthor, a prominent figure in the eyes of the U.S. military, for Norman S.'s sake? Chapter 66. Display of armaments confronted with the equipment he had painstakingly acquired at great cost from within the Osborne Group. Norman did not display overwhelming excitement, but rather meticulously cataloged it before approaching his workbench. Using Luther's inventions to eliminate Luther, Norman is not so foolish. Thus, within his arsenal, he requires his own innovations. On the laboratory bench lies an object that, although it resembles a skateboard on the surface, is in fact a flying apparatus capable of solo flight. This is his true trump card. Only by gaining aerial superiority can he confidently wield the weapon developed by Luther to bring about Luther's demise. It is not that Norman is unwilling to create his own weapons. Rather, having distanced himself from Oscorp, he can no longer covertly access the resources necessary for the research and development of numerous new weaponry. Oh, how could I forget? While engaged in the final assembly of the personal flying device, an idea struck Norman. That damned Otto. Were it not for you, Luther would not be so audacious. Just wait, Otto. Once Luther is dead, you shall no regret. As Norman clandestinely plots Luther's assassination, Reed, who is impersonating Luther, finds himself in a jeep alongside Rhodes and Tony Stark. Having spent considerable time in New York, Reed has naturally not confined himself to Oscorp's limited sphere. He continues to attend necessary galas and maintain crucial relationships, including that with Tony Stark. Assuming Luther's identity, Reed has come to re-evaluate this dandy and comprehend the nuances of his arrogance. Initially, when Reed, as Luther, encountered Tony at a gala, Tony remained as haughty as ever, dismissing Luther, who is also labeled a genius by the world. However, as their conversation progressed, Tony gradually acknowledged that Luther is a far more multifaceted genius. Perhaps in the realm of mechanics, he still holds the upper hand, but Luther's most formidable trait lies not in his singular prowess, but in his genius that spans all domains of human endeavor. Even when Tony attempted to steer the conversation towards art, an area where only a privileged upbringing could cultivate talent, and one that starkly contrasts with a scientist, Luther articulated his thoughts with remarkable eloquence. One could say that Luther embodies a quintessential human being, aside from certain character flaws. He stands as a paragon of humanity devoid of shortcomings. Tony gradually came to accept this fact and, through their exchanges, began to recognize this fellow genius. Now, the two men sharing the Jeep are en route to a military base to showcase the new weaponry developed by their respective companies. The Stark Group's latest weapon is a new short-range missile. Upon arriving at the testing grounds, a simple experiment results in the military issuing substantial orders, yielding considerable profits for the Stark Group. Once Tony's demonstration concludes, it is time for Reed and Oscorp to present their weaponry, specifically designed to target those injected with the super soldier serum. The testing method is, indeed, quite straightforward. Reed personally took to the field, administering the serum to himself before seizing a dagger from box. Ladies and gentlemen, you are well aware that the Crimson Serum endows the injector with the ability to unleash red laser energy. However, this capability either necessitates the accompaniment of an expensive alternative serum or demands extensive training to be fully realized. But when did we, as humans, need to rely solely on our physical bodies to engage in combat with our adversaries? Reed commenced his speech in the tone of Luther, immediately captivating the attention of every soldier within the military base. It must be acknowledged that unless confronted by a superhuman, Luther's rhetoric possesses a remarkable ability to incite fervor. The advent of firearms has utterly forsaken the chivalric code of knights, and what I endeavor to do now is to liberate your instincts through technology. As he spoke, laser energy began to surge from Luther's arm, subsequently flowing into the dagger he held, staining its blade a deep crimson. The dagger could absorb the laser energy emitted from the body, forming a high-frequency energy field akin to that of high-frequency weapons. In a rather ingenious manner, I accomplished this remarkable feat with that. Luther approached a prearranged array of alloy steel plates, wielding the dagger in his hand. Without exception, even aerospace materials were effortlessly sliced as if they were mere sheets of paper when confronted with the energy-infused dagger. Of course, I cannot allow you to engage in close combat with the dagger. This is merely one application of laser energy. Now, I invite you to observe further. Following this, various firearms capable of firing laser bullets, rifles, sniper rifles, and grenades emitting laser shockwaves were unveiled. A plethora of weapons and equipment utilizing laser energy for offensive maneuvers was showcased, offering a stark comparison to contemporary individual combat gear. The performance of these specialized tools utterly eclipsed that of conventional armaments. Although their power may not rival the direct, long-range release of laser energy post-serum adaptation, the eyes of the military high command sparkled with excitement. It seemed these devices were a subordinate alternative to the serum, though in truth, that was far from the case. Instead of learning to harness superhuman abilities through instinct, with these devices, soldiers could unleash their full potential simply by injecting the Crimson Serum. Even if the conversion of laser energy into an attack through firearms resulted in some energy loss, the net benefits provided by these specialized weapons were indisputable. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Needless to say, Mr. Luther, your capabilities are evident, and we in the military require a substantial procurement of these weapons and equipment. Subsequent orders will be dispatched to the Osborne Group, and we hope the Osborne Group can expand its production capacity to meet the burgeoning demands of the military. In response, Reed merely smiled faintly. As long as the funds are ample, General, your request is quite simple. With matters concluded, Reed and Tony were escorted out of the military base by Rhodes. On the road, Tony seemed to ponder for a moment before finally speaking. Luther, I've received word that your Crimson Serum has begun circulating within the terrorist organization. Perhaps you should be wary of internal rot within the group. Very well, I understand. In response to Tony's warning, Red nodded. However, Tony was oblivious to the fact that unlike Obadiah's clandestine arms smuggling with Stark Industries, the serum smuggling by Oscorp was sanctioned by him. Although he had gained immense power through the serum and now nearly controlled Oscorp, he could not allow the U.S. government to become excessively formidable due to the serum. Thus, under his tacit approval, smuggling would naturally occur. He aimed to transform the world, making it more conducive to his existence. Yet his current lack of strength necessitated a stabilization of the global status quo. Much like the Crimson Serum, under Luther's special care, it could indeed endow the injector with superhuman abilities, granting the U.S. military a distinct advantage. However, the exorbitant cost and various restrictions would confine the U.S. to a position of advantage without overwhelming dominance over the globe. Contemplating the multitude of actions he had undertaken to maintain stability, Red began to feel a sense of urgency. He longed to swiftly complete Luther's task. Although Luther possessed formidable abilities, to fully harness them required a gradual political and economic control of the world through Luther's identity, which was exceedingly cumbersome. Superpowers would be far more advantageous. Even Aquaman would suffice, providing him with a formidable, superpowered ally. Norman, oh Norman, when will you finally take action? Emily needs one more stimulus to truly collapse. Chapter 67. A reminder to the military. Red was acutely aware of the profound impact his specially crafted aromatherapy could have on Emily. The aroma would perpetuate a rapid deterioration of her family's hereditary affliction. Moreover, this deterioration was irreversible, even though Emily had left Oscorp and returned home. The damage inflicted by the aroma had already manifested. It could be said that while Emily appeared normal, all it would take was a slight provocation, a moment of mental lapse, for her to completely succumb. Norman's condition had also been under Red's scrutiny. Although he had not meticulously investigated which faction within Hell's Kitchen had aided Norman, he was well aware of the weapons and serum that had leaked from Oscorp. With Norman losing power under Red's relentless pressure, his efforts to procure these weapons and serum were glaringly transparent. Well then, I shall take my leave. The Jeep arrived at the base of Stark Industries, and Tony opened the door to exit, simultaneously addressing Red and Rhodes. Gentlemen, in a few days, I will be hosting a banquet, and I sincerely hope you can attend. Of course, Rhodes replied with a smile, eager to maintain a good relationship with Tony. What about you? Luther, you should certainly attend. You are not the type to embody a stuffy old man. Ray mused after a moment of contemplation, nodding in agreement. A banquet is indeed plausible, but perhaps it is I who shall host one in due course? Then let us hold two, Tony remarked nonchalantly, his primary desire being to revel in merriment. While he might not care much for other invitations, he would certainly honor one from Luther. Very well, it is settled. The trio bid farewell with smiles, and Rod restarted the engine, intending to escort Ray back to the Osborn group. At that moment, Ray suddenly inquired, Rod, do you have the Crimson Serum with you? Rod was taken aback by the question, but nodded nonetheless. Of course, I carry it, given your and Tony's significance. I always have the serum on hand, just in case. In truth, every prominent figure in the U.S. military now possessed a supply of serum, with some individuals maintaining their superhuman abilities through continuous injections, striving to avert danger as much as possible. Is that so? That is splendid news. What is the matter? Has something occurred? Rod asked curiously, still puzzled as to why Luther had raised this issue. One could easily deduce, couldn't one? Some of the serum and weaponry from the Osborn group have been smuggled out, and it appears that a portion has been left in New York. I value my life, Luther explained. Upon hearing this, Rod's eyes narrowed slightly. He comprehended the underlying message. There may be nefarious intentions at play within the city. Considering the recent upheavals involving the Osborn group and the ousting of Norman Osborn from the power elite, Rod felt this was not mere conjecture, but a genuine possibility. With this thought, Rod drove the Jeep with one hand while retrieving the serum from his clothing with the other, prepared for any potential danger. In truth, Ray had merely mentioned this offhandedly. Even in the 21st century, the level of surveillance in a nation that cherishes freedom like the U.S. pales in comparison to that of Eastern powers, let alone in the current year of 1994. Ray lacked the means to monitor all of New York, and thus could not anticipate when Norman might strike. His intent in mentioning this to Rod was to draw the military's attention. He had no authority to apprehend Norman himself, nor did he wish to showcase advanced technology. Therefore, it would be best to rely on the military to deal with Norman. Once Ray had communicated this to Rod, he resolved to dispatch several soldiers equipped with serum to safeguard Ray's safety upon his return. Well, we have arrived at the Osborn group, situated in Manhattan. The distance from Stark Industries to the Osborn group was not considerable, and soon their vehicle halted at the entrance. Ray then exited, pushing the door open. Mr. Luther, rest assured that a contingent of soldiers will be dedicated to ensuring your safety. My gratitude extends to Major Rhodes. Red has returned to the Osborn group, where preparations await him. Utilizing military strength to vanquish the encroaching Norman is indeed the most favorable scenario. However, Red cannot entrust his life to outsiders. Instead of proceeding to the chairman's office, he ventured into his personal laboratory. At the heart of the laboratory stood a grand display chamber housing an armor predominantly in shades of green, adorned with intricate patterns of purple. This was the kryptonite armor. Upon opening the display chamber, Numerous mechanical arms emerged from the surrounding floor and walls, assisting Luther in donning the armor. With a gentle tap on his chest, the armor activated its cloaking ability, vanishing from sight in an instant. Thus, he could wear this armor at any moment. Originally, Luther's kryptonite armor lacked this feature, as the comic book version of Luther never concealed his identity. However, Red's circumstances were precarious, making it unwise to expose this armor. Initially, Red contemplated the possibility of sourcing an alternative energy source beyond kryptonite, especially with Superman yet to make his entrance. Ultimately, he dismissed this notion. The current era was far too primitive, and Tony Stark's arc reactor remained unminiaturized. Even if it were completed, there was no justification for employing arc reactor technology. Moreover, utilizing other technologies openly would necessitate a push for technological advancement, resulting in significant repercussions. After securing the armor and ensuring his safety, Red exited the laboratory and returned to his office. After addressing a portion of his duties, his secretary, Harley Quinn, entered. "Boss, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Upon hearing Harley's inquiry, Red suddenly realized that he need not await Norman's initiative. He could create the perfect opportunity for action. Indeed, even one as astute as Luther is not immune to oversight. With this thought in mind, Red promptly arranged, "Tomorrow, organize a press conference for me. As for the new product, our specialized weapons sold to the U.S. military cannot be presented in a public forum. Thus, we shall need to showcase something else. The new product will be the beauty capsules recently developed by Richard. It is said to be created using the genetic material from molting lobsters. Although it has not yet passed drug testing, now is the opportune moment to release an advertisement." Chapter 68. The press conference, huh? My product? Upon returning from lunch, Richard learned from his researchers that a press conference would be held the following day to unveil the results of his research. To speak candidly, he felt a surge of anxiety. Although human trials had been successful, the product had yet to clear drug testing. Was it too hasty to proceed? Richard hesitated not out of self-doubt, but rather due to his inherent character. He felt a profound sense of responsibility towards all those who utilized his products. Unlike Norman Osborn, who recklessly proceeded to human trials without passing animal testing, Richard understood the gravity of developing capsules that would be ingested. His subordinate found this amusing. Among the researchers working under Richard, it was evident that while Richard's talents may not rival those of the monstrous Chairman Luther, he could certainly hold his own alongside Otto, albeit with a tendency towards excessive caution. With this thought in mind, the subordinate mimicked Luther's tone and said, "Richard, you are someone I genuinely believe in. If you doubt yourself, do you also doubt my judgment?" Richard couldn't help but chuckle at the imitation of Luther's demeanor. It was quintessentially Luther, appearing to praise Richard while every word dripped with arrogance. "Since Mr. Luther has faith in me, I must strive to meet his expectations." Though amused, Richard resolved to take action. "Everyone, let us work late tonight and thoroughly review the project. There can be no mistakes at tomorrow's press conference." With this, Richard immersed himself back into his work. Truth be told, he had a commendable relationship with Luther. Had he not already been ASHIELD agent prior to this, he might have fallen in love with his work here. Luther, while undeniably proud and aloof, never overlooked anyone of talent. Richard's role at Osborn Industries allowed him to fully realize his capabilities, garnering commensurate rewards. In such circumstances, who wouldn't relish such a life? In stark contrast, the conditions at SHIELD were dismal, offering little more than the ideal of world peace, demanding one to masquerade as an ordinary individual. However, had Richard been aware of the lengths to which Luther went in his rivalry with Norman, his perspective might have shifted dramatically. Richard's moment of reflection was merely a fleeting interlude. Soon, the next day arrived. At the Osborn Industries headquarters, the press conference commenced punctually. Red was, of course, present, but as the project was not his own, he merely uttered a few words about his charitable contributions, constructing his persona as a philanthropist before stepping aside to leave the stage to Richard. "Mr. Red," a voice called out. Red turned to see Rode, clad in civilian attire and wearing a hat, standing a short distance away. He realized that the military had taken his words to heart. There must be several soldiers disguised as ordinary citizens among the audience. "Norman, this is a splendid opportunity, a chance for me to be publicly killed in a terrorist attack." At this moment, Richard took the stage, presenting his product, whitening capsules derived from the genes of molting lobsters. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever tasted lobster? Whenever lobsters require growth, they shed their shells, subsequently enlarging their bodies. Now, imagine if we could proactively shed damaged facial skin for various reasons. What results might we achieve? Richard's speech was evidently meticulously prepared, and the escalating value of beauty products in accordance with the times was inevitable. Soon, Richard ignited the atmosphere of the venue. Yet the anticipated strike from Norman remained elusive. Luther, unable to constantly monitor Norman's whereabouts, began to suspect that his adversary had abandoned this opportunity. Just then, several spherical objects resembling pumpkins descended from the sky, landing at the feet of Reed and Richard. Everyone, including the audience, noticed these falling orbs. Reed and Richard's expressions shifted dramatically. Reed recognized these as the Green Goblin's signature pumpkin bombs, while Richard harbored an inherent psychological aversion to such ticking objects. These ticking things were either alarm clocks or timed explosives, neither of which boded well. Dodge! Reed lunged aside, offering nothing more than a warning without attempting to pull Richard along. His own life was paramount. Now that Peter Parker had been born, Richard's value in Reed's eyes had diminished significantly. Even if Richard perished, Reed could easily cultivate a relationship with Peter Parker under the guise of being Richard's superior. Boom! As the two made their evasive maneuvers, the pumpkin bomb erupted with a deafening blast, sending Richard flying several meters away, landing on the ground, unresponsive for a time. Reed, however, fared considerably better. Unbeknownst to anyone, just as the shockwave approached Reed, a translucent ripple enveloped him, ultimately absorbing the impact. This was the kryptonite armor Reed had donned in advance, shielding him from Norman's assault. Amidst the smoke and debris, Norman descended from above on a flying apparatus resembling a skateboard, his metallic goblin mask gleaming as he brandished a crimson light, which surged into the modified pumpkin-shaped grenades he held, tossing them into the surrounding crowd. Ha ha ha! Let all those who support Luther perish. The soldiers concealed within the throng were taken aback. The assailant did not aim directly at his target, but rather unleashed chaos upon the masses. Many among them hastily retrieved prepared serums for injection, but it was too late. The explosive bombs obliterated them alongside the surrounding crowd into a gruesome spectacle of dismembered flesh. Only Rod, due to his proximity to Reed, was shielded by him, narrowly escaping the carnage. I had a foreboding sense that the film portrayed an overly idealistic scenario. This was indeed a stark representation of the Green Goblin's terroristic assault. In the movie, the Green Goblin unleashed chaos, causing half of a building's balcony to collapse under the force of explosives, yet miraculously, no one was harmed, a notion that defies belief. That vile scoundrel. At that moment, Major Rhodes, regaining his composure, rose resolutely and injected himself with the serum. He then brandished his sidearm and charged towards the Green Goblin. The weapon was still unfamiliar to him, having only just acquired it the day prior, and he struggled with its weightlessness. Coupled with the Green Goblin's erratic aerial maneuvers, his initial shots missed their mark and inadvertently drew the Goblin's attention. Major Rhodes, you too shall perish. Those who supported Luther, Richard, the soldiers, the journalists, and even you, Major Rhodes of the United States Army, must all die. Chapter 69. The Green Goblin's Assault Naturally. The Green Goblin could not remain stationary while Rhodes fired upon him. He was acutely aware of the limitations of his armor. While it could withstand ordinary bullets and melee attacks, it was inadequate against Luther's specialized weaponry. Maneuvering his flying board with deft precision, Norman evaded Rhodes' shots, constantly shifting his position in midair. Meanwhile, Rhodes' enhanced abilities, gained from the serum, were rapidly depleting with each missed shot. Damn, that board beneath him, Rhodes grimaced, furrowing his brow. He still had backup serum, ensuring he wouldn't exhaust his powers too soon. However, the Goblin's aerial agility rendered his efforts futile. Even with hundreds of vials of serum, it would be of little consequence. From a distance, Red observed the skirmish between Rhodes and Norman, finding the display lackluster and devoid of the grandeur typically associated with a clash between hero and villain. After silently scoffing at the scene, Red began contemplating strategies to facilitate Rhodes' victory over Norman. His objective was simple. He needed Norman to be defeated, not necessarily by his own hand. With this in mind, Red dashed toward his vehicle. He was uncertain of the exact mechanics behind Norman's singular flying board, but he surmised it was likely derived from Oscorp technology. Red was confident that Oscorp had yet to develop a means to shield against impact. prepared for contingencies. He had stowed grenades in his car. Luther, you shan't escape. In the air, upon observing Luther's attempt to flee, the Green Goblin became agitated. He momentarily disregarded Rhodes, hastily piloting his craft toward Red. Yet, Rhodes would not permit such an escape, even if it were not to protect Luther. The Goblin's initial act of slaughter against his comrades and innocent civilians ensured that he would not let the Green Goblin slip away unscathed. The firearm in hand emitted another laser, hurtling towards the Green Goblin's head. At that critical moment, the Green Goblin instinctively sensed the impending danger, slightly turning his body aside, allowing the laser to graze the metallic mask upon his face. In that instant, cold sweat nearly drenched the interior of his armor. The threat of death jolted his muddled brain, rendered unclear by an excessive dose of serum, back to awareness. He now faced a battle for survival, rather than a deranged stage performance. Reluctantly, the Green Goblin pivoted, retrieving a firearm identical to Rhodey's from his hoverboard, and pulled the trigger in the direction of his adversary. Indeed, did Norman Osborn possess such extraordinary weaponry? Rhodey executed a swift roll, ducking behind cover to evade the laser-S direct hit, simultaneously seizing the opportunity to contact military command, detailing the precarious situation. Major Rhodey, please hold on for a moment. 2 armed helicopters are en route to your location. Upon receiving this response, Rhodey finally exhaled in relief, though he dared not relax, should he fail to pose a threat. The Green Goblin would surely redirect his focus towards Red. Thus, the Green Goblin utilized his aerial advantage, weaving through the skies, while Rhodey remained grounded, relying on vehicles, walls, and other forms of cover to engage his foe. In a short span, neither could claim victory. However, the serum stored within Rhodey was rapidly depleting. What was the nature of that adversary? He had not witnessed the Green Goblin injecting any serum, yet his energy seemed inexhaustible. Just as Rhodey pondered this conundrum, Red finally returned. He retrieved a grenade from his vehicle and hurled it towards the Green Goblin's position. What was that? The Green Goblin caught a glimpse of the incoming object. Instinctively, he deduced it to be a grenade and maneuvered his hoverboard to evade, distancing himself from the explosion radius of conventional grenades, as well as the specially designed laser grenades invented by Luther. Yet, he miscalculated. The Green Goblin had not anticipated that Red would be prepared with grenades within his vehicle. Such an oversight could lead to a catastrophic accident. The explosion generated by the grenade unleashed a force far superior to that of standard grenades or laser grenades. The impact compromised the circuits of his hoverboard, and even though the Green Goblin could still supply energy, it proved futile. Losing his balance, he plummeted from the sky. Damn it! In that fleeting moment, the Green Goblin, or rather Norman, who had never partaken in battle, suddenly displayed remarkable combat instincts. As he descended, he unleashed all remaining pumpkin bombs in every direction. Some landed near Red and Rhodey, but more encircled him. In the next instant, all the pumpkin bombs detonated, engulfing the neighborhood in a scarlet haze of lasers. Even with the specially designed Green Goblin armor protecting him, the central figure found himself in a precarious situation, as the armor sustained significant damage in an instant, and his body bore considerable injuries. However, this maneuver proved effective, as Rod, who had intended to capitalize on the Green Goblin's fall by immediately firing upon him, was forced to halt his actions in order to evade the explosion of a pumpkin bomb. The Green Goblin's actions temporarily safeguarded his own life. Now, enduring the pain, the Green Goblin employed the scanner on his mask to pinpoint Rod's location through the swirling dust. At that moment, Rod had just evaded the blast of the pumpkin bomb and remained vigilant, cautiously advancing within the haze. Seizing this opportunity, the Green Goblin lunged toward his opponent. Devoid of aerial support, he recognized the urgency of swiftly neutralizing Rod before eliminating Red and making a hasty retreat. Yet, Norman had not undergone any combat training, and the sound of his footsteps during the charge served as a clear warning to Rod. Reacting promptly, Red shifted his aim and pulled the trigger. The laser shot pierced the Green Goblin's shoulder, signaling the failure of the ambush. Nevertheless, the wounded Green Goblin did not retreat or hesitate. Instead, he pressed forward despite his injury, transforming what was initially a failed assault into a relentless charge. Taken aback by the opponent's sheer will, Rod was tackled to the ground, his firearm slipping from his grasp as he grappled with the Green Goblin. Despite the intense struggle, Rod maintained the upper hand. One was a trained individual who had ultimately risen to the rank of major in the U.S. military. The other, a fallen corporate executive. In the absence of any enhancement from the serum, the disparity in their physical prowess was starkly evident. Within moments, Rod reversed their positions, pinning the Green Goblin to the ground. He concentrated powerful laser energy into his fist and struck at the Green Goblin's chest. The armor's defensive capabilities were inadequate against the laser, having been hastily constructed by Norman, which rendered it incapable of withstanding such an assault. As Rod's fist connected, the Green Goblin's armor melted away instantaneously, allowing the blow to land with devastating force. Chapter 70. Overcoming the Green Goblin, a resounding thud echoed, confirming that Rod's punch had indeed struck the Green Goblin's chest. However, the anticipated outcome, where the flesh of a mortal would be incinerated by the laser, did not materialize. Rod observed that the Green Goblin's body was enveloped in a layer of laser energy far thicker than his own fist. The two forces neutralized each other, resulting in Rod inflicting only physical damage while the laser was entirely absorbed by the Green Goblin. Moreover, due to his insufficient release of laser energy, Rod felt an intense burning sensation and the unmistakable aroma of singed flesh emanating from his own hand. In pain, Rod swiftly withdrew his hand, while at that moment, Norman was already prepared. He drew a specially crafted dagger from his thigh, and as laser energy surged into it, it instantly transformed into a deadly high-frequency weapon. Subsequently, the Green Goblin swung the blade horizontally. Rod attempted to evade, yet his abdomen was still slashed open by the powerful laser, blood gushing uncontrollably from the wound. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground, rendered weak by the pain. As for the Green Goblin, he chose to abandon any thoughts of delivering a finishing blow to Rod. Instead, with his mask locking onto the fleeing Red, he immediately pursued him. "Don't run, you bastard!" Rod strained to rise, chasing after the Green Goblin. However, due to his injuries and the blood loss, his speed paled in comparison to the two ahead. Upon entering a narrow alley, he found himself devoid of their shadows. Damn it! Blood flowed ceaselessly, and with the physical strain, Rod soon exhibited signs of severe blood loss. The scene before him grew increasingly blurred, and in the next moment, consciousness slipped away as he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. On the other side, the Green Goblin chased after Red, racing deeper into the alleyway. "What's wrong, Luther? Why do you dare not confront me?" At this point, the Green Goblin was also severely injured and exhibiting symptoms of blood loss, compelling him to remove his metal mask to facilitate easier breathing, revealing his deranged visage. His face was a network of engorged veins, with lethal laser energy coursing through them intermittently. To maintain his combat efficacy, Norman had injected dozens of vials of serum into his body in one go. Even overeating can induce nausea. What more for a serum capable of bestowing superhuman abilities? The absence of side effects was predicated on Luther's claim that only 1 or 2 vials could be administered at a time. Yet, Norman had recklessly injected over 10 vials at once, inevitably affecting both his body and mind. Observing Norman's disheveled appearance, Red silently shook his head. It was apparent that he had indeed exerted immense pressure on Norman. Even in the films, where Norman, under military duress and the impending bankruptcy of Oscorp, ultimately birthed the Green Goblin persona, he never appeared so beleaguered. Nevertheless, Red felt no pity. He continued his flight deeper into the deserted alleyway, ultimately arriving at a dead end. At this moment, due to excessive blood loss, Norman's once crimson skin, tinged by the serum, had reverted to its normal pallor. Yet, upon seeing Red cornered with no escape, a flush returned to Norman's face. "Run away? Continue fleeing? Why have you stopped running?" Norman withdrew the dagger, pulsating with laser energy, and stood his ground, observing Red, who, in his eyes, was now utterly cornered, incessantly mocking him. "When you choose to oppose me, you should have anticipated that one day you would pay the ultimate price for your life, Luther." The more he spoke, the deeper his fury grew, for he noticed that even in such dire circumstances, the expression on Luther's face remained one of indifference, devoid of the mockery that had followed the usurpation of his power, now replaced by a gaze steeped in pity. "How dare he look at me with such condescension? Luther, cease that patronizing gaze at once. Look at your current predicament. You are the unequivocal failure." Red called out Norman's name, momentarily tempering his frantic rage. However, he was soon confronted once more by that loathsome visage, adorned with ridicule. "Norman, do you realize what a complete failure you are?" The scorn, once more emanating from a lofty perch, was more than Norman could bear. He brandished the dagger and charged at Red. "Die, Luther!" In Norman's mind, he envisioned that insufferable wretch being pierced through the heart by his dagger, ultimately succumbing to despair and regret. Yet, fantasy remains but a fantasy. As Norman lunged, Red merely extended a hand, effortlessly grasping the dagger in Norman's grasp. The once potent energy, capable of slicing through all, had vanished without a trace, suppressed by an entirely different green energy. How could this be? Norman gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. How could anyone withstand the cutting force of a high-frequency weapon? Even if such a person existed, why must it be Luther? Had God endowed Luther not only with genius intellect and an impeccable physique, but now bestowed upon him superhuman abilities as well? But in the next moment, the answer became evident. As radiant light cascaded around Red, the man who had once donned a simple suit was now enveloped in a suit of high-tech armor, predominantly green and purple. Optical invisibility, he realized. At that moment, Norman comprehended that if he had failed to grasp the situation upon learning that Luther had concealed armor beneath his attire at the press conference, then he, Norman, was unworthy of the title of genius. "You are not mistaken, Norman. From the very moment we met, every action you have taken has been under my control, including this one. Had you refrained from attacking me and committing such a grievous offense, I might have even experienced a headache contemplating how to deal with you." As Luther's words pierced through Norman, laden with disdain, his anger boiled over. Clenching his fists, he concentrated all his laser energy into a single punch aimed at Luther. Yet, swifter than Norman was Luther's own fist. Under the protection of armor, Luther's punch landed forcefully upon Norman's head, accompanied by the sound of shattering skull. Norman collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Thus, everything had come to an end. Optical cloaking was activated once more. The reason for luring Norman here to defeat him was to prevent others from discovering his possession of such a mech. When Tony unveiled the iron armor in 2008, he faced government prosecution. It was now merely 1994, and if he revealed his Kryptonian armor, it would be surprising if the U.S. government did not go into a frenzy. Chapter 71. The transfer of shares soon. 2 armed helicopters arrived in response to Rhodey's report. The military personnel provided urgent care to the severely injured Rhodey before following the trail to this dead end. Leading the team was an Air Force major, who approached Rhodey immediately upon seeing him, extending a handshake. "Mr. Luther, I trust you are uninjured?" Rhodey shook his head, gesturing towards the unconscious Norman on the ground. "I am unharmed." Major Rhodey had already inflicted severe injuries upon him during their confrontation, and upon reaching this location, he succumbed to his injuries and fell unconscious. Though it was indeed Rhodey's punch that primarily caused Norman's loss of consciousness, Norman was already weakened from excessive blood loss. Even without Rhodey's blow, he would not have lasted much longer. Thus, Rhodey decisively attributed all credit to Rhodey. At this moment, a soldier reported on Norman's condition, and the major nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Rhodey's injuries had indeed led to Norman's fainting due to excessive blood loss during the chase, "We will arrange for your return to Oscorp. Please leave the subsequent matters to us." The military had long been troubled. Oscorp maintained only the most basic transactional relationship with them, and their attempts to invest had been repeatedly declined. This was understandable, as Oscorp had no need to go public or seek investments. They could flourish steadily without external support. Accepting military investment, which would grant them shares, was utterly improbable unless Oscorp was on the verge of bankruptcy. Yet, with a foundation built upon super soldier serum, new materials, and exceptional pharmaceuticals, how could Oscorp easily face such a fate? The military sought to cultivate a good relationship with Oscorp, but had found no opportunity until now. Although merely an incidental handling of Norman, gaining Luther's favor would be advantageous. "Then, I must ask for your assistance." Turning Norman over to legal judgment was originally Rhodey's plan, and naturally, he would not refuse now. Under the escort of soldiers, he returned to Oscorp to continue with his work. Meanwhile, the injuries and fatalities resulting from Norman's assault were matters of concern for the New York government. A few days later, Rhodey visited the council hospital, where he met Richard, who had been injured during the attack. "I sincerely apologize, Richard, for your injury caused by my sudden decision to hold a press conference." At that moment, Richard's wife, Mary, sat by his bedside, having devoted the past few days to caring for him. "It is not your fault, Mr. Luther," Richard reassured him. "After all, you could not have anticipated Norman's reckless attack during the press event." Richard's words were not mere pleasantries. He genuinely believed this, unaware that Reed had already surmised Norman's potential actions and thus arrived at such a conclusion. "Instead, it is I who feel remorse, as my injury has delayed the launch of our new project." He expressed this sentiment with a sense of guilt, for the press conference had indeed taken place. But due to his injury, the new project was now on hold, with Richard being the principal investigator responsible for overseeing every aspect of it. While Reed, as the chairman, could decisively make such choices, he opted to entrust the project entirely to Richard out of respect for him. This was why Richard bore no resentment towards Reed for his injury, but rather felt a profound sense of guilt. "No, professional matters must be entrusted to professionals. Even if I could comprehend your project, it will always remain yours. I have no desire to usurp it." Luther shook his head, maintaining an air of generosity as he retrieved a document from his briefcase. 5% of the shares of the OSI Group shall serve as compensation for your injury and a testament to your capabilities. It is indeed common for nascent companies to utilize equity to retain key technical talents. However, although the OSI Group is merely 2 years old, it hardly qualifies as a startup. With its irreplaceable innovations in new materials and crimson serum, that 5% stake, while not granting Richard significant influence within the organization, represents undeniable value that could entice anyone. At the very least, in the future, even the black egg of S.H.I.E.L.D. would surely be swayed by a 5% stake in the OSI Group. Isn't this rather excessive? Richard, despite his innate sense of justice, found himself tempted, even questioning whether Reed had uncovered his true identity and sought to buy him off with shares. "Please accept this. It is a token of my appreciation. However, there is a condition. Should you choose not to retain these shares, you must sell them to me at market value or bequeath them to your descendants. But you cannot sell them to anyone else." With the addition of these considerations, Richard felt a slight sense of reassurance and ultimately accepted the precious gift after several polite refusals. Reed, in turn, achieved his objective, that 5% stake. As the OSI Group flourishes, may one day be worth billions or even trillions. Yet, in the Marvel Universe, currency holds the least value. This 5% stake, rather than being a mere gift to Richard, is more accurately a connection to the future Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Red cannot overlook the intricate web of the multiverse linked through Spider-Man. In a certain animated film, it is depicted that any alteration in Spider-Man's fate could lead to the cataclysmic collapse of the multiverse, a notion so absurd that it led Red to question whether Franklin had cut corners while mending the multiverse. How could a mere shift in Spider-Man's destiny result in such a catastrophic chain reaction? When did the multiverse become so fragile? Nevertheless, regardless of how ludicrous the plot may have been in a past life, it is a reality that could very well manifest in the present, and Red must remain vigilant. By allocating 5% of the shares, he establishes a connection with the individual most likely to become Spider-Man in this universe, thereby positioning himself advantageously for a legitimate role in the impending crisis of the Spider-Verse, an investment that seems undeniably prudent. After bidding farewell to Richard, Red exited the hospital room, allowing the couple some privacy. The next step was awaiting the court proceedings. Once the court delivered its verdict regarding Norman, it was likely that Emily, after enduring this ordeal, would be pushed to her limits. The affairs of the Osborn Group were nearing their conclusion. Red glanced at his performance score, which lingered at 99, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Once he completed the role's objectives and surpassed the 99 threshold to reach a perfect score of 100, he could transfer the identity of Luther to his avatar and pursue other endeavors. As Red turned the corner of the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Mrs. Osborn. Chapter 72. Court Verdict. Emily falls ill. Mr. Luther. Emily appeared haggard, and the signs were unmistakable. From her complexion, Red deduced that upon learning of Norman's transformation into the Green Goblin and his subsequent attack on Red at the press conference, the shock had overwhelmed her, leaving her unable to withstand the worsening of her hereditary condition. This was merely a consequence of receiving such distressing news. Once the court convened and sentenced Norman to prison, the additional shock would surely be enough to topple this already frail woman. However, Red would not allow his true thoughts to surface. He bore no ill will and merely presented an expression of regret. "I am truly sorry, Mrs. Osborn. I too cannot fathom why Norman would commit such acts. While working in a laboratory, the relationship between Luther and Emily could be described as amicable, yet not overly intimate. Typically, they would address each other by their first names. Emily. Yet now, given her husband's culpability as the aggressor, and acknowledging that their current predicament was a result of his own relentless pursuit, Red found it inappropriate to address her so casually, opting instead to refer to her formally as Mrs. Osborne. It is not your fault, Mr. Luther. It is Norman who has strayed from the path. At this point, recalling a sorrowful memory, Emily began to cough violently once more. Nevertheless, she persevered, maintaining her dialogue with Luther. The clash between Luther and Norman lacks a clear right or wrong. Conflicts over power are simply part of the human condition. Emily might harbor a modicum of resentment towards Luther, yet that has become inconsequential. Her sole desire now is to exert every effort to mitigate her husband's sentence before the court convenes. Mr. Luther, Norman acted out of impulse. While I acknowledge the gravity of his crimes, I implore you to refrain from pursuing his transgressions any further. Emily's plea was straightforward. She wished for Luther not to press charges against Norman for threatening his safety. In essence, she was subtly beseeching Luther not to exploit his influence to sway the court's judgment at this precarious moment. This was the only recourse available to her. I also believe Norman acted in a moment of folly, and I will not hold him accountable. However, Mrs. Osborne, you must understand that Norman's actions are inescapable. The fallen soldiers, the journalists, they were all living souls. The gravity of Red's words thrust Emily into a vision of despairing future, exacerbating her cough, yet she resolutely continued. I understand that as long as you, Mr. Luther, choose not to pursue this matter further, that is all that is required. Emily recognized that this was not merely a matter of Luther's willingness to pursue charges. Even if he chose not to, it would not erase the existence of the deceased soldiers and journalists. The most severe consequences awaited Norman regardless. After bidding farewell to Emily, Red departed. In the following days, even without actively investigating, Red learned of Emily's tireless efforts during this period. She reached out to everyone connected to her, hoping to garner assistance. Yet, even though Red had not pursued charges against Norman as Emily had requested, those former friends of Norman chose to turn their backs. This was not a result of Red's covert manipulations, but rather a straightforward matter of self-interest. In this scenario, aiding Norman and helping to lessen his sentence was not entirely out of reach. Yet the price to be paid raised doubts about Norman's future capacity to repay such a debt. In matters involving the military, no matter their efforts, Norman would inevitably face a lengthy imprisonment. As long as Luther remained alive, that sentence would be a tangible reality. And when Norman eventually re-enters society decades later, what could he possibly achieve? The answer is nothing at all. If helping Norman yields no returns, why would they choose to intervene? Ultimately, Norman had only presided over the Osborne group for a mere 2 years. During this brief period, he found himself predominantly embroiled in a conflict with Luther, and had yet to establish a network of connections that could be deemed as genuine friendships. Following Norman's recovery of consciousness, the court convened as scheduled. His actions, as the Green Goblin, instigating acts of terror that resulted in the deaths of numerous journalists and soldiers, could not be obscured. The families of the deceased harbored a profound animosity towards Norman, and the military resolved to exploit this incident to strengthen their ties with Luther. This decision stemmed from the military's initiative and could not be dismissed simply because Luther chose not to prosecute. Regardless of Luther's thoughts on the matter, the military's assistance in ensuring Norman's imprisonment for life was, in essence, a favor rendered to Luther, despite his never having explicitly requested aid. Under such circumstances, Norman ultimately received a sentence exceeding 2,000 years. Barring an unforeseen demise of Luther, Norman was destined to spend his life behind bars. Upon hearing the verdict in court, Emily, despite her preparations, found her mind blank. She could not recall how she made her way home, only that with each passing moment, her breathing grew increasingly labored and her body more frail. The doorbell rang, and the nanny hired to care for young Harry opened the door. "Madam, you have returned." With that exclamation, Emily reached her limit, collapsing to the ground, devoid of movement. "Madam, what has happened to you?" At the Elders' Hospital, where Norman had recently been discharged, they now welcomed his wife. After conducting examinations, the doctors collectively shook their heads in despair. "We are powerless." This was the unanimous conclusion among the physicians. They discerned that Emily was afflicted by a hereditary ailment, yet could not identify any viable treatment. After all, genetic disorders, lurking within the strands of DNA, are often beyond remedy. Meanwhile, at the hospital's front desk, Reed made his appearance. "Sir, only family members are permitted to retrieve patient information." "Family? Are you referring to Norman Osborn, who has been sentenced to over 700 years, or to young Harry Osborn, who is not yet 2 years old and cannot even speak?" The nurse was momentarily speechless. At that moment, Reed swiftly placed a card into the nurse's hand and, seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily distracted, snatched the patient file from the desk. "Rest assured, inform your superior. Lex Luthor requested this. They would not dare to trouble you." Chapter 73. Norman's life in prison after obtaining Emily's medical report. Reed did not rush to the prison to relay the news to Norman. Instead, he opted to return to the Osborn group to continue with his daily responsibilities, allowing the news to simmer for a while longer. If one were to seek out Norman now, it would undoubtedly convey an air of impatience, casting doubt upon the authenticity of the matter in his mind. It is imperative to wait until Norman learns of the news himself, and only when he finds himself cornered should one approach him. Only then will he truly concede. Time passes, and for Luthor's role in this task, Reed has already endured 2 years. Naturally, he is not averse to waiting a little longer. Indeed, after numerous attempts at the hospital to restore Emily's health proved futile, they ultimately contacted the prison to relay the news to Norman, who is currently serving his sentence. At this juncture, Norman, clad in an orange jumpsuit, has been relocated to a correctional facility. Due to Luthor's ascension as the chairman of the Osborn group, the prison dares not ease its vigilance over Norman, even without prior notice. Each day, Norman must fulfill predetermined work quotas before he is allowed to rest, engaging in tasks such as operating sewing machines and road maintenance. Fortunately, Norman possesses 50% ownership of the Osborn group, which shields him from being bullied by other inmates. After all, he is not devoid of financial resources. These prisoners, upon completing their sentences, require money for a better life, and thus they do not mind treating Norman with a modicum of respect, viewing it as an investment in their own post-incarceration prospects. Just when Norman believed his life would be spent in prison, with only occasional visits from his wife and son, he gradually became aware that since his incarceration, his wife had never come to see him. This realization stirred an unsettling feeling within him. He could not bring himself to suspect that his wife had sought solace in another during his brief absence. He knew Emily was not that kind of person. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that upon his imprisonment, his wife would be directly confronting the utterly merciless man, Luthor. This period of confinement has allowed Norman to reflect deeply on his tribulations, leading him to recognize that throughout the power struggle with Luthor, he had never gained the upper hand. He had always been at the mercy of his adversary. In the end, Luthor even disregarded the safety of journalists, orchestrating a press conference to provoke Norman into action, thus delivering a potentially fatal blow to himself. Norman understood that while his own assault could not be justified as virtuous, the cunning of Luthor, who could manipulate such a grand event as bait, was hardly commendable. Fearing for the well-being of his wife and son, Norman grew increasingly anxious that they may be suffering under Luthor's relentless persecution, leaving them no time to visit him. The more he pondered this possibility, the more palpable his restlessness became. He yearned to apply for a phone call to connect with his family. However, due to the brevity of his time in prison, his request for telephonic communication was denied. Even when he offered substantial benefits in return, the prison staff remained unmoved. In truth, one cannot entirely blame others. After all, Norman was incarcerated due to his public attempts at a terrorist act. Confronted with such a malevolent prisoner, even the most avaricious individuals must ponder whether he might seek to contact the outside world for an escape. They are unwilling to follow in the footsteps of those journalists, who were tragically reduced to mere fragments of flesh and blood. At this juncture, Norman found himself utterly powerless, lacking serum and weaponry. He was merely an ordinary individual with a slightly better constitution, yet even that had deteriorated significantly during his time in prison. The prospect of escape was utterly futile. However, at this moment, the prison authorities finally received news. A medical report was delivered to him. At a glance, Norman comprehended the entire sequence of events. Emily had not been victimized by Luthor, but due to circumstances beyond her control, her family's hereditary illness had manifested. How could this be? Within the confines of the prison office, Norman collapsed helplessly to the ground, while the guard monitoring him nonchalantly sipped his tea. "This is merely to prevent you from overthinking." They seemed to convey, "Rest assured, your wife is neither persecuted by Mr. Luther nor has she eloped with another. Rather, she is gravely ill, nothing more." He would have preferred the latter scenario, for at least that would allow her to find some semblance of joy, free from the torment of illness. Though Norman yearned to voice his frustrations, the weight of sorrow rendered him mute. In a haze of despair, he found himself in his cell. That night, lying on his bed, Norman pondered silently what he could possibly do. According to the hospital's report, without a turn of fortune, Emily would succumb to her hereditary illness within 2 months, and their child, Harry, would be placed in a welfare institution. Furthermore, if things continued as they were, he might soon hear news of Harry suffering from the same genetic affliction. What could he do? The answer was disheartening. He could do nothing. Even if he were granted access to a fully equipped laboratory, he would be incapable of discovering a remedy for Emily's condition. He had never anticipated that she would begin to suffer at such a tender age. Gradually, a certain individual came to mind, one he loathed yet could not deny possessed remarkable intellect. Indeed, Luther. The following day, the once docile Norman erupted into chaos, seemingly deranged. Assaulting his fellow inmates, he incessantly chanted, "I want to see Luther. Bring Luther to me," even as the prison guards subdued him, dragging him into solitary confinement. He continued to repeat this mantra, resorting to hunger and thirst strikes. After all, he was a major shareholder in the O'Shea Group, and his presence still garnered societal attention. He sought to leverage his very life to compel the prison authorities to inform Luther of his plight, hoping for Luther to come and mock him. To witness his own failure, Norman found himself in a predicament. The prison authorities, too, were burdened with unspoken woes. If Norman were to perish under their watch, they would inevitably face public outcry, with everyone accusing them of mistreating a man of unstable mind. Yet, the courage to reach out to Luther on such grounds eluded them. Thus, the prison delayed for several days, observing Norman's increasing frailty, until they had no choice but to contact Luther. At this juncture, Red took the initiative and called the prison himself. "I hear someone wishes to see me." Chapter 74. The conclusion of Norman Red's unexpected arrival filled the prison officials with elation, prompting them to promptly arrange a private room for the two to meet. Upon learning that Luther had not received any communication from the prison, Norman, having voluntarily come to the facility, pondered many thoughts. However, his immediate priority was nourishment. After days of fasting, he was not keen on meeting his end while trying to converse with Luther. When Red entered the private room and beheld Norman, the latter was ravenously devouring the unappetizing food before him. "How does it feel, Norman? Life in prison must be quite fulfilling," Red remarked as he took a seat across from him, while the watchful guard discreetly exited the room, turning off the surveillance. In response to Red's sarcasm, Norman displayed an air of indifference. A fulfilling life naturally leads to a hearty appetite. With that, he pushed a serving of mashed potatoes toward Red. "Care to give it a try? No unnecessary seasonings, just the pure essence." A slight smile graced Luther's lips as he leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. Yet, his silence only served to agitate Norman. He wished to gamble, to bet on Luther's eagerness to extract something from him, be it shares or insights into that remarkable armor he had glimpsed. However, if Luther remained mute, Norman would never seize the upper hand. As for the shares, even if he were to die, they would not pass to Luther. Yet, the secret weighed heavily on his mind. Norman had every reason to believe that Luther could employ subtle means to ensure his demise in prison, disguised as a latent illness. Ultimately, it was Norman who broke the silence. Luther could wait, indefinitely if necessary, even if he could not retrieve the shares at that moment. The stakes of his 50% ownership in prison were nearly inconsequential. But for Norman, time was of the essence. Emily could only endure for 2 more months. If he failed to devise a plan within that time frame, her fate would be sealed. In this world, if there was anyone capable of curing Emily within 2 months, it was undoubtedly the genius before him, Luther. This extraordinary talent was perhaps the only one who could save Emily in her dire state. "Speak, Luther. What is it that you truly desire from me? As long as you acquiesce to my conditions, I am prepared to grant you anything." Until this moment, Norman believed that Luther had no understanding of Emily's hereditary illness, for he had never divulged such information to anyone. Upon hearing Norman concede, Reed smiled faintly and gently placed a document alongside a small box on the table. Your shares, along with access to a miraculous remedy for the familial ailment, an equitable exchange for the cure. Norman's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet in an instant, they darkened with fury. He was struck by the realization that Luther could not possibly know of Emily's genetic affliction. Despite his incarceration, he had only recently learned of Emily's condition. How could Luther have conjured a cure at such a moment? Even a genius could not achieve such a feat without prior preparation. Upon contemplating this possibility, and considering Luther's character, Norman swiftly arrived at a plausible and chilling hypothesis. It was you, he bellowed, slamming his fist onto the table, glaring at Luther. You, through some nefarious means, provoked Emily's illness, did you not? Norman was utterly convinced that this chillingly ruthless man before him was entirely capable of such deeds, if necessary. He could easily forsake his own loved ones. Of course, this assumption somewhat misinterpreted Reed. Perhaps the true Luther would abandon his beloved for his ambitions. But Reed himself would not stoop to such depths. However, given Reed's nature, he would never forge intimate ties with anyone in this world. Does it matter, Norman? Had you not insisted on masquerading as the Green Goblin and been sentenced to nearly 700 years of imprisonment, would Emily have succumbed to her illness so prematurely due to the immense stress? Reed remarked with a smile, seemingly oblivious to Norman's increasingly dark expression. I merely expedited the inevitable. Even without my intervention, Emily would ultimately perish. You cannot truly believe you possess the capability to create a cure for her hereditary disease. You lack such ability, Norman. You even botched a common serum. Reed's words held a certain truth, for within the confines of this narrative, Norman's wife, Emily, succumbed to her illness while Harry and Peter were still attending high school. Perhaps influenced by the loss of his mother, years later, Harry himself fell victim to a similar fate at an even younger age, rendered incapable of independent action. Norman was powerless. Despite his capital and influence granting him the position of mayor of New York City, he could not develop a remedy for his wife and child. Yet now, consumed by rage at the revelations, Norman leapt to his feet, his hands shackled, reaching desperately for Reed's throat. I will kill you, he shouted, the air thick with tension. In the next moment, Norman found himself seized by Reed, who gripped his head with one hand and forcefully slammed it onto the table, producing a dull thud. Kill me? It seems Emily does not hold much significance in your heart after all. If that is the case, then so be it. My dear reader, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events are even more thrilling. As Norman struggled, Reed released him, yet the box containing the special effects drug was swiftly taken away by Reed. Turning on his heel, he departed without a backward glance. At that moment, Norman was filled with panic. He was not afraid of Luther continuing to beat or humiliate him. Rather, he feared that Luther might leave and never return. Realizing that Emily's last hope could vanish in an instant, Norman cast aside the fury that had consumed him. He hastily picked up the pen he had prepared earlier and signed a share transfer agreement. I promise you, I will comply with your every demand. I beg you, save Emily, save my son. It was too late. After Norman signed, he was met with Reed's indifferent tone. Although it may be a bit troublesome, after your demise, I can gradually negotiate with the government and your son to reclaim the shares. However, your attitude is quite displeasing. With a thud, upon hearing this, Norman relinquished all his dignity and knelt on the ground. I beg you, save my wife and child. In the next moment, he bent forward, supporting himself with his hands on the floor. I beg you, save my wife and child. Ultimately, Norman's forehead struck the hard concrete floor with force, blood immediately oozing forth. I beg you, save my wife and child. Witnessing Norman's utter abandonment of dignity, Reed understood that the time had come. It was only at this moment that Norman would truly forsake everything. Reed stepped forward, secured the share transfer agreement, and then slowly crouched down, speaking softly to Norman. Norman, in 6 months, you'll perish in prison from food poisoning. What do you think of that? At these words, Norman's body trembled. Faced with death, anyone would instinctively feel fear. Yet, in the end, Norman nodded. I promise you. Chapter 75. A new card. Reed believed that his humiliation of Norman had shattered the latter's self-esteem. Given sufficient time, Norman could potentially recover. Therefore, Reed would naturally not grant him any opportunity for resurgence. The reason for uttering such words, for trampling on Norman's pride, was solely to ensure that he would calmly accept his impending demise during this period. He would save Emily and spare Harry, for by the time they matured, Reed's own power would be firmly established. However, Norman must die. Even though Norman's capabilities were indeed exceptional, in certain realms, he had even replaced Iron Man and Nick Fury, establishing the Thunderbolt Bureau and the Dark Avengers. However, given that animosity has already been established between the two, Norman's exceptional abilities become his own death knell. No matter how formidable his powers, he possesses merely a card shaped by the soul of the entire universe. Even Thanos could find a dark side as a superior substitute. How much less could an ordinary man like Norman hope for? Engaging a person filled with hatred for oneself, all for fleeting moments of glory that may never again manifest in the comics, is a foolish endeavor that Red would never undertake. Nonetheless, Red now commands 95 of the shares of the Osborn Group, with the remaining 5 gifted to Richard as a bridge to establish a connection with Spider-Man. All rights pertaining to the Osborn Group are firmly in Red's grasp. Thus, there remains but one course of action, a name change. The Osborn Group shall cease to exist, replaced by the more illustrious Lex Luthor Group. In this endeavor, Red encountered no obstacles. What difficulty could there be for a chairman holding 95 of the shares wishing to alter the name? Neither within the company nor from the government was any resistance met. No one would dare provoke Red over such a trivial matter and invite unnecessary trouble upon themselves. As the name Lex Luthor Group was officially registered, the title was affixed to the pinnacle of the building. The role of Lex Luthor was finally deemed complete. Congratulations, host, for completing the Lex Luthor character task and establishing the Lex Group. Please collect your reward. The system's voice echoed in his mind. However, Red did not hasten to claim the new card of rewards. Instead, he immediately manifested Lex Luthor as a separate entity. Boss. Once Luthor was independently manifested, he retained his character, merely nodding slightly to Red without resorting to a kneeling posture. Luthor, the Lex Group is now entrusted to you. Your mission is to relentlessly expand the Lex Group, seeking every possible means to control the entirety of America in economic and political realms. This was Red's directive to Luthor, a figure capable of ruling the Earth as president for 4,000 years. Lex Luthor, provided he does not become enamored with battling Superman, would inevitably ascend to the presidency of the United States and gradually dominate the world. It was merely a matter of time. Understood. Upon accepting the task, Luthor returned to his work mode, starkly contrasting with the incessant chatter of Harley Quinn and the Joker. As for Harley's absence, following Norman's defeat as the Green Goblin, the situation had stabilized, prompting Red to send her back to Gotham to join the Joker. Now, finally at ease, Red took Luthor's identification card and entered his laboratory. He retrieved another item, a black armor akin to Luthor's kryptonite suit, yet appearing even more fitted. As before, Red donned the black armor, found a suitable spot to sit, and activated the system panel. System, claim rewards. Upon uttering these words, a familiar card pack materialized in Red's hands. This time, however, it seemed to have absorbed the lessons from his previous criticisms, as the imagery on the card pack appeared significantly more refined. Yet, he pondered why the artwork featured a collaboration between elemental hero Neos and the XYZ monster, number 32, Shark Drake. The cosmos and the ocean. Could it be that the contents of this card pack pertain to these two elements? With this speculation in mind, Red opened the card pack. To his surprise, he discovered 2 role-playing cards. The first was the role-playing card for Alfred, accompanied by the environment card Gotham City. The second featured the role-playing card for Lex Luthor, along with the companion card Harley Quinn. Astonishingly, the third instance presented him with 2 role-playing cards. However, upon closer inspection, Red's expression darkened. The first card was quite impressive, Martian Manhunter, one of the titans of the Justice League. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Superman and Wonder Woman in terms of power. Martian Manhunter possessed a plethora of superhuman abilities. To begin with, he exhibited formidable strength, speed, endurance, and flight, foundational capabilities inherent to all superheroes. Although his raw statistics may not rival those of Superman, Wonder Woman, or Aquaman, who primarily rely on physical prowess in combat, it is essential to recognize that these abilities are merely the tip of the iceberg when considering Martian Manhunter's extraordinary powers. His unparalleled control over his own molecular structure grants him a regeneration ability comparable to that of Wolverine, enabling him to regenerate from a severed limb or even a decapitation. Additionally, Martian Manhunter possesses abilities akin to Superman's heat vision, super breath, and enhanced strength. While the potency and effects of these abilities may fall short of Superman's, they do not represent the full extent of Martian Manhunter's diverse powers. Shapeshifting allows Martian Manhunter to alter his physical form at will. He can assume the appearance of any individual or transform into a ferocious beast with superior melee capabilities. When coupled with his inherent super strength, if fully unleashed, Martian Manhunter could even engage Superman in a contest of strength for a considerable duration. Invisibility grants him the ability to render his body transparent, eliminating light reflection. This is yet another manifestation of Martian Manhunter's mastery over his molecular composition. Intangibility, unlike the Flash's reliance on rapid vibrations or Vision's dependence on the Mind Stone, is a phenomenon that defies scientific explanation in Martian Manhunter's case. It serves as an external representation of his formidable mental prowess, suggesting that his psychic abilities can influence the fabric of reality to a certain degree. This leads to two additional abilities, possession and a telepathic communication akin to that of Charles Xavier. Through a process resembling intangibility, Martian Manhunter can attach himself to another's body, exerting control over their actions. However, it is worth noting that individuals of Superman's caliber cannot be easily dominated in this manner. Telepathy, particularly that of the Martian Manhunter, possesses the remarkable ability to encompass the entirety of Earth. In most instances, the telepathic prowess of the Martian Manhunter is undeniably superior to that of Charles. It can be asserted that the Martian Manhunter excels not only in the intensity of his abilities, but also in the diversity of his superpowers, rendering him an exceptionally versatile character. Chapter 76. The Martian Manhunter and Aquaman Arthur. When pondering the card of the Martian Manhunter, one might wonder if Red is content. The answer is, of course, affirmative. However, there are issues to consider. Within the realm of comics, the sole weakness of the Martian Manhunter is his fear of fire. Yet, this concern is not particularly alarming. His trepidation towards flames does not stem from his race, but rather from the psychological trauma experienced by the individual known as John Johns, who witnessed the tragic incineration of his wife and daughter. This haunting memory leads the Martian Manhunter to risk self-immolation when near fire due to the potential loss of control over his powers. Nonetheless, should Red embody the Martian Manhunter, this dilemma would not arise, as he bears no such psychological scars. What truly troubles Red is his limited understanding of the Martian Manhunter's backstory. Although he has heard tales of the character's formidable and comprehensive abilities and knows that he is one of the founding members of the Justice League, Red remains unaware of how to accurately portray this role. This presents a genuine challenge for him. Let us now examine another card. Contemplating this, Red temporarily sets aside the Martian Manhunter's card and picks up a second character card. However, upon the first glance, Red's expression darkens. Is it truly unavoidable to encounter Arthur Curry? From the outset, Red had a premonition that if he were to draw a character card from the Justice League, it would most likely be Aquaman. While Aquaman is indeed one of the titans of the Justice League, it is essential to consider the company he keeps. The Justice League is populated with extraordinary beings: the calculating Batman, the invincible Superman, the Amazonian warrior Wonder Woman, the formidable Green Lantern Hal Jordan, the previously mentioned Martian Manhunter, and the Flash, who can alter the very fabric of reality. Standing alongside such formidable entities, it is no wonder Aquaman often faces disdain. Fortunately, he is Aquaman. Had it been Namor from Marvel, Red would truly be at a loss for words. However, upon closer inspection of his Aquaman card, Red silently nods in approval. Although Aquaman's abilities may seem somewhat redundant in the face of the Justice League's collective strength, given that his powers do not wield much influence across the cosmos, the system provides ample numerical support. This incarnation of Aquaman is far removed from the comical version of the last century. He is a ruler whose might can potentially shift tectonic plates. Not to mention, when conflict arises with the purple sweet potato spirit in the future, having Aquaman remain on Earth as a guardian will prove advantageous. Unlike the other members of the Justice League, Aquaman's potential is undeniably constrained, even at his peak. He can merely manipulate tectonic plates, unlike Superman, whose limits remain an enigma, or the idealistic Green Lantern, who can occasionally unleash extraordinary feats. Carefully stowing away the two cards, he revisited the corresponding character missions. The system's signature style persisted, with Aquaman's task being the establishment of Atlantis, raising the question, does this world lack Atlantis? In contrast, the Martian Manhunter's mission was far simpler: protect Earth once. Considering it was now 1994, with Captain Marvel's storyline set to commence in 1995, the Martian Manhunter's task felt almost trivial, providing a modicum of relief to Red. He was unsure how to effectively embody the Martian Manhunter, and unlike the comics' portrayal, he lacked the time or inclination to disguise himself as a human and navigate the complexities of international relations among governments. For Red, portraying these superheroes proved significantly more challenging than embodying villains like Lex Luthor. Nevertheless, for these heroes, saving the Earth would surely enhance his role-playing experience. Ultimately, Red decided to first assume the identity of the Martian Manhunter. As a role-playing card merged with his being, Red gradually transformed into a green-skinned alien, strikingly reminiscent of the Skrulls from the Marvel Universe. The resemblance was indeed remarkable. An additional significant reason for choosing the Martian Manhunter emerged as he closed his eyes and absorbed the character's superpowers. In the next instant, Red's form surged and swiftly reverted to his original appearance. The ability to utilize the role-playing card while retaining his true self was precisely why Red favored the Martian Manhunter and began contemplating ways to enhance his role-playing experience. Although embodying the Martian Manhunter posed its challenges, the diverse array of superpowers was undeniably appealing. Next, he could finally pursue the aspirations he had long desired. Red lifted his gaze towards the vast expanse of space beyond Earth. A few years prior, the United States had initiated a project known as the Pegasus Program, which ultimately faced a peculiar fate and was subsequently shelved. In truth, the Pegasus Program was instigated by a peace-loving Kree named Mar-Vell, who masqueraded as a human upon arriving on Earth. His intent was to develop a faster-than-light engine to liberate the Skrulls from the Kree's unilateral war of extermination. With the superluminal engine, they could reach star systems beyond the Kree's grasp. Red had no desire to comment on the betrayal of one's own race, dismissing the sacrifices of thousands of years of conflict to aid an adversarial race. He deemed them unworthy of his judgment. However, the energy source required for the superluminal engine was one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the Space Stone, now known as the Tesseract. The incomplete engine, crafted merely from the cosmic cube, bestowed tremendous power upon Carol Danvers, a valiant member of the United States Air Force, following its explosion. Although the system had never explicitly stated so, Red harbored a belief that the Infinity Stones, as the fundamental forces within the Marvel Universe, could indeed induce transformations within the system, even if it possessed the very soul of the cosmos. Finding the spacecraft laboratory left by Maywell in Earth's orbit was not a daunting task, thanks to the Martian Manhunter's extraordinary vision. Subsequently, Red's figure gradually faded, transforming into an intangible breeze that traversed the walls of the building and soared toward the cosmos. In a brief span, Red arrived above the orbital path, and upon unleashing his psychic abilities, he discerned numerous mind waves distinctly different from those of humans. These must be the Skrulls that Maywell had sheltered within the laboratory. With this thought, an invisible wave of psychic energy swept through, causing all the Skrulls to fall into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Red maintained his intangible form, passing effortlessly through the spacecraft's exterior and entering its interior, where he immediately spotted the azure cosmic cube nestled among the instruments. Here it was, the quintessential experience every traveler must undergo, acquiring the gem and enhancing one's external capabilities. Murmuring to himself, Red approached the cosmic cube, extended his hand, and grasped it firmly. In the next instant, a powerful surge of energy from the cosmic cube began to flow into his being, or rather, into the system itself. Upon detecting this elevated energy, the system initiated an upgrade. Chapter 77. The system's new function. After the system indicated the need for an upgrade, a silence ensued. Just as Red assumed the system would require some time, mere seconds passed before the upgrade was complete. System upgrade complete. Please check the new functionalities, it prompted. You know what? I can't be bothered to look, Red replied, having gradually mastered the art of communicating with the system. In simple terms, this meant not showing the system any semblance of goodwill. Otherwise, this nonsensical system might reward him with trivial characters to fulfill tasks. Red was now entirely convinced that every card pack was a prearranged selection by the system. What if he showed it some kindness? Would it then inundate him with an avalanche of cards? All right, host. The system's voice carried a hint of grievance as it began to explain. While it appeared to be an upgrade on the surface, in reality, the system had merely acquired a fraction of the Space Stone's powers, thereby unlocking new abilities. For example, Red inquired, eager to hear what the system had to say. If it dared to declare that the new function was an enhancement of card draw rates, he would promptly turn to Luther and have him assume the mantle of Superman, attempting to draw out Superman's very soul. It seemed the system sensed Red's thoughts, as its subsequent tone quickened with urgency. In essence, the spatial powers acquired from the Space Gem can differentiate the host's existence into two distinct entities, akin to a technique of duplication. Both entities possess identical strength. However, only one can be manifested, and neither can utilize the character cards. In other words, Reed can split into two individuals, with one retaining the identity of Reed while the other continues to perform, correct? Indeed, the host is remarkably astute. Faced with the system's commendation, Reed rolled his eyes. It was evident that duplication technique would suffice, yet the system opted for a convoluted explanation. What if the readers failed to comprehend it? Surely, there must be other functionalities. Let us proceed. The duplication ability is undeniably advantageous, and Reed has gradually recognized its utility. Due to his prolonged role-playing, the identity of Reed has not manifested in this world for quite some time, which is far from ideal. He has drawn the character cards for the Martian Hunter and Aquaman. By embodying these two personas, it is only a matter of time before someone acknowledges Reed as the one who invariably connects various superpowered individuals, rather than allowing others to speculate haphazardly later. It is preferable to establish a clear identity for Reed at this moment. The ability to duplicate not only amplifies his own strength, but also facilitates the construction of Reed's presence, making it exceptionally suitable for his current circumstances. Subsequently, the system continued to elaborate. There exists a new capability, which grants the host a singular opportunity to actively replace the function of any servant card or character card. In other words, can I transform a servant card into a character card, or vice versa? Reed pondered, stroking his chin, before swiftly reaching a decision. He retrieved Aquaman's character card and directly utilized this newly unlocked function on it. As a brilliant blue light enveloped the card, Aquaman's character card morphed into a servant card. This decision was the result of careful contemplation. Aside from his unconditional command over marine life, most of Aquaman's abilities can also be executed by the Martian Hunter. Even the capacity to communicate with oceanic creatures can be effectively achieved through telepathy by the Martian Hunter. Moreover, the Martian Hunter's prowess does not rely on the ocean or water sources. Even in the vastness of space, he can still harness his formidable powers. Most importantly, Aquaman's character task is to establish Atlantis. Given the nature of the task, it is evident that this world likely lacks Atlantis, even if aquatic races exist. They do not bear that name. This task is rather cumbersome and may require many years to accomplish. Reed believes he likely does not possess such an abundance of time to invest in Aquaman's card. Rather than coveting the rewards of a singular character mission, it would be wiser to swiftly transform Aquaman into a companion card, allowing him to govern the oceans of Earth. This, indeed, appears to be the sole purpose of the Aquaman card. Its power is indisputable. However, its limitations are equally apparent. Just as Red was converting Aquaman's character card into a companion card, a luminous orb emerged from the Aquaman companion card and descended before him. Red extended his hand and gently grasped the orb, which then morphed into a new card. Is this yet another companion card? Indeed, host. As you have transformed Aquaman's role-playing card into a companion card, the energy inherent in the character mission has transmuted into this new companion card, which represents the denizens of Atlantis. This marks Red's first encounter with a companion card depicting a multitude of individuals. The imagery on the card showcases numerous Atlanteans swimming in the vast ocean, led by none other than Aquaman Arthur's wife, Queen Mera. It seems my choice has proven to be astute. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Aquaman's abilities are not essential to him. Sacrificing the acquisition of Aquaman's powers and the rewards from the character mission in exchange for a multitude of Atlanteans and Queen Mera is a lucrative trade. Red has nearly concluded that, with these two cards, he can command the oceans of this planet. Even if this world harbors a deep-sea nation like Talokan, utilizing vibranium technology. Under the leadership of Aquaman Arthur, vanquishing the cinematic version of Namor should pose no significant challenge. Upon finishing his contemplation, Red carefully stored the cards and turned his gaze to the cosmic cube still situated within the device. He contemplated retrieving it at this moment, but hesitated. In approximately a year, Captain Marvel's narrative will commence. At that juncture, he would have another opportunity to engage with the cosmic cube. However, if he were to seize it now, the trajectory of that storyline remains uncertain. After all, he vaguely recalls that Captain Marvel and her allies located this cosmic laboratory through the resonance between the energy within Captain Marvel and the cosmic cube. Perhaps it is best to wait another year. Under the circumstances of mindful calculation, Red is confident in his ability to maintain control, deeming it unnecessary to hastily acquire the Infinity Stones at this moment. With careful planning a year hence, the cosmic cube will still fall into his possession. If he were to take the cosmic cube now, it is highly probable that he would lose Captain Marvel's trust and be unable to subtly influence the formidable beings within this cinematic universe. Chapter 78. The transformation of Red's identity before his departure. Red cast one last glance at the unconscious Skrull strewn about. It is not yet the opportune moment to take action. Even though the entire narrative of the clandestine war could be distilled to Nick Fury's folly, Red harbors little fondness for the Skrull race. It remains a mystery what Fury in the television series could possibly be contemplating, trusting a group of extraterrestrials that are not even carbon-based life forms. The Golden Retriever next door shares a closer genetic affinity with humans than the Skrulls do. The Skrulls must perish. Red is determined to eliminate all those lurking on Earth, but not at this moment. After encountering Captain Marvel and gradually exerting control over that naive woman, he will orchestrate these plans. He aims to obtain some biological samples from the Skrulls, leave the cosmic cube untouched, and awaken this group of Skrull from their stupor before he quietly returns to Earth, arriving at Wayne Manor. At that moment, the fragmented Joker, masquerading as Alfred, is diligently attending to the daily affairs of Wayne Manor. It is evident that had the system not played a role in achieving a 100 mimicry rate for the splintered persona, managing Gotham's affairs alone would have ensnared him indefinitely. "Oh, you've arrived, boss," Alfred remarked, slightly taken aback by Red's sudden appearance. However, an influx of knowledge soon flooded his mind. This was the ability of the Martian Manhunter, capable of downloading information from his own mind into that of another. This illustrates that in terms of mental prowess, Charles from the Marvel Universe pales in comparison to the Martian Manhunter. As Charles ages, his abilities grow more formidable, yet the deterioration of his brain limits his capacity to wield them, potentially jeopardizing the entire mutant population due to the onset of senile dementia. In contrast, the Martian Manhunter only masters his psychic abilities with time, ensuring there is no risk of losing control. Particularly now, with Red embodying him and free from the crippling fear of fire, the Martian Manhunter showcases his versatile skill set with remarkable finesse. Soon, Alfred assimilated the intelligence transmitted by Red and became acquainted with the current scheme. "So, boss, are you ready? I could perform at any moment. If that is the case, let us commence." In the following days, a familial dispute became well known among the Gothamites observing the Wayne family. Alfred, the loyal old butler, believed himself to be aging and wished for his adopted son, Red, who had always lived outside the Wayne enterprises, to inherit his role and become the new steward of the Wayne family. However, the youthful Red was reluctant, even in the role of a butler. He did not wish to become the steward of a family where all members had mysteriously vanished. Their quarrel persisted for several days, even causing the already elderly Alfred to become quite exasperated. Ultimately, Red's departure from Gotham City marks the conclusion of this familial drama, etching his name into the ears of many, including those at S.H.I.E.L.D. 2 years prior, the events in Gotham were not something S.H.I.E.L.D. chose to entangle itself in, yet this does not imply their ignorance of the situation. In truth, they have maintained a vigilant watch over these developments, particularly noting the timing of the Joker and his gang's emergence, which coincided with the conflict involving Alfred and Earl. The suspicion that Alfred may be behind the Joker is not solely held by Commissioner Gordon. S.H.I.L.D. harbors similar doubts, especially Nick Fury, whose keen intuition swiftly discerned that there might be hidden truths lurking beneath these events. However, it is somewhat disheartening that with only one competent agent, Coulson, at his disposal, Nick Fury, in the absence of oversight, found his suspicions reaching a stalemate. He was entirely unable to intervene in Gotham's affairs or procure intelligence within the city. Unlike other locales where gangs and terrorist organizations are effortlessly infiltrated by agents, Gotham presents a stark contrast. An agent entering Gotham is fundamentally at odds with the city's essence. Its criminals can instantly recognize that this individual is an outsider, rendering infiltration nearly impossible. Those who emerge from Gotham are either individuals paralyzed by fear of the city, vowing never to return, or entangled in its complex web of interests, making it impossible for them to serve as informants. Even 2 years later, SHIELD remains a loss regarding this voracious city. Yet now, a glimmer of hope emerges, an opportunity to place an undercover agent within Gotham. This prospect is embodied in Alfred's ward, Red. Living in Gotham, yet unafraid of its shadows, Red maintains a connection to the city without being mired in its treacherous dealings. Should SHIELD successfully recruit Red as an agent, it would greatly enhance their understanding of Gotham. Recognizing this potential, Nick Fury promptly conveyed his idea to his superiors, who, after careful consideration, readily endorsed it. However, just as Nick Fury planned to approach Red alongside Coulson, he received unexpected news. Red had left Gotham for New York City and had already become an assistant to Lex Luthor. What peculiarities plague the Pennyworth family? Each member possesses remarkable talents, yet inexplicably chooses roles as assistants or butlers. Nick Fury finds it hard to believe that a man of Alfred's character would allow a seemingly ordinary ward to inherit the title of butler. Moreover, investigations reveal that Red boasts an impressive academic background, and undoubtedly, in ways unknown to them, Alfred has further educated his ward. Nick Fury believes that Red has the potential to become an exceptional agent. However, is it the intention of the Pennyworth family to cultivate talent solely to serve as butlers and aides for others? Regardless of Fury's thoughts, events have transpired, and he must temporarily relinquish the matter, departing with Coulson. Presently, Red has become Luthor's assistant. Should they wish to continue recruiting, a careful strategy is essential. Any misstep may alert Luthor, jeopardizing not only Red's recruitment efforts, but also potentially exposing Richard, who has already infiltrated the Osborn group. The exposure of one agent might be manageable, but Richard holds a significant 5% stake in the Osborn group. Losing that would be a tremendous setback. In the office of the chairman of the Osborn group, Luthor is engrossed in paperwork, while Red, seated on the sofa, gradually opens his eyes. As he left, it appears that before Nick Fury ascends to the upper echelons, the influence of SHIELD has not yet regained its former might. Chapter 79. Epilogue. Shaking his head, Red sets aside thoughts of Fury. Only after Captain Marvel's narrative concludes will Fury gradually assume power. At that juncture, communication with SHIELD will become pertinent. For now, with a year remaining before the events unfold, he can attend to other matters, such as fulfilling his agreement with Norman to treat Emily and Harry. Without informing Luthor, Red is perceived as Luthor's assistant by the outside world, yet, in truth, Luthor merely acts as an extension of Red's will. At the Council Hospital, less than a week has passed since the agreement with Norman was established. But Emily's condition has drastically worsened. Her body is encased in bandages, the reason for which Red comprehends all too well. Emily suffers from a familial genetic disorder that leads to bodily deformities and eventual decay. The bandages serve not so much for treatment as to conceal the grotesque manifestations of her illness. Although Red visits under the cover of night, the hospital's physicians dutifully come to greet him. Despite being merely an assistant, this assistant represents Lex Luthor, and while the Council Hospital is backed by formidable capital, financial resources and medical expertise are distinct matters that cannot be conflated. Mr. Red, you are approaching Ms. Osborn's room, the doctor announces. Red nods, returning Emily's medical report to the physician. It is clear that her condition has not yet reached an unmanageable state. As he prepares to enter the room, the physician suddenly interjects. May I inquire if LexCorp has developed technology capable of treating genetic disorders? If so, why does LexCorp not leverage this for profit? Such advancements could not only yield substantial financial gain, but also benefit countless families afflicted by hereditary ailments. As Red paused slightly before opening the door to the hospital room, he was taken aback by the compassion exhibited by the doctor, who, contrary to his expectations, refrained from uttering nonsensical platitudes about selfless sponsorship of patients. This kindness was a trait that Red had once possessed in a previous life, but had completely forsaken in this one. In light of this benevolence, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. Doctor, while your intentions are commendable, it is imperative to recognize that each family's genetic affliction is unique and necessitates distinct treatment approaches. Presently, Mrs. Osborne is receiving assistance solely due to her husband, Norman Osborne, who has sacrificed everything for her sake. With a multitude of families grappling with hereditary diseases in this world, can we truly expect everyone to bear such burdens? The corporation must remain profitable. And Luther's transformation of technology into tangible results demands substantial resources. If profit eludes us, how might we gather the requisite means? There was an unspoken truth that Red did not voice. He could never permit Luther to devote his talents to such matters. Genetic disorders, with the advance of technology, will one day find resolution. However, he adamantly refused to shoulder such troublesome responsibilities. He might one day don the mantle of a savior, yet he was, after all, not an omnipotent being. My apologies for my oversight. I shall refrain from disturbing Mr. Red, he concluded. Very well, please hold for a moment. With that, Red stepped through the door, and his gaze fell upon Emily, who was bathed in moonlight, gazing out at the moon. Is it Mr. Luther? She inquired. Emily was an astute woman. She remained unaware that her affliction was exacerbated by Luther's covert use of aromatherapy. However, she was perceptive enough to discern the current predicament. Like Norman, she recognized that only Luther, the prodigious genius, held the key to saving her life. Consequently, she could surmise her husband's potential decisions and anticipated the identity of the visitor arriving at this hour. I am Red Pennyworth, Mr. Luther's assistant. Red offered a slight bow of respect, adhering to the etiquette imparted by Alfred, even though Emily was unable to rise to meet his gaze. Mr. Luther has developed a miraculous remedy for your genetic condition. Please take it. Red poured a glass of water and placed the capsule along with the water at her bedside. Is that so? Mr. Luther is indeed a genius, having created this remedy so swiftly. Like Norman, Emily sensed something amiss in the unusual rapidity of the development. Yet she was reluctant to delve deeper into such matters. She had a son to care for, and her recovery was paramount for Harry's sake. The truth had become inconsequential in the face of reality. She resolved not to uncover the circumstances behind her condition, nor would she relay this narrative to Harry. Let the conflict between Norman and Luther come to an end. With great effort, Emily propped herself up and swallowed the capsule with the water. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about the experience. This was merely a standard medication, not a miraculous elixir, incapable of instant dissolution and immediate effect. Meanwhile, Reed produced more capsules, advising that taking one daily would enable one to walk within a week and possibly be discharged in a month, though full recovery would likely take a year. Thank you, Emily whispered gratefully, before gazing at Reed, who was about to depart, and ultimately found the courage to pose the lingering question. What will happen to Norman? Reed paused for a moment, finally grasping why the villain in a story could remain composed in the face of righteous condemnation, yet felt utterly at a loss when confronted by the calm demeanor of the victim. Nevertheless, Reed steadied himself and spoke softly. Mr. Osborne has sacrificed everything for you and for Harry's future. At the mention of Norman, Emily's eyes widened in shock, leaving her momentarily frozen, while Reed seized the opportunity to exit the hospital room. After a lengthy silence, the sound of a woman's sorrowful weeping echoed within the room, soft yet profoundly touching. A month later, after completing a day's work, Norman returned to his cell to find a meal awaiting him, accompanied by a photograph placed on the tray. The image depicted Emily, who had been discharged, cradling a crying Harry from the nurse's arms. Emily, you have finally. Hope had long since faded for Norman, and tears welled in his eyes as he glanced at the chicken leg meal that had arrived simultaneously, realizing his fate was drawing near. Luther had fulfilled his end of the bargain, and now it was Norman's turn to honor his commitment and complete his task. I am sorry, Emily. I am sorry, Harry. After his final quiet farewell, Norman lifted the tray of chicken and began to eat heartily. The next day, Norman Osborne succumbed to severe food poisoning caused by the clandestine storage of prison cafeteria food, which it intended for an evening meal. Chapter 80. Corporate Conflict. The passing of Howard Norman faced his ultimate conclusion, and the instability within the LexCorp finally dissipated. Under Luther's leadership, LexCorp began to flourish rapidly. Naturally, this progress led to a clash with another rapidly advancing technology conglomerate, the Victor Group. Luther proved to be far bolder than Reed had anticipated. Had Reed been in charge, it would have taken years for LexCorp to venture into the realm of space. Yet, Luther was evidently unsatisfied with gradual advancements. He planned to launch satellites into space and initiate the establishment of a space station. This endeavor required the approval of the U.S. government, which inevitably set the stage for conflict with the Victor Group, as they too intended to start with signal satellites and gradually construct an extraterrestrial space station. Among the two conglomerates, only one would secure the authorization of the American government. It is evident that in terms of both financial resources and technological prowess, the Victor Group surpasses all others. Regardless of perspective, we are undoubtedly the most suitable organization for this project. During a meeting convened with government officials, Victor boldly proclaimed his assertions. Furthermore, as far as I am aware, Mr. Lex Luthor, you have only recently assumed control of your group, having just managed to oust your rival, correct? One should not be overly hasty in their endeavors. It is prudent to proceed step by step. While it would be implausible to assert that Luthor is entirely indifferent to Victor's brashness, he at least refrains from overtly expressing his ire. He cast a direct gaze at Victor and retorted, "At the very least, I have indeed secured the Lex Group under my command, possessing the authority to make decisions regarding all its undertakings. But what about you, Mr. Victor? How much influence do your words carry within your organization? This is a grand initiative, a plan that could restore America's greatness in space. Can such an endeavor be entrusted to a group rife with internal discord?" Luther struck at the very core of Victor's vulnerabilities, his shares. The influx of external capital has diminished his influence within the group, which means that should any unforeseen complications arise, dissent among shareholders could prevent him from fully realizing this project. However, in the face of such a monumental plan, it is naive to assume that no surprises will occur. Internal discord within the Victor Group is a foregone conclusion. Yet, Victor cannot concede defeat. He must employ eloquent rhetoric to attract investment, hoping to gain governmental endorsement. Nevertheless, both Luther and Red perceive the outcome as already predetermined. The newly established Lex Group has firmly established itself through the utilization of super soldier serum and innovative materials, continually expanding its presence in the pharmaceutical sector. While it may not match the Victor Group in sheer capital, it unquestionably excels in its rapport with the government and official entities. Throughout both Red's tenure and Luther's subsequent emergence, the Lex Group has consistently maintained its connections with governmental bodies, with both groups possessing the requisite technology to execute the space initiative, the choice of which to select is glaringly apparent. Outside the conference room, Red shook his head and departed. The outcome had long been decided, and the next steps involved launching radar and signal satellites to ensure that when Captain Marvel's story unfolds, they remain well informed. Time passed slowly, yet before the dawn of 1995, another significant occurrence arose. Due to Red's traversal through time, Howard Stark, who had been forcefully prolonging his life, found himself gravely ill after enduring 3 years of sorrow following Maria's death. Tony's decision did not come as a surprise to those in the know. He chose to forego treatment and brought his father home, for Tony understood that after his mother's passing and assuming full control of Stark Industries, Howard had lost all desire to continue living. If one has relinquished the will to survive, what purpose does further effort serve? Moreover, it seemed that for Howard, the elderly gentleman, ascending to heaven to reunite with Maria was far more appealing than remaining on Earth to accompany his son. As a friend to Tony, Alfred from Gotham City, Lex Luthor from New York City, and Red, Luthor's assistant, all gathered at Tony's residence to bid farewell to Howard, the greatest scientist since World War II. On December 16, 1994, exactly 3 years after Howard and Maria fell victim to the Winter Soldier-S attack, Howard exhaled his last breath and succumbed to death. Tony hosted a lavish funeral for Howard, and as the achievements of Howard were recounted, even the officiant found himself parched. It was only upon Howard's death that people realized the extent of this famed Playboy-esque contributions. They recognized that Captain America, the hero who defeated Hydra during the war, wielded a shield crafted by this very Playboy. Nick Fury and Coulson also attended the funeral under their respective disguises. During the ceremony, they found a moment to approach Red. "Mr. Red, Do you have a moment? Gentlemen, what can I do for you? Red turned, and in the next instant, he intuitively grasped their intentions. They could no longer contain their eagerness to enlist as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Such matters could be brushed off with casual indifference. However, Red's true focus remained on the conversation between Luther and Tony. Tony, representing only himself and not Stark Industries, expressed his desire to join Luther's space program. It appeared that with Howard's demise, the last chain binding Tony Stark had vanished. This man could hardly wait, consumed with thoughts of locating and eliminating Hydra. Red silently noted Tony's shifting mindset. Tony's current investigation into Hydra could very well alter the course of future events, necessitating Red's vigilance. Chapter 81. Tony's flexible moral compass. How about it, Mr. Red? Join us in contributing to world peace. Red continued to monitor the dialogue between Tony and Luther while managing Nick Fury's invitation. Fury had completed his invitation, but it struck him as peculiar that typically young individuals of this age, unless inherently malevolent, would be enticed by the notion of preserving world peace, especially with a handsome reward at stake. Especially, Red possesses commendable capabilities. Under such circumstances, should he not feel a surge of excitement? Why, after articulating so much, does Red exhibit no reaction, even appearing somewhat distracted? Indeed, Red has lost focus. Although endowed with the skills of a Martian hunter, capable of managing dual tasks concurrently, it ultimately hinges on his willingness. In Red's perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recruitment holds no significance. Thus he is disinclined to engage. Not to mention that Nick Fury has yet to ascend to the directorship. Even if he were to do so, Red harbors no inclinations toward S.H.I.E.L.D. His destiny is inexorably tied to the dissolution of this organization. Joining would be devoid of purpose. Am I to contend for the position of the next director against Hydra's spies? For an organization destined for demise, Red finds himself far too occupied. Yet, since the other party has concluded their discourse, out of respect and in accordance with Red's current identity as Alfred's adopted son, a response is warranted. Mr. Fury, what answer do you hope I will provide? What else could it be? Nick Fury did not articulate it, but he was undoubtedly hoping for Red's allegiance to S.H.I.L.D, ideally as his direct subordinate, thus facilitating future endeavors. However, to vocalize such a desire would betray his own position of seeking Red's inclusion. In truth, his actions are nearly tantamount to such a request. World peace, what a splendid notion. Yet, Mr. Fury, might I inquire if such a thing is truly attainable? Red smiled as he presented an analogy. The same dough, when baked in an oven, yields bread of varying weight, color, texture, and aesthetic appeal. Some loaves garner greater admiration, inciting competition among many for a share. Pray tell, how do you intend to avert this contest? Nick Fury fell silent. Red's words were not steeped in esoteric philosophy, but rather reflected a palpable reality known to all. Humanity, in its existence, is in a constant state of competition, with its most brutal manifestation being war. World peace will only emerge when humanity ceases to compete. However, a humanity that halts competition would stagnate in development. World peace is merely an ultimate emotional theory, devoid of any tangible possibility of existence. Even the concept of world itself has expanded with the passage of time. Yet, we can strive to confine competition and conflict within certain bounds. Our collective strength can safeguard humanity and protect the Earth. What strength have you unified? Is it a cadre of elite soldiers recruited from various nations? If they truly wield formidable power, why would these nations entrust such might to you? However, Nick Fury felt compelled to defend himself. He could not allow his ideals to be so casually dismissed. Perhaps in the future, when he ascended to the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D, he would find a sense of calm, but for now, he was still driven by impulsive fervor. Yet, Red did not offer him a chance to speak. What would you do if war broke out between America and the Eastern powers? Nick Fury fell into a profound silence. What could he possibly do? Should a global conflict erupt, what measures could he take? In truth, he was powerless. Not only was Nick Fury not yet the director of S.H.I.E.L.D, but even if he were, the agency, reliant on funding from the World Council, lacked the capacity to intervene in the disputes between nations. S.H.I.E.L.D resembled a uniquely specialized United Nations, merely a plaything of the various governments. With this realization, Nick Fury understood that although Red was youthful, he possessed his own perspectives on the world. It was futile to attempt to recruit him using the ideals of S.H.I.L.D., and he promptly abandoned the notion of further persuasion. I apologize for the intrusion. Please regard today's events as if they never occurred, Mr. Red. With that, Nick Fury departed the funeral venue alongside Coulson, yet his resolve solidified within him. He was determined to transform S.H.I.L.D. into an organization truly independent of governmental influence, one capable of safeguarding the world. Red, of course, remained unaware that his words had inadvertently fueled Nick Fury's steadfast conviction to gradually abandon American interests upon his rise to power. As the funeral concluded, all guests began to disperse, while Tony continued his conversation with Luther. If a space station is to be established in the future, I can offer arc reactor technology to LexCorp. Tony's collaboration with Luther was nearly finalized. In truth, Tony merely sought a satellite aimed at the cosmos to monitor any potential connections to Hydra on Earth. Standing beside them, Red couldn't help but reflect on the stark contrast between Tony and Batman. Despite both being wealthy heirs with a penchant for armor, Tony embodied goodness, a genuine kindness, yet he remained the same carefree, unrestrained playboy. He held principles, but these principles were entirely dictated by his own desires, exhibiting remarkable flexibility. For instance, his proposed collaboration with Luther aimed to utilize the satellite to surveil the planet. Employing this, I suspended in geostationary orbit to uncover Hydra's whereabouts. Such an approach undoubtedly infringed upon the privacy of ordinary individuals, effectively placing the entirety of Earth under his watchful gaze, a far cry from the actions of a conventional hero. Nonetheless, Tony's adaptable moral compass allowed him to make this decision without hesitation. As long as he deemed it correct, it remained a righteous act, regardless of others' opinions. This, however, would not apply to Batman. Batman's benevolence is not merely an expression of spontaneous goodwill. It emanates from a profound loathing for malevolence. This hatred seems poised to engulf the world, threatening to consume even Batman himself in its fiery embrace. To avert such a fate, Batman has established stringent principles and unwavering boundaries, resolutely refusing to engage in any endeavors beyond the purview of combating evil. In a manner reminiscent of this incident, the Batman of the film once employed the influence and technological prowess of Wayne Enterprises to intercept the sonic waves of Gotham City, enabling him to locate any criminal hiding within its confines in a matter of moments when necessary. Remarkably, this system was utilized only once against the Joker, after which it was promptly destroyed. This distinction underscores the fundamental difference between the two. Chapter 82. A firm foundation overall. Red finds himself more inclined towards Tony's character. Had it not been for his possession of a system that would one day yield a Batman card capable of replacing Tony's role, he would likely have sought to forge a steadfast alliance with Tony. However, with Tony willing to partake in this endeavor, Red sees no reason to decline. This system indeed has the potential to aid Tony in tracing the whereabouts of Hydra. Conversely, Lex Luthor could exploit their collaborative system to surreptitiously surveil the entire globe. Tony, I must caution you. Should your actions come to light, the repercussions may be far from favorable. Are you truly certain? During his portrayal of Luthor, Red forged a friendship with Tony, and with Luthor now operating independently, he naturally inherits this interpersonal dynamic. He is well aware of the implications and is resolute in his decisions, harboring no regrets. Tony, speaking with unwavering conviction, prompted Luthor to cease further persuasion, solidifying their collaboration. This development poses a catastrophic blow to the Victor Group. The competitive phase of the space program, which was still in its nascent stages, rapidly shifted when Stark Industries opted to join forces and collaborate technologically with LexCorp, compelling the government to make a decisive choice. Consequently, Victor's standing within the group plummeted as the internal turmoil escalated, leaving him bewildered amid the chaos. The group's growth stagnated as a result. In stark contrast, LexCorp continued to thrive, gaining immense prestige through the space program while simultaneously solidifying its future in the communications industry. Under Luthor's leadership, the organization relentlessly expanded its influence across various sectors, including military supplies, where LexCorp pursued a super soldier initiative, complementing Stark Industries' conventional arms production without causing any conflict of interest. In other domains such as consumer goods, electronic components, water supply, and energy, Luther's vision guided simultaneous growth. Although he encountered considerable resistance, without exception, these obstacles vanished. And the reasons were quite straightforward. In the realm of technological supremacy, Red did not resort to his Martian Hunter abilities to influence the circumstances at hand. Rather, Luther, employing his intellect, managed to confront adversaries with far greater ease than Red could achieve through the use of superpowers, all while remaining inconspicuous. The knowledge and technology possessed by Luther, as bestowed by the system, were so advanced that no ordinary company could compete with LexCorp in any domain. Naturally, there were those who sought to overturn the table, aiming to strike LexCorp from an external standpoint by leveraging their influence outside the realm of business. However, LexCorp's political clout was gradually becoming apparent. It is not uncommon for someone who attempts such a drastic move to meet an untimely and mysterious demise. Red merely needed to disguise himself as an inconspicuous passerby, subtly executing his plans, leaving no suspicion cast upon him, within the confines of the established rules. Even if other conglomerates allied, they would still be unable to rival LexCorp under Luther's leadership. The market and the era had chosen LexCorp, and that was the crux of the matter. Conversely, those who acted beyond the rules would find themselves vulnerable to assassination by Red, utilizing his Martian Hunter abilities. Thus, LexCorp ascended higher over the corpses of countless competitors, reminiscent of Wayne Enterprises' dominance in New York. Consequently, the Victor Group's development was utterly stifled, relegating them to merely profiting from sporadic technological novelties. Another faction, the Fisk Group, which had once been a potential ally of Red, was compelled to yield as well. King, believing that his origins in the underworld rendered him incapable of competing with a behemoth like LexCorp on New York soil, sought merely to maintain the Fisk Group as a fade to obscure his illicit enterprises. Thus, he made a prudent decision to surrender directly to Luther, transforming the Fisk Group into a mere security firm and integrating it into the vast LexCorp, thereby becoming a part of its security industry. The price for this arrangement was LexCorp's provision of cover to aid King in the expansion of his criminal empire. Luther, of course, readily acquiesced to this arrangement. King was simply an ordinary individual, devoid of any extraordinary powers now or in the future. Once he joined, he would be ensnared forever, unable to betray LexCorp. Red, utilizing the mind control capabilities of the Martian Hunter, implanted within King the subconscious notion of unwavering loyalty. Thus, this character, once popular within the Marvel Universe, was irrevocably reduced to a pawn under Red's dominion. It was a hasty decision, yet profoundly pragmatic. Even the most celebrated characters, when faced with overwhelming power, find themselves incapable of mounting a substantial resistance. In the narrative of Spider-Man, the formidable Lex Luthor consistently emerges as the principal antagonist. If he were to find himself within the realm of the Fantastic Four, would he truly possess the strength to withstand these heroes? Meanwhile, the LexCorp is gradually tightening its grip over the entirety of New York City, simultaneously orchestrating forces from the shadows. Lex's vision of dominating not just America, but the entire globe has commenced its initial phase. As the year 1995 finally arrives, the collaboration between LexCorp and Stark Industries on a space initiative has successfully launched communication satellites into orbit. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. This is merely the first step. Lex ascends into space, gazing at the satellite that remains perpetually above New York City, synchronized with the Earth's rotation, and he cannot help but reflect on his journey. He has finally surmounted the most arduous challenges. Within the Marvel Universe, he has established a firm foothold, and prior to the dawn of the heroic age in 2008, LexCorp will undoubtedly seize control over all facets of New York City. Furthermore, Lex Luthor will begin to venture into the political arena, augmenting his influence upon the world. Yet, as he gazes into the boundless cosmos, a profound unease resurfaces within him. In this vast expanse of the universe, there exist even more formidable entities. Following the conclusion of the Thanos incident, Earth may gradually return to tranquility. However, for Lex, vanquishing Thanos is merely the initial stride. The myriad celestial beings of this universe are his adversaries. He will not choose to ascend to godhood after acquiring immense power. nor will he willingly integrate himself into this world. Instead, he shall utilize his abilities to reconstruct the Marvel Universe into his own utopia. He must prepare further, and even more beyond that. Simultaneously, within the capital of the Kree Empire, Hala, Carol Danvers, the fortunate individual endowed with power from the Space Stone, awakens from her slumber. Stripped of all past memories, she is informed upon awakening that she is a member of the Kree. After regaining consciousness, she seeks out her commander, Yanrog, a Kree who, like her, does not possess blue skin. It is through him that she perceives the continuous flow of blue blood being transferred into her own body, leading her to firmly believe that she too is a Kree. Chapter 83. Carol's encounter in Carol's current understanding. Even her ability to unleash energy pulses from her hands is a gift transferred from Yanrog. This is a boon from the Kree Empire, granting her the right to fight for her people. Within the heart of the Kree Empire, at the nexus of the Supreme Intelligence, Carol connects her mind to the Supreme Intelligence and, in a virtual realm, witnesses the personification of the Supreme Intelligence. The Kree believe that humans are inevitably prone to error. Thus, they shall be ruled by their own civilization. The Supreme Intelligence embodies that formidable power. He was born from the collective wisdom of all the Kree, and all his actions were dedicated to the perpetuation of the Kree Empire. By concentrating collective intelligence above the individual, the Kree Empire not only forged formidable strength, steering clear of erroneous paths, but also bound this power irrevocably to the chariot of the Empire through the leverage of shared wisdom. Should the Kree face extinction, the supreme wisdom would also lose its distinctive essence. Perhaps, for the Kree of the present, they have long since grown accustomed to obeying the dictates of the supreme wisdom. Yet there is no doubt that this course of action is justifiable. The Kree Empire has nearly become the most potent realm in the cosmos. Even Skrulls, who waged a millennium-long war against the Kree, could only rely on their deceptive abilities to intrude upon the border planets of the Kree Empire, causing negligible disturbances. In truth, ordinary Kree have not encountered a genuine Skrull for over 120 years. The manifestation of the supreme wisdom takes the form of an elderly woman with flowing white hair. Each individual perceives a different visage upon connecting with the supreme wisdom, as they lack a corporeal form. Thus, the image of the supreme wisdom should reflect the person they most admire. However, Carol could not fathom who her most esteemed figure might be. The elegant and competent woman before her left her pondering what stories lay between them. My life feels like a blank canvas, and your visage should represent the person I hold in highest regard. Yet I cannot even recall this individual's significance in my life. Carol could not even remember her own name. Among the Kree, she was referred to as Fuss, a name that seemed far from ordinary and had long troubled her. She yearned to discover her true identity, prompting her to pose this question in hopes of receiving an answer from the supreme wisdom. Perhaps it is for the best. Yet, the supreme wisdom did not provide Carol with a response. To spare you further anguish, to allow you the freedom to undertake all that the Kree ought to pursue, placing the needs of the people above your own, we bestow upon you a magnificent gift, an opportunity to fight for all Kree. Not only did the supreme wisdom withhold an answer, but it also shifted the discourse in an unusual direction. If she truly was a Kree, then the person she most admired should also be a Kree. How could the supreme wisdom possibly be ignorant of such information? If it were known, why withhold it from her? Carol felt a sense of confusion, yet the desire to validate her thoughts prevailed, surging powerful pulses of energy from her fists. I wish to pledge my loyalty. However, the supreme wisdom seemed aware of Carol's inner doubts. Its gaze turned menacing, and the special device at the back of her neck illuminated with a fierce glow. Then you must learn to exercise self-control. What has been granted to you can also be retracted. In the tone of supreme wisdom, there lingered a subtle hint of menace, intertwined with an undercurrent of fear of the power possessed by Carol. If this force was indeed a gift from the Kree Empire, why then did the supreme wisdom harbor such trepidation? Yet, ensnared by prolonged indoctrination and the influence of peculiar instruments, Carol remained oblivious to this unsettling notion. He accepted the inaugural mission bestowed upon him by the supreme wisdom, representing the Kree Empire. His destination was a planet known as Tofa, where informants had reported a Skrull incursion, revealing their vulnerability. Their task was to simultaneously rescue the informant and collaborate with the accuser Ronin to vanquish the Skrulls. Leading the expedition was none other than the Kree squad captain, Yon Rog, who had ostensibly granted Carol his powers. They piloted a Kree combat spacecraft, traversing the stargates of interstellar space. The journey from the heart of the Kree Empire to the outermost planets was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Commander Ronan positioned the fleet outside the atmosphere, while Carol and his team maneuvered a small vessel, swiftly breaching the atmosphere and infiltrating the terrain below. Ronan's bombardment incited chaos within the Skrull stronghold, providing Carol and his companions an opportunity to stealthily penetrate their defenses. Navigating through the depths of the ocean, they approached the vicinity of the Kree spy, Sora, ultimately leveraging the immense dust cloud generated by the bombardment. They succeeded in drawing near to the temple where their target was located. Carol was granted permission to advance into the temple first, seeking the whereabouts of the informant. However, a commotion gradually arose around them. Unbeknownst to the squad, they found themselves encircled by a group of indigenous Tofans, speaking in an unintelligible tongue to the Kree. Their tone bore unmistakable fury, seemingly incensed by the destruction wrought upon their homeland. Consequently, the squad hesitated to engage, uncertain whether these individuals were Skrulls or Tofans. Though the Kree Empire was predominantly Kree, it was fundamentally a vast empire comprising multiple races. Should they recklessly open fire and slay a Tofan, it would pose significant complications for the Kree Empire. Yet, as the Tofans drew closer, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The leading Tofan brandished a weapon radiating a brilliant purple light, poised to attack, only to be instantaneously neutralized by a concealed sniper. The fallen Tofan revealed its true form, a Skrull lying in ambush. Combat erupted forthwith. All the encircling Tofans unveiled their Skrull identities, brandishing weapons that emitted a violet glow. Launching an assault on the Kree squad, the Skrulls had laid a substantial ambush. Yet the disparity in weaponry and armor quality rendered the odds overwhelmingly in favor of the elite Kree squad. Each time a Kree pulls the trigger, a Skrull's life is extinguished. Yet, even with their weapons unleashing a torrent of firepower, not even the formidable energy barriers generated by the armored Vurog can withstand the onslaught. A millennium of warfare has solidified the Kree Empire's dominion over the cosmos, while the Skrulls have steadily weakened, to the point where they can no longer engage the Kree in direct combat. Their armaments scarcely qualify as firearms. Rather, they resemble mere metallic rods equipped with devices capable of emitting energy. Chapter 84. Captured Carol while the Kree squadron relentlessly subdued the Skrulls. Carol, in her pursuit of a spy, encountered an unforeseen twist of fate. She discovered the spy, Sora, and verified the Kree's internal codes with him. The Skrulls, employing a disguise that infiltrated the cellular level, could even access the memories of their adversaries within a short span. Naturally, codes such as these cannot serve as definitive markers of Skrull identity. Only events from a distant past, seldom recalled, might provide clues to discern a Skrull's true nature. Thus, the codes known to the Kree squad and their spies are implanted directly into the subconscious through Kree technology. Absent an external prompt, they remain oblivious to their existence. Carol, having relaxed her guard due to the verification of the code, fell prey to Sora's electric weapon, losing her ability to resist despite her formidable power. Meanwhile, the Skrull warship, having suffered significant casualties, descended from its shrouded position in the atmospheric dust, launching a devastating bombardment upon the Kree squad engaged in battle. The might of the mothership, regardless of the Skrull's advanced technology, could not be countered by the meager energy shields produced by their armor. As the Kree scattered to evade the impending bombardment, it became evident that their mission had reached a critical juncture. To avoid being obliterated by the mothership's assault, they must return to their vessel. Vuz, do you copy? Return to the ship. Carol heard the commander's voice over the comms, but incapacitated by the electric shock, she was unable even to rise, let alone respond to Vurog's orders. How do you know our code? Carol pondered, still bewildered about how the enemy had gained knowledge of the Kree's internal signals. At that moment, Sora revealed his true identity. He was none other than General Talos of the Skrulls. I shall reveal my secrets to you, but first, allow me to see yours, he declared, unleashing a surge of electricity from his weapon, rendering Carol unconscious. In the depths of her mind, Carol glimpsed a myriad of visions. Upon a technologically primitive planet, within a retro-styled airport, she donned her flight suit with pride, surveying the surrounding fighter jets while exchanging jovial banter with her friends. Resolutely, she vowed to demonstrate to the male pilots that women, too, could excel as aviators. In the following moment, she envisioned herself piloting a supersonic aircraft, skillfully evading enemy fire during a daring maneuver. Yet, as memories shifted, she found herself revisiting her childhood. Unlike her peers who played with exquisite dolls at home, she accompanied her brother to a go-kart racing venue, where her fierce spirit led her to flip the vehicle while overtaking, resulting in injury. She recalled the training sessions, where male soldiers urged her to abandon her aspirations, convinced that a woman could never succeed in pilot training. Undeterred, she pressed on, but ultimately, she failed to grasp the aerial rope and plummeted from a height of 5 or 6 meters, crashing onto the sandy ground. Yet, in each moment of upheaval, she seemed to witness a brilliant azure explosion, as if that were the most pivotal moment of her existence. Eventually, she discerned her past on that backward planet, designated 53 by the Kree Empire. Perhaps she was not one of the Kree. As dusk fell, she approached an elderly man accompanied by a plump orange cat, whose visage embodied the highest wisdom she had ever encountered, the individual she admired most. At that moment, fragments of past events flooded her mind, revolving around this cherished figure, endlessly replaying in her recollections. Even as Carol struggled with her emotions, recalling her captivity by the Skrulls, she realized that these individuals were manipulating her memories. An unfamiliar voice echoed persistently in her ears, questioning what the Skrulls sought from her recollections. She envisioned herself piloting a spacecraft through the cosmos, only to crash under enemy assault, witnessing her idol beside her, only to be slain by the approaching Skrulls. Finally, Carol opened her eyes to behold 2 Skrulls scrutinizing her memories, awakening to the realization of her suspended state as purple lasers incessantly probed her temples, extracting her thoughts. "Have we gleaned any actionable intelligence?" one inquired. "No. All we know is that Lawson previously appeared somewhere on Planet 53. We must depart immediately. Then let us delve deeper in her memories. Lawson can lead us to the faster-than-light engine and everything we desire." As General Tauros of the Skrulls turned his gaze, Carol feigned closure of her eyes, while her bound hands emitted high-energy pulses. Just as the Skrulls were on the verge of discovering the anomaly, the binding device was severed by the pulse, allowing Carol to land successfully and incapacitate several nearby Skrulls. Some Skrulls brandished their weapons, intent on firing, but were thwarted by Talos. For within Carol's memories lay their final hope. Should she perish, the possibility of discovering the faster-than-light engine would vanish forever. Thus, the Skrulls were compelled to engage Carol in close combat. However, due to her exceptional martial prowess and formidable physical attributes, these Skrulls proved to be no match for her. And even Talos found himself overpowered. "What have you done to me?" Carol demanded. "I merely sought a fragment of information," came the response. Carol began to suspect that the Skrulls had tampered with her genes, for everything she had witnessed contradicted what the Supreme Intelligence had conveyed to her. She had always believed herself to be a Kree, having lost her memory only after an assault by the Skrulls. Yet, from Talos' replies, a realization dawned upon her. He had not deceived her. They had merely accessed the deepest recesses of her mind. It was the Kree and the Supreme Intelligence that had misled her. From Talos' revelations, she gradually unraveled the entire saga. The Skrulls' initial objective had been her. She possessed memories shared with that Dr. Lawson, and they were in pursuit of the faster-than-light engine she had been involved with. However, before Carol could press for more answers, another wave of Skrulls arrived, reigniting the battle. With a newfound resolve, Carol adapted to her strength amid the fray, ultimately unleashing a pulse of energy that shattered the metallic cylinder binding her fists. She boarded a one-person spacecraft and soared toward the planet she recalled, known as Earth 53 by the Kree Empire. Following closely behind, several other Skrulls, also forced to flee due to their mothership's destruction in battle, trailed Carol under Talos' guidance. Heading towards Earth. Chapter 85. The Pegasus Initiative time advanced slightly. As Carol accompanied a Kree squad towards a planet Tafar on a mission, Reed, under the guise of Luther's assistant, entered a military base. Ordinarily, if Luther were to engage in a collaboration with the military, he would personally handle the negotiations unless Reed's identity held considerable weight. In truth, to amplify the influence of Reed's persona, many projects within LexCorp had seen Reed's direct involvement. Although Luther had diverged into a separate entity, Reed retained all of Luther's capabilities and knowledge. With no immediate tasks at hand, he could certainly engage in some research. Lacking the extravagant harem of the time travelers and showing no interest in the female heroes of the Marvel Universe, he found no need to languish in bed daily, awaiting the narrative to unfold. To the outside world, although Reed appears merely as Luther's assistant, he undoubtedly possesses the capability to ascend to the role of chairman of a large corporation. This is precisely why the military has permitted Reed, in his capacity as an assistant, to engage in discussions regarding new collaborations. Let's be succinct, Mr. Reed. What specific areas of cooperation does LexCorp seek with the military? The military also places great importance on collaboration with LexCorp, as this is a rare occurrence. LexCorp has moved beyond mere transactional connections with the military. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Rod, who has now risen through the ranks, Reed was granted direct access to the commander of the military base. Reed wasted no time, as his intention in reaching out to the military was to gain a strategic advantage in the narrative surrounding Captain Marvel. Although the Pegasus project had been abandoned, the military base that once executed it remained intact. While Reed could have leveraged the capabilities of the Martian Manhunter to extract information directly from the minds of individuals and infiltrate the base, he deemed it more prudent to approach the base through official channels to facilitate a better rapport with Captain Marvel and Nick Fury. Only through this method could he earn their trust. As you may know, LexCorp has initiated a space program in collaboration with NASA, aspiring to gradually establish an American space base. However, I contend that relying solely on rockets to transport materials incrementally is insufficient. The commander of the military district, who had initially approached the meeting with skepticism regarding the cooperation, suddenly became serious. If LexCorp indeed had a significant collaboration in mind, why not negotiate directly with the government? Rockets are not merely vehicles for manned spaceflight. They can also be construed as a component of missile technology. At last, the commander began to comprehend why LexCorp sought the military's involvement. Pray, elaborate. A novel type of engine that would enable humanity to ascend into space effortlessly without relying on rockets, a super engine. Upon hearing this, the commander visibly recalled past memories. They had previously approved similar projects, only to have them suspended due to the inexplicable disappearance of the project's implementer. Ultimately, they discovered that the individual responsible for executing the project was likely mentally unstable. The documents and journals left behind were replete with incomprehensible doodles and symbols. Yet, they had already invested too much into this endeavor and had witnessed some results. Unwilling to relinquish their efforts and keen to obscure the financial losses amounting to billions of dollars. Hence, they maintain the military base to this day. Originally, the duration of such matters remained uncertain. However, if LexCorp is willing to partake in this venture, if Lex Luthor and the present-day Red Pennyworth are willing to revive this initiative, does it not imply that they could usher in the space age within a mere few years? The very thought invigorated the military district commander. Originally, the Pegasus project was deemed a billion-dollar blunder. Yet with the involvement of LexCorp, it could potentially transform into a groundbreaking investment valued at $2 billion. Contemplating this, the commander swiftly reached a decision. He was confident that LexCorp would not unveil the failures of the Pegasus project and believed that the geniuses of LexCorp might indeed resurrect this endeavor. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Mr. Red, I must candidly express that several years ago, shortly before LexCorp's emergence, we had just shut down a similar project. Your invitation to collaborate has rekindled my hope for its revival, the commander said, leaning slightly forward. Would you be inclined to explore the relevant details? In the western United States, a military base concealed within the mountains awaited. Accompanied by soldiers, Red entered the facility with utmost transparency. Shortly thereafter, Captain Marvel Carol and Nick Fury would also gain entry under the auspices of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the two parties differed significantly. Even if Fury and Carol successfully infiltrated the base, they would remain under the watchful eye of its security forces. S.H.I.E.L.D. was not exclusively an American organization, and personnel here fear that the agency might expose their blunders concerning the Pegasus project. Conversely, Red was escorted by the military and respectfully invited into the premises, making him a welcome guest in the eyes of the security staff. Who would wish to linger within a military base, enduring the passage of time alongside a truth that could not be publicly disclosed. If given the chance, they were among the most fervent advocates for the Pegasus Project's revival and success, for such an outcome would afford them a share of the credit. Thus, guided by the base's security personnel, Red arrived at the archives and, following their directions, found Wendy Lawson's documents, which contained the designs of the Pegasus Project's fighter jets. It was indeed Captain Marvel who had once piloted this very aircraft beyond the atmosphere, though it was evident that certain issues remained unresolved. In his hand, Red held the personal notes left by Lawson, yet he paid little heed to their contents, as he clearly did not comprehend the language of the Kree. Reflecting on the knowledge imparted by the character of Luthor, Red swiftly formed a preliminary assessment of the Pegasus Project. If the objective is to develop a superluminal engine akin to that of Mywell, then given the current technological landscape, even with the knowledge of Kryptonian technology residing within Luthor's mind, achieving such a feat remains exceedingly challenging. Even Krypton, in their interstellar journeys, relied on technologies such as stargates and warp drives rather than directly accelerating to light speed. Not to mention, the centuries of isolation preceding Krypton's demise stunted their advancements in cosmic navigation. Nevertheless, for the purpose of traversing the cosmic expanse near Earth, the existing designs are wholly sufficient. With the integration of Tony Stark's arc reactor technology, even the energy requirements could be effortlessly met. Chapter 86. Intercepting the Skrull warship from the data obtained at the Pegasus base, Red gleaned all the information he sought. He did not entertain the notion of constructing a superluminal engine at this juncture, though it may appear to be an impressive undertaking for humanity at present. It is devoid of significance. Humans do not require a superluminal engine to escape the influence of the Kree Empire, akin to the Skrulls. Indeed, humanity has yet to fully master even the entirety of the solar system, rendering the utility of a superluminal engine rather negligible, thus obviating the urgency for research in this domain. Moreover, at the current level of human technology, a superluminal engine would almost necessitate a binding with the space stone. Utilizing a gem capable of opening portals that will across the cosmos as the energy source for a superluminal engine seems rather extravagant. Closing the files, Red carefully returned them to their rightful place. The personnel at the base, who had been waiting expectantly, approached him promptly. "How did it go, Mr. Red? Could the data left by Wendy Lawson prove pivotal?" Red nodded silently. The dawn of the space age is inevitable. However, a prerequisite exists. He must remain at the forefront of global advancements. Only after establishing sufficient bases in the cosmos could he permit the United States, or indeed any other nation, to intervene. Thus, he needed to concoct a plausible rationale to placate the U.S. government. Fortunately, Mywell had provided him with just such a reason. It must be acknowledged that Wendy Lawson was indeed a genius. Had she not succumbed to madness, she might have truly accomplished this project. The government's stereotype of Lawson as a lunatic was something Red adeptly exploited. Clearly, she had left behind critical information in her personal journal, though the manner of recording was a unique form of doodling that only he could decipher. With her demise, the loss of this crucial information could potentially delay events for nearly 15 years. The base personnel felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. Yet upon noticing the faint glimmer of hope on Red's face, they realized that there might still be a turn of events on the horizon. However, there is no need for excessive concern, although it may not be possible to fully realize the original vision of Mywell. The information at hand allows the Lex Group to implement certain technologies. The United States will possess a method for exploring space with enhanced efficiency. A mere 15 years is but a fleeting moment in the grand timeline of space exploration, is it not? How splendid, even if the Pegasus project cannot be replicated. The generation of even modestly positive outcomes would liberate them from the relentless guardianship of this billion-dollar secret. However, it is growing late, and returning to New York is no longer suitable for me. With a smile, Reed inquired, "Are there resting quarters available in the base? Kindly lead me there." "Certainly. Please follow me." Under the guidance of a security personnel, Reed was shown to a modest room, while the base staff recorded his fingerprint information into the facility's database. Henceforth, even in the absence of a guide, Reed would have unrestricted access to all areas of the base, except for hazardous zones. It appears that the narrative has taken a turn. Lying on the bed, Reed's eyes, utilizing the vision of the Martian Hunter, glimpsed the wonders of outer space. A colossal warship, emanating a faint purple glow, hovered beyond Earth, deftly evading detection by all human satellites. System split. Upon issuing the command, Reed's form began to gradually divide, resulting in another version of Reed appearing on the bed, while the separated portion reverted to the appearance of the Martian Hunter. In the next moment, the transformation ability was reactivated, and the Martian Hunter morphed back into Reed. This method embodies Reed's strategy to maintain connections with various superhumans while preserving his ordinary persona. The split version of Reed cannot utilize cards, yet possesses the abilities of previously enacted roles. In other words, aside from the Martian Hunter's abilities, which are currently at a mere 30 of full capacity, this division of Reed perfectly embodies the capabilities of Alfred, the Outsider, the Joker, and Luther. With such an illustrious array of powers, should Batman be added in the future, this version of Reed could indeed be deemed a paragon of humanity, capable of nearly all human endeavors, save for procreation. After leaving this version of Reed at the military base, the Martian Hunter seamlessly became incorporeal and vanished into the cosmos. Near the Skrull spacecraft, Reed halted, employing telepathic perception to observe the unfolding events within. Indeed, he witnessed Carol single-handedly challenging all aboard the Skrull warship. Even the naturally robust individuals found themselves vanquished by Carol's explosive photon pulses with a single strike. Ultimately, the warship was breached from within by the photon pulse unleashed by Carol, along with her and all the remaining Skrulls, who all boarded escape pods heading for the western United States. Rather than heading directly to Earth to greet Carol, Red instead glanced at the Skrull ship teetering on the brink of explosion. At that moment, he had already mastered the Skrull language and technology through telepathic observation. Judging solely by Skrull capabilities, halting the ship's explosion seemed nearly impossible. Even if a method existed, executing a series of operations before the detonation was unfeasible. However, the Martian Manhunter was different. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he was entirely capable of rescuing the Skrull vessel. In an instant, the Martian Manhunter employed his telepathic prowess to infiltrate the minds of all the Skrulls still aboard the ship, erasing their consciousness in a blink, rendering them utterly vegetative. He then entered the Skrull warship, commencing a fervent effort to extinguish the flames. Although his super breath could not freeze everything like Superman's, he could indeed unleash a hurricane capable of quenching the flames. The raging infernos on the Skrull warship gradually subsided, and through the power of his intangibility, he directly intervened to mend the ship's critical damage, ultimately reversing the catastrophic explosion, leaving the Martian Manhunter triumphant in preserving this vessel of immense value. Next came the task of concealment. In that fleeting moment, the Martian Manhunter infiltrated the minds of every inhabitant on Earth, momentarily suspending their thoughts for a full minute, rendering them lost in contemplation. Seizing this precious minute, he evaded all satellite detection, transporting the Skrull ship to the depths of the Atlantic Ocean, quietly seizing this technologically advanced warship. Chapter 87. Return to Earth on Earth. Prior to the emergency landing in the escape pod, Carol faced a severe attack on the pod's control panel by the Skrulls, leaving it heavily damaged. As she broke through Earth's atmosphere, the escape pod was on the verge of disintegration. Ultimately, Carol crashed through the ceiling, landing heavily inside a local Blockbuster store. In that moment, a brief haze clouded Carol's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, realizing she was on the familiar planet of her upbringing, designated as 53 in her memories. However, the stark contrast between Earth's architectural style and that of the Kree Empire's capital, Hala, spanning several centuries, left Carol momentarily disoriented, even causing her to inadvertently unleash a photon pulse that shattered a nearby advertising stand along with the glass behind it. Nearby, a police officer, drawn by the commotion, witnessed a brilliant beam of energy streaking overhead, and in that instant he chose to flee. After all, what was a meager salary of a few $100s a month worth in the face of such peril? However, he was sincere, yet Carol seemed to have caught his attention. Carol attempted to utilize the communication device embedded within her battlesuit to contact her Kree team, but it was evident that they were not even in the same galaxy, and there was no Kree mothership within the solar system to relay signals. Regardless of her attempts to establish communication, the channels within her suit remained silent. Consequently, she tapped on the police car window. "Hello, I am a member of the Kree Interstellar Squad. Is this location 53? Soon, observing the bewildered expression on the officer's face, Carol realized she had posed a foolish question. How could a native species, with no ties to the Kree, possibly know the nomenclature used within the Kree Empire? After confirming that her universal language translator was functioning correctly, she discarded all pleasantries and directly inquired, "Where can I obtain a communication device for this planet?" The officer understood her question. Although he was perplexed by the strange woman before him, adorned in peculiar attire and possessing extraordinary powers, the term communication device was unmistakably synonymous with telephone. Trembling, the officer gestured towards a direction where a phone booth stood against the wall. As time passed and the night lingered on, Carol, at last, managed to transform the human telephone booth into a makeshift tool that could connect to her Kree suit just as the sun began to rise. By utilizing the phone booth to link with human satellites, she intended to directly reach her Kree team in another star system. However, just as the signal was on the verge of transmission via satellite, unmistakable static erupted from the phone. "What is happening?" I followed the Kree database's instructions meticulously. "There shouldn't be any errors." Carol was flummoxed. Logically, the indigenous technology of Earth should not detect the incursion of Kree technology. In truth, this was indeed the case. Had Carol connected to the communications satellites of the U.S. government, it would have gone unnoticed. Yet, in her quest for optimal communication quality, she had directly linked to the most advanced signal satellite currently utilized by humanity. The LexCorp and Stark Industries collaborative space program's inaugural project, the Lex Communication Satellite. At the moment of incursion, Lex Luthor, far away in New York, became aware of the situation and decisively severed the signal just as it was about to transmit, directly integrating himself into the communication. Following a brief interval of static, Lex Luthor's voice resonated through the phone. "Who are you, and why are you invading my satellite?" At that moment, Carol realized that she had indeed been discovered by humanity. I am a member of the Kree Interstellar Squad, seeking to use a human satellite to contact my teammates located in another star system. I hope to obtain your approval." Had the individual been an adversary, Carol would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation. However, Earthlings were not Skrulls, and she too needed to utilize another satellite. Thus, Carol could only explain to Luthor in the most tranquil tone possible. In truth, Luthor had long been aware of the situation. He was currently under the protection of the Martian hunters, making his way to the depths of the Atlantic Ocean. The sole purpose of this communication was to attempt to extract some intelligence regarding the Kree Empire from Carol. While she still held the authorization from the Kree Empire, he sought to seize this opportunity, for once they fell out with the Kree, she would no longer have access to their information database. "Don't tell me you're still an alien. I'm not a mere child," he remarked. Yet, within the Kree Empire, even a 3-year-old would recognize the vast array of races populating the universe. Sensing the disdain in Luthor's tone, Carol fiercely retaliated with her words. Luthor appeared to accept her assertions at face value. "Where's the evidence? You claim to hail from the Kree Squadron, which implies the Kree must be a race. What proof do you possess that Kree people indeed exist?" This was a clever entrapment. Any moderately perceptive individual could discern the pitfalls in Luthor's language. However, Carol was evidently not that perceptive. Driven by impulse, she disregarded all caution. She was solely focused on proving to Luthor the existence of the Kree, and thus transmitted all the leakable information from the Kree Empire within her purview through that small phone booth. Luthor seemed momentarily stunned, taking a considerable time before he slowly spoke. Yet, in reality, the corners of his mouth could no longer contain a smirk. If Norman were so easily dealt with, would he have needed 2 years to gradually eliminate him? Well, I must concede that some of the information you provided holds merit. Provided you can assure me that the members of your squad will not pose a threat to humanity's safety, I shall permit you to utilize my satellite. Naturally, the Kree Squad's objective is solely to address the Skrulls currently infiltrating Earth. We shall not disturb your human lives, Carol affirmed, only to realize that Luthor had already severed the communication. Without further hesitation, she immediately utilized the Lex satellite to send a signal to the Kree Squadron, successfully establishing a connection. Fuss. On the Kree spaceship, Yorgo's heart raced as he gazed at Carol's holographic communication. "Identify yourself. 39-1600. I am well. Thank you for your concern." Chapter 88. Nick Fury and Captain Marvel. After confirming Carol's password, Yorgo breathed a sigh of relief. While others may not comprehend, he was acutely aware of Carol's significance to the entire Kree Empire. As long as she wielded that formidable power, the Kree Empire could potentially dominate the universe. However, When he inquired about the mission objective, the situation began to slip from his grasp. Due to Sora's disguise, even the code implanted in the subconscious for identity verification was known to the Skrulls. He also realized that the Skrulls had searched Carol's memories after capturing her. Yanrog was acutely aware of what had transpired years ago, and he understood that for many years, he and the Supreme Intelligence had been transmitting false memories to Carol, all to ensure that her powers were firmly under the control of the Kree Empire. However, the Skrulls' technology now had the capacity to awaken memories long buried in the subconscious, even prompting Carol to recall the identity of the traitor Michael as 53. As communications progressed, S.H.I.L.D. finally recognized the anomaly. Upon receiving authorization from the U.S. government, they promptly targeted the Lex satellite and demanded that LexCorp immediately cease signal transmission. In light of this situation, Luthor had no choice but to comply. He was preoccupied with researching the Skrull spacecraft and did not have time to engage in disputes with S.H.L.D. over a phone call with Carol. Consequently, the dialogue between Carol and Yanrog was abruptly interrupted. How far are we from 53? The nearest jump point is a 22-hour journey. Then let us set forth. The Kree team commenced their advance toward Earth. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, leading Coulson and a contingent of officers, had already surrounded Carol. The information Fury received indicated that a woman had descended from the sky, creating a large hole in the roof of the Pepsi building. This woman was reportedly uttering phrases like 53 in terms associated with the Kree intergalactic team, which only someone deranged would speak. Thus, in Fury's initial impression, Carol was merely a superpowered lunatic. He acknowledged the existence of superpowers in this world. The terror attack orchestrated by Mutant Scott at a New York mall, along with the activities of the Avengers and the Brotherhood of Mutants, had indeed demonstrated that this world was home to individuals with innate extraordinary abilities. However, Nick Fury remained skeptical that this woman, who appeared human, could be the alien she claimed to be. Even when Carol asserted that the Skrulls had invaded Earth, Fury remained unconvinced. After several years of administrative work at S.H.I.L.D., he was reluctant to lead a team in addressing such matters unless it was for his own advancement. So, how can we ascertain that you are not the Skrull you claim to be, nor the shapeshifter you describe? Realizing that the humans before her were entirely disinclined to believe her words, Carol abandoned any intention of further explanation. Congratulations, Agent Fury. You have finally posed a pertinent question. No, I should congratulate you, Miss Starforce. You are under arrest. Nick Fury continued to distrust Carol's statements. In his view, it was best to control such a fanciful, superpowered individual at the earliest opportunity. Accompanied by agents of S.H.I.L.D., the police brandished handcuffs, intent on apprehending Carol. However, at that moment, the unmistakable sound of energy weaponry resonated, alerting everyone to the impending assault by the Skrulls. Carol understood the gravity of the situation. Although the ordinary officers remained oblivious, Nick Fury and Phil Coulson swiftly responded, drawing their sidearms and aiming toward the source of the shadows. A Skrull, disguised as a human boy, unleashed a violet energy beam. It was deftly evaded by the group. Just as Carol prepared to launch a photon pulse attack, Nick Fury exhibited remarkable agility. His arms surged with crimson laser energy, charging his firearm, and he fired several laser bullets at the distant Skrull, piercing its shoulder. The wounded Skrull emitted a beastly roar before hastily retreating from the rooftop. A battle and chase were on the brink of erupting. Simultaneously, deep beneath the Atlantic Ocean, Luthor, adorned in his kryptonite armor, descended alongside the Martian Hunter. Luthor had completed a preliminary examination. While the technology of the Skrulls bore similarities to that of Krypton, it also possessed unique characteristics. This knowledge could enhance his technological prowess. And with minor modifications, the Skrull warship could be effortlessly adapted to serve as the nucleus of their future space station. Since that is the case, I leave the matter here in your capable hands. You know what to do, Luthor instructed. After ensuring Luthor's safe arrival, the Martian Hunter prepared to depart. Has Captain Marvel begun her endeavor? Luthor inquired. The Martian Hunter lifted his gaze, his superhuman vision spanning across the entire United States, settling upon a city in the west. Indeed, S.H.I.L.D. will soon recognize the presence of the Skrulls and Kree. It is time for me to make my appearance. As they are sufficiently competent now, The Martian should also step into the limelight, don't you think? What about the origins? Luther pressed. You are aware that no life forms have ever emerged on Mars. Humanity has found no evidence of Martian existence. Ultimately, in any realm, Martians are remnants of the past, a race destined for extinction under the curse of Romulus. Moreover, recounting my origin story should significantly enhance my role. Luther nodded in agreement, offering a final admonition. Ensure that this incident escalates, ideally affecting the entire planet. Only then will your mission to protect Earth be accomplished successfully. I understand, the Martian Hunter replied, maintaining his phasing and invisibility as he soared into the depths of the ocean. In truth, the saga of Captain Marvel remained largely unknown to the general populace. Aside from Nick Fury, even the government and SHIELD were scarcely aware of her exploits. Captain Marvel unleashed her binary state to confront a Kree captain, merely revealing herself to swiftly send Ronan fleeing. Such a display was inadequate. It lacked the grandeur befitting a world-saving feat. At the very least, it should pose a threat to the entire United States. Meanwhile, in a city in the western United States, the chase between the people and the Skrulls was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 89. The Disguised Coulson on Earth. After the Skrulls launched a surprise attack, Carol immediately recognized their movements and sprinted toward the fleeing aliens. The Skrull's shoulder had been pierced by Nick Fury's shot, causing a steady flow of green blood that rendered any disguise ineffective against Carol's keen sight. Behind her, Nick Fury observed Carol's astonishing speed and realized that he could never catch up with her on foot. It was time for the Lex group to upgrade their serum. If they could emit energy, why couldn't the Crimson Serum enhance physical prowess? After a brief moment of complaint, Nick Fury dashed toward his vehicle, while Coulson, after a moment of contemplation, decided to follow him. However, just as he approached the car, Nick Fury paused mid-action, turning to aim his firearm at Coulson's head. "Boss, stay calm. It's me, Coulson." "I recognize you do appear to be Coulson," Nick Fury replied coolly. Initially, he had failed to react when the Skrulls attacked, but now he sensed something was amiss. The intergalactic operative had once mentioned that Skrulls could disguise themselves as anyone. "Now answer my question." Nick Fury recalled Coulson's reaction during the ambush and noted the inconsistencies. "First, why didn't you inject the Crimson Serum immediately? Our training emphasized swift serum application." Undoubtedly, the Crimson Serum from the Lex Group had become widely implemented across various specialized agencies. Organizations like SHIELD required agents to carry a vial of the serum while on missions, with a report mandated post-usage. I was somewhat taken aback. After all, they were aliens. I had never encountered extraterrestrials before and momentarily failed to respond, Coulson stammered. Nick Fury nodded slightly, acknowledging this as a plausible explanation, albeit somewhat unreasonable for a young agent of Coulson's potential. It was only in the instant of his own ambush that he confirmed the existence of aliens. "Then where is your Crimson Serum? Show it to me." Coulson had successfully navigated the first inquiry, but the second question caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Nick Fury's eyes narrowed slightly. While it was understandable that Coulson might be taken aback by the existence of extraterrestrials, indeed, it was a revelation of unprecedented magnitude. Fury found it utterly implausible that Coulson could misplace the Crimson Serum. If the Coulson before him could not produce the serum, then the truth could only lead to one grim conclusion. Noticing the growing tension in Coulson's expression, Fury's fingers began to gently squeeze the trigger. In the next instant, a laser bullet would be unleashed, eliminating the alien before him. However, just as he was about to fire, Coulson moved. He was indeed a Skrull, and Nick Fury had perceptibly unraveled his disguise. Yet there was one crucial aspect Fury had failed to comprehend. The physical prowess of the Skrulls far surpassed that of an ordinary human. The Crimson Serum, devoid of any enhancement to physical capabilities, could not equip Fury to counter the Skrull's assault. At the moment he pulled the trigger, a sharp pain shot through his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the weapon was knocked from his grasp by a powerful blow. Damn it! Fury instinctively aimed to retaliate, but the Skrull's punch was swifter, connecting squarely with his face and sending him sprawling to the ground. Indeed, Fury sensed the dire predicament he was in, having underestimated the vast disparity in physical strength between humans and aliens. The Skrull pinned his neck firmly to the ground, and despite his every effort, he could not break free. If this continued, he would inevitably suffocate. "Boss!" At that moment, With a startled exclamation, Coulson, who had been dispatched to gather evidence, returned and immediately spotted Fury beneath the weight of the scroll. If that being were Coulson, then who was he? Without the prior introduction by Carol, Coulson was at a loss to comprehend the current situation. Nevertheless, he hesitated not a moment longer, injecting himself with the crimson serum and, wielding the same energy weapon, fired a laser bullet at the false version of himself. With a sickening thud, the bullet pierced the scroll's chest, and a spray of green, viscous blood splattered across Fury's face, nearly triggering his gag reflex. How utterly revolting. Ultimately, the scroll fell lifeless to the ground, and Fury regained his footing. Upon seeing the newly arrived Coulson, his instincts prompted him to raise his weapon. Coulson, stop. Don't come any closer. Despite the fact that the Coulson before him had just injected the serum and dispatched an alien, Fury remained on high alert. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of an alien bearing Coulson's visage. How could he possibly let his guard down completely? Boss, I just returned from gathering evidence. What on earth has transpired here? And what is this peculiar creature? Coulson did not act rashly. He recalled the peculiar creature that had once nearly taken Nick Fury's life while wearing his own face, and understood the wariness Fury now harbored towards him. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace, hoping to alleviate Fury's suspicions. Yet it was evident that the inherently distrustful Fury would not easily place his faith in anyone. At that moment, he contemplated whether to incapacitate Coulson and take him to the laboratory for blood tests, but he hesitated to allow such a being into S.H.L.D.'s lab. Just as Fury found himself in a quandary, unsure of how to proceed, a familiar voice echoed from short distance away. Agent Nick Fury. This Coulson is indeed genuine. Both men pivoted their weapons towards the source of the voice. The Martian Hunter, now resembling Red, approached slowly. Mr. Red, what brings you here? I have some matters with the Lex group to attend to, and fortuitously, I witnessed everything happening around here. Rest assured, this Coulson arrived simultaneously with you and has been gathering evidence as per your directive. I have been observing him. It is impossible for him to be an alien impersonator. Chapter 90. Their secrets, why should I believe you? Fury remained vigilant. Or perhaps you could provide evidence that you are the true Red and not an alien in disguise. Understanding that Fury would not readily trust him, the Martian Hunter patiently explained, if I were not acquainted with the real Red, how would this alien know my appearance and the nature of my relationship with you both? Fury's resolve wavered slightly at the Hunter's words, as they made logical sense. If the Red before him were an imposter, could these aliens have traversed from the American West to Washington in the East, swiftly gleaning information from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database about his relationship with Red, only to return and deceive him using Red's likeness? Yet in the next moment, Fury shook his head. He still could not bring himself to trust the Martian. The earlier impersonation of Coulson had revealed knowledge of the Crimson Serum, suggesting that these aliens might possess the ability to acquire memories through disguise for a limited time. What if they had extracted memories from either himself or Coulson to fabricate the identity of Red? Such possibilities had not been mentioned by that lady from the Interstellar team. It was plausible that she too could be one of these deceptive aliens. Observing the renewed determination in Fury's eyes and sensing his thoughts through telepathy, the Martian Hunter let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, Fury's skepticism would not be easily dispelled. To refrain from displaying any particular distinction seems unfeasible. Initially, it was my intention to unveil my abilities after meeting with Carol. In light of this, allow me to inquire about matters that both of you subconsciously comprehend. The words of a Martian Hunter left both Coulson and Nick Fury perplexed. Questions that only their subconscious minds could answer. Such inquiries were within their capacity to respond. Yet what basis did Red have for knowing? Primarily, the Martian Hunter directed his attention to Nick Fury. Agent Fury, if I were to slice the toast in front of you diagonally during breakfast, would you? I would absolutely refuse to take another bite. Nick Fury instinctively replied. This exemplifies what Red referred to. Unless prompted, one would not particularly regard such subconscious occurrences. But why is that? Boss, wasting food is not commendable. Coulson was bewildered by this answer. What significance lay in slicing the toast diagonally? Why then would one abstain from eating it? Coulson felt confused, yet from Nick Fury's reaction, he discerned that the individual before him was indeed real. The answer to such a question could hardly be classified as a memory. Rather, it was an eccentricity deeply embedded in instinct and subconscious. At this juncture, the Martian hunter turned and fixed his gaze upon Coulson. Under the scrutiny of the Martian hunter's eyes, Coulson sensed an ominous premonition, as though a secret of his were about to be unveiled. Agent Coulson, what if I possess a complete set of Captain America collectible cards? What? Which set? Where? How much? Coulson's reaction was far more exaggerated than that of Nick Fury. In turn, found Coulson's enthusiasm far more pronounced than his own initial response. I never expected you, Coulson, with those thick brows and large eyes, to harbor such an interest. However, from Coulson's reaction, Nick Fury could ascertain that this was indeed Coulson's instinctive response. Perhaps his admiration for Captain America could be gleaned from memory, but the genuine joy emanating from within was certainly not something that could be feigned. Following Red's two remarks, suspicion dissipated between Nick Fury and Coulson, confirming that each was indeed human and not an alien masquerading as one. However, a new question emerged. Nick Fury and Coulson simultaneously turned their gaze toward the Martian hunter, or rather, the individual they perceived as Red. Mr. Red, how is it that you possess such knowledge? I can assure you, I have never disclosed this peculiar trait to anyone, nor do I have a roommate. It is impossible for anyone to glean this through observation. Upon Nick Fury's conclusion, Coulson nodded in silent agreement, confident that he had never expressed his admiration for Captain America outwardly, merely cherishing the hero as an idol in his heart. As for the queries posed by the two, the Martian hunter had no intention of concealing the truth. He tapped his head thoughtfully and then addressed Nick Fury. Agent Fury, deep down, you have already formed your own conclusion, haven't you? Telepathy? You are indeed a mutant? The Martian hunter revealed his abilities without explicitly disclosing his identity, choosing instead to wait until he encountered Carol to discuss the origins of the Martians. After all, a solid relationship is founded on communication. He believed that by sharing his origins, he would undoubtedly earn the trust of Captain Marvel, Carol. With trust established, many future matters would become significantly easier to navigate. More pressing than the question of whether he was a mutant was the necessity of transporting the alien corpse back to the laboratory. Of course, if you're willing to hand over this body to LexCorp, that would be most agreeable. Nick Fury did not respond to the Martian hunter's remarks. Handing it over to LexCorp? If the U.S. government had intercepted this alien body, they might indeed consider that course of action. However, as SHIELD, they prefer to rely on their own resources rather than LexCorp, opting to conduct their own research in hopes of gleaning valuable information. Nick Fury's thoughts were, of course, not lost on a Martian hunter who anticipated this outcome. The U.S. government might lean on LexCorp's technology due to their apparent alliance, but SHIELD, an organization that transcends worldly concerns, could depend solely on its own strength. Well, if you choose not to hand it over to LexCorp, at least allow me to observe. Haven't you been inviting me to dine at the SHIELD cafeteria? This time, Nick Fury did not refuse. As long as the corpse ended up in SHIELD's possession, that was sufficient. If Red could offer some insights while observing, it would be even better. Chapter 91. An empty mind. Meanwhile, Carol was in pursuit of the disguised Skrull, who had boarded a subway train amidst a throng of people. Despite the Skrull's injuries and the continuous flow of green blood, the chase had become increasingly arduous. Additionally, Carol's unusual attire and somewhat aggressive demeanor often drew the attention of well-meaning bystanders who interfered in her pursuit. For instance, at this very moment, Carol had locked onto an elderly woman with silvery hair, whose clothing was stained with green blood, revealing her Skrull identity. However, the surrounding ordinary passengers remained oblivious. As Carol attempted to confront the frail woman, the other passengers seized her, preventing her from advancing and allowing the Skrull to escape once more. "Let me go, you fools!" Carol exclaimed, breaking free from the passenger's grasp, yet losing sight of the Skrull in the process. Nevertheless, during the chase, she managed to acquire the purple crystal used by the Skrull to record information. Upon exiting the subway, she utilized the decryption capabilities of the Kree battlesuit to decipher the Skrull communication crystal, unveiling the key objectives of the Skrull's arrival on Earth. Among these was the Pegasus Project, spearheaded by Dr. Wendy Lawson, and another location that flickered through her memories, a bar named the Pambridge Pub. In her recollection, it seemed she had once celebrated something significant there with her friends. Realizing this, and uncertain of how to further pursue the Skrulls, Carol opted to delve into her past memories. She searched the Earth-S network for the address of the Pambridge pub and, with the aid of a convenience store map, pinpointed its exact location. As for how Carol procured the means to access the internet and acquire a map, let us not question the methods of a superhero. Such actions can hardly be deemed theft, but rather a noble contribution to global peace. Soon, through various means, Carol donned a set of ordinary motorcycle attire and, piloting a stolen motorcycle, set off toward the Pambridge pub etched in her memory. Simultaneously, in A.S.H.I.E.L.D. laboratory located in the western United States, Mr. Red opened the door, allowing Nick Fury and his superior, Agent Keller, to enter. What are the findings? The two inquired immediately about the results concerning the Martian Hunter. However, he remained silent, not being A.S.H.I.L.D. operative. It was the researchers who assisted and monitored the investigation that provided the answers. It is widely known that all life forms on Earth are carbon-based. However, these extraterrestrials are not. The researchers were baffled, unable to identify the element composing their bodies, as it did not exist within the current periodic table. As they spoke, the astonishment on their faces was unmistakable. Under Mr. Red's guidance, they had conducted numerous examinations and discovered that the Skrull's remarkable ability to perfectly disguise themselves as any organism stemmed from their unique bodily element, allowing them to seamlessly mimic other life forms at the cellular level, an extraordinary phenomenon indeed. Ignoring the researchers' awe, Nick Fury was uninterested in the marvels of the Skrull's abilities. He turned to the Martian Hunter, whom he regarded as Mr. Red. Mr. Red, is it feasible for LexCorp to develop a device capable of distinguishing these extraterrestrials from humans in a short time frame? The Martian Hunter was prepared for this inquiry. During his time in the laboratory, he had sensed Nick Fury's thoughts through telepathy. However, he subtly glanced at Agent Keller, for akin to the original plot of the film, the Skrulls had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. through unknown means and had disguised themselves as Nick Fury's direct superior. The Skrull's disguise is indeed remarkably flawless. So much so that even the present-day Luthor would require at least a decade of research to discern between Skrulls and humans using technological means. The technological level of 1995 is undeniably inadequate, especially within the Marvel Universe, where advancements tend to be heavily specialized and disproportionately focused. While personal computers still resemble rudimentary models, the military is already contemplating the study of faster-than-light engines. Yet, the Skrulls have a pronounced vulnerability: psychics. Their camouflage could deceive anyone, but not themselves. Even though they can replicate the structure of the brain with precision, they cannot conceal their intrinsic thoughts. Had there been mutants in the film, and if Charles from the comics had no principles, perhaps the secret wars would never have ignited from the very outset. For the Martian Manhunter, it is a different story. He can effortlessly distinguish Skrulls that others cannot identify. However, since Nick Fury inquired whether LexCorp could utilize technology to discern Skrulls, his answer naturally would not stray from the topic. A decade, with ample research materials on Skrulls, is the minimum required to develop technology capable of identifying them, as the current technological level is simply too low. With this in mind, let us first seek out that lady from the intergalactic team. Nick Fury pondered for a moment, exchanged glances with Agent Coulson, and made a decision. The authorities had received reports regarding a missing motorcycle, and based on testimonies, it was confirmed to be that woman. Finally, Nick Fury turned to the Martian Manhunter. Mr. John, given the gravity of the situation, could we ask you to accompany us? Of course. The Martian Manhunter departed the S.H.I.L.D. laboratory alongside Nick Fury, with Coulson also in tow, a deviation from the film's narrative. Without hesitation, the Martian Manhunter employed telepathy to ascertain Nick Fury's thoughts at that moment. However, he was slightly taken aback, for both Nick Fury and Coulson had, coincidentally, cleared their minds. Although he could still access their memories, he was unable to perceive any other thoughts. He was astonished that they could achieve such a feat. The Martian Manhunter had to concede that, as LexCorp morphed into a colossal entity and began to gradually exert control over New York City, he had indeed lost his vigilance towards ordinary humans. This became particularly evident after acquiring the Martian Manhunter's identity card and the already operational Aquaman and Atlantis cards. Although the Martian Manhunter and Aquaman were not yet considered central figures of the Justice League, their powers could easily overshadow those of humanity. This realization caused the once vigilant heart of the Martian Manhunter to gradually relax. Chapter 92, A Sudden Strike. However, today, after probing the minds of Nick Fury and Coulson and encountering a blank slate, the Martian Hunter finally realized that in this realm of superheroes, even ordinary individuals possess their own moments of brilliance. One need not wield superpowers to be deemed a hero. Nick Fury and Coulson, two figures who nearly epitomize the zenith of human espionage, could, if they so desired, shroud their intentions from telepathic scrutiny by paying the requisite price. The Martian Hunter exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of anxiety, and his previously relaxed demeanor sharpened into vigilance. Now that he had discerned the concealment at play, he understood that he must brace himself accordingly. Indulgence? Perhaps other protagonists might indulge, potentially inviting a significant crisis, but Red would absolutely not permit such an eventuality. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet, the trio departed later yet arrived at the Pangea bar more swiftly than Carol. On the bar's walls, they indeed unearthed a photograph of the fighter jet, left behind by Carol after her pilot assessment. The tail of the jet bore a conspicuous Pegasus emblem, signifying its derivation from the Pegasus Project. How could the United States allow such military secrets to be so brazenly displayed in a bar? The Martian Hunter, having lived in a great Eastern nation in a past life, found it utterly incomprehensible. Citizens, there would not only be deprived of the right to know the truth, but if they were aware that such information was classified, they would prefer to remain blissfully ignorant. At this moment, Nick Fury and Coulson had completed their thorough sweep of the bar, leaving only the proprietor, who was retained to assist with their forthcoming plans. The Martian Hunter made another attempt to employ telepathy to glean Fury and Coulson's thoughts. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Their minds were devoid of anything beyond the recently accomplished clearing of the establishment. As for the bar owner, Nick Fury had divulged no specifics, rendering any attempt to read his thoughts fruitless. Truthfully, the Martian Hunter still struggled to fathom how Nick Fury and Coulson had achieved this feat. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. developed countermeasures against Charles long ago? Ultimately, he could only categorize it as a marvel of humanity. Before long, Carol arrived at the bar, precisely as calculated. The moment she stepped inside, a flood of memories surged within her mind. This bar, situated beside the desolate highway, bore almost no alteration from her recollections of the Pangea bar. The microphone, the drum set, the pool table. With each object she beheld, joyous moments from her past here came rushing back. Finally, she spotted the photograph, the very fighter jet she had once piloted, emblazoned with the Pegasus insignia. What do you require? The bar owner inquired, stepping forward as per their arrangement. Where is this photograph taken? An airport, perhaps? This indeed poses a challenge for the proprietor. After all, he is merely a bar owner, and who knows where the patrons acquired these photographs that now adorn his walls. Where is the Tesseract project located? Yet, Carol remained oblivious to the owner's discomfort and even posed a question that seemed utterly unanswerable for an ordinary individual. That is classified information. Just as the proprietor found himself at a loss for words, Nick Fury emerged, allowing the owner to discreetly retreat. Accompanying Fury were, of course, Coulson and the Martian Hunter. Naturally, the dossier I have prepared for you is of the utmost secrecy. Carol observed Fury, noting the bandage at the corner of his brow. Has life been treating you poorly lately, Agent Fury? Well, it could be worse. I recently encountered a space invasion, an alien assault, and even caught a glimpse of a dissected extraterrestrial cadaver. For me, it was a rather typical workday. The Martian Hunter furrowed his brow. His lines were identical to those he remembered, yet something felt amiss. Carol was not inclined to trust Nick Fury immediately. She knew that Skrulls could disguise themselves as anyone. However, unlike what the Martian Hunter recalled, Fury did not directly affirm his innocence, but instead remarked, "Do you suspect I am one of those creatures with green blood? Please, we are all pure humans with red blood. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Red?" In that instant, an alarm rang within the Martian Hunter's mind. By mentioning his name without providing proof of his innocence, Fury's intentions became painfully clear. Simultaneously, the Hunter's psychic abilities finally discerned Fury's inner thoughts. Act now. Quickly act. As if responding to Fury's unspoken anticipation, or perhaps Carol had grasped the deeper meaning behind Fury's words. Her hands surged with photon pulse energy, launching a photon blast toward the Martian Hunter. Curse be it! The hunter immediately crossed his arms to shield himself from Carol's photon pulse. The force of the impact propelled him backward until he crashed into the bar counter, finally coming to a halt. However, drops of green blood began to seep from the scorched wounds on his arms. Skrull. Green blood is emblematic of Skrulls, a fact that is almost common knowledge for Kree, especially for Carol, who had joined the Kree interstellar forces. She instinctively felt compelled to confront any extraterrestrial with green blood. Thus, upon witnessing the green blood trickling from the Martian hunter's arms, she unleashed her full energy, her fists charged with photon pulses to their zenith, and fired a beam of nearly barrel-sized light towards Red. Are you truly saying nothing? The Martian hunter managed a wry smile. Indeed, Captain Marvel, as one of Marvel's formidable forces, possesses immense strength, even though she has yet to fully master her powers. She can inflict injury upon the Martian hunter during a sudden ambush. In the next moment, the Martian hunter's eyes emanated heat rays of equivalent potency to photon blasts, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated nearly everything within the bar. There is no need for calculations. The compensation that S-H-I-E-L-D will owe the bar owner is undoubtedly a substantial sum. Nick Fury and Coulson also found themselves on the ground, bracing for the aftermath of the explosion. Ultimately, as the shockwave subsided and the dust began to clear, Carol's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her stood an extraterrestrial being, one that, despite its superficial resemblance, was certainly not a Skrull. Chapter 93. The battle within control. How did Carol discern that the Martian hunter before her was likely not a Skrull? The answer lay in the subtle physical characteristics. First and foremost was the inherent defensive capability of the Martian hunter, which allowed him to withstand her photon blast without any armor, relying solely on his physical form. It is worth noting that although her initial strike was not delivered with full force, due to her lingering skepticism regarding Nick Fury's implications, such a potent attack could not be repelled merely by the physical prowess of Skrull. Following her second assault, the adversary unleashed crimson rays from his eyes, a power that was distinctly absent in Skrulls. Of course, one might attribute these abilities to advanced technology. It is conceivable that a particular faction of Skrulls had transcended certain technological limitations, endowing select individuals with superior physical attributes or unique powers. However, there are also physiological distinctions to consider. The Martian hunter, like the Skrulls, bore green skin and green blood coursing through his veins, and he too exhibited the capacity to disguise himself as various entities. Yet, upon closer examination, it became apparent that certain hallmark traits of Skrulls were absent in the Martian hunter. Primarily, every Skrull is characterized by a distinctive wrinkled chin, an almost universal trait among them. Furthermore, while Skrulls possess angular head shapes, the Martian hunter's head appeared markedly more defined, with his well-developed upper arms contrasting sharply against forearms that were angular, revealing protruding bones, traits not found in Skrulls. The Skrulls lack this unique physique seemingly tailored for hand-to-hand combat. Nonetheless, these observations remain speculative. The shape-shifting abilities of Skrulls could allow them to maintain their transformations indefinitely. No one has stipulated whether the Skrulls can transform into a slightly more peculiar version of themselves. Thus, even though Carol sensed something amiss, she had no intention of halting her actions. This impulsive nature and approach to situations became even more pronounced after she acquired formidable superpowers. Hence, after a brief moment of hesitation, she unleashed another photon pulse, launching an assault on the Martian hunter. At that moment, the Martian hunter was about to explain, yet Carol initiated her attack once more. Opting not to confront her head-on, he resorted to phasing, allowing the powerful photon pulse to pierce through his form, obliterating the bar's wall behind him. It is worth noting that the photon pulse Carol released could even penetrate Skrull warships. Boss, I believe this compensation will undoubtedly cause our leader considerable distress, remarked Coulson, who alongside Nick Fury had taken cover to avoid the fallout. As he gazed at the gaping hole created in the bar. I know, provided our leader remains our leader. Boss, do you mean? The leader he referred to was, of course, Agent Coulter, Nick Fury's superior. Nick Fury's statement left no room for Coulson's imagination. Indeed, it is as you surmise. Surian is uncertain why this green-skinned extraterrestrial would assist us, yet I cannot dismiss his vague suspicions. Nick Fury recalled the fleeting glance the Martian had cast towards Agent Coulter before departing, feeling an onset of headache. If the Skrulls had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., it would indeed be a monumental crisis. Had the Martian Hunter not been equally untrustworthy, Nick Fury would have certainly subdued Agent Coulter the moment he perceived the Martian's gaze. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. The Martian Hunter's phasing ability astonished Carol. However, she quickly regained her composure and launched an even more ferocious assault. I shall see how long you can maintain this. This was destined to disappoint Carol. The Martian's phasing ability was not easily sustained. As a profound manifestation of mental prowess, it indeed required significant energy. Yet, it also depended on the opponent. If the adversary were a middle-aged superhuman, the Martian Hunter might not withstand the strain for long, inevitably succumbing to fatigue. However, if the opponent were Carol, who had yet to fully master her own abilities and continued her relentless attacks, it would be Carol who faltered first, not the Martian Hunter, who was at the peak of his powers. Nevertheless, the Martian Hunter had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. It was time to concede defeat. After evading several attacks through the use of phasing, the Martian Hunter feigned an inability to maintain this ability, only to be struck in the chest by a photon pulse. He was violently propelled backward through the gaping hole created by the explosion, crashing heavily onto the roadside. Witnessing this, Carol swiftly traversed the debris. Emerging from the bar with her hands brimming with photon pulse energy, aimed squarely at the weakened Martian Hunter on the ground. Now speak. What manner of disguise have you Skrulls assumed? Despite recognizing the numerous differences between the Martian Hunter and the Skrulls, Carol still regarded the Martian Hunter as a particularly unique Skrull rather than a distinct extraterrestrial entity. Coughing, the Martian Hunter managed a faint smile as Carol approached, wielding a threatening display of force. Why do you presume that all green-skinned aliens are Skrulls? Upon hearing his inquiry, Carol promptly replied, because within the territories governed by the Kree Empire, the only race with green skin and blood, coupled with the ability to shapeshift, is the Skrulls. There are no other options. Is it possible that my race has long since perished? The Martian Hunter's words momentarily stunned Carol. In that instant, he exuded an unwillingness to surrender, and his form suddenly shifted. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal green monster, towering at least 10 meters high. His razor-sharp claws glimmered ominously in the sunlight as they lunged toward the astonished Carol. Damn it! Realizing her oversight, Carol attempted to evade the impending attack. But it was too late. She was forcefully swatted aside, crashing back into the already devastated bar. Chapter 94. The Martian Hunter's Weakness? Cough. Damn scoundrel. How dare you deceive me? As the shattered remnants of the bar's decor lay strewn about, Carol coughed twice, feeling a pervasive ache throughout her body, though she was not in mortal danger. After all, that last blow, despite its apparent ferocity, had been carefully controlled by the Martian Hunter, who had not genuinely sought to endanger her life. Just as Carol regained her footing and glanced up, the 10-meter-high green monster had already crushed through the bar's roof. Reaching out toward her, "Monster, get away from me." At that moment, Carol had come to believe that this extraterrestrial being was indeed not a Skrull. If all Skrulls possessed such transformative capabilities, then what was the Kree Empire even doing? They might as well surrender outright. Nonetheless, amidst her thoughts, Carol's primary focus remained on defending against the Martian Hunter's assault. Her hands once again surged with photon energy, relentlessly firing photon pulses at the enormous form of the Martian Hunter. However, the Martian Hunter, having fully unleashed his shape-shifting abilities, was now far more formidable than before. In the present moment, even if Carol were to unleash her photon pulse with all her might, it would still prove ineffective against the formidable physique of the Martian Hunter, a being capable of engaging in combat with Superman. Why then must she display such overwhelming power at this juncture, when her true intention is to seek defeat? The purpose is to not only imprint the Martian Hunter's strength upon the minds of onlookers, but to also reveal to all that he harbors a perilous vulnerability. The photon energy released could not harm the Martian Hunter, and, consequently, Carol found herself firmly ensnared in his grasp. "Ah, you fiend, let me go." Despite the fact that the Kree Starforce armor encapsulated the pinnacle of Kree technology, they were merely team members, not formidable accusers like Ronin. Thus, the armor's capabilities were not particularly exceptional. As the Martian Hunter tightened his grip, Carol felt as though her very bones were on the verge of being crushed. Yet, amidst this excruciating torment, she summoned the latent power within her, unleashing an even more potent photon pulse that emanated from every part of her body, transcending the confines of her arms alone. What? The Martian hunter, feeling the surge of strength coursing through his grasp, displayed a look of astonishment just as a terrifying photon pulse erupted, enveloping the entire bar in its radiant glow. My God, what manner of monsters are these two? Meanwhile, Coulson had departed the bar just moments before Carol was forcefully thrust back inside, ensuring he avoided collateral damage while witnessing the Martian hunter's overwhelming power in his transformed state. Alongside Carol's fearsome photon pulse, Coulson pondered that even if he were to consume an entire month's supply of Crimson Serum, the released laser energy would pale in comparison to the current might of Carol. Nick Fury remained far more composed. Originally, he had presumed that forcing this extraterrestrial being was akin to confronting a Skrull with special abilities, much like the existence of mutants among humans. However, it became evident that the entity masquerading as Red was not a Skrull, but rather a race far more perilous. At this moment, Fury recognized that the threat posed by the Martian hunter far exceeded that of the Skrulls. Disguises are ultimately illusions, as long as the Skrulls are few in number. Their infiltration of Earth would lead to either a lifetime of masquerading as humans or exposure, resulting in relentless pursuit by the Earth's inhabitants. However, the Martian hunter, possessing both the ability to disguise himself and wield formidable power, presented a significant existential threat to contemporary human society, especially with his mastery over the terrifying power of telepathy. Yet, before Nick Fury could contemplate further, several gas canisters within the bar detonated under the impact of the photon pulse, igniting a blaze that engulfed the entire wreckage in flames. In this moment, everyone, including Carol, who was still gripped in the clutches of the Martian hunter, was utterly astonished. For the flames that should have been incapable of searing flesh had, astonishingly, elicited a look of fear from the Martian hunter. Help! Help me! The terrified Martian hunter hurled Carol away, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, he himself was undergoing a transformation amidst the flames, gradually reverting from the towering 10-meter beast to his original form. It was then apparent that the Martian hunter's body was ablaze, not ignited by the surrounding fire, but rather as if his very being had ignited spontaneously. How could this be? The non-lethal flames instilled in him an overwhelming dread, and soon his body began to self-combust, inflicting severe damage upon him. It was evident to all that if this continued, the Martian hunter would inevitably perish from his own combustion. Nick Fury felt a surge of excitement. If this led to the demise of an extraterrestrial being that posed a massive threat to humanity, it would be nothing short of fortuitous. Yet, it was clear that the Martian hunter would not succumb. His self-ignition was merely a facade. His wails amidst the flames were but a ruse, biding his time for Carol to take action, for if she did not intervene, he would eventually extricate himself from the inferno. Indeed, Carol moved, acting despite Nick Fury's expression of disappointment. Utilizing the fire-resistant properties of her Kree suit, she charged into the burning wreckage, tackling the Martian hunter onto the sandy ground beside the road, relentlessly covering the flames, enveloping him with sand. At the same moment, the Martian hunter began to exhibit signs of regaining composure, the flames of spontaneous combustion diminishing gradually. Ultimately, the fire was extinguished entirely, and the Martian hunter collapsed, expressing his gratitude to Carol. "Thank you for rescuing me." In response, Carol was dismissive. "After all, it was my mistake. You are not a Skrull. Had I not initiated the confrontation, you would not have ended up like this." Carol differed from Nick Fury. She bore no resentment towards the presence of extraterrestrials on Earth, and felt a deep sympathy for those who concealed their identities while living among humans. Having lost his memory, he often witnessed individuals of various races communicating in a universal tongue in the Kree capital, Hala. Was it not pitiable that aliens on Earth could not even reveal their true appearances? It was this very sentiment that compelled Carol to extend her hand in the most perilous of moments, rescuing the Martian hunter from a sea of flames, even when he had nearly crushed her bones. At that moment, Nick Fury approached with Coulson, and upon realizing that the Martian hunter would not perish, he displayed a look of remorse, concealing his inner rejection of such a formidable extraterrestrial being. "I apologize for previously suspecting you of being Skrull. However, could you now elucidate why you chose to masquerade as Mr. Red, and what has become of the genuine Mr. Red?" Chapter 95. The annoying Nick Fury's tone was laced with an interrogative edge, and his words were easily misconstrued. Carol could accept the notion of extraterrestrials concealing their identities on Earth, even if such beings possessed formidable powers, provided that they were not nefarious entities. Yet, Fury's words insinuated that the individual in question had employed some means to eliminate the human known as Red. If this were indeed true, Carol would not forgive the Martian Hunter. Upon hearing Fury's assertions, Carol's gaze towards the Martian Hunter turned perilous. It appeared that should the Hunter fail to furnish a satisfactory explanation, she would seize the opportunity to aid humanity in vanquishing this significant threat, while the Hunter remained vulnerable. There was no need for concern on that front. The Martian Hunter forced a bitter smile, yet internally, he was cursing Fury vehemently. That despicable scoundrel was undeniably irksome. He had merely needed to share his origin story with Carol and escort her to the Pegasus base to resolve the matter. However, with Fury's meddling, numerous complications were likely to arise. Trust is relative in the face of Fury's confrontational stance. Carol's increasing trust in him would inevitably translate into a growing distrust of the Martian Hunter. One day, I shall expose your S-H-I-E-L-D to the world. The Hunter silently resolved, even as he spoke aloud. Mr. Red is, without a doubt, beyond reach. The reason Agent Fury could not locate him is that he has already ventured into the Pegasus program's research facility. The Pegasus program? Upon hearing this phrase, Carol immediately dismissed Fury's suspicions regarding the Martian Hunter. Now, aside from her own origins, her primary concern was the Pegasus program. This program, which resided within her memories, could potentially hold a significant connection to her past. Why would this individual named Red possess knowledge of the Pegasus program? In response to Carol's inquiry, the Martian Hunter refrained from a direct answer, instead glancing at Nick Fury. The answer to this question should be within Fury's grasp, although they could not directly ascertain intelligence. They should have a clear understanding based on the data available and the spies embedded within the LexCorp group. Richard has been exposed. Fury exhibited little surprise. Upon learning of the Martian Hunter's telepathic abilities, he had anticipated that all DS spies infiltrated within LexCorp would inevitably be revealed. Nick Fury could hardly fathom that Richard's true identity had been unveiled long before he attended the Lex Group's recruitment event. After a moment of contemplation, Fury proposed a new hypothesis. It must be due to the Lex Group, he mused. Given that the Martian Hunter had stated that Richard could provide intelligence to substantiate the conjecture, it could only be attributed to the Lex Group, which had allowed Red to become acquainted with the Pegasus project. As for the means of contact, it undoubtedly involved the military. In terms of relations with the military, even Stark Industries paled in comparison to the current standing of the Lex Group. After all, Tony's disposition allowed him to conduct business, but asking him to befriend military commanders would be a considerable challenge. Simultaneously, Nick Fury discerned the underlying implications in the Martian Hunter's words, which seemed to convey to Carol that the recent interrogation stemmed from a natural human aversion towards extraterrestrials. In truth, an investigation would reveal the answers. Yet these human agents insisted on pressuring him with their inquiries. Furthermore, it was a subtle indication to Carol that Fury's previous comments were misleading. Indeed, following this revelation, Carol's gaze towards Fury grew somewhat indifferent. She recalled her memories of life on Earth, but also recognized that she could accept Kree blood transfusions. She was indeed a Kree herself. If one considered extraterrestrials, Carol was an alien too. Was Fury's rejection of the Martian Hunter not a rejection of her as well? Even amidst her impulsiveness, she managed to grasp this truth. Realizing this, Carol resolved to temporarily set aside her investigation into the Pegasus project, choosing instead to stand up for the green-skinned extraterrestrial before her. However, her approach would not be through violence. She sought to foster reconciliation between Nick Fury, the human agent, and the extraterrestrial present. For now, let's put the Pegasus project aside. Could you tell me your name? Additionally, how did you arrive on Earth? The desire for mutual understanding was the first step towards trust. By posing these questions, Carol hoped that Fury would be more receptive to the extraterrestrial once he learned more about him. Fury, perceptive of Carol's intentions, chose to remain silent, as he too was eager to uncover the answers to these questions in his capacity as an agent of S-H-L-D. The Martian Hunter, without hesitation, took a deep breath and began to recount his origins. My name is Ron Rons, hailing from a place not far from Earth, yet neither too close. I'm a Martian residing on Mars. Martian? How could that be? Life on Mars? No, You mentioned that your race was extinct. Coulson was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected the Martian hunter's words before he transformed into that colossal creature. The Martian hunter nodded in silent affirmation. Indeed, Martians were a species that should have perished centuries ago due to calamity. In that case, how did you come to be on Earth? Have you Martians mastered the art of traversing time? In response to Nick Fury's inquiry, the Martian hunter silently shook his head. The marvel of time travel was not a feat of our Martian kind, but rather the work of Earthlings. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the Martian hunter's expression of admiration when speaking of Mr. Reed. Could it be? Yes, indeed, it was Mr. Reed who, through a moment of brilliant inspiration during an experiment in Gotham City, created a machine theoretically capable of traversing time. By a series of coincidences and miracles, he brought me, who should have perished in a catastrophe centuries ago on Mars, back to Earth. What? This revelation left Nick Fury astonished. He had always regarded Reed as a genius, on par with the likes of Luther and Tony Stark. Yet now, this Martian was telling him that Reed had constructed a device capable of time travel. Chapter 96, Journey to Pegasus Base. Subsequently, the Martian hunter articulated the thoughts he had long prepared in his mind, recounting how Reed had comforted and encouraged him. Ultimately, the Martian hunter received Reed's consent to utilize his appearance and engage with human society. Reed's decision to have a fierce argument with Alfred and leave Gotham was motivated by his desire to shield the Martian hunter, an alien entirely unfamiliar with humanity, from the city's influences. Upon hearing this, Carol's fondness for the yet-to-be-met Reed surged, as he was the only human she had encountered thus far who did not harbor animosity towards extraterrestrial beings. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and Coulson were increasingly astonished by Reed. This unassuming man, devoid of superpowers yet remarkably exceptional, was rapidly ascending in their esteem. Of course, Nick Fury did not entertain the notion of inviting Reed to join S.H.L.D. at this juncture, with the presence of the Martian hunter. Reed's induction into S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed utterly improbable. Then why not have Reed modify the device and send you back to Mars centuries ago? Nick Fury's question was no longer directed at the Martian hunter, but stemmed from his own desire to uncover the truth. He sought to ascertain whether this was indeed a miracle or a power that could be harnessed. If humanity had commandeered the technology for time travel, the ramifications for the entire world would be monumental. Initially, I did contemplate returning to my Mars, to perish alongside my kin and family. Mr. Reed even attempted to modify the time machine for this very purpose. However, as you might surmise, my arrival was merely a miracle, one that cannot be replicated. I have since come to terms with this. Since this miracle has preserved my life, I must cherish this rare opportunity. What a splendid idea. Upon hearing the Mars hunter's calm reflections on the future, Carol nodded with a smile. The Mars hunter had distanced himself from his homeland in the dimension of time. While she had lost her past in memory, there were similarities between their experiences, enabling Carol to empathize with the Mars hunter's initial willingness to embrace death. Had it not been for the continuous reassurances from the Kree Empire, her state post-memory loss might not have been as stable as that of the Mars hunter. At that moment, the Mars hunter turned to face Carol. You have lost your memories of the past, which is not insurmountable. Those fragments have not vanished. They merely lie hidden in the depths of your subconscious through certain means. If you desire, I can assist you in recalling everything from your past. Initially, Carol's resolve to seek her past was unwavering. Yet upon hearing the Mars hunter's words, she hesitated. It seemed so simple, just a nod. And under the influence of the Mars hunter's telepathic abilities, she could regain all her memories. But why did she find herself unable to make a decision? The Mars hunter had already discerned the answer through his subtle telepathy. Carol was afraid. Since awakening after her memory loss, she had accepted her identity as a Kree. Despite the difference in skin color, she undeniably possessed blue blood. She feared that the truth she might uncover would undermine her current sense of belonging to the Kree Empire. The very reason she had contacted the Valord from other star systems upon her arrival on Earth was rooted in a lingering fantasy about the Kree Empire, a subconscious attempt to rationalize the deception she had endured. Never mind, I'm unable to decide right now. We will continue to act together, and when I feel the time is right, I will seek you out. Ultimately, Carol declined the Mars hunter's offer, choosing instead to grant the Kree Empire one final chance. Traveling together is unnecessary, she added. Yet, the Mars hunter shook his head, rejecting her notion of companionship. What is the matter? Is there something you must attend to? Carol queried, perplexed. She believed the conflict had been resolved, and the Mars Hunter had no reason to refuse their companionship. It is not as you think. Rather, two Reds cannot exist simultaneously in different locations. You are headed to the Pegasus Project's base. I shall be there, alongside Mr. Red, awaiting your arrival. Faced with such reasoning, Carol found it difficult to refuse, merely nodding as she watched the Mars Hunter gradually fade from view. Subsequently, Carol kicked Nick Fury. Well, with the presence of the Mars Hunter, your identity is now confirmed. You are capable of independently bringing individuals to seek out someone of my confidential stature. Thus, your security clearance must be quite high, I presume. As Nick Fury pondered the miraculous feats of the Martian Hunter, he was startled by Carol's sudden action. However, upon hearing her words, he realized he had no alternative. Goodness. Entering the base of the Pegasus Project without prior notification was quite audacious. Fortunately, he had Coulson with him. Coulson, draft a report on the significance of investigating the Pegasus Project base. Oh, and you'll need a copy for yourself. Thus, disregarding Coulson's contemplative silence in the back seat, Nick Fury, accompanied by Carol, swiftly drove to the Pegasus Project base. After presenting their SHIELD credentials, they were indeed granted entry by the security personnel guarding the facility. However, these guards were not particularly keen on allowing SHIELD agents to conduct unrestricted inquiries within the Pegasus base, at least not before LexCorp transformed its losses into investments, which certainly precluded any investigative endeavors by these agents. Naturally, after a cursory glance at the airport, Fury and his companions were promptly escorted to a lounge. This news soon reached Red, who had just reunited with his avatar. At that moment, he was already aware of Nick Fury's progress through the information relayed from the Martian Hunter's avatar, and now, it was time for him to make his entrance. Possess me. Just before the base security entered, the Martian Hunter utilized his possession ability to merge with Red, then opened the door. Addressing the astonished security personnel, he spoke, "Good day, sir. I heard some commotion outside. May I inquire what is transpiring?" The security guard, previously hesitant about informing Red of SHIELD's arrival, felt reassured upon seeing him and promptly divulged the news regarding the agent's presence. Chapter 97. First encounter. I see. It is them, isn't it? Understood. After listening to the guard's words and the underlying concern in his tone, Red responded with a smile. You need not worry about them exposing your secrets. SHIELD is not the tax bureau, nor is it an organization beholden to foreign powers. They would have little interest in the secrets of the Pegasus Project's losses. Moreover, should you attempt to detain them forcibly, it would merely result in their subsequent agents entering with government authorization. That would be your most troublesome predicament. Yet, the security guard remained uneasy, as this matter directly impacted his livelihood. However, Red's next words further alleviated his apprehensions. Do not fret. I shall approach them personally. Though I may appear unassuming, SHIELD has previously extended an invitation for me to join their ranks, which I declined. I trust that upon learning of LexCorp's involvement in the Pegasus Project, even the most oblivious among them would refrain from publicizing this secret, lest they tarnish their own reputation. Reed's assurance brought a profound sense of relief to the security personnel. Indeed, with the Lex Group nearly confirming tangible progress based on the Pegasus Project, losses were destined to transform into investments, allowing him to abandon his cautious demeanor. Shall I escort you, Mr. Reed? No, you may attend to other matters. I took note of the structural layout of the Pegasus base last night. Locating the opposition should pose no challenge. Thus, after declining the offer of an escort, Reed ventured alone to the lounge where Nick Fury and others were being held under surveillance. Meanwhile, within the lounge, Nick Fury, after much contemplation, chose not to utilize the communicator to request aid from SHIELD. Given that the identity of a Martian Hunter had been verified as not being a Skrull, Fury recalled how the adversary's gaze towards Keller in the laboratory had undoubtedly served as a reminder of the Skrull presence. If SHIELD had indeed been infiltrated by Skrulls, any plea for assistance would only complicate matters. As long as he refrained from seeking help, even if the Skrulls were disguised, their ruse would be rendered ineffective and easily discernible. Having reached this conclusion, Fury attempted to stow away the communicator, only to have it snatched by Carol. What are you doing? This device piques my interest. I shall hold on to it for now and return it later. Fury considered the insignificance of the communicator and decided against insisting on reclaiming it from Carol. The pressing concern remained: how to escape this room. He discovered some tape, and, using it, managed to imprint his fingerprint on the scanner. After a series of manipulations, he successfully created a temporary fingerprint for the device. Throughout this process, Carol observed in silence, contemplating intervention, but ultimately refraining from action. Just as Fury prepared to employ the tape to unlock the door, it swung open unexpectedly. Reed stood at the threshold, eyeing Fury's furtive actions, and an awkward tension enveloped the confined space. "Agent Fury, I must have informed you that I am present at the Pegasus base. I will come to you upon receiving any news. Why the rush to flaunt your espionage tactics?" The contrast of Fury's dark complexion against his flushed face created an odd juxtaposition. Nonetheless, Reed's arrival dismantled the final obstacle to their operations at the Pegasus base. Under Reed's guidance, the path ahead became clear, swiftly leading them to the entrance of the archives. "By the way, Mr. Reed, where's the Martian Hunter? You must have learned of our situation through him, yet he is nowhere to be seen?" Carol interjected, just as Reed was about to open the door. It must be said that although the initial encounter was somewhat unpleasant, Carol, resonating with her own experiences and the tale of the Martian Hunter, has come to regard this green-skinned extraterrestrial with considerable importance. As you are all aware, the Martian Hunter possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate his own circumstances, stemming from an exquisite control over molecular structures. He can even regulate the regeneration rate of his own atoms and molecules. Consequently, combined with other abilities, he is currently resting within my body, clearly bearing the psychological scars from the recent conflagration. I find myself apologetic for this. Upon learning that the Martian Hunter, due to that spontaneous combustion incident, requires rest within the confines of Reed's body, Carol felt a twinge of guilt. Although her actions had been in self-defense, she contemplated that had she opted for dialogue initially rather than striking first, matters may not have escalated to their current state. Reflecting on this, Carol cast a sidelong glance at Nick Fury, her regard for this human agent diminishing further. Yet considering he is the only human operative she knows, and one with potential to ascend the ranks, she ultimately chose not to dismiss the thought lingering in her mind. Observing Carol's expression, Reed discerned that his plan remained remarkably successful thus far. The origin story of a Martian Hunter, with some embellishments, had indeed garnered Carol's favor. Next, he merely needed to find an opportunity for the Martian Hunter to assist Carol in awakening her past memories, thereby advancing their relationship. Subsequently, when Carol embarks on her cosmic journeys, the Martian Hunter could seamlessly accompany her. The lengthy passage of time, coupled with profound trust, would surely allow the Martian Hunter to influence Carol's mind without issue. Naturally, Reed could not disclose these thoughts at present. He utilized his fingerprint to unlock the archives, leading the group inside where they uncovered files regarding the Pegasus Project and a dossier on Wendy Lawson. They also discovered Wendy Lawson's personal diary, which Reed had previously perused. From these documents, Carol learned the true identity of Wendy Lawson, a Cree known as Marvell. She also recalled her former friend, Maria Rambo. Ultimately, upon viewing a photograph taken at an airport, where she is seen smiling as she descends from a plane, her past memories resurfaced. She remembered piloting the aircraft, culminating in its crash, while hearing Wendy Lawson proudly proclaim, "This is not for warfare, but to end it." Chapter 98. The Skrull operation. "I apologize, but I must excuse myself for a moment," Carol stated, departing the archives alone. Reed, perusing other materials, glanced at Carol's retreating figure, understanding that she was going to communicate with the Kree strike team, and he made no effort to stop her. Carol only comes to truly cherish the trust established in the future after experiencing profound disappointment. As for whether Carol will forever be unable to trust others due to the deceptions of the Kree Empire, let us not forget that this is the Marvel Universe, the realm of superheroes, where the most pronounced trait among these archetypal figures is their propensity to acknowledge their mistakes while remaining unrepentant. If a single betrayal instills such fear that she cannot trust again, then she ceases to be Carol. Even if she feels fear, the Martian Manhunter possesses telepathic abilities, and a few comforting words would suffice to assuage her doubts. Shortly after Carol's departure, Red felt a stirring within. As the Martian Manhunter issued a warning, "The Skrulls have arrived." "What?" Nick Fury, who was also reviewing files, was taken aback. He was deeply engrossed in the documents. As they contained Carol's past experiences, understanding someone's history is essential for effective communication. Thus, he had to commit every detail to memory and analyze them periodically. Yet, even so, the news of the Skrulls' arrival startled him. Who have the Skrulls disguised themselves as? Could they provoke the Martian Manhunter into action? If all the newcomers were indeed Skrulls, the solution would be straightforward. The Martian Manhunter could identify them and allow Carol to deal with them directly. Fury harbored no fondness for these shapeshifters who invade and manipulate other worlds. I'm sorry, but if you wish to avoid infamy within human society, it cannot be done. For the Skrulls who arrived were but one among them. The rest were agents of SHIELD. Is that so? That complicates matters indeed. Defeating these agents is not a daunting task. Yet the repercussions thereafter are burdens that Nick Fury cannot bear, nor can Red in his current capacity. However, Nick Fury soon reached a decision. I'll go with Coulson to lure the Skrull here. You bring Carol to subdue them directly, and when the dispersed agents regroup, we'll make our escape. Red nodded, and without hesitation, Fury departed the archive with Coulson, meeting Agent Keller, who was disguised as a Skrull. Meanwhile, drawing from her prior experience, Carol quickly converted a telephone into a communicator to establish contact with the Kree team. She relayed the intelligence she gathered on Earth, including the true identity of Wendy Lawson and her research. Yet, what was originally referred to in her memory as technology to end the war was, in the communication, described by Jan Rog as technology that would help them win the war. But can the conflict between the Kree Empire and the Skrulls even be termed a war? The Kree Empire could announce victory at any moment, but to deflect the internal strife of such a vast empire, they have long vilified the Skrulls as their adversaries. Carol was acutely aware that the Skrulls posed a threat to the Kree Empire. However, these threats hardly warranted the term war. It was merely a guise of warfare, veiling a relentless, one-sided persecution. As he extricated himself from the Kree perspective and began to recognize his upbringing on this terrestrial sphere, gradually reclaiming his lost memories, Carol found himself increasingly disillusioned by the current actions of the Kree Empire. Shortly thereafter, he confided in Yongrog that when he encountered the Supreme Intelligence, what he beheld was a visage resembling that of Mar-Vell, the very figure he had longed to emulate. Yet, Yongrog dismissed this notion, claiming that the Mar-Vell he had seen was merely a Skrull impersonation. However, if the Skrulls had indeed masqueraded as Mar-Vell to deceive him in the past, how could they now be so relentlessly pursuing the Celestials' plan and the technologies left behind by Mar-Vell? Remember your training. Do not allow feudal emotions to seize control of your intellect. Yongrog, or rather the Kree Empire she represented, continued to deceive him, seeking only to exploit his abilities. Carol nodded, his expression marred by disappointment. As the communication ended, Yongrog remarked that they would soon arrive at the star system's jump point, and shortly thereafter, they would reach Earth. At that moment, the voice of the Martian Hunter echoed in Carol's mind. Carol, the Skrulls have invaded the base. Come join us and leave together. Meanwhile, Nick Fury and Coulson had successfully separated the Skrull masquerading as Agent Colette from numerous SHIELD agents. Coulson followed a throng of agents, dispersing in preparation to encircle Carol from all directions. Nick Fury, alongside Colette, intended to intercept Carol under the guise of official authority before the encirclement could be fully realized. However, when the Skrull in disguise as Agent Colette arrived at the expansive archives, there was no sign of Carol, only Red, a human not listed in the Skrull database. Nicholas Agent. If Nick Fury still harbored doubts about the Martian Hunter, the moment Colette addressed him as Nicholas, he could ascertain that she was indeed a Skrull. This was his true name, yet the world recognized him solely as Nick Fury, not Nicholas. In the next instant, Nick Fury sprang into action, his fist igniting with a lethal crimson laser as he struck towards her head. Even though the Skrulls possessed physical attributes superior to those of humans, an unshielded blow from such high-energy radiation would yield no advantage. Yet, in the next moment, the Skrull agent also radiated a crimson glow, firmly intercepting his punch with her hand. What? Nick Fury gasped, and at that moment, the Skrull agent spoke. I wanted to ascertain that this serum would have an equal effect on the Skrulls, but it required considerable effort on my part. In truth, the serum itself holds no efficacy for the Skrulls. However, once they don their disguise, they become indistinguishable from humans at a cellular level, rendering the serum effective. Naturally, Side effects are present. During the serum's effect, a Skrull must maintain their disguise, lest they risk being incinerated by laser energy. Although there are limitations, this tactic indeed caught Nick Fury off guard. Shortly thereafter, he was swiftly incapacitated by the agent, Colette, who easily felled him to the ground. Chapter 99. Departure from the base. It appears that the demise of my fallen compatriots has imparted no lessons upon you. The physical prowess of humans is no match for that of the Skrulls, particularly as I have mastered numerous combat techniques from across the cosmos. Observing Nick Fury, incapacitated on the ground, Agent Colette intended to deliver a final blow, ready to render him unconscious. Yet, as he raised his hand, his wrist was firmly seized from behind by Reed. What? Agent Colette attempted to exert force, but to no avail. He was astonished to discover the strength of this human to be so formidable. A friendly reminder, your hand is raised high above your head and I have grasped it from behind. Given the similar joint structure between Skrulls and humans, this position is ill-suited for exerting force with your arm. You might consider using your lower body in conjunction with your waist for leverage. Reed seemed to mock the Skrulls, even offering a suggestion on how to counter the situation. Colette, filled with indignation, had no choice but to heed Reed's advice, ultimately managing to break free from his grasp using his waist for power. Human, do you underestimate me? You truly believe this? Reed's face displayed surprise. Please, do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you personally. I merely hold a universal disdain for all Skrulls. Nick Fury, still on the ground, nearly laughed at Reed's words, and this laughter only served to infuriate Agent Colette further. You seek death, he shouted, charging towards Reed, eager to vindicate the Skrulls and demonstrate their effortless superiority over a human. However, it was evident that he overestimated both his cosmic combat skills and the physical prowess of the Skrulls in battle. Reed did not employ strength or speed beyond human capabilities. Yet through the combat techniques learned from Alfred the Joker, he effortlessly parried all of Colette's attacks, ultimately delivering an uppercut that sent him crashing to the ground. You bastard! Agent Colette begrudgingly acknowledged the exceptional skill of this human in combat. He was wholly outmatched. Thus, he chose to resort to his Skrull weapon, intending to demonstrate the might of high technology to this human. As for the threat posed by the opponent's weaponry, Reed's expression remained unperturbed. Not to mention that the Martian hunter concealed within him had yet to take action. The mere presence of the individual standing behind him instilled a profound sense of assurance in Reed. At the moment, Agent Colette unleashed purple laser bullets. Reed slightly tilted his head. A photon pulse grazed his cheek, swiftly engulfing the purple laser before striking Agent Colette squarely in the chest, sending her, who had only just risen, hurtling several meters away to crash heavily onto the ground. This place is unsuitable for combat. We must depart quickly, Carol stated after repelling the opponent, opting not to deliver a follow-up strike, but instead leading the group out of the archives. Nick Fury immediately followed suit. While Reed cast a glance back at the struggling Agent Colette as they exited, he understood that beneath her disguise, she likely donned Skrull armor, which had enabled her to withstand Carol's photon pulse. However, it was evident to him that Carol's attack had not been lethal. From the outset, she had intended to spare her life. Why not deliver a finishing blow? Reed voiced his curiosity directly to Carol during their retreat. The Kree deceived me. Thus, I suspect that the last person to shoot at me in my memories was not a Skrull, and I seek answers. Reed realized that Carol had completely lost faith in the Kree Empire, which also implied that the Martian Hunter would likely make an appearance soon, significantly boosting his standing. The group arrived at the hangar of the Pegasus base, where, thanks to Reed's authorization, all doors opened with ease. Here, they discovered Coulson, who had been waiting after evading other ordinary agents. Pilot the aircraft, Reed suggested, and the group boarded the experimental craft left by the Pegasus project, departing from a base now overrun by Skrulls. Where did that orange cat come from? Once the plane was in stable flight, Nick Fury suddenly noticed that Reed had been cradling an orange cat since their escape. Previously oblivious, he now realized how remarkably composed Reed was in the midst of an alien invasion. How could he be so unfazed as to indulge in petting a cat? Contemplating this, Nick Fury reached out to stroke the cat's soft fur. Quite delightful. Beneath the cute exterior of the Flurkin, Nick Fury quickly dismissed thoughts of the orange cat. By the way, your combat skills seem rather excessive. Though I've been in a desk job for several years, I was quite formidable during my time as an agent. Nick Fury, shifted the conversation to Reed's extraordinary abilities. Oh, you refer to my fighting skills? I honed them in Gotham City with my father. And what about your physical conditioning? I worked out at a gym in Gotham City. Nick Fury suddenly sensed something amiss, as if Gotham City had transformed into a place of extraordinary enchantment. Could it be that your research skills were honed amidst the peculiarities of Gotham? My goodness. Agent Nick Fury, it has just dawned on me that you are indeed a genius, for you have grasped the essence of such matters. Fury's dark visage rolled his eyes, a gesture unmistakably evident. It would be a folly to believe Red's words. If Gotham were truly so remarkable, where were the multitude of brilliant scientists? Yet, as he pondered this, Fury felt an unsettling realization creep in. According to existing data, Gotham indeed harbored hidden talents. It was a land of exceptional individuals, albeit ones who had a proclivity for crime. Promise me, Mr. Red, to refrain from venturing into Gotham in the future, Fury urged hastily, acutely aware of the city's peculiar allure. The thought struck him that if Red were to fall under the influence of Gotham's dangerous lunatics and criminals, it would spell disaster. A prospective creator of time machines, should such a person turn to a life of crime, would pose far greater challenges than a rebellious playboy like Stark. All right, you two, we shall arrive shortly, interrupted Carol, the pilot, breaking the idle banter between Fury and Red. Arrived? Where are we headed? Fury inquired, while Red had long since arrived at his own conclusion. According to the records, he was to visit the home of a former friend, Maria Rambeau. Chapter 100. The visit from Talos. Maria Rambeau was a dear friend of Carol's prior to her memory loss. Instead of seeking the Martian Hunter directly for assistance in restoring her memories, she opted to meet her friend under the guise of ignorance, allowing her to make an informed decision later. It soon proved to be a wise choice. On the day Carol vanished, Maria was also privy to certain events. She recounted everything from her perspective to Carol, enabling her to gradually recollect the past. Upon my arrival at the hangar, Lawson appeared exceedingly restless, expressing her desire to save more lives. Yet you insisted otherwise. When such a disability was echoed through Maria Rambeau's words, Carol's heart had already provided the answer to her next utterance. If lives are at stake, then let me take the helm. Carol remained the same Carol. Despite her memory loss, her essence had not altered. However, Maria Rambeau could not conceal her sorrow. My grief does not stem from Wendy Lawson or the fact that you are, in truth, an extraterrestrial. My true sorrow lies in the loss of my dearest friend. Yet this mission was shrouded in utmost secrecy, and personnel within the base had no choice but to pretend that nothing had transpired. Carol learned much from Maria Rambeau, discovering that there were individuals on Earth who truly cared for her. She came to understand her rightful identity, which was not merely that of Vare, but rather her authentic name, Carol Danvers. After Monica Rambeau, Maria's daughter, uncovered all that Carol had left behind, her sense of belonging to the Kree Empire gradually transformed, replaced by a profound connection to humanity. Indeed, Kree blood coursed through her veins, yet she was raised as an Earthling. Mr. Red, may I summon the Mars Hunter? The Mars Hunter? Is there someone I do not know? Maria Rambeau gazed at Red in astonishment. During their initial meeting, they had exchanged introductions, and naturally, she did not presume that the title Mars Hunter referred to Red himself. It seems you have made your decision. As he spoke, a spectral figure slowly emerged from Red's being, gradually solidifying into the familiar Mars Hunter, Ronan the Accuser, known to Carol and Nick Fury. My apologies, madam. Due to certain circumstances, I needed to rest within Mr. Red, thus missing the opportunity for proper introductions. With an extraordinary emotional intelligence, the Mars Hunter expressed his regret toward Maria Rambeau. Her initial irritation quickly dissipated, allowing her to release any lingering concerns about the timing of his appearance. Very well, Ronan. I seek to restore my past memories. I wish to uncover my former identity. That is quite simple. The Mars Hunter nodded, his demeanor gentle as he approached Carol and placed a finger upon her temple. In but a moment, you shall recall everything from your past. Just as the Mars Hunter was about to assist Carol in reclaiming her memories, an unexpected knock at the door interrupted the moment. It appears we must first attend to some guests. The Mars Hunter displayed a look of resignation toward Carol, withdrawing his hand and transforming into Alfred, Red's paternal figure. My apologies, Mr. Red. Not at all. The old man will not mind such matters. Carol proceeded to open the door, revealing Tom, Maria Rambeau's neighbor. Suspecting he might be a Skrull, Carol employed various subtle tactics to ascertain his identity, but ultimately, she found no conclusive evidence. After dismissing the neighbor, an unfamiliar voice emerged from behind them. If I were you, I would treat my neighbors kindly. You may find yourself asking them for candy in the future. General Talos, the Skrull, had appeared in the room, holding a cup of milk tea with only a sip remaining. Carol braced herself for action, yet Talos raised his hands in surrender. Please refrain from hastily wielding your magical arm, shattering your friend's home into smithereens. At that moment, Maria Rambeau suddenly noticed that just outside the window, another version of herself existed beside her daughter, Monica. It was evident that a Skrull had taken on her appearance to approach her daughter. Rest assured, she would not be harmed as long as I'm not killed. No accidents will occur. Collaborating with Carol was a well-considered decision by Talos, who naturally prepared for effective communication between both parties. Otherwise, Talos was certain that Carol and the Earth agents would not hesitate to launch an attack against him. However, he miscalculated. He anticipated the reactions of Nick Fury and Carol, but did not foresee the presence of another individual in the Pangea bar, someone who possessed a natural restraint against the Skrull race. I do not believe that any of the preparations made by this Skrull will be effective. Just then, the Martian Hunter, transformed into Alfred, reverted to his original form, startling Talos. He could clearly discern that the other's shape-shifting abilities were distinct from those of his Skrullkin. They were not of the same race at all. It was astonishing to realize that there were other races capable of disguise within the cosmos. In response to Talos' words, the Martian Hunter smiled faintly. In truth, my abilities extend far beyond mere transformation. Just look outside. At that moment, Talos sensed impending doom. Glancing out the window, he suddenly discovered that all his subordinates stood outside, frozen, and without exception, had reverted to their true Skrull forms. No, what has happened to them? What have you done? Particularly alarming was the fact that the Skrull who had approached Monica Rambeau had also returned to his original appearance and was now slowly advancing towards the house. Agent Fury, please attend to Monica. Ensure she does not become overly distressed. Allow me to handle it. Maria Rambeau, acting before Nick Fury could, stepped outside, for it was her daughter, and it would be best for her to provide comfort in such a situation. Meanwhile, Talos' expression darkened to an extreme. Even without knowing the Martian Hunter's specific abilities, he realized that the individual had somehow identified all of his subordinates and had taken control of them. All of his preparations had been shattered. In the words of Earthlings, he was the fish at the mercy of the knife. This phrase aptly described Talos' predicament at that moment. Chapter 101. Reclaim memories, it seems, Talos, that you no longer possess the qualifications to negotiate. Carol expressed her disdain for Talos, while simultaneously gaining a renewed understanding of the Martian Hunter's capabilities. Of course, this was not out of fear. Carol's straightforward thinking did not lead her to contemplate such complex matters. Merely a simple thought. But the telepathic abilities of the Martian Hunter are indeed remarkably useful, far surpassing her photon pulse. But I wish to make one final request. Oh, pray tell. Carol felt a spark of curiosity. Even in such a constrained state, Taros still intended to make a demand. As long as you keep the devouring beast at bay, I am willing to divulge anything you desire. I believe that once you acquire the intelligence I possess, you shall undoubtedly make an informed decision. The devouring beast? Everyone followed Taros's gaze and noticed an orange cat cradled in Reed's arms. A cat? Are you truly afraid of a mere feline? That is not just any cat. It is a devouring beast. Taros's reaction only deepened the confusion among the crowd. At that moment, Reed interjected to clarify. Have you all failed to realize? Gugu is not merely a cat. It simply bears a striking resemblance. Ron had informed me long ago. Once again, the group turned their attention to the Martian Hunter. Well, I assumed that Carol, having lived in the Kree Empire, would have heard of the devouring beast. Is it not common knowledge, even among the Skrulls? Carol was immediately struck by a wave of embarrassment. Could he possibly disclose to those around him that his existence in the Kree Empire had been consumed by relentless battles and training? The database could retrieve information as needed, yet he had never truly examined the contents of the Kree Empire's archives. Very well, the devouring beast will not approach you. Now, let us discuss why you have sought us out. What exactly do you Skrulls intend to achieve with the Pegasus Project? Feeling the weight of embarrassment, Carol could only attempt to shift the topic, though no one pressed the issue further. I possess an audio recording related to the Pegasus Project. Captured during a crash 6 years ago. Your voice, to be precise. As for that device, it seems you humans refer to it as a black box. Such an item holds no allure for me. State your intentions directly. The reason Taros dared to seek out Carol was the belief that the intelligence contained within that black box was precisely what the amnesiac Carol required. However, to her astonishment, the other party unequivocally rejected her proposition. No, this recording could aid you in recovering your memory. Indeed, it could, but Ron could achieve the same with greater ease. Following Carol's gaze, Taros turned to observe the Martian Hunter, who had subdued all of his preparations and subordinates. Ah, I see. Telepathy, such an ability then? It seems quite natural that my subordinates would fall under your control. Taros inhaled deeply. The situation had deteriorated to its utmost severity, and his last vestige of leverage had dissipated. Now, all that remained was a sincere plea for Carol's assistance for the scrolls. Very well, I shall speak candidly. I require your assistance in deciphering a set of coordinates. Regardless of the discourse, the act of retrieving one's own memories is invariably superior to relying on telepathy. Would you not agree, Mr. Ron? As Taros spoke, he cast a glance at the Martian Hunter, revealing that such formidable psychic abilities could only be possessed by the Martian Hunter himself. Yet, amidst the vast cosmos, there exist alien races and technologies capable of achieving similar feats, albeit lacking the potency of the Martian Hunter. Consequently, for those who have lost their memories, the question arises, is it more beneficial for the brain to gradually recall these memories on one's own, or to forcibly awaken them through other means? The universe has long reached a consensus on this matter. Indeed, Carol, you may very well listen to the recordings. Reclaiming your memories independently will prove far more advantageous for your mind. Ultimately, Carol resolved her decision within the confines of Maria Lumbo's warehouse. A group employed an antiquated computer, disconnected from the internet, to play back the recordings housed within the black box. This was a sequence of coordinates, intertwined with a dialogue between Carol and Lawson as they piloted the aircraft. Through this recording, Carol gradually began to recollect her past. She maneuvered the experimental plane, evading attacks from the pursuing spacecraft. With her exceptional piloting skills, Carol successfully positioned herself behind the enemy craft, a tactical advantage in aerial combat, as the aircraft in the rear could fire upon those in front. However, it was evident that the Kree ships lacked this vulnerability. Winnie Lawson, having defected from the Kree Empire, found herself at a considerable disadvantage, as the aircraft constructed using human technology fell far short of the Kree's capabilities. Carol was unable to lock onto the enemy fighter before it unleashed fire upon her, resulting in her aircraft being shot down. After an emergency landing, Winnie Lawson was gravely injured. As she attempted to sabotage the plane's engine, a bullet pierced her heart. In her panic, Carol seized Lawson's fallen energy pistol, aiming it towards the source of the impending assault. Emerging from the smoke was not the supreme intelligence of the Skrulls, as she had anticipated, but rather a figure she recognized and once held in high regard. The Kree Interstellar Squadron leader, Yon-Rogg. Realizing she stood no chance against this band of extraterrestrials, Carol resolved, in that critical moment, to fulfill the task Lawson had left undone. She directed the weapon at the engine of the experimental craft, and with a single energy bullet, the engine erupted in flames. However, the immense power derived from the space gem was entirely absorbed by Carol's body, endowing her with extraordinary strength. Thus concluded her recollections. For when Carol awakened once more, she had transformed into one of the Kree, her newfound power a gift from the Kree Empire. Everything she had once held to be true was, in fact, an elaborate deception. The truth had finally come to light. Carol stormed out of the warehouse, her face etched with indignation. She had suspected that the Kree Empire had deceived her, yet she had never fathomed that she had been living within a facade of false memories. The Skrulls could delve into her subconscious, and it was no surprise that the Kree Empire could alter her memories as well. It appears that you no longer require the restoration of your memories. At some point, the Martian Hunter approached Carol, his tone gentle as he began to speak. You have rediscovered everything you thought lost. Why now do you lack the courage to look forward? Ron, Chapter 102, Unraveling the Knot. You have reclaimed your memories, yet confusion still lingers. I am a Kree, Ron, but I reside on Earth. Meeting the gaze of the Martian Hunter, Carol voiced her innermost thoughts. Even to this day, I have not been able to fully recall all my memories of Earth. I cannot wholly consider myself an Earthling, yet I have been deceived by the Kree. Where else can I turn? Join the Skrulls? Perhaps? Indeed, that is not entirely out of the question. In the distance, Talos contemplated approaching Carol for assistance, silently reflecting that if she were willing to become part of the scrolls, he would wholeheartedly accept her, even if she were a carbon-based life form. Did he not observe the considerable efforts the Kree Empire expended to harness Carol's formidable powers? What detriment could there be in having one more Carol among the scrolls? Naturally, he would never voice such sentiments, especially after witnessing the Martian Hunter reach Carol before he could. He understood that the telepathic Martian Hunter must have perceived his thoughts. Rather than positioning himself as an outlet for Carol's frustrations, it was wiser to let the Martian Hunter assume that role. Talos could not have anticipated that the Martian Hunter, or Reed, would prefer to face no obstacles. I mentioned that I could help you recall everything from your past if you so desired. But the past remains forever in the past. What truly matters now is what you wish to pursue in the present. At this juncture, a flicker of regret crossed the Martian Hunter's visage. I apologize for reading your thoughts while you were attempting to recollect your past. Yet it is precisely for this reason that I understand you made promises to Wendy Lawson, or perhaps to Maywell. Is that not so? There are unresolved matters. Am I correct? Unresolved matters? Guided by the Martian Hunter, Carol finally recalled that there were indeed things left unfinished. After the crash, Lawson, despite her severe injuries, had urged her to remember a specific coordinate, hoping she would protect something significant located there. No, you were not mistaken, Ron. Your reading of my memory was accurate, and I am willing to share everything with you. Upon hearing this, the Martian Hunter could not help but let out a bitter smile. In his previous life, while watching the film, he had found certain aspects perplexing. It seemed as though nothing had transpired, yet the relationship between Carol and Nick Fury transformed so suddenly. Even after Nick Fury's disappearance due to the snap, Carol returned to Earth and displayed a sense of urgency when she could not locate him. Now, he finally comprehended the situation. Unlike the Carol from the comics, who, despite her cold demeanor, preferred to ponder alone, this Carol, akin to the cinematic universe, was remarkably trusting of others. Even the act of the Martian Hunter accessing his memories was permitted with such ease. However, this was fortuitous for Reed, as the Martian Hunter was destined to become Carol's most trusted and ultimately her last confidant. At that moment, it appeared as though Carol's eyes rekindled with the flames of the future. She excitedly addressed the Martian Hunter. Ron, you are indeed correct. I have unfinished business. Whether they're Earthlings or Kree, I am Carol, and that is sufficient. Lawson wants me to protect something, and now I shall find them. The Martian Hunter nodded and gestured toward the distant yet watchful Talos, who had been observing their exchange. Talos hopes you can decipher the coordinates and assist the Skrulls in locating a faster-than-light engine, enabling them to settle in a place undetectable by the Kree. From all that Lawson has done within your memories, I believe that perhaps Lawson and Talos share a common intent. She may wish to aid the Skrulls, which is why she sought to create this faster-than-light engine. If that is the case, the next steps are clear. We shall first decode the coordinates and then contemplate other matters. As dusk began to envelop the sky, everyone returned to Maria Rambo's home to deliberate their forthcoming actions. The primary focus was a group of Skrulls led by Talos. Carol remained uncertain about what exactly Lawson wanted her to safeguard, be it the technology for the faster-than-light engine or the energy core hidden within a laboratory. Both possibilities loomed large. Thus, before embarking on their mission, she needed to ascertain whether this malevolent Skrull could indeed be trusted. I know I do not deserve your trust, but Carol, you are our only lead, the Martian Hunter declared, having released his mental control over the other Skrulls. However, these Skrulls were now too intimidated to act recklessly, standing obediently behind Talos as they watched their general humbly express sincerity to a group of Earthlings. We have discovered that your energy signal matches perfectly with that of Maivel's energy core. Initially, we were unaware of the reason behind this, but now we understand. Talos is determined to join the ensuing operation, not solely for the faster-than-light engine, but also in search of someone he has long sought, perhaps also residing within these coordinates. I wish for you to comprehend the significance of this matter to us. Therefore, I implore you to include us in the forthcoming actions. The Kree will soon arrive on Earth, and we can assist you in combating them. At this moment, Carol has made her choice. Since Lawson initially opted to aid these Skrulls, Carol is also willing to fulfill Lawson's wishes by offering her assistance. Witnessing the humble demeanor of Talos, she has resolutely made up her mind. That string of peculiar numbers is not a set of coordinates, but rather a state vector. What? Talos exclaimed in astonishment, rising to his feet as Nick Fury seized the opportunity to provide clarification. The state vector encompasses both position and velocity. Since the laboratory is not situated on Earth, that series of state vectors merely indicates the orbital position of the laboratory at the time of the crash. By tracking its orbital trajectory, they could swiftly ascertain its current location. Maria chimed in, "This is merely fundamental physics." Now, Talos found himself utterly at a loss. He had approached Carol with great enthusiasm, believing they were unable to decipher the coordinates and that the key to unraveling them lay within her memories. And yet, he was now informed that they had already discovered the complete problem, only to have erred in their approach to solving it. Talos turned to his technical personnel. "Is it truly that difficult to decipher an orbital trajectory? You are my technicians." The technician shrugged helplessly, wishing to point out that it was the general who insisted that this was a set of coordinates, prompting them to attempt to decode it as such. Chapter 103. Boarding the laboratory. The Kree are set to arrive imminently, likely tomorrow morning, when the Kree squad, led by Jan Rog, will reach Earth. Even though Carol has severed the coordinate communication from her battlesuit, it stands to reason that since the Kree visited Earth 6 years prior, they must possess a means to locate them. Thus, if they can effortlessly ascertain the laboratory's position, how shall we venture into space? At this juncture, the Mars Hunter, who had remained silent thus far, raised his hand. "Actually, I can survive in space. I could venture ahead and scout the area." "No, Ron, we need you to protect Earth." Carol rejected the Mars Hunter's proposal. Given that the Kree can traverse space freely, it would be even more unwise to act alongside them. Having discerned the true nature of the Kree, Carol surmised that upon the arrival of Jan Rog and his squad on Earth, the Accuser's fleet would inevitably follow suit. The Accuser, with his formidable capabilities, would undoubtedly not hesitate to obliterate Earth, casting it out of the solar system. The Accuser could arrive at any moment. Hence, we require your protection for Earth. I understand. The Mars Hunter did not refuse, not because he had relinquished the Tesseract, but because those joining this mission included Red, who still clutched the Devourer. "Maria, you remain on Earth to watch over Monica, while I, along with Reed, Nick Fury, and Talos, shall proceed to Lawson's spaceship laboratory." Carol swiftly organized everyone's tasks, and the upcoming night would see the unfortunate Skrull technicians endeavoring to modify Earth's aircraft. Transforming a vessel incapable of breaching the atmosphere into one fit for cosmic travel within a single night posed a formidable challenge. During this time, Carol, with the assistance of Maria's daughter Monica, revamped her Kree suit, transitioning it from its original deep green to the iconic red and blue of Captain Marvel. As the sun rose anew, Jan Rog entered an abandoned warehouse nestled within the forest. There, he encountered a female Skrull, who had disguised herself as Carol to divert Jan Rog's attention. Carol confided many personal details to her. Initially, the Skrull answered all of Jan Rog's inquiries regarding her identity. However, when asked about the Kree who had previously donated blood to Carol, she faltered, as this information had not been relayed to her by Carol. This moment of hesitation sealed her fate, as Jan Rog's energy projectile pierced her heart. Jan Rog then realized that Carol had indeed lost control. He promptly established a communication link with the Accuser, Ronan. If Carol was truly beyond control, this was the opportune moment to subdue or even eliminate her. To prevent any recollection of Earth's affairs, the most effective strategy would be to annihilate the planet entirely. Undoubtedly, the Kree Empire, as a dominant cosmic civilization, possessed the technology to obliterate a planet. Ronan, the Skrulls have infiltrated 53, and the entire planet is now under their control. Hurry. Ronan's response was direct. Having been prepared on Hala, he issued commands almost immediately. For the Kree Empire, the Skrulls must be eradicated, Commander. The Accuser's warship executed a space jump, traversing hundreds, even thousands of light years in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Maria took her daughter to seek refuge at a relative's home, leaving only the Martian Hunter behind. Now, let us observe how the Kree intend to proceed. Luther, it is time for you to act. Simultaneously, in New York City, Luther, occupied with corporate matters, received a call from Tony Stark. "Tony, what is going on? You sound breathless." At that moment, Tony, having hurried to his Stark Industries office, spoke without pausing to catch his breath. "Luther, Jarv, S. Just informed me that our satellites had detected an unknown fleet, possibly extraterrestrial, preparing to attack Earth. Upon hearing these words, Luther's eyes narrowed, and in the next moment, the telepathic communication from the Martian Hunter infiltrated his mind, instantly illuminating him to the entirety of the situation. I comprehend now. I shall relay this information to the American government, which in turn will disseminate it to the world. At that juncture, Carol, accompanied by her companions, ascended aboard Lawson's laboratory, a cloaked Kree Empire cruiser. Throughout the journey, Tauros exhibited considerable anxiety, a sentiment Carol readily understood. For Tauros had left all his subordinates on Earth to assist in buying time. Naturally, he was the one most eager to locate the faster-than-light engine. However, gradually, Carol began to realize her misjudgment. Tauros was indeed anxious, yet his urgency did not solely revolve around acquiring the faster-than-light engine. Upon their arrival in the cruiser's Grand Hall, alongside the Cosmic Cube, they encountered a multitude of Skrulls clad in human attire. Lawson had sheltered them, and they had resided there for 6 years. Tauros was not in pursuit of the faster-than-light engine or the Cosmic Cube. He sought his compatriots, those who had been safeguarded by Lawson but had lost all contact due to Lawson's demise. To locate these individuals, Tauros and his subordinates, undeterred by the prospect of sacrifice, dared to confront the entire Kree Empire with a Skrull warship in their quest to find them. In that moment, Carol's resolve to assist the Skrulls intensified. She vowed to aid them in reuniting the thousands of their scattered kin across the galaxy. Just then, the hall's portals swung open once more. Yongrok strode in, accompanied by his Kree squad. To ally with the enemy, is this your choice, Fury? Call me Carol. Nick Fury instinctively drew his weapon. Yet upon observing the advanced energy armaments wielded by his opponents, which were centuries ahead of his own, he promptly raised his hands in surrender. Carol attempted to resist, but the power within her remained inaccessible. The device implanted by the Kree Empire at the nape of her neck suppressed her abilities, and now, Yongrog activated this contraption. In the absence of Carol's formidable combat prowess, all the Skrulls within the laboratory found themselves helplessly subdued. Yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Captured, Nick Fury surveyed his surroundings but could not locate Red, whose presence was so faint that even Fury failed to discern when he had vanished. Alongside the iron box containing the Cosmic Cube, I knew he would be perfectly suited for espionage. Chapter 104. Tension mounts for battle. Nick Fury, of course, refrained from disclosing their discovery. He complied obediently with the Kree's control, squatting on the ground. Deprived of her powers, Carol was ensnared within a special connector deeply embedded in the Kree armor, linking her brain's neural pathways. Yang Luoj harbored no intention of killing Carol. Instead, he sought to summon the Supreme Intelligence to transform Carol once more into one of their own. Meanwhile, concealed in the shadows, Reed presented the box containing the Cosmic Cube to the devouring beast, Gugu. Come now, Gugu, devour it. Throughout the day, Reed had played the role of a meerkat tree, and now that function was finally coming to fruition. Gugu shook its head, then suddenly opened its mouth, extending numerous octopus-like tentacles to ensnare the iron box containing the Cosmic Cube, swallowing it whole. Indeed, this scene was rather terrifying. Reed believed he was genuinely startled. Gugu, while initially quite attractive, did exhibit a rather alarming aspect when it opened its mouth. What a sound! At that moment, the commotion caused by the devouring beast consuming the Cosmic Cube revealed Reed's position. An interstellar team member named Atlas, who favored wielding dual-energy pistols, slowly approached Reed's location. It seemed I could not evade capture. Since the devouring beast obediently swallowed the Cosmic Cube, Reed saw no reason to remain hidden. He rose boldly, raising his hands in greeting to the approaching Atlas. Let me guess, my level of threat is nearly non-existent? Just moments ago, this group of Kree had scanned everyone with a specialized device, determining that another human male, Nick Fury, posed an almost negligible threat. Atlas, unfazed by Reed's remarks, nonetheless took out his scanning device to assess Reed, given the latter's raised hands. However, the results were starkly different from those of Nick Fury. The scan on the human male indicated high-tech armor, threat level high. The scanner's alert startled Atlas, leaving him incredulous that a mere Earthling could possess armor deemed so threatening by Kree warriors. Yet, such underestimation would cost him dearly. Oh, it appears your technology indeed possesses merit. With a wave of his hand, Reed shimmered, and a suit of black armor resembling Luther's kryptonite armor materialized around him. In the next instant, his fist collided with Atlas's face. Despite the Kree's superior physical capabilities, they were mere mortals in the face of technology. With a single punch, Atlas's head caved in, collapsing to the ground, clearly beyond salvation. Damn it! A Kree sniper named Minerva immediately squeezed the trigger, sending an energy bullet hurtling toward Reed's unprotected head. However, just as the bullet was about to strike, it was intercepted by a transparent energy barrier. Surely you didn't believe I would expose such an obvious weakness? I am not like you Kree, who embark on missions without even donning a helmet. The contrast between the fallen Atlas, who had been felled by a single blow, and Reed, who now stood protected by an energy barrier, was stark. It appears that this group of technologically advanced Kree are, paradoxically, displaying a deficiency in intellect. Eliminate him. The vigilant Yanrog observed the scene of Atlas's demise. To Carol, and to Earth, he might indeed be perceived as a villain. However, to the Kree Empire, he was undoubtedly a devoted soldier. Thus, he would not tolerate any indignity towards the Kree Empire or its people. The remaining trio of Minerva, Bronchuk, and Kolas surged forth to attack Reed. Noticing the energy battle axes and dual energy blades in their possession, Reed prudently opted not to confront them head-on. Instead, he swiftly darted into a nearby corridor, luring the three into a more confined space for combat. This maneuver inadvertently granted Nick Fury and Talos the opportunity to evade capture, with the loss of 3 elite members. The combat proficiency of the ordinary Kree warriors was evidently lacking. Nick Fury and Talos feigned compliance with their captor's directives toward the prison, but as soon as they were out of Yanrog's sight, they immediately launched a counterattack. They dispatched the ordinary Kree soldiers who had captured them, seized their weaponry, and began their resistance from a facility designated for detaining ordinary Skrulls. Such developments could not escape Yanrog's notice. However, he was compelled to keep a vigilant eye on Carol, who was currently undergoing the brainwashing of the Supreme Intelligence. Thus, he relayed the news to the 3 pursuing Reed. Return, the Skrulls are in revolt. The trio exchanged glances, and ultimately, the close combat adept Kolas continued the pursuit of Reed while the other 2 hurried back. It seemed peril was brewing for Nick Fury, nonetheless. It was also time for the Martian Hunter to spring into action. Realizing that only one was in pursuit of him, Reed halted and turned to face Kolas. It appears you have no intention of fleeing. Poor Kree, unable to recognize your impending demise. Detecting the disdain in Reed's words, Kolas no longer hesitated. He brandished his dual energy blades and launched an assault against Reed, who in turn activated 2 arm blades from his armor, engaging in combat. Meanwhile, within Carol's consciousness, her awareness was once again intertwined with the Supreme Intelligence through the spacecraft. The Supreme Intelligence endeavored to further alter her memories, aiming to revert Carol to her former identity as a Kree warrior. Yet, having unearthed her past memories, Carol was unwilling to allow her recent experiences to be rendered as mere illusions. She sought out her former friend Maria and made new acquaintances, including the one currently safeguarding Earth, Ronan. However, the moment she attempted to exert her powers against the Supreme Intelligence, the device at the nape of her neck would activate, suppressing her abilities. Gradually, Carol's resistance began to wane. She ultimately failed to recover all her memories, leaving many blanks that could easily be filled with false recollections. She was on the verge of reverting to her former self as a loyal Cretan warrior. Meanwhile, within the confines of the White House, Mr. Luther, you mentioned that there exists an individual capable of resolving this crisis. The images captured by the Lex satellite reveal that the adversary's artillery has already begun charging. Having realized the impending alien invasion, the President of the United States, who had disseminated this news across the globe, redialed Luther's number, only to find that Luther did not respond directly. Check your surroundings. This should be behind you now. Behind me? The President pondered, slowly turning around to behold the Martian Hunter, appearing before him in his original form. Good day, Mr. President. I am about to engage in combat within the cosmic expanse above America. Thus I wanted to inform you in advance. Chapter 105. A theatrical battle. Are you telling me that the Lex Corporation has been concealing an extraterrestrial from me? The President's mind was nearly in upheaval. How could he, the President of the United States, remain oblivious to such a monumental affair? Yet, he felt powerless, for the Lex Corporation had long since become a colossal entity within the American economy, standing firmly as his financial backer. Under such circumstances, opposing the Lex Corporation was entirely out of the question, especially with the alien presence now revealed. Had Lex continued to hide the extraterrestrial and it remained undiscovered, he might have sought some advantage. However, now that the alien had stepped forward to assist in repelling the enemies of space, should any issues arise in the future, the responsibility would not rest with the Lex Corporation, but rather with whoever occupied the presidential seat at that time. This predicament weighed heavily on the president's mind, for it was akin to resolving one issue by creating another, an approach that merely addressed symptoms without tackling the root cause, leaving the threat of the aliens ever present. Yet, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Very well, I consent to your engagement in combat within the cosmic realm above the United States. The necessary documents will be swiftly dispatched to the Lex Corporation, and I shall lend my full support, transferring all rights of the space program to them. Is that satisfactory? Though the crisis appeared to be one affecting all of humanity, it was ultimately the president who had benefited from the Lex Corporation. Thus, he felt obliged to reciprocate. After all, the space program would ultimately serve the interests of the United States. Transferring its ownership to the Lex Corporation was not a matter of great consequence, as it was not the sole undertaking in the realm of space exploration. On behalf of Mr. Luther, I extend my gratitude. Your Excellency, the Martian Hunter smiled subtly, signaling the completion of this transaction. The president, eager to continue, inquired, how do you intend to confront this additional alien warship? Or have you, upon arriving on Earth, brought along your extraterrestrial technologies? If the alien before him truly possessed advanced technology, it would indeed be a tremendous boon for the United States. However, the Martian Hunter shook his head under the hopeful gaze of President. I apologize, but there are no warships. I am sufficient on my own. As he spoke, the Martian Hunter lifted his head, his body gradually passing through the ceiling of the White House, soaring into space at a speed far surpassing that of any spacecraft. The president, observing from the window, witnessed this spectacle with clarity. Damn it, I thought you were a technological innovator, yet you reveal yourself to be a master of mutation? The disappointment etched on the American president's face upon learning of the Martian Hunter's intention to employ superhuman abilities against the alien fleet was palpable. In an instant, the Martian Hunter arrived before the Kree fleet. Accuser, an unidentified entity has appeared ahead. According to our scans, it appears capable of surviving in the vacuum of space without any external armor. Indeed, I see as well. Ronan struggled to suppress his astonishment. While it was not uncommon for certain races to thrive in the cosmos, those races invariably possessed unique abilities. Though they might not match the technological prowess of the Kree Empire, caution was imperative. Initially, Ronan had no intention of taking hasty actions, but upon observing the Martian Hunter's striking resemblance to the Skrulls, he made a swift decision. Though reason cautioned him that Skrulls did not possess such capabilities, what if? The mere thought of a Skrull variant emerging filled Ronan with unease, compelling him to immediately order the fleet to open fire. Meanwhile, the Martian Hunter, who had been contemplating how to provoke Ronan, felt a sense of relief as the enemy initiated the attack. In the next moment, the Martian Hunter's form suddenly swelled into that of a colossal monster, his massive physique surpassing even that of 3 Kree motherships. With his indomitable body, he effectively shielded the Kree fleet's barrage of energy beams. However, one beam slipped through, hurtling toward Earth below, after traversing the atmosphere. This energy beam retained little power upon impact, yet it still obliterated an apartment building. The unsuspecting populace suddenly became aware that something was amiss in the sky. This attack was not an isolated incident. In the footage broadcasted by the Lex satellite, the Martian Hunter, using his formidable stature, defended Earth from the Kree fleet's bombardment. The Kree fleet, recognizing the Martian Hunter's intentions, refrained from targeting him directly, opting instead to unleash their most potent weaponry upon Earth. After all, the Martian Hunter would undoubtedly find a way to deflect the attacks himself. What need was there for them to aim? This was a performance, a grand spectacle devoid of any discernible flaws, and the Martian Hunter would not remain a passive recipient of all assaults. Trivial attacks, incapable of inflicting harm, were effortlessly endured, and feigning a fierce battle was of little consequence. However, from the onset of the conflict, he diligently monitored the thoughts of the Kree. The moment they contemplated employing weapons that could cause him injury, the Martian Hunter would preemptively disrupt their intentions, ensuring such strikes never reached him. While the act of performance was all well and good, sustaining actual harm was an entirely different matter. Fortunately, the System's assessment of his role was based solely on behavior, without consideration of Red's underlying thoughts during the enactment. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Otherwise, based solely on Red's intentions, it would be absurd for his performance rating not to plummet into the negatives. As assault from space rained down, the President of the United States, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, chose to reveal the truth to the public. He was reluctant to do so, knowing that such revelations would only incite chaos, yielding no benefits for the government. Even if the populace were to learn the truth, they could not venture into space to lend assistance. Yet, there was no alternative. The Martian Hunter and the Kree fleet were engaged in combat directly above America, and it appeared that the aliens had discerned the Martian Hunter's intent to protect Earth, directing their firepower towards the United States. The closest nation bore the brunt of the conflict. Had he known, he would have opposed their battle above American skies. Why not wage war over Russia? That vast territory, with its sparse population, would have suffered far less. As the president assessed the precarious situation, it became evident that to safeguard Earth, the Martian Hunter had no choice but to endure. More troubling than the losses sustained by the United States was the realization that they bore a tremendous cost without the prospect of victory, a truly agonizing predicament. Just as the president pondered strategies and considered whether there was a means to assist the alien in space, the Secretary of Defense entered. "Mr. President, someone wishes to speak with you on the phone." "Who is it?" "Unless it pertains to the very survival of America, I would prefer not to be disturbed." "It is the mutants. They claim they can offer assistance, but require your authorization, Mr. President." Chapter 106. The intervening mutants. At this moment, the world was in shock. Following the United States' revelation of the space battle, other nations, aware that they could not entirely suppress the dissemination of information, opted to disclose the news as well. With the broadcast from the Lex satellite made public, countless ordinary citizens witnessed the Martian Hunter using his very body to shield Earth from the onslaught, and tears flowed freely. Although the conflict had primarily affected the United States, many took a perverse pleasure in its misfortunes. Yet, those with even a modicum of intelligence could comprehend that if aliens could assault America, they could just as easily target any nation on Earth. True coexistence was an illusion, and no one was willing to grovel before extraterrestrials in hopes of forgiveness. As the colossal and terrifying figure of the Martian Hunter stood resolutely against the barrage of artillery, an overwhelming sense of emotion gripped all witnesses, rendering them speechless. Perhaps, in the future, should the Martian Hunter continue to dwell on Earth, this profound sentiment might be eroded by the inherent threats posed by formidable powers. However, at this moment, everyone was deeply moved by the heroic actions of the Martian Hunter. Each individual fervently prayed for the triumph of the Martian Hunter in battle. Meanwhile, within the confines of the White House, a moment of clarity dawned upon me. I too would grant you, the mutants, the authorization to engage in combat in space. Depart at once and assist the Martian Hunter in repelling the extraterrestrial assault. The intentions of the mutants were unmistakably apparent. They sought to curry favor before the human government. Perhaps in the future, the mutants would inevitably turn against humanity. But for now, it was undeniable that they needed to coexist peacefully with humankind. With the looming threat of the aliens, the mutants could not afford to remain detached from the conflict. Thus, their attempt to ingratiate themselves was not a difficult decision to make. In the vastness of space, the Martian Hunter, as an avatar of Red, was able to observe the system panel, witnessing the dramatic rise in the performance metrics of the Martian Hunter, now nearing 70. This invigorated him immensely, as it signified that once he relinquished his avatar abilities, the Martian Hunter's strength would revert to Red, endowing him with 70% of the Martian Hunter's power. The Kree fleet would be no match. If the Kree Empire possessed no hidden resources and could not muster a few Infinity Stones, the Martian Hunter could even subdue the Kree homeworld of Hala. Should he continue the act? The Martian Hunter pondered whether to heighten the drama, perhaps allowing the performance metric to soar to 99, and upon the completion of his mission, reach 100, thus fully manifesting the Martian Hunter. Yet, reality is ever fickle. Just as the Martian Hunter hesitated, a specialized aircraft ascended from the estate in Westchester, carrying several mutants into the cosmos. "Professor, can you use your powers to halt the attack of the warships?" Due to Red's influence, the newly formed Avengers had already suffered a loss with Scott, their heavy artillery specialist. Moreover, in this era, the future renowned mutants had yet to mature, leaving only Storm, Aurora, and the Ravager, Alexander Summers, to accompany them. Storm addressed the professor, expressing their lack of expertise in space combat, particularly Alexander, who, in contrast to his brother Scott, although able to choose whether to release the laser energy within him, struggled with the control of such abilities. Energy could erupt from any part of his body, and accuracy was severely lacking. Whether he could breach the enemy's warships remained uncertain to Aurora. However, it was clear that the ship they were aboard was doomed. "I'm trying." In truth, there was no need for Aurora's reminder. Charles had already endeavored to utilize his telepathic abilities to control the Kree. Yet, success remained elusive. This was not due to the Kree possessing technology capable of shielding their minds, but rather because a far more potent psychic force had long enveloped the battlefield, rendering any intervention impossible. No, that Martian Hunter similarly wielded psychic abilities, and his were even more formidable. I surmised that I must employ a brainwave amplifier to contend with his mental prowess. What? Upon hearing this, Aurora was astonished. After all, Charles's psychic ability was one of the last trump cards of the mutants, more crucial than Eric's manipulation of magnetic fields. The emergence of such an extraterrestrial being implied that should the mutants launch an assault on humanity, Charles would be utterly restrained by the Martian Hunter. Yet, if that were the case, why did he not utilize his psychic powers to conclude the battle from the outset? The answer is rather simple, Aurora. You could surmise it as well. He is merely acting, just like us, seeking to garner the trust of the public and government. After Charles's explanation, Aurora's expression soured further. With such an extraterrestrial presence, and the human forces behind him, did the mutants truly have a chance at securing a temporary peace? Do not fret, Aurora. Charles, perceptive to Aurora's thoughts, was not the principled Charles of another world. He was adept at using his abilities to peer into the hearts of others. The multitude of mutants had long grown accustomed to this and bore no aversion to Charles's methods, for they inherently shared the same ideals. We possess an advantage over this green extraterrestrial. At the very least, mutants are evolved from humanity, while aliens will forever remain outsiders. If they could take action and directly gain support, it would be splendid. However, if they could not, it was not an insurmountable predicament. Charles believed that as long as this formidable extraterrestrial existed, the U.S. government would have no choice but to rely on the strength of mutants to maintain balance. On the battlefield, the Martian Hunter sensed an intrusion into his psychic realm and, with a brief moment of attention, detected the mutant breaching the atmosphere. It seemed that I was not the only one seeking to benefit from this incident. With this thought, the Martian Hunter resolved to cease the charade. If he truly granted the mutants an opportunity to emerge in this battle and gain the support of ordinary people, even if he maximized his portrayal of the Martian Hunter, it would be a substantial loss. Thus it was time. The Martian Hunter's form expanded once more, this time leaving no room for error, deflecting all attacks while simultaneously connecting his mind to Carol, who was still aboard the Kree warship, brainwashed by the Supreme Intelligence. Carol, awaken, remember your name. At this moment, Carol's resistance against the Supreme Intelligence had waned significantly. Whenever a flicker of defiance sparked within her, the device at the back of her head would unleash a mental assault. Simultaneously, fabricated memories, devoid of any loopholes and conjured by the Supreme Intelligence, were surreptitiously injected into her blank memory fragments. The life of a Kree was poised to supplant her existence as a human on Earth. Chapter 107. The rescue of Carol. The situation aboard the Kree cruiser was far from favorable. Nick Fury and Talos retaliated using Kree weaponry. However, these weapons were equipped with identification systems. After expending only a few rounds, the firearms ceased to function upon detecting that the user was not a Kree. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the creature, Gugu, which was cast aside by Red, demonstrating its formidable devouring ability as a devourer, Fury and Talos would likely have met their demise. So, this is the devourer you mentioned? Nick Fury cautiously cradled Gugu in his arms, fear gripping him, yet recognizing that this creature was their last resort against the Kree. Talos took a step back, distancing himself from Fury. I had already informed you. Is a devourer, possessing an extra-dimensional space within it, capable of consuming anything. Were it not for the current circumstances, I would have devised a way to prevent the devourer from opening its mouth. Utilizing the devourer, Fury and Talos could only hope to guard the prison holding the scrolls. Any offensive actions were beyond their reach. Although the devourer could sprout tendrils and effortlessly devour anything, it remained a carbon-based organism, susceptible to injury and death. The Kree undoubtedly possessed methods to counter the devourer, and the chances of a proactive assault were slim. Furthermore, the devourer might not heed their commands. Meanwhile, the battle between Red and Koroth raged on. Despite Red achieving overwhelming success, he struggled to defeat his opponent. The seasoned Kree warriors, particularly the elite skilled in close combat, were not in the slightest inferior to the renowned superheroes in terms of combat techniques. Their obscurity did not equate to a lack of prowess. As for Carol, the most formidable fighter bearing the weight of hope, her situation was dire. Her memories were on the brink of complete rewriting. Within the realm of consciousness, the Supreme Intelligence observed the collapsed Carol with a disdainful smile. What did it matter if one possessed the power to effortlessly obliterate Kree warships? Ultimately, it was futile against the might of the Kree Empire. Remember, Voss, you're a proud Kree warrior. You must fight for your people. Carol's eyes gradually dulled, and in the next moment, she was on the verge of becoming an entirely pure Kree. No longer mere patches of misleading memories, but fundamentally altered recollections of Carol. Just then, a burst of flames suddenly materialized in the expanse of the consciousness realm. What was happening? How could such a formidable entity of consciousness exist? The willpower of the Martian Manhunter is astonishingly robust to the extent that, when it comes to the intensity of awareness, not even the Supreme Intelligence that encompasses all Kree wisdom can compare. Although on Mars, John Johns holds the position of a mere hunter, a police officer, he is bestowed with the name of the Supreme Light, and, within the New 52 narrative, has even ascended to the status of the Martian King. He stands as the most powerful and unique being among the Martians. Furthermore, Martians inherently cherish maintaining a psychic connection with one another, enabling the Martian Manhunter's consciousness to contend with the Supreme Intelligence. What do you intend to do? The Supreme Intelligence observed the Martian Manhunter with trepidation, harboring a premonition that her plans might be thwarted by this green extraterrestrial, reminiscent of the Skrulls. I have merely come to restore Carol's true past to her. No, I cannot allow you to succeed. Armed with the collective will of the Kree, the Supreme Intelligence unleashed a formidable psychic assault upon the Martian Manhunter. However, devoid of a consciousness of her own, how could the Supreme Intelligence possibly triumph in the realm of the mind against the Martian Manhunter? Imperturbable, the Martian Manhunter erected a mental barrier around himself, deflecting the onslaught of the Supreme Intelligence. No, stop. As the crouching Martian Manhunter was about to touch Carol's mind with his finger, the Supreme Intelligence cried out in desperation, but to no avail. As the Martian Manhunter's finger made contact with Carol's being, the false memories implanted by the Supreme Intelligence shattered like glass. A look of anguish crossed Carol's face. Do not panic, Carol. Soon you will reclaim all that is yours. The Martian Manhunter's call seemed to resonate deep within Carol's soul, and in the next moment, a torrent of past memories surged forth. Carol recalled her life from childhood, remembering how she had always been looked down upon. Her father believed her only duty was to play with dolls at home. Her teachers thought she should not enter military school. Her comrades felt she would fail the pilot tests. Her superiors deemed her unfit for combat flying. Carol had been constantly denied, yet each time she rose again. It was her will, bolstered by the inspiration of her brother, who once pointed to the stars and described an infinitely vast future. And now, a Martian with green skin, yet adorned with a gentle smile, John Johns, was returning the future she had lost into her hands. Carol extended her hand, accepting her future and her true power, the indomitable strength to never yield. She rose once more, standing resolutely before the Supreme Intelligence. It appears, Supreme Intelligence, that your plan has failed. Upon witnessing Carol's return to normalcy, the Martian hunter contemplated releasing the tightly clasped hands of the two, simultaneously severing their mental connection. Yet, to his surprise, he found himself firmly grasped by her. Do not depart from my spirit, Ron, for I cherish this communion of our souls. The Martian hunter's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Carol would place such unwavering trust in him. However, since she showed no inclination to resist, he found no justification to persist in his intentions. Noticing the hunter's relinquishment of the desire to abandon her consciousness, Carol smiled, gazing at the supreme intelligence before her. With her remaining hand, she crushed the suppression device affixed to her neck and cast it aside. I've been fighting with one hand tied behind my back. Now, let's engage once more. The supreme intelligence, a convergence of the wisdom of all Kree, was struck with a look of terror as, in the next moment, Carol unleashed the energy within her, shattering the very realm of consciousness that the supreme intelligence had established. In reality, Yornrog, who stood vigil over Carol, beheld her radiating with energy, the suppression device irreparably damaged by the force she emitted, and a similar expression of fear contorted his face. How is this possible? She has broken free. In the next instant, an immense burst of photon energy erupted, propelling Yornrog backward, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Carol, now fully in command of her formidable power, announced, "It is time to put an end to the Kree's aggressive endeavors." Chapter 108. Carol's awakening. The mere photon energy emanating from Carol was sufficient to pin Yornrog to the ground, rendering him immobile. How infuriating! How can you be so strong? Yornrog could hardly fathom the enormity of the energy within Carol, for the Supreme Intelligence had withheld such specifics from him, a mere commander of a Kree squad. During their training sessions on Hala, he had sparred with Carol numerous times. Even when she employed her abilities, he believed that clad in his Kree battle suit, he could hold his ground due to the suit's gravity manipulation. Yet this time, as he endeavored to activate the gravity device within his suit, he discovered that he was utterly incapable of controlling it. The energy radiating from Carol, even without direct aggression towards him, overwhelmed his suit entirely. Observing Yornrog's disheveled state, Carol exhaled slowly, dissipating the energy that surrounded her. "I once held you in high regard." With the suppression lifted, Yornrog cautiously rose to his feet. He looked into Carol's eyes and said, "I too have exhausted all means to nurture your potential. I earnestly hoped you could master your power. Under the constraints of your Kree rules, is it?" Carol interjected, unreservedly dismissing Yornrog's disingenuous words. "You are merely exploiting my strength. If you truly regarded me as a compatriot, you should not have deceived me from the very beginning. This way, at the very least, we would not have become adversaries. Although Yornrog killed my the one whom Carol admired most, upon their first encounter, had the Kree chosen to speak the truth, even if Carol did not join their ranks, there would not have been significant hostility, for the notions of right and wrong are never absolute. For the Kree Empire, the act of eliminating the traitor Mywell was justified and traceable. Yet, the Kree opted for deceit, leading to the inevitable confrontation between Carol and them once the truth was unveiled. Do you comprehend anything? I act solely for the Kree Empire." At this moment, Yornrog suddenly activated his battle suit's gravity generator, and a greenish-blue luminescence erupted from the special device on his arm, creating a unique gravitational field in an attempt to subdue Carol. However, this time, the battle suit, which Yornrog prided himself on, proved utterly ineffective. The greenish-blue gravitational field dissipated the moment it came into contact with Carol's form, obliterated by the instinctively released photon pulse, rendering it powerless. "Indeed, you fight for the Kree Empire, while I now stand against you for the sake of Carol." With that, Carol sprang into action, enveloped in photon energy. Her speed exceeded the speed of sound in an instant. She became akin to a moving sun, bursting forth from the confines of the chamber, and Yornrog, who stood in her path, was sent flying, crashing to the ground once more. Cursed be such power! At this juncture, Yornrog recognized Carol's formidable strength, abandoning any thoughts of confrontation. Nevertheless, he connected to the communications of the elite Kree members. Fury has lost control. Eliminate her at all costs. He transmitted this seemingly suicidal order to his subordinates before dashing towards the Kree spacecraft. He needed to return to Hala to inform the Supreme Intelligence of the threat posed by Carol, enabling it to make the most astute decision. Meanwhile, Carol, moving at supersonic speeds within the ship, swiftly incapacitated all the ordinary Kree soldiers. Following Yornrog's command, the sniper Minerva and the powerhouse Brawn immediately rushed to engage Carol in battle. Despite having only executed a single mission together, they remained teammates, and Carol refrained from unleashing her full strength against them. Brawn charged forward, his arms glowing with greenish-blue light, eager to leverage the advantage of his battlesuit's power. Yet, such strength appeared trivial in the face of Carol's might. Originally, Carol was concerned that her strikes might be too forceful, potentially harming her former comrades. However, through a mental connection established with the Martian Hunter, she swiftly acquired the expertise needed to control her powers. In an instant, she sent the advancing Blanchard sprawling to the ground with a single punch. The sniper Minerva aimed her weapon at Carol, but in the next moment, her sniper rifle was effortlessly twisted in half by the opposing force. "You've always known everything, which is why we can't seem to connect," Carol remarked. "No, it's simply that I find your personality unappealing." Her inquisitive nature failed to rekindle any semblance of affection between them. After easily defeating the two, Carol made her way towards the battlefield where Red and Karoth were engaged. Seemingly provoked by Minerva's words, she realized that these Kree had never considered her a true ally, leading to Karoth's unfortunate fate. He was oblivious to Carol's arrival and was swiftly knocked unconscious. "Oh, impressive armor, Mr. Red. Is this Martian technology provided by Ron?" Upon observing Red's armor, Carol instantly discerned that it was designed more for self-preservation than for combat. Nevertheless, its technological sophistication rivaled that of the Kree Empire. This is the ingenuity of humanity. "Don't forget, even your beloved Ron was brought to Earth by me. You should be grateful." A blush crept onto Carol's cheeks, a reaction that Red found quite pleasing. After this incident, he would become the true Martian Hunter, no longer needing to confront these troublesome female heroes directly. A little assistance from him would be welcomed. "Ron is currently battling the Accuser's fleet. I'm heading there now. You should gather Nick Fury and the others and take the aircraft to safety." Carol hastily departed from the Kree cruiser, and in the next moment, the Martian Hunter's voice echoed in her mind. "Do not worry, Carol. Your feelings towards these Kree have nearly diminished. As a human, you have your own stance." Red nodded, reassured by the Martian Hunter's words, feeling no further hesitation. Gazing at the unconscious Karoth on the ground, energy blades once again emerged from Red's arms. "Farewell, alien scum. Next time, I shall be the one to come for you, this eradicated race." Chapter 109. Annihilation. The Hunter Karoth, a character etched in comic lore, warranted Red's attention. After severing the enemy's head, he ensured the complete cessation of life before slowly departing. In the hall, Red encountered Nick Fury and Talos, who had returned with all the scrolls after Carol had dispatched the Kree soldiers, alleviating their pressure. They were now facing the recovering Blanchard and Minerva. Blanca, relying predominantly on close combat, retained a semblance of fighting capability. However, the looming threat of the Devourer beast rendered him hesitant to act. As for Minerva, having lost her sniper rifle, her strength diminished significantly, and faced with Talos, who had successfully reclaimed the scroll weapon, she harbored little confidence in her ability to prevail. The arrival of Reed shattered the delicate balance entirely. Exchanging a glance with Blanca, Minerva understood it was time to fight with all their might. Naturally, it was Blanca who first abandoned the charge, believing that only by threatening the armed Talos could he afford Minerva the precious moments needed to take aim. Yet, a single utterance from Reed obliterated his resolve. "Gugu, devour him." As Reed spoke softly, Gugu and Nick Fury's arms stirred to life. In an instant, numerous tendrils erupted from its mouth, ensnaring Blanca's limbs with swift precision. Damn it, why is the Devourer beast so obedient? Blanca found himself perplexed. Yet there was no time to ponder further. In the next moment, he was dragged into Gugu's maw, traversing through the Devourer beast's digestive passage into an alternate miniature universe. Blanca, witnessing her comrade being consumed by the Devourer beast, Minerva instinctively prepared to pull the trigger in retaliation. However, glancing at the fully charged scroll weapon in Talos' grasp and the armored Reed, who slowly advanced before them, she decisively relinquished her weapon. "My heavens, did you craft that armor yourself? Mr. Reed, what other remarkable secrets does your Lex group conceal?" Previously, she had only caught a fleeting glimpse, but now, upon closer inspection, Nick Fury discovered a newfound fascination. Who could possibly resist such armor exuding perfect security? "Mr. Reed, perhaps. I apologize, Agent Fury, but I am merely a humble butler, unqualified to inquire into the internal affairs of the Lex Group." At this, Nick Fury rolled his eyes. "If you want to share, then so be it, but at least conjure a more plausible excuse. You're just a butler. However, since becoming Luther's assistant, your name has been linked to every lucrative project within the Lex Group. Who would believe that an ordinary butler could fabricate a time machine? Ridiculous. Nevertheless, Nick Fury chose not to pursue the matter further, deciding against disclosing this information. It bore no advantage for him. The ensuing chaos from a government-Lex group conflict over this armor's technology would serve no purpose but to disrupt society. In truth, this was precisely why Reed chose to unveil his armor here. He understood that even if Nick Fury could not derive benefits from him, he would undoubtedly refrain from leaking the information. As their conversation concluded, Reed turned his attention to the last Kree warrior aboard the cruiser. "You will not let me escape, will you?" Upon hearing this, Red exhibited a benevolent smile. "If we were to be captured, I presume you would unceremoniously cast us into the void of space, perhaps even deeming it a waste to expend a single energy bullet." Minerva's expression stiffened. Indeed, she had contemplated such a course of action. After inspecting all the captives, her intent was to jettison them directly into the cosmos. However, she had merely entertained the thought, and before she could articulate her intentions, Red unexpectedly emerged and delivered a devastating blow to Atlas, leaving her no opportunity to voice her plans. "My Martian hunter informed me, so do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Might I request you to disembark?" 2 minutes later, the hatch of the cruiser swung open, and Minerva, stripped of her battle attire, was unceremoniously ejected into the vastness of space, where she was instantaneously frozen into a lifeless ice sculpture. Now, regarding this suit of armor. This suit is certainly a trophy of the Lex Group, is it not? What say you, General Talos? Red maintained his jovial demeanor as he addressed Nick Fury, yet his gaze lingered on the distance, keeping Talos. Truth be told, Talos now regarded Red as even more perilous than the Kree. While Red had seemingly ceased targeting Skrulls, Talos harbored an unsettling intuition that this Earthling bore a broader disdain for all non-human intelligent life forms. "Ah, yes, indeed," Talos acquiesced after a moment's contemplation. Compared to an operative within an organization, a being like Red was undoubtedly more treacherous. Observing the spineless Talos, Nick Fury let out a resigned sigh. Alone and with limited options, he resolved that upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., he would reach out to Richard within the Lex Group, hoping to procure some technology. With a 5% stake, Richard should still be secure within the organization. Outside the cruiser, the Forsaken Yon-Rog cast a glance towards the distant Accuser fleet, engaged in battle with the Martian Hunter, feeling no inclination to provide assistance. If the entire armada could not subdue this green extraterrestrial, what could he possibly achieve in his diminutive craft? Would he merely be courting death? Consequently, without further ado, Yon-Rog plunged into the jump point, heading towards the Kree homeworld. Hala! Meanwhile, on Ronan's side, through mental communion, the Martian Hunter sensed that Carol, who wielded command over her powers, would soon be at his side. Additionally, the mutant spacecraft was nearing arrival. Thus, the Martian Hunter resolved to no longer hold back. His form expanded once more, towering to a height exceeding 1,000 meters. And with a mere outstretched hand, he could effortlessly grasp a Kree mothership. What manner of extraterrestrial being is this, and why has it never graced the Kree's database? Initially, upon realizing that the Martian Hunter was tasked with protecting the planet behind him, Ronan felt a surge of elation, for he had discovered a means to continuously assail this alien. However, as time passed, a sense of despair gradually enveloped him. Their relentless assaults failed to breach the opponent's superficial defenses, resulting instead in significant energy depletion for their mothership. Now, confronted by the resurgent Martian Hunter, an even more daunting reality awaited him. For in another direction, a human radiating photon energy was hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Chapter 110 concluded with a command: release all drones to bring down these two monstrosities. Upon his words, 3 Kree motherships unleashed hundreds of drones, half encircling the Martian Hunter while their energy weapons unleashed a barrage of attacks, hoping to compel the Hunter to relinquish its grip on mothership. The other half surged towards the approaching Carol, launching what could only be described as a suicidal assault, desperately attempting to intercept her advance. Yet, these drones met with failure. The mothership's main cannon, lacking the time for prolonged charging, could only inflict fleeting wounds on the Martian Hunter, which would swiftly heal. The laser weapons aboard the drones were even less capable of penetrating its defenses. In contrast, the Martian Hunter merely surveyed the surroundings, its piercing gaze annihilating all nearby drones in an instant. Damn it! Was this creature merely toying with us all along? Those on Earth, reliant on the Lex satellite for broadcasts, could not perceive it, but as the commander of the Kree fleet directly engaged with the Martian Hunter, Ronan could not remain oblivious. The green-skinned extraterrestrial before him had never intended to fight. It had merely endured their attacks for reasons unknown. Now, with the luminescent being's arrival and its serious intent to engage, their fleet found itself utterly defenseless. "Ronan, I am coming." At that moment, Carol, undeterred by the drones, forcefully broke through their blockade, drawing near to the Martian hunter with her indomitable form. "If that is the case, then I leave it to you, Carol." With that, the Martian hunter exerted its strength, hurling the massive Kree mothership like a baseball towards the oncoming Carol. Just like that, Carol cried out in exhilaration as her form accelerated once more. "Witness my home run," swinging her fist, dwarfed by the enormity of the Kree mothership. Carol charged at the thrown vessel. In the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded that left Ronan in disbelief. He was the accuser, leading a fleet that represented the pinnacle of Kree technology. Yet, this technological marvel was pierced through entirely by a single punch from the opponent. Amidst the brilliance of flames igniting in the cosmic void, the Kree mothership transformed into a fireball, succumbing to gravity as it plummeted towards Earth, ultimately crashing into the open waters of the Pacific Ocean. One can easily envision how the remnants of such an extraterrestrial spacecraft would incite contention among various nations. However, those are matters for another time. At this moment, witnessing the formidable presence of the two individuals before him, Ronan struggled to suppress his astonishment. His surprise was not rooted in their prowess, for although their strength was indeed formidable, such beings were not unheard of within the cosmos. The All-Father, Odin of Asgard, the Dark Nebula's Titan Thanos, and even the Kree, if fully equipped and prepared, could unleash similar combat capabilities. Yet this time, they had miscalculated. Underestimating the technological advancements of Sector 53, they had neglected to bring along truly potent weaponry, leaving them caught off guard. "Retreat," Ronan commanded, imprinting the visages of the two adversaries in his mind, determined to return better prepared for their next encounter, intending to convert them into assets for the Kree Empire. However, in the next moment, the colossal Martian hunter unleashed a powerful heat vision, colliding with a photon blast emitted by Carol Danvers at a nearby mothership, resulting in a catastrophic energy surge. In an instant, this time, there was no fireball. The second Kree mothership was reduced to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. "Withdraw. We shall return for the weapons another time," Ronan bellowed, issuing commands to his subordinates, unwilling to engage with these two formidable foes without adequate resources. The final mothership, the one harboring Ronan, promptly prepared for a hyperspace jump. At that moment, one of his lieutenants approached him. "Recover the weapons? Are we referring to the remnants of drones and missiles?" "No." Ronan slowly shook his head, discerning that the two opponents did not intend to annihilate them completely. They evidently wished to prevent the Kree Empire from setting its sights on Sector 53. Should a single accuser perish in the solar system, Earth would soon face a full-scale assault from the Kree Empire. While the Martian Hunter and Carol might possess the individual capability to withstand and evade, safeguarding a mere planet, especially one devoid of spacefaring technology, would be utterly impossible amidst a total war. Ronan grasped their intentions and found himself in agreement. He recognized that neither Carol nor the Martian Hunter were indigenous to this planet and harbored no desire to strike against it. The targets of their retrieval were the two of them. However, the next encounter would likely not transpire within this primitive star system. With the completion of the hyperspace jump, Ronan's mothership departed the solar system. At that moment, the mutant spacecraft was just departing the atmosphere, arriving alongside the two heroes. As the Martian Hunter gradually returned to his normal size, he and Carol observed their tardy companions. "It seems our allies have arrived late," remarked the Martian Hunter. "Just the two of us is sufficient, is it not?" responded Carol, a hint of confidence in her voice. On Earth, all those who witnessed the Kree retreat and the valiant struggle of the two superheroes erupted in jubilant cheers. This marked a triumphant victory for humanity, encapsulating their initial encounter and conflict with an extraterrestrial civilization. Although reliant on the powers of superhumans and another alien being, this did not diminish the elation felt by the populace. Within the hallowed halls of the United Nations headquarters in the United States, the assembly room had transformed from a venue of diplomatic squabbles into a gathering of the leaders of all member nations. They convened to bestow the highest honor upon their Martian ally, Ronan the Accuser, and the human champion, Carol Danvers, in the name of the world. This newly established medal symbolized achievements acknowledged by all nations globally. Behind this display of recognition lay a fierce competition among various countries for the allegiance of the alien, Ronin. Carol Danvers' past had been unearthed. Prior to her disappearance, she served as a pilot in the United States Air Force. The United States held a natural advantage in matters concerning Carol, unlike the case with Ronin. Despite being transported to Earth through a special device created by the American Reed, Ronin did not exhibit a strong inclination towards the United States. Each nation sought to harness the power of the Martian Hunter. The mutants, in a bid to aid this endeavor, revealed their mastery over spacecraft technology. Yet even a week after the commendation, they received no overtures from any nation. Nevertheless, Charles remained unperturbed, exuding an air of confidence as he reassured his companions. Do not fret. Humanity will seek us out. While they exploit alien powers, they will also remain wary of this force. I alone possess the capability to restrain their mental abilities. Chapter 111. The Blind Nick Fury. Hey boss. Someone else is here to see you, or rather, to see your pet. At LexCorp, Lex Luthor, ostensibly the most prominent figure within the corporation, approached Reed's office to personally report on the happenings in the lobby. It seems our African-American friend must sacrifice an eye to find peace. Reed chuckled, his gaze falling upon a badge on the wall behind him, reminiscent of the one awarded to Carol. Similarly, during the United Nations recognition ceremony, Luthor received an accolade for the achievements of LexCorp's satellite in detecting the alien fleet. However, unlike the commendation given to the Martian Hunter and Carol, Luthor's medal was merely a recognition of merit. Nonetheless, this sufficed. To ascend the ranks of human society, one needed only to be remembered for their glory, without the necessity of accolades for their accomplishments. With this merit, it is almost a foregone conclusion that Luthor will enter the political arena. As for when he will ascend to the presidency, if all goes well, it is likely that he will take his rightful place when Tony becomes Iron Man. Very well. I shall go and pay a visit to that individual. Perhaps this will be the last occasion we converse in such a tranquil manner. In the lobby of LexCorp's first floor, when the time came, Nick Fury sat gloomily on the sofa, one hand covering his eyes. It seems that this fellow, having lost one eye, has become a target of the cosmic will. Indeed, it appears you are paying the price for your actions, Agent Nick Fury. Mr. Red, you never mentioned that Gugu possessed such a volatile temperament. I now feel as though my eyes no longer belong to me. That is only natural. Red smiled faintly and spoke the truth directly. The wounds inflicted by the Devourer are irreparable. At least, they cannot heal with the self-regenerative abilities of an ordinary human. After all, who provoked that feline? That is the cost. He is not a cat. You said he is the Devourer. Is that so? I may have mentioned it. Nick Fury's intent in seeking out Gugu was quite straightforward, for Red did not conceal the fact that the cosmic cube had been consumed by Gugu, nor did he intend to have Gugu regurgitated at this time. Only in this manner could he rightfully retain the cosmic cube, and once Nick Fury's attention waned, he could quietly appropriate the cube for his own research. After mocking Nick Fury for a moment, Red turned to an unexpected yet reasonable guest. Carol, I did not anticipate you would find the time to visit me. Indeed, accompanying Nick Fury was none other than Carol. However, Red understood that she was not there to seek him out, but rather to find the Martian Manhunter. Pardon the interruption, Mr. Red. Given their previous collaboration and the assistance Red provided during her own quest for memory, Carol's demeanor was naturally amiable, compared to her expression during recent media interviews, which resembled that of one morning deceased parents. She appeared significantly improved. Is Ronin with you? I have a matter to discuss with him. Understood. Red nodded, and in the next moment, a green silhouette gradually manifested from within him. In plain sight, the Martian Manhunter utilized his powers to appear before everyone. Due to Red's machinations, the recent Kree incident was no longer concealed. The Martian Manhunter, like Carol, had become a hero in the quest to save Earth, and thus was able to present himself in his true form. Carol, is there something you need? Carol seemed somewhat surprised. Throughout the past week, she had been engaged in various media interviews while the Martian Manhunter had hidden within Red's form, citing severe injuries sustained during battle as his reason for retreat. The two had not seen each other for a week, yet for reasons unknown, Carol felt that the Martian Hunter seemed to have grown gentler. This transformation was not unexpected. Red and Luthor had endeavored to amplify the impact of the recent event, thereby broadening the influence of the Martian Hunter's heroic deeds. following the commendation by the United Nations. The role of the Martian Hunter had reached its conclusion. Now, the individual engaging with Carol was the genuine Martian Hunter, Ron Rons, distinct from the persona portrayed by Red. I have something to discuss with you. Let's step outside, Ron, Carol proposed. With that, she took Ron by the hand, and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, they soared into the sky, departing from New York. Well then, Agent Nick Fury, do you have any further matters to address? Carol inquired as she and the Martian Hunter took their leave, prompting Red to turn his attention back to the one-eyed Nick Fury. There are indeed a few matters, Fury replied, presenting an invitation from Maria Hill to Red. A celebratory banquet honoring the heroes of this event. Although I cannot accept a medal due to my position, partaking in a meal should not be considered inappropriate. Of course, Mr. Luther is welcome to join as well. I shall decline. The affairs of LexCorp demand my attention. Luther responded, fully aware that the true protagonist of this incident was Red, not himself. He understood his role. Very well, I accept, Red acknowledged. After receiving the invitation, Nick Fury departed, his vision utterly compromised, necessitating immediate medical attention. Following Fury's exit, Red entered Luther's office, where Luther handed him the prepared documents. Surely, you could utilize the Martian Hunter's abilities to extract information directly from my mind, rather than making me expend time gathering intelligence, Luther expressed with a hint of frustration. Red merely shrugged in response. Is that so? Regrettably, I am but a human, not a Martian. I have not possessed these abilities for long, and am still unaccustomed to such cerebral communication. As he spoke, Red began to examine the documents in his hands. These records contained the reactions of mutants over the past week. Silence was the singular assessment. The entire mutant community, whether the X-Men or the Brotherhood of Mutants, was surprisingly calm at this moment. Yet, as all eyes turned towards the extraterrestrial visitors, none noticed the mutants' subdued response. It seems our mutant friends are choosing to patiently await the olive branch, Luther remarked. If the Martian Hunter were to remain on Earth, this would indeed be inevitable. What Charles could discern, Red and Luther could naturally perceive as well. The pursuit of extraterrestrial powers is merely a fleeting endeavor. In due time, humanity will once again yearn for its own innate strength, even if that strength emanates from a mutated faction of humankind. Chapter 112. Carol's thoughts. Meanwhile, the Martian Hunter, having departed alongside Carol, found himself led to a seaside cliff. Here, Carol sat quietly at the precipice, gazing into the distant coastline. Despite reclaiming all her past and attaining the long-coveted honor, why did she still appear so despondent? The Martian Hunter settled beside her, his tone gentle as he spoke. You seem troubled. I am indeed discontented, Carol replied. For this past week, you severed our spiritual connection, leaving me to confront a throng of troublesome reporters alone. The Martian Hunter paused, momentarily taken aback. He was the genuine Ron Rons, and found himself somewhat disoriented by the favorable sentiment that Red had cultivated in advance under his name. Yet, he discerned the essence of Carol's words. Recalling Red's instructions, the Martian Hunter did not hesitate to utilize his abilities to reconnect their minds. Instantly, he comprehended Carol's innermost thoughts. Likewise, Carol sensed the concern the Martian Hunter harbored for her, causing much of her accumulated resentment over the week to dissipate. As for whether the memories Carol perceived had been embellished by the Martian Hunter, now trusting him enough to bare her soul, she had no inclination to question this matter. You are not content because this is not the life you desire, the Martian Hunter stated. You wish to save more lives, rather than stand in the limelight receiving adulation. However, Carol interrupted him, that is not the entirety of it, Ron. Your observation of my inner world is rather sluggish. She sighed deeply. It is also because of Talos and the numerous scrolls. Looking out at the boundless sea, she continued, I can circumnavigate the globe in 10 minutes, but in some corner of the universe, countless scrolls are enduring persecution, suffering under the unilateral warfare of the Kree. Talos wishes to establish Earth as a new sanctuary for the scrolls. Yet I know this is not feasible. Indeed, it is not feasible, the Martian Hunter concurred. Even without Red and Luthen's deep-seated aversion to non-human intelligent species, he could clearly discern that the Skrulls could not remain on Earth indefinitely. Humanity would never genuinely accept the Skrulls, and Carol could not bear to see the Skrulls reside on Earth. Lawson's plan had failed. With humanity's current technology, the prospect of achieving faster-than-light travel was insurmountable. and reliance on the Kree Empire was not an option. Carol expressed her worries, not only about her chaotic life, but also about the current state of the Earth. Given this, why not fulfill Lawson's wish in your own way? The Martian Hunter gestured towards Carol, and in the next moment, under the influence of their mental connection, a powerful surge of photon energy emanated from Carol once more. Lawson's plan had not failed. Although the faster-than-light engine was destroyed, the explosion ultimately saved her, transforming her into a formidable superhero capable of resolving the Skrull's plight, should she choose to do so. Empowered by the force awakened within her by the Martian Hunter, Carol soon harnessed this energy. Indeed, she was no longer the Carol of old, but had become Captain Marvel, a superhero endowed with extraordinary strength. You are right. I am capable of fulfilling Lawson's wish, aiding the Skrulls in finding a new home, and combating the Kree, as well as Ronan. Ronan's threat looms perpetually. He will inevitably target both Carol and the Martian Hunter again, to prevent Earth from sinking into a similar crisis. Their best course of action would be to depart. As time passes, the gratitude of the people will be overshadowed by their fear of power. For our sake, for the sake of Earth, we should not remain here any longer. Simultaneously, the Martian Hunter had one more thing to express, that for the sake of mutants, he must leave Earth and accompany Carol. This was indeed the wisest choice. However, what about Mr. Ed? He is also important to you, is he not? You are important to me too, Carol. The Martian Hunter's final words dispelled all of Carol's concerns, with Ronan by her side. What part of the vast universe would be beyond her reach? With the Martian Hunter's support, Carol felt elated, yet she could not overlook a crucial matter. The Tesseract, while she felt reassured with Mr. Red overseeing it, was Lex Luthor truly suitable? Although they had not interacted extensively, it was evident that Luthor would not resonate well with anyone possessing heroic inclinations, especially considering that Carol bore Kree blood within her. Thus, her impression of Luthor was far from favorable. Rest assured, Carol, your brother reassures you. Although Mr. Red is Luthor's assistant, their relationship is more akin to a collaboration. So there's no need to worry about Luthor bypassing Mr. Red to access the Tesseract. Is that so? Then I can be at ease. That evening, the trio attended a celebration at Maria Rambeau's home. Before departing Earth for the cosmos, Carol ultimately left Nick Fury a pager specifically for contacting her, for Earth is, after all, her homeland, and in the event of unforeseen circumstances, she needed someone to reach out to her. Simultaneously, this serves as an insurance, a safeguard ensuring that the Cosmic Cube will not be misused by Red's employer, Luthor. Aware of this, Nick Fury naturally took hold of the communicator, and the celebration concluded amidst joyous laughter. Particularly for the Skrulls, Carol's promise to assist them in seeking habitable planets rekindled their hope. Even though this endeavor was monumental, requiring them to first gather Skrulls from various corners of the universe, it still symbolized hope. The following day, Carol and the Martian Hunter appeared simultaneously at the United Nations headquarters in the United States. All nations presumed that the Martian Hunter had made a choice, with the United States being the most elated, as the Martian Hunter had arrived alongside Carol, who would undoubtedly remain loyal to her country, firmly embracing her identity as a U.S. Air Force pilot. This instilled the President of the United States with a sense of confidence, believing that with this achievement, he could secure his position for a full 8 years. Chapter 113. Departure from Earth, however, the subsequent words of the two left everyone astounded. Ladies and gentlemen, I connect my spirit with yours, aiming for all to hear what we are about to convey. Not merely a live broadcast, with a Martian Hunter as formidable psychic abilities. He linked both his and Carol's minds with the consciousness of every individual on the planet. This fundamentally prevented any potential slanderous actions the government might undertake after their departure. What on earth do they intend to do? The President of the United States' countenance darkened. This unforeseen development meant that everyone could fully hear the Martian Hunter's ensuing words, signifying that the government would no longer have any control over public opinion. While people might accept the information disseminated by government-controlled media, they would always place greater trust in their own experiences and observations. The Martian Hunter and Carol? We could directly hear the words of these two heroes. Across the globe, all who were aware of the previous Kree invasion event felt a surge of exhilaration, regarding the two as genuine heroes. At that moment, the Martian Hunter's voice resonated within the hearts of all, including the mutants. Ladies and gentlemen, We do not seek to become objects of your adoration. We merely wish to do what is right and assist more individuals. However, human society possesses its own rhythm, which should not be interfered with by us. Midway through his statement, the Martian hunter was abruptly interrupted by Carol within the realm of consciousness. What you say is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Allow me to take over. In front of the multitude, within the interconnected consciousness of all, Carol forcefully interrupted the Martian hunter, prompting him to reveal a hint of resentment. As this was a shared consciousness, the faint trace of his discontent was palpable to everyone worldwide. Everyone shared a knowing smile. At that moment, they realized that these heroes were not so distant from themselves. Even a Martian hunter, a being from Mars, possessed a heart that was fundamentally human, capable of thought and a myriad of emotions. Following the Martian hunter's words, Carol continued, Earth shall not face a crisis, and we are not suited to remain here. Our powers are too immense and could easily be exploited by those with ill intent. Thus, Ron and I have resolved to venture into the cosmos to explore the vastness of space. One day, when humanity reaches the stars through its technological prowess, we might soar together beneath the celestial canopy. This is our hope and a form of protection. Carol's words were straightforward, and the politicians recognized that the two had no intention of entangling themselves in earthly affairs. Although there was a hint of disappointment, a greater sense of relief prevailed. The powers wielded by Carol and the Martian hunter were indeed beyond their control, and mishandling them could lead to catastrophe. Their departure from Earth, and their decision to leave together, might truly be the wisest choice. Once Carol spoke, a similar understanding began to ripple among the ordinary populace. As human consciousness briefly connected through the Martian hunter's influence, those with astute minds instinctively conveyed their insights to others, illuminating the significance behind the duo's exit from Earth. It represented a safeguard for humanity's present and a beacon of hope for its future. Fellow beings across the globe, do not worry excessively. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the Lex Group, the day when humanity explores space is not far off. At that moment, a consciousness far more potent than that of an ordinary individual emerged in the realm of awareness. It was Luther, seizing the opportunity to showcase his Lex Group on a global stage. Shortly thereafter, Tony's consciousness also appeared before everyone, though it lacked the formidable presence of Luther's complete form. Stark Group, too, shall not abandon the quest for the cosmos. We shall not falter. We are united. From every corner of the world, those deemed elite, who wielded a significant portion of humanity's resources, sent forth their consciousness into the sky, declaring their resolve to the world. Their true intention might have merely been to seize this promotional opportunity. Yet regardless, such proclamations greatly bolstered public confidence. Having just triumphed over extraterrestrial foes, it seemed that venturing into space would not require an extended wait. Naturally, the greatest beneficiary of this moment was the one who first stepped forward, the formidable Lex Luthor. With this experience, everyone remembered the name Lex Luthor, and it was universally acknowledged that Lex Luthor was undeniably the foremost human of the present day. Amidst the multitude of ordinary consciousnesses, Red silently suppressed the power of his own consciousness. Merging the abilities of the complete Martian hunter, the Joker, and Alfred, along with Red's own will, his consciousness surpassed even that of the Martian hunter. Yet, the time for Red to flaunt this identity had not yet arrived. Of course, there were others equally restraining their capabilities, such as Charles, who found himself encircled by a group of mutant consciousnesses. His gaze was fixed intently on the Martian hunter and Carol soaring in the high skies. He could hardly fathom that these two would rather depart from Earth to confront an extraterrestrial threat alone than remain on the planet. Consequently, the human society's demand for superpowers diminished once more. Mutants had transitioned from being a necessity to a potential menace. He could envision that their demonstration of possessing interstellar travel technology would not only fail to garner the attention of the American government, but would instead incite wariness among humans towards the mutants. Professor, what shall we do? The mutants, aware of Charles' plan, began to express their discomfort. At that moment, Magneto's consciousness slowly approached Charles. Charles, is it safe to speak here? No problem. My power may not rival that of the alien, but I can ensure my voice remains unheard by others. Eric nodded gently in response. Currently, the only way for humanity to rely on the power of mutants to elevate their status was to allow a portion of mutants to become outright criminals. who would then be defeated by their own kind. Chapter 114. The self-awareness of the Martian Hunter Red was unaware that the mutants had begun contemplating a similar approach to enhance their status through theatrics. The collective consciousness of humanity soon came to an end. Within human society, numerous conflicts remained unresolved. In the short term, this was manageable. However, if the connection lingered, unpredictable events could unfold. For instance, the discord between the Eastern Power and Japan was not a rift that could be mended by a mere shared consciousness. Moreover, perhaps the tensions between the two would erupt entirely due to an inability to conceal their innermost thoughts after one or two exchanges. Nevertheless, following this mental connection, the Martian Hunter, Ron Rons, and Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, set off together into the cosmos. In a vast expanse of space, the Skrulls piloting the Kree cruiser had long awaited their arrival. The Skrulls yearned for a new homeland, and thus, they were prepared to join forces with the two, seeking not only a new abode, but also searching for their scattered kin across the universe. With a brilliant flare erupting at the moment of their transition, the fleet swiftly departed the solar system. On Earth, Red sensed the telepathic communication from the Martian Hunter within his office. Martian Hunter, it appears you have departed from the solar system. You should still recall our plan. With minions like the Joker and Luthor, Red felt a sense of assurance. For as villains and lunatics, they were indifferent to his methods. However, the Martian Hunter was different. As a hero, should he gain consciousness, he might well contest Red's approach. Regarding the system's assertion that the differentiated characters could not refuse their commands, Red remained skeptical. If this system could exert control over all souls in the world, perhaps even various deities, why not eliminate everything above the Marvel Universe and take their place, rather than remain confined within his own body? Although conspiracy theories regarding systems had become commonplace in the web literature realm, Red remained cautious. Indeed, the Martian Hunter's next words confirmed that Red's concerns were not unfounded. Mr. Red, Carol is not a villain. I believe she should not be treated as such. Yet, Red interjected, a good person has little impact on me, you know? He had anticipated that these superheroes, once differentiated and self-aware, would inevitably question his methods. As Red prepared to hear further rebuttals from the Martian Hunter, he was taken aback by a sigh emanating from the consciousness space. Very well, I understand, Mr. Red. The Martian Hunter ceased his argument. Yet whether he was constrained by some limitation or harboring ulterior motives remained a mystery to Red. However, I must request a more gentle approach. Forcibly exerting mind control through trust is not a prudent choice. There are many potential influences on the mind in this world, and unforeseen events may occur at any moment. The Martian Hunter's reasoning was sound, yet Red suspected he might genuinely be advocating for Carol. Nonetheless, he decided not to press the Martian Hunter further. He nodded in agreement with the proposal. All right, but you must understand that I need Carol to obey my commands. This cannot be compromised. As for your methods, that is entirely your choice. Understood. The mental connection was severed, and the Martian Hunter aboard the Kree cruiser sighed. Ronan, what is it? Are you truly reluctant to leave Earth? Noticing the shift in the Martian Hunter's demeanor, Carol approached him immediately, and Ronan quickly shook his head. It's not that, Carol. There are just some other matters troubling me, but it's nothing now. As he spoke, the Martian Hunter glanced at the Kree working throughout the cruiser. Transforming Carol is a long-term endeavor. For now, his immediate task is to resolve the issues concerning the Skrulls. Presently, there are no Skrulls on Earth, as the few remaining have departed. According to Reed's intel, it is imperative that no sanctuary is afforded to the Skrulls. Rather, a rationale must be devised to bring them to Earth. Reed harbors his own strategies regarding their management. Luthor, will you truly comply unconditionally with my orders? In Luthor's office, after conversing with the Martian Hunter, Reed sought Luthor once more. What are your thoughts, boss? Luthor replied, I remain skeptical about the system's capacity to manipulate your thoughts, as I am acutely aware of your independent persona. Luthor himself, who remains largely unaltered. Upon hearing this, Luthor nodded. You are correct. The system's control over us is not particularly robust. I merely must fulfill the objectives you set forth. Yet the means to achieve these goals are subject to our discretion unless you meticulously oversee every detail. While we each possess our own consciousness, we ultimately originated from you. Reed, the pivotal factor in our control is not the system, but you, my leader. Luthor offered this succinct explanation, but refrained from elaborating further. likely due to Reed's lack of inquiry. He sensed that Luther was not averse to divulging the truth, yet was constrained by some unseen force. The only conceivable power capable of controlling these bifurcated entities must be the long-absent system. Without delving deeper into this matter, Reed shifted focus to a recent occurrence. I hear an intriguing individual has joined LexCorp. Am I correct? With the sensitive topic of the system set aside, Luther's tone became more liberated, and he handed Reed the prepared dossier. It's something you have been monitoring. As Reed perused the documents, the first image that caught his eye was that of a striking blonde woman, Susan Storm. Indeed, given that the Victor Group is currently at a disadvantage in its rivalry with LexCorp, it is only natural that Susan, having departed from Reed Richards, would gravitate towards the more promising LexCorp. According to the information, Susan had recently ended her relationship with her rather conventional boyfriend, Reed Richards, and in light of this, she seeks to demonstrate her capabilities are not inferior to those of a genius absorbed in his laboratory. Thus, LexCorp, being superior to the Victor Group, naturally became her primary choice. Chapter 115. Arranging for Susan. Luther, according to the information available in this world, you're already 25 years old, correct? I know what you are thinking. Two individuals possess equal intelligence and information. Reed has long since conveyed the potential events that may transpire, along with pertinent details regarding the individuals involved in the comics. Thus, Luther immediately comprehends the other party's intentions. Indeed, I am in need of an assistant, and it is time to consider marriage. In a world devoid of Louise, Susan should suffice. Susan herself holds little intrinsic value. Her abilities are entirely concentrated in the superpowers that emerged following the cosmic storm's impact. If one disregards her superhuman capabilities, Susan's personal skills are merely commendable, far from the realm of genius. Of course, it is plausible that her talents have not been fully apparent due to her constant association with Reed, an exceptional prodigy. Nevertheless, the emphasis placed upon Susan, even more than that afforded to other members of the Fantastic Four, can be attributed to one sole reason: her son, Franklin Richards. This formidable Omega-level mutant, unlike other mutants who are classified as Omega due to their capabilities reaching that classification, is designated as such purely because his potential is limited to the Omega tier. This child possesses the extraordinary ability to create universes effortlessly during cosmic annihilation and to reboot an entire universe, a feat that only an entity of supreme power, seemingly governed by the will of a writer, could rival. Importantly, within the myriad of parallel universes, only in Universe 616 is Franklin Richards' father Reed Richards. In other universes, Franklin is bestowed with different fathers, yet his mother invariably remains Susan. However, it is crucial to understand, dear leader, that this Omega-level mutant may have come into existence solely due to the union of Susan and Reed. Were I to take their place, the future Franklin Luther would likely lack such formidable power. What I seek is not Franklin's strength, but rather the assurance that such power will not manifest in realms beyond my control. Confronted with Luther's insights, Reed remained remarkably lucid. He had never entertained the notion that intercepting Susan could yield an Omega-level mutant. Such an entity, even if materialized, would remain beyond Reed's control without sufficient strength. All he desires is for Franklin to not be Reed's son. He cannot permit the emergence of an Omega-level mutant in this world, even if it were but a child. As for strength, he shall accumulate it through other means. Is that so? Then I comprehend. Observing Reed's clarity, unmisled by prophetic foresight and not overly reliant on his advantages, Luther felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, he revealed Susan's personal information within the internal system of LexCorp and directly designated her as his secretary. Leader, is there anything else? I need to delve into the ways of winning Susan's heart. Such matters are likely not to your liking. Indeed, that is true. With a nod, Red exited the office. The tale of Captain Marvel had reached its conclusion, and it was time for him to meticulously plan his forthcoming endeavors. In Washington, within the Triangular Wing building, Nick Fury returned to his office, resuming his clerical duties, though not at this moment. The loss of one eye did not obscure the stern expression etched upon his face, as he diligently edited a document titled The Protector Initiative on his computer. This was not a submission for the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather a plan for his future self. A soft knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Upon receiving Nick Fury's permission, Coulson entered the office, placing a meticulously wrapped gift box upon Fury's desk. I'm delighted to see you in the office today, sir. During the last operation, Coulson appeared to have been forgotten. However, he had actually been dispatched by Nick Fury to manage internal affairs within S.H.L.D., concealing critical intelligence regarding the Tesseract and the Skrulls. The Earth need only be aware of the Kree's existence. Knowing about a shape-shifting Skrull provided no benefit to human society. Shall we not take a look, sir? Though the wound may never heal, wearing an eye patch all day is hardly an exemplary image. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury opened the gift box before him, revealing an array of artificially crafted irises in various colors, custom-made by S.H.I.E.L.D. While they could not restore his vision, they at least allowed him to appear as an ordinary person. Not everyone can accept the reality of a once healthy body now marred by imperfection. However, Nick Fury was different. Upon seeing these vibrant prosthetic eyes, he suddenly found that wearing an eye patch was not an insurmountable burden. While others might feel psychological pressure, Nick Fury would not be undone by the loss of one eye. So, the situation is that the Kree ultimately scorched one of your eyes because you refused to relinquish the Tesseract? Indeed, the information regarding the Tesseract had been leaked, for it had appeared in the hands of Hydra during World War II. Thus, its emergence is not entirely unexpected. However, according to the official database, the Tesseract should currently be in the ruthless hands of the Kree, which consequently resulted in the valiant Nick Fury's injury. You know, we neither acknowledge nor deny such claims. The true whereabouts of the Tesseract remains an enigma. I understand. Coulson nodded, having learned part of the truth about this world alongside Nick Fury. He was destined to become an unwavering ally of Fury. As Coulson contemplated his departure, Nick Fury spoke once more, articulating the thoughts that weighed heavily on his mind. We remain entirely unaware of the myriad interstellar threats that may loom before us. Our solitary female security officer and our amicable Martian ally evidently believe that humanity is not yet ready to engage with the cosmic events surrounding us. However, we cannot afford to remain passive. S.H.I.E.L.D. alone cannot safeguard the Earth. Coulson immediately discerned the implications behind Fury's words. Do you believe we could discover others akin to Carol and Ronan? Yet, Director, it is essential to recognize that neither of them is a pure human. The Martian Hunter is either a Martian or a relic of ancient Martians, while Carol possesses half-Kree lineage. Coulson pondered the difficulty of locating individuals with similar powers among humanity. We have long possessed such individuals. Humanity is not solely defined by geniuses like Tony, Luther, and Reed, but also by a mysterious cohort of mutants. Chapter 116. Bats and the Death Knell. With all due respect, sir, Coulson interjected, interrupting Fury's discourse. The enigmatic nature of mutants renders them too inscrutable. We cannot simply place our trust in a clandestine group that has consciously concealed its existence among humanity for decades, if not centuries, with unknown intentions. The skepticism towards the mutant community is not solely held by Reed, the informed one. Both Fury and Coulson, as well as nearly all intelligence agencies, maintain a vigilant stance towards the existence of mutants, especially in light of Charles's telepathic abilities, which has only intensified their wariness. Thus, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly, though this remains merely a preliminary outline. Nonetheless, it is indeed time to engage with the mutants appropriately, Coulson. Can I entrust this task to you? Although Nick Fury has yet to ascend to the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his commendable performance during the Kree incident has granted him a degree of autonomy in his actions. Understood, Coulson acknowledged, and upon sensing that Fury had no further directives, he exited the office. Meanwhile, Fury perused the files on Carol, ultimately drawing inspiration from the name of the fighter jet she once piloted. The Protector's Initiative, indeed, does not sound particularly appealing. Fury's fingers danced across the keyboard, and soon, the Protector's Initiative was bestowed with a new moniker. The Avengers Initiative. Now, that is a commendable choice. Fury smirked briefly before his expression darkened. If only I could enlist Luther or Reed, my concerns would be alleviated. The Avengers Initiative cannot contain mutants alone. It requires human members to counterbalance the mutants' influence. Yet, from both Luther and Reed, he perceived ambition. The LexCorp's encroachment into the political arena serves as testament to this reality. Entangled too deeply with the government does not align with Nick Fury's definition of a hero within the Avengers Initiative. It is imperative that entities like the Martian Hunter and Carol Danvers operate beyond governmental constraints as they represent the ideal choice. In truth, aside from Luthor and Red, Nick Fury had another option, Tony Stark. However, it is evident that the current Tony fails to meet Fury's expectations. In Fury's eyes, Tony remains leagues behind his father, Howard. Furthermore, even if Nick Fury were to extend an invitation to Tony at this juncture, it is likely that Tony would show little interest, as his mind is preoccupied with unearthing Hydra's machinations, casting suspicion even upon S.H.L.D. Thus, joining Fury's organization of superpowered individuals, birthed from S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, would be out of the question. While Nick Fury grappled with the selection of Avengers, Red, within the confines of LexCorp, finally unveiled the reward bestowed upon him upon completing the Martian Hunter role. It was the familiar card pack, yet shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Previously, Red could at least jest about the card pack's powdery surface, but now it was entirely obscured, rendering it utterly invisible. Well, it was what it was. Unable to find anything to critique, Red hastily tore open the plastic card pack, watching as 2 cards soared into the air. In the past, Red had to wait for the radiant cards to fall into his hands before discerning their identities. But now, endowed with the powers of the Martian Hunter, he could effortlessly perceive the illustrations and inscriptions upon them. A mere glance ignited a surge of exhilaration within him. By the heavens, a golden legend. As the 2 cards settled in Red's grasp, their true nature was unveiled. Batman, 3 bold letters emblazoned on the card. It had been 4 years since he drew Alfred's card, and now he finally possessed Batman's. This card needed no elaboration. It was nothing short of divine, a paragon among paragons. Although, in terms of abilities, Luthor represented intellect. The Martian Hunter embodied strength, and Superman would inevitably emerge in the future. Batman's significance had been diminished. Yet, this was a matter of sentiment, an emotion cherished by every comic book enthusiast. Batman invariably possessed the capability to turn the tide, and many strategies developed in collaboration with Luthor would be rendered foolproof under Batman's scrutiny. In a confrontation, even the mightiest new god, Darkseid, might falter against a thoroughly prepared Batman. The pinnacle of humanity, indeed. Moreover, the timing was fortuitous. Red intended to seek out opportunities against the mutants, and with Batman's arrival, he could leverage Batman's abilities to strategize and dismantle the mutant organization, a task that would likely prove less arduous than anticipated. Without pausing to examine the next card, Red immediately utilized Batman's card, subsequently employing the Space Gem to enhance his avatar capabilities post-system upgrade. In the next moment, a man with neatly styled black hair and an inexplicably alluring jawline appeared before him. Bruce Wayne's arrival signified the complete dominion over Gotham City. This city, summoned by his own will, was finally poised to return to its rightful master. As for the Court of Owls, which had also been conjured alongside Gotham, readers are undoubtedly well aware of the terror that Bruce, devoid of any principles against killing, embodies. Having just manifested his doppelganger, Red refrained from elaborating on the forthcoming plans. The newly conjured Bruce, privy to all of Red's prior intentions, required no further explanation. It was clear that in the shadows of Gotham, the presence of only Batman and the Joker sufficed. After spending a moment in the office, the separated Bruce departed, intent on addressing the issues at Wayne Enterprises. At this juncture, Red also produced a second card. To his surprise, it was him. Once, while masquerading as Alfred to sustain Wayne Enterprises, Red had endeavored to locate this individual. Now, in the guise of a subordinate card, he appeared in Red's possession. Deathstroke? Excellent. This would provide Batman with even greater support. Known informally as the Little Death, this was but a jest. Despite their similar capabilities, their personalities were worlds apart. Deadpool was a dimension-hopping madman, whereas Deathstroke was a hard-nosed anti-hero. Nonetheless, Deathstroke's role was now clearly defined under Red's command, to gain notoriety as a mercenary in this realm and to make his entrance at the opportune moment. Most importantly, he was to serve as a trainer. Distrusting the system, Red was determined that his faction could not consist solely of himself and his doppelganger. Deathstroke, it could be said, was the finest instructor available. Even Batman would concede that Deathstroke was among the world's foremost tacticians and assassins, having previously enlisted him to train the next generation of the Justice League, the Teen Titans. In the face of Superman's son, Jonathan, Batman's son, Damian, and Barry Allen's nephew, Kid Flash, these super second-generation heroes, Deathstroke, An ordinary man with merely regenerative abilities could prevail against these superhumans through his extensive combat experience. With Deathstroke's prowess, it would be more than sufficient to train additional subordinates. Chapter 117. The first batch of Skrulls. Deathstroke. How is the training? In 1998, New York. Within a training room situated in the basement of LexCorp, Red strolled through, observing numerous mercenaries trained by LexCorp undergoing instruction in a nearby underground arena. Beside Red, Deathstroke accompanied him, his demeanor remarkably composed. The training has yielded initial results. These individuals should now be capable of standing toe-to-toe with the ordinary agents of SHIELD. What if we were to incorporate the weaponry provided by LexCorp? It would undoubtedly lead to an overwhelming slaughter. Upon hearing this, Red smiled. Finally, his influence had begun to take shape, although he still operated under the guise of an ordinary assistant. The vast power that had coalesced around him was sufficient to allow Red to navigate the earth with considerable audacity. The past 3 years have proven to be far more tranquil than anticipated. While a cinematic event did unfold in 1998, Natasha Romanoff's transformation into Black Widow and her induction into SHIELD. Red regarded such trivial matters with indifference, opting not to interfere with their progression. Recent intelligence confirmed that Nick Fury indeed had the assistance of Black Widow, and Hawkeye had also joined SHIELD. Red could no longer recall the precise moment Hawkeye became part of the organization, but like Natasha, they were not individuals warranting his particular attention. While watching the film, he did find Black Widow quite striking, especially during the first Avengers installment. However, in this authentic Marvel universe, mere beauty is no shield against the lethal snap of the Infinity Stones. Currently, Luthor had ascended to the position of mayor of New York City and was projected to become the governor of New York State within 2 years, and, subsequently, the President of the United States by 2008, an ambition not far-fetched in the least. With LexCorp and an ever-expanding array of allies at his disposal, that trajectory could only accelerate. Given the smooth progress of training, Red suggested they visit a certain location together. Your command. Unlike other characters who frequently articulated their thoughts, the summoned character, Clock Tower, appeared to regard Red as his permanent employer, rarely defying his orders and never engaging in unnecessary actions. This unwavering loyalty was particularly satisfying to Red. Shortly thereafter, he departed the basement with Clock Tower, boarding a LexCorp aircraft under the guise of an on-site inspection to a farm in Kansas. Red was acutely aware that the mere mention of Kansas conjured images of Superman. Yet regrettably, Batman's mission had yet to reach fruition over the past 3 years. The character objective for Batman, as articulated by the system, was custom-tailored to the present circumstances. It was dubbed the Mutant Destruction Organization. Clearly, the system seemed to possess a degree of foresight regarding future events, predicting that upon acquiring the character card for Batman, a direct confrontation with mutants would ensue, thus issuing this task. This assignment, however, was evidently of a different caliber, presenting a significantly higher level of difficulty. Red eagerly anticipated the rewards that might await upon its completion. Yet for now, he had to attend to the guests who were soon to arrive in Kansas. Under the veil of night, a colossal spaceship descended slowly upon the farm, unnoticed by anyone, as even this land lay under the ownership of the Lex Group. As the hatch opened, a green-skinned Skrull emerged from the vessel. Reed, it has been a long time. Accompanying the ship's arrival were Carol and Ronan. The reason for their clandestine visit to Earth at this particular moment was quite straightforward. Under Reed's orders, the Martian hunters had covertly influenced conditions, rendering it impossible for them to locate a habitable planet for the Skrulls. The reach of the Kree Empire was far too extensive. Under their relentless pursuit, the Skrulls found it nearly impossible to settle on any planet. Moreover, Carol and her companions could not engage in battle with the growing Skrull population against the Kree, unless, of course, the ostensible owners of this planet were not the Skrulls. Thus, following the proposal of the Martian hunters, after 3 years, the Skrulls had returned to Earth, their numbers having multiplied exponentially since their departure. Over the past 3 years, Carol and Ronan had tirelessly sought out new Skrull refugees, extending a helping hand to them. Carol, you truly present me with a significant dilemma. With so many Skrulls residing on Earth, the impact will be considerable. What means do I possess to compensate you? Should I provide you with a communicator akin to what Nick Fury has? Reed shook his head, acknowledging that he was merely jesting. The return of the scrolls to Earth had been his directive to the Martian hunters all along. No need for that. I will arrange everything. Then let us take our leave. Upon witnessing Reed's lack of disdain, Carol felt a sense of relief, as Reed was, after all, human, and she had genuinely worried he might harbor aversion towards the scrolls. Let us go. After leaving most of the scrolls on Earth, Carol, Ronan, and Talos departed, accompanied by a few battle-hardened scrolls. By the way, I am Gravik, rescued from a galaxy 200 light-years away from the solar system. I look forward to your guidance. At that moment, a leading scroll stepped forward and extended his hand to Reed. Greetings. The Lex group has prepared underground accommodations for you. However, please be cautious not to reveal your appearance before ordinary humans. Moreover, it is not only the Lex group that accepts scrolls. Nick Fury of S, H, AL, D will also require your visit in due course. I will arrange everything necessary for your travel. Reed smiled and shook the scroll's hand, acknowledging the mention of Nick Fury. It was inevitable if Reed wished to avoid being relentlessly scrutinized by Fury in the days to come. He would need to involve him in the effort to settle the scrolls. I comprehend. General Talos has imparted all necessary knowledge to me, and I assure you that the scrolls shall not be a source of trouble. Glaive nodded and led his kin aside, entering the transport arranged by Lex Group. They would traverse 50 distinct routes to the designated settlements established by Lex across the United States. Do you have any instructions, boss? Upon departing from the scroll's hearing range, Red directly approached the ever-watchful Bell. Luther's neurosurgical procedures tailored for the scrolls would commence with Glaive himself. Understood. Chapter 118. The Restless Scrolls. Glaive. Must we truly reside on Earth in such a manner? Forbidden to speak our language, to reveal our true forms, and subjected to examinations akin to mere lab rats? In the subterranean warehouse of Lex Group in Kansas, Glaive and the cohort of scrolls he leads find their temporary haven on Earth. Here, they are to undergo health screenings to ensure they carry no unknown pathogens from the cosmos before they are gradually permitted to expand their range of movement. This protocol aims to safeguard humanity and protect those scrolls genuinely wishing to coexist on Earth. Only upon confirming the absence of any hazardous elements can they truly live safely among humans. Yet, such a straightforward requirement still breeds discontent among some scrolls. Despite having endured millennia of warfare against the Kree and being recognized as cosmic refugees, they still harbor a sense of superiority over the Earthlings, who have yet to traverse the cosmos. They perceive Earth civilization as inferior. Hence, it is only fitting that a more advanced civilization presides over them during their earthly existence. Do not utter such sentiments. Sarah, this is not our scroll home. Glaive promptly interrupted the female scroll's discourse. His election as a representative for this group stemmed from extensive dialogue with Talos, who made him aware that Earth is not as fragile as it seems. The Lex Stark and Victor groups, which command cutting-edge technology, may not yet have ventured into the cosmos, but is merely a matter of time. In the event of conflict, it is likely that only the scrolls would face defeat. Furthermore, a crucial point remains. The Martian hunters will never stand behind the scrolls. Though the Martian hunters engage fervently with Carol, who is a staunch supporter of the scrolls, should a confrontation arise between scrolls and humans, the Martian hunters would swiftly take control of all scrolls. As the representative, Glaive is acutely aware of these realities. Thus, even if he harbors similar thoughts, believing the scrolls to be superior to humans, he dares not express such views. In the presence of Reed, he remained exceedingly respectful, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Little did he anticipate that, immediately following Carol's departure, Reed would employ his telepathic abilities to perceive the thoughts of all scrolls. The scrolls who had previously resided on the Kree cruiser expressed their gratitude towards the humans who had once extended a helping hand, harboring no thoughts of betrayal. However, among the other scrolls, save for those who had joined forces against the Kree, there existed a certain discontent regarding the current arrangements. This dissatisfaction lay dormant within, often unrecognized even by themselves, for prior to their arrival on Earth, they were merely cosmic refugees. Yet, as they continued to dwell on Earth, this latent ambition would inevitably come to light. Gra, a representative, embodied such a person. Sarah, do not overthink. Our foremost priority is to live well and expand our dwindling population of merely a few thousand. That is of utmost importance. I understand. After successfully persuading the scrolls, who were eager for action upon their arrival on Earth, Graw reported to the security detail assigned by the Lex group and, upon receiving permission, adopted the guise of Li Zhuming's security personnel as he departed from the Lex group's Kansas branch. Stepping onto the streets of humanity, he surveyed the buildings and technological advancements that appeared woefully primitive to him, forcing himself to quell the tumultuous feelings within. Not yet. The time is not ripe. After purchasing some fresh produce at a supermarket, Graw did not linger on the streets, but proceeded directly towards the Lex group. He had only requested half an hour to procure supplies. To avert unnecessary suspicion, he needed to return promptly. Yet, at that moment, he began to sense something amiss. Having been found by Carol and her companions as a leader among a group of Skrull refugees evading pre-pursuit, he had developed a keen sensitivity to changes in his surroundings. Why is it so deserted now? To facilitate the integration of these Skrulls into human life, they had studied various aspects of human society while still aboard the cruiser, and thus he knew that, despite it being a break time, the absence of any individuals was highly unusual. Feeling unease, Graw reached for a weapon, but all his arms had been confiscated upon arriving on Earth. The only means of defense at his disposal was the kitchen knife he had just purchased. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out from the shadows, the bullet hurtling towards Graw, who remained alert to his surroundings. Indeed, were the humans beginning to suspect us? Graw had long harbored concerns that humans were monitoring all Skrulls, and it now appeared that his fears were valid. He immediately rolled to evade the bullet, although the projectile traveled faster than sound. The sixth sense honed over years of combat proved invaluable. Yet, just as gravity rose once more, he inadvertently stepped upon a thin wire that extended into the dim alleyway. In the next moment, two crossbow bolts shot forth from the shadows, piercing his back with precision. Ah! Gravity cried out in agony as his green blood splattered on the ground. Who dares to confront me? Show yourself. In the face of life-threatening peril, he cast aside thoughts of showcasing his true nature in human society. His sole desire was to identify and vanquish his adversary. His earlier taunts were mere provocations. Gravity had never genuinely expected his foe to comply and emerge. To his surprise, however, the enemy acted contrary to his assumptions. Very well, I shall reveal myself, came a voice from behind. Gravity spun around to behold a figure clad in orange and black armor, with only a single eye visible, wielding dual daggers. Who are you? Why have you attacked me? The adversary's appearance, fully armed, instilled a sense of trepidation in Gravity. He was not foolish enough to engage directly. Ignoring the retreating steps of his opponent, the figure spoke coolly. Is there any need for justification to slay a horde of green-skinned, green-blooded aliens? Chapter 119. The Skrulls are unworthy of humanity indeed. It was all a lie that you would offer us refuge. You humans harbor a deep-seated discrimination and never intended for the Skrulls to reside on Earth. Gravity roared, denouncing humanity's shamelessness. Faced with the plight of the Skrulls, such cosmic refugees, they could still kick them when they were down. Are you trying to morally blackmail me? Unfortunately, as my boss would say, I possess no morals, so you cannot bind me. The figure remained unfazed by Gravity's words. Even if humans pleaded for mercy before him, he would still strike down those who deserved it, let alone a group of aliens who were not even carbon-based life forms. Damn it, I cannot perish here. Realizing that humanity had no intention of sheltering the Skrulls, Gravity began to contemplate his escape. Direct confrontation was futile. The Skrulls' current numbers and equipment were insufficient to contend with humans. The only viable option was to elude the surveillance of the Lex group and find a way to infiltrate human society, gradually expanding their numbers. With the Skrulls' superior physical capabilities, once disguised, leading a normal life would be a simple endeavor. As these thoughts raced through Gravity's mind, he saw the figure with dual daggers advancing toward him and promptly dashed into a nearby alley. He was uncertain if his opponent had concealed further traps within the shadows. Yet there was no recourse but to plunge into the intricate terrain, utilizing his camouflage abilities to continuously alter his appearance in hopes of evading the relentless pursuit. From the very moment he set foot on Earth, Gloy had memorized at least 20 distinct human visages and attires, allowing him the flexibility to transform his outward form at will. Regrettably, the instant he arrived on this planet, his opportunities were already extinguished. Just as he had suspected, the Bell of Doom had indeed prepared for various contingencies. However, these preparations were not the concealed snares lurking in the darkness, but rather a mere ordinary switch. Should you dare to step into the shadows, all your comrades shall be obliterated in that very moment. The chilling words of the Bell of Doom reached Glai's ears, causing him to halt abruptly. Gradually, he turned, his expression twisted in fury, fixating on the button held in the adversary's grasp. A bomb? Ingenious. Such a straightforward tactic. So simplistic that it hardly showcased the Bell of Doom's prowess as a strategic mastermind. Yet, the reality remained. Under Red's meticulous forethought, it would indeed be truly bizarre for a group of Skrull refugees to incite any significant turmoil. You could have simply slain us after Carol's departure. Why then? Have you kept us alive until now? What do you humans truly desire? Glai began to comprehend the situation. Humans could have easily dismissed Carol's request or acted against them following her exit from Earth. So why construct so many underground dwellings for the Skrulls? An intriguing inquiry. It was not one I was obliged to answer. The Bell of Doom approached Glai with deliberate steps. In the next moment, emboldened by his superior Skrull physique, Glai launched an assault against the Bell of Doom, who stood a mere meter away. Die, cursed human! In response to Glai's onslaught, the Bell of Doom remained motionless, offering no retaliation. Instead, Glai's fist faltered before it could make contact, his strength evaporating as he collapsed to the ground, his complexion turning a ghastly hue. What have you done to us? This has nothing to do with anyone else. The Bell of Doom advanced towards Glai. I merely coated the crossbow bolt with a poison specifically designed to target Skrulls. You. Glai's face reflected his bitter indignation. He believed that had he not been poisoned, had he not fallen into ambush, he could have easily turned the tables on this human, then alerted his kin to hastily escape human oversight. But it was all too late. With a heavy kick from the Bell of Doom, he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he next regained awareness, he found himself in the laboratory of the Lex group. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of two very familiar figures. One is Red, whom I encountered in the morning, and the other is Lex Luthor, the true leader of LexCorp, a person of particular concern under Talos directives. In the span of one night, there were 46 attempts to evade surveillance among 50 settlements. What are your thoughts on this, Skrull? Although Red had not watched the secret invasion prior to his crossing, he had heard some critiques. Too many elements remained vague and devoid of value. However, one piece of data resonated with him: the Skrull population. Since 1995, Talos claimed that thousands of them had been scattered throughout the cosmos, and in less than 30 years. Leading up to the outbreak of secret invasion, their numbers on Earth had surged into the millions. During Nick Fury's 5-year absence, they had occupied numerous leadership positions across various nations. Given such a rapid rate of proliferation, Red was convinced that as long as Nick Fury was not foolish, he would impose restrictions. The emergence of this situation could only point to one possibility. The Skrulls had been attempting to overthrow humanity even before the secret invasion began. This would explain their clandestine expansion of their population without Fury's knowledge. The events of tonight further corroborated Red's suspicions. On the very first day of their arrival on Earth, so many Skrulls sought to break free from human control. They were not refugees, but rather a band of insatiable marauders. Perhaps currently, the Kree's war against the Skrulls appears as one-sided persecution. Yet a millennium ago, at the onset of hostilities, the Skrulls were certainly not virtuous beings. Thus, are humans now seeking to rationalize their brutal actions? Skrull disregarded the misdeeds of his own kind. This was the nature of the Skrull race. Particularly when recalling the initial moments of the secret invasion, Talos' daughter, the Skrull child rescued from a Kree cruiser, likewise joined the faction opposing humanity. Red's disdain for this race grew ever stronger. He, Red, may not be a paragon of virtue, but he is human, whether Skrulls or Kree. As long as they are on Earth, these beings are unworthy of being called human. To be deemed human within the realm of mankind, one need only possess earthly origins. As for the Skrulls, they are merely tools endowed with the ability to disguise themselves. Chapter 120. Methods of Control in the comic Red Sun. The Red Superman of that world once employed a peculiar neurosurgical procedure on the Soviet Union under his dominion. The purpose was to convert those who opposed his rule into his supporters, forcibly reshaping their thoughts through technology. Lex Luthor, too, could achieve similar feats, perhaps even more elegantly than the Red Superman. A specially designed chip was implanted into Skrull's brain, rendering him a complete tool of LexCorp. Having lost the fundamental capacity for independent thought, they could do naught but obey the commands of Reed and Luthor. The procedure was a resounding success. Precisely as I had anticipated, the Skrulls too would be affected by this operation. Reed and Luther exited the operating room, followed closely by the expressionless figure of Galloway. Would future dangers arise? We are acutely aware that when the Skrulls disguise themselves, their very cellular structure undergoes transformation. After multiple instances of masquerade, would the chip still function effectively? Reed left no stone unturned in considering potential hazards, and Luther nodded in understanding. This indeed posed a significant concern. Thus, it was imperative that we conduct a subsequent operation after the Skrulls had undergone 20 transformations. Upon hearing this, Reed furrowed his brow, for this was not the answer he had hoped for. It implied that this group of Skrulls, controlled through surgical intervention, still harbored latent risks. Reed could not afford to place his trust in such a contingent, especially with the prospect of Carol and Ron further dispatching more Skrulls to Earth in the future. Unless we could devise nanotechnology that would allow the cerebral chip to adapt alongside the changes in the Skrull cells. The current technological means would be insufficient to resolve the issue at hand. Nanotechnology, you say? Luther's remark sparked a recollection in Reed of the life cradle technology developed by the Korean-American scientist Helen Zhao, and subsequently, the nanotechnology suit, Mark 50, engineered by Tony Stark based on that very technology. Yet, those innovations felt like relics of a distant past. Were there no alternative solutions? Luther, too, recognized that Reed could not be at ease with such a conclusion. He himself was far from satisfied. Nonetheless, even he had to occasionally yield to the realities of time and necessity. At present, it was unfeasible. I would require approximately a decade to refine the nanotechnology, as these advancements could only be executed by my hand, with no assistance to aid in the endeavor. In the interim, the sole recourse was for you, my leader, to maintain a telepathic vigil over these Skrulls, ensuring they do not encounter unforeseen mishaps. Indeed, was this the inevitable outcome? Reed sighed, for his reliance on neurosurgery to govern this group of Skrulls stemmed from his inability to devote the necessary attention to them. Since the year 1998, when Black Widow joined SHIELD, the world had promised to be anything but tranquil. By the year 2000, cosmic storms would draw near to Earth, heralding the commencement of the Fantastic Four saga, while calculations indicated that the mutants would likely initiate their own actions. The ensuing conflicts between him and the mutants would erupt in due course. Subsequently, once the mutant situation was resolved, the emergence of the Hulk would be imminent, followed by Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man, the arrival of Thor on Earth, the awakening of Captain America, and the formation of the Avengers. These matters may undergo transformation under the influence of Red, yet they also subtly indicate the impending challenges that lie ahead, far from the trivial rivalry with LexCorp and Norman, but rather a true crisis of vast proportions. Very well, I shall remain vigilant regarding these Skrulls. However, this implies that the subsequent decade will necessitate alterations, and it will be upon you to manage these affairs. I comprehend. Luther is also aware that what Red refers to pertains to the Fantastic Four and mutants. Yet these are all part of the grand design. Meanwhile, far away in Gotham, Batman has been devising a plan to address the mutant issue for 3 years. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two were about to conclude their conversation, the door to Luther's office was rapped upon, and Susan, clad in an alluring professional ensemble, entered bearing coffee. Mr. Luther, it is time for your lunch break. It was evident that the coffee she brought did not include Red's share, and at that moment, Red took his leave. Then I shall take my leave, Mr. Luther. Indeed, in the presence of outsiders, Luther remained Red's superior. Once Red departed, Susan slowly withdrew her gaze from him, redirecting her attention to Luther, the chairman who captivated her immensely. Mr. Luther, I can't shake the feeling that your relationship with him transcends that of a mere boss and assistant, resembling more that of partners. Surely, this cannot merely be my imagination. Your perception is not entirely unfounded. After taking a sip of coffee, Luther responded to Susan. Red possesses remarkable abilities. He is deserving of my respect. And what of me? Susan retorted defiantly, determined to prove her own excellence by leaving Reed to join LexCorp. Naturally, she felt a pang of indignation upon hearing Luther's praise for Red. In truth, over the past 3 years, Susan had gradually begun to forget her past with Reed. It was undeniable that Reed was incredibly alluring, for he was a genius, a remarkably gifted one. Susan had always been drawn to such brilliance. However, It was clear that Reed was merely a genius whose talents were known only to those around him, whereas Luther was different. He had ascended to the forefront of this world, becoming one of the few who lead its advancement. Having served as Luther's secretary, witnessing his impeccable performance in every aspect, it was evident that even in a nation as open as America, even the most conservative individuals might find their hearts swayed over the course of 3 years. Yet, it was apparent that Luther would not utter those stirring words. In response to Susan's indignation, Luther spoke coolly. "Dear Susan, please do not humiliate yourself. You excel in your role as secretary, but rather than comparing yourself to Red, why not strive to defeat me in a game of chess? You." Susan's cheeks flushed with anger as she immediately produced a chessboard, setting it before them. "This time, I will surely defeat you. I eagerly anticipate the day you achieve this." Such is the dynamic between Luther and Susan. There are no compliments, no romantic entanglements. Susan merely seeks to demonstrate her capabilities to Luther. Yet in this very process, she gradually acclimates to Luther's presence in her life. Chapter 121. 3 years of change within the triangular wing building. Nick Fury welcomed a peculiar guest into his office, another Coulson. "May I see your true form?" Nick Fury inquired, observing the two Coulsons before him and rubbing his temples. Although it was his initiative to meet with the Skrulls who had come to Earth, the sight of the documents in his hands was causing him a headache. Upon hearing Fury's words, the Skrull disguised as Coulson, Gravik, shed his Fade and reverted to his original appearance. "I apologize, Agent Fury, for I was uncertain of who I should become to meet you here." "Very well, I understand." In truth, Nick Fury himself had not fully devised a strategy for managing these Skrulls. He simply wished to prevent their power from falling entirely into the hands of LexCorp. Beyond that, he lacked any concrete plans. However, gazing at Gravik sparked a notion within Fury's mind. If they could disguise themselves as various individuals, these Skrulls could be viewed as inherently exceptional operatives. "I can obscure your activities on Earth, but at times, I would hope to receive assistance from the Skrulls." "It would be our honor," Gravik readily agreed. Yet, Fury harbored little suspicion, as the Skrulls had already engaged with LexCorp prior to seeking him out. Whether it was Red or Luther, Fury doubted that such geniuses would overlook the Skrulls' potential. It was likely that LexCorp had proposed similar requests to these Skrulls, which explained Gravik's prompt acquiescence. "Damn it, I should have anticipated such a straightforward agreement. I ought to have attempted to extract Skrull technology from them." Reflecting on this miscalculation, Fury maintained his composure as he organized identities for the Skrulls' future activities on Earth and provided Gravik with a means of contact before allowing him to depart. "Coulson, do you think these Skrulls would agree to act as spies for me within LexCorp today?" Coulson furrowed his brow slightly, yet ultimately shook his head. "Sir, that is not a realistic proposition. To begin with, you do not possess complete authority over S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if you were to become its director in the future, it remains uncertain which organization, S.H.I.E.L.D. or LexCorp, would hold greater power at that time." Nick Fury fell into silence. Luther's intentions were well understood among the nation's elite. However, this was an inevitability that could not be prevented. Luther, through his own prowess, has meticulously seized power and resources within the confines of the rules, leaving no room for criticism. Along this journey, he has garnered numerous supporters. Nick Fury lacks the authority to impede Luther's progress. By the time he ascends to the role of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Luther, even if not the President of the United States, will have attained the governorship of New York. While the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. appears to possess the privilege to communicate directly with the President, it is an undeniable truth known to any American that the New York governor, who is nearly the world's wealthiest individual, holds greater significance than the President. Admittedly, it may be premature to proclaim Luther as the world's richest man. However, if the LexCorp continues on its trajectory of dominion over every facet of New York and expands its influence, such a declaration would cease to be an exaggeration. Indeed, this may seem far-fetched, but LexCorp has already become a pivotal entity on the international stage, rendering S.H.I.E.L.D. incapable of contemplating any actions against such a formidable presence. Waving his hand, Nick Fury instructed Coulson to proceed with his duties while he sat in his office. Deep in contemplation, despite knowing that confronting LexCorp was nearly impossible, Fury could not quell his curiosity regarding their activities. His instincts incessantly warned him that LexCorp was not as benevolent as it appeared, at least, not in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Clock King navigated a convertible sports car across the bridge leading to Gotham City. The mercenaries trained by LexCorp had begun to show results, and Red did not require them to reach the level of superheroes. With Red planning to focus on controlling the Skrulls for the next decade, he released Clock King to assist Batman and the Joker in Gotham before embarking on his mercenary life, providing intelligence to LexCorp. 3 years had elapsed since Batman's emergence in Gotham City, and the transformations were far more profound than one might imagine. Once, Gotham would descend into silence at night, devoid of ordinary citizens. Now, everything had changed, for the people of Gotham were well aware of the unique criminal presence that had arisen, Batman. This vigilante, donning a bat-themed suit and gliding through the night, though brutal and fearsome in his methods, had undeniably struck a blow against the rampant gangs in Gotham. The Falcone and Maroni families, in the wake of Batman's arrival, were compelled to abandon many of their disputes, fostering a newfound peace and bringing tranquility to Gotham's nights. And beneath the sunlight, the return of Bruce Wayne, the scion of the Wayne family, has undeniably altered the dynamics within Gotham. To the average citizen, Bruce Wayne is merely a playboy, a superficial impression that encapsulates his public persona. However, those who have lived through the era of Thomas Wayne are acutely aware that Bruce remains an insufferable member of the Wayne lineage. Upon his return to Gotham City, Bruce swiftly capitalized on the burgeoning influence of Wayne Enterprises, seizing complete control of Gotham Bank and assuming the role of its president. To the untrained eye, it may appear that Bruce is merely a figurehead, indulging in the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy heir, surrounded by women each night. Yet, the criminal underworld recognizes the truth. Bruce Wayne has firmly grasped the reins of their money laundering operations. While they can still utilize Gotham Bank for their illicit transactions, the costs have skyrocketed, making it untenable for them. In their desperation to confront Wayne Enterprises, they soon discover the futility of their efforts. At least until the other 3 major families intervene, these outsider factions lack the requisite power to challenge the Wayne legacy. Even if they were to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon Wayne Tower, they would ultimately find themselves financing their weaponry through Wayne Enterprises. Faced with a colossal entity that dominates every facet of Gotham, what recourse do they possess? The Falcone family, the Maroni family, though their names ring with a certain allure, they are left humbly kneeling before the Wayne family in light of the overwhelming disparity in power. However, their wait is short-lived, as the remaining 3 families soon take action, albeit in a less than noble manner. After engaging in discussions with the Wayne family, the Kane family promptly aligns itself with Wayne Enterprises. The current leader of the Kane family is none other than Bruce Wayne's cousin, Kate Kane, who has now assumed the mantle of Batwoman, joining forces with Bruce, the Batman. In this scenario, the remaining 2 families, the Cobblepot family, led by the Penguin, and the Elliott family, under the Silent S influence, find themselves outmatched against the united front of the Wayne and Kane families, bolstered by the Stark family from New York and the formidable LexCorp. The balance of power has decidedly shifted against them. With the support of the wealthiest man in America, Tony Stark, and the backing of Mayor Luthor of New York City, coupled with Bruce Wayne's own aspirations for the mayoralty of Gotham, the Cobblepot and Elliott families have never felt such an overwhelming sense of peril. Oswald Cobblepot, now the Penguin, scarcely has time to react before he is captured amidst the chaos instigated by the Joker's gang, while that wretched Joker manages to slip away unscathed. The scoundrel who has brought calamity upon us has somehow evaded capture by these 2 bats. I wonder how the Penguin will react upon discovering that the Joker's true identity is Alfred. Gotham serves as a vast stage, while these ordinary criminals remain utterly oblivious. If the Penguin has at least made some attempts at resistance, the Elliott family has been thoroughly crushed. In the future, the silent and captivating tale of Thomas Elliott unfolds, a man who could not even fathom Batman's true identity, ultimately succumbing to the onslaught of various forces. The assets of the 2 families have been largely seized, and the status of the 4 great families has long since faded into obscurity. These characters indeed possess their own allure within the comics, yet that is merely fiction, where coincidences arise to craft compelling narratives. However, when faced with Red's resolute determination to completely dominate Gotham City, the strength and intellect of the Penguin and Silence pale in comparison. Their power remains hidden, with no overt means of defense. The once lofty name of the 4 families has been entirely surpassed, in these 7 years. Now, the only opposing force remaining in Gotham is the Court of Owls. So, what purpose do I serve here? The Court of Owls, aside from possibly possessing some aspects of a deity factor under the control of the opposing side, should hold little influence over the current Batman. As Clock Tower ponders, he drives towards Wayne Manor. The Court of Owls, a concept of formidable strength, even considering Batman's Robins as future talons of the court, has become insignificant under Red's current dominion. If this world were indeed a world, the Court of Owls might still harbor secrets unknown to Red. However, alas, the system has merely transposed Gotham City, and the Court of Owls possesses at most a single pool of deity factor, composed of ordinary individuals. The Court of Owls could easily be eradicated by Red whenever he chooses, utilizing the Martian Manhunter's powers. Even if Red does not take direct action, he has long since pinpointed the court's exact location through telepathy, waiting for their full display of tactics before decisively defeating them and establishing complete control over Gotham City. It is for this reason that Clock Tower feels there is no area in Gotham that necessitates his assistance. Just then, he suddenly notices that his convertible is engulfed in an enormous shadow. Has the streetlight malfunctioned? Perplexed, Clock Tower looks up only to behold a massive derriere descending from the heavens. Good heavens! Startled by the enormity before him, Clock Tower swiftly leaps from the convertible, agilely escaping, yet the car is reduced to a heap of scrap metal. That was the very convertible I just mentioned. The mournful bell was instantly infuriated. Although summoned by the system as a subordinate, he possessed his own consciousness. After working for the Lex Group for 3 years and finally acquiring a sports car, he found it utterly destroyed by an unknown creature's weight. Who wouldn't he be enraged? Damn it, let me go. Just then, he heard a roar emanating from the dust. As the haze dissipated, he recognized one of the combatants amidst the fray. It was Killer Croc. Indeed, one of the individuals who had plummeted from the sky and wrecked the mournful Bell's car was none other than Killer Croc. Engaged in battle with him was a colossal mass of flesh, nearly 22 meters tall, entirely covered in fat. A monster? No, a mutant. The mournful Bell quickly realized that the foe battling Killer Croc was a mutant. With this thought in mind, he intended to draw his weapon to assist Killer Croc. However, a maniacal laughter suddenly reached his ears. Across the road, the Joker, driving his whimsical vehicle, was racing down the street, cackling with delight. Both he and Harley Quinn, seated behind him, wore expressions of exuberance, especially Harley, who relentlessly fired rockets from her hands, targeting the rapidly flickering red figure in the distance. Hey, sweetheart, I believe our rockets need to pack more punch. Ideally, one blast should obliterate this entire block. The individual engaging in a high-speed escapade alongside the Joker and Harley was also a mutant, one the mournful Bell had learned about from Red. The Red Devil, was it? As he observed the oncoming Joker mobile, the mournful Bell focused intently. Just as the vehicle was about to collide, he leapt slightly, bracing himself against the front of the car, landing steadily beside the Joker in the passenger seat. Oh, our friend has finally arrived in Gotham. Welcome to our quaint Gotham. The mournful Bell had no intention of conversing with the Joker. Once he regained his balance, he drew his handgun, aiming at the Red Devil, who was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Take my advice, friend. Your aim is unlikely to hit him. This mutant is exceptionally sensitive to impending attacks, particularly since he has already spotted you drawing your weapon. Chapter 123. The Red Devil and the Fleshball O? Is that so? I beg to differ. Standing in the passenger seat, the mournful Bell did not cease firing at the Joker's words, though his marksmanship did not rival that of Deadshot as a top-tier mercenary. Hitting a target at this distance was well within his capabilities. Meanwhile, the Red Devil, relying on his own flickering ability to shift positions, was relentlessly pursuing the trio. You think you can hit me? How naive. Prior to Scott, mutants had not been in the public eye. However, this did not imply that the Red Devil had not experienced combat. He had survived since World War II, enduring more battles than anyone else, withstanding gunfire and evading shots beyond the imagination of ordinary humans. Charles utilized telepathy to erase the traces of mutants from everyone's memory. Yet this did not imply they would refrain from combat. The Red Devil exuded confidence, believing that as long as the Grim Reaper fired, he could effortlessly evade the shot. Bang! In the next moment, the Grim Reaper indeed pulled the trigger, but a grin seemed to be suppressed on the Red Devil's face. With his superhuman physical prowess, the Red Devil discerned that the shot had gone awry, veering off course to such an extent that it could not possibly strike him. He was even too lazy to employ teleportation to dodge the attack. However, the Grim Reaper's expression bore no trace of disappointment from the missed shot. Instead, a faint smile emerged. The bullet fired by the Grim Reaper did not hit the Red Devil. In fact, from the moment he became aware of his opponent's teleportation ability, the Grim Reaper had never intended to strike him directly. Thus, his target from the very beginning was not the Red Devil, but rather the fire hydrants flanking the road. The bullet was a specially designed explosive round that generated a slight explosion upon striking the hydrant, causing the high-pressure water stored within to erupt violently. The trajectory of the spray coincided perfectly with the location where the Red Devil would reappear during his next teleportation. Within mere seconds, while racing at high speed, the Grim Reaper calculated the Red Devil's flickering habits, the explosive force of the bullet, and the velocity of the water flow, among other factors. By the time the Red Devil sensed something amiss, it was already too late, for the torrent of high-pressure water had struck his face. The force of the water propelled the Red Devil backward, crashing beside a trash bin on the roadside. What a splendid opportunity. You truly are a marvelous partner. Harley Quinn in the back seat exclaimed excitedly, simultaneously aiming her rocket launcher at the spot where the Red Devil had fallen. Here, a little gift for you. You red-hued fiend. The rocket, trailing a vibrant plume of colorful smoke, hurtled toward the still prone Red Devil. Years of combat experience urged him to teleport away immediately. Yet, the agonizing pain coursing through his body hindered his ability to concentrate and utilize his powers. It was not until the rocket struck the ground beside him, unleashing a violent explosion and a new wave of pain, that the Red Devil refocused his attention. I must leave. I need to escape swiftly. Just moments before his body was to be torn apart by the shockwave, he activated his ability, vanishing amidst a swirl of red smoke. Darling, your ammunition requires improvement. I had clearly aimed for you. The Joker, maneuvering his jester car, drifted to a halt by the roadside, signaling the conclusion of this chase. Meanwhile, Harley clutched her rocket launcher, incessantly lamenting. All right, I shall rework it for you. Consider it your birthday gift this year. Really? I adore you. My dear. As the Clock King descended slowly from the jester's vehicle, he surmised that this mission required minimal interaction with the clown. Moreover, the battle had yet to reach its conclusion. Ignoring the frenzied antics of the clown and Harley Quinn, Clock King hastened towards the clash between King Shark and Meatball. Meanwhile, the confrontation between King Shark and Meatball was nearing its climax. If one were to consider King Shark's imposing weight of 400 pounds as composed of 98 muscle, then Meatball, at 460 pounds, was predominantly comprised of fat. Meatball possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate his own flesh, enabling his weight to surge to an astonishing 884 pounds, accompanied by commensurate strength. At that moment, King Shark was embroiled in a fierce melee with the towering Meatball, who weighed in at 884 pounds. Despite King Shark's formidable strength, his punches merely rebounded off Meatball's substantial layers of fat. Fortunately, King Shark wielded sharp claws, allowing him to inflict some damage. The milky blood staining Meatball's exterior was a testament to King Shark's claws slicing through his thick adipose layer. Yet, the current dynamics of the battle were far from evenly matched. Damn that fat bastard, perish! King Shark bellowed, bloodied and lunging at Meatball. However, such direct assaults posed no threat to Meatball, who raised his arms like colossal hammers, bringing them down with immense force. King Shark, in his reckless charge, collided with Meatball's fist, which drove him into the ground. King Shark coughed up blood. In the comics, during the tragic incident involving Batman, King Shark had fought valiantly against Bane, even managing to hold his own against the fearsome adversary. Yet, in the face of Meatball, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Meatball's power extended beyond mere physicality. He wielded the ability to control gravity around him. Any adversary who ventured within 5 feet of his feet would succumb to a gravitational force that rendered their strength ineffective. You green-skinned monster! How dare you call me fat? Meatball exclaimed, landing blow after blow upon King Shark. Like many characters of his stature, Meatball despised being labeled as fat. Under the relentless onslaught of gravity and Meatball's powerful fists, King Shark felt his insides churning. Despite possessing regenerative abilities, he struggled to muster the strength to evade the attacks. Just as Meatball's fist was poised to shatter King Shark's skull, Clock King finally arrived on the scene. With a specially designed firearm in hand, He unleashed a volley of explosive rounds that struck Meatball squarely in the heart. Bang! The bullets detonated with a secondary explosion upon striking the gelatinous figure. Alas, the creature indeed emitted a cry of agony, yet as the fine smoke dissipated, the tolling bell was taken aback to discover that the recent explosion had not even compromised the layer of fat encasing the beast. Chapter 124. The Crisis of the Tolling Bell. The resilient fat of the creature effectively absorbed the impact generated by the explosion. The cry of pain had solely been a response to the searing heat that scorched its skin. What manner of monstrosity is this? The tolling bell had never fathomed that anyone could employ fat as a shield against specially designed explosive bullets. Yet the circumstances demanded he could not remain stationary any longer. The assaulted creature had now shifted its focus, charging towards the tolling bell. Although he was unaware of the gelatinous being's ability to manipulate the gravity beneath its feet, his slight frame rendered him incapable of allowing an 884-pound monstrosity to approach him. In an instant, the tolling bell slipped away as if greased, rapidly retreating while hurling grenades from his pocket in an attempt to delay his pursuer. Boom! The continuous explosions of the grenades reverberated through the streets, prompting the citizens of Gotham to silently secure their windows. However, the gelatinous figure, enveloped in the fiery blasts, bore only minor burns, with no significant wounds to be found. Even the grenades, far more potent than explosive bullets, proved utterly ineffective against the creature's remarkable layer of fat. All impact was wholly absorbed by this protective cushion. Damn it! This being is exceptionally skilled in combat. As the tolling bell fled, he mounted a counterattack, but to no avail. He had aimed for the creature's vulnerable head. Yet it was evident that the creature was vigilant in shielding its cranium. Every bullet he fired was thwarted by its raised arms. Even the finest armor-piercing rounds, paired with the most powerful handgun he possessed, could not breach the fat encasing its limbs. If this continued, hand-to-hand combat would be his only recourse. The tolling bell was loath to resort to such measures, knowing even the killer croc was no match for this foe, yet he found himself devoid of options. Given sufficient time to prepare, he could conjure at least 47 distinct methods to eliminate this adversary. Regrettably, this was a wretched encounter. The firearms and explosives he had on hand were futile against his opponent. Now, he could rely only on the 2 katanas strapped to his back. With that thought, the tolling bell ceased his retreat, seizing his dual blades and charging towards the gelatinous creature. Futile. The truth was that the creature's ability to absorb impact was far more formidable than anticipated. Even the tolling bell's razor-sharp blades, slicing through iron as if it were butter, merely left faint red marks upon striking the creature's arm. This was still the case, considering the tolling bell was himself a being of superhuman capabilities. It is evident that, even for an ordinary person, or even a battle-hardened veteran, standing still while being struck would not allow for any breach in defense. In such a scenario, the proactive assault by the Bell of Doom finds itself in peril. The blade becomes ensnared within the opponent's flesh, while the fist of the meatball approaches the adversary's temple. With a resounding thud, the Bell of Doom is propelled backwards, crashing into a refuse heap, instantly losing consciousness. Even with the protection of armor, the energy-absorbing properties of the palladium alloy fail to prevent his skull from caving in. Observers would note that it is not merely the skull that suffers. The Bell of Doom's brain sustains significant damage from that singular strike. The protective cranium renders the brain nearly akin to a pulpy mass under such impact. Yet, despite these grievous injuries, the Bell of Doom begins to recover at an astonishing pace. As long as his body is not torn asunder, he is capable of gradual healing. The meatball witnesses this miraculous recovery. Mutant? No. Were he a mutant, Charles would have long since alerted me. The meatball is certain that Charles, far away in Westchester, is utilizing his telepathic abilities to monitor his actions. The absence of a warning from Charles indicates that the Bell of Doom's regenerative capacity is not of mutant origin, but derived from alternative means. With no concern of mistakenly harming a compatriot, the meatball no longer holds back. He approaches the Bell of Doom, denying him the opportunity to recuperate. Raising his fists, he strikes towards the Bell of Doom's chest. Boom! The earth trembles under the immense force of the blow. As for the Bell of Doom, a massive crater now mars his chest, with his lungs and heart nearly pulverized. Unless one possesses an extraordinary self-healing factor, such as Deadpool, whose abilities are grotesquely mutated by cancer cells, This injury would be fatal even for Wolverine. Without cognitive function or a heart to facilitate energy transport within the body, no matter how formidable the regenerative abilities, they become futile. Observing the Bell of Doom's slowing recovery, the meatball pronounces a death sentence upon him. So be it. This wretch is undoubtedly doomed. With this thought, the meatball turns to depart. During the pursuit of the Bell of Doom, the Killer Croc has already seized the opportunity to escape. With the target vanished, there is no reason for him to linger. Thus, the meatball relinquishes his abilities, his form rapidly shrinking back to a normal height, reverting from the towering figure to an ordinary stature of 462 pounds. However, at that moment, the Bell of Doom, lying on the ground, experiences a remarkable acceleration in the healing of his wounds. Clearly, while such injuries would be fatal for most with regenerative capabilities, they have yet to reach the Bell of Doom's limits. His heart and brain were the first to undergo regeneration, and as his abdomen gradually healed, he exhaled his first breath while his tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. However, what filled his eyes at that moment was not the original clarity of reason and calmness, but a frenzied madness drenched in blood. After sustaining a fatal injury, the agonizing memories that haunted Sang Zhong's mind surged forth, igniting a primal ferocity within him. There was no waiting for his wounds to heal. Rising to his feet, Sang Zhong immediately seized the twin blades beside him and leapt high above the grotesque mass, aiming the sharp edges directly toward its crown. Although madness had indeed robbed him of his rationality, instinctively targeting the enemy's most vulnerable point had become second nature, requiring no conscious thought. At a crucial moment, the grotesque mass, sensing Sang Zhong's movement through the shadows on the ground, cursed under its breath, "Damn it, still alive?" Time was no longer on its side to expand its form, but it could still manipulate gravity. Suddenly, a powerful gravitational force bore down upon Sang Zhong, forcing him toward the ground. At that moment, he was still some distance from the creature's head. Ultimately, his plummeting body crashed to the earth, and the two samurai swords, propelled by the mass's own capabilities, were driven deep into its shoulder. Chapter 125, Batman to the Rescue. The grotesque mass let out a shriek, this time not fat, but genuine blood spilling forth, as the blades finally penetrated its protective layer of fat. Pain. Excruciating pain. Since acquiring its abilities and gaining this layer of fat, the creature had long forgotten the sensation of such torment. This agony stirred a fierce anger within it. "You shall die. I want you dead," it bellowed in rage, gritting its teeth as it wrenched the samurai swords from its shoulder. Its body expanded once more, and the 884-pound mass lifted its colossal foot, preparing to crush Sang Zhong's head into a bloody pulp. Should the brain be utterly obliterated, there would be no hope for survival, even for Sang Zhong. The situation had reached a perilous climax. Just then, a brilliant light illuminated the night sky over Gotham City. It was the massive bat emblem, the bat signal shining from the rooftop of the Gotham Police Department. Batman? The grotesque mass certainly noticed this anomaly, but it was too late to act. A vast shadow swept across the street, and a sharp grappling hook embedded itself into the wound created by the samurai sword. "Ah!" It screamed, but there was no time to react, as the other end of the hook was tethered to the Batmobile hovering in the air. So, standing on the ground allows you to manipulate the surrounding gravity? What a glaring flaw in your abilities. The pilot of the Batwing is none other than Bruce Wayne's cousin, Kate Kane, who has assumed the mantle of Batwoman, a steadfast ally of Batman. Grapple confirmed and engaged. Batwoman, are you prepared? Meanwhile, on the rooftop where the battle between the Meatball and Clock King unfolds, Batman slowly rises, gazing below at the agonized Meatball, who remains ensnared by the grapple. On his right arm, he dons a colossal metallic gauntlet, a shockwave-enhanced fist crafted from Wayne Enterprises technology. Though excessively heavy for intense combat, its single strike possesses the formidable force exceeding 1 ton. "I am in position. Ascend, Batwoman," Batman commands. Upon hearing Bruce's response, Batwoman pilots the craft skyward. With the Batwing's pull, even the 884-pound Meatball is effortlessly lifted from the ground, rendering his gravitational control ineffective. Simultaneously, Batman leaps from the adjacent rooftop, delivering a punch with the shock gauntlet aimed squarely at Meatball's head, generating a force exceeding 1,000 newtons. Bang! The muffled thud that recently echoed off Clock King's cranium now reverberates against Meatball's. regardless of the excess fat enveloping him. The head remains the most challenging area for fat accumulation. The fat present there could not withstand Batman's blow, let alone a bullet. With his strike, Meatball promptly loses consciousness, dangling helplessly from the grapple. It is done, though it is unfortunate that Red Devil was vanquished too soon. The mental toxin and sonic weapon intended for him were not yet deployed. Batman's words unveil the truth of the night. Perhaps Batwoman remains oblivious, but as a manifestation of Red, Batman had meticulously orchestrated the evening's events. The mutant's assault on the Joker was always part of the plan. Batman feigned being occupied with robbery incidents several blocks away, allowing Batwoman the time needed to apprehend both Red Devil and Meatball, two malevolent members of the Mutant Brotherhood. Regrettably, the unexpected intervention of Clock King led to the premature defeat of Red Devil, enabling his escape, leaving only Meatball captured. Observing Meatball suspended from the grapple, Batman already foresees the outcome. Unbeknownst to Batwoman, the grapple had been pre-coated with a toxin capable of dissolving fat, courtesy of Red. With a weight of 462 pounds, predominantly composed of fat, the inevitable conclusion is all too clear, masquerading as a rare illness invisible to any observer. Of course, the mutants likely comprehend Batman's true intent, to ensure that Batwoman, a superhero not entirely under his control, remains unsuspecting. That suffices. As Batman contemplates, Clock King stirs once more, still reeling from the madness inflicted by his grievous injury. In an era where gravity has vanished and freedom has been restored, he sees the samurai, sword lying on the ground, and lunged toward Batman. As the Dark Knight, it was impossible for him to be caught off guard. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast, vigilant of his surroundings. Ultimately, just as the blade was about to strike Batman's neck, Deathstroke's movement halted abruptly. His expression was a grimace of exertion. Yet the sword, devoid of any obstruction, inexplicably ceased its advance toward Batman. Was it truly the influence of the system at play? Though merely a projection, and currently embodying Batman, it was, after all, a fragment of Red's essence standing before Deathstroke. He intended to seize this moment to ascertain whether the system's claim of an unwavering subordinate would indeed refrain from inflicting harm upon him. It appeared that even in a state of irrationality, Deathstroke was incapable of causing him injury. Casting aside all musings of a conspiratorial system, Batman summoned his true self in New York City. In the next instant, Deathstroke's frenzied demeanor shifted, the sword slipping from his grasp, his countenance gradually returning to calm. Have I lost control again? I should be back to normal now. Batman approached, retrieving the fallen sword without uttering unnecessary words. For Batgirl had just leaped down from the Batplane. Is this the ally you sought, Bat? The note of disdain in Batgirl's voice was palpable as she regarded Deathstroke. Do not underestimate anyone, my dear warrior. Now, let us return to the Batcave. If you remain unconvinced, there, you may spar with Deathstroke to your heart's content. Thus, the trio journeyed back to the Batcave aboard the Batplane, concluding their Gotham escapade for the night. Approximately 30 minutes after their return, Batgirl emerged from the training room. Her expression one of defiance, with Deathstroke following closely behind. Their sparring session had concluded, and the outcome was all too evident. It was well known that Batman, when adequately prepared, could take on the entire Justice League single-handedly. Likewise, Deathstroke had previously achieved similar feats, albeit without Batman's capacity to gather intelligence from within the League. The knowledge of crafting kryptonite-infused flash grenades lingered in Deathstroke's mind as the most evident testament to this fact. Chapter 126, The Gotham Situation Master, Miss Kane, and This Gentleman. The red tea is ready. In the Batcave, Alfred, having reverted from the Joker, presented several cups of red tea, placing them on the sole table within the cave. I apologize for the absence of comfortable sofas. However, Master prefers not to clutter the Batcave with superfluous items. It is of no consequence. If Kate were not a member of the Kane family, nor the cousin of Bruce, she would undoubtedly embody the essence of a rebellious young woman. Yet, in the presence of Alfred, the steadfast butler of the Wayne family, she cannot help but harbor a deep respect. That is quite sufficient, Mr. Alfred, she mused. Lifting her teacup, she delicately savored Alfred's craftsmanship, adhering to the etiquette befitting the four great families. Notably, witnessing the insatiable thirst of the clock tower, who gulped down an entire cup of black tea in one go, filled Kate with a sense of triumph. At the very least, in the realm of aristocratic manners, she certainly surpassed this clock tower. It was evident that the recent encounter in the training room had dealt Kate a considerable blow, having aspired to become a superhero. She found herself bested by a mere mercenary. Bruce, oblivious to Kate's inner turmoil, was engrossed in planning the forthcoming endeavors. He was diligently scouring Gotham City's intelligence through the Batcave's computer, attempting to anticipate the forthcoming actions of the mutants. The mutants had only recently begun their operations in Gotham. With the Martian Manhunter and Carol opting to depart from Earth, the mutants had not garnered the government's attention, finding themselves stymied in their development and increasingly oppressed by the authorities. In such circumstances, the malevolent Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, led by Eric, sought to exploit their criminal attributes, employing clandestine methods to accrue benefits for the entire mutant populace. Gotham City was their inaugural target. This chaotic metropolis, even with Batman's return over the past 3 years, remained more vulnerable than other American cities. As a highly autonomous city, Gotham's inherent disorder allowed the mutants to operate with relative impunity, drawing little scrutiny from the American government. Perhaps, in the eyes of those politicians, exchanging a city already fraught with mismanagement for the tranquility of wicked mutants seemed a foolproof transaction. This, of course, clashed with Red's interests in Gotham. The rapid ascent of LexCorp was inextricably linked to the unwavering support of Wayne Enterprises within the city. Moreover, Batman's mission inherently targeted the mutants, making the ensuing conflict all the more inevitable. This time, the mutants aimed to usurp the Joker's gang, intending to replace them, and would likely endeavor to establish contact with the Joker, seeking to persuade him through peaceful means or leverage the unique abilities possessed by some mutants. The leader of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, Magneto, refrained from personally visiting Gotham due to his overwhelming influence. Should he intervene directly, even the government of this unmanageable city would be compelled to react. Thus, four other mutants accompanied Eric to Gotham in his stead. The Red Devil has sustained severe injuries and will likely require some time for recovery. Even though the mutants have acquired the technology of ordinary human society, healing such wounds still demands a considerable duration. Kate has arrived at the Batcomputer, where she is analyzing the current situation with Bruce. The creature has been transported to the Gotham Police Department, and it will not be long before it succumbs to a rare genetic disorder, resulting in adipolysis. This threat has been neutralized. Although it is merely the first day of the Grim Reaper's arrival in Gotham, Bruce has already mitigated half of the mutants' assault. Among the remaining 2 mutants, one I recall is code-named Torrent, capable of conjuring storms, and the countermeasures have long been prepared. What genuinely concerns me is the final individual, a mutant who has never revealed themselves. At this moment, Kate's phone abruptly rings, and after signaling to Bruce, she temporarily exits the Batcave. As the call is from her family, the Canes. Following Kate's departure, the Grim Reaper approaches Bruce, accompanied by Alfred. Speak up, what is the plan? There are no outsiders present now. The 3 of US remaining are all manifestations or divisions of Red. Thus, there is no need for any concealment of information. One among us must take their leave. Before Bruce can finish his sentence, a notification chimes from the Batcave, indicating that the bat signal has been illuminated on the rooftop of the Gotham Police Department. Gordon is once again summoning Batman. Excuse me for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, Bruce transforms back into Batman and pilots the Batwing into the night. Shortly after his departure, Kate returns to the Batcomputer. Where is Bruce? Commissioner Gordon must have some inquiries, so he stepped out for a moment. Is that so? After a brief hesitation and a scrutinizing glance at the Grim Reaper, Kate addresses Alfred. I have just received word that those within the Kane family who had contact with the Court of Owls have now gone silent. I must return to the Kane family immediately. If anything arises, have Bruce inform me. Very well, Miss Kane. Upon receiving Alfred's reply, Kate departs the Batcave. Has the Court of Owls emerged at this juncture? The Grim Reaper gazes at Alfred, now understanding why Red had dispatched him to Gotham. Although the threats from the 4 prominent families and criminal syndicates have largely been eradicated, the simultaneous emergence of mutants and the Court of Owls presents a dire predicament. Perhaps, from the outset, the mutants have been colluding with the Court of Owls. After all, we were the first to introduce external forces. Red does not share the comic book Batman's desire to prevent outside influence in Gotham. Hence, he is allied with LexCorp and Stark Industries to suppress the local powers of Gotham alongside Wayne Enterprises. In a span of 3 years, the Wayne Group has nearly seized every aspect of Gotham City. However, Such dominance inevitably provokes the Court of Owls to retaliate with relentless vigor. In the current Marvel universe, there exists a scarcity of external forces that the Court of Owls might exploit. The era of superheroes has yet to dawn. Nevertheless, the presence of mutants serves as the most accessible source of assistance for the Court of Owls. Chapter 127. The arrival of Tony on the rooftop of Gotham Police Department. Beneath the vast bat signal stood not only Commissioner Gordon, the current head of the Gotham Police, but also another figure, Harvey Dent, the city's prosecutor, who is also the precursor to the notorious villain, Two-Face. Yet, in this world, Harvey Dent is destined never to become Two-Face, for the long Halloween has long since passed. Much like the Batman depicted in most narratives, the Batman portrayed by Red initiated a campaign against the Falcone and Maroni families during his first year back in Gotham. However, unlike the drawn-out Halloween of the comics, this alliance comprises not just Gordon, Harvey, and Batman, but also includes Bruce Wayne, Lex Luthor, and Tony Stark, three individuals whose public personas are markedly larger than life. Under such circumstances, the prolonged Halloween could not possibly unfold. The combined forces of Wayne Enterprises, LexCorp, and Stark Industries ensured that even in Gotham, the Falcone family could not muster any significant resistance, being crushed under the weight of both light and darkness, leaving no room for defiance. Thus, Two-Face never emerged, and Gotham simply gained a prosecutor infused with righteous zeal, his mind subtly influenced by Red. "You were looking for me?" The two conversing were startled by the sudden voice. Turning to discover Batman had silently approached them. "To be precise, it's not that we sought you at this moment. Rather, we have an ally who promised to arrive in Gotham at this time," Gordon elucidated while glancing at his watch. They were already 30 minutes overdue. Although he had anticipated this, the individual in question proved to be as consistent as his reputation suggested. Harvey wore an expression of resignation. They were both aware of the plans for the night and knew that Batman intended to use the Joker's gang as bait to attempt the capture of the mutants. In truth, the plan had succeeded in part, had it not been for the mercenary arriving from New York at an opportune moment. Perhaps the two mutants would have already been confined within the precinct's dungeon. Given the circumstances, they ought not to have disturbed Batman. Any issues could have waited until the following night. Yet, who could have predicted that the individual from New York would insist on meeting the illustrious Batman of Gotham at this very moment? "I can probably guess who it is," Batman remarked, at a loss for words. In the Marvel Universe, at this particular moment, the only individual capable of intervening in Gotham City and requesting a meeting with Batman, with both Gordon and Harvey acquiescing, can only be one person. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for my tardiness. You should have been delayed as well, considering the numerous events that transpired this evening. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." As Batman concluded his statement, a figure descended upon the rooftop of the police station using a personal flight device. The newcomer was none other than Tony Stark. The personal flight apparatus beneath him was the result of a government initiative a few years prior, when they confiscated Green Goblin Norman's equipment. Instead of entrusting the task of modification to LexCorp, they had commissioned Stark Industries to decipher and mass-produce this personal flying device. The version currently under Tony's feet was a specially upgraded model. There was no need for superfluous conversation. Red, who had once interacted with Tony under various guises, was not inclined to engage in idle chatter, especially while embodying the persona of Batman, who was known for his taciturn nature. Tony Stark, America's wealthiest magnate and New York City's notorious playboy. What is it that compels you to seek my presence? Observing Batman's dispassionate demeanor, Tony felt little inclination to elaborate. "I wish to join your Justice League to address the peculiar circumstances currently afflicting Gotham City." Tony's response did not take Batman by surprise. Previously, during encounters with Falcone and other Gotham families, Stark Industries had been leveraged, so Tony's intention to participate was hardly unexpected. "For Alfred? You guessed correctly?" Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment before he sighed. "Indeed, for Alfred, that venerable gentleman. I aspire to stabilize Gotham City on his behalf. As you are aware, 3 years ago, Alfred finally welcomed his master back. He deserves to relish a more serene existence at this time." Upon hearing this, both Gordon and Harvey were profoundly moved. They recognized that Tony genuinely harbored such intentions. They had heard of Alfred's influence on him, and it was remarkable that Tony would involve himself in the perilous situation in Gotham City out of respect for Alfred's previous guidance. Such character was sufficient to overshadow his reputation as a playboy, garnering the admiration of Gordon and Harvey, the embodiment of righteousness. Batman furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from further comment. After a collective discussion, Gordon assisted Tony in arranging accommodations and dispatched police for protection. Should the need for Stark Industries resources arise, Tony would not hesitate to act. There was no necessity for Batman to accompany these proceedings. Tony's role was predominantly public, and communication between Gordon, Harvey, and Tony sufficed. Batman saw no reason for in-depth interaction with the current Tony Stark. Thus, Batman swiftly returned to the Batcave, only to find that the only occupant was Oracle, who was diligently sifting through data on the Batcomputer, while Alfred was conspicuously absent. "Where's Alfred?" he inquired. "He has gone to execute your plan," was the response. At this, Batman nodded. After all, both Alfred and the Joker possessed remarkable intellects, capable of comprehending his words prior to his departure, which was hardly surprising. Who had intended a probe? Kate Kane. It was likely she had gleaned some intelligence from the Court of Owls. "What news do you have from Gotham PD? What exactly is unfolding there?" Tony Stark intended to intervene in the conflict between my dreams and mutants. It seemed to me that his motives for meddling in Gotham affairs were not purely altruistic. Upon hearing this, Oracle paused momentarily, then quickly reached a conclusion. He sought to protect Alfred. Indeed, this singular motive could elucidate why he felt compelled to personally journey to Gotham. Chapter 128. The actions of Batwoman Gotham City once again endured a night, and even Batman, after the evening's events, managed to enjoy a restful slumber, while others remained wide awake. Kate Kane did not return to the Kane family abode after leaving the Batcave. Instead, she kept a distant vigil over Wayne Manor. It was not until she saw Alfred emerge slowly from the estate that her expression became conflicted. "Alfred, you cannot possibly be that person, can you?" Despite her reluctance to accept the information she had received from the Court of Owls, reason compelled her to acknowledge that the court had no incentive to deceive her regarding such matters, as the truth was easily verifiable. Even if there had been a misunderstanding, it could not incite discord among them. Yet, in the interest of calming her tumultuous thoughts, she resolved to monitor Alfred closely. The message conveyed to Kate by the Court of Owls, through a member of the Kane family, was straightforward, a mere conjecture that Alfred might actually be the Joker. After learning this unsettling news, Kate scoured her memory for any rationale that could disprove this speculation. However, recalling the events of 7 years prior in Gotham City, it was evident that anyone could arrive at similar conclusions. This was also the underlying cause of Batman's, or rather Red's, machinations. Initially, to sustain Wayne Enterprises, he had maximized the residual value of Alfred's role, which led to the pervasive awareness throughout Gotham of the close ties between Alfred and the Joker, particularly with the Falcone family, who had directly participated in Alfred's funding of the Joker's gang. From that moment onward, it was inevitable that Alfred's secret would eventually come to light. Thus, Batman intended to seize this opportunity to discreetly extricate Alfred from his role, transforming him into the fearsome figure that would instill terror within Gotham City, the Joker. Upon departing from Wayne Manor, Alfred became acutely aware of Kate's pursuit. However, he exhibited no restraint whatsoever, brazenly entering the labyrinthine sewers of Gotham City through a narrow alleyway. The denizens of Gotham above remained blissfully ignorant of the intricate network of sewers below, nearly half of which had been commandeered by the Joker's gang, transformed into a clandestine stronghold. As Kate followed Alfred into this secret lair adorned with enormous Joker smiles, a profound despair enveloped her. She could scarcely believe it. Yet the truth was undeniable. The esteemed Alfred had indeed forged a connection with the Joker's gang. Mr. Alfred. Upon his arrival, the previously jovial atmosphere among the gang members shifted to one of solemnity. They lowered their heads in deference to Alfred. Witnessing their demeanor, Kate's expression darkened further. Mere moments ago, she had comforted herself with the notion that Alfred's collaboration with the gang stemmed from extraordinary circumstances 7 years prior. Yet, judging by the attitude of these members, it seemed increasingly likely that Alfred was, as the Court of Owls had suggested, the very founder of the Joker's gang. Concealed within the ventilation ducts, Kate stealthily descended into an unoccupied chamber, relying on her agility to incapacitate the gang members unnoticed, all while trailing Alfred from a distance. She refrained from divulging this revelation to Batman, believing that Bruce might struggle to accept the reality of Alfred's affiliation with the Joker's gang. The most prudent course of action, she reasoned, was to seize this opportunity to capture the Joker, thereby liberating Alfred from the abyss of the gang once the dust settled. With this resolve, Kate pressed onward, only to inadvertently find herself in an underground gladiatorial arena. By the time she realized the overwhelming number of gang members surrounding her, it was far too late. Turning back, she was met with the ominous gleam of gun muzzles. A dozen gang members armed with submachine guns had blocked her path, while all eyes were fixed upon her. Meanwhile, Alfred, whom she had been shadowing, expressionlessly entered the elevator leading deeper underground. "Alfred, don't go in. Return to Wayne Manor," Kate implored in vain, but Alfred remained impassive. Pressing the elevator button, as the doors slowly closed, Kate was compelled by the threat of firearms to step into the underground arena. Ladies and gentlemen, with the arena gates clanging shut, Harley Quinn emerged atop the platform, microphone in hand, exuberantly exclaiming, "Our challenger, Batwoman Kate Kane, has arrived. Now, it is time for us to demonstrate our strength. Who among you wishes to step into the ring? Or rather, who intends to take the stage?" As the words fell, the iron gates around her thunderously swung open, unleashing a relentless tide of members from the Joker gang, who surged forth to launch an assault on Kate. Damn it! Realizing that she had been ensnared from the very beginning, Kate was left with no choice but to engage in battle. Only by vanquishing all these gang members could she hope to escape this dire situation. However, it was evident that this plan had never afforded her a path to flee unscathed. The first gang member to charge at her was swiftly incapacitated, even before he could react. Yet, his fallen form obstructed Kate's ability to counter the onslaught of others. The adversaries continued to pour forth from the obsidian corridor. Kate could wield her equipment and tools to defeat 10, 20, even 30 foes. But could she truly overcome an unending wave of enemies? The answer was painfully clear. With the first baseball bat striking her back, the subsequent blows rained down upon her mercilessly. In a matter of moments, she became a tapestry of bruises. Even the bat-shaped shurikens in her hands grew increasingly difficult to throw with precision. Beside her, amidst the scattered, unconscious bodies of the Joker gang members, fresh adversaries relentlessly pressed their attack, trampling over their fallen comrades in their madness. They were a horde of lunatics, utterly deranged. Ultimately, as a bat struck the back of her head, Kate lost consciousness entirely. "All right, everyone, the battle is concluded. Our challenger has failed this time." Harley's words heralded the cessation of the siege. Following this, she slowly turned, and from the shadows emerged Red, who was supposed to be monitoring all scrolls from New York. "It's your turn, boss, just like with the others." Chapter 129, Identity Exposed Outside the Laboratory. Harley rarely maintained silence as she awaited Red's return. Before long, he emerged from within. "Boss, is it done?" Red nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, the mental suggestion has been implanted. She will subconsciously refrain from questioning matters concerning our faction." It was the same old routine, akin to the method used to control Jinn. Red had embedded a suggestion within Kate, the Batwoman's mind, ensuring that unless they were deliberately exposed, she would likely remain oblivious to their actions. Why complicate matters so? Would it not be simpler to directly manipulate her mind and make this Batwoman one of us? Harley questioned, perplexed. While this reduced the threat posed by Kate, it still required them to continuously enact a detailed charade. If they could merely brainwash Kate into joining them, would that not eliminate the threat entirely? "Harley, your understanding is flawed," Red began to explain. "The memories of individuals are indelibly etched, impossible to obliterate completely. Even if I could, deep within my spirit, alter the recollections of another, unforeseen circumstances may always arise, prompting them to reminisce about bygone days. Thus, the moment the truth is unveiled, a relentless conflict ensues. Although the subtleties of mental suggestion require careful masquerade on our part, the likelihood of discovery remains minimal. It is somewhat troublesome, yet the currently insufficient power of Red necessitates such methods. Perhaps, once he summons both Wonder Woman and Superman, he will be able to act with unreserved transparency." At this juncture, the Joker approached, adorned in Alfred's Butler attire. "Joker, the next phase is yours," I declared. "The mere thought of no longer needing to disguise myself as the aging steward of the Wayne family fills me with exhilaration. Even the Joker cannot abide a life straddling two worlds. The limitations are simply too constraining. This opportunity to wholly shed the identity of Alfred is indeed a welcome change." Speaking thus, the Joker entered the laboratory. After a considerable time, Kate gradually regained consciousness. Upon her first glance, she realized she was securely bound to the examination table, and, using her peripheral vision, she discerned a familiar silhouette. A black tailcoat, white gloves, a slender yet upright figure. There could be no mistake. It was Alfred. Alfred, why are you doing this? Bruce has returned. Wouldn't it be better to delineate boundaries with the Joker? Kate continued to grapple with persuading Alfred to return to Wayne Manor. Yet the figure before her remained immobile, only the subtle rise and fall of his chest betraying his breath. Alfred, can you hear me? Bruce would never wish for you to be in this state. We understand the sacrifices you made to preserve the Wayne family's legacy, but that is no longer necessary. Could you return to Wayne Manor and once again become the esteemed butler we all respect? At that moment, Alfred finally stirred. His body swayed slightly, as if on the verge of turning. For an instant, Kate felt she had succeeded in convincing him. However, as he turned, Kate was utterly stunned. How could this be? From every conceivable angle, he appeared to be Alfred, yet upon turning, a deranged grin greeted her. Alfred? No, this is clearly the Joker. Joker, what have you done to Alfred? Tell me. Kate screamed in a frenzy, unwilling to accept this grim reality. Throughout her tenure as Batwoman, she had received countless acts of kindness from Alfred and had genuinely grown fond of this venerable gentleman. To now discover that this beloved figure was, in truth, the harbinger of madness and terror in Gotham was a notion she could scarcely bear. When you first began to track me, did you not make such an assumption? How is it that now you find it impossible to accept? The Joker, with a maniacal grin painted across his face, approached Kate slowly, reaching out to gently grasp her cheek. Look at you, furrowed brow and a face twisted in anger, not a hint of joy. Aldred smiled softly, then produced a test tube. I have often pondered what would transpire if laughing gas were directly injected into the body. Regrettably, the consequences of such an act are far too daunting for even my subordinates to endure. The very gas that induces uncontrollable laughter to the point of death, if concentrated into a liquid and injected, would hardly require experimentation. Merely contemplating it reveals the grim fate that awaits. Kate felt the same trepidation. Even though she bore the moniker of Batwoman, the sight of the syringe inching closer to her arm filled her with dread. Not everyone, despite sharing the Bat insignia, possesses Batman's fortitude to embrace death for their ideals. At least for Kate, the approach of death was met with fear. Get away. Stay back. Kate thrashed desperately, but to no avail. Despite her remarkable physical prowess, she was not superhuman and could not escape the restraints of the examination table, helplessly watching as the syringe made contact with her skin. Just as Kate believed she was destined to perish in this forsaken place under the influence of liquid laughing gas, a faint disturbance emanated from the ventilation ducts beneath the Joker's feet. The Joker, intrigued, glanced at the vent below. It seemed his associates had grown somewhat complacent, unaware that rodents had infiltrated the ventilation system. With that thought, he turned his gaze back to Kate, only for her fleeting hope to be extinguished once more. He had presumed the earlier noise was Batman's arrival, yet it appeared her actions had not aroused Batman's suspicion. He likely believed she was still at the Kane family estate. Just as despair enveloped Kate completely, a sudden explosion erupted from outside the laboratory. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated throughout the underground base, causing even the Joker to momentarily lose his footing. Almost simultaneously, the diminutive ventilation duct was violently torn open, a tremendous force propelling the Joker across the room, sending him crashing to the ground. Bruce? Kate gasped, astonished to see the figure emerging from the vent, her surprise momentarily overshadowing her need to protect Batman's identity. Batman, glancing at the Joker with a deep sigh, swiftly severed the restraints binding Kate with a bat-shaped dart. Indeed, there was no longer any need to conceal his identity. Chapter 130. Rescue Alfred. No, little bat. I prefer you call me the Joker. The clown slowly rose from the ground, a gleeful smile illuminating his face as he spread his arms wide and exclaimed, Well, Batman, did you ever anticipate this? Upon your return to Gotham, you have been relentlessly preoccupied with eradicating its evils. Yet here remains a mad clown by your side. Isn't it rather amusing? Curse you. Batman, initially hesitating, was instantly consumed by rage. He lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch at the clown, only for it to be caught effortlessly by the latter's palm. Do not forget what my profession was in my youth, Batman. I'm not so easily subdued. With that, the clown forcefully pushed Batman's fist aside and landed a fierce blow to his face. See? I told you, I am not so easily defeated. Wiping the slight trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Batman furrowed his brow. Alfred, return with me. I shall not concern myself with what you have done for the Wayne family, as long as you come back to Wayne Manor. Dream on, Bat. I can never return. I am now the embodiment of Gotham that you despise. The clown bellowed, drawing a handgun from behind him and immediately pulling the trigger. Batman swiftly attempted to evade, only to discover that what erupted from the gun was not a bullet, but a triangular flag emblazoned with the clown's grinning visage. You still fall for it. Time and again, Batman. The clown seized the moment of Batman's confusion to deliver a swift kick, forcing him to roll away once more to evade the onslaught. Bruce. At this moment, Kate, having loosened her stiff joints and confirmed the absence of any other injuries, promptly joined the fray. In contrast to Batman, Kate's combat skills were honed in military training, making her strikes inherently more forceful. Unlike Batman, who could precisely control his strength, ensuring he would break a bone without causing the loss of even a fingernail, Kate struggled to modulate her power. Despite her prowess in the arena, where she could vanquish dozens of the clown's henchmen in one sweep, she found herself thoroughly outmatched when facing Alfred. After merely 2 exchanges, Kate was caught in a grappling hold, a syringe filled with laughing gas poised to pierce her artery. Thank you, Batwoman. Remember, I had experiments to conduct. The clown's extraordinary agility took Kate by surprise, leaving her unresponsive and perilously close to danger. Yet while she remained oblivious, Batman was alert. Kate, tilt your head. The moment the words left his lips, he hurled a batarang. Kate, awakened by Batman's urgent command, slightly inclined her head, allowing the batarang to graze her cheek and shatter the syringe in the clown's grasp. At that moment, Batman seized the opportunity to leap forward, compelling the Joker to release Kate. Bruce, I was merely having an off day, she attempted to justify herself after being rescued. However, such an explanation held no weight in Batman's eyes. Alfred, possessing remarkable skills, was once a spy for MI6 in his youth. In terms of prowess, he far surpassed you. Even I would find it challenging to best him in a one-on-one confrontation. Kate's cheeks flushed slightly. Although it was the truth, being called out on it surprised her. Yet, she swiftly redirected her gaze towards the Joker. One person may not suffice, but together we can surely incapacitate Alfred and bring him back. In time, he will recover. Batman nodded in agreement with Kate's assertion, but in the next instant, a violent explosion shattered the door behind them. Harley Quinn entered, wielding a rocket launcher in one hand and a baseball bat in the other. Oh, darling? 2 bats? It seems the masked men outside are quite formidable. To ensure a safe infiltration, Batman had instructed the clock tower to launch a frontal assault on the Joker's hideout prior to their operation. And Harley had come here to report to the Joker after the base came under attack. Kate prepared to retreat. However, Kate was clearly reluctant to withdraw. Whether to prove her capabilities or to escort Alfred back to Wayne Manor, she wished to continue the fight for a while longer. In her view, while she might not be able to defeat the Joker, Batman certainly could, and she believed she could handle Harley Quinn without issue. Victory was within reach. Do you intend to let Clock Tower face the entire Joker gang alone? He has only just arrived in Gotham and is ill-prepared for such a confrontation. He cannot hold out for long. As he spoke, Batman glanced at Harley Quinn and the faint glimmers of gunfire visible outside the laboratory. Ultimately, he focused his attention on the Joker. They are all mad. With that, Batman released 2 specially designed smoke bombs from beneath his cape, and in an instant, the entire laboratory was enveloped in smoke. Utilizing the cover, Batman disregarded Kate's willingness and firmly grasped her arm, leaping into the ventilation duct to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, outside the base, the clock tower, equipped with an array of heavy weaponry, faced off against the Joker gang, yet the situation was far from favorable for him. Blocking his path was the imposing figure of Solomon Grundy. I had anticipated this. With the Joker present, it was unreasonable to think Solomon would not be here. With that, the clock tower reset his dislocated arm and turned his gaze back to Solomon Grundy. What surprises me is that without the Joker's command, you were able to act independently. According to conventional reasoning, one would expect that Solomon, a person of diminished cognitive ability, would warrant some degree of caution even as a leader of a formidable faction. The clock tower had similarly devised a plan. In her estimation, even if Solomon Grundy were to act, it would transpire only after Batman and his cohorts had made their escape. My associate, the Joker, would impose no restrictions upon my actions. With a week at my disposal, Solomon could do as he pleases. How enviable that must be, indeed. As she spoke, the clock tower unsheathed her dual blades. In light of this, I shall engage earnestly. Upon hearing this, Solomon braced himself for an impending assault. Yet, in the next moment, when the two blades clashed, rather than sparks, a thick cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring the vision of the Joker's henchman. What? Chapter 131. The knight concludes the clock tower had come merely to buy time, not to annihilate the Joker's gang that very night. Thus, she had prepared accordingly. The blades upon her back were not weapons at all, but cleverly disguised smoke dispensers. The outcome was quite apparent. Such foresight indeed saved the clock tower's life. Under the cover of the smoke, she swiftly extricated herself from the Joker's territory and boarded Batman's Batmobile. In a dimly lit alleyway, the clock tower brought the Batmobile to a halt. One reason for her decisive retreat upon encountering Solomon was that her current preparations were insufficient to confront Solomon Grundy, which could lead to a grievous miscalculation. She harbored no certainty of being able to vanquish him, for as she understood, Solomon was, after all, a dead man. How could a corpse be so easily dispatched? Another reason was that she had already received Batman's signal to withdraw. It was only after they had initiated their retreat that she departed without hesitation. According to their plan, they would emerge from the sewer outlet in the alley. However, at that moment, the circumstances for Batman and Kate were evidently less than favorable. Time rewinds slightly to when Batman and Kate utilized smoke bombs to retreat. As the smoke dissipated, the laboratory was left with only the Joker and Harley Quinn exchanging glances alongside the open ventilation ducts beneath them. Curse Bat, the moment I arrive, they flee. Harley Quinn fumed, yet simultaneously, she noticed the exhilarated smile upon the Joker's face. Harley, do you recall the rodent extermination devices I had my men install in the ventilation ducts? Oh, one must commend Harley Quinn for her unwavering loyalty to the Joker. Upon hearing his words, she immediately surmised his intentions. I will prepare right away. With that, Harley Quinn exited the laboratory. Meanwhile, the Joker retrieved a new vial of liquid laughing gas from the workbench and followed in the direction Harley had taken. Upon arriving in a specialized chamber, Harley had already calibrated the instruments. All set, my dear Harley, you should make haste now. Upon realizing what was about to transpire at the base, Harley nodded decisively, without a moment's hesitation. After blowing a playful kiss to the Joker, she departed from the premises. Meanwhile, the Joker poured the entirety of the liquid laughing gas in his possession into the device before him. My gift will soon catch up with you, Batman. This contraption was designed to disseminate rodenticide within the ventilation ducts. By introducing the liquid medication into the apparatus, it would be transformed and thoroughly atomized, dispersing as a gas with identical effects throughout the base, including the ventilation systems used for gas exchange. Under the influence of the device, the liquid laughing gas swiftly morphed into a dense, green vapor, saturating the entire base within mere seconds. The first victims were not the fleeing Batman in the ventilation shafts, but rather the ordinary members of the Joker's gang present within the base. Although they had been driven to madness by the Joker's influence, they still valued their lives. However, by the time they realized the extent of the situation, they were already enveloped by the pervasive laughing gas. The air was soon filled with fits of manic laughter, tinged with an undercurrent of terror. The Joker, as the sole individual impervious to the effects of the gas, stood amidst this verdant haze with a subtle smile, curving his lips, utterly indifferent to the fate of his subordinates. Do you appreciate my gift, Batman? You must survive. At that moment, Batman and Kate reached the exit of the ventilation duct, only to notice the high concentration of laughing gas surging towards them. Bruce, we need to move. That level of gas cannot be fully purified by the mass filtration system. Without needing further prompting from Kate, Batman grasped her and lunged forward. As they exited the ventilation shaft, their figures were shrouded in the gas. The shockwave from the gases spread, knocked them to the ground. At that instant, Kate found herself in the gravest peril. When Batman had seized her, her mask had been removed, leaving her vulnerable. A single breath of the concentrated laughing gas could prove fatal. Desperately holding her breath, she sprinted alongside Batman towards the sewer exit. Yet the journey spanned at least 10 minutes, necessitating considerable exertion beyond her lung capacity. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, a bat mask was forcefully placed upon her head. When she regained her senses, she saw Batman's handsome visage as he held his breath and urged her to move forward. At the sewer exit, The vigilante, known as Spoiler, sensed vibrations beneath her feet. What on earth have they done to create such a commotion? Intrigued, Spoiler cautiously approached the sewer pipe, weapon in hand. At this moment, he noticed a faint green gas continuously emanating from the sewer cover. Laughing gas. Are they really going this far? Quickly, he donned his gas mask. Soon, the sewer lid was opened, and along with Batman and Kate, a potent cloud of laughing gas surged forth. However, in such a spacious area, the gas's effects had diminished, causing little impact on those nearby. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The excitement is just beginning. It seems you're safe now. Ha, yes, we survived. Even with the air purifier on her mask, Kate inevitably inhaled some laughing gas, causing her cheeks to twitch uncontrollably. He had inhaled a trace of the gas. The mask could not filter out all of it, especially since she had opened her mouth while retreating. Ah, I see. He nodded, then noticed Batman's face, which was unmasked and clearly displayed subtle twitches. Are you trying to stifle a laugh? No, impossible. You must be laughing. You can hardly contain it. I am Batman. I have undergone rigorous training and will not laugh. The night's events concluded with laughing gas spreading recklessly through Gotham's sewers, while the Joker returned to another unaffected base. There, a visitor awaited him, someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Joker himself. It seems you have made extensive preparations for tonight's plan. Inside this base, although many members of the Joker's gang stood around, their gazes were vacant, clearly under some form of control. The figure before him, resembling the Joker, was unmistakably identified. Shapeshifter. I trust when I'm addressing you correctly. Chapter 132. The shapeshifter's quick exit upon the Joker revealing her identity. The shapeshifter ceased her pretense. Her body rippled with scales, transforming into a sensuous figure entirely cloaked in blue scales. Bang! However, contrary to the plan, once the shapeshifter returned to her original form, the Joker did not engage her directly. Instead, he shot through her thigh. The Joker's sudden action left even the shapeshifter bewildered. All those in the base were under their control. What audacity did the Joker possess to act against her here? Clearly, she could not comprehend the Joker's thought process, and thus found herself in peril. Without granting her the chance to command the Joker's gang members to attack, she realized too late that the gun was now firmly pressed against her forehead. I was enjoying a delightful game with my little bat, and you ruffians have ruined my fun. Haven to you? In this world, both the Joker and Batman are merely manifestations of red, and their interactions are nothing short of a meticulously orchestrated drama within the realm of comics. The reason Batman engages in a series of exhilarating confrontations with the Joker is that the Joker, from the depths of his being, regards Batman as a friend. However, the moment the Joker ceases to view Batman as a game and instead considers him a true adversary, even Batman, risking his life, would only achieve a mutual demise. Clearly, when faced with an adversary like Raven, who operates beyond their control, neither Red nor the Joker himself would regard her as a playmate. In an instant, Raven, who once held a significant advantage, found herself ensnared in crisis, and it appeared that escape was no longer a possibility. Joker, you must understand that should you dare to pull the trigger, you too shall fall victim to the weapons of these Joker gang members. At that moment, the controlled members of the Joker gang brandished their firearms, aiming them squarely at the Joker. As Raven had stated, should he dare to shoot, he would undoubtedly be riddled with bullets. Although he was transformed from a character card, the demise of the individual would render the character card irreparably damaged. Do you intend to threaten me in such a mundane manner? Such a tactic lacks any semblance of intrigue. Raven remained silent, yet the intensity of her gaze upon the Joker's eyes conveyed her thoughts. After all, this was her sole opportunity for survival. Regrettably, from the very beginning, the prospect of survival was never within reach. Raven's expression shifted as she noted the Joker's finger tightening on the trigger. She attempted to tilt her head to evade, but given the distance and the fact that her opponent was the Joker, her plan stood little chance of success. Bang! The bullet pierced through Raven's head. This mutant, who existed alongside Magneto and Charles, was officially declared dead. Her ability to mimic anyone's appearance could not shield her from the bullet's wrath. Ironically, the combat experience she believed she had accrued amidst the chaos of gunfire, coupled with her pride as a mutant, became her greatest vulnerability. The shapeshifter had yet to unveil her formidable mutant abilities to the world before meeting her end in the sewers of Gotham City. Yet, the events were far from over. Following Raven's death, as if receiving a command, the members of the Joker gang simultaneously pulled their triggers, instantly transforming the Joker into a perforated figure, collapsing into a pool of blood. "My dear, I shall return to excavate you soon." Meanwhile, Harley Quinn had distanced herself the moment the Joker first laid hands on Raven. Yet the words spoken by the Joker left the mutant controlling the Joker gang members in a state of perplexity. Excavate? Is it possible that the true orchestrator behind the control of the Joker gang, the illusionist Jason Williams, slowly rose, pondering Harley Quinn's words? Beside him, the current flowed with palpable agitation. He was acutely aware of the complicated feelings between Raven and Eric, should he learn of Raven's demise beneath their very noses. Eric would undoubtedly exact a terrible vengeance upon them. "Jason, what are you contemplating? If Eric discovers this matter, we are utterly doomed." "Genos, I comprehend the gravity of this situation, yet Harley Quinn's recent words have piqued my curiosity. She seems to believe that the Joker can survive such grievous injuries. Perhaps Gotham harbors secrets capable of resurrecting the dead." The Illusion Master declared as he wielded his powers to command the Joker's gang. "Fetch the Joker's corpse. I am eager to observe how this scoundrel intends to survive." The members of the Joker's gang, now under the Illusion Master's influence, promptly set about their task. However, as they approached the Joker's lifeless body, the entire underground base trembled violently. "What is happening?" exclaimed the Illusion Master and the Torrent, simultaneously witnessing the influx of mercenaries at every entrance captured on the surveillance monitors. Mercenaries? It cannot be Batman. Gordon and Harvey would never resort to such tactics. Who else would employ mercenaries to assault the Joker's stronghold? Both men were baffled, yet they had no time to seek answers from the Joker's corpse. Reluctantly, they hefted Raven's body and made a hasty exit through a secret passage. Shortly after their departure, a cadre of mercenaries armed with Stark Industries' cutting-edge weaponry stormed in, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the remaining members of the Joker's gang. With superior combat skills and equipment, the outcome was swiftly determined, culminating in the total annihilation of the Joker's minions. The employer of these mercenaries was none other than Tony Stark, who had chosen to intervene in Gotham's tumultuous affairs. Protected by his hired guns, Tony stepped into the base, fully aware of the night's unfolding truths. He realized that Alfred was, in fact, the Joker himself, not merely the puppet master of the Joker's gang, but the very man behind the mask. His arrival was prompted by an email he received, purportedly from Alfred, which contained the locations of all the Joker's hideouts. Initially, Tony perceived this as a provocation from a Joker's gang and, without revealing his knowledge, hired a multitude of mercenaries with the intent to obliterate the entire organization. "Now I understand why you sent me that email." Tony knelt before the Joker's corpse, gently smoothing the mad grin and wide-open eyes that had marked his final moments. "Why? A person like you should not meet such an end. You deserved a far more joyful existence." Chapter 133. The Dionysian Factor. Tony transported the Joker, who was also Alfred, back to Wayne Manor. In the days that followed, Bruce Wayne organized a grand funeral for his longtime mentor and caretaker. Throughout the entirety of the events, Tony remained enveloped in silence. Even when formidable figures from Gotham approached him, he exhibited no desire to engage in conversation. Alfred had aided him in reconciling with his father, allowing him to experience familial warmth for the first time in many years. Yet, who could have foreseen that shortly after his father's demise, even Alfred would meet his end? In that moment, even Bruce Wayne did not sit well with Tony. He held Bruce responsible for Alfred's tragic fate. Had Bruce not departed Gotham without a word? Had he informed Alfred of his whereabouts upon leaving? Had he returned sooner or refrained from donning the mantle of that despicable Batman? Alfred might have been spared such a fate. At this juncture, although a kind-hearted side resided within Tony, he lacked a profound sense of responsibility or a heroic complex. He would not regard Batman's existence as a noble endeavor. For instance, at this moment, Tony would rather collaborate with LexCorp to surveil the world than seek out the perpetrator behind his father's murder. Following the funeral, witnessing Bruce hastily escorting his friend away, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of injustice for Alfred. He left Wayne Manor and returned to the hotel prepared for him by Gordon. Meanwhile, in the Batcave, Kate, "I need you to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the Court of Owls during this period." "Bruce, Alfred has just passed. I believe we should." Kate hesitated, feeling that it was unnecessary to continue pursuing mutants at this time, especially since they had recently suffered losses, they would likely remain quiet for a while. The mutants have just experienced a significant loss, a crucial figure. Batman interrupted Kate, clarifying after investigation. It appears the Court of Owls possesses a remarkable power capable of resurrecting the dead. How could such a power exist? Kate yearned to voice her skepticism. Yet the seriousness in Batman's gaze rendered her voiceless. How did you? I examined Alfred's computer, and within it lies documentation regarding the God Factor. Alfred must have had some knowledge of this phenomenon, although we currently lack the means to investigate through him. Kate fell silent, wishing to take this time to pray for Alfred's soul. However, if the Court of Owls indeed wielded the capability to bring the deceased back to life, it was imperative to prevent the mutants from acquiring such power. Otherwise, the situation could spiral into peril. I understand. I will monitor the family situation closely. Should the Court of Owls exhibit any conspicuous activity, I will be aware. Compared to the Wayne family's persistent opposition to the Court of Owls, it is evident that the Kane family, which has gradually aligned with the Waynes since Martha's generation through marriage, still retains some tenuous connection to the court. Thank you. After Kate departed, Batman and Deathstroke entered the study and securely locked the door behind them. In the next moment, the two closed their eyes, and their consciousness seemingly traversed vast distances in the blink of an eye, entering an unfamiliar realm. At the center of this pristine white space, Red sat poised on a chair, maintaining a shared consciousness network among all her subordinates. Who do we need to seek assistance from? Observing the arrival of Batman and Deathstroke, Red opened her eyes and inquired directly about their purpose in this space. This realm is only utilized in times of urgency, intended for the swift mobilization of all forces. Aquaman, Arthur Curry, he should currently be engaged in battle with Namor of Talocan. Is there a problem? Red furrowed her brows slightly, for in her estimation, the situation in Gotham should not warrant the involvement of Aquaman. It is essential to recognize that he is, aside from Red herself, the mightiest force on Earth. The conflict between Arthur and Namor in the ocean has persisted for years. Red's objective is to ensure Atlantis gains complete dominion over the seas. Thus the clash with Namor had long since erupted. The circumstances were not dire enough to necessitate Arthur's power for resolution. Rather, the hope was to seize this opportunity to obliterate the mutant stronghold in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Red had no intention of playing cryptic games with the Batman persona. Instead, she employed her telepathic abilities to glean a comprehensive understanding of all that this Batman iteration had experienced during this period. I comprehend now. Being fundamentally the same individual, grasping one another's thoughts posed little difficulty. I shall notify Arthur, instructing him to relocate his battlefield with Namor to the waters near Gotham in the coming days. As for the remaining matters, I leave them in your capable hands. Batman and Deathstroke nodded in agreement and departed from the consciousness space constructed by Red, to annihilate all of Eric's mutants in one decisive strike. Now, that is indeed an excellent idea. Behind Wayne Manor lies a grave, where Alfred, the devoted butler who served the Wayne family across 2 generations, was laid to rest beside Thomas Wayne, sleeping eternally among the numerous Waynes. If he truly succumbed to eternal slumber, it was highly likely to be thus. Suddenly, a pale arm burst forth from the earth, and the grave began to swell as the Joker slowly emerged, clad in a suit prepared for burial. He shook off the dirt from his black attire and stepped out of Wayne Manor. Outside, on the road adjacent to the manor, Harley Quinn had been waiting eagerly in the Joker's vehicle. After all these days, my dear, you have finally clawed your way out of that grotesque coffin. The sight of the Joker visibly thrilled Harley Quinn, while the Joker, upon taking his seat in the vehicle, immediately revved the engine. My dear, where are we headed now? Seek all the Dionysian factors hidden beneath Gotham, for these locales may soon host our esteemed guests, and it is imperative that we extend to them a proper welcome. As a fellow denizen capable of traversing the realm of consciousness, the Joker was already aware of the impending plans before he even clawed his way from the grave, understanding that the task of eliminating most mutants would fall squarely upon his shoulders. Chapter 134. The chaos unfolds. Time in Gotham seems to slip away swiftly, and amidst the shadows of scheming, a fortnight passed in the blink of an eye. Upon conveying the news of Raven's demise to Eric, both the Torrent and the Master of Illusions sensed Eric's fury. Yet, simultaneously, they imparted another piece of crucial information to him. There were rumors circulating in Gotham City regarding a method to resurrect the deceased. Upon hearing this, Even Eric momentarily set aside his grief over Raven's death. After all, the ability to bring the dead back to life, should it fall into the hands of mutants, would render any hesitation obsolete. They could seize control of Gotham with sheer force and subsequently wage war against humanity. Eric promptly relayed this intelligence to Charles, and after deliberation, they reached a consensus to investigate the veracity of this rumor. If true, Eric would take it upon himself to command Gotham City, while Charles would lie in wait, ready to strike a lethal blow against human society once Gotham was under their control. The foundation of all these plans rested on the truth of the information. With a sigh of relief, the Torrent and the Master of Illusions immediately set about their investigation, directing their efforts toward the enigmatic Court of Owls, who claimed to hold sway over Gotham from the shadows. If they were aware of the Joker's identity as Alfred, it was reasonable to assume they possessed even greater knowledge. When confronted with inquiries from the duo, members of the Court of Owls predictably responded with ignorance, asserting that this was merely a fabricated legend. Naturally, the court would not divulge the existence of the Dionysian factors. This was the very cornerstone of their power. However, they were no longer dealing with ordinary Gothamites, but rather with individuals endowed with mutant abilities. The Master of Illusions possessed the capacity to manipulate the thoughts of others. While he could not read memories as Charles could, discerning whether the Court of Owls was lying was a relatively straightforward task. Before long, after controlling several peripheral members of the court, they uncovered the truth. The Dionysian factor is a unique liquid metal existing in the underbelly of Gotham City, capable of healing wounds after a host is injured, and even forcibly resurrecting the dead. Upon receiving this revelation, the Master of Illusions and the Torrent refrained from rash actions and instead conveyed this information directly to Magneto Eric, who resided on a solitary island in the Pacific. Upon confirming the existence of the Dionysian factor, capable of bestowing life after death, it was but a few days before Magneto, accompanied by all his mutant followers, those openly aligned with the radical faction, covertly infiltrated Gotham City under the guise of Charles's telepathic abilities. When the Court of Owls once again convened with their mutant allies, they were met not by the likes of Mastermind or Toad, but by the imposing figure of Magneto, Eric Lenshear, who appeared to look down upon them from a lofty height. "What do you intend to do?" The leaders of the Court of Owls trembled. For their ultimate weapon, the claws forged from the Dionysian factor, were utterly powerless before Magneto. In the public eye, they were suppressed by the united forces of the Wayne family, while in the shadows, they found themselves lacking in strength compared to this band of mutants. Unbeknownst to them, the Court of Owls had unwittingly reached a dead end. At this moment, Eric stood surrounded by mutants led by the likes of Deadpool, Quicksilver, and Mastermind. Outside the base of the Court of Owls, Sabretooth and Toad commanded a multitude of mutants, effectively controlling the vicinity. "What I desire has already been conveyed by my subordinates. Your unwillingness to cooperate leaves me no choice but to take matters into my own hands," Magneto declared. Yet even at this juncture, the members of the Court of Owls remained obstinate, just as mutants intrinsically regarded themselves as superior to humans. The Court of Owls harbored a profound disdain for those beyond Gotham. Even in the face of death, they refused to divulge the location of the Dionysian factor. More likely, they were acutely aware that revealing such information would render them utterly obsolete in the eyes of these mutants who held humanity in contempt. Now, the Court of Owls could only hope that the revelation of the Dionysian factor would instill a sense of caution in their adversaries, delaying their fate for as long as possible. Yet, such simplistic thinking was hardly likely to deceive Eric. He shook his head and stepped forward, having abandoned any notion of dialogue. "Charles, where is it located?" Upon his inquiry, the gaze of the Court of Owls member became vacant, and in the next moment, he willingly spoke. "Eric, it lies beneath this base. The entrance is within this individual's office." "Understood." A faint smile graced Eric's lips, and in an instant, a coin pierced through the man's brain. "Bruce, the Court of Owls is in trouble." Kate arrived in the Batcave, having gleaned no useful intelligence through the Kane family South connection to the Court of Owls. However, she realized that the members of the Kane family associated with the court had completely vanished without a trace. It was evident that something had gone awry. "I understand." Batman closed his eyes, sharing this revelation within the realm of consciousness, particularly with the Joker, who was currently preparing. He then turned his gaze towards Kate. "During this period, I have successfully investigated the location of the Court of Owls headquarters. The ensuing battle promises to be arduous. If possible, Kate, It would be prudent for you to remain in the Batcave and utilize the Batcomputer to provide us with remote support. Bruce, I stated from the outset that I am capable of fighting. I am Batgirl. Just as Kate finished her declaration, she was interrupted by Batman. This task was originally meant for Alfred, but as you know, upon hearing Alfred's name, Kate fell silent and nodded in acquiescence. Understand. Seeing Kate's agreement, Batman nodded in return. In the forthcoming actions, they would exhibit an unreasonable understanding of mutants, with numerous inexplicable elements, such as his method for confronting Magneto, which could not be prepared in a short time. To prevent any suspicion from arising, it would be best for Kate to remain in the Batcave. So, Clock King, let us depart. Meanwhile, in the waters near Gotham, two men, both bearing the title of Aquaman, were engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Namor, the king of the Atlantean kingdom of Talokan, and Arthur, the king of Atlantis, who had recently emerged with unparalleled aggression. Armed with tridents, they clashed as usual, a consequence of the conflict between their two nations. Chapter 135. Encountering the Joker's mutants again, what is the matter? Is this the king of Atlantis? How feeble. Namor laughed heartily, raising his trident once more to charge at Arthur. Opposite him, Arthur wielded his trident, calming the surrounding waters. While you boast here, Mara has already reduced one of your cities to ruins. Upon hearing this, Namor's expression darkened. Originally, the Talokans possessed certain mystical powers compared to the Atlanteans. Yet when measured against them, their physical mutations seemed trivial. Particularly, Mara, the wife of Aquaman Arthur, held water manipulation abilities that rivaled anyone's, consistently inflicting heavy casualties upon Talokan during their confrontations. You vile invaders! Namor bellowed in fury, charging once more at Arthur, determined to settle the score today and bring this prolonged war to an end. His personal prowess was the only asset that Talokan could rely upon at this point. Only by defeating Arthur could victory be attained. Alongside him, a multitude of marine creatures he summoned from the depths surged forward, transforming the waters near Gotham into a chaotic battlefield. The unusual disturbances beneath the ocean were observed by humanity. Yet they failed to realize that it was a clash between two underwater civilizations, mistaking it for a natural phenomenon. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Court of Owls, a group led by Magneto opened a secret passage in the study. Here it is. Let us take Raven's body and proceed, Eric declared, forging ahead while the healed Red Devil, along with the Illusion Master and the Torrent, followed closely, bearing Raven's lifeless form into the concealed passage. As they ventured deeper, the seemingly endless corridor gradually illuminated with a gentle glow. Eventually, the light faded, revealing an entrance awash in a vibrant green luminescence. That's south the place. Eric's heart raced with exhilaration. He had come to understand that the god of wine's essence was a green liquid metal. This verdant radiance signified that the secrets of immortality lay before him. The question of whether Raven could be resurrected was now trivial. The acquisition of this essence would transform the mutant comrade's world from an elusive dream into a tangible reality. Let us hurry, urged Eric, and the group swiftly exited the opening, only to be met with astonishment. Another figure awaited them before the vast pool of the god of wine's essence. Dressed in a purple suit coat, with a pallid visage and a disconcertingly eerie smile, stood the Joker. You're still alive, exclaimed Torrent and the Illusion Master, their expressions reflecting disbelief. For they had witnessed the Joker being mercilessly riddled with bullets from a barrage of submachine guns. However, Eric remained unperturbed by the Joker's presence. In his view, Raven's demise was due to her negligence. With the Red Devil by his side, he felt no threat from the Joker. It appears this god of wine essence indeed possesses the means of resurrection. Wouldn't you agree, Joker? Eric approached the Joker, who simply nodded with a smile, showing no inclination toward hostility. Naturally, this is Gotham's greatest secret. However, it has now become the secret of mutants, Eric asserted with unwavering conviction, then turned to the Joker. What must be done to bring the dead back to life? In response, the Joker gestured toward the pool of essence beside him. A simple soak will suffice. Eric harbored no doubts about the Joker's words. Even if complications arose, he felt confident in his ability to address them. Throw Raven in. Upon receiving Eric's command, the Illusion Master and Torrent swiftly acted, casting Raven's body into the pool of the god of wine's essence. They then stood still, mirroring the Joker's calm anticipation. Moments later, a figure emerged from the depths, breaking the surface, and with a swift motion, seized the Joker by the throat. It was you. You were the one who killed me. Raven had returned to life, and this revelation filled Eric with elation. Until that very moment, it had merely been a legend. Now, everything had materialized into reality before his eyes. Regarding Raven's murderous intent towards the Joker, Eric paid it no heed. After all, he was merely a deranged human. If he were to die, so be it. His true companions were only the like-minded mutants. Hey, Miss Raven, do exercise caution, unless you desire the bomb to detonate. The Joker remarked, retrieving a button from his pocket. I trust you can all surmise my intentions. The perimeter of this Bacchus factor pool is rigged with explosives. And with the mere press of a switch, the Joker's words were abruptly cut short as Eric merely twitched a finger, causing the metallic components of the button to disintegrate, falling to the ground as mere fragments. You would not wish to employ any metallic contrivances in my presence. Let this lesson be etched into your very existence. Raven understood. With Eric's tacit approval, she held nothing back. With a sharp crack, the Joker's neck was swiftly twisted. Ha! Truly, you are a most tedious lot. As he uttered this final proclamation, the Joker collapsed, his breath extinguished. What a bastard, still taunting in death. Even after slaying the Joker, Raven felt no satisfaction. She contemplated whether to dispose of his corpse, to chop it into pieces, ensuring that even if remnants of the Bacchus factor lingered within him, revival would be impossible, as there would be no complete body left. Yet, as these thoughts crossed her mind, a series of violent explosions erupted throughout the cavern as the Joker's breath finally ceased. The stability of the underground lair was utterly compromised, teetering on the brink of collapse. What is happening? Why have the bombs detonated? Panic ensued among the others, and even Raven found herself momentarily disoriented. However, Eric, with his mastery over magnetic fields, discerned the truth of the matter. It's that damn Joker, he seethed, glaring at the lifeless figure before him. He had bound his heartbeat to the switch implanted within him. The instant his heart ceased its rhythm, the explosives would ignite. He had never intended to rely on a remote control. Realizing he had fallen victim to the Joker's cunning, Eric was consumed with fury and regret. He had been far too careless. Although he had not sustained any injuries, the impending collapse of the cavern would mean the loss of the Bacchus factor pools. Slipping from his grasp. Chapter 136. The collapsing cave. Despite his deep reluctance, Eric ultimately made a decision. Gotham City surely harbored more than just this singular Bacchus factor pool. Such extraordinary liquid metal could not exist solely in Gotham. The most pressing matter now was to evacuate swiftly, lest they be entombed within the cave. We must go. At Eric's urging, the group aimed to retreat through the entrance from whence they came. But the Joker, having prepared for this moment, would not allow them such a clear escape. As they turned back, they suddenly realized that the entrance through which they had come had long since collapsed, the fallen debris having buried the exit completely, leaving no means of escape through conventional methods. Faced with such a scenario, although Eric felt a twinge of surprise, he remained largely unperturbed. His confidence stemmed not only from his own abilities, but also from the presence of his mutant companions. The Red Devil, understanding the situation. The Red Devil nodded affirmatively. His existence served as the last resort for the Brotherhood of Mutants. There was no need to see the target with his own eyes. Merely knowing the coordinates through any means would suffice for him to utilize his teleportation ability, ensuring a safe escape for himself and those around him in any perilous situation. The Red Devil stepped forward, grasping both the Riptide and Eric, while the Illusion Master took hold of Riptide's hand. The only one left was Raven, who had just snapped the Joker's neck. I'm here. At that moment, Raven had no thoughts of tormenting the fallen Joker. The immediate priority was to flee this treacherous place swiftly. However, just as she was about to grasp Eric's hand, his expression suddenly shifted. Raven, be careful. In Eric's line of sight, the Joker had revived, slowly rising and drawing a pistol from his pocket, aiming it directly at Raven. Damn it! Eric attempted to use his powers to disintegrate the weapon in the Joker's hand. Yet he was struck by the realization that this vividly painted gun contained no metallic components. Every part, including the bullets, was crafted from non-metallic materials. Had he prepared for this? For the first time, a sense of panic surged within Eric. If the material used by his adversary lacked metal, then his abilities would be rendered ineffective. Should the Joker fire without thought, even his own safety could be jeopardized. Red Devil, teleport. Without hesitation, Eric reached for Raven while commanding the Red Devil. But in the next moment, the Joker pulled the trigger. The bullet did not strike a vital point on Raven, but pierced her spine. In that instant, as her spine was breached, Raven lost sensation in her lower body and collapsed towards the ground, missing Eric's outstretched hand. In the next moment, as Raven fell, Eric and the others vanished in a swirl of crimson smoke. Eric, realizing her loss of mobility, Raven shouted, but Eric and the others would not return to rescue her from the impending collapse of the cave. At least from what Raven knew of Eric. He would not jeopardize the Red Devil, an invaluable asset for the mutants, merely to save her life. Particularly since the Red Devil had only just recovered from severe injuries. No need to say more, you understand your companion better than I do. Meanwhile, the Joker, swaying slightly, approached Raven step by step, pistol in hand. Get away from me, you wretch. Sensing the murderous intent in the Joker's words, Raven felt a surge of panic. She repeatedly altered her appearance, transforming into Harley Quinn, Alfred, and Bruce Wayne, those who had once been associated with the Joker, hoping that their visages might dissuade him from his lethal intentions. Yet, it was evident that the Joker remained unmoved by such feigned exteriors. This is precisely why I find you all tedious, lacking resolve and conviction. You abandon your comrades in peril, much like the majority of humanity. You are merely chasing a grander illusion, and such individuals fail to pique my interest. At that moment, Raven recognized the futility of her situation. The Joker would not relent. She dismissed her fear of death, retorting, "Continue your grandiloquent threats, Joker. When this cave collapses, you too shall perish." "Oh, is that so?" The Joker replied with a sly smile as the ground began to tremble. Just as Raven felt the cave nearing its breaking point, a drilling machine erupted from the earth before her eyes. Could this be the Joker's reinforcements? She pondered, only to realize with clarity that the operator of the machine was none other than the Joker's arch-nemesis, Batman. How is this possible? How could you be allied? It was at this juncture that Raven comprehended the true nature of Gotham, a conspiracy, an immense plot. If Batman and the Joker had been colluding from the very beginning, then Gotham was not merely a city of chaos, but rather a deep abyss, controlled by unseen hands, ensnaring greedy souls like theirs. Congratulations. You've uncovered a fragment of this world's truth. From the outset, you should never have graced Gotham with your presence. As he spoke, the Joker seized a stone from the ground and hurled it mercilessly at the now-dazed Raven. Meanwhile, Eric, having teleported away from the cave, bore a grim expression. It was not merely the loss of Raven that troubled him, but rather the realization that upon returning to their study using the Red Devil's abilities, they found the situation far graver than a mere cave collapse. The headquarters of the Court of Owls above was teetering precariously, and the most alarming development was the explosion of several specially designed rockets, enveloping the headquarters in a noxious gas. With just a single breath, Eric felt his mind spin, visions dancing before his eyes. No, Torrent, summon a storm to disperse the gas. Red Devil, ascend and scout for the enemy's location. This is undoubtedly the work of the Joker's accomplices. Having just confronted the Joker in the cave, the identity of the orchestrator behind the current chaos had long ceased to be a mystery. Understood. Torrent and the Red Devil nodded, bracing themselves against the disorientation clouding their minds. The torrent of energy spun rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a powerful whirlwind emerged, dispersing the surrounding toxic gas. Simultaneously, the Red Devil vanished in a cloud of crimson smoke. During this time, the saber-toothed tiger and toad, accompanied by a majority of the mutants, arrived near the study, awaiting Eric's command. Chapter 137. The gruesome demise of the Red Devil. However, regardless of how long they waited, the Red Devil did not return. Where could he be? His delay was inexplicable. As the toxic gas was swept away by the torrent, Eric and his companions exhaled in relief. It seemed this poison was not lethal, merely inducing fleeting hallucinations. They anticipated the Red Devil would return with news of the enemy, allowing them to advance through Gotham City under Eric's leadership. Although the god of wine's essence had been buried, it had not vanished. As long as they controlled Gotham, they had ample time to excavate the essence gradually. Yet, as time passed, and the Red Devil remained absent, Eric's patience waned. Just as he resolved to initiate the attack without further delay, Charles's voice resonated in his mind. "Eric, there is no need to wait any longer." "Charles? What do you mean by that? Has something happened to the Red Devil?" Charles's sudden remark filled Eric with unease. "Also, Where were you when we entered the underground cavern? If you had been present, the Joker should not have been able to slay Raven. Eric's tone carried a hint of reproach. Although the cause of mutants was his utmost priority, Raven was an old friend from his era, and it was impossible to claim her death had no impact on him. My telepathy was disrupted, or rather, the Joker's mind had already been usurped by another formidable psychic force, leaving me unable to intervene. What? Eric's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting there is another telepath operating in Gotham? As he spoke, Eric steadied the helmet, shielding his own mind. If the adversary possessed a telepath, he must exercise caution. While his abilities were formidable, he had no defense against such mental powers. It is not Gotham. I can faintly sense the location of this powerful telepath. They are in New York. New York? Eric's mind raced. Could it be that the Martian Hunter never left? The LexCorp has deceived the entire world. Eric naturally arrived at this possibility, and in truth, Charles had entertained similar conjectures. It is highly plausible. At present, aside from the uncontrollable gene, the only one capable of suppressing my psychic abilities is that Martian Hunter, whose intellect vastly exceeds that of humans. The conjectures of the two deftly bypassed Red, who had already arrived in New York, and this was precisely Red's intention from the outset. As long as Red maintained the guise of an ordinary individual with a modicum of talent, no one would truly consider him a primary target. Should anyone seek to confront him, they would first have to contend with the LexCorp and its chairman, Lex Luthor, rather than Red Pennyworth himself. Eric took a deep breath, thoroughly concealing his disdain for humanity, for the current circumstances held the potential for failure, even if it were to join forces with Charles. Let us return to the matter at hand. What has transpired with the Red Devil? You may allow the Sabretooth to excavate the ground beneath it. At this juncture, the group had gathered outside the headquarters of the Owl Court, where Sabretooth had been remarking on a peculiar odor that had gone largely ignored. Now, with Charles speaking up, Sabretooth immediately commenced his actions. Upon digging, the Red Devil materialized before everyone. Yet at this moment, the molecular structure of the Red Devil had fused with the elements of the earth beneath him, having long since lost all signs of life. Reduced to a patch of crimson soil. What has transpired? How could the Red Devil have come to this? Eric could hardly believe it, for the Red Devil's dismal state could not possibly stem from mere entombment. The answer lay in the recent neurotoxin. The Joker's assault was never intended to be fatal, Eric. He astutely surmised your thoughts, predicting that you would undoubtedly attempt to retaliate, and the first step in that endeavor was to send the Red Devil to scout for enemies. Charles, far away in Westchester, sighed. Yet another old friend had perished. The neurotoxin, while not lethal, disoriented its victims. For an ordinary individual, this would merely result in unsteady footing. However, for the Red Devil, accustomed to moving via teleportation, the effect proved catastrophic. Under your command, the Red Devil, enduring the gas's effects, activated his teleportation to seek out the enemy. He succeeded, but upon attempting to return to your side for the 9th time, a miscalculation in coordinates ensnared him within the Earth, causing his molecules to intertwine, resulting in his death. Upon hearing Charles's explanation, Eric clenched his fists. Thus, while it was indeed a trap laid by the Joker, the true cause of the Red Devil's demise lay within his own command. Damn the Joker! He and his band of clowns deserve to perish. Eric, you must remain composed. Charles's words quelled Eric's inner fury momentarily, yet his intentions remained unchanged. Sabretooth Toad, you shall monitor the vicinity of Wayne Manor and thwart the actions of Gotham's Batman. Torrent, master of illusions, you will lead these mutants against the Joker's gang. Eric swiftly orchestrated the arrangements. He has come to realize that the citizens of Gotham possess an intricate understanding of their situation. The ability to produce a firearm devoid of metallic components from the hands of the Joker serves as a testament to this. The factions entrenched in Gotham have long been devising strategies to counter the mutants. Consequently, he has dispatched Sabretooth and Toad, mutants who rely solely on their physical prowess, making them ill-suited to confront a strategist like Batman. Conversely, he has assigned the likes of Avalanche and Mastermind, endowed with unique abilities, to contend with the Joker's gang. Composed of ordinary individuals, this approach is undoubtedly a targeted remedy. After organizing his subordinates, it is clear that Eric would not merely observe from the shadows. Such passivity is uncharacteristic of Magneto. He intends to dismantle the Gotham Police Department and the city government, thereby seizing complete dominion over Gotham. Understood. All mutants are commanded to depart, and Eric embarks on his mission, soaring towards the Gotham Police Department. Unbeknownst to him, atop a building in Gotham, Gordon and Harvey have been awaiting his arrival. They have already received word from Batman, forewarning them of a potential assault on the city's governmental facilities by the mutants that very night. Can we truly contend with Magneto? Harvey inquired, lifting the non-metallic handgun in his grasp, its stark insignia glaringly apparent. This firearm, crafted from non-metallic materials, is indeed a product of Tony Stark. The thoroughfare between the Gotham Police Department and the City Hall remains unobstructed. With such an extensive front, our task is to delay Magneto as much as possible, just as Batman instructed. Chapter 138. The Feeble Toad. This must be Wayne Manor. Sabretooth stands atop a rooftop, gazing upon Gotham's iconic structure, Wayne Manor. Beside him, Toad utilizes his serpentine head as a makeshift rope to draw nearer. Indeed, it is said that the Joker once served as the butler to the Wayne family. Who would have imagined that such a renowned lineage would have a madman as their steward? Toad's words are laced with evident mockery, oblivious to the fact that his own appearance and abilities might not even qualify him as a madman, more likely deemed a pervert. I have little concern for the sanity of their family. My priority is to swiftly fulfill the boss's orders. Speaking of the boss, Eric instills a certain dread in Sabretooth. His mental state has always been unstable, and even Charles has been powerless in this regard. His affiliation with the mutant faction stems not from a sense of kinship with his fellow mutants, but rather from a profound fear of Eric's formidable power, which has compelled him to submit. Very well, I shall attempt to infiltrate through the second floor. As for you, do as you please. With that, Toad springs into action, leveraging his only notable ability aside from his tongue, his remarkable leaping prowess, to vault over the gates of Wayne Manor and directly infiltrate the premises from the second floor. The darkness envelopes the space. Does this family truly revel in such a dim ambience? This obscurity is not merely the absence of light, but rather a testament to the Toad's futile search along the second-floor corridor, where few luminous sources can be found. Even the chandelier above emits a subdued glow, instilling a sense of heaviness, much like the city of Gotham itself, where shadows dominate. Suddenly, the soft patter of footsteps reaches the Toad's ears, startling him into a hasty retreat to the ceiling. "Is it you, Sabretooth?" he inquires, though he is well aware that it is unlikely to be his deranged companion. For Sabretooth would never tread so cautiously. With prudence in mind, the Toad buries himself deeper into the shadows, until a bright beam of a flashlight illuminates his form. "Indeed, you must have come to the Wayne estate to safeguard Alfred." Before the Toad stands Batwoman Kate, clad in her battle attire. Her presence at the Batcave is not merely for remote support. She is also there to protect Wayne Manor and the Batcave beyond it. If mutants have gleaned from the Court of Owls that Alfred is the Joker, it is hardly surprising that they also know Bruce Wayne is Batman. From the very beginning, Batman had anticipated the possibility of mutants assaulting Wayne Manor. The battle erupted the moment their gazes met. The Toad struck first, launching his tongue like a projectile towards Kate's face. Yet, despite having faced adversaries like the Joker and Black Mask, Kate was not one to falter against a lesser mutant like the Toad. With a slight shift, she evaded the attack, and her bat-shaped shuriken became a dagger, piercing the Toad's tongue. The agony was excruciating, for the tongue, capable of extended movement, is laden with numerous nerve endings. The Toad howled in torment, yet he was determined to retract his tongue. Kate felt an immense force pulling at her hand, causing her grip to loosen, and the Toad's tongue, along with the embedded shuriken, was drawn back into his mouth. "You fiend! How could you be so cruel?" The Toad was taken aback. In past confrontations, opponents would instinctively evade when he utilized his tongue as a weapon. Yet, what was it with these Gotham denizens? They resorted to driving shurikens into his very weakness without a second thought. To wield 1's vulnerability as a weapon. What purpose does such a mutant serve? The quiet lament was like a dagger, piercing the Toad's heart. Should his tongue be severed, the resulting pain would render him nearly immobile, and without proper care, the mere loss of blood could lead to his demise. Moreover, the tongue, as an organ within the oral cavity, possesses the potential to introduce various harmful substances into the body when extended. This capability is rightly perceived as an assault utilizing one's weaknesses. To counteract mutants, Batman has meticulously tailored strategies for nearly every mutant, save for the Toad before him. Even in the absence of a specific plan, individuals like Batman and Batgirl could effortlessly defeat him through their normal prowess. Damn humans, how dare you underestimate me? The Toad, who believed mutants to be a superior race, was incensed by Kate's assessment, yet he hesitated to unleash his tongue in attack. As his throat convulsed, a mass of green, viscous substance erupted from his mouth towards Kate. Though the nature of this green matter was unknown, the mere thought that it emanated from the Toad instilled in Kate a strong aversion to approach it. Instead, she hurled a bat-shaped dart at the substance. Upon collision, the dart lost momentum and fell to the ground, while the viscous matter rapidly solidified, securing the dart firmly in place. Is this all your abilities entail? A rapidly hardening substance? Kate mused, somewhat incredulous, yet she swiftly initiated her counterattack. Swiftly navigating the narrow corridor, she approached the Toad with remarkable speed. Get out of my way! The Toad attempted to obstruct her advance with the substance he had spewed, but it proved ineffective. Kate's agility and combat prowess far surpassed his own, allowing her to close the distance effortlessly. With a resounding thud, her fist connected squarely with the Toad's face, causing the mutant to collapse, unconscious. Is this the extent of your capabilities? Kate had not anticipated that those who attacked Wayne Manor would possess such a level of ineptitude. She had expected them to dispatch a more formidable opponent. However, just as she began to relax, a tremendous roar reverberated from the hall on the second floor. Roar! It was a primal growl, reminiscent of a beast. Slightly taken aback, Kate approached the edge of the staircase to peer down, and there she beheld a towering, fur-clad, saber-toothed tiger, engaged in battle with an acquaintance of hers. Clock King? What are you doing here? At that moment, Clock King was entangled with the saber-toothed tiger, wielding twin blades while evading the creature's relentless and ferocious onslaught. Although Clock King also possessed regenerative abilities, he recognized at a glance that, in comparison to the formidable beast, his status as an ordinary super soldier offered him no advantage in physical strength. Moreover, given his inherent proficiency in combat, there was no need to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the saber-toothed tiger. As the creature lunged at him once more, Clock King executed a backflip, deftly evading the attack, and with a gentle push off the tiger's flank, he propelled himself upward to the second floor. The saber-toothed tiger, treated as a mere stepping stone, tumbled ignominiously onto the floor of Wayne Manor. Yet, due to the formidable physical prowess of its opponent, it was the floor of the Wayne estate that bore the brunt of the impact, rather than the fallen beast itself. Deathstroke, what brings you to Wayne Manor? Were you not working alongside Batman? Deathstroke shook his head, his gaze unwavering from the saber-toothed tiger as he addressed Kate as question. No, Batman can handle the situation on his own. Instead, I was asked to remain here to deal with the assailants. What does that imply? Do you look down on me? Though Kate was slightly taken aback by Deathstroke's graceful evasion of the saber-toothed tiger's attack, she believed herself equally capable. Do not overthink it. You are well aware of the significance of Wayne Manor. As he spoke, Deathstroke noticed the saber-toothed tiger shifting its bloodthirsty gaze back towards him. Continue providing support to the Gotham Police Department. I will lure it outside where I have made prior arrangements. Without waiting for Kate's response, Deathstroke leaped through the window, departing from Wayne Manor. The saber-toothed tiger, whose intellect diminished in the heat of battle, harbored no doubts upon seeing Deathstroke's exit and immediately charged after him, closely trailing his departure. Damn it, why do I feel like a mere vase? Kate murmured softly before returning to the Batcave to contact the Gotham Police Department. Commissioner Gordon, I have handled my situation here. How about you? At that moment, Gordon and Harvey were huddled behind cover, evading the metal debris that whirled above them. Not well. We are facing Magneto. Our resistance may lead to unforeseen consequences, and we find ourselves with no opportunity to retreat to the City Hall. We could very well be annihilated here. Meanwhile, outside Wayne Manor, Deathstroke's vehicle had crossed Thomas Bridge. Yet not far behind, the saber-toothed tiger, running on all fours, matched the car's speed, relentlessly pursuing it. With a powerful leap, it landed heavily on the car's hood. I will crush your skull. The saber-toothed tiger roared, ready to unleash its claws upon Deathstroke. However, in that instant, Deathstroke decisively wrapped the seatbelt around the beast's arm before vaulting off the speeding vehicle. What? The saber-toothed tiger had yet to comprehend the turn of events when, in the next moment, the car collided head-on with a nearby building, igniting flames and explosions just seconds after the impact. As Deathstroke rolled away from the wreckage, he felt his internal healing factors already mending his injuries. Nevertheless, He understood that while such an explosion would undoubtedly inflict harm upon the saber-toothed tiger, it would hardly be enough to eliminate it. With unwavering resolve, the grim Bell dashed into a narrow alley, retrieving a crossbow that he had concealed there in advance. At that moment, however, he sensed something amiss and turned to behold the saber-toothed tiger, its attire reduced to mere tatters, standing before him in utter nakedness. Have you never considered that there is nothing about your physique worthy of boasting? As he mocked, the grim Bell aimed his crossbow at the beast. The saber-toothed tiger, disdain etched upon its face, had no intention of evading the incoming bolt. Striding forward with the resolve to endure the assault and vanquish his foe using sheer physical prowess and regenerative abilities. Yet when the bolt struck his knee, his advance faltered momentarily. Is this your method of hindering my progress? The arrow lodged in his knee rendered his self-healing capabilities futile unless it was extracted. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the tiger pulled out the arrowhead. Behold, the strength of a mutant. Observing the grim Bell's somewhat clumsy technique with the crossbow, a deeper contempt settled on the tiger's visage. What difference would it make if another arrow were loosed, even if it pierced his brain? The relentless regeneration of his flesh would eventually expel the projectile. Such a weapon could not claim his life. However, the saber-toothed tiger gradually detected an anomaly. His knee showed no signs of healing, and that leg remained utterly powerless. How could this be? Lowering his gaze, he discovered that the wound remained unchanged, frozen in its state. In that instant, even his dulled intellect grasped the unsettling truth. The grim Bell's arrows bore some peculiar property. Otherwise, his injury would have mended long ago. Just then, the grim Bell released another bolt, this time aiming for the tiger's head. No longer daring to underestimate his opponent, the tiger, with one leg incapacitated, relied on his remaining foot and hands. With a powerful thrust of his palms against the ground, he propelled himself upward, narrowly evading the arrow that whizzed through the space he had just occupied. What have you done? Nothing of consequence, just a mortal destined for demise. The grim Bell replied with no need for subterfuge, merely employing a material that nullifies regenerative capabilities, nothing more. Damn it! As he watched the grim Bell methodically reload the crossbow, a surge of panic gripped the saber-toothed tiger, for he could truly sense death encroaching upon him. Yet, this realization also awakened the primal instincts within him. He chose not to retreat, but rather planned to launch an assault while the grim Bell prepared his next shot. Leaping from a wall, he lunged at the grim Bell, undeterred by his incapacitated leg, embodying the ferocity of a wild beast. As long as he could successfully close the distance, he was confident in his ability to shatter the body of the Bell of Death in an instant. Yet ultimately, he had overestimated his own capabilities. By the time he sensed something amiss, his body had already succumbed to numbness. A slender thread still lay between him and the Bell of Death, and as he lunged forward, that very thread sliced through his neck. For the first time, the saber-toothed tiger beheld his own form from a third-party perspective. It appeared robust, yet stained with crimson. At that moment, his head was turned to face the towering figure of the Bell of Death, who looked down upon him. Let me share one final revelation. Carbon nanosteel, a rather commonplace yet extraordinary alloy, is engineered specifically to counter individuals like us, endowed with self-healing abilities. As he spoke, the trigger of the crossbow aimed at the saber-toothed tiger's remaining head was pulled, plunging the tiger's vision into utter darkness. Chapter 140. Acts of heroism. The two mutants dispatched to assault Wayne Manor were entirely taken offline. Even if the Toad were to be incarcerated, under the influence of the LexCorp conglomerate, he would certainly not meet a favorable fate in any prison. Meanwhile, the Illusionist and the Torrent led a multitude of mutants in an offensive against the Joker gang scattered throughout Gotham City. Initially, they held the belief that mutants possessed an inherent superiority over these ordinary individuals, dividing their forces into several groups to target different bases. It was not until they reached the lowest level of the base they were assaulting that the Illusionist and the Torrent realized how foolish it was to attack the Joker gang. In this laboratory suffused with green gas, the Illusionist frantically searched for information. Despite donning a gas mask, he knew time was of the essence. For anyone with a discerning eye could see that this laboratory was producing a mind-altering gas capable of affecting the entirety of Gotham. You bastards, have you lost your minds? He cursed as he gazed upon the fallen Joker gang member at his feet, wearing a ghastly grin even in death. He He could scarcely ascertain whether this bomb had been crafted by the Joker to ensnare all mutants in one fell swoop. Jason, is there any way to stop these bombs? The Torrent inquired, observing the illusionist drenched in sweat. Although he understood that it was best not to disturb him at this moment, he could not restrain himself from asking. At that instant, the illusionist seemed to have lost all strength, collapsing to the ground. No, it's futile. We cannot reverse this. The concentration of laughing gas is escalating, and only 60 seconds remain until detonation. Unless we can inject a neutralizing agent into the bomb, we cannot mitigate the explosion's impact. They had never imagined that they, branded as the evil mutants, would one day contemplate protecting Gotham under the threat of a laughing gas bomb. Or perhaps it was not Gotham they aimed to protect, but rather all mutants currently within its confines and the divine entity representing the future of mutants in Gotham. Quickly, Torrent, depart and join Eric. When the toxic gas explodes, employ your abilities to disperse the surrounding fumes while I endeavor to minimize the explosion scale. The Master of Illusions had made his decision, fully aware that aside from his mental control capabilities, he was but an ordinary human, incapable of escape. Given this reality, why not sacrifice himself for the greater good of mutants? Although inherently selfish, clinging to life as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he found himself devoid of any prospects for survival. I observed the Master of Illusions, and it seemed as though Torrent was encountering his companion for the first time. Initially perceiving him as a self-serving manipulator, I was taken aback by the depth of his choice. Understanding dawned upon me. Torrent refrained from further words, driven by his own desire to survive. As he spun rapidly, he transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly vacating the underground base of the Joker's gang. Now, the responsibility lay with me. The Master of Illusions wore a bitter expression. At this juncture, he removed his gas mask. Under the influence of laughing gas, an uncontrollable smile began to form on his face. Although it was the gas's effect, at least he faced death with a semblance of a smile. Yet, that smile was undeniably laced with bitterness. He extracted a long-prepared neutralizer and injected it into the laughing gas bomb. During this process, he erupted into laughter, ultimately losing the ability to continue administering the neutralizer after only half had been added. It was too late. Even so, the released laughing gas was sufficient to envelop half of Gotham. How many mutants would perish this night? The Master of Illusions collapsed to the ground, expressing his dismay, yet feeling utterly powerless. The answer was painfully simple. Only mutants would meet their demise. Upon hearing this, the Master of Illusions struggled to turn and beheld the Joker approaching him step by step. How is it possible that you are still alive? The Joker cackled. The Master of Illusions felt the Joker was an indomitable specter, unkillable even in the face of cave-in. The Joker, still grinning, tossed a document into his hands. Oh, I forgot to inform you. The data on the computer is not the latest. This is. Upon reading the document, despair washed over the Master's face. How could this be? The data indicated that the substance he had just added to the laughing gas was indeed a neutralizer, but not one that would mitigate the explosion's radius. Rather, it was a neutralizer for the effects of laughing gas. This compound would interact with human chromosomes, temporarily granting ordinary individuals immunity to a certain concentration of laughing gas. It was crafted from the Joker's own resistance to the gas. Why does the neutralizing agent exert its effects on human chromosomes? The answer is straightforward. The divergence between mutants and humans originates from chromosomal mutations. The Illusion Master's recent actions did not diminish the blast radius of the laughing gas bomb. Rather, they specifically targeted mutants, transforming the gas into a clandestine weapon aimed exclusively at those whose chromosomes differ from humans. What a fool, the Illusion Master exclaimed, before spitting out blood and losing consciousness entirely. Has he truly succumbed so easily? He had just achieved a heroic feat on behalf of the mutants. The Joker mocked him, yet he offered no recognition, instead seizing the Illusion Master by the collar and dragging him away like a lifeless dog, step by step. You are our invaluable prize. We cannot afford any mishaps. Meanwhile, outside Gotham Police Department, the battle with the officers was far from the smooth endeavor Eric had envisioned. It was fraught with obstacles, and the reasons were quite simple. In addition to each Gotham officer wielding a non-metallic firearm, there were others perched atop distant buildings, equipped with sniper rifles crafted from similar materials, poised to exploit any moment of vulnerability. While he possessed the ability to manipulate magnetic fields and sense nearby metallic movements. If the objects or individuals attacking him bore no metal or metallic elements, his reaction speed was hardly superior to that of an ordinary person. Chapter 141. The eruption of laughing gas. Not long ago, Eric approached Gotham Police Department with unshakable confidence, intending to swiftly subdue the precinct. However, as soon as he made his entrance, he was met with a barrage of non-metallic bullets fired from within the department. Had he not maintained a modicum of caution, controlling a few iron pieces, that initial volley might have cost him his life. Nevertheless, even after regaining his composure and attempting to form a metallic barrier to shield himself from the hail of bullets, the effect was minimal. From the distant skyscraper, snipers continued to track him from afar. The speed of their sonic assaults, utilizing non-metallic projectiles, posed a far greater threat than he had anticipated. It was then that Eric realized his powers were not as invincible as he had once believed. Humanity had merely made subtle modifications to their weaponry, complicating his battles. With no other recourse, Eric resorted to his magnetic abilities, drawing all nearby metals towards him to forge an impenetrable suit of armor that encased him entirely, ensuring his safety against the onslaught of the officers. After all, a man of over 70 years could scarcely withstand the impact of bullets. With his metallic armor in place, Eric commenced his counterattack. The firearms wielded by the officers were indeed constructed from non-metallic materials, preventing Eric from dismissing their assaults entirely. However, the Gotham Police Department was replete with metallic objects that could easily serve as weapons for Eric. Thus, while the officers endeavored to delay Eric with their armaments, they simultaneously fell victim to the steel pens, filing cabinets, and other commonplace metallic items that surrounded them. "Gordon, we are nearing our limit." Harvey burst into the chief's office, forcefully extracting a pen that had lodged itself in his arm. Magneto had summoned the surrounding metallic objects using his magnetic powers, effectively sealing off all exits. Escape from the Gotham Police Department was now an impossibility, let alone utilizing the route from the precinct to City Hall for a guerrilla strategy. "I understand," Gordon replied gravely, nodding in acknowledgement of the dire situation. Yet, he felt powerless. The decision to instigate conflict within the precinct stemmed from his hope to exploit the enemy's underestimation of them as ordinary citizens, aiming to deliver a significant blow with the weapons at hand. However, while the weapons were effective, Stark Industries' non-metallic firearms rendered Magneto impotent. Regrettably, they failed to capitalize on the opportunity afforded by the information gap. The adversary had fortified their defenses and blocked all exits, plunging them into peril. "We can only await Batman's intervention now. He orchestrated everything for tonight and surely will not remain idle. Let's hope he can temporarily repel Magneto," Gordon thought, though he harbored little confidence. Compared to the usual criminals of Gotham, Magneto may not appear as deranged, yet the formidable power bestowed by his mutant abilities was undeniably real. To date, Gordon had never witnessed Batman vanquish such a formidable foe. Harvey fell silent, refraining from dissent, as he too recognized that their only hope rested with Batman. Yet, as time elapsed, the resistance of the Gotham Police Department waned. Instead of Batman's arrival, they glimpsed through the office window the encroaching green gas. "What is that?" Gordon's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he posed the question, years of battling the Joker's gang had honed his instincts. He instantly recognized the gas. Laughter gas. And in a high concentration, it was rapidly spreading throughout the city. The Joker, at this moment, before Gordon could finish his thought, the creeping gas enveloped them. Even with the windows and doors sealed, the gas infiltrated every nook and cranny of the precinct with alarming speed. Equally startled by this sudden turn of events was Magneto. Eric, who had no time to react as he became ensnared by the verdant gas. Before arriving in Gotham, he had familiarized himself with the city, particularly focusing on the enigmatic figure of the Joker, and was acutely aware of the terrifying effects of laughing gas. He understood that the ability to manipulate magnetic fields could not confer immunity against the gas. However, he also lacked any means to prevent the gas from spreading, as he too required breath. Enveloped in the green mist, Eric dared not move or inhale, yet as a 70-year-old man, whose abilities were not enhanced by physical fortitude, how long could he hold his breath? Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, a whirlwind descended from the heavens, dispersing the laughing gas surrounding him. "Magneto, I have arrived." Upon hearing the sound of rushing winds, Eric breathed a sigh of relief. While it was impossible for the torrent to eradicate the gas throughout the entire city, it could certainly clear the air around him. Fly up to the heavens. Magneto. I cannot endure this for long. It was only upon hearing this that Eric suddenly noticed a trace of crimson intermingled within the whirlwind enveloping the torrent. Are you injured? As he attuned himself to the situation, Eric realized that the torrent was not merely wounded, but gravely so, with numerous blades lodged within his body. In fact, he had lost most of his fingers, leaving him with merely 3 remaining. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into a state of serious injury. What on earth has transpired? Torrent. Feeling his own body growing increasingly frail, the torrent managed a faint smile. What has occurred? Time rewinds to when the torrent, having received the Illusion Master's advice, fled the underground base. He was unaware that the Illusion Master would later encounter the Joker and learn the entire truth from him. Nevertheless, he knew that the bomb would detonate soon. Thus, he needed to return to Magneto as swiftly as possible to ensure his safety from the gas attack. To maintain the fastest speed, he kept his body in a state of rapid rotation. Feeling the whirlwind, he created brush against him, which always provided a sense of security. After all, mutant abilities were the source of confidence and pride for mutants. Few could master their powers without embracing them. Thus, enveloped in a whirlwind, the torrent burst forth from the underground base, where a figure clad in black, Batman, had been waiting at the exit for some time. Chapter 142. Magneto's fury. Was it particularly challenging to confront the torrent? Not in the slightest. The ability to conjure storms still left him an ordinary man, perhaps with enhanced reflexes from training. Overall, the torrent was nothing more than a target easily eliminated from 500 meters away. Consequently, Batman's preparations to deal with the torrent were quite straightforward. He had strategically laid a multitude of metallic blades at the exit the torrent would use to protect Magneto as he departed the base. In order to ensure his speed surpassed that of the laughing gas that was almost trailing closely behind him, the current would exert all its power, enveloping his body in a tempest. This storm, akin to a tornado, would not only surge forward with great velocity, but also draw in everything around it toward its center. The scattered blades, drawn in by the current's tempest, swiftly converged upon him from all directions. What? The current was taken aback by the sudden appearance of these blades. Yet he quickly regained his composure, possessing the audacity to shield himself with the tempest, confident that it would protect him from harm. Realizing that lethal blades had infiltrated his storm, he felt the tempest around him dissipate almost instantaneously, eroding away as a more potent airflow surged outward, striving to expel these blades. This, too, was anticipated by Batman. It was hardly a surprise that these mutants would hone their abilities to their utmost extremes. Thus, a select few blades had been coated with a liquid explosive developed by Wayne Enterprises, a particular favorite of Batman's for disarming firearms. As Batman observed from a distance and noted the cessation of the tempest surrounding his adversary, he promptly activated the remote in his hand. The liquid explosives on the blades detonated instantaneously. In an instant, the current was engulfed by the explosion. With a piercing scream, not only did he suffer from the pain of the blast, but many of the blades that withstood the explosion also embedded themselves into his body. The current's nose and one ear were severed, leaving only 2 fingers on his left hand and 1 on his right, his body riddled with blades, racked with agony. Surrender now. At that moment, laughing gas began to pour from the ventilation of the underground base, swiftly transforming an entire block into a hellish realm of laughter. The current, caught off guard, inhaled a whiff of the gas. Had he not forcibly stifled the physiological urge to laugh, the strength that remained to keep him standing would have dissipated with that fit of laughter. Gazing at Batman before him, the current recognized that he had fallen victim to a trap. His opponent had been covertly monitoring their movements and had long been prepared with a countermeasure. He yearned to desperately eliminate Batman, this cunning foe, but he understood that his chances were now extinguished. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the laughing gas encroaching toward Gotham Police Department, leaving him no time to waste. Without uttering a word, he bore the pain inflicted by the blades and once more transformed into a tempest, soaring toward the Gotham Police Department, culminating in the events that had just transpired. Eric understood that the current would not be able to answer his inquiries, yet he hesitated no longer. He utilized the nearby metal to propel himself into the skies. Beyond the reach of the gas, this chemical compound, in most cases, possesses a density greater than that of air. Thus, as long as one could fly, this toxic gas posed little threat. Current, I shall take you up. Soaring high above, Eric yearned to manipulate the surrounding metal, to rescue the torrent ensnared by laughing gas that had ceased its rotation. Yet in the next moment, a grenade plummeted to the ground at the torrent's feet. What? Eric discerned clearly that this grenade had been hurled from the Gotham Police Department. How could the police possibly act with the precinct enveloped in laughing gas? Confounded, Eric gazed towards the police station, only to witness Gordon and the Gotham officers, along with that accursed prosecutor Harvey Dent, standing unscathed amidst the laughing gas, still capable of launching an attack. It was this fleeting hesitation that entirely robbed Eric of the opportunity to rescue his comrades. He had no chance to dismantle the grenade in an instant, and with a resounding explosion reverberating through the gas, the torrent was ultimately extinguished by the onslaught from the Gotham Police Department. Heroes are heroes, Batman is Batman, and the Gotham Police Department is the Gotham Police Department. Gordon and Harvey are indeed steadfast in their belief in justice. Yet let us not forget that this nation is America, where a police officer requires no extensive justification or psychological preparation to take down a murderer. Absolutely none. Bastards. Observing the laughing gas now engulfing the entirety of Gotham City, Eric realized their doom was sealed. The Brotherhood of Evil Mutants would likely see only himself and those uninvolved in this operation survive. For instance, his daughter, Polaris. The others he had dispatched to assault the Joker's gang would perish in this spreading gas. Others may be oblivious, but he was not. His team comprised no mutants immune to laughing gas. You wretched fools. Contemplating this, particularly the thought that these insignificant humans beneath him would endure while his mutant allies suffered devastating losses, Eric's eyes turned crimson. He understood that single-handedly, he could not seize control of Gotham. Nonetheless, Gotham City could not be left to humanity. Their actions had exposed the existence of the Bacchus factor to a portion of humanity, and he could not permit such power to fall into their hands. You insignificant beings. Eric's hands lifted slightly, and simultaneously, every metallic object in Gotham City began to levitate, while the steel-reinforced buildings swayed perilously. What is this man intending to do? The Gotham Police Department building beneath him began to tremble. Even as Gordon and Harvey struggled to maintain their footing, they ultimately fell to the ground. Does he wish to annihilate Gotham? Gordon had heard that the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants could operate with impunity across the globe, not because nations could not locate them, but due to this Magneto possessing the power to threaten entire countries. Is that Batman? Harvey observed, atop the swaying building, the silhouette of a man clad in black, who, inexplicably, remained steadfast while gazing at Magneto hovering above. Is there any way for him to handle such matters? Chapter 143, The Deluge of Gotham. On the rooftop, gazing at Eric, who intends to wield his powers to annihilate the entirety of Gotham City, Batman slowly closed his eyes. Do not misconstrue this gesture. He had not surrendered, but rather, through the network crafted by Red in the minds of the populace, he made contact with Arthur, who was engaged in battle with Namor in the waters near Gotham. Arthur, it is time. Elsewhere, Arthur, who had been feigning retreat while battling Namor for quite some time, revealed a smile. As Namor thrust his trident towards him, Arthur effortlessly grasped it with a single hand. Enough of this game. Let us relocate to a new battlefield. What? Namor strained to pull back, yet the trident remained firmly clutched in Arthur's grip, immovable. How could you possess such strength? Hith. Arthur smiled slightly. The answer was straightforward. I am merely toying with you. This Aquaman, Arthur, is bound by no oceanic constraints, possessing the extraordinary power to shift tectonic plates. Though somewhat overlooked within the Justice League, he is not someone whom the Maya-inspired Namor can easily confront. Let's go. We shall change the arena. With that, Arthur swung his trident, and in the next instant, a colossal tsunami erupted in the waters adjacent to Gotham City. This astonishing spectacle did not escape the notice of Eric, who was currently situated higher than Wayne Tower. There was no edifice taller than himself in Gotham. Yet, the massive tsunami enveloped him as well. How is this possible? How could such a tsunami arise near Gotham? Eric immediately ceased manipulating the magnetic field, intent on escaping the tsunami's reach. This was no challenge for him. The tsunami would take at least 10 seconds to engulf Gotham, whereas he could soar above it in under 5. However, just as Eric prepared to do so, he was startled to see two robust men, bare-chested and wielding tridents, bursting forth from the tsunami. Their indomitable forms struck Eric like cannonballs. Eric screamed in agony. The metallic armor he donned for bullet defense was no match for the sheer strength of these two men. The tremendous force transmitted through the armor, causing the frail 70-year-old body to spew forth blood, plummeting alongside the two unknown titans toward the ground of Gotham City. Boom! With a resounding crash, the earth was left with a colossal crater. Just before impact, Eric summoned all his strength, gathering more metal around himself to form a massive iron sphere for protection, thereby averting a fatal fall from the heights. At that moment, Namor slowly rose from within the iron sphere, gazing at the immense tsunami behind Arthur, his expression turning pale. After years of conflict, he had never noticed that the Atlantis King before him possessed such formidable hydrokinesis, coupled with the power just displayed that could suppress him. It was evident that Arthur had never unleashed his full potential over all these years. Have you been toying with me all along? Arthur maintained his characteristic smirk, even playfully tapping his finger with Poseidon's trident. Wasn't this self-evident? This was not a command from Red. In fact, after casting Arthur and the Atlanteans into the sea, Red seldom interfered with Arthur's actions. The wisdom he had acquired contained scant information on establishing an underwater civilization. Thus, he allowed Arthur and Mera to act independently. It was at Mera's suggestion that Arthur had spent these many years engaging in playful banter with Namor. Arthur had only exerted an equal measure of power against Namor, leading Namor to mistakenly believe that he could gain an upper hand in the war against Atlantis through technology and his people. This misconception prevented Namor from rallying his forces for a decisive confrontation with Arthur. Meanwhile, it not only bought time for the Atlanteans to establish themselves in this unfamiliar world, but also significantly reduced their casualties in the ongoing conflict. Until this moment when, upon Batman's suggestion, a plan was devised to eliminate half of the mutants and the entire Talokan kingdom. Damn it! As Han Xiaolong and Oxia spoke, Gotham's towering structures were nearly obliterated in this tsunami. Even the headquarters of Wayne Enterprises was submerged. Everyone found themselves engulfed in crisis. Gordon and Harvey had also descended into despair. While there was still hope for Eric and his group, this sudden natural disaster could indeed spell doom for Gotham. Just then, a group of blue-skinned humanoid beings surged from the depths, effortlessly rescuing drowning civilians and transporting them to rooftops still above water after the tsunami, saving these ordinary people. Subsequently, personnel from Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries quickly mobilized, taking to kayaks to rescue as many civilians as possible. This night heralded disaster for the mutants. Yet for the ordinary citizens of Gotham, the events unfolding bore little distinction. As Batman surfaced, feeling his own role diminish dramatically, he remained unconcerned. He had long recognized that role-playing metrics were merely superfluous figures. If his actions were indeed constrained by such metrics, it would be true bondage, a self-imposed demise. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Realizing that Arthur was likely still engaged in battle with Namor, Batman equipped himself and dove beneath the waves. At that very moment, deep underwater, Namor raised his trident once more, launching another assault against Arthur. This is the final counterattack amidst despair, for around him, the fully armed Atlanteans have encircled him. He comprehends the implications of this, understanding the significance of such a large-scale operation by the Atlanteans while his fellow Talokans remain inactive. Observing the visibly weakened Mera beside Arthur, Namor realizes the gravity of the situation. Perhaps he is indeed the last of the Talokans. Therefore, he cannot afford to concede defeat. Die, Arthur! With a fierce swing of his trident, he thrusts it towards Arthur. Yet the outcome is disheartening as Arthur effortlessly deflects the attack with a mere finger. You shall pay for your arrogance. I too have made my preparations. As if in response to Namor's call, several deep-sea behemoths break through the encirclement of the Atlanteans and surge behind Arthur, opening their massive jaws to bite down. Pain, blood, yet it is not Arthur's. Instead, it is Namor, whose hand wielding the trident is shattered and consumed by the very sea creatures he summoned. Before him, Arthur closes one eye, an inscrutable wave of mental energy continuously influencing the minds of these oceanic beasts. Namor has once again underestimated his opponent. While he can communicate with marine life and garner their support, Arthur requires no such dialogue. His power lies in a dominion over their thoughts. In this regard, he is still no match for the comic version of the fully realized Aquaman. He suffers a complete defeat. Chapter 144. Arthur and Namor, yet I shall not concede. Namor does not embody the characteristics of a hero. Compared to the Aquaman Arthur of the comics, Namor is a ruler in a pure sense. He is willing to undertake many actions unworthy of the title of hero, but all his deeds are for the sake of his nation. Thus, even in the face of possible extinction of his race, he does not relent, even when he knows his strength pales compared to that of Aquaman Arthur. And despite his arm being crushed by the creature he summoned, he still musters the resolve for one final stand, a testament to a ruler's dignity. Begone, he roars, as his abilities conjure a colossal whirlpool of water around him. What is ostensibly an invisible current, under his command, resembles countless sharp blades. Not even the ordinary Atlanteans dare approach, let alone the Sea Queen Mira, who is too weakened from recently injuring a Talocan to advance. Only Aquaman Arthur and Namor can battle within this torrent that resembles a razor's edge. Are you fighting with all your might? Arthur attempts to harness his own power to control the current, hoping to counter Namor's ability, only to realize that his opponent seems to be exerting himself to the utmost. Even he himself finds it difficult to disperse the lethal flow without utmost diligence. Very well, since it has come to this, let us engage in earnest combat. Arthur extended ample respect towards the identity of the opposing king, even though he would ultimately meet his demise at Arthur's hands. For Arthur, honoring another monarch was tantamount to honoring himself. Thus, through his psychic abilities, he commanded the Atlantean warriors surrounding him to part ways, as he and Namor surged deeper into the ocean. Meanwhile, Batman, clad in his underwater combat attire, descended to the ocean floor and successfully located the metallic sphere that Eric had created for his own protection. Conductive materials invariably possess an additional characteristic, conductivity. Moreover, this was his city, and he was acutely aware of Eric's use of living metal. Even amidst the chaos stirred by the battle between Aquaman and Namor, dragging Eric into disarray, Batman remained resolute in avoiding direct confrontation. A creature capable of altering the Earth's magnetic field was not one to engage recklessly in open combat. In a direct clash, even Aquaman Arthur might struggle to subdue Eric, requiring the intervention of Martian Manhunter for any real assurance of victory. Consequently, Batman's strategy was straightforward, with the surroundings submerged and Eric's protective measure being a highly conductive metal. The means to breach his defenses and eliminate him became quite simple. Batman approached the vast metallic sphere, affixing the pre-prepared electric bomb to its surface. He then swiftly retreated, for to ensure Eric's demise, the bomb's explosion would unleash a high-voltage current capable of engulfing a 20-meter radius in water. Just as Batman finalized his preparations, within the metal sphere, Eric remained unconscious from the impacts of Arthur and Namor, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. However, far away in Westchester, Charles, who had been monitoring the battle through his psychic abilities, began to feel a sense of urgency. Eric was unconscious. How could this be? As Charles uttered these words, Aurora and Jean, now teachers guiding a new generation of students, were taken aback. Just recently, Charles had stated that Eric intended to unleash his full power to annihilate Gotham. They had not witnessed firsthand the extent of Eric's strength when fully committed, yet they were familiar with the descriptions of someone controlling the Earth's magnetic field, having heard it more than once. The notion that such formidable power could lead Magneto to succumb to unconsciousness due to unforeseen circumstances was beyond their comprehension. Nevertheless, while Aurora genuinely worried for Eric, Jean appeared somewhat indifferent, as her thoughts lingered on another matter. Gotham was, after all, Red's hometown, and she pondered whether its destruction would grieve him. It was with this sentiment that she kept a close watch on the situation in Gotham. One might indeed say that the virus within Red was remarkably potent. Several years of events have transformed the once inspiring weapon of Charles's education, known as Jean, into a self-serving romantic mind. Due to an unforeseen incident, had it not been for the opportunity to witness through Eric's eyes before his unconsciousness, Charles would have found it hard to believe that Eric could fall into a coma. However, prior to his state of unconsciousness, Eric distinctly observed two robust men capable of surviving in the depths of the sea, along with the monstrous waves they conjured. The ocean is anything but simple. It is highly conceivable that civilizations, isolated from the world, exist within its depths, hidden more profoundly than our kind of mutants. Eric, or rather the entirety of Gotham, has been ensnared in the conflict between these two races, leading to his current condition. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should proceed to Gotham under the pretext of disaster relief. We cannot allow Eric to perish there, Orolo interjected. This was the best solution she could conceive. No, that won't do. Had this been before, Charles might have acquiesced, for this matter bore the shadow of the mutant brotherhood. Their involvement would have seemed plausible, and even the U.S. government would refrain from acting against mutants as long as the pretense of division remained concealed. However, what ultimately dissuaded Charles was the city of Gotham itself. Eric's plight had already demonstrated that, although Gotham lacks any mystical force, neither heroes nor villains possess the power to threaten mutants. Yet, this city, shrouded in criminality, is not a place where mutants can act with impunity. He worried for Eric, but his greater concern lay in the potential loss of even his own forces amidst the chaos of Gotham. I will attempt to utilize my psychic abilities to awaken Eric instantly, enabling him to escape Gotham by his own means. This is the only course of action available. Charles resolved, believing this to be the most prudent approach. Once Eric awakens, his capabilities should facilitate his departure from Gotham without significant difficulty. It is imperative to avoid placing the battle police in jeopardy as well. They have already suffered the loss of half the strength represented by the Mutant Brotherhood and cannot afford further diminishment of their remaining power. With this in mind, Charles donned the Cerebral Wave Enhancer, and his potent, intangible psychic abilities transcended the confines of space, reaching the skies above Gotham. Chapter 145. Gotham at Night. Eric has been located. The sudden collapse of Magneto caught Charles off guard, momentarily severing his connection to Eric's mind. However, as long as the brain remains active, locating him is not a daunting task. Presently, he has pinpointed Eric, who lies ensnared within an iron sphere beneath the water. Simultaneously, he sensed the presence of Batman nearby. This is not good. Charles immediately surmised that Batman intended to subdue Eric during his unconscious state, and given the current circumstances, it appeared highly probable that the method of subjugation would be lethal. Charles harbored no illusions regarding Eric, the proponent of mutant superiority who had consistently instigated terror attacks in the South. He doubted Eric could be dealt with merely by incarcerating him, as one would a criminal in Gotham. The actions undertaken by Eric were so egregious that even a summary execution would elicit little disapproval. With this in mind, Charles unleashed his psychic prowess upon Eric's mind. As for the notion of attempting to control Batman, that was rendered futile. He had already sensed that, much like the Joker, Batman's mind was safeguarded by another formidable psychic force. The order, chaos, terror, and madness that pervaded Gotham City were ultimately orchestrated by that enigmatic figure pulling the strings behind Batman and the Joker. This revelation clarified for Charles why Eric's endeavors had culminated in such turmoil. To venture into a city firmly under the dominion of an unknown power with the intention of usurping control was, in itself, a remarkable feat for Eric and his allies. However, as long as Eric drew breath and he himself remained alive, he believed that one day, this force would be vanquished by mutants. Wait for it, you scoundrels of Gotham. Charles bore no fondness for a city that had buried so many of his comrades. Meanwhile, far away in New York, Reed slowly opened his eyes. Monitoring the scrolls on Earth was indeed an arduous task, yet it did not imply that Reed would remain in seclusion indefinitely. As he sensed the terrifying psychic energy amplified by Charles' brainwave enhancer looming over Gotham, he could not help but express admiration. Truly, Marvel's advanced technologies were impressive. Even a brain on the brink of senility could emit such potent psychic energy. However, Reed wore a faint smile, as he too condensed a formidable psychic force above Gotham. My intellect far surpasses yours at this juncture. Charles's brain was often lauded as the most perilous in existence, a reputation founded upon his Omega-level mental abilities. In truth, his talents could only be deemed that of a mediocre genius, exhibiting a pronounced specialization in the realms of biological evolution and psychology, akin to the capabilities of Otto and Dr. Lizard. When juxtaposed with the likes of Tony, Reed, and Victor, true paragons of brilliance, the disparity was stark before them. Charles's intellect was merely that of a mortal, and Reed, he had once traversed into this realm as an ordinary man, yet now he stood among Alfred, the Joker, Martian Manhunter, Luthor, and Batman. Although the system did not produce beings like Superman, the cards drawn bore wisdom that surpassed each other in magnitude. Coupled with the advanced intellect of the Martian Manhunter, Reed's mind now eclipsed that of Charles, unperturbed even in the face of the latter's brainwave enhancer. Thus, Two formidable psychic forces collided above Gotham City. In an instant, whether it was the Gotham civilians receiving aid or Gordon Harvey, who was currently calming the crowd, even Arthur and Namor, who had already plunged into the abyss, battling fiercely in the darkness, felt a sharp pain in their minds. Who? Charles's consciousness roared through the air, as he urgently needed to awaken Eric. Otherwise, who could fathom what the Bat intended to do next? As another consciousness, Charles soon became aware of the presence belonging to Reed. Initially, he suspected that the Martian Hunter had returned to Earth, but he quickly recognized the true identity of this consciousness. How could it be you? Through the consciousness, Charles easily discerned the identity of the other. It was not that Reed was unwilling to disguise himself. Rather, for those with psychic abilities, consciousness is as easily identifiable as an ID card. He is Reed. Unless he employs cards to impersonate the Martian Hunter, his consciousness will always remain Reed, incapable of any subterfuge. Furthermore, despite his formidable mental prowess, it still fell short of overwhelming Charles, who was augmented by a brainwave amplifier. Principal Charles, long time no see, Reed as consciousness smiled faintly. Although he appeared rather amiable, Charles was all too aware that Reed would never allow him to approach Eric. Upon seeing Reed, everything suddenly clicked into place for him. Was this your scheme from the very beginning? Starting with Scott, the exposure of mutants was far too coincidental. Charles had struggled to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Now, with Reed's presence, the missing piece of his puzzle had finally fallen into place. Somehow, his own ambitions had been revealed to the man before him. And from that initial encounter, this man had begun plotting against the entire mutant community. Scott was indeed an accident, a consequence of a rose I casually plucked. However, you need not be reminded of your own ambitions. Even without Scott, today as circumstances would have eventually come to pass. Charles silently nodded in agreement. His dreams, Eric's dreams. The dreams of all mutants. So long as they persevered, their adversaries would inevitably rise against them. Charles understood clearly that they were not mutants, so a clash between them was unavoidable. But I must awaken Eric today. You shall not bury him alongside the rest tonight. With that declaration, the reality-bound Charles disregarded the limits of his own body and ruthlessly cranked the brainwave amplifier to its maximum capacity. His already Omega-level psychic ability amplified 100-fold, launching an unreserved assault against Reed. Oh dear, Reed frowned, feeling the surge of mental energy surpassing his current limits. However, if it was merely a momentary blockade, old bald head, do not bring about your own demise. The clash of mental forces reverberated once more, and in that fleeting moment, the entirety of Gotham City found itself bereft of the capacity for thought. Chapter 146, Gotham Knights 2. What an extraordinary display of mental prowess. Charles, though momentarily in the lead, could not conceal the astonishment brewing within him. He had pushed the brainwave amplifier to its utmost limits, disregarding the toll on his own body. Yet even at this peak of intensity, he found himself merely slightly superior when compared to the opponent's formidable mental strength. Opposite him, Red's ethereal projection, born of his mental power, was gradually regaining form. Despite suffering setbacks in their recent confrontation, his gaze remained steadfastly confident when cast upon Charles. The reasoning was simple. Their objectives diverged entirely. Red simply needed to impede Charles from awakening Eric during Batman's assault. Even if he failed, with Arthur and Batman's relentless onslaught, coupled with his own interventions, Eric was doomed. In contrast, Charles faced a dire urgency. He needed to breach Red's defenses swiftly, for Eric's demise was all but assured otherwise. The possession of an escape route and contingency plans naturally influenced their respective attitudes. Faced with Charles's astonishment, Red did not hesitate to retort with scorn. Naturally, what merit do you possess to compare with me, a mere 27-year-old who only recently secured a doctorate? The sting of Red's words left Charles momentarily speechless. His unwavering belief in the superiority of mutants over humans shattered. As time elapsed, this superiority had transcended mere prowess in mutant abilities, extending into various realms of excellence. Red's derision trampled upon the self-esteem he had painstakingly built. I vow that your remaining days will be spent as a vegetable in a hospital bed, he roared, reigniting his mental assault with renewed vigor. Red, as before, stood resolutely against Charles's attack. The mental shockwaves surged across Gotham, rippling into neighboring cities, even reaching New York. where individuals experienced sharp pangs in their minds. Meanwhile, in the depths of Gotham's waters, Arthur had prepared in advance. Although his control extended only to marine life, he possessed a modicum of psychic ability. Withstanding such residual waves posed no challenge for him. But Namor was another matter entirely. His collaboration with marine creatures hinged on communication, lacking any psychic resistance. As the shockwave hit, his body faltered slightly, granting Arthur an opportunity to seize the advantage. With a deft motion of the Poseidon trident in his hands, he reclaimed the water that Namor had struggled to control during the moment of distraction. This is bad. Namor realized that the command over the ocean was slipping away, and he urgently sought to reassert his dominion over the waters, but it was already too late. As he lifted his gaze once more, his body had already been ensnared by the flowing seawater, and not far ahead, Arthur charged at him, brandishing a trident. A piercing scream echoed as Namor's chest was impaled by the trident, propelling him above the surface of the sea. Water! Water! Unlike the narrative in which King Arthur, post-Silver Age, was stripped of the necessity to maintain contact with water, Namor was perpetually bound by the condition that his strength waned away from it. His dependence on water was starkly evident, and in his current state of injury, this reliance became even more pronounced. Merely a few seconds above the surface, pierced by Arthur's trident, he found himself gasping for breath, the severity of his wounds rendering him nearly incapable of leaving the aquatic realm. However, this vulnerability was rendered moot at that moment. As the two ascended from the depths, Arthur's trident began to shimmer with flickering bolts of electricity. Dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, heralding the imminent strike of lightning that would obliterate Namor completely. Meanwhile, Charles, engaged in aerial combat with Reed, became acutely aware of the clash between Arthur and Namor. More specifically, he recognized Namor's identity, one who was a mutant, distinctly different from others of his kind. This was his singular opportunity. Seizing the moment, Charles feigned a breakthrough against Reed's defenses, allowing himself to penetrate Namor's mind and seize control of his body. What? This unexpected turn of events caught even Reed off guard, for he could not foresee the manner in which Arthur would engage Namor. Nor did he anticipate that the two would suddenly breach the surface, or that Charles would take note of Namor's presence. By the time Reed reacted, it was already too late. Charles, manipulating Namor's body, initiated a final manipulation of the water currents. Eric, I hope you relish this spectacle. A colossal waterspout manifested within the domain where Eric resided, and in the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck Arthur's trident, instantly reducing Namor to cinders, extinguishing his life. With a casual motion, Arthur discarded Namor's lifeless form into the ocean, where a multitude of marine creatures, long awaiting their feast, surged forth and consumed his remains within mere seconds. Meanwhile, Arthur's gaze shifted toward the currents below. Though he could not perceive the mental clash between Reed and Charles, he grasped the implications of Namor's recent actions. In the next moment, Arthur leaped into the fray, plunging directly into the waterspout conjured by Charles, utilizing the last vestiges of Namor's strength. At the vortex's center, Batman strained against the metallic orb before him. This distance is perilous. I too may fall victim to the electric bomb. Batman's mission was far from complete, and he could not afford to withdraw at this critical juncture. At that moment, within the metallic sphere, the tumultuous effects of the water vortex caused the sphere to undulate, gradually rousing the unconscious Eric from his slumber. His momentary confusion dissipated, and he recalled his previous tribulations. He understood the urgency to depart swiftly. Even without Charles's warning, Eric recognized that he must flee Gotham City. With this thought, he resolved to detach the enclosing metallic sphere. Meanwhile, outside the sphere, Batman sensed the stirring of the metallic orb. Magneto was about to emerge. As Batman contemplated how to confront Magneto directly, Arthur plunged into the vortex, wielding Poseidon's trident, which unleashed a wondrous magic that quelled the storm. Batman, let us leave and obliterate this old foe with explosives. No, Arthur, I have other plans. Having narrowly escaped, Batman did not retreat immediately, but instead gazed at the slowly opening metallic sphere. Channel the tempest's might with your trident and elevate me into the skies. Eric sensed the metallic elements outside the sphere, recognizing them as those within the human body. Naturally, he could discern that adversaries awaited him beyond. His experiences in Gotham had clarified the reality. The city was not as it appeared. The so-called Joker's gang and Batman were not truly antagonistic. Gotham was merely a puppet in someone's grasp, and those oblivious to this truth, with their hubris, sought to dominate the city, ultimately leading to tonight's grave sacrifices. However, you shall not extinguish my life. Eric cherished his existence, not solely due to instinctual survival, but because he was acutely aware of his significance to the mutant community. To wage war against humanity, his powers were indispensable. If he perished, Charles might exhaust his life without ever having the chance to retaliate against humans. Thus, for both himself and the entire mutant populace, he was resolute in his refusal to die. Eric refrained from recklessly charging out of the metallic sphere. Instead, he amassed his strength within. Then, with a thunderous release of the magnetic field under his control, the metallic sphere morphed into countless sharp blades, launching towards the man before him. At that moment, Arthur, armed with the trident, prepared himself, swiftly swinging the divine weapon gifted by the sea god. Such a relic was beyond the capabilities of ordinary technology. As the trident clashed with the blades, the metal shattered into fragments. Yet the onslaught did not cease. Under Eric's command, the shattered pieces reformed into separate blades, assailing Arthur from all directions. Indeed, trouble was at hand. At Red's reminder, Arthur had never let his guard down against Magneto, but only in a true confrontation could one comprehend the intricate challenges posed by the manipulation of magnetic fields. In this modern human society, Eric undoubtedly possessed an inexhaustible arsenal of weaponry. As Arthur defended himself against the blades assailing him from all sides, Eric urgently expanded the range of his powers, drawing all the usable metals in Gotham City towards himself. In an instant, after Arthur dispelled the blades with a surge of water, Eric had transformed into a colossal metal giant, emerging from the surface. With this heavy manifestation, Eric had no intention of fleeing. Instead, he commanded the giant to raise its iron fist and strike at Arthur. With a thunderous boom, Arthur was propelled out of the water, hurtling over 1,000 meters before crashing into the Thomas Bridge. Eric, at that moment, as Eric awakened and Red ceased his interference, Charles successfully entered Eric's mind. Charles. Upon hearing Charles's voice, Eric immediately responded, "Can you control that man with the trident? His physical prowess is formidable. If it weren't for the weight advantage, the giant I control might not match him in strength." Arthur's being flung away was not merely a testament to Magneto's might, but rather a consequence of his own comparatively lighter weight under the immense mass of the metal giant. As for injuries, none at all. Eric, I cannot do that. The opposing telepath has projected his mental force as well, and if I leave your mind, you will fall under his control. Damn it. With Charles's declaration, Eric found himself at an impasse. He indeed possessed a helmet that could shield against mental abilities, and he could summon it using his powers from its storage place. However, it would be futile, given that the adversary also had a telepath. Even if Charles attempted to invade Arthur's mind, success would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, even if Eric donned the helmet, a moment of carelessness causing it to loosen could result in immediate domination. The most prudent course of action was for Charles to remain within the confines of Eric's mind, safeguarding himself. Then help me monitor the surroundings. I will attempt to leave Gotham City. This perilous city is no place for me to linger. The conscious Charles nodded in agreement, vigilantly observing Arthur's brainwave responses. However, he soon realized that monitoring Arthur was of no real significance. For right before their eyes, the Thomas Bridge began to tremble. Below the bridge, Arthur clasped the massive pier with both hands, lifting the entire structure with sheer physical strength. Eric, hearing Charles's words, Eric nodded solemnly. In my youth, such a display would not have astonished me to this extent. However, now, even the thought of moving such a colossal bridge would require considerable effort. After Arthur demonstrated his formidable physical prowess, the onslaught ensued. He wielded the massive bridge, weighing thousands of tons as a weapon, bringing it crashing down upon the metallic giant conjured by Eric. Though the attack appeared sluggish due to the distance, Eric was acutely aware of his inability to evade it. He could only command the metallic giant to confront the assault head-on. The metallic giant, which had just sent Arthur flying by virtue of its mass, was shattered into fragments upon the impact with the bridge. Eric, though not struck directly, experienced a backlash from maintaining the giant, further exacerbating his already severe internal injuries. Ultimately, just as the bridge was about to collide with him, he exerted his power to manipulate the rebar within the structure, causing the entire bridge to disintegrate into debris, thwarting Arthur's assault. Amidst the cascade of falling rubble, Arthur had already used the chaos as cover to approach him. With his trident crackling with formidable electricity, he prepared to thrust it at Eric. "You shall not succeed," Eric bellowed, channeling all his magnetic control to counter the trident's advance. Just as the trident was poised to pierce his chest, he halted the attack. "A weapon of metal shall not strike true against me," Eric proclaimed, yet the bulging veins on his face betrayed the truth. He was exerting every ounce of his strength. The magnetic field did not grant exceptions for divine artifacts. Any metal susceptible to magnetism would be influenced, including Arthur's trident. However, the magnetic force did not diminish Arthur's inherent might. Chapter 148. The demise of Magneto. While Eric's magnetic power could indeed shake the very earth, one must not forget that Arthur's own strength was equally capable of moving mountains and filling seas. At first glance, it seemed the two were merely at a stalemate, locked in a struggle through the trident. Yet, the energy they unleashed each second was sufficient to rattle the entirety of Gotham City. How could such immense power exist, and within the confines of Earth? When the Martian Hunter and Carol faced off against the Kree fleet, the mutants never arrived on the battlefield. However, Charles had already infiltrated a Kree's mind through his telepathic abilities, using the alien's eyes to witness the formidable strength of the Martian Hunter and Carol. These two could be explained through extraterrestrial influence and technology. Yet, Arthur's sudden emergence shattered his understanding of Earth. Could it be that a race dwelling beneath the sea possessed such immense power? As Charles stood in shock, he failed to notice that Red had stealthily infiltrated Arthur's mind through the psychic network, brewing an assault by harnessing a fraction of Arthur's own mental prowess. By the time Charles realized that a surge of psychic energy was coalescing within the brain of the sea creature before him, it was already too late. An ethereal spike, forged from psychic energy, lunged toward Eric's consciousness. Despite Charles's timely intervention, the adversary's force penetrated through, leaving a remnant of power that pierced Eric's mind, causing an immediate jolt of pain. "Ah, Charles!" "Eric, remain calm." Charles swiftly turned to utilize his mental strength to alleviate the psychic damage inflicted upon Eric. However, this brief moment of vulnerability had already served its purpose. In Eric's fleeting lapse of focus, Arthur overcame the magnetic field that Eric had erected, thrusting his trident toward his foe's chest. Yet, in this moment of peril, Eric unleashed his latent potential. His abilities, once waning due to the frailty of age, surged back within him. A colossal magnetic force radiated outward from Eric's very being. This time, it was not merely metallic objects that he commanded. Even the metallic elements within Arthur's body fell under Eric's control. What? The transformation within him startled Arthur. His strength held the potential to alter everything. Yet the dimensions could not be swayed. Eric manipulated the metallic elements within Arthur, repelling him, a maneuver that left Arthur utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, Arthur remained unfazed, for the plan had not slipped from his grasp. Just as Arthur was about to plummet into the sea, Charles was mending Eric's psychic wounds, and Eric was left in a state of exhaustion from his outburst. Suddenly, the tempest that had been swirling around the battlefield, unnoticed by all, came to an abrupt halt. No one questioned this anomaly. Even Charles and Eric assumed the calm was merely a consequence of the impact that had sent their opponent flying. Yet within this stillness, a massive shadow of a bat descended swiftly, clad in an insulated battle suit and fortified by the barriers Red had constructed in his mind. Batman effortlessly evaded the perceptive abilities of both Charles and Eric, approaching rapidly while wielding the untriggered explosive device. With a resounding crash, Batman collided fiercely with Eric from behind, the force of the impact causing Eric to vomit blood once more. Another foe? Just as Eric prepared to retaliate, he felt the presence that had struck his back leap away, plunging into the depths below. He.S. escaping. Before he could articulate the thought, Batman, having distanced himself from the blast radius, activated the detonator, causing the electric bomb affixed to his suit to explode. A surge of thousands of volts coursed through Eric's body in an instant. With a mere scream, even Charles could not comprehend what had transpired before his consciousness returned to his own body. How? As the professor, upon witnessing Charles open his eyes, Aurora promptly approached to inquire about Gotham City's situation. She asked several times, yet Charles remained unresponsive, frozen in place. Could it be the side effects of the brainwave amplifier operating at full power? Aurora furrowed her brow, determined to contact Hank McCoy, hoping he could examine the situation in detail. In the next moment, Charles stirred. The side effect of the brainwave amplifier had rendered his eyes not merely bloodshot, but entirely crimson. He gasped for air, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. He had indeed experienced death. Eric's death. No. Realizing everything that had transpired in Gotham, Charles howled at the sky. Why? Why had all this happened? His lifelong aspirations had been utterly dashed. Eric was gone. Even if Jean matured, the mutants would most likely be unable to rally their strength to counterattack humanity. At least, it seemed unlikely to occur within his lifetime. What was even more dire was that some humans were now aware of the mutants' ambitions. They had not only lost half their fighting capacity, including Eric, but they also had to face the onslaught of those elite humans. In every conceivable way, Charles felt that the future was shrouded in darkness. However, ultimately, he turned his gaze toward Jean. She was the sole hope for their kind, possessing mutant potential that surpassed even Omega levels. If Jean could develop her abilities, even if she could not retaliate against humanity, she could at least ensure the safety of mutants throughout her life. Yet, thinking of Jean led him to another individual, Red. Initially perceived as merely an ordinary human, it now seemed that Jean's transformation over the past few years might have been influenced by their encounter, manipulated by his mental abilities. Contemplating this, despite his sorrow for Eric's death, Charles resolved to rally himself and address Jean. Jean, it is time. Starting tomorrow, I will attempt to establish a mental connection with you and train your psychic abilities. Is that so? All right, Jean replied, somewhat puzzled, as Charles had mentioned just days prior that he was not prepared. However, since he had taken the initiative to speak, she had no reason to decline. Moreover, Jean wished to grow stronger. In her mind, if she became more powerful, Red would not vanish intermittently, but would always remain by her side. After all, over the past few years, as her strength had increased, Red's appearances had become increasingly frequent. Child, the poison has deepened. Chapter 149. A little stimulus, there is one more thing, Charles said, as he observed Jean preparing to leave. What is it? Professor, regarding the individual you have incessantly mentioned. The human named Reed. He is far from an ordinary person. He is a telepathic entity devoid of mutant traits. Even when I refrain from using the cerebral enhancement device, I find myself no match for him. Charles resolved to unveil the truth promptly, hoping to make Jean realize that Reed's initial approach was insidious and that it would be best for her to forget him sooner rather than later. What? Jean exclaimed, and just as Charles anticipated that she had discerned Reed's true nature and was about to rebuke him, her reaction left him utterly astonished. With this, I can communicate with Reed at any time and place. We shall never be apart. Observing the exhilaration on Jean's face, Charles's expression mirrored that of someone who had just ingested something distasteful. Jean, humans are adversaries. Charles felt compelled to reiterate this sentiment. Ordinary humans do not qualify as enemies to mutants. Even if mutants were to dominate the Earth in the future, they would still require the existence of ordinary people to sustain societal functionality. A sparse population of mutants could never entirely occupy every stratum of society. However, individuals like Reed, endowed with extraordinary abilities, are unequivocally foes, targets that mutants must vanquish. Yet, their most formidable asset, Jean Grey, whose potential surpasses even that of Omega-level mutants, remains unable to forget such a human. Professor, Reed is different. Charles had heard similar declarations countless times over the years, particularly when he implored Jean to forget Reed and earnestly develop her mutant abilities. Yet, this time his anger surged to new heights. Jean, have you forgotten our dreams as mutants? He coughed violently, the intensity of his ire rendering him breathless and disoriented. Professor, Aurora rushed to support Charles, casting an angry glare at Jean. Jean, if the professor has stated this, why do you still refuse to forget that human? Who told him to speak ill of Reed? To Aurora's astonishment, even in such circumstances, Jean remained unrepentant. The plight of Charles did not evoke any emotional response from her. Her sole concern lay with her future alongside Reed. Charles was willing to assist her in honing her abilities, and she acquiesced. But the notion of forgetting Reed was utterly out of the question. With that thought, Jean exited the cerebral enhancement chamber. Jean, you. Enough, Aurora, let it be. Aurora attempted to admonish Jean, but Charles intervened. But Professor, if this continues, Jean may sink even deeper. I'm aware. Charles understood Aurora's concerns, but he also recognized the intricacies of the human heart. At this juncture, attempting to forcefully alter Jean's sentiments would be an exercise in futility. At least she had not outright rejected my offer for mental training. During the sessions, I could gradually seize the opportunity to reshape her perspective. For now, it is best not to coerce her. Unbeknownst to him, the piano had ceased to regard Charles, the professor, with any esteem. In such circumstances, Charles was acutely aware that altering the piano's disposition would require a gradual approach. Haste would only transform this mutant's trump card into a blade that could pierce his own heart. With Eric gone, he could not afford any further misadventures, at least not until a figure emerged among the mutants capable of bearing the mantle. However, the following day, a peculiar package arrived at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The package was enormous, weighing as much as an adult woman. Upon discovering that the recipient was Charles, the steel-skinned Piotr, having obtained permission, transported the package to Charles's office. After conducting his lessons, Charles returned to his office and, with Aurora's assistance, began to unwrap the package. In the next moment, he spat a mouthful of blood, his fury palpable. "Joker, I shall see you dead." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Aurora, taken aback by the grim gift, failed to notice Charles's fainting spell at first. Before him lay not merely an object, but a model of Mystique, Raven. The foul stench emanating from the model and the droplets of blood adorning its surface told a harrowing tale. The skin of the model had been flayed from the very body of Mystique herself. The once vibrant blue scales had lost their vitality, yet they whispered of the torment Raven had endured. 2 days later, Charles awoke once more, but his complexion had once again grown pallid. The death of 2 individuals and the grim fate of Raven had profoundly affected the 70-year-old mutant, and his body had succumbed to an inevitable decline. "Mr. Wayne, you must be well aware of the immense value contained within the corpse of Magneto, Eric Lenscher. If it is in your possession, we implore you to relinquish it to the government for research purposes." Wayne Tower had already crumbled under the onslaught of Magneto's magnetic surge and the flood's devastation. However, this was Gotham, and even in ruins, the Wayne Group could still profit from the city's reconstruction efforts. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Thus, the makeshift headquarters of the Wayne Group had been established, and Bruce Wayne was engaged in negotiations with government representatives. The subject of these negotiations was, of course, the corpse of Magneto, which had perished in Gotham. "Sir, you are acutely aware of the events that transpired. Under those circumstances, the Wayne Group invested every resource into the disaster relief efforts for Gotham City. As for the so-called Eric Lenscher's corpse, we genuinely have no leads." Bruce took a puff of his cigar and waved his hand dismissively. "Rather than entangle myself with someone like me, who is currently focused on rebuilding his home, perhaps you should inquire with those friends from the deep sea, a body sunken to the ocean floor. I sincerely believe they might possess more knowledge." Regarding Bruce's response, government officials found themselves at a loss, as they possessed no evidence to substantiate the claim that the Wayne Group had acquired Eric's corpse. Their inquiries were merely symbolic, especially in the quest to locate the remnants of the Atlantean race. If they were capable of such a search, would they be idly wasting time at Wayne's today? At this moment, in the basement of LexCorp, Scott, immersed in formaldehyde, was finally graced by the presence of his esteemed companions, Magneto, Eric, and Mystique Raven. Although Mystique's skin had been excised and presented to Charles as a small surprise, the study of her abilities rendered her epidermis less critical. "How goes it, Luther? Any leads?" Red entered the laboratory after a long absence, observing Luther, who was lost in thought regarding the 2 corpses before him. Cloning proved stable, but was a lengthy process. While genetic transplantation lacked sufficient stability, even amongst mutants, there was a high probability of mortality due to genetic damage during the procedure. But what if a person's genes could continually deteriorate and regenerate? Are you suggesting? Luther, well-versed in Marvel's intelligence thanks to Red, immediately grasped whom he was referring to. Indeed, commenced the investigation. First, ascertain his whereabouts. Chapter 150, A Year of Reconstruction Triangular Wing Tower. Coulson, what is the situation in Gotham City? Gotham had experienced a series of tremendous upheavals within a mere month. Mutant attacks, the exposure of the Court of Owls, Eric's direct intervention, a tsunami engulfing the city, and the revelation of the submerged civilization of Atlantis. Throughout these events, S-H-I-E-L D. remained uninvolved. For even before Nick Fury ascended to the role of director, they understood one crucial fact. They had no authority to intervene in such matters until Carol returned to Earth. However, the narrative shifted when it came to the reconstruction of Gotham City. Once a stagnant metropolis, its inhabitants were reluctant to venture out, and outsiders were equally disinclined to enter. Yet, this reconstruction undeniably cast a stone into the still waters of Gotham. The influx of people for urban renewal provided an excellent cover for agent infiltration. Not only S.H.I.E.L.D., but even the U.S. government dispatched operatives in an attempt to penetrate Gotham, aiming to seize control of this affluent yet shadowy city. Initially, they perceived it as a virtually assured endeavor. After all, the local powers in Gotham should have significantly diminished in their grasp over the city after all that had transpired. However, reality proved them mistaken. They had grossly underestimated the pervasive influence of the major local families, spearheaded by the Wayne Group, over Gotham. To illustrate with the Wayne family, the workers tasked with the reconstruction were often repairing properties that predominantly belonged to the Wayne estate. In their leisure hours, the sustenance they partake in is sourced from the Wayne Group's food industry. The materials necessary for reconstruction are supplied by the Wayne Group. In the pursuit of rebuilding Gotham City, the Wayne Group has indeed expended a considerable fortune. However, this money can never truly leave Gotham. After circulating through various sectors of the city, it ultimately returns to the Wayne Group. Even the government's allocations, upon entering Gotham, are swiftly divided among the city's prominent families. The devastation of Gotham has not merely dealt a blow to these families. Rather, it has further solidified their grip on the city. To utter the phrase that one pays a tax to the Wayne family for every breath taken in Gotham is far from an exaggeration. Regrettably, our agents, even when merely quenching their thirst in Gotham, find that the vendors selling water are intertwined with the city's influential families. Unless the government declares a cessation of efforts to rebuild Gotham, this predicament is unlikely to change. Abandoning the reconstruction is simply inconceivable. Nick Fury is beset with headaches. Aside from a few Skrulls he does not fully trust, ordinary agents have no chance of infiltrating Gotham, even though it has been reduced to ruins. Furthermore, the chaos that would ensue from the immense assets of Gotham flowing into surrounding cities, not to mention the annual tax revenue Gotham provides to the federal government, is a burden the government is unwilling to bear. Moreover, both LexCorp and Stark Industries are involved in the city's reconstruction. LexCorp, with its burgeoning influence in politics, and Stark Industries, currently the largest conglomerate in America, would not be subjected to undue interference, even for charitable endeavors. The sitting president hopes to secure their support for re-election. Thus, it has been resolved. Gotham is indeed not a realm in which we should partake. As for the Skrulls, there is no need for constant communication. It suffices to confirm that they have not perished in Gotham. Ultimately, Nick Fury relinquished his intentions concerning Gotham City. A crucial factor in this decision is the failure concerning mutants. Although Eric's demise appeared to be a mere coincidence stemming from an underwater conflict, Fury has never subscribed to the notion of coincidence. He instinctively believes there are deeper reasons at play, necessitating caution. The reconstruction of Gotham took an entire year to conclude. Through this opportunity, the Wayne family has ascended to the status of Gotham's undisputed monarchs, regardless of any considerations from the federal government. Such a scenario should not be permitted to transpire. However, Bruce's performance is quite remarkable. He is a playboy, yet not one endowed with the capabilities of Tony Stark. Despite possessing nearly all of Gotham's wealth, he has not exhibited any inclination toward political involvement. Ironically, it is another family, the nearly incapacitated Cobblepot family, that has begun campaigning for the office of mayor of Gotham City. This has instilled a glimmer of hope for balance within the federal government. Under their proactive initiatives, Oswald Cobblepot of the Cobblepot family is on the verge of being appointed as the next mayor of Gotham. The federal government dreams of balancing the powers of both factions, oblivious to the fact that with the demise of the Court of Owls, the four prominent families have long since lost their influence. The true rulers of Gotham are solely the Wayne family. Mr. Wayne, everything is proceeding as planned. Little do they realize that within Wayne Manor, the representative of the Cobblepot family, Oswald, whom they envisioned as a competitor, is bowing in deference to Bruce, adhering to the etiquette of a subordinate. He aims to be your mayor and awaits news from New York. As nearly all attention is focused on Gotham City and its submerged civilization, In the basement of the LexCorp in New York, Red emerges once more, awaiting the arrival of an individual. The reason for his personal involvement is quite simple. Luther is preoccupied and has delegated some minor tasks to Red. Coincidentally, this matter, which could serve as a trap for mutants, aligns perfectly with his intentions. He is unwilling to gamble on whether the virus he has retained within the body of Quentin can obliterate the currently diminished mutant population. Thus, after gaining complete control over Gotham City, he has redirected his focus towards the mutants. He cannot rest easy until the mutants are entirely eradicated before the events of the Fantastic Four saga unfold, especially considering this irrational race has been driven to the brink. It would not be surprising for an Omega mutant to emerge from the most obscure corners. Therefore, it is imperative to seize the opportunity to annihilate this weakened mutant community while they are vulnerable. Not only must the mutants be exterminated, but the influential vigilante within their ranks must also be completely eliminated, ensuring that their power can never coalesce again. Mr. Red, the guest has arrived. At that moment, the laboratory assistant entered, announcing the arrival and stepping aside to allow a man to enter. Chapter 151. William Strick, a smile returned to Red's face as he turned to face the newcomer. Despite the effects of age causing his body to become portly, the shadows of his troubled mind were unmistakable. Having long held the rank of colonel in the United States due to psychological issues, he had yet to advance further. This was William Strick, the individual Red had invited. Mr. Red, to my knowledge, if LexCorp intend to collaborate with the military, they could easily contact Major Rhodes. While gaining access to your laboratory is indeed a pleasant surprise for me, William Strick, aside from his early experiences in command, has predominantly operated alongside the older generation of majors and generals to complete missions. He resembles an operative or perhaps a researcher more than a traditional soldier. During the Vietnam War, he once led the Super Soldier Project, but ultimately it was scrapped due to his psychological issues. During that period, William's wife and son tragically took their own lives for reasons unknown, inflicting a profound psychological blow upon him. As a result, William Strick has remained disheartened ever since. Just as he believed he was destined to retire and embrace the twilight of his life, an invitation from the Lex Group, extended by Red Pennyworth, arrived at his office door. This invitation bore no explanation, yet William felt an inexplicable sense that meeting Red might somehow mend his broken spirit. "Good day, Colonel Strick." Red greeted him with a warm smile and a handshake. However, within moments, a pained expression crossed William's face. Ouch! Upon glancing at his hand, he saw that Red had extracted a drop of his blood and placed it into a peculiar device. "Mr. Pennyworth, what is the meaning of this?" If William were a mutant, he might have suspected that Red intended to use his blood for some nefarious purpose. Alas, the government had long conducted thorough health screenings, confirming that William was merely an ordinary man without any extraordinary abilities. "The truth will soon be revealed to you, Colonel Strick. I recall you once had a son and a wife." At the mention of his family, William's expression darkened. He was reluctant to revisit the painful memories of his past. Yet, as it was an undeniable truth, he could only nod in response. Over 20 years ago, Jason and his mother succumbed to mental illness, using a power drill to end their lives. As for the details, if Red wished to know more, he could certainly inquire through other means. Red nodded, having already conducted his research. If he did not possess absolute confidence, he would not have summoned William here. He then produced the results of the recent tests. "Mr. Strick, what if I told you that your son is in fact alive?" "What? Impossible." William was poised to refute this claim when he beheld the documents Red handed him. It was a testing report. As a researcher in the military's biological field, William had encountered numerous similar reports, yet the information before him left him astounded. Confirming paternity? Who is it? This cannot be. William was acutely aware that he had only one wife, and during their marriage, he had never strayed. Logically, since the tragic demise of his wife and son, he had become utterly alone. His parents had long since passed, making such a testing report inconceivable. Could it be that someone in this world bore an uncanny resemblance to him? At this, Red offered a faint smile, which rekindled William's rationality. Deep down, he understood that such a possibility was exceedingly remote, nearly impossible. While it is conceivable for unrelated individuals to share similar appearances, the likelihood of two people possessing such striking similarities was simply too improbable. "Colonel Strick, do you not harbor any doubts?" As he spoke, Red struck a box, causing the laboratory floor to tremble unexpectedly. The metallic base suddenly parted, revealing a transparent glass prison, within which was confined the illusionist, Jason, who had been captured by the Joker in Gotham's subterranean base. His true name was, in fact, Jason Strick. This is the surprise I have prepared for you. William could no longer hear Red's words. Upon seeing the grown Jason, his mind was flooded with memories long sealed and altered, echoing once more. It had been an ordinary day, at least for their family, a day that seemed entirely mundane. William was acutely aware, and had always known, that his son possessed a unique gift, a remarkable ability to produce special sounds within his and his wife's minds, conjuring illusions before their eyes. He understood the peril that such a power entailed, and it was evident that his young son could not wield it with control. Yet, what choice did he have? Could he abandon his own flesh and blood? Such a cruel act was beyond William's heart. Thus, leveraging military resources, he sought out a specialized institution, one that claimed to welcome any extraordinary child. Its principal was a doctor of both biology and psychology, a fact that filled William with hope. He reached out to the school, and alongside his wife, they endured the agonizing wait for salvation to arrive. Alas, the promised deliverance never came. The following day, William's son completely spiraled out of control. The illusions he conjured grew increasingly severe. Drawing upon the fortitude forged during his days as a soldier, William persevered. Yet his wife faltered. William witnessed the harrowing moment when she retrieved a power drill from the toolbox and, with her own hands, pierced her temple. The living room was instantly drenched in crimson. At that moment, his consciousness began to fade. No, this cannot be real. Just as William's awareness plunged into darkness, a radiant light emerged, and Red stepped forth from the shadows, gesturing for the obsidian world to once again burst into color. This is not the limit of your memories. Rather, there are those who wish for you to forget what follows. With a snap of his fingers, Red urged the scene to continue. In the aftermath of William's wife's tragic suicide, he collapsed under the weight of his emotional turmoil, witnessing his son Jason trembling violently, unleashing his powers uncontrollably. Soon after, an elderly man donned in a metallic helmet, accompanied by another bald elder, entered his home. The bald elder gently brushed over Jason's head. "You've done exceptionally well, child." With those words, he turned his gaze toward the prostrate William, and, with a mere gesture, William's consciousness vanished entirely, concluding the recollection. Chapter 152. The collaboration of William. Who are those two individuals? As consciousness returned, William opened his eyes, now ablaze with a crimson hue. He had no time to ponder why the seemingly ordinary Reed could awaken his dormant memories. Yet, he was acutely aware that he had glimpsed the truth. His son was not dead. In fact, the death of his wife and the tumultuous outburst of his son's abilities were orchestrated by unseen puppeteers. Even he had forgotten that his son possessed extraordinary powers. For years, he had believed his son to be an ordinary boy, and the tragic suicides were merely unfortunate accidents. His memories had been altered. Who could be responsible for this? At that moment, William lowered his gaze to the glass cell beneath his feet, where his son, rendered foolish by the effects of laughing gas, lay. Yet, he felt no surge of paternal affection. During the meeting, he had observed the child, who had never smiled at his parents, reveal a grin upon encountering the two masterminds. Perhaps those two were the true culprits. However, his son was equally a murderer, having driven his own mother to her demise. Just then, Reed approached and gently placed a hand on William's shoulder. "In truth, you have recognized those two individuals, have you not?" At this, William's tumultuous emotions began to settle. As he attempted to recollect, he easily identified the figures from his memories. The leader of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, the now-deceased Magneto, Eric Lensher, and the headmaster of Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The leader of the Avengers, Charles Xavier. Why should I place my trust in you? The gradually composed William had pieced together the puzzle. Yet he also regarded Reed with scrutiny. "You are capable of entering my consciousness, suggesting you possess some special abilities. Therefore, should I not consider you a mutant as well?" William's gaze bore into Reed, for he had now set his sights on a singular objective. He harbored hatred for Eric and Charles, resentment towards his son Jason, and animosity towards all mutants. Mutants had shattered his existence, forcing him to dwell in a facade of false memories for half his life. This vendetta could only be quenched by the total annihilation of the mutant populace. Thus, He yearned to discern Reed's true identity. William's suspicions and subtle hostility were unmistakable. However, Reed remained unfazed, eschewing any semblance of superiority. He had already been exposed in the eyes of mutants and recognized the necessity of leveraging other strengths to confront them. If proving his identity would assuage William's concerns, he was willing to indulge the inconvenience. This is the answer you seek. Reed handed William the prepared test results. It was a genetic analysis focused on chromosomes. The outcome was crystal clear. Reed was not a mutant, merely an ordinary human. You require a companion, Colonel Strick, and it is evident that I, who harbor a certain contradiction with mutants, am your most suitable ally. As you have observed, there is no necessity for you to harbor animosity towards me. Red stepped back, gesturing towards the glass cell beneath his feet, where the already deranged Jason Strick resided. At this juncture, do you still intend to avenge your son? William was acutely aware that Red was attempting to manipulate him, yet he remained unfazed, for he indeed required Red's assistance and the resources of LexCorp to exact his revenge upon the mutants. He is not my son. He merely denied this fact. Upon realizing that Jason had not been under compulsion but had willingly slain his own mother, William had long since relinquished any paternal regard for him. However, I require your research materials on this mutant and a measure of financial support. William articulated his needs, seeking funds, and the mutant beneath him, who was by blood his son. Charles and Eric had utilized him to murder his wife, thereby shattering his existence. Thus, he resolved to obliterate the mutants in precisely the same manner. No problem. Red smiled, handing over the research findings that Luther had accomplished during this time to William. The document detailed the technology for extracting elements from Jason's cerebral cortex to manipulate others' thoughts. As for the funding, it will be funneled through the Joker's gang in Gotham City into your account. Rest assured, taxes have already been paid. Red casually revealed his connection with the Joker's gang to William, yet William showed no concern, continuing instead to state, "Prepare a laboratory for me in Gotham City. I require a space to devise strategies against the mutants. As for the government, you need not worry, I will manage that." Upon hearing William's words, Red displayed a satisfied expression. "Well then, I wish us a fruitful collaboration." William departed LexCorp with a wealth of research materials and Jason, heading toward the laboratory prepared for him in Gotham City. In the film The Sentinels, William ultimately employed a brainwave intensifier to nearly eradicate the entire mutant population. In this world, mutants have suffered significant setbacks, and with LexCorp backing him, the assaults on mutants will only intensify. Shortly thereafter, Luther entered. It appears that matters have resolved quite splendidly. Are you doubting my abilities? Red turned, pointing to his own head. Do not forget, the intellect contained within has a portion of your contribution. In response, Luther scoffed and turned away. I am concerned that the wisdom of others may hinder my own, potentially leading to your missteps. Luther's stubbornness did not faze Red. He was well aware that if there were no pressing news, the other party would not seek him out. In Luther's words, he had far too many tasks to attend to, with no time to waste. Wolverine has been located, and the result? It is evident that Charles had not previously interacted with this mutant, who is over a century his senior. Upon hearing this, Red exhibited little surprise. However, it was not due to any foresight, but rather his preparedness for every conceivable outcome, with Sabretooth having allied himself with the nefarious brotherhood of evil mutants. The question of whether Wolverine, Logan, who has had numerous encounters with Sabretooth, had ever joined the X-Men remains uncertain. Nevertheless, akin to the relationship between Natasha and Hawkeye, Logan does not constitute a figure of paramount importance. Even if he remains elusive or has already integrated into the X-Men, Red feels no compulsion to dwell excessively on the matter. What is your suggestion? Perhaps we should inform William. Our only requirement is a sample from Wolverine, and expending energy to pursue this individual seems unwarranted. Chapter 153. The twilight of mutants. Red's reluctance to utilize his telepathic abilities for direct mind control is exemplified by his dealings with William. Years ago, Charles refrained from ending William's life due to his military affiliation and instead opted to alter William's memories. Ultimately, this decision has allowed Red to exploit William, launching assaults in directions that Charles cannot monitor. Presently, Charles is deteriorating rapidly due to the strain from Raven's skin model. Ironically, this has heightened his vigilance toward himself. Red's telepathic fluctuations, along with any disturbances from LexCorp in Gotham City, are meticulously scrutinized by Charles. The prospect of continuing his clandestine machinations is fraught with difficulty. However, William's presence has become a crucial point of leverage. Aware that false memories will eventually unravel, Red's approach to non-allied heroes has consistently leaned toward elimination or manipulation to entice them to join his cause. Even when employing telepathic abilities, he prefers to leverage established trust for subtle mental suggestions. Over-reliance on telepathy could inadvertently trigger unforeseen complications, a truth Red comprehends well. Aurora, how have recent situations unfolded? Charles has not been in good condition lately. Even his teeth have nearly all fallen out. Though he possesses the power to control minds, he is incapable of healing his own inner turmoil. The successive deaths of Eric and Raven have brought his physical state to the brink. Meanwhile, Aurora recited the meticulously prepared information, fully aware that Charles, with his murky vision, struggles to perceive reality clearly. Gotham has undergone a year of reconstruction, and all aspects have revived significantly, once again becoming a metropolis whose economy rivals that of New York. Furthermore, LexCorp has begun investing in Gotham through its partnership with Wayne Enterprises, thereby elevating the city's economic standing. These are the overt pieces of information, changes perceptible to everyone. However, Charles feels compelled to pay attention. He must comprehend every facet of Gotham City, including the Wayne Corporation and LexCorp, to prevent missing any crucial details that could plunge mutants in a crisis once more. But what are the shadows? Have the mutants infiltrating Gotham brought forth any news? While SHIELD has gradually relinquished its attempts to penetrate Gotham, only the mutants persist in dispatching spies into the city. This determination stems not only from their inherent abilities to safeguard themselves within Gotham, but primarily from Charles's lack of alternatives. Even though the sacrifices of the spies are immense, he must persevere. Yet, when this matter arises, Storm's demeanor darkens. 70 of the spies we dispatched have severed contact, and from this group, only 40 have been confirmed to have attracted the attention of Gotham's clandestine forces. The others have betrayed us, correct? Storm did not finish her statement, but Charles already grasped the outcome. Although he had endeavored to select resolute mutants for infiltration, human nature is inherently complex. Moreover, Charles's grand vision of overthrowing humanity to establish a mutant utopia has become increasingly elusive following the demise of the malevolent Brotherhood of Mutants and Eric. His ability to control the mutant populace has deteriorated significantly. Recently, a fellow mutant from Charles and Eric's era, Emma Frost, has led a faction of mutants away from Charles's leadership, seeking to integrate into human society and abandon their former aspirations. Naturally, this infuriated Charles, to the point where he nearly contemplated using his telepathic abilities to eliminate Emma and her followers. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. Emma, being an Omega-level telepath, although slightly inferior in a direct telepathic confrontation, still posed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, as long as he hopes for mutants to rally behind him, he cannot resort to such tyrannical measures against Emma's group, thereby allowing the situation to unfold and further fragment the mutant community. What are the remaining 30%? Have they relayed any intelligence? In response to Charles's inquiry, Storm shook her head. Regrettably, the information they possess is nearly indistinguishable from that of ordinary Gotham citizens. Is it true that this 30% survived due to their superior abilities? The reality is otherwise. Their survival stems from their inadequacies, rendering them incapable of infiltrating any gangs or major corporations, thus depriving them of significant intelligence. They could only lead lives akin to those of ordinary Gotham citizens, which ironically ensured their continued existence. I understand. Charles sighed deeply, yet felt utterly powerless. Continue selecting a new batch of spies to infiltrate Gotham City. It would be advantageous if one could gain access to the City Hall or enterprises like Wayne Enterprises. Charles understands the arduous nature of this task. Even he dares not approach Gotham City recklessly. Nevertheless, he must dispatch mutants to continuously probe the city, hoping for a successful endeavor. However, Professor, our manpower is insufficient. The children at the Academy have yet to mature fully, and currently, only Pyotr can barely serve as a new combatant. As for the mutants outside the Academy, those dependent on us are dwindling in number. Charles fell silent, unable to devise a solution. too apprehensive to leave the academy and recruit new mutants as he did with Jason. Beast presented me with a suggestion, which might be our sole opportunity. Closing his eyes, Charles ultimately reached a decision. Is it truly necessary to proceed? In this context, a conflict with humanity could lead to our downfall. Aurora understood what Charles referred to, a technique accidentally created by Beast during a study of a fellow mutant's remains. This method could activate the genes within an ordinary person, forcibly evolving them into a mutant. I comprehend that only by enabling mutants to become the predominant species on Earth do we stand a chance of turning the tide. I cannot endure this any longer. This sentiment starkly reflected Charles's aging demeanor. Aurora could only sigh in response, departing from Charles's office. The only glimmer of good news was that Jean's memories of Red had finally faded away. Unbeknownst to them, mutants had unwittingly arrived at a dead end. Chapter 154. The Mutant Initiative. Seizing the opportunity to train Jean's telepathic abilities, Charles, aware that his own powers currently surpassed hers, gradually altered her memories during their sessions, erasing all recollections of Red from her consciousness. Given Jean's own telepathic capabilities, it was impossible for Charles to directly obliterate her memories, even with his superior strength. Any overt modification would inevitably be detected. Thus, he resorted to a more subtle approach, embedding the memories of Red deep within her subconscious, allowing her to forget the human entirely, save for the knowledge that he possessed formidable telepathic abilities. During this process, Charles also recognized the transformation in Jean. Unlike the innocent girl he and Eric had first encountered, Jean was no longer that naive child. Charles sensed that she no longer cared for the future of mutants. Her presence here was merely a means of ensuring her safety among her kind. Unbeknownst to her, Jean's character had subtly morphed into one of extreme self-interest. Yet Charles found himself without the time to correct her course. It must remain thus. Charles had an unsettling premonition that humanity was poised to launch another assault against mutants. Thus, he felt compelled to recruit as many mutants as possible. Recently, during a global survey of mutant distribution using a brainwave enhancer, he discovered a suitable candidate. Aurora, you are to pilot the aircraft to Canada. I will send you the precise location en route. The individual in question was a mutant he had known since youth. Yet he and Eric had refrained from recruiting due to their contrasting personalities. However, they had no choice but to act now. Understood. Aurora nodded and proceeded to the Academy's airstrip in preparation for departure. Shortly after her departure, Jean gracefully entered the office. Did you need something? Just 30 seconds prior, Charles had utilized his telepathic abilities to notify Jean, who was in the midst of teaching, prompting her to allow her students to self-study while she made her way to his office. Jean, you are a teacher. You should fulfill your teaching responsibilities first. I am not in such a great hurry. Those are your students, Jean replied bluntly, exhibiting little concern for whether these young mutants absorbed knowledge. Her focus was solely on completing her designated tasks. Very well, I shall substitute for you in that class shortly, but you have a new mission. Aurora's departure in the aircraft would inevitably draw human attention, and Charles surmised that humanity would certainly respond, albeit this was merely a diversion. While Aurora was indeed en route to recruit Logan, that was not the most crucial operation at hand. I need you to employ your telekinetic abilities to fly to Canada. I will relay the exact location to you through my telepathy. There is a mutant girl named Marie, who refers to herself as Little Mischief. I need you to bring her back. She will be a pivotal element in our plans. Charles spoke with utmost seriousness, yet Jean appeared indifferent, as the future of mutants seemed to concern only Charles. Assisting you is no issue, but I hope you remember your promise to me. Charles's cheeks twitched. Although he had anticipated this response, it was still disheartening to hear. I understand. Once we have triumphed over humanity, I will no longer interfere in your actions. Satisfied with his reply, Jean departed without a backward glance. Leaving Charles alone in his office to sigh deeply. What shall I do now? Shortly thereafter, Aurora piloted the stealth aircraft away from the Academy, with every move meticulously monitored by the Lex satellite overhead. Rather than a mere satellite, it had transformed into a colossal space station, equipped with super cameras and energy-sensing devices. This facility could not only track the activities of the Westchester School for Gifted Youngsters, but could also detect the energy levels within the Academy itself. Surely, this evidence should suffice. Within the confines of the space station, Luther handed over a high-definition photograph to his companion, William, who promptly accepted the image and tucked it away in his folder. Additionally, the ominous figure of the bell tolls accompanied them, shadowing William in the capacity of a bodyguard. Indeed, our esteemed president would hardly wish to permit the unchecked actions of mutants during the presidential election phase. Rest assured, I shall soon obtain the necessary authorization. As the winter of 2000 enveloped the world, William had returned to the presidential arena after a year, acquiring certain privileges to address matters concerning mutants. The intelligence he had gathered was now ample enough to persuade the president to grant him the authority for military action against the mutant school. Notably, he had stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. After securing the documents, William entered a secluded laboratory within the space station, where at the heart of a cultivation chamber, a living brain was being sustained. Now, impart all knowledge regarding the brainwave enhancer to me, Eric, William commanded, unveiling the stark truth. Eric had been healed, but his restoration was confined solely to his brain. Aside from his past memories, only a fragment of auditory perception remained. Upon injecting the extract from Jason's cerebral cortex into the cultivation chamber, Eric's brain quivered slightly. Soon, the data pertaining to the brainwave enhancer was transformed into digital information, materializing as printed documents in William's grasp. Thank you, Eric. Do not fret. Your existence shall not linger for long. Once the mutants are utterly eradicated, you shall find your release. As if sensing William's words, Eric's submerged brain trembled faintly, seemingly attempting to resist. Yet, in its current state, merely a brain, what could he possibly accomplish? Ha ha ha. Witnessing Eric's helplessness, William laughed heartily as he exited the laboratory. The thrill of vengeance coursed through him, though this was merely the beginning. He intended to send the entire mutant population to their doom. Bell tolls. The coordinates for the Lex group will be entrusted to you. Go forth and thwart that mutant piloting the aircraft. Whatever their intentions, no matter how trivial, I shall not allow them to succeed with ease. Chapter 155. Logan in the northern reaches of Canada. Though winter had yet to fully settle in, a blanket of snow enveloped the landscape. Beneath a tavern in the outskirts, an underground black market boxing match was underway. Standing in the ring was the reigning champion of the local underground fights, while the other contender was the wandering Wolverine, Logan, fortuitously arrived in this place. Logan was not fond of combat. Rather, he did not perceive inflicting harm upon others as a virtuous endeavor. Yet, regrettably, he was Wolverine, a solitary wolf. He does not linger in one place for long, nor does he possess the identity of any nation. He can only roam the world as a wanderer. Clearly, for someone devoid of identification like him, underground fighting represents the most lucrative avenue for income. The promoters are indifferent to his origins. As long as he emerges victorious, wealth will follow. As for why he wanders, Logan can hardly recall. He is aware that he has been drifting through this world for over 180 years, with many memories long since forgotten. The mutant abilities have never been revealed, which naturally led to Logan never undergoing weapon modification. Yet, where he is headed remains a mystery to him. He understands the uniqueness of his powers, but knows that someone like him can never truly have a home. Caught in a web of complex thoughts, Logan failed to concentrate, resulting in a punch landing squarely on his face. His nose immediately caved in, and blood gushed forth. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the impending victory of their champion in yet another match. Outside the octagonal cage, a figure clad in black, Aurora, had arrived, swiftly identifying Logan on the stage through Charles's intel. Let me see what your abilities truly are, she mused. At that moment, Logan, stirred by the audience's exultation, gradually regained his focus and realized he was in the midst of combat. Clutching his nose, he slowly rose and resumed his boxing stance. The spectators below could not discern the severity of his injury, but his opponent, the reigning champion, could see clearly. Despite the blood obscuring his vision, the boxer recognized that Logan's nasal bridge, which should have been shattered by his punch, remained intact. This revelation astonished the champion, giving rise to various conjectures. However, he had no time to dwell on his speculations, for Logan was already advancing. To be crowned a champion in underground boxing speaks volumes about one's fighting prowess. The lack of intricate rules in such matches renders his boxing style all the more lethal. Countering Logan's assaults posed no challenge for the champion, who successfully blocked several of Logan's strikes, even delivering severe blows to various parts of his body. Yet, gradually the tides began to turn. The champion's stamina was finite. Each powerful strike he landed on Logan drained his own energy. Despite what should have been a knockout blow, Logan seemed unfazed, rising each time to launch another attack. As this dynamic continued, the champion found himself increasingly fatigued, gasping for breath. This man is indeed extraordinary, he mused internally. But the opportunity to voice his thoughts slipped away as he realized he could no longer defeat Logan. Exhausted and unable to evade Logan's relentless strikes, he was ultimately struck in the face, rendering him completely unconscious. The outcome was clear. The victor is our challenger, Wolverine Logan. The cheers of the judges and spectators echoed around him. Yet Logan, standing in the ring, remained indifferent. His sole desire was to claim the prize awaiting him at the conclusion of the match. This would pose no challenge. Logan's victory was an outcome that none of the regular patrons could have anticipated, and this triumph had undoubtedly yielded considerable profits for the bookmakers, ensuring that Logan would not be shortchanged. However, not everyone shared in the jubilation. Among them was the defeated champion, who, despite being entrenched in this rural underground fight scene, was far from uninformed. He had heard whispers of the increasingly tense conflict surrounding mutants. Following the recent bout, he was almost certain that Logan was one such mutant. "Hey, I know what you are." The champion plopped down beside Logan and swatted the beer from his hand. "If I were you, I wouldn't continue this conversation." Once, Logan had believed that he and his brother were merely a bit different, but of late, he had come to a realization. He was indeed a mutant, a being now under the watchful eyes of governments and ordinary citizens alike. Over the years, he had faced considerable hostility due to his mutant identity, so the champion's attitude did not particularly surprise him. "I want to remain silent? Why should I?" The champion gripped Logan's shoulder tightly. "Let me tell you, you freak, you have no right to participate in this tournament, so you'd best leave the prize money and crawl back to your dilapidated vehicle." As he spoke, the champion thrust his hand into Logan's pocket, attempting to seize the prize money for himself, a transgression that Logan could not abide. He could tolerate the disdain of ordinary people, as he could not deny his identity as a mutant, but the money was something he was determined to keep. Suddenly, an extraordinary force erupted from Logan's body, surpassing that of any ordinary man. The champion, though formidable, was merely human, and his body instinctively limited the exertion of his muscles to prevent injury. Logan, however, had long shed such instincts. His 180 years of life, coupled with the experiences of 2 world wars, had rendered him free of such constraints. He could unleash the full power of his muscles at will. As for muscle damage, with abilities like Logan's, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? Faced with this overwhelming strength, the champion found himself pinned against a pillar, Logan's fist firmly pressing against his chin, while 2 bone claws extended, effectively trapping his head. "I warned you, if I were you, I would not continue this conversation." With a mere extension of his central bone claw, Logan could effortlessly pierce the champion's brain. "Let him go, freak." At that moment, the sound of a shotgun being loaded startled Logan. Behind him, the bar owner had leveled the barrel of a shotgun at his head. At this moment, even Logan dared not act recklessly. If his skull were to be shattered, he would require time to recuperate. During that period, the fate of his body would be uncertain. If he were to be reduced to a mere pulp, could he ever resurrect? Even Logan could not ascertain. Chapter 156. Divergent paths. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, for Logan could sense the tavern owner's breathing deepening behind him, a clear indication that the man was poised to pull the trigger at any moment. In the next instant, Logan's instincts surged forth, and the claws from his other hand unfurled. Witnessing this, the tavern owner displayed no hesitation. With a firm press of his finger, he was prepared to discharge the shotgun and obliterate Logan's head. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting the tavern owner from behind. The swiftness of the lightning was such that the owner had no inkling of his impending demise before he ceased to breathe. Who was it? As the owner's body thudded to the ground, the surrounding patrons finally grasped the peril that had befallen them, each one fleeing the tavern in a frenzy. Before long, only Logan and the underground champion he had subdued remained. The sudden appearance of the lightning startled Logan, prompting him to turn and behold the woman clad in black, now standing at the tavern entrance. "Logan Howlett, born in Canada in 1832. Your mutation grants you regenerative abilities and retractable bone claws, does it not?" Without introducing herself, Aurora chose to divulge Logan's information. "You have investigated me? Even such ancient details?" Logan mused, convinced that all knowledge of his existence had long been buried in the annals of time. Yet this woman could articulate his past with such precision. Throughout his 170-plus years of life, he had assumed numerous identities, rendering it nearly impossible for any database to possess comprehensive information about him. Unraveling your past is not a daunting task. Even if S, H, I, E, L, D were dispatched, they could not fully comprehend your history. However, with a telepath among us, it becomes effortless. A companion delve into the depths of your mind and unearth your past, and you have realized we are in essence of the same kind. Of the same kind? Logan acknowledged his identity as a mutant and recognized that mutants were not an insignificant group. Nevertheless, he had never envisioned that others like him would regard someone of his nature as kin. Ororo's words resonated deeply within him. In that moment of Logan's contemplation, Ororo acted once more. With a swift motion, she unleashed another bolt of lightning, which, like a nimble rattlesnake, deftly circumvented Logan and struck the trembling underground champion, who dared not utter a word. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the underground champion fell to the ground, lifeless. What have you done? I was merely safeguarding our kind. With that, Ororo turned and exited the tavern. Such a callous disregard for life prompted Logan to question whether his kin were truly worth approaching. However, he found himself with no choice. Even if he wished to leave, he had to drive out of the tavern. Thus he followed Ororo's lead. Upon stepping into the outside world, he realized the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The ordinary people who had fled now lay breathless, collapsed in the thick snow, left to be buried by the blizzard that had arisen unexpectedly. This once respected companion had taken the lives of these fragile humans. Had they escaped, they would have reported the tavern owner's demise to the human government, worsening the already dire circumstances faced by mutants. Ororo explained that by saving Logan, she aimed to convey that only mutants would refrain from harming their own kind. Humans were all enemies. Yet, she misinterpreted certain matters. Unlike Logan and those mutants raised by Charles, he had lived for 170 years, developing a personality that could not be easily swayed by mere words. It is because you took their lives. Otherwise, they would not have posed a threat to our kind. But just moments ago, you nearly had your head blown off by that tavern owner. Ororo's retort left Logan momentarily speechless. Relying on his abilities, Logan could remain indifferent to the persecution he faced. Yet he could not alter the fact that the tavern owner had intended to kill him. Indeed, that is why he is dead, Logan murmured, and Ororo's brow furrowed in contemplation. She began to vaguely realize that there were indeed many differences between herself and Logan. What fate would befall you and your companions, who have slain so many innocents? At this, Ororo turned her gaze to Logan, whose eyes seemed to see through everything, igniting an inexplicable fire within her. The mass death and departure of mutants weighed heavily on her mind, as a key aid to Charles. She understood just how perilous the current situation for mutants truly was. Logan's words sounded to her like the gloating of a bystander. Mutants would triumph over humans and become the dominant force in this world. That future was inevitable. Upon hearing Ororo's proclamation, Logan remained unmoved. He had encountered too many individuals driven by such ambition and had previously been entangled in similar aspirations, akin to the two world wars that had swept across the globe. Yet to this day, no one had managed to manifest such grand ambitions, and Logan had no desire to partake in such endeavors. I genuinely appreciate you saving me just now. Logan expressed his gratitude to Ororo, acknowledging that although he did not share the ideals of her group, they had saved him, which was undeniably true. However, after voicing his thanks, Logan climbed into his RV, intending to leave this place to avoid any further complications. Yet, it was evident that we were not of the same ilk. While I appreciate your assistance, let our relationship conclude here. I hope you refrain from seeking me out again. With that, Logan started the engine and drove away. Watching Logan vanish into the snowy shadows, Ororo, in her frustration, unleashed a bolt of lightning, cleaving a nearby tree in half. You stubborn fool! May you meet your end at the hands of humanity, traitor of the mutants, she exclaimed. With that, Ororo harnessed her powers, dispersing the dark clouds and snowstorm, allowing the sun to shine upon the earth once more. Meanwhile, deep within the woods, a stealth aircraft lay hidden, shielded by the trees. Charles had refrained from issuing any lethal commands, and after receiving a refusal, Ororo decided against further invitations, opting to return to the school. Just as she approached the aircraft, a sudden, violent rush of air pierced the silence from behind her. Chapter 157. The shielding Logan with her ability to manipulate lightning. Aurora possessed reflexes that matched her powers. The instant she sensed an ambush from behind, her body spun rapidly, reminiscent of a once mighty torrent. Yet, surrounding Aurora was not merely a tempest. It was also a fierce crackling of electricity. At that moment, the attack struck. An arrow, laden with high explosives, was swept into the storm. Almost simultaneously, the figure known as the Bell Ringer emerged from the woods, dual blades slicing through the air towards Aurora. Now, Aurora faced two choices. One was to command the storm around her to lift the explosive arrow into the sky, thereby avoiding the blast's impact. However, this would leave her vulnerable to the Bell Ringer's oncoming assault. The alternative was to harness the tempest and collide with the Bell Ringer head-on, which would surely inflict severe injury upon him. Yet, this too carried the risk of her being caught in the explosion of the arrow. In this critical moment, Aurora had no time for contemplation. She could only act on instinct and unleash her full power. The storm encircling Aurora surged skyward, carrying the explosive arrow with it, resulting in an explosion that rent the clouds asunder. As for the Bell Ringer's advance, Aurora could do nothing but summon all her strength. Lightning surged through her, arcing towards him. The intensity of this lightning paled in comparison to what she had wielded in previous battles, but at this moment, it was her only means of self-preservation. As lightning made contact with the Reaper, the armor that had previously proven ineffective in battle finally demonstrated its worth. The armor, crafted from a rare alloy, possessed the remarkable ability to absorb surrounding energy for self-repair. Clearly, the lightning unleashed by Aurora in her moment of desperation had yet to surpass the threshold of the alloy. The energy was swiftly absorbed by the armor, while the Reaper's dual blades descended mercilessly. A piercing scream echoed as Aurora was marked by two intersecting gashes across her chest. Had she not, at the last moment, harnessed the gentle breeze to lift her body backward, those blades would have undoubtedly cleaved her into 4 pieces. Indeed, you possess a troublesome array of powers. Observing the incapacitated Aurora on the ground, the Reaper refrained from pursuing a reckless assault, although she was gravely injured. As long as her mutant abilities remained intact, she could unleash formidable strength at any moment. This was a warning from Reed, one that the Reaper took to heart. Thus, he sheathed his weapons and instead produced a remote control, aiming it at the injured Aurora, who was desperately attempting to reach her aircraft. However, this time, there was no escape for her. With those words, the Reaper pressed the button on the remote, and in the next instant, a violent explosion erupted from within the aircraft. The searing heat and powerful shockwave hurled Aurora away, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. When did this happen? It was evident that bombs had been installed within the aircraft, yet Aurora could not comprehend when this had occurred, having been completely oblivious. After all, upon her descent, she had indeed summoned a blizzard to conceal the aircraft. With Charles assisting covertly, it seemed unlikely that anyone would have discovered the aircraft. The Reaper was unaware of Aurora's thoughts, but understood how he had located the aircraft. Aurora's blizzard had obscured satellite detection and visual observation. Charles, vigilant in the shadows, prevented Reed's telepathic abilities from extracting information from Aurora's mind. However, unbeknownst to them, Reed possessed more than just telepathic powers. Supervision was not solely the domain of Superman. The Martian Hunter possessed similar capabilities, and Reed had long since mastered such strength. Aurora and Charles were unaware of this, leading to their significant misfortune. With no means of escape, Aurora found herself trapped in dire peril. Should she perish here, aside from the increasingly selfish Jean, Charles would be left with a group of nascent mutants. Not far away, Logan, driving away, also heard the commotion from a distance and witnessed the momentary blizzard followed by the ensuing explosion dissipate. Had they been ambushed? Without needing further information, Logan surmised Aurora's current predicament. This group of mutants harbors such ambition that they have been driven to their current plight. Logan, for one, cannot believe that there is no one conspiring against them. Clearly, Aurora emerged to seek and recruit him, which has led her into peril. Logan's grip on the steering wheel tightened slowly, so much so that he failed to notice the RV had already stalled. Though he and Aurora were fundamentally different, they were, after all, kindred spirits, and it was because of him that Aurora had attracted the attention of their foes. He could not remain a passive observer any longer. What would he learn to curb this meddlesome inclination? With a deep sigh, Logan kicked open the car door and sprinted towards the forest where the battle raged. Meanwhile, Aurora found herself in dire straits. After inflicting significant damage on her with an explosion, the mercenary began to deplete her stamina with a barrage of gunfire. Initially, Aurora managed to summon lightning and storms to deflect the bullets. However, as her energy waned and blood flowed from her wounds, she found herself too weakened to wield her powers. Faced with such a vulnerable opponent, the mercenary brandished his twin blades and lunged at her. Was this the end? Aurora collapsed to the ground, unwillingly closing her eyes. Her strength was formidable, far exceeding that of the mercenary before her. Yet a sudden ambush had led this powerful mutant to defeat. Aurora was reluctant. She longed to witness the moment when mutants could coexist harmoniously. Yet that opportunity seemed all but lost. Just as the blade was about to pierce her, Logan burst forth, shielding Aurora with his own body, absorbing the fatal blow with his heart. The sudden appearance of Logan startled the mercenary as well, but he quickly regained his composure, promptly executing the task that Red had previously assigned him. He swiftly retrieved a glass vial to collect Logan's blood and unsheathed his long knife. Logan collapsed to the ground, his consciousness beginning to fade. He remained unperturbed, waiting for his healing abilities to mend his pierced heart. Then he heard the mercenary's next words. "What are you waiting for? I forgot to mention that the wound inflicted by this knife inhibits your healing factor." What? For Logan, accustomed to relying on his regenerative powers, this revelation was akin to an apocalyptic scenario. He would not suffer excessive blood loss. While the wound may be difficult to heal, his body's ability to produce blood would not cease with a single attack. However, the location of the injury was his heart. If it did not recover swiftly, the cells in Logan's body would soon perish. And when his brain ultimately succumbed, the body devoid of its healing potential would face certain demise. Even Logan is not an exception. He struggled to rise, desperately attempting to summon the strength within his severely oxygen-deprived body, yet it proved inadequate. His futile efforts not only failed to pose any threat to the Grim Reaper, but instead resulted in his own collapse onto the ground. However, this presented an opportunity for me to accomplish two tasks simultaneously. As he spoke, the Grim Reaper advanced step by step towards Logan, intending to eliminate both individuals before him and subsequently report their corpses to both Reed and William. "You foolish idiot. Charging in without a thought accomplishes nothing," Aurora lamented. Yet she mustered the strength to position herself before Logan, aiming to impede the Grim Reaper's impending actions. Perhaps under Charles's tutelage, these sentinels had long ceased to regard humans as significant. Yet when confronted with their fellow mutants, they still exuded an undeniable charisma. In a world comprised of mutants, they would undoubtedly ascend to the status of renowned, selfless heroes. Alas, this world remains firmly in human hands. Just as the Grim Reaper prepared to strike down both Logan and Aurora, an invisible shockwave emanated from the outskirts of the forest, colliding with the Grim Reaper and propelling him backward. A gasp escaped his lips as blood spilled forth, his chest concaving under the force of the impact. An enemy? After regaining his footing, the Grim Reaper knelt, allowing his wounds to gradually mend, his gaze fixated on Jean, who had appeared beside Aurora and Logan. Floating alongside Jean was a girl who appeared to be around 15 years of age. Also dispatched by Charles to Canada, Jean finally intervened at this critical juncture. Time rewinds to the moment the Grim Reaper launched his assault on Aurora. Not far off, beside the street, Jean had located her target. This operation was, in fact, the true objective of Charles, to find the mutant known as Mischief. Following the near-total annihilation of Eric and the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, Charles intensified his search for mutants across the globe. He understood that the only advantage mutants held over humans lay in their mutant abilities, for those abilities were the true wealth of their kind. Culture and technology were realms where mutants struggled to maintain a leading position, even if they managed to excel. A single exposure would allow humans to swiftly catch up. Thus, the sole path to resolution lay in seeking out other mutants in the world. This was the only solution. Mischief possessed a unique ability to absorb life energy through physical contact, a power capable of reversing the tide of conflict. "Don't run." Mischief, naturally unwilling to depart with the suddenly appearing Jean, turned to flee. Yet how could she hope to escape Jean's gaze? With her telekinetic prowess, Jean merely waved her hand, and an invisible force seized mischief, rendering her immobile. What do you intend to do? Realizing that she could do nothing beyond mere speech, the little rascal could only tremble as she posed this question. However, it was evident that Jean had little interest in providing an answer. Upon hearing the little rascal speak, she noticeably frowned. Indeed, it was perhaps best for her to remain silent. With that thought, Jean employed her psychic abilities to invade the little rascal's mind, rendering her unconscious. Yet, during this process, Jean also uncovered the little rascal's unique attributes. More specifically, she glimpsed through the memories of the little rascal how she had harmed her boyfriend, leading to her eventual estrangement from her family and subsequent departure from home. Had she drained her boyfriend's essence? Charles must certainly be aware of her capabilities. Why then did he not inform me? The self-centered Jean immediately pondered this question. However, before long, another voice provided clarity. If I had not obstructed Charles's psychic abilities, you likely would not have realized that you possessed the power to access this girl's memories. Red emerged slowly from the nearby thicket, revealing that the little rascal's song was not solely tied to Charles. Red could not ascertain whether this world would unfold as it did in his memories, but focusing on a few names remained relatively effortless. It could be said that after the Lex group firmly established its foothold, the Mary family in Canada had long been under Red's watchful gaze. You are Red, due to Charles's interference. The portion of Jean's memory concerning Red lay hidden deep within her mind, and her impression of Red was akin to that of a Rolo's, a human endowed with extraordinary abilities and a genius intellect. It was evident that you find me familiar. Red had not penetrated Jean's mind, yet he had roughly surmised the unfolding events. Realizing that Charles had ultimately meddled with Jean's memories ignited a subtle thrill within Red. Charles perceived Jean as possessing a talent that surpassed the Omega level. However, Red understood that Jean's abilities could not be simplistically categorized as merely exceeding Omega level. Just when Red was at a loss for how to detonate this ticking time bomb named Jean, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Charles had unwittingly delivered the fuse to him. Indeed, I do find you to evoke a sense of familiarity, yet I have no clear recollection. You must be aware of the truth. Am I correct? Jean nodded, acknowledging that the memories buried within her subconscious would not vanish, and the sense of familiarity remained intact. After years of self-exploration, Jean's subconscious influence could not be entirely obliterated by a mere year of Charles's impact. As for the lost memories, I believe it is best for you to seek them out yourself. The mutant girl you control holds the key. While others may find it difficult to discern, it is evident that the plot of X-Men, The Last Stand, is unlikely to unfold, primarily due to a pivotal issue. The current president of the United States, under the influence of William, has come to regard mutants as a significant threat. It is, therefore, improbable that a global summit would be convened at this juncture, and mutants have no opportunity to transform the world leaders into their kind. Chapter 159. Faint memories in this context. The role of the mischievous girl warrants contemplation. Jean glanced at the unconscious girl before finally nodding. Red's suggestion was not without merit. She too believed that the girl's abilities might harbor some secret. The capacity to absorb life energy poses a risk, even to oneself, should one be careless. Yet, Charles chose not to disclose this information to her. Jean could not fathom that Charles would be so negligent, leading her to conclude that he had no intention of allowing her to uncover the truth from the outset. He must be secretly plotting something. I understand. I shall gradually unearth the truth. However, your words. As she spoke, Jean abruptly turned her head and unleashed her telekinesis towards Red. An invisible force enveloped Red in an instant, immobilizing him in place. I harbor no malice towards you. So what do you intend now? Despite being ensnared by the invisible hand of telekinesis, Red displayed no signs of alarm. In fact, with a mere flick of his crimson finger, he caused Jean, who wielded the telekinesis, to flinch. He could still move. Indeed, you're not merely a human with psychic abilities. Jean regarded Red with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with pure curiosity. Your intentions towards me, do they bear any relevance to my actions? I find you quite fascinating, and it seems far more intriguing to capture you directly and extract the truth from your mind, rather than seeking it through the girl. Huh? Red chuckled lightly at her words before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. You have not disappointed me, Jean Grey. You have indeed transformed into this. With that, Red's form became intangible. Even Jean's telekinesis could not hold him. He sauntered away from her grasp, approaching her with ease. Vanished? The display of Red's abilities heightened Jean's caution, prompting her to consider retreating. Yet he seized her wrist. The formidable power acquired from the Martian Hunter rendered her unable to escape his grip. Even with her telekinesis assisting her, she could only induce a slight tremor in his hold. Such immense strength, and it has not dissipated. Rather, it is so subtle that no form of force can affect you. Jean quickly grasped the extent of Red's abilities, yet she remained prepared for a battle to the death. The might displayed by Red surpassed her wildest imaginings. Just when he believed that his opponent was about to strike, he witnessed Red's body suddenly explode, transforming into a cascade of roses that gently descended from the heavens. A multitude of petals ignited upon contact with the air, yet only a single petal landed softly in Jean's palm. This marked the inception of their encounter, rooted in the essence of a rose. Even Jean's infection with the virus stemmed from a seemingly ordinary rose. Ultimately, this moment represented merely the second true meeting between Jean and Red. Charles had meticulously sealed all memories related to Red deep within Jean's consciousness, fearing that their reunion might rekindle those memories. However, it was not Red's visage that could awaken this recollection, but rather the fallen rose itself, which held the key to her memories. Countless fragments of memory flickered through Jean's mind at that moment, yet she could not grasp the specifics of this recollection. Cursed be my brain. As the fleeting memories gradually subsided, Jean still could not recall any information pertaining to Red. Perhaps this was because all her memories of Red were mere figments of her imagination, thus eluding her grasp. Although Jean had not reverted to her former obsessive self, she became acutely aware that her memories had been tampered with. That individual, without a doubt, was Charles, the only one with both the capacity and opportunity to accomplish such a feat. Damn it. Jean rose once more, her eyes bloodshot with fury, and a terrifying telekinetic force swept through the surrounding woods, only calming after a considerable time. After venting her pent-up rage, Jean turned her gaze towards the battlefield not far off, where the Grim Reaper and Logan faced off against Arolo. Logan Howlett, this man had some utility, yet you, vile creature. Time returned to the present. After repelling the Grim Reaper, Jean disregarded Arolo's suggestion to eliminate him and instead watched as he retreated. Jean, what are you doing? He will inform the humans of our existence. Thud! Arolo's head was instantaneously crushed by Jean's telekinesis. Employing the very technique she had once used to slay Scott for the phantom she harbored in her heart, she had already constructed a mental barrier, ensuring that Charles would not witness this scene, or at the very least, that there would be no evidence of her killing Arolo. Subsequently, Jean levitated Logan with her telekinesis, aiding in the revival of his heart, sustaining his fading life. Now, let us return and discover what that old man truly desires. Talking to herself, Jean soared towards Westchester, accompanied by the mischievous little one and Logan. Shortly after her departure, Red arrived with the now-recovered Grim Reaper. There was no need for Red to utter a word. The Grim Reaper effortlessly lifted Arolo's lifeless body from the ground. Yet another specimen capable of causing Luther to lose his hair. This is a statement you must ensure does not reach Luther's ears, for he would undoubtedly transform your hairstyle to match his own. After a slight jest, Red gazed in the direction where Jean had departed and continued his discourse with the tolling bell. Now, you should return to William's side. Has the mutant discovered him? The tolling bell inquired with a hint of perplexity while shouldering the lifeless body of Aurora. Under normal circumstances, Charles would hardly take notice of an ordinary human colonel like William. However, regrettably, William was scheduled to meet with the President of the United States today, formally proposing a search for Xavier S. School for gifted youngsters. With Aurora now deceased, Charles could only rely on a group of barely pubescent children, and the likelihood of them taking action against William was notably high. Meanwhile, Jean had returned to the academy, entrusting the mischievous students and Logan to Hank, the Beast, in a laboratory, and departed without any intention of seeing Charles. In his office, Charles, for the 7th time, employed his abilities to scour the globe, confirming that Aurora's brainwaves had entirely vanished, leading him to comprehend what had likely transpired in Canada. Chapter 160. The eve of battle, the news of Aurora's demise had not been concealed. All the mutant students within the academy were aware that their final teacher had passed away. Now, Even the Beast, who had been diligently researching countermeasures against humanity, was compelled to take the podium, lest the Academy risk becoming a mere shadow of its former self. As for Charles, who originally taught history and psychology, his rapidly deteriorating health rendered him incapable of continuing his teaching duties. Nevertheless, amidst these dire circumstances, there was one matter that brought Charles solace. The Beast's research had finally stabilized. One day, after concluding his teaching for the day, the Beast arrived at Charles's office. "Charles, Jean has been completely ostracized by all the students. Even if she were appointed as a teacher, it would not rectify the current situation." The news of Aurora's death was delivered by Jean. Yet Charles refrained from voicing his suspicions that Jean had a hand in Aurora's demise. Regardless, the students, witnessing the death of their beloved teacher Aurora and the return of the detestable Jean, naturally harbored feelings of resentment. They attributed all blame for Aurora's death to Jean, despite not genuinely misunderstanding her role. Indeed, had Jean become irredeemable? Charles sighed, having exerted every effort to integrate Jean fully into their ranks before the impending final confrontation. Yet he had failed. Jean's disposition proved far more self-serving than he had anticipated. If the mutant community remained strong, she would not hesitate to align herself with them, showing little regard for the execution of her duties. However, the mutant community now teetered on the brink of collapse. In their struggle for survival, they were unable to attract Jean's voluntary assistance. Upon witnessing the despondent expression on Charles's face, the Beast, as the last remaining old friend, spoke up. "When shall we execute the final plan? Alexander and I are prepared." Alexander Summers, the brother of the laser-eyed Scott Summers, had previously collaborated with Charles on a space mission years ago, seeking the support of the human government as a guise. However, after their plan to gain such support fell apart, due to the influence of the Martian Hunter, Alexander embarked on a career as a mercenary, becoming a vital source of intelligence concerning mutants. Now that he had returned, one could only surmise that the plan was reaching its ultimate phase. Charles found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. His mind had grown increasingly sluggish over time, and he required more time to discern the many apparent issues at hand. Perhaps the heavy losses suffered by mutants under his guidance over the years contributed to his waning confidence. Just as he grappled with his turmoil, the oldest student at the academy, the steel man Piotr, pushed open the door. "Professor, this is Dyer." Charles and the Beast, Hank, turned their gazes toward Piotr, who, after a few labored breaths, immediately continued. "Lorna has taken Bobby, Katie, John, and all the students with combat-oriented mutant abilities and left the school." "What?" The unexpected revelation jolted Charles out of his inner conflict. His mind, rarely so agile, quickly grasped the intentions of the students. They sought vengeance for all the fallen mutants, either in New York or Gotham. Charles painfully shut his eyes. He felt powerless. If he wished to stop those students, he would need to unleash formidable psychic abilities. Yet that level of power would not be permitted by the humans in New York. He could only watch helplessly as these children marched toward their demise, the architect of their fate being none other than himself. Charles did not shirk responsibility, although it would be those loathsome humans who would bring harm to these children. Had he not instilled in them from a young age the belief that mutants were the greatest and destined to lead the world, they would not have made such a decision in the wake of repeated failures. The education he had executed for the future of mutants ultimately extinguished the last ember of their race. All his decades of effort dissipated into nothingness. Even with millions of mutants worldwide, persuading those living among humans to abandon them and join their kind would prove an arduous task. Observing the anguish etched on Charles's face, the Beast spoke again. "I can go and bring them back. You cannot use your abilities to summon them, but if I act swiftly enough, I can certainly catch up." As the Beast contemplated action, the aircraft lay in ruins, and their mutants found themselves unable to procure materials to construct new machines. Yet, they still possessed vehicles. The children, numerous in their ranks, lacked the abilities to facilitate swift movement. If the Beast set forth now, it would surely catch up. "I shall accompany them." Piotr shared the same sentiment. As the eldest student, he was virtually earmarked for the role of a sentinel, possessing a sense of responsibility that matched his years. However, in response to the requests and actions of the two, he eventually shook his head slowly after deep reflection. No, though it pained him, this was an opportunity, a chance to initiate a final endeavor. Charles had the means to rescue those children, yet he relinquished it, transforming their lives into the most opportune moment for a desperate gamble. Charles, Hank, I am not foolish, but this is the finest opportunity. You, Alexander, and Pyotr, take the lone wolf currently in the laboratory and proceed to Liberty Island to retrieve our last remaining asset. Hank yearned to voice his dissent. He was reluctant to forsake those children. Yet, upon witnessing the glimmer of hope intertwined with despair in Charles' gaze, he nodded in agreement. Their generation of mutants had thrived under the guidance of Charles and Eric, reaching the pinnacle of strength. Although their experiences over the years had diminished their power, the trust cultivated over time remained unbroken. Nonetheless, this was merely Hank's perspective. One among them held a divergent view. Professor, I cannot accept this, Pyotr interjected vehemently, unable to acquiesce to the abandonment of his classmates. Though the eldest, he remained a student, acutely aware of how dear his companions were. He could not allow Charles to forsake them in the name of salvation. Even if you do not support me, I shall rescue them. With those words, Pyotr departed the scene. Shortly thereafter, the rumble of motorcycle engines filled the courtyard, signaling Pyotr's defiance against Charles' directive in pursuit of his comrades. Chapter 161. The Threatened Wolverine Charles. Pyotr. Charles was met with a rebuttal from his own student, a scenario not unfamiliar. Previously, Jean had clashed with him several times over differing opinions. This was precisely why Hank was apprehensive about Charles' mindset. He hoped that yet another student-esque rebellion would not undermine Charles' confidence. No, I'm fine, Hank. I am contemplating whether, had I released my grip sooner, refraining from imposing my thoughts upon these children, the situation we face now might have been considerably better. Hank fell silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. I cannot say. Without your influence, the disparity would be vast. Perhaps it would lead to a completely different world altogether. Indeed, with a soft gaze, Charles looked at Hank and said, Go ahead, Hank, fulfill our plan. Trust me once more. At that moment, in the underground laboratory, Logan entered the room of the young girl, affectionately known as Mischief, holding a plate of bread. Although their experiences did not mirror the dramatic escapades of films, their shared values formed a bond during their recent time together in the research facility. Logan genuinely cared for this fragile-hearted girl. However, a significant reason for his concern stemmed from his skepticism regarding Charles, the head of the academy, who had nurtured students with questionable moral compasses. I am well, Logan. At least here, I have finally come to understand my abilities, Mischief replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, albeit tinged with bitterness. Initially, she believed she was merely unwell. Later, she discovered her mutant identity, and now, understanding her power to absorb the life force of others, she perceived it as a curse, one that condemned her to never touch the beloved. If given a choice, she would forsake her identity as a mutant. Logan, aware of Mischief's sentiments, feigned acceptance of Charles and the others' recruitment, all the while remaining to protect her. Do not worry. You will return to your former life, he reassured her. Logan, do you know how to make mutant abilities disappear? Mischief's question caught him off guard. An unexpected and daunting inquiry. Alas, I do not know. Yet, I believe that the future is ever-changing and hope is eternal. As long as you choose to believe in it, he responded, aiming to comfort her. Although her initial excitement waned, she mustered a faint smile. Lacking the intricate thoughts of Charles's telepathic prowess or the wisdom accrued over Logan's 170 years, she could not fully grasp the complexity of their situation. Nevertheless, she recognized that Logan was the only person truly concerned for her well-being. I will persevere, Logan, she declared, taking the bread from his hands and eating heartily. To maintain hope, one must possess a healthy body. Logan smiled gently in response, enjoying another piece of bread. However, this warm atmosphere was short-lived. As the laboratory door swung open, Beast Hank appeared at the threshold. Without further ado, he simply called out Logan's name. Logan, momentarily taken aback, quickly reassured Mischief before departing the laboratory, joining Hank in the corridor. He was uncertain about Beast's intentions, yet he understood that these words were best kept from the mischievous child. Logan, gather yourself. Alexander, you and I must embark on the final mission, the endeavor to ensure the prosperity of mutants. Regarding Beast's notion of mutant prosperity, Logan held not a shred of belief. During his recuperation, he had observed the combat capabilities within this institution, and he saw no evidence that this group of mutants possessed the means to overturn the current human society. The thought of undertaking a mission alongside Beast was even more unwelcome to Logan. He could not leave the child alone in the laboratory without concern. Since this is the final task, You should enlighten me on why you journeyed all the way from Westchester to Canada to find the child and what your true intentions are. Logan had posed this question multiple times, and Beast had given countless evasive answers. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Then I must regrettably decline to participate in this operation, Logan replied firmly, prompting an equally resolute response from Beast. Had this been only a few days prior, Beast might have found Logan's stubbornness troublesome, for Logan was a solitary wolf, having long since forgotten the fear of death in his 170 years of life. No one could compel Logan to undertake actions against his will. Yet now, Logan found himself tethered. Trust me, refusing this operation will yield no benefits for you. You would not wish to witness the consequences of such a decision. Beast extended a finger, subtly indicating the direction of the child, causing Logan's face to flush with rage almost instantaneously. You lot are truly a bunch of bastards. His outburst, however, did not alter the outcome. Ultimately, Logan still joined the mission. After donning the specialized uniform of the Sentinels, he left the laboratory, intent on executing this so-called final task. Yet en route, he encountered an unexpected figure. Jean Grey, is it your name? I did not foresee you would approach me so willingly. In the corridor leading to the garage, Jean stood in Logan's path. In truth, Logan had previously attempted to engage with Jean, recognizing her as an outlier in the academy, much like himself and the mischievous child. Yet this woman, even more solitary than he, had completely ignored his overtures, and now she sought him out. So what do you intend to say? Over these past days, it had become evident to Logan that every adult in this institution was ensnared in their own machinations. The likelihood of Jean seeking him out for a casual conversation was far slimmer than the prospect of being struck by a meteorite. Jean's message to Logan was as straightforward as her current demeanor. I advise you, should the opportunity arise, return here immediately. I cannot guarantee anyone's safety. Chapter 162. The mischief maker in Gotham. Logan attempted to press further, yet Jean had already departed. Should he return directly? Logan was deeply unsettled by the thought of leaving the impish child alone in this precarious situation. After hearing Jean's words, his resolve solidified. He would seize the first opportunity to hasten back to Westchester. Moments later, Logan, accompanied by Beast, drove towards Liberty Island. Almost simultaneously, a group of enraged children, acting on impulse, had arrived in Gotham, a city that had buried nearly half of their kin. Lorna, Bobby, is it truly wise for us to act independently like this? One voice concerned. Even the Red Devil teacher met his demise in this city. It is precisely because so many of our comrades lie buried here that we must undertake this mission, Lorna asserted firmly. The youngest daughter of Eric, born over a decade ago, possessed a temperament reminiscent of her father, favoring forceful solutions to problems. Perhaps her own awakening of magnetic powers contributed to this disposition. If my brother and sister were here, they would undoubtedly make the same choice as I. Around her, Lorna's companions remained silent. They had never encountered the siblings she referred to. While they were aware of Magneto Eric's 2 daughters and a son, beyond Lorna, they had not even heard the names of the other 2. Enough chatter. We are already within Gotham City, interrupted John, the driver. His face gleamed with excitement as he perceived this as an opportunity to unleash his abilities. In the academy, surrounded by peers, he felt constrained in developing his pyrokinetic skills. But now in Gotham, he could do as he pleased, unbeknownst to these mutant children, even without Red's telepathic assistance. They were under Batman's vigilant watch from the moment they set foot in Gotham, thanks to the sound wave monitoring system in the Batcave. Within Wayne Manor, Batman scrutinized the situation of these mutant children through the extensive surveillance network spread across Gotham. Truth be told, if these mutants haven't gone astray, there are a few among them that pique my interest, remarked a fragment of Red's persona. Among these mutants was Phantom Cat Kitty, disregarding the film adaptations. The comic rendition of Kitty inexplicably aligned with Red's aesthetic sensibilities, rendering this minor character particularly memorable in Red's recollection. However, none of this bore significance now, for in this world belonging to Charles or Eric, Red would not spare a single mutant. Even Kitty's artistic appeal in the comics could not sway his resolve. Joker, it is your turn to act. On the other side, shortly after Batman began to make arrangements, the group of mutant children encountered their first formidable obstacle on the road to Wayne Manor. A gigantic clown gang had set up a blockade on the nighttime highway. Clearly, the school bus carrying the mutant children could not maneuver past such an overt impediment. It appeared the moment had come. John, the driver, stood up, joined by many of the mutant children, each possessing unique abilities. "John, I believe we could attempt a detour," suggested Bobby. "Are you willing to gamble that we can circumvent the clown gang's strongholds scattered across Gotham's key streets before Bruce Wayne, that Emperor of Gotham, discovers our presence?" Bobby hesitated, not wishing to create a commotion, but John's words were hard to refute, and ultimately this persuasion dwindled into silence. John led the group of mutant children off the bus, and the reveling clown gang took notice of these youngsters. "Oh, a group of little rascals. Are they here for a field trip in Gotham?" One clown remarked. "Pam, if it were a field trip, they certainly chose the finest destination. Our clown gang excels at entertaining children," another member mused, involuntarily recalling the chemically altered ghostly infants under the command of their leader, shuddering at the thought. Yet he stepped forward to confront John and the others. "I say, kiddos, as you can see, we are in the midst of a gathering. Gotham at night isn't a place for your wandering. I'll give you 3 seconds to scram." With that, the clown began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. "Why are you still here?" As the countdown reached its conclusion, John remained steadfast, producing a lighter. "A lighter? You don't intend to offer me a smoke in Gotham, do you? Let me tell you, we have far more exhilarating things here." Up to that moment, the clown had not even glanced at the group of mutant children. But in the next instant, with a crackle, John ignited a small flame in his hand. Then, with a sweeping motion of his arm, the tiny flame erupted into a roaring inferno, instantly igniting the surrounding streets. "Now is the time. Bobby, lead everyone forward," John commanded, and he, along with the mutant children, launched an assault on the clown gang member before them. Some wielded the power to conjure fierce winds, others soared through the air, some sprouted additional limbs, while others possessed immense strength. They unleashed their respective abilities, tearing a gap through the clown gang's blockade, allowing Bobby to steer the bus, carrying the most formidable of their number away from this peril, and onward toward their adversaries, the Wayne family. "Everyone, unleash your powers without restraint. This may be our final opportunity," John shouted loudly, expressing that their impulsive actions were not foolish. Even the formidable Magneto could be buried in Gotham City, let alone them. Even if they managed to defeat the surrounding members of the Joker's gang, more would come to their aid soon after. Moreover, other crime families, Gotham's official forces, and even the Joker and Harley Quinn could arrive at any moment. From the instant they disembarked, their fate was sealed. "We understand, John, but Lorna and the others will surely eliminate that accursed Batman." A student replied to John's words, yet received no response. John, the student, feeling perplexed, turned around only to find that John had lost his head and was collapsing toward the ground. In that fleeting moment, the sound of a sniper rifle echoed through Gotham's night sky. Although John could not conjure flames, he possessed the ability to manipulate the temperature, shape, and potential of existing fire, a power of infinite possibilities. Yet no matter how potent the flames he unleashed, a bullet, surpassing the speed of sound from beyond the line of sight, could effortlessly extinguish this yet-to-mature mutant. And this was merely the beginning. The so-called noble sacrifice of these mutant children appeared utterly foolish in the eyes of the distant sniper. Chapter 163. Consecutive deaths. Chaos erupted the moment John met his demise. These mutant children possessed the extraordinary ability to easily kill an ordinary human, yet fundamentally, they were merely immature youths. When their self-righteous actions confronted the reality of death, only those who could refrain from trembling knees could be deemed true heroes. Clearly, none among them were heroes. Otherwise, they would not have remained here with John to cover the rear. The members of the Joker's gang on site needed not do much. They merely hid behind cover, using radios to inform their comrades of the opponent's positions. Thus, the sniper beyond sight could take their lives one by one, leaving no room for resistance. In an effort to bolster these children's sense of identity as mutants, Charles had continuously instilled the notion that mutants were a superior species. Yet, this led them to overlook a crucial fact. If humanity were indeed so feeble, why had only Charles and Eric risen to threaten mankind with their abilities? Was it that other mutants did not wish to fight for their kind? Not at all. In reality, unless a mutant's power reached a certain threshold, a regular mutant would often be less effective than a well-trained soldier once on the battlefield. Gradually, these children abandoned their resistance, collapsing in despair amidst pools of blood. "Damn those wretched brats," Stepping forward was the very member of the Joker gang who had initially been assaulted by John. Surprisingly, he had survived. The attire worn by the Joker gang proved to be far more resilient than anticipated, at least offering some degree of fire resistance. He instructed the Gotham residents nearby that while severed limbs and corpses could be cleared away, the blood staining the ground should remain. For he wished to convey to the mutants hidden within Gotham the consequences of their arrogance. With that, the members of the Joker gang retreated. Soon, the Gotham Police Department would arrive in response to the chief's orders, which mandated that unless summoned, no unnecessary confrontations with the police should occur. However, following the departure of the Joker gang, the first to arrive was not Commissioner Gordon and Harvey's contingent from the Gotham PD, but rather the tardy Pyotr. Upon disembarking and witnessing the scene, Pyotr collapsed to the ground. The lifeless bodies belonged to those companions who had once smiled beside him. "John, why must you act so impulsively?" Grief nearly sapped every ounce of strength from Pyotr, yet he mustered the resolve to rise. Returning to his vehicle and heading toward Wayne Manor. Even if only one companion remained, he would exhaust every effort to save them. Simultaneously, the departure of Bobby and the others, under the cover of John and his team, was not without its challenges. Shortly after leaving the scene, they encountered Killer Croc and Solomon Grundy head-on. To ensure the safe escape of his teammates, the winged angel Warren Kenneth made a decision akin to John's, voluntarily exiting the vehicle to confront the two adversaries. As the school bus departed, the angel believed he could delay the enemies with his flight capabilities, underestimating their tactical acumen. Although Solomon's intellect was as lackluster as his visage, Killer Croc was a different story. After years of serving the Joker and engaging in countless battles, he was not to be trifled with, especially not after the Batman cards had been drawn and Gotham restored in its entirety, significantly enhancing Croc's prowess. While Solomon charged heedlessly, drawing the angel's attention, Killer Croc lurked in the shadows, using his powerful limbs to scale a rooftop. With a sudden leap, he tackled the unsuspecting angel to the ground. "No, save!" The angel had no time to utter a word before his wings were brutally snapped, and Killer Croc's jaws closed around his head. It was as if the angel's sacrifice had been preordained. Shortly thereafter, Lorna and her group had not ventured far before encountering another foe. This time, it was the Joker and Harley Quinn piloting the Joker's vehicle. Realizing the imminent danger posed by their adversaries, Phantom Cat Katie and the teleporting Blink stepped forth, emulating their predecessors in battle. Their confrontation concluded with even swifter resolution than that of the angels. Katie possesses the remarkable ability to render herself or those in her vicinity insubstantial. Utilizing this gift, she can effortlessly drag the Joker or Harley Quinn into the depths, suffocating them in silence. Meanwhile, Blink's capability to open portals ensures their invulnerability. However, despite the formidable synergy of their powers, they face swift defeat. This is largely due to the fact that Phantom Cat and Blink are notable characters in the comics, and their information has long been known to all of Red's avatars. Consequently, strategies to counteract them were already in place. The answer lies in laughing gas. Though it has appeared frequently, one cannot deny that laughing gas is indeed a potent weapon. The Joker and Harley Quinn lack any specialized energy attacks, rendering them nearly powerless against Katie. As ordinary individuals, they cannot hope to catch up with Blink, who can open portals. Yet, all it takes is one strategically placed laughing gas mine to detonate beneath their feet at the opportune moment. Even if Katie activates her insubstantiality the instant she perceives the disturbance, and even if Blink promptly opens a portal, the laughing gas inhaled in that brief instant renders both of them incapacitated, collapsing helplessly to the ground, wearing expressions of terror as they watch Harley Quinn's bloodied baseball bat descend. At this moment, Lorna's school bus has arrived at Thomas Bridge. At the other end of the bridge, there are no other structures, only the magnificent Wayne Manor standing tall. However, despite being so close to their objective, they feel no joy. The earlier exuberance has vanished. The relentless appearance of adversaries, regardless of their foolishness, makes it clear that Gotham City has long been prepared for their arrival. Don't say anything, Bobby. As the instigator of this mission, Lorna is more disheartened than anyone else. Yet at this moment, a facet of her character akin to Eric emerges. Sadness does not overwhelm her. Instead, it transforms into strength, bolstering her resolve. "We have no way back." Bobby nods in agreement, understanding that they have no other options. Turning back would only lead to a more terrifying whisper. But as he gazes ahead, he freezes, a bitter smile forming on his face. For in the middle of Thomas Bridge, the Reaper sits on a small stool, waiting patiently. Lorna, you must succeed. With a bittersweet smile, Bobby silently disembarks from the bus. Chapter 164. The Awakening of the Iceman, though Lorna speaks with determination. Who can remain unmoved after witnessing so many companions depart one by one? Now, as her last ally Bobby faces the enemy, Lorna feels regret for the first time. Lorna, keep going. Bobby, sensing Lorna's inner turmoil, immediately uses his powers to freeze the school bus door upon stepping out. Drive away. Do not let our efforts go in vain. Observing the profound fear mingled with unwavering resolve on Bobby's face, Lorna found herself free from confusion. Very well. Lorna chose not to start the school bus, for now. She was alone and had no need for transportation. Instead, she harnessed the magnetic manipulation abilities inherited from her father, tearing a piece of metal from the bus's roof to use as a support, propelling herself towards the distant Wayne Manor. Meanwhile, on Thomas Bridge, the Grim Reaper silently watched Lorna depart. Despite possessing a firearm capable of remote attack, and even though it was loaded with non-metallic ammunition, he harbored no intention of engaging. Instead, after Lorna's departure, he cast a curious glance at Bobby. The level of your education appears rather lacking. Apart from courage, you possess little else. The Grim Reaper slowly rose, kicking the small stool beneath him off the bridge, sending it plummeting into the sea. This simple act startled Bobby, prompting him to instinctively unleash a blast of frigid air. Though the reaction born of panic, in a certain sense, Bobby executed a sudden counterattack. Had he faced an ordinary opponent, he might have landed a hit. However, before the Grim Reaper, an experienced mercenary, neither the opponent's weakness nor his own taunts would lead to complacency. Even his seemingly arrogant jibes served as a psychological weapon against his adversary. As the icy gust approached, the Grim Reaper performed a swift roll to evade it entirely. Almost instantaneously, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward Bobby with astonishing speed. What remarkable swiftness! Bobby was taken aback by the Grim Reaper's agility. He had never contemplated such combat scenarios while sparring with classmates at the academy. Caught off guard, Bobby was kicked over the railing of Thomas Bridge. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a pillar before plummeting, sparing himself from a fall into the depths below. Yet even so, Bobby could not endure for long. Setting aside the approaching Grim Reaper, Bobby himself would struggle to maintain his grip. It seemed this would be the end. The Grim Reaper drew his handgun, aiming it directly at Bobby's forehead. Bang! Without further ado, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a lethal bullet. Despite being a top-tier strategist and tactician, the overwhelming advantage held by the Prophet rendered the Grim Reaper unable to utilize his strengths. Following the plan allowed him to complete tasks with ease. This resulted in his presence thus far being marked by either collecting heads or being unexpectedly outmatched. Now, the Grim Reaper spoke no more taunts. Although Bobby, at his age, was hardly a formidable opponent, securing a victory would suffice, for he aspired to continue making appearances in the future, and that would not come easily. As the Grim Reaper contemplated the situation, the unexpected unfolded with increasing abruptness. At the moment the bullet was about to strike Bobby, a surge of fear, confusion, hatred, and a rush of adrenaline enveloped him, propelling this mutant, who still required nearly 6 years of growth, to transcend his current limits. In the next instant, Bobby's body transformed entirely into solid ice. The Grim Reaper's bullet struck his forehead, leaving only a negligible mark. The strength of this frozen form was beyond imagination. Not only that, but in this state, Bobby's physical power was also enhanced. With merely a slight exertion of his frail arms, he rolled back onto the bridge and, in a fluid motion, delivered a sweeping kick towards the Grim Reaper. Though he could not comprehend the nature of his transformation, Bobby felt an overwhelming sense of strength. He was certain that this one-eyed human could not possibly be his match. However, despite the unforeseen circumstances, the Grim Reaper did not find himself in a position of disadvantage this time. While Bobby's icy form indeed amplified his abilities, it was crucial to remember that the Grim Reaper possessed extraordinary physical attributes as well. When faced with Bobby's sweeping kick, he effortlessly raised his arm to intercept it and promptly countered with a kick that sent Bobby tumbling off the bridge. "Kid, you think you can make me look foolish while I'm saving you?" The Grim Reaper vented, reflecting on his recent encounters with minor adversaries. Yet his wariness remained intact. Indeed, after being thoroughly kicked off the bridge, Bobby showcased combat skills that matched his newfound gifts. During the brief moment of descent, he had a stroke of genius, utilizing his hands to expel cold air beneath him, creating a crystalline ice slide in midair. With his icy form, Bobby glided across the surface of the sea, making a wide arc before confronting the Grim Reaper once more. Now I'm a stronger one. Observing the confident youth before him, the Grim Reaper remained silent and launched his attack instead, unleashing a barrage of bullets from his submachine gun. Bobby instinctively raised his hands to shield himself for a second or two, only to realize that his current form was impervious to such conventional firearms. Thus, he disregarded the assault and retaliated with a blast of cold air directed at the Grim Reaper. In an instant, the ground and even the air around them froze. Yet the Grim Reaper, a living being, nimbly evaded Bobby's attack, cleverly using the massive ice blocks created by the cold air as barriers to shield himself. "Damn it! If you're capable, then stop dodging," Bobby exclaimed, initiating a pursuit. The more he pressed his attack, the more adept the Grim Reaper became at evasion. Such abilities were not uncommon in the world. Captain Cold and Frostbite had long since prepared for encounters involving similar powers. Moreover, the Grim Reaper had come prepared for Bobby's challenges, having anticipated this very confrontation. It is noteworthy that this individual has also etched his name in the realms of comics and cinema. Information regarding Bobby's capabilities has long been made public among the myriad avatars of Red. Yet, Bobby remains blissfully unaware of the imminent peril encroaching upon him. Instead, he continues to exude an icy chill while advancing towards the tolling bell. Chapter 165. Melting as Bobby gradually approaches, the tolling bell persistently shifts its position to evade detection. If he were to engage in combat with Captain Cold, such evasion behind the ice blocks created by his adversary would have likely resulted in his demise countless times over. However, it is evident that, while Bobby's abilities may surpass the icy apparatus wielded by Captain Cold, he still falls short in the application of such frigid powers. Even as he attempts to coax the chill from his core, he remains unable to strike the tolling bell, though the bridge gradually fills with ice. The tolling bell consistently finds suitable footholds to evade the onslaught. Gradually, as the evasions continue, the tolling bell realizes that its movements have begun to slow. With a momentary lapse of caution, a corner of its armor becomes completely encased in ice. Yet, according to the tolling bell's predictions, it should have effortlessly avoided the previous attack. Once more, it endeavors to evade an assault, and though it escapes injury this time, its armor still succumbs to the cold, with more sections becoming entirely frozen. Thus, it appears that the plans for these mutants' abilities at the mutant school are rather astute. The tolling bell has now grasped the underlying reason, recalling how Captain Cold once dealt with the Flash. Imprisoned by the Flash, Captain Cold spent his days plotting vengeance. Upon his release, he initially sought to install a rotary accelerator onto his firearms to strip the Flash of his speed. However, as he burst into the laboratory to modify his weaponry, security personnel rushed in, and upon firing, he discovered that this makeshift weapon yielded even better results. Absolute Zero. Captain Cold crafted a weapon capable of unleashing Absolute Zero, and even the Flash, under such frigid conditions, would find himself overpowered. What then of the tolling bell? Although Bobby's abilities cannot currently produce Absolute Zero, the theoretical foundation remains valid. The exceedingly low temperatures have rendered the tolling bell's movements sluggish, and it may not be long before it can no longer evade Bobby's attacks. Meanwhile, Bobby, inspired by a sudden insight, discerns the tolling bell's momentary hesitation and its thoughts. The fear that once resided in his heart has transmuted into a thrilling desire for revenge, prompting Bobby to erupt in laughter. "It seems you have come to realize, as the professor had previously informed me, that my chill, when amplified to a certain magnitude, can indeed slow a person's speed. Originally, the powers could not achieve this feat. But now, I am capable. I will surely defeat you." With this triumphant laughter, Bobby unleashes an even more ferocious onslaught. As the temperature continued to plummet, the movements of the death knell grew increasingly sluggish, until evasion became utterly impossible. I must concede that Charles possessed a certain prowess. Few would conceive of such a method of combat. Aware that his current speed rendered him incapable of escaping the frigid air, the death knell resolutely halted in place, casually retrieving a box of matches from his pocket. "Oh!" Observing the death knell's actions, Bobby erupted into laughter. "Matches? Are you jesting?" The temperature here is at least minus 90 degrees. Were it not for your armor, you would have long since frozen into an ice sculpture. Now, you expect a mere box of matches to provide you warmth? Around them, delicate ice crystals floated through the air, carried by a gentle breeze. And Bobby gazed at his handiwork, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Now, submit to your demise. With that, Bobby unleashed his icy breath upon the death knell, instantly freezing him into a solid sculpture of ice. Yet, just as the death knell was on the verge of losing consciousness, he struck the match in his hand, igniting a momentary spark. In the next instant, alongside the ice sculpture of the death knell, a blinding white light and an intense heat of 1,000 degrees Celsius erupted upon the bridge. Bobby's frozen form was impenetrable. The heat weaponry and dual blades possessed by the death knell were utterly ineffective. Even grenades would be frozen into solid blocks before detonation. However, if the temperature were sufficiently high, Bobby's icy form would become his gravest vulnerability. As the white light dissipated, the ice enveloping the Thomas Bridge had completely melted away. The death knell, ensconced in the protective ice generated by Bobby's earlier freezing assault, managed to endure. Although his armor had vanished and his body was charred, he retained the capacity for movement. Before him, the once arrogant Bobby now teetered on the edge of melting. His limbs and torso had been rendered unrecognizable by the searing heat, though it was evident he desperately wished to reconstitute his flowing water into a frozen form. The exhausted Bobby found himself incapable of realizing such a feat, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He could not comprehend how the death knell had ensnared him in such a deadly trap right beneath his nose. He had even seemingly surrendered to being encased in ice, utilizing it to construct a shield for his adversary. White phosphorus, a substance that ignites at room temperature and releases a heat of 1,000 degrees, had been indiscriminately unleashed, filling the surroundings with ice crystals that served as the perfect cover for the phosphorus powder. Had he not lowered the temperature to the point where the phosphorus could not ignite, I might have found myself at a stalemate. The death knell kindly elucidated this fact, then offered no opportunity for Bobby to retort. He lifted his foot and shattered the already weakened, frozen form of his opponent. Thus, the icy being known as Bobby was declared dead. Once again, I find myself at a disadvantage. It is rather disheartening that, merely because my abilities allow me to engage in a modest exchange, I am perpetually thrust into such scenarios. The tolling bell departed from Thomas Bridge, and shortly thereafter, Steelman Pyotr arrived at the scene. Strangely, despite the absence of rain in Gotham this evening, the surface of Thomas Bridge was awash with water. Pyotr, perplexed yet resolute, did not delve into the mystery, but instead waded forward. Little did he know that beneath his feet lay the water that concealed the lifeless form of his comrade, the Iceman Bobby. Simultaneously, as Pyotr stepped onto the path leading across Thomas Bridge, Lorna soared to the entrance of Wayne Manor, where she beheld the estate enveloped in lush vegetation. When did Wayne Manor become so verdantly adorned? Shaking her head to dismiss her curiosity, Lorna commanded the metal to encircle her and advance step by step into the manor. Chapter 166. Captured the flora surrounding Wayne Manor was no ordinary greenery. As Lorna ventured within, she immediately sensed its peculiar nature. Carnivorous plants, reminiscent of those found in fantastical tales, thrived in the forest encasing Wayne Manor. Fortunately, although Lorna lacked the formidable prowess of her father, Eric, she was still capable of manipulating the magnetic field to wield metal against the menacing flora. Yet, this endeavor proved to be far from effortless. The mastery of her magnetic abilities was still beyond Lorna's complete grasp. At times, she struggled to react to attacks emerging from her peripheral vision. Had it not been for the verdant battle attire, a relic from Eric to his daughter, she would have suffered grave injuries by now. Do not obstruct my path. With a fierce cry, Lorna compressed the metal surrounding her into sharp blades, severing the tendrils of the carnivorous plants lunging at her. However, her vigilance remained unyielding. From prior skirmishes, she had learned that these plants exhibited an alarming rate of growth. Each time she cut them, new tendrils would sprout from the severed ends within mere seconds. This time, Lorna maintained her alertness for several minutes, yet the surrounding flora refrained from launching another assault. As it finally ceased, gasping for breath, Lorna realized that this was her first encounter employing her mutant abilities at such intensity. She had never anticipated that the superior powers spoken of by her instructors would leave her feeling so exhausted when merely contending with a horde of plants. Ahead lay Wayne Manor. Lorna endeavored to push forward, yet as her taut nerves began to relax, it became increasingly difficult to remain prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Just as Lorna reached the apex of her determination, a striking flower fell from the treetops. This bloom was unlike any known species, and, as it descended before her, it released a plume of yellow powder from its center. In a moment of unguarded folly, Lorna inhaled the powder directly into her system. The next instant, her body felt as though it were connected to a power source, enveloped by a powerful sensation of paralysis, leading her to collapse to the ground, devoid of any capacity for resistance. It appears that our guest has arrived, accompanied by a voice laced with mockery and languor, a seductive woman, her skin resembling that of a plant in vibrant green, with only the most vital areas concealed by ivy, slowly pushed open the doors of Wayne Manor and approached Lorna. Pamela Lillian Isley, or, as she is more commonly known, Poison Ivy. Years prior, when Red could only operate under the guise of Alfred, he had already discovered this future femme fatale within Gotham's information archives. Simultaneously, he uncovered the mad botanist responsible for her transformation, Jason Woodrue. Poison Ivy had long since captured Red's attention. Unlike other villains of Gotham, she could even be regarded as an anti-hero. While she does not engage in noble acts typically associated with heroes, she also does not disregard human life, as many villains do. As an environmentalist, her character bears little distinction from that of an ordinary person. Thus, from the outset, Red had resolved to recruit her into his ranks. The means to secure Poison Ivy's assistance was rather straightforward. It involved avenging her against Jason Woodrue, who had subjected her to a series of botanical toxins in his experiments before her awakening. Poison Ivy could develop an affinity for Batman, for shielding her from a bullet. Hence, if Bruce were to personally avenge her by eliminating Woodrue, perhaps she would have even offered herself in gratitude, had it not been for the experiments rendering her completely infertile. Therefore, assisting Bruce in capturing Lorna, the sole intruder into Wayne Manor, became a natural progression. Mutant? Lorna managed to lift her head and gaze at the peculiar visage of Poison Ivy. In her eyes, most individuals endowed with superpowers were merely mutants, lacking the ability to distinguish between the two. To this, Poison Ivy merely scoffed. Child, not every individual with a slight peculiarity is a mutant. Your perception has led you to this juncture, has it not? Now, take a nap. With a wave of her hand, a vine adorned with blossoms suddenly sprang forth. As the flower's stamen released a cloud of pollen onto Lorna's face, she succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. After a considerable duration, Lorna gradually regained consciousness. Upon surveying her surroundings, she soon realized she had been transported within Wayne Manor. However, her body was ensnared by the vines, rendering her utterly powerless to resist. Lorna could sense that the vines binding her were alive. Any movement on her part would result in her frail form being violently torn apart. Haha, our little guest has awakened. Accompanied by a somewhat manic laughter, the clown emerged first from the shadows, holding not a glass of 82 Lafite, but rather a freshly concocted potion of laughing gas. What do you say, little one? Would you care for some juice? He offered the laughing gas, causing Lorna to instinctively recoil, desperate to keep the volatile gas away from her nose, even holding her breath as it drew near. As for consuming it, only a madman would do such a thing. Yet in the next moment, the clown downed the gas in one swift motion. Only he and Red, possessing an immunity to this substance, dared to indulge. Even Aquaman Arthur would shy away from a sip of laughing gas. How dull. I knew it. Without the little bat, Gotham City holds no amusement whatsoever. With that, the clown retreated back into the shadows, and it was then that Lorna discerned the figures concealed within. Not just the clown, but also Harley Quinn, Deadshot, Solomon Grundy, and Killer Croc, members of the clown's gang who instilled fear throughout Gotham, gathered within Wayne Manor. Lorna had long understood that Gotham harbored neither heroes nor villains. It was merely the Wayne family that wielded absolute control over the city. Yet witnessing this assembly left her momentarily speechless. Their kind, the mutants, had toiled since Charles's youth, yet no city had ever served as their stronghold. Yet here was the Wayne family, the very family of Bruce Wayne, who had only recently returned 5 years prior, achieving what they could not. Enough with the idle chatter, clown. A voice interjected, as Bruce slowly emerged beside the escalator on the second floor, with poison ivy elegantly entwining her arm with his. Lorna, daughter of Magneto Eric. Do you wish to know the fate of your companions? Chapter 167, Mental Toxin Comrades. Lorna had always been reluctant to contemplate those two words, for she had witnessed firsthand how her companions had one by one departed from her side. Their sacrifices were made for her to reach Wayne Manor. Now that she had arrived, it was as a captive, kneeling before Bruce Wayne, the adversary of mutants. While many perceived Bruce Wayne as a playboy, the mutants under Charles knew better. Bruce Wayne and the Wayne Enterprises, along with LexCorp, were the architects of their downfall. Yet now, feeling as though she had disappointed her comrades, Lorna found it increasingly difficult to maintain her inner strength, especially with the notorious villains of Gotham surrounding her, showing no inclination to grant her any semblance of choice. John's headless corpse, the angel with its wings cruelly severed, the phantom cat and Blink with their flesh gruesomely flayed. And finally, the tardy Deadshot, arriving with a bottle of water, the label ominously inscribed with the words Iceman. Though merely a fragment of their corporeal forms, Lorna, upon witnessing these objects, found her mind spiraling uncontrollably into harrowing visions of her companions' tragic demises. No, please, I implore you, cease this. Regardless of the tenacity she inherited from Eric, in this moment, her spirit faltered completely, collapsing onto the ground. Indeed. At this juncture, the last arriving bell tolled, relentlessly exacerbating the situation by activating the projection. Outside Wayne Manor, Pyotr had hastened to the scene. Yet this brute force individual found himself utterly impotent against the forest wrought by the poisonous vines. He could sever a single tendril. Yet when confronted with a multitude of supple vines coalescing, even the Steel Man, Pyotr, was rendered immobile. Moreover, the strength of the plants far exceeded his expectations. In the projection, Pyotr, ensnared and unable to escape, was enveloped by the tendrils, which inexorably constricted around him. They may not instantaneously shred the metallic physique of the Steel Man, but if the assault continued, it would not be long before he was entirely compressed into a mere iron disc. Lorna cast but a fleeting glance at Pyotr before lowering her head, unable to bear the sight of him. She understood why Pyotr had come here, and that knowledge deepened her remorse, compelling her to avert her gaze from witnessing his fate. Meanwhile, Bruce, observing Lorna's state from the second floor, nodded in understanding. He would not stoop to torment Lorna further. Instead, he glanced at the Poison Ivy Woman. It was time. Very well, Bruce. The Poison Ivy Woman, typically exuding an air of aloofness, revealed a genuine smile only when confronted by Bruce, who sought vengeance on her behalf. Approaching Lorna, the Poison Ivy Woman delicately beckoned with her slender fingers, summoning a vine adorned with blossoms from outside the window, which seamlessly transformed into a garland that rested in her hand. At this moment, Lorna, feeling the proximity of the Poison Ivy Woman, suppressed her sorrow and gazed apprehensively at the garland. What is this? Lorna discerned clearly that while the flowers were breathtakingly vibrant, the thorns upon the vine were alarmingly sharp, instinctively signaling her that all was amiss. In response to Lorna's inquiry, the Poison Ivy Woman offered a slight smile. Merely a trifling gift. Once you don it, all shall come to an end. The capabilities of the Poison Ivy Woman transcended mere botanical manipulation. She possessed the power to command her plants, and even herself, to secrete specific botanical toxins tailored to particular circumstances. These toxins, if employed as poison, could swiftly silence one's breath, but similarly, some possessed effects akin to the jester virus within the clown, capable of exerting profound psychological influence. Should Lorna wear this garland, with its thorns piercing her flesh, the continually secreted mental toxin would effortlessly grant her complete dominion. This is also the method of mental control that Red trusts the most. In a world often governed by idealism, he finds greater assurance in the poisonous essence of figures like Poison Ivy than in the intangible powers of the mind. The reason Lorna has reached this stage is twofold. Firstly, her abilities possess sufficient value, akin to that of angels, which, even in the realm of comics, carry a certain weight, yet her powers alone fail to capture Red's attention. Secondly, Lorna's own abilities are inherently incapable of escaping the grasp of Poison Ivy's mental toxins. Without exceptional powers, even superheroes cannot evade the influence of Poison Ivy's control if ensnared by her toxins. Other mutants, for various reasons, were not chosen by Red, ultimately leaving behind mere corpses for LexCorp's research. No, don't come near. Lorna, unaware of the secrets the vine may hold, instinctively sensed danger. She struggled to retreat, yet the vines binding her tightened violently, rendering her immobile. Just as Lorna was on the verge of becoming Poison Ivy's puppet, a silver flash appeared on the highway outside Gotham, revealing a man and a woman. Pietro, don't carry me. A woman with deep brown hair, clad in a red bodysuit, leapt from the arms of a silver-haired man. You're the fastest. Go find our sister. I will keep watch on the outskirts of Gotham. Their dialogue made their identities unmistakably clear. They were Eric's two unassuming children, Quicksilver Pietro Maximoff and Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff. Both had been raised under the tutelage of Eric and Charles, yet unlike other mutants, they had not been swayed by their influence. Pietro, inherently rebellious and spirited, found the so-called ideals of mutant kind espoused by Charles and Eric to be as incomprehensible as ancient texts. Wanda, similarly powerful and capable of causing harm, was not inherently belligerent. Thus, she harbored dissatisfaction toward Charles and Eric's animosity towards humanity. The siblings were reluctant to stand against all of humanity. Consequently, upon reaching adulthood, they distanced themselves from the Academy and the influences of Charles and Eric, operating around the world as Pietro and Wanda, living as ordinary individuals within human society. Nevertheless, they remained concerned about the mutant community, particularly the changes within the Academy. Ultimately, their concern lay with their family. They were unable to react to Eric's death. By the time they received the news, he had already passed. Since then, the siblings began to monitor the changes within the Mutant Academy. The two individuals, unwilling to involve themselves, remained indifferent to the decline of the Academy. However, when Lorna set forth to Gotham with her companions under the pretense of vengeance, they could no longer stand idly by as another family member perished. Now, their mission was to rescue Lorna. Chapter 168. Last words all right. I shall return shortly. Do not stray too far. Pietro nodded. His ability was super speed, but if he carried Wanda with him, his velocity would be compromised. To ensure Lorna's safe extraction, he needed to proceed at full throttle. Without waiting for Wanda's response, Pietro transformed into a white blur and surged into the heart of Gotham. His rapid form darted through the city's thoroughfares. Unlike the Flash, who could seamlessly navigate through terrain at high speeds, Quicksilver found it challenging to disregard the landscape while moving at such velocities. Thus, he typically avoided scaling rooftops, as doing so would only propel him into the air, risking injury upon descent. Therefore, he relied on his speed to race along Gotham's roads. Fortunately, even without the ability to leap buildings, traversing from the outskirts of Gotham to Wayne Manor at supersonic speed was hardly a daunting task. In no time, he crossed the Thomas Bridge and spotted Piotr ensnared by countless tendrils. Steelman, Piotr was the only student in the Academy who had ever communicated with the Maximoff siblings, as those younger than him had no recollection of Wanda and Pietro before they departed the Academy. Upon witnessing Piotr in peril, Pietro felt a surge of urgency. His fingers, moving with the precision of blades, effortlessly severed the binding vines. As the tendrils fell away, Piotr was finally liberated. However, his body had become severely contorted from the pressure of the vines. Pietro gasped in shock at Piotr's condition, instinctively dodging the surrounding foliage. Although he had known Piotr as a child, he was acutely aware of the strength inherent in that steel body. He did not believe that such vines could have harmed Piotr so grievously. Pietro, you have come. Piotr attempted to rise from the ground, yet his feet, nearly pressed flat, lacked the strength to support him, causing him to fall back to the earth. Piotr, allow me to assist you. Pietro rushed forward to help him, only to be firmly pushed away. No need, Pietro. You must hurry into the manor and rescue Lorna. While Pietro was equally eager to save Lorna, he was deeply concerned for Piotr. Now that he had reached the manor's entrance, he was confident that rescuing Lorna would pose no challenge given his speed. Trust in my velocity. I can first ensure your safety. As he spoke, Pietro advanced, swiftly transporting Piotr far from Wayne Manor in mere seconds. There is no longer any need for healing, Piotr lamented in response. I remain alive solely because I maintain this ironclad form. However, once my strength wanes and I revert to flesh, the transformation you witness will result in wounds capable of tearing me apart. I cannot be healed, but Lorna still has a chance. Bruce Wayne did not kill Lorna immediately. They must be scheming something. Piotr lacked the strength to escape the forest controlled by poison ivy. Yet he could faintly hear sounds emanating from within the manor. He knew Lorna was still alive. Pietro, take Una and leave quickly. Do not seek vengeance for us. Live as an ordinary person in this world. Piotr closed his eyes in anguish, realizing that his continued presence at the academy indicated a tacit acceptance of Charles's ideals and a shared dream of mutant dominance. This world ultimately belongs to humanity. Perhaps we should never have referred to ourselves as mutants. He surrendered the ideals he had clung to since childhood, wishing only for the safety of his remaining kin in the human realm. I understand, Pietro replied, unwilling to abandon Piotr. However, this did not signify indecision. He recognized the gravity of Piotr's transformation and understood that, as Piotr had stated, survival was no longer an option. I promise you, we will live well. With that, Pietro charged towards Wayne Manor, his speed allowing him to slice through the entrance as effortlessly as cutting tofu, revealing poison ivy, placing a garland upon Lorna. Meanwhile, Piotr, lying on the ground, had witnessed Pietro's arrival and, reassured by his words, felt his faltering body reach its limit. His form gradually returned to flesh as he relinquished his powers. In the next moment, the injuries he sustained in his iron form struck simultaneously, and in an instant, his bones shattered, leaving him lifeless, crumpled upon the ground like a puddle of mud. On the other side, at Wayne Manor, Pietro's unexpected entrance caught everyone off guard. Red's psychic awareness arrived belatedly. An unforeseen event has occurred. The newcomer is Quicksilver Pietro. You are aware of his intelligence, and his sister, Wanda, is currently on guard outside Gotham. I once attempted to track their movements, but it appears they have been employing a special method to shield their presence long before my psychic abilities came to fruition. Wanda's ability lies in chaos magic, potent enough to alter reality itself. Thus, a mere mental barrier poses no significant challenge. Meanwhile, Pietro and the others below have commenced their battle. The Joker and Harley Quinn are acutely aware of their own capabilities, recognizing that they stand no chance against Quicksilver's power without prior preparation, prompting them to retreat immediately. Similarly, Deadshot opts for a cautious withdrawal, yet with an arsenal of weapons at his disposal, he remains vigilant for an opportunity. Quicksilver, while formidable, is not invincible. A well-placed bullet can indeed bring him down if the chance arises. In fact, the only adversaries engaging directly with Pietro are Killer Croc and Solomon. Even Poison Ivy finds herself limited, as the absence of flora within the estate confines her to the periphery. Such a skirmish is destined to yield little in terms of success. Both Solomon and Killer Croc possess extraordinary strength, making it clear that Pietro cannot hope to match them in raw power. However, when considering his speed advantage, the tables turn, allowing Pietro to effortlessly dominate the two. His strikes, though seemingly insignificant against their rugged forms, accrue over time. Even the smallest of wounds can eventually lead to the downfall of a formidable foe. Pietro flits around them like a wraith, and to their perception, each gust of wind brings with it a fresh array of injuries. In his desperate bid to save his sister, Rona, Pietro unleashes his full velocity, rendering him nearly undetectable to their eyes. Not only Solomon and Killer Croc struggle. Poison Ivy attempts to ensnare the ground with her vines to thwart Pietro's movements, yet he continues to strike with precision before her plants can even react. Nearby, Deadshot, aiming with his pistol, shakes his head in frustration. The unpredictability of Pietro's movements renders him nearly impossible to target. Should Pietro let his guard down, an opportunity may arise. But it is evident that he is entirely focused, fixated on Deadshot since drawing his weapon, leaving no room for anticipation. After all, to strike a target moving at speeds exponentially faster than a bullet demands a confluence of timing, positioning, and sheer luck. One could liken this to the scenario where Deadshot attempts to snipe the Flash, only to find the latter standing behind him, questioning whether he had hit his mark. Observing the unfolding chaos from the elevated platform, Bruce furrows his brow. Utilizing his mental prowess, he directly queries Red, who is en route to Gotham City. Red, what are your intentions? Are you prepared to do whatever it takes to defeat Quicksilver? With Martian Manhunter and Carol venturing into the cosmos, the only force capable of besting Pietro without prior preparation rests solely in Red, who possesses the powers of the Martian, or Aquaman Arthur, currently dwelling beneath the Atlantic. At the other end of the mental link, Red was flying towards Gotham City. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Lacking assurance, aside from Pietro, there was also the Scarlet Witch, Killer Croc, and Solomon, who had ceased their offensive. Unless the opposing party initiated an attack, it was not the right moment to quarrel with these two siblings. In truth, Red was primarily wary of Wanda. The Scarlet Witch, an emotionally unstable woman endowed with one of the most perilous abilities in the Marvel Universe. If her emotions were to spiral out of control, a single utterance from her could wield more power than the Infinity Stones. The Infinity Stones required a snap of the fingers, while her words could obliterate the genetic modifications left in the bodies of 95% of the world's population by the Celestials, effectively leading to the extinction of mutants. I understand. Bruce nodded, while the battle below temporarily paused. The Joker also received Red's message through the mental link, prompting him to order Killer Croc and Solomon to halt. Upon witnessing the cessation of the assault, Pietro refrained from pressing the advantage and immediately rushed to Lorna's side, shielding the quietly weeping girl behind him. Bruce Wayne, the true sovereign of Gotham City, instilled a sense of trepidation in Pietro as he faced him, for he genuinely did not wish to stand against all of humanity. I only wish to protect my family and avoid entanglement in your conflict with the mutants. Lorna is my sister, and I hope to take her away. I apologize for the trouble she has caused you. Neither Bruce nor Lorna could determine who was right or wrong. However, at that moment, Pietro was solely focused on ensuring Lorna's safety and her ability to lead a normal life. He had no choice but to bow to Bruce, although if provoked, he would not hesitate to employ force to carve out a sanctuary for their family. It could be presumed that Wanda shared a similar sentiment. Unbeknownst to Pietro, Bruce was secretly relieved. Despite the fans of Batman boasting about his ability to take on the Justice League, such victories were often achieved through meticulous planning and strategy. In a true encounter, facing even Hawkman could prove challenging for Batman, let alone Superman. The sudden appearance of Pietro and Wanda was a scenario Batman was ill-equipped to manage alone. Fortunately, this Quicksilver was not a reckless fool intent on determining a victor. Batman could deftly navigate the situation, concluding Gotham's affairs and leaving other matters to the arriving Red. If every mutant were willing to coexist peacefully with humanity, rather than clinging to unrealistic fantasies, none of this would have transpired from the outset. As a result, Pietro felt a sense of relief. The opposing party might be wary of him or Wanda's powers, but ultimately, any agreement to dialogue was a positive development. Pietro and Wanda differ from other mutant children, having grown up during the period when Eric and Charles began to age rapidly. They witnessed the once immensely powerful duo increasingly succumb to their frailty with the passage of time. It was precisely this experience that led them to make such a choice. With heartfelt gratitude, Pietro slightly lowered his head, then lifted Lorna, who was still in a state of despair and tears. I promise, we shall no longer engage in the affairs of human society. We will live our lives as ordinary people. With that declaration, Pietro transformed into a fleeting specter. Vanishing from sight, embracing Lorna, he sprinted away from Gotham City. Was this truly the end? Pietro had achieved his goal of rescuing Lorna. Yet the subsequent concern loomed large. Could he genuinely maintain such a life? Bruce Wayne might voice support, yet the actions of Wayne Enterprises and LexCorp against mutants told a different tale altogether. Even if mutants wished to coexist harmoniously with humans, conflict was likely to arise. For these individuals possessed the means to transfer mutant abilities to ordinary people through serums. In their eyes, mutants were merely prime subjects for experimentation, the raw materials for humanity's technological advancement. Pietro found himself compelled to contemplate the future. Relying solely on himself would inevitably lead to moments of helplessness. Thus, should he consider establishing an organization? While he pondered this, the rapidly passing scenery blurred by his swift running suddenly revealed an unusual figure, Red, who had arrived in Gotham and stood along the path that Pietro traversed, smiling and gently waving. He could clearly perceive his own actions. This notion was akin to a horror story for Pietro, especially as he had just begun to entertain thoughts of forming an organization for protection. Chapter 170. The fearful Pietro, unable to bear the sight of Red's smile, Pietro refrained from looking back, unleashing his powers to their utmost extent, instantly transforming into a silvery phantom that vanished from a spot. Meanwhile, Red did not pursue Pietro, but instead used his superhuman vision to observe his movements from afar. Upon noticing Pietro nearing Wanda, He withdrew his gaze, choosing not to continue observing the trio of Eric's descendants. The confrontation with mutants was underway, and, simultaneously, the Victor Corporation was stirring. Although Wanda's abilities instilled great caution in Red, the moment was not ripe for direct confrontation. Moreover, Red harbored no intention of annihilating all the superheroes in the Marvel Universe. Since Wanda and Pietro remained unaffected by Charles and Eric's influence, Red found no necessity to engage with them, particularly given Wanda's chaotic magic wielded formidable deterrent power. Red, at least, was astute enough to recognize the timing. He was no headstrong bull, blindly charging ahead. On the other side, the accelerated Pietro found himself at the place where he had parted ways with Wanda in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Wanda descended gently from the air, enveloped in a scarlet aura of chaotic magic. Lorna, although Wanda's emotions were somewhat unstable, her concern for her half-sister remained unwavering. The chaotic magic from her hands brushed over Lorna's body, soothing the still trembling girl into a peaceful slumber and simultaneously granting Wanda a sigh of relief. While casting the chaotic spell to induce Lorna's sleep, she had also used her magic to assess Lorna's condition, which indeed put her at ease. Lorna had suffered a psychic trauma, yet her physical state was intact. The battle with poison ivy had merely left her with some superficial wounds. Even so, after feeling reassured, Wanda couldn't help but harbor a disdain for humanity, particularly towards the Wayne family in Wayne Manor. How dare they treat Lorna in such a manner? Although she appeared more subdued as an elder sister, she was far more impulsive than Pietro. Despite Pietro's often whimsical demeanor when it truly mattered, he was more serious than anyone else. His usual lightheartedness stemmed from his incredible speed, which naturally made him seem rather impatient. Pietro, before we leave, let us destroy Wayne Manor. After Wanda's descent, Pietro had been lost in thought, but her words jolted him back to reality. Fearing that his sister might impulsively unleash a massacre in Gotham City, he swiftly grasped her arm. Please, Wanda, if we proceed this way, it could only spell disaster for our own lives. Pietro was unaware of the full extent of Wanda's chaotic magic, and even she was uncertain. Naturally, he did not believe the two of them could stand against all of humanity. Moreover, the foes they faced were not merely ordinary humans. Pietro recalled Red's smile, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. Though he had never engaged in battle, he sensed that Red's speed might surpass his own, rendering him almost insignificant in comparison. Pietro? Wanda was indeed furious, yet she had not lost her composure, especially since Lorna was not in serious danger. However, Pietro's demeanor puzzled her. What's the matter with you? You seem to be afraid of something. Did you see something in Gotham City? At her inquiry, Pietro lifted his gaze. She was his sister, and they had relied on each other for many years, leaving no need for pretense. I saw Lex Luthor with his assistant, Red Pennyworth. Red? Wanda furrowed her brow. She was aware that LexCorp was indeed targeting mutants, a fact not hidden within the mutant community. Even after leaving the academy, both she and Pietro had retained their sources of information. However, Wanda remained unclear. According to the intelligence, Reed was merely a special human endowed with telepathic abilities. Given Pietro's speed, if a confrontation were to ensue, he could undoubtedly incapacitate Reed before the latter's brain even commenced its deliberation. Moreover, both sisters were well aware of the construction of Eric's mental helmet. Anya remarked that Pietro ought not to react in such a manner. Observing Wanda's expression, Pietro discerned her thoughts and thus recounted his experiences, particularly that chilling smile that haunted him. Are you suggesting he can match your speed effortlessly? Pietro nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my instincts have always been reliable. Although he did not pursue me closely, I sensed that until my arrival here, his gaze remained fixated upon me. His abilities undoubtedly extend far beyond mere telepathy. At the very least, he surpasses me in speed. At that moment, Pietro abandoned any notions of establishing an organization for self-preservation. That smile served as a warning. If they continued as individuals, relying solely on their formidable powers, the Lex group might not overtly target them, considering the return on investment. However, should he form his own faction, the Lex group would certainly not spare the three of them. Wanda, cease your thoughts of vengeance. Let us return to Sokovia and lead a tranquil life. Wanda felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, she had not witnessed Reed firsthand and could not fully grasp Pietro's descriptions. Fortunately, she understood how swift her brother truly was, even if Reed possessed no other abilities. The combination of telepathy and superspeed made him a formidable adversary against humanity. "I comprehend," Wanda finally conceded. Nodding, she extended her arms, and the scarlet magical energy enveloped them both as they soared into the distance. Sokovia, a small landlocked nation in Eastern Europe, would offer them a refuge from the turmoil caused by the clashes between mutants and humans, allowing them to lead a stable and serene existence. Just as the three departed, having seemingly reached the expanse above the Atlantic, Reed's figure abruptly emerged from the ground. Pietro is indeed clever. However, a touch of caution is necessary. Sokovia is not as secure as it may seem. Sokovia, a fictional nation, served as the final stronghold of Hydra in Avengers: Age of Ultron. As long as Pietro remained, Wanda's threat would diminish significantly. But if Hydra and Sokovia were to take action, the outcome would be uncertain. Chapter 171. Changes on Liberty Island. Nevertheless, dealing with Hydra would have to be postponed for a moment. Reed's current objective remained to neutralize the mutants and the Fantastic Four. As the turmoil in Gotham City began to subside, a yacht stealthily approached Liberty Island in New York under the cover of night. However, the sounds emanating from a yacht could hardly escape the notice of the security personnel stationed on the island. Armed with flashlights, they approached the vessel. "Who goes there?" "The Statue of Liberty is not open for visitation yet. Please return tomorrow morning." Despite their words aligning perfectly, each security guard instinctively placed a hand on their waist, ready to showcase a swift display of American martial arts should the situation escalate. They called out repeatedly, yet no response came from the yacht. Not even a glimmer of light. Could it be that the wealthy patron's yacht had not been secured and had drifted here during the night? Observing the silence, the guards exhaled in relief. Those assigned to the night shift here were far more fearful of the man wielding a Glock 47 than any Spectre. One particularly audacious guard stepped forward, gun in one hand, and cautiously opened the yacht's cabin door with the other. Inside, darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility impossible. "Flashlight. Someone shine a light for me." This guard, displaying a measure of intelligence, maintained his weapon at the ready while calling to his comrades for assistance. Unfortunately, even with such vigilance, they could not escape the fate that awaited them. In the next instant, the guard's cheek was bathed in a crimson glow. A moment later, a beam of red light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from the yacht, obliterating the guard's head. His companion behind him suffered a grievous wound, losing half a shoulder. In that moment, they realized that their adversary might be far more terrifying than any gunman. They turned to flee in a panic. Yet, atop the yacht, a colossal shadow watched them with eyes that gleamed hauntingly bright in the night. The next moment, the beast Hank leapt high, his razor-sharp claws and formidable physique effortlessly tearing the injured guard asunder. The fate of the others was equally grim. When Alexander emerged from the cabin, utilizing the high-energy laser emanating from his chest, every security personnel met their demise before the Statue of Liberty. After the battle concluded, Logan sauntered from the cabin, a freshly lit cigar clutched between his lips. Observing Logan's leisurely demeanor, Alexander frowned. "Logan, you should have joined us in the assault." In response to Alexander's reproach, Logan remained nonchalant. "Attack? To take down these individuals?" He exhaled a plume of white smoke, casually stepping over the fallen guards. "If you require my assistance to defeat such adversaries, perhaps it would be wise to surrender early. With abilities like these, do you truly believe you can topple human society?" Upon hearing Logan's words, Alexander's anger flared. "What did you say?" The surface of Alexander's body began to emanate a crimson energy, as if he were poised to unleash a laser upon Logan, should a satisfactory explanation not be provided. "Enough, Alexander. There is no need for words." At that moment, after clearing the blood from his fur, Beast approached, placing a reassuring hand on Alexander's shoulder to calm him. "However, Logan, we need you to join us in entering the Statue of Liberty to assist in its control. Is that agreeable?" Beast inquired, to which Logan did not refuse. It was not yet the time for him to withdraw. "Very well." With the affirmation, Beast nodded in approval. "That is for the best." As he spoke, Beast stepped into the cabin and emerged with a massive device capable of accommodating a single person, proceeding into the interior of the Statue of Liberty. Unbeknownst to them, every action was being broadcasted on the television screens within the White House. In Washington, D.C., at the White House, although it was supposed to be after hours, the president found it impossible to relax. The year was 2000, a presidential election year, but his concerns did not lie with his own electoral prospects. Since 1993, Bolstered by the rapidly ascending LexCorp, his presidential position had become unassailable. Now having completed 2 terms, tradition dictated that he could not seek re-election. However, the new president would not officially take office until January of the following year, and whatever transpired during this interim period would rest upon his shoulders. As his term drew to a close, he wished to navigate this final stretch without any significant domestic strife. Yet, with William's assistance, he was privy to all that the Lex satellites observed, which offered him no solace. Therefore, Mr. Stryker, what is your plan? The president was astute enough to recognize the rise of LexCorp and to lend substantial support in forging an inseparable collaboration. Yet, he remained unfazed by the current situation slipping from his control, for he understood that there were those who needed American stability even more than he did. That individual was not William Stryker standing before him, but rather the unseen forces of LexCorp that had infiltrated every facet of American life. Lex Luthor's ambition for the presidency was evident to all, and the candidates for the next president were supporters of LexCorp. They too required stability in America to ensure the smooth execution of their plans. What he beheld on the television screen was a live feed captured by Lex satellites from space. Regarding this matter, I hope Your Excellency will take a look at this information. William smiled faintly as Gotham City faced an assault by mutant children, and Liberty Island was under siege by a cadre of mutants from a nearby academy. The conflict between humans and mutants had been laid bare for all to see. The information he held regarding the brainwave amplifier was the decisive blow that solidified the president's resolve. According to this document, we learned that Charles, a mutant possessing telepathic abilities, could utilize this brainwave amplifier to render every individual on Earth a mere vegetable in an instant. Mr. President, you must be aware that this is a strategic weapon far more perilous than a nuclear bomb. William spoke little, briefly introducing the matter before entirely ceding the floor to the president. After a lengthy pause, the president sighed. What do you desire? I seek the utmost authority from Your Excellency. The sole means of eliminating this threat lies in a decapitation operation. Only with the demise of this mutant named Charles can American citizens and you, Mr. President, be liberated from this perpetual threat to life. Chapter 172. Luthor intercepts William departed the White House with a smile, while the president furrowed his brow in the office. In truth, he no longer fretted over the issue of mutants. If even LexCorp could not resolve the problem of mutants, then the only remaining course was war. Yet, he found no trepidation in waging war. Once all were implicated, he would not bear the burden alone. As he watched William's retreating figure, the president pondered another matter. If all proceeded as expected, the next president would likely secure 2 additional terms with the backing of LexCorp. Over the next 8 years, LexCorp would continue to enjoy government support. With the capabilities of that bald figure, combined with the years of his own tenure, how far could LexCorp advance in a decade and more? The mere speculation sent chills down the president's spine. He envisioned a future where LexCorp would undoubtedly evolve into a colossal entity wielding national-level influence. And should Lex Luthor ascend to the presidency, what fate would befall this nation? As his term neared its conclusion, having amassed sufficient gain and prestige, the very president who first allied with LexCorp began to harbor concerns for the future of the United States. He worried whether the nation might undergo unforeseen transformations under LexCorp's sway. But what could I possibly do? Just as the thought of resisting LexCorp flickered to life within him, the president abruptly regained his composure. Within mere seconds, his back was slick with perspiration. What on earth was I contemplating? This is hardly a concern I should entertain. With a wry smile, he acknowledged that the powers behind him extended beyond LexCorp. However, should LexCorp desire it, they could easily compel him to resign. He had served as president for 8 years, yet did such a life warrant sacrificing his entire existence to safeguard the nation's future? At the very least, this president would not pursue such a path. If he truly cared for the future of this nation, he would not have allowed the Lex Group to gain almost complete control over New York City in recent years. He is powerless, relying solely on the strength of the Lex Group to comfortably occupy his position until a glorious retirement in January. As for the next president, who will be utterly dependent on the Lex Group and reduced to a mere puppet, that is of no concern to him. After leaving the White House, William chose not to head to the military camp, but instead made his way to the Lex Group, mobilizing numerous so-called Lex security personnel from within, dressing them in camouflage uniforms, and swiftly approaching the Mutant Academy in Westchester aboard a stealth aircraft. Meanwhile, on Liberty Island, Beast and his companions encountered those sent to intercept them. Luther, though just one man, was more than sufficient. Clad in armor, Luther raised his hand, and the energy barrier he unleashed blocked Alexander's laser beam. "Hank, hurry up with the equipment," Alexander exclaimed, intensifying his energy output to the point where his body glowed a deep crimson. Channeling all his strength into the laser placed considerable strain on him. "Please, Alexander," Beast said without hesitation, immediately hoisting the equipment beside him and advancing toward the top of the Statue of Liberty. Meanwhile, Alexander continued to delay Luther's advance. "This specialized equipment, apparently, all your hopes rest upon this device." In a fleeting moment, though Luther scanned the device in Beast's hands with a scanner, he could only discern that it was an energy converter capable of transforming two types of energy into one another. Coupled with the information Red had provided him, he had surmised the device's purpose. It appeared that even though Eric had perished 2 years prior, mutants had discovered a means to forcibly activate the genes within humans through radiation. Moreover, it now seemed this technology no longer required Eric for initiation. So, who could be the source of energy that serves as the activation mechanism? No energy stone could materialize out of thin air. Even cosmic life forms draw their energy from infinite parallel universes. With Eric gone and Charles confirmed not to be present, who among the mutants gathered could supply the immense energy required for the device? As he pondered, Luther shattered Alexander's laser with a wave of his hand, activating the propulsion system of his armor, and charged through multiple walls of the chamber toward his adversary. "Logan, come out and help." At that moment, Alexander's complexion had turned somewhat pale. He did not anticipate that the razor, once a formidable force capable of melting nearly any material, had now found a countermeasure against him. Reluctantly, he could only evade while calling for Logan, who had remained hidden in the shadows, to make his entrance. First and foremost, it cannot possibly be this individual. Alexander's evasive actions held no significance in Luther's eyes. The internal computer of the armor was bound to air, yet at the very least, Alexander's speed had not reached a threshold capable of provoking such an error. Regardless of his efforts, he ultimately found himself ensnared by Luther's grasp around his neck. The individual before him, known as the Mutant Shockwave, had his abilities thoroughly studied over the years through his brother Scott's entity. The laser energy unleashed by the opponent was indeed formidable, yet it was far from sufficient to activate the device. At that moment, Logan, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally launched his assault. His intentions were not born from a genuine desire to aid Alexander, but rather from a belief that Luther would not spare Alexander, simply because he refrained from intervening. Thus, emerging from his concealment, he lunged forward, driving his bone claws into the crevice of Luther's armor connection, buying precious moments to delay the inevitable fracture of Alexander's neck. However, this brief respite proved insufficient. In the next instant, Logan's bone claws were crushed by the mobilizing armor, and simultaneously, the grip on Alexander tightened, resulting in the shattering of his cervical vertebrae. The agony of his bone claws, an integral part of Logan's body, was akin to the torment of any other fractured bone. Fortunately, after 180 years of perseverance, Logan had cultivated an exceptional tolerance for pain. Recognizing that Alexander was beyond salvation, he forcefully propelled himself against Luther's armor, using the recoil to leap away, re-entering the shadows and sprinting towards the direction of Beast. Chapter 173. The activation device. It appears I have discovered the individual meant to provide energy. Although Beast had undergone a second evolution, his innate abilities were regrettably feeble, rendering him less capable of supplying energy than Alexander. In stark contrast, Logan, endowed with extraordinary regenerative capabilities, could continuously replenish his energy even as it was extracted. He was arguably the most suitable source of energy for the device, second only to Eric. Meanwhile, Luther had begun to deduce portions of Charles's plan. Even if the scheme succeeded, with radiation engulfing all of New York, could it truly alter the inevitable downfall of the X-Men? In truth, such a reversal was implausible. The X-Men's annihilation seemed predestined. Charles's directive for Beast to bring the remaining fighting force to activate the device, transforming all New Yorkers into mutants, was merely a glimmer of hope. The United States would not fracture for this reason. Humanity, which had previously lived as humans, would not suddenly develop a sense of kinship with the mutant populace simply due to newfound abilities. However, should all of New York's inhabitants become mutants, it would deliver a staggering blow to the Lex Group, whose headquarters were situated in New York. Charles has always harbored this intention, not to compete against humanity, but to deliver a fatal blow to the greatest adversary of mutants at the twilight of life. It is indeed a commendable notion. The idea of mutant supremacy that Charles and Eric share is not commonly encountered, yet is certainly not non-existent. Charles is wagering on the future, sacrificing everything to forge a world devoid of the Lex Group, subsequently entrusting the future of mutants to a potential successor yet to emerge. However, my preparations are far from straightforward. Luther smiled faintly, activating the thrusters once more. The heavy armored box he wielded crashed through the wall, soaring effortlessly to the apex related to the Statue of Liberty. At this moment, Beast, utilizing his climbing prowess, had also arrived, successfully installing the apparatus. Upon witnessing Luther's appearance, Beast found himself bereft of time to mourn for Alexander, launching himself directly at his opponent. Stay back. Luther, suspended in the air, exhibited remarkable agility, evading Beast's assault. Had it not been for his claws gripping the surface of the statue, he would have plummeted to his demise. Meanwhile, Logan had ascended to the top tier, observing the fierce struggle between Beast and Luther above the statue. This is impossible. He cannot be a match. Unlike other versions of Logan, this world's Logan had not obtained adamantium skeletal enhancements, nor suffered amnesia due to William's interference. Thus, with nearly 2 centuries of experience, he discerned that they stood no chance against Luther, much like medieval knights confronting a cadre of well-armed terrorists. Moreover, lacking the protection of adamantium, this Logan was acutely aware of the need to retreat. He resolved to leave immediately. However, at that moment, Beast, having been seized by Luther, was hurled toward him, crashing heavily at his feet. Cough. Blood spewed from Beast's mouth, his demeanor faltering. His mutant abilities had transformed him, granting him heightened senses and exceptional physical prowess. Yet, all these attributes, which he took pride in, proved utterly ineffective against Luther in the air. Even if the foe stood still, his claws could not penetrate the formidable armor. "Logan, help me up," Beast implored, his eyes pleading as he reached out for Logan. "All right." Logan hesitated for a moment, ultimately acquiescing. However, he resolved that once he aided Beast, he would return directly to Westchester, vowing not to confront Luther. Yet, while Logan harbored such thoughts, Beast had his own agenda. Just as Logan extended his hand, Beast suddenly surged up, pinning Logan to the ground. "Bastard, what are you doing?" Logan, with his 2 centuries of experience, could never have imagined that the Beast would strike first against his adversary. After all, throughout his nearly 200-year existence, Logan had always lived as a soldier and wanderer. Lacking any scientific knowledge, he could not fathom that his recruitment was merely to serve as an energy source for the apparatus. "Logan, our technology has saved your life. So now, let us sacrifice ourselves for the sake of mutants." With that, the Beast, in a frenzy, seized Logan and plunged into the device, promptly pressing the switch. Oh, has it begun? Seeing the activation of the device, Lex Luthor finally descended from the Statue of Liberty's crown, approaching the control panel with purpose. To the Beast, this action seemed nothing more than the frantic antics of a wretched human, who, upon realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, grew desperate. "It's futile. Lex Luthor. Once the machine has started, it cannot be halted. All of New York will become a paradise for mutants." In response to the Beast's tirade, Luthor's retort was succinct. "Shut up, will you? Useless trash." After enduring Luthor's scorn, the Beast turned his gaze to the control screen, only to realize that Luthor was not attempting to stop the device, but rather accessing the database to examine the research data of the apparatus. "You're reviewing the data? What are you planning?" "What am I planning? Is it not quite simple?" Luthor's intellect, particularly that of the most astute Luthor in the cosmos, found it far from challenging to comprehend a complete set of data, given the same technological level. At the very least, he had begun to grasp the distinctions between the device created by the Beast and the one depicted in films. The most significant difference was that this apparatus emitted radiation to transform humans into mutants without causing genetic conflict that would lead to death. Excess radiation would remain within the human body, aiding in the gradual adaptation to the acquired mutant abilities, an impeccable technology devoid of flaws. This conveniently filled the last piece of their plan, achieving the ultimate control over the mutant population. I have long possessed a method to eradicate mutants entirely, and now you have unwittingly revealed to me the means of creating them. Pray tell, how should I express my gratitude? Chapter 174. The collapsing Statue of Liberty, eradicating mutants, is not an insurmountable task. In truth, those who, like the X-Men, hold their mutant identity in high regard are few. The majority of ordinary individuals, upon gaining abilities, often feel unease. For these people, mutant powers are but a burden, offering no tangible benefits. What did you say? The beast was taken aback by Luther's words. Being a scientist himself, he immediately contemplated the preparations Luther might have made. No, it was impossible. After years of evolution, the latent genes were nearly concealed within every human being. Each individual possessed the potential to become a mutant. It was inconceivable to eradicate the genes of all humanity. And moreover, one could not possess a human sample devoid of genes. The beast's tone was loud, yet it served more to bolster his own confidence. At present, the mutant child Jimmy, who appeared in the third installment of the War Police, remained undiscovered. Thus, Red and his allies opted for an alternative approach in their quest to eliminate mutants. They sought to eradicate the genetic remnants left by the ancient Celestials, the very source of mutant genesis. The foremost challenge they faced was that nearly all humans in the Marvel Universe bore some traces of these genes. Relying solely on the Marvel world would yield no unaltered human genetic samples. However, they were not natives of Marvel. Whether it was Luther or other avatars spawned from Red, they hailed from elsewhere devoid of the celestial genetic modifications, and therefore lacked the potential to become mutants. By employing genetic alteration technology, they could blend certain genetic substances into the fabric of ordinary life. Over time, the remnants of the celestial genes within humanity would completely dissipate, restoring humans to their original forms. Samples, after all, were readily available. Luther smiled, pointing to himself. I am the epitome of pure humanity, untouched by extraterrestrial modifications. Thus, embrace your future. As he spoke, Luther began to manipulate the virtual screen on his armor, transmitting an imperceptible signal to the cosmos. The Lex satellite, suspended over New York, received the command and immediately began to metamorphose, transitioning from a mere signal relay to a formidable laser weapon. In the next moment, the satellite, fully charged, unleashed a crimson beam directed at Luther's position. Atop the Statue of Liberty, the beast was engulfed in despair. No, you cannot do this. You are condemning a race to extinction. The beast could accept his own demise, firmly believing that his death paved the way for a brighter future. Yet, he could not fathom a world devoid of mutants. He screamed in a frenzy, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Reluctantly, Luther raised his hands, effortlessly catching the crimson laser that descended from the cosmos. The special apparatus on his armor enabled him to directly harness the energy projected by the satellite, forming a colossal sphere of energy above him. Simultaneously, the device commenced the extraction of life energy from Logan and the beast. Logan emitted a cry of anguish, exhausting his own healing abilities while barely managing to endure. However, the beast beside him lacked such resilience. Originally feeble, his second evolution through genetic research had not endowed him with sufficient mysterious energy for the device to siphon. In mere seconds, the blue fur that adorned his body and his robust, beastly form vanished entirely, leaving behind a frail human figure collapsed at Logan's feet. Was it true that the plan to recruit me was merely to use me as an energy source? At that moment, despite his ignorance of technology, Logan discerned the unfolding events. Though he suffered immensely, he grit his teeth and glared at the beast whose body was gradually withering away. Ha ha ha. Logan, I apologize, but it seems you are destined to die alongside me. At that instant, the device had accumulated energy to its zenith. A white, net-like radiation radiated outward from the apparatus. Meanwhile, high above, Luther wielded a colossal energy sphere, larger than the head of the Statue of Liberty, harnessed through satellite projection. This will suffice. Being too ostentatious could jeopardize the forthcoming plan. As the radiation encroached upon him, Luther, aware that his body bore no traces of the divine transformation, and that he possessed no potential to become a mutant, had no intention of using himself as a test subject. With a sudden, forceful motion, he hurled the immense energy sphere toward the device. In an instant, the device was obliterated by the energy sphere, unleashing a terrifying explosion that reduced the Statue of Liberty to a heap of scrap metal. The now ordinary beast stood no chance of survival. The moment the energy sphere made contact, his body evaporated without a trace. Conversely, Logan, as Luther's scanner revealed, had cleverly utilized the beast's body as a shield, avoiding direct contact with the energy sphere. Yet, he was still caught in the shockwave of the explosion. Nonetheless, Luther harbored no intentions of delivering a final blow. Logan's fate was of no concern to him, as the latter posed no threat and could potentially play a role in the events to come. With this thought, Luther did not hesitate, activating his armor's propulsion system. He soared back to LexCorp. In the basement of the academy, at the entrance to the brainwave enhancement chamber, Charles stood alone, sighing deeply. He could sense that both the beast and Alexander, his last two old friends, had perished. Their brainwaves had ceased, and he felt a multitude of humans swiftly approaching the snowfield from a distance. It seemed the humans were ready to act. From the moment he had sent the beast on this mission, he understood that LexCorp would leave them no room for escape, determined to eliminate them entirely. Fortunately, he still possessed one final stratagem. After sacrificing the combat-capable students and his last two old friends, he utilized this as a guise, concealing himself within his ultimate recourse. With this thought, Charles stepped forward. The door automatically opened after a thorough scan, allowing him to enter the now vastly transformed brainwave enhancement chamber. Here, the dazed little rascal had long awaited his arrival. Chapter 175. The attack on the Academy. You are all security personnel from the Lex Group. I have heard that since your induction, you have been engaged in military training in the basement. Is that correct? William inquired of the Lex security team aboard the stealth aircraft. However, despite their nominal designation as security, the equipment they bore could easily evoke envy from active-duty American soldiers. Mr. Strike, if you intend to conduct a pre-war mobilization, I suggest you spare yourself the effort, began a Lex security member, his face marked by a prominent scar. With a smile, he continued, ask the brothers here, which one of us isn't a pitiful soul who has survived the ravages of war. We have all witnessed comrades falling around us and experienced the chaos of bombs detonating nearby. Pre-war mobilization holds no significance for us. From the moment we joined the Lex Group, we have been prepared for sacrifice. Upon his conclusion, the others around him erupted in laughter, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, Mr. Strike, we do not require platitudes. When it comes to our resolve to complete the mission, I assure you, my determination is no less than yours. In my view, the current American soldiers are utterly inadequate. If true prowess is to be measured, it is we who should be regarded. The words of these security personnel brimmed with confidence, and William nodded in agreement with a smile. In that case, I need not elaborate further. I trust you understand that this operation is not solely my endeavor against the mutants. It is also integral to the Lex Group's plans. I hope each of you will give your utmost effort. For the Lex Group, William maintained his smile, even as the security personnel began to cheer. Yet there was an unmistakable stiffness to his expression. It was only natural for these soldiers, who had undergone rigorous training since the group's inception, to be filled with confidence. The formidable equipment provided by Lex starkly contrasted with their previous military experiences. However, what truly astonished William was the unwavering loyalty these individuals exhibited towards the Lex Group. Though they hailed from various nations as retired soldiers, including international mercenaries directly recruited by Lex, William had heard of the generous treatment afforded to them. Yet such loyalty was perhaps something they had never experienced during their military service in their own countries. This aspect was what left William truly perplexed. However, soon William cast aside the doubts that lingered in his mind and ceased to pay them heed. Had he learned the truth earlier, as a colonel in the U.S. military, he would have remained ever vigilant against the Lex Group, wary of the threat it posed to America upon amassing formidable power. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. His life was solely consumed by the desire for vengeance. Apart from revenge, nothing else held any significance for him. Before long, fighter jets soared above the academy, and numerous members of Lex's security, including William, beheld the mutant children frolicking on the lawn. Once more, I shall state this. Prior to the commencement of the operation, William rose again and addressed the surrounding security personnel. I do not require captives. The authority granted by the President of the United States deems every individual here, regardless of age or capacity for resistance, an exceedingly dangerous terrorist. You would not wish to be slain by the bizarre powers of these creatures, nor do I. Therefore, Hesitate not. Launch your assault with utmost decisiveness. William's words were intended to compel these guards to deliver lethal force upon the innocent children playing below. Remarkably, the Lex Group's security personnel voiced no dissent and unanimously acquiesced to this strategy. Excellent, let us commence. With William's command, a multitude of security operatives leapt from the aircraft. Without parachutes, the fall from several dozen meters could surely inflict injury, yet the rudimentary combat exoskeletons they donned facilitated a safe landing. Who were they? Some of the mutant children frolicking on the lawn took notice of the descending figures, but before they could voice their inquiries, a child with gills sprouting from his neck was shot in the head. A massacre? A cleansing? In any case, the mission had begun. Within the academy, in a classroom, Jean was teaching, yet she appeared distracted. She could no longer sense the mischievous brainwaves of her students, who were persistently clinging to her. She longed to eliminate the obstructive students, yet feared that such aggression might spiral the situation out of control. Charles, should he erupt, could still pose a threat to her. As she endured the incessant queries of her students, the classroom door was forcefully kicked open by a security guard. Simultaneously, several energy rifles discharged, unleashing laser bullets that swept through the classroom, leaving no student standing. No, this is wrong. There are powerful mutants present. However, as the weapons overheated, the guard were astonished to find Jean, unscathed, coldly gazing at them from the podium. Requesting backup, Before this guard could finish his plea, an invisible force lifted him, and Jean stepped forward to confront him. Do you know Red? Red Pennyworth? The guard attempted to respond, but found himself unable to utter a word, ultimately resorting to a nod. I see. So he has begun his actions as well? It seems that, in light of your assistance in dealing with these troublesome little imps, I shall spare your life. However, you would be wise not to launch another attack against me. With that, Jean strode out of the classroom, while the security guard collapsed to the ground only after she had distanced herself. Rising to his feet, he cast a grave look in the direction Jean had departed. Identifying the highly dangerous mutant, Jean Grey initiated her observation mode. Meanwhile, William, accompanied by a small team, discovered Charles's office, where they unearthed a plethora of Academy documents and located the elevator leading to the basement. They found it. A peculiar smile crept across William's face as he caressed the test tube nestled within his grasp. It contained secretions extracted from the cerebral cortex of the illusionist Jason, meticulously concentrated to the point that Jason's brain had nearly shriveled and lost its vitality. Nevertheless, the efficacy was striking. Even Charles, upon the introduction of these secretions, would undoubtedly fall under his control. Charles had utilized a brainwave amplifier to search globally for mutants suitable for their cause, ultimately leading to the ruin of his own life. This time, he intended for Charles to personally eliminate all his comrades. Chapter 176. The final invasion, the security personnel, trained by the tolling bell, exhibited remarkable combat proficiency. And aside from Jean, there were no other mutants adept in battle within the Academy. The cleansing of the Academy progressed with alarming efficiency, and soon, every mutant within its confines lay slain in a pool of blood. William, accompanied by a cadre of security, descended into the Academy's basement, where he encountered Jean, who had arrived earlier. Jean Grey, we possess your information, yet I am curious, William said, advancing toward her while the guards behind him raised their firearms in protection. Even the weakest of mutants wield extraordinary powers. William would not approach these individuals recklessly, despite the absence of any records of your combat engagements. Why is it that the records of the Lex Group classify you as a high-risk entity? To ensure that William could operate at maximum capacity, Red had divulged every detail regarding mutants, presenting a comprehensive intelligence dossier. This was why William had managed to devise a sophisticated plan in a mere 2 years. Among the many perplexities for William, Jean Grey stood out. Whether overtly or covertly, there existed no record of Jean ever engaging in battle. Unless the Lex Group had access to internal intelligence regarding mutants, they should, like himself, remain entirely oblivious to Jean Grey. This phenomenon was not exclusive to Jean. In truth, during the course of their collaboration, William had recognized that the Lex Group possessed an unexpectedly intricate understanding of mutants. For every mutant with even a hint of potential, the Lex Group had developed a corresponding strategy. Does the Lex Group possess such profound insight into me? William alluded to this point with the intention of extracting some intelligence. However, Jean's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Upon realizing that the Lex group had an extensive understanding of her, she instinctively thought of Reed, the extraordinary human endowed with formidable powers. Does he truly know me? As a member of the mutant community, Jean was acutely aware that during the era when Charles and Eric ruled over mutants, it was virtually impossible for humans to acquire any information about mutants through conventional means. The Lex group, after taking action against mutants, had evidently exhibited a terrifying disparity in intelligence. In Jean's view, the only plausible explanation was that Reed, possessing some extraordinary means, could have procured this information. He knows me so well, yet why do I have no recollection of him? Since their last encounter in Canada, a myriad of memories flickered through Jean's mind. Those faint recollections seemed poised to breach the barriers of her subconscious. Although they had not succeeded, they rekindled her curiosity about Reed. She began to question whether there was indeed some intimate connection between them. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such an intimate understanding of her when she had only recently begun training under Charles to fully master her mental abilities? Were the heartwarming scenes from her dreams truly real? Lost in these thoughts, Jean failed to notice William approaching her, the dagger concealed behind him, ready to strike. Yet, in the very moment he was about to act, Jean lifted her head. Without employing telekinesis, William felt his body stiffen, immobilized. You have collaborated with Reed. I do not wish to kill you, so it would be wise for you to refrain from any impulsive actions. With that, Jean stepped aside, granting passage to the brainwave enhancement chamber. Having arrived here, they must have a clear understanding of the laboratory's layout. Go ahead and reveal your intentions. Intentions? As his ability to move was restored, William forcibly suppressed his inner fear. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure from deep within his psyche. This mutant named Jean Grey was indeed as perilous as the records indicated. However, since she intended to yield, he would not refuse. Thank you. I hope you find your answers. Without the confidence to confront Jean, William was unconcerned about extending a gesture of goodwill. He then led the security team past Jean and, utilizing the pre-prepared decryption device, bypassed the iris scanning mechanism of the brainwave enhancement chamber, unlocking the door. Jean, I had assumed that even if you were indifferent to your fellow mutants, you would at least not align yourself with humans. Within the brainwave enhancement chamber, in the brief span of 2 years, Charles had transformed from the once vibrant old man into a mere shadow of his former self, emaciated and devoid of any vitality. He had already succumbed to age, and upon realizing that he would never overturn humanity in his lifetime, his health deteriorated swiftly. Not long ago, he had reached a point where he required a wheelchair for mobility. It is noteworthy that in this world, Charles and Eric shared the same ideology. Under circumstances devoid of conflict, Charles's spine had never been injured, and he had never relied on a wheelchair. However, in this moment, fueled by a desperate resolve to fight, Charles rose once more. Although his bent frame failed to straighten, his piercing gaze instilled a sense of caution in William. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a listless little imp stood quietly beside Charles. Jean, in the end, you still cannot forget that human named Reed? Upon hearing Charles mention Reed, Jean, who had intended to remain passive, took a step forward and exclaimed loudly, I do not recall any memories of Reed, nor do I harbor any special feelings for humanity. However, compared to Reed, who evokes in me a peculiar sentiment, I detest you, the scoundrel who manipulates my memories indiscriminately. Even more, Jean's stance was unequivocal. He would neither assist humanity nor mutants. His actions were solely for his own benefit. Is that so? It seems I was mistaken once again. Charles sighed, yet his sharp gaze shifted back to William. I will die. I have always been acutely aware of this fact. But if LexCorp intends to suppress mutants entirely with the likes of you, that would be exceedingly naive. In response, William narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, accompanied by a subtle hand gesture, one of the security personnel behind him promptly pulled the trigger. A red laser bullet instantly pierced through Charles's shoulder. Chapter 177. Frenzied assault on the present Charles's already frail body succumbed to the attack, and he collapsed, helplessly slumping into the chair behind him. Nevertheless, even in this state, a glimmer of brilliance still shone in his eyes. Originally, I thought I would have many words to say to you. Observing Charles's fall, William approached with a stoic expression, simultaneously retrieving the substance meant to control Charles's cerebral secretions. Since uncovering the truth over the past 2 years, I have pondered what I should do when you are powerless before me to truly alleviate the hatred within me. But now, I realize I need do nothing at all. As he uttered these words, William reached Charles, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. I will compel you to slay all your kin with your own hands. The mere thought of this renders any torment I inflict upon you mere mercy. With that, William injected Jason's cerebral fluid into the nape of Charles's neck. The illusionist, Jason, and Charles possessed the remarkable ability to induce hallucinations in others. However, the nature of their powers diverges significantly. Charles wields a mental prowess, manipulating the cerebral functions of individuals through psychic influence, while Jason's skills are rooted in physiological impacts, subtly altering the physical state of others to shape their environment. This distinction renders Charles relatively vulnerable to the biochemical secretions emanating from Jason's mind. Before long, he becomes entranced, his gaze vacant, succumbing passively to William's commands. Now, listen closely, Charles. William commands. Utilize the instruments behind you to identify and eliminate all mutants across the globe. Sheen furrows her brow, but refrains from further comment, silently erecting a mental barrier. If Charles were to focus solely on her, resisting his psychic assault would prove arduous. However, when confronted with a broader strike against all mutants, she remains confident in her ability to withstand it. In response to William's directive, Charles begins his task. He proceeds with deliberate slowness, methodically activating the brainwave enhancer behind him, donning the cap designed for cerebral connection. At that moment, William's attention shifts to a nearby mischievous girl. What purpose does she serve? William discerns that Charles has commandeered the girl's consciousness with his psychic abilities, which is why he refrains from simply silencing her with a bullet. Before William can unravel the mystery of the girl's presence, Charles completes his preparations. The door to the brainwave enhancement chamber seals shut, and the lights dim. Instantly, as Charles's formidable psychic energy synchronizes with the device, the room transforms into a breathtaking cosmos, a manifestation of human consciousness. Among the myriad of white light points representing distinct thoughts, a portion begins to glow crimson. Evidently, having pinpointed humanity's location, Charles efficiently begins to distinguish the mutants within the collective. Yes, precisely. Just like that, William's excitement surges. Soon, he shall enact his vengeance. Gradually, the crimson lights cease to appear, and a sense of dread envelopes mutants worldwide as their minds fall under Charles's unwavering focus. Now, Charles, eliminate them all. Leave not a single one. William eagerly issues the next command, yet an unforeseen turn of events transpires. As Charles's formidable psychic force surges into the device, the brainwave enhancer suddenly erupts with violent sparks, hurling William backward with a jolt of electricity. What was happening? William had not anticipated such an anomaly, but Sheen perceives the unfolding situation with clarity. The cerebral wave enhancer spiraled out of control. Charles had prematurely adjusted the device, significantly amplifying its capacity to enhance mental prowess. Yet this exceeded the instrument's inherent limits. William, having overheard Quinn's words, gazed anxiously at Charles, who was gradually enveloped in arcs of electricity. What would be the outcome? His concern did not lie with Charles's safety. Rather, he feared that should Charles meet with misfortune, orchestrating a global purge of mutants would not be a simple endeavor. The authorization granted by the President of the United States merely permitted him to launch an armed assault on the Academy, not to initiate a worldwide eradication of mutants. Inevitably, those who operated the cerebral wave enhancer would be annihilated by the overwhelming power that the device inadvertently unleashed. Quinn articulated a solution for Charles, and in the next moment, a violent burst of electricity erupted, incinerating Charles's body into ashes. Yet, Quinn observed that the cerebral wave enhancer had indeed fulfilled its purpose. Although Charles had perished, his consciousness survived amidst a thousand-fold amplification, transforming into a colossal mental force that nearly enveloped the globe, swiftly breaching the psychic barrier erected by Reed. Charles, meanwhile Reed, still in Gotham, was instantly stirred. Unable to withstand it, Charles sacrificed his physical form for the instantaneous elevation of his consciousness. Unburdened by flesh and aided by the cerebral wave enhancer, his mental power now surpassed all previous limits. A tremendous surge of psychic energy propelled towards the Lex space station in the cosmos, where Eric's remaining brain was preserved. In the next moment, Charles's mental abilities flooded into Eric's brain. Within the pristine realm of consciousness, these old friends reunited after 2 years. Charles, I never expected you would reach this point. Eric, let's fight together one last time. Even if we cannot achieve victory, we can strive for a future for mutants. Both shared a smile, and then the realm of consciousness dissipated. The essence of Charles and Eric merged completely, but Eric's brain, unable to endure such an overwhelming consciousness, succumbed to instantaneous cerebral death. However, the formidable mental force they embodied surged back to Westchester, descending upon the long-overlooked Little Rascal. Little Rascal's consciousness was almost instantaneously subdued as Charles and Eric assumed dominion. Within a brief span, Little Rascal's form transformed from that of a 15-year-old girl into a towering adult male exceeding 2 meters in height. Simultaneously, the magnetic field manipulation abilities that once belonged to Eric were once again set into motion. The metals employed in constructing the brainwave enhancer soared through the air, autonomously forming an impenetrable armor upon the surface of this body. If Red were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the individual before him. He was neither Charles nor Eric, nor was he the suppressed mischief maker. His name was Onslaught. Chapter 178. Charles's scheme Onslaught initially emerged as a manifestation of Professor Charles's darker persona. Over time, he evolved into a product birthed from the amalgamation of Charles's inner darkness and Eric. In this realm, the emergence of Onslaught represented Charles's final retaliation against humanity. Throughout his confrontations with the LexCorp, Charles had suffered continuous losses due to an intelligence disadvantage. Yet this ultimate gambit proved fortuitous. He wagered that Eric had not perished entirely. That LexCorp would require the knowledge contained within Eric's mind, and that Eric's consciousness still lingered in this world. Ultimately, his gamble paid off. Charles understood that once humanity extracted detailed intelligence from Eric, their final objective would undoubtedly be the brainwave enhancement chamber. He had already covertly modified the chamber, disregarding his own safety, striving to amplify his psychic abilities to their utmost potential. Only in this manner could he breach the mental barriers constructed by Red during his operations. Subsequently, he deployed every last ounce of his power, even refraining from preventing those children from seeking vengeance in Gotham City, all to disperse LexCorp's forces as much as possible. While he could not leave Eric's mind unguarded, he aimed to ensure that these formidable beings would momentarily overlook Eric's existence. He then positioned himself as bait, drawing everyone's attention to the Academy. Regardless of LexCorp's intentions, he knew that the brainwave enhancer would make him the primary target. Even if he did not occupy the enhancement chamber himself, the modified device, operating under extreme overload, would annihilate other psychics. Ultimately, his plan bore fruit. After his physical form was obliterated, the augmented psychic energy transcended corporeal limitations, swiftly breaking through Red's blockade and sought out Eric's residual consciousness in the cosmos, merging with it. Finally, returning to Earth, he utilized the body of the Mischief Maker as a vessel, birthing Onslaught, the mightiest mutant. Now, it is your turn to lament. Upon his emergence, Onslaught immediately turned to face the crowd, causing William's heart to quiver. Yet, he found no opportunity for resistance. In the next instant, the grenades on his person detached and were forcibly thrust into his mouth. I am not like you. I do not wish to torment others. A grenade. This is your chosen method to confront me? In the present day, William has come to the realization that he may merely be a pawn of the Lex Group. The individuals within the Lex Group are likely observing his plight, relieved that they have sent him to probe Charles and have successfully forced the latter to reveal his ultimate card. Nonetheless, victory is his. Charles, you are destined to accompany me. The transformation of Charles into a raging force is now inevitable. Not only will the Lex Group not tolerate such an individual, but neither will governments around the world, rendering the outcome for Charles quite evident. With this thought in mind, William charged towards the rampaging Charles, extending his arms to embrace him tightly. Though he may not witness the complete annihilation of these monsters, he firmly believes that the Lex Group will not spare them. Boom! In the next moment, a grenade detonated within, showering blood and flesh upon the rampaging Charles. No, in this moment, I am undeniably endowed with the power to alter the future, having transformed into a raging force, and particularly feeling the surge of his newfound strength, his confidence soared. At this very moment, he possessed formidable mental capabilities and mastery over magnetic fields. and the rampaging force cast a furtive glance towards the still figure of Qin in the distance. Is she contemplating an attack against me? Waving her hand, Qin Gray utilized telekinesis to draw the vigilant Lex security personnel behind her, rather than threatening someone who is utterly indifferent to their weapons. It would be more prudent to contact their headquarters and summon Red to address the pressing matter. Upon hearing her request, the captain of the Lex security team nodded in agreement. Thank you. Acknowledging the futility of engaging in battle with their opponent, the Lex security personnel began to withdraw, leaving the brainwave enhancement chamber occupied solely by Qin and the rampaging force. Qin, you must be aware of the capabilities of the mischievous one. Of course, by making contact, one can absorb life energy, and if the target is a mutant, their abilities can be appropriated. As she spoke, Qin's inner vigilance heightened to its peak. The rampaging force, or rather the former Charles, had laid bare all his plans. Perhaps from the moment the mischievous one entered the academy, he had been viewed as a reserve source of energy by the adversaries. However, do you truly believe that the two of you old men can contend with me? As she uttered these words, Qin's hair began to move as if stirred by an unseen wind, and her body slowly levitated. Under the influence of her telekinesis, the entire brainwave enhancement chamber began to tremble slightly, revealing the magnitude of her power. In response, the rampaging force wore a mocking smile. Now, allow me to impart a lesson. With that, the rampaging force retracted, and his mastery over magnetic fields swiftly suppressed Qin's telekinesis, restoring calm to the room. How could he possess such strength? The necessity of respecting one's elders. Meanwhile, the Lex security personnel outside the academy sensed the tremors emanating from the ground, clearly indicating that two formidable mutants were engaged in combat within the basement. They did not hesitate, promptly establishing communication with headquarters to report the situation at hand. Do not worry, came the voice of Luther from the other end of the line. Although somewhat unexpected, this was indeed part of the plan. When Red realized that Charles and Eric had no disagreements, he foresaw the current situation. The cooperative efforts of Charles and Eric would inevitably lead to the emergence of a rampaging force if they were truly cornered. Even if Eric were to be slain, it would be difficult to ensure that Charles himself would not succumb to darkness and transform into a rampaging entity. Thus, while the likelihood was minimal, it was not enough to astonish Luther. Aquaman is heading towards Westchester. You must now monitor the situation there as closely as possible while ensuring your own safety, and compile the intelligence accordingly. Understood. Meanwhile, on the highway from New York to Westchester, a disheveled Logan sped along on a borrowed motorcycle. A foreboding sense gnawed at him. It was entirely possible that mischief had encountered an accident. He had previously experienced the unsettling sensation in his mind when that damned bald man attempted to invade his thoughts. That accursed bald man. If anything were to happen to Mischief Chapter 179, Arthur's support in the basement, the rampager lunged towards Jean. With his heavily armored fists, he struck forcefully at her petite form. Yet, Jean's response was anything but that of someone lacking combat experience. She swiftly conjured an invisible telekinetic barrier before her. Bang! The iron fist collided with the barrier, and the shockwave generated was like a blade, tearing through the surrounding walls of the room. The rampager, possessing only Eric's and Charles's abilities, was merely slightly superior to an average human in physical prowess. However, clad in metallic armor, every move he made harnessed the capabilities of the magnetic field for his assaults. What seemed like a mundane punch was, in truth, imbued with the potential to upheave the very earth. Though Jean's telekinetic barrier successfully mitigated the blow, the barrier shattered upon impact, and the residual force sent her hurtling backward, crashing through the door of the brainwave enhancement chamber. Did these two old men possess such powers in their youth? Jean pondered. While she had witnessed Eric's prowess before, it had never exerted such overwhelming pressure on her. Typically, the feats Eric accomplished through magnetic manipulation were within Jean's reach with her telekinesis, and their disparity had never seemed so vast. Yet, at this moment, the rampager, an amalgamation of Eric and Charles, far surpassed the magnetic capabilities of the original Eric. You have never witnessed my youth. At this moment, countless iron shavings continued to converge towards the rampager, constantly augmenting the metallic armor enveloping his form. His physique grows increasingly colossal, reaching nearly 2.5 meters in height, with his stature continuously escalating. While I have not seen you in your youthful days, I am acutely aware of the tragic fate that befell you. That scoundrel Charles wept for 3 whole days over your demise. Jean, too, is unyielding in her words, while simultaneously unleashing her mental prowess, attempting to penetrate the ever-thickening metallic shell of her opponent and directly invade his being. However, in the next moment, not only is Jean's external mental energy utterly shattered, but an even more formidable mental force seeks to surge into her brain. The clash of these two mental energies ignites excruciating pain within Jean's mind. Amidst the tumult of emotions, her mental power erupts once more, leveraging her home field advantage to successfully keep Rampager's mental energy at bay. Let's not forget, Jean, who was it that assisted you in mastering your psychic abilities? Damn it. Jean now feels a sense of helplessness. Compared to her control over magnetic fields, her telekinesis is undoubtedly a more advantageous skill. However, in this modern society laden with metal, the benefits of telekinesis are significantly diminished. In the face of her opponent's superior magnetic capabilities, Jean's psychokinesis stands little chance. As for her psychic abilities, they are even less effective. Unencumbered by the frailty of age, and having previously undergone rigorous enhancement with a brainwave amplifier, Charles cannot afford to relax even for a moment. Otherwise, an assault from the mental realm would surely serve as a harsh reminder. This is problematic. Meanwhile, in the waters near Westchester, Arthur, wielding the trident of Poseidon, ascends skyward, enveloped in crackling lightning as he propels himself towards the mutant academy. Yet, his countenance bears an expression of grave seriousness. Upon learning of Rampager's emergence, Reed promptly shared his insights regarding Rampager through their mental link, enlightening Aquaman on the nature of this formidable entity. Mr. Reed, you must expedite your efforts. Considering the potential for the enemy's limitless growth, I cannot guarantee my endurance for long. After all, this time, I cannot unleash a tsunami to engulf all of Westchester. The implications of fighting on home turf, namely the ocean, weigh heavily on Arthur, though he does not face the same dire consequences as Namor when away from water. Nearly all of his abilities are intrinsically linked to it. In the water, he is confident in his ability to defeat Rampager, yet on land, without the ability to summon a tsunami, the likelihood of unforeseen complications escalates dramatically. Having said this, Arthur does not linger for Reed's response. Though he excels in underwater combat, this does not imply that his flying speed is slow. At this moment, he has already arrived near the academy, which has now transformed from a bastion of mutant prowess into a mere ruin. Amidst the ruins of the collapsed structure, a battered figure, Jean, was hurled outward, crashing heavily against a sturdy tree, losing consciousness. Shortly thereafter, Kwang Gong gently lifted the debris and emerged from the fallen basement. Upon looking up, he beheld Arthur suspended in the air above the academy. "It is you." The fragment of Eric's consciousness instantly recognized Arthur. Had it not been for Arthur's sudden summoning of a tsunami that engulfed Gotham City, had he not intervened, Eric was confident he would not have faced defeat in Gotham. If he had not been vanquished, the mutants would not have descended into such dire straits so swiftly. "You, the most detestable." The moment Kwang Gong laid eyes on Arthur, he could no longer contain the fury surging within him. Empowered by the magnetic field, he ascended rapidly, delivering a punch toward Arthur. Yet, this strike failed to yield the desired effect as it had against Jean. The moment the compressed metal of Kwang Gong collided with Arthur's sea cucumber trident, the outcome became evident. Ordinary metal could not possibly rival a divine artifact. Upon impact, not only did Arthur remain unscathed, unlike Jean, but Kwang Gong's armor shattered under the recoil, revealing his vulnerable form beneath. As a capable warrior, Arthur would not let this opportunity slip by. The trident, imbued with lightning and divine might, lunged toward Kwang Gong's chest. With a scream, Kwang Gong plummeted to the ground with even greater velocity, further devastating the already collapsed ruins of the academy, causing the last remaining pillar to finally succumb. A more grave issue arose. Following Arthur's assault, a gaping wound marred Kwang Gong's chest. Though the wound did not bleed due to the electrical energy, the injury inevitably impacted Kwang Gong's strength. The primary concern lay in the damage inflicted upon his body, as the true master of this form, the mischievous spirit, began to show signs of awakening. Chapter 180. The disadvantage of Kwang Gong, however, even as the mischievous spirit began to stir, it remained unable to escape the control of Kwang Gong, who possessed formidable psychic abilities. After a brief moment, Quan Gong regulated his breathing and rose once more. Indeed, your power is overwhelmingly formidable. Countless fragments of metal swirled around Quan Gong's form, mending the damaged armor. Simultaneously, he dismissed any notion of engaging Arthur in a direct confrontation. However, to defeat me, you alone are far from sufficient, Quan Gong proclaimed, as the metals in his vicinity, even the very ground beneath him, trembled in response. Arthur, suspended in midair, did not directly feel the tremors. Yet merely observing was enough for him to discern that Quan Gong was now manipulating the magnetic field to command the metallic elements within the earth, with the ground poised to shatter at any moment. I am no longer the Eric of Gotham. Laughing heartily, the frenzied attack waved its hand lightly, unleashing countless metallic granules that burst forth from the ground, forming a cloud of yellow sand that surged towards Arthur. However, such an onslaught proved to be of little consequence in the face of Arthur's might. Grasping the trident of the sea god, he struck down heavily, accompanied by descending lightning. In an instant, the granules manipulated by the frenzied attack melted into glass under the intense heat, only to be shattered by Arthur's powerful grip. Yet in that moment, Arthur discerned the true intentions of his adversary. Behind the grandiose assault lay the frenzied attack's rapid dash toward Sheen. The potential within Sheen stemmed from the power of the phoenix residing within her, which the frenzied attack could not possibly absorb. Even without the phoenix's strength, Sheen possessed formidable telekinetic and psychic abilities. Arthur was not one to allow the frenzied attack to grow stronger unchecked. Otherwise, he risked losing control of the situation. Thus, in the next moment, Arthur unleashed his full speed, without the aid of divine swiftness to defy the laws of physics. The mere sonic boom generated by his acceleration uprooted the surrounding forest within 100 meters. A gentle breeze? No. Arthur was like a tempest, appearing before Sheen in the blink of an eye, the resultant wind pressure shattering the barrier she had erected, sending her hurtling backward. Yet, this inadvertently shielded Sheen from harm. The clash between the trident and the metallic armor occurred once more, yielding no unexpected results. Even as the frenzied attack sensed the distance, it promptly attempted to utilize its magnetic powers to neutralize Arthur's formidable strength, yet to no avail. Only a fleeting shadow remained at the spot, while the actual entity was propelled over 1,000 meters away in an instant. Not only did the armor shatter, but even its newly formed body was on the verge of collapse under such overwhelming force. Arthur's strike was delivered with utter disregard for the fate of the impish creature, aimed solely at delivering a fatal blow. With a whoosh, the frenzied attack soared through the air, swiftly traversing the entirety of Westchester. However, as the force exerted by Arthur gradually waned, the magnetic powers began to take control of its flight. Yet, it had no intention of halting its momentum. Instead, it harnessed this energy to propel itself further into the distance. Time and opportunity were what it sought. It became evident that unless it disregarded the earth and fully unleashed its magnetic prowess, it could never prevail against Arthur in direct combat. The opponent's strength was likely capable of shaking continental plates. Nonetheless, the frenzied attack was not without recourse. While Sheen was the most viable source of power, she was not the only option. The frenzied attack was acutely aware that among the mutants led by Emma Frost, who had recently escaped its control, there were several others with equally formidable abilities. At that moment, Arthur, still at the academy, also sensed the intentions of his adversary. This was dire. Upon departing from this place, as long as he remained here, Arthur's sole responsibility was to protect Quinn. However, should the battlefield expand, all mutants worldwide would become mere fodder for the onslaught. Realizing this, Arthur immediately soared towards the source of the chaos. At that moment, the onslaught had already leveraged the impact of Arthur's recent attack to arrive at Hell's Kitchen in New York. In this world, Hell's Kitchen was no longer characterized by the rampant crime depicted in other Marvel narratives. The reason for this was rather straightforward. Kingpin had long since come under the dominion of LexCorp, managed uniformly by Luthor. This turned Hell's Kitchen into a hub of crime. It remained surprisingly orderly. Crime still existed, but it did not manifest overtly, creating the illusion of New York City being the safest city in America. The arrival of the onslaught, however, clearly shattered the artificially constructed tranquility of Hell's Kitchen. Upon landing, the onslaught wasted no time and seized a passerby by the roadside. The mischievous abilities of the mutant activated instantaneously, draining the life force of the innocent individual. Within mere seconds, this hapless soul was reduced to a mere husk, while the onslaught regained a significant portion of his injuries. Even without absorbing life energy from mutants possessing self-healing abilities, the onslaught could still rejuvenate himself by siphoning the vitality of ordinary humans. By the time Arthur appeared in the skies above Hell's Kitchen, several lifeless bodies lay strewn around the onslaught, who had completely healed from his previous wounds. "Ha! Knocking me away was your gravest mistake," the onslaught bellowed with laughter. Yet, in the next moment, a green beam of light surged from behind, nearly piercing him through. Although it did not claim his life, the beam successfully penetrated the armor that enveloped his form, inflicting damage upon his body. Is that so? I would argue that you have walked into the most perilous of places. Behind the onslaught, Luther, an ordinary man, did not exhibit the same reaction speed, yet he arrived in his armor just in time. From a distance, Kingpin ordered his subordinates to clear the area surrounding the battlefield, ensuring the onslaught could not find any more victims to drain. Is that so? The onslaught replied with a slight smile. Indeed, you do not possess complete knowledge of my situation. For instance, you remain oblivious to the whereabouts of those traitorous mutants and that accursed Emma, do you not? Upon hearing the onslaught's words, Luther momentarily faltered. This was indeed a situation beyond their control. After Emma Frost led the neutral mutants away from Charles S. oversight, LexCorp had attempted to surveil this group of neutral mutants, but ultimately failed. They were a nomadic bunch, and Emma was capable of shielding Red's perception on a psychic level. Among the remaining mutants, there were certainly those with the ability to evade conventional surveillance. Within less than half a month of surveillance, the Lex group lost track of their target, ultimately compelled to abandon their watch over the neutral mutants. This indeed stemmed from intelligence they were unaware of, and based on the implications of the fervent discourse, it is highly probable that these mutants are situated in New York. Chapter 181. Absorption and enhancement. Under the almost overt hint from the fervent assailant, Luther effortlessly deduced this conclusion, while a sense of unease began to manifest within him for the first time. Even he, after years of reliance on the prophetic insights of Red, had unwittingly developed a modicum of dependence. He was far from prepared for this scenario, nor was Red, for they had experienced an unusually smooth journey thus far. At that moment, the fervent assailant continued to speak, and I know precisely what judgment that woman will make. Can you guess why she is coming to New York? New York, a city under the firm control of the Lex Group, is undoubtedly the most perilous location for mutants. Thus, the sole reason for Emma leading the neutral mutants here must be to curry favor with Lex today. Arthur. Realizing the implications, Luther promptly alerted Arthur, simultaneously transmitting his analysis through their mental link to all present. However, the fervent assailant acted with remarkable swiftness. Hell's Kitchen and the headquarters of the Lex Group in Manhattan may not be in close proximity, yet they exist within the same city. Such distance is but a fleeting moment for someone like the fervent assailant. At this juncture, Emma, concealing herself with the neutral mutants in Manhattan, instinctively sensed a growing anxiety. They, too, felt the pressure that had recently surged through their minds, likely surmising the grim fate facing the Academy. In the next instant, accompanied by a cascade of metallic particles, the fervent assailant descended from above. Eric? The familiar manipulation of metal momentarily led Emma to believe the individual was the long-deceased Eric. However, she quickly recognized that this was not the person she once knew, and their intentions were far from benign. She sensed the mental signatures of both Charles and Eric emanating from the assailant, thus forming a rough idea of what had transpired. Charles? Or perhaps Eric? What are you planning? Emma transformed into her diamond form, granting her absolute defense against mental abilities while simultaneously enhancing her physical prowess. Yet, the abilities she once took pride in now provided her with no semblance of security. What am I planning? Naturally, to forge a future for mutants. And please, call me the fervent assailant. With that, the fervent assailant, lacking the time for pleasantries, commanded the metal to launch an attack. Emma and the mutants behind her unleashed their respective powers in an attempt to resist the impending assault from the fervent assailant. Yet, facing an adversary endowed with two of the most formidable abilities, their resistance was doomed from the outset. Arthur had merely arrived a few seconds late. Upon reaching the scene, he was met with the sight of the lifeless bodies of mutants strewn across the ground, while Emma was ensnared by the relentless onslaught, her mutant abilities, along with her very life, being inexorably siphoned away. "Release her," he bellowed, once more wielding the trident of Poseidon to unleash a tempest of lightning upon Onslaught. However, Onslaught, emboldened by the countless powers he had absorbed, decisively relinquished his hold on Emma and evaded the assault. In the next instant, Arthur lunged forward, thrusting his trident towards Onslaught's chest. Should the strike connect, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Onslaught. Yet, having amassed an overwhelming array of abilities, Onslaught vanished like a wisp of smoke just as the trident was about to pierce him, reappearing behind Arthur and delivering a punch that sent him hurtling thousands of meters away from Manhattan to beyond the city's confines. Just as Arthur regained his footing, Onslaught employed the same tactic, teleporting behind him once more and slamming him into the ground. The impact reverberated through the earth, clearly demonstrating that Onslaught's command over the magnetic field had intensified after absorbing such a multitude of mutant powers. Among the fallen mutants were those with enhanced physical attributes, and with these enhancements, Onslaught was capable of manipulating an even more formidable magnetic force. As Arthur struggled to extricate himself from the earth, the surrounding stones, under Onslaught's control, were crushed into fine dust, which then coalesced into thin strands, pinning Arthur firmly to the ground. "You, and Lex today, shall relish the beauty of the cosmos." Alongside this city, the very ground trembled. In addition to the grains of sand restraining Arthur, Onslaught simultaneously commandeered the land beneath New York City, intent on launching his adversaries and the city itself into the void of space. "Ah!" Arthur roared, as his trident summoned lightning and storms. Yet the grains binding him continued to multiply under Onslaught's dominion. The relentless downpour of lightning not only failed to disperse his restraints, but further entangled him within a prison of glass. "I apologize for my tardiness." Just as New York City was on the verge of being thrust into the sky by Onslaught's might, Red finally arrived. Suddenly appearing behind Onslaught, Red unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his heart. "What?" Onslaught was equally taken aback, unaware of Red's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have worn a smug expression, confident in his ability to subdue Arthur. Nevertheless, Onslaught dismissed the notion that Red possessed any remarkable strength or stealth, believing that this was the pinnacle of his abilities. Yet, in the next moment, Onslaught's expression shifted dramatically. Unlike Arthur, Red did not choose to confront his opponent directly. Instead, he rendered his body intangible, seamlessly passing through the armor and the already enhanced physique of his adversary, arriving near his own heart. Intangibility? This is dire. The ability to phase through matter was not foreign to Rampage, as the Phantom Cat, Kitty, possessed a similar skill. Naturally, based on Red's movements, he deduced the opponent's intentions, to invade his body directly and subsequently crush his heart. Realizing this, Rampage could no longer afford to suppress Arthur or wreak havoc on New York City. He transformed once more into a swirling mass of black mist, vanishing from sight, while Red prepared a silent yet profoundly threatening assault. To his astonishment, "You possess such capabilities." Beneath the weighty armor, Rampage was drenched in cold sweat. Yet he maintained a facade of confidence. "I have many talents, indeed, but for now." Red smiled slightly, acknowledging that he had arrived late, allowing New York to suffer some damage. However, the passage of time had unveiled Rampage's most significant vulnerability. Emma's abilities had not been entirely absorbed, and Charles's telepathic powers, once amplified by the brainwave enhancer, had returned to their normal levels. In the next moment, Rampage felt a sharp pain in his brain, immediately realizing that Red had initiated a mental assault. Yet, when he attempted to retaliate with his own psychic abilities, he discovered that the formidable mental force originally bestowed by Charles had diminished, rendering him no match for Red. Chapter 182. Decline. At that moment, Rampage finally recognized that, with the enhancement effects of the brainwave amplifier waning, his previously invulnerable self had developed a critical weakness. As he surveyed the encroaching presence of Arthur and Red from both sides, his expression darkened. If only he had a bit more time. Had he fully absorbed Emma's abilities earlier, he might not have found himself in such a predicament. However, Rampage did not indulge in self-pity. He unleashed a powerful magnetic force, causing the very foundations of New York City to tremble once more. Despite being at a disadvantage, he could not afford to appear weak in spirit. Yet, the reality that sheer momentum could not alter the course of events soon became all too clear to Rampage. Red refrained from employing excessively outrageous powers, understanding that it was now impossible to conceal his possession of superhuman abilities. The battle unfolding in New York would undoubtedly capture everyone's attention. Unless he were to alter the memories of the entire populace, there would inevitably be those who uncovered the truth of his powers. Red had no intention of rewriting the memories of so many. Although he had triumphed over Charles, he had witnessed firsthand the consequences of the latter's ability to obscure the existence of mutants from the world. When the variant, masked by traces of concealment, re-emerged, Charles, regardless of his benign demeanor, could never again secure the trust of others due to the precedent of altering memories. Thus, Red resolved to fully unleash his extraordinary abilities in this battle. Superhuman strength, extraordinary speed, phasing, and telepathy were all summoned forth. However, he still held back in certain aspects. For instance, he refrained from demonstrating his shape-shifting capabilities, as utilizing such powers under his own identity might lead to associations with the Martian Hunter. Presently, Carol had yet to resolve matters concerning the Martian Hunter, and Nick Fury on Earth wielded a communicator capable of contacting Carol. To avert unforeseen complications on her end, it was imperative to maintain some secrets. Even without utilizing his shape-shifting abilities, Red's powers could not be entirely unleashed. Yet, in collaboration with Arthur, their relentless assault granted them transient teleportation abilities, and their powers synergized to amplify their might, gradually becoming overwhelming. For both Red and Arthur, their short-range movement speed was not significantly inferior to teleportation. Furthermore, Red intermittently employed his telepathic abilities to assault the mind of the Rampager, rendering the situation increasingly dire for him. Another anguished scream echoed. In the clash within the psychic realm, Rampager once again succumbed, as faint telepathic shocks penetrated his mind, causing the persona born from the fusion of Charles and Eric to tremble. With Red's telepathic powers continuously diminishing Rampager's strength, a mischievous consciousness began to awaken. Externally, this manifested as Rampager's body showing signs of disintegration. This body, a product of the fusion between Eric and Charles's consciousness, combined with that of the mischievous entity, was now on the brink of collapse as the latter's awareness gradually resurfaced. No, this cannot continue. Enduring the torment within his mind, Rampager evaded Arthur's trident strike and retaliated with a similar energy attack against Red, who unleashed heat vision. These powers, typically feeble in the hands of other mutants, flourished spectacularly in Rampager's grasp. However, such displays could not alter the prevailing circumstances. Rampager remained on the precipice of defeat. As Red and Arthur advanced from two directions, Rampager erupted in fury. "Get away from me!" A terrifying surge of magnetic energy erupted from within Rampager. Under the influence of this force, New York trembled not merely with fear. Buildings began to collapse amidst the chaotic magnetic field, plunging the city's inhabitants into imminent peril. It was indeed a troublesome situation. Red, though not a hero, observed the unfolding chaos with indifference towards the lives of the New Yorkers. However, New York was the headquarters of LexCorp, the foundation of all his future plans, and its destruction was an unbearable prospect. Thus, after exchanging a glance with Arthur, Red soared directly towards the city, utilizing his phasing ability to navigate at full speed amidst the towering skyscrapers, stabilizing collapsing buildings and rescuing falling residents. For the first time, his visage was etched into the memories of the ordinary people of New York. On the other hand, with the dissolution of the encircling presence that Red had formed, the relentless Ant-Man found it increasingly manageable to confront Arthur. Arthur's psychic abilities, limited solely to marine life, could not exploit the vulnerabilities of the relentless foe. While he could engage in an evenly matched battle, thwarting any actions of the Ant-Man proved impossible. After the Ant-Man forcefully knocked the trident from Arthur's grasp, he unleashed beams of energy that propelled his opponent backward. As Arthur contemplated how to shift the battlefield, ideally towards the ocean, the Ant-Man made his move, not to attack, but to utilize teleportation to vacate the scene. Departed? Arthur momentarily found it hard to comprehend, but soon, after ensuring the safety of several New Yorkers, Red returned and immediately grasped the Ant-Man's intent. "Gene, he has returned to Westchester." Their ability to easily subdue the Ant-Man was not solely due to their strength. Though both Arthur and Red possessed the capability to defeat the Ant-Man at any cost, their significant advantage lay in Red's prowess and psychic abilities. To compensate for this disadvantage, the Ant-Man sought to absorb other psychics. Emma was in New York, but so were they, making the attempt to absorb Emma under their very noses a futile endeavor. Thus, the only option remaining was Jean, who was still in Westchester. While the Ant-Man's teleportation offered little advantage over short distances, it became significantly advantageous when spanning the distance between New York and Westchester. Let us go. Red and Arthur exchanged another glance before propelling themselves toward Westchester. Nevertheless, they would still require several seconds to reach their destination without causing destruction to their surroundings. Not everyone possesses the biological field of Superman, capable of effortlessly neutralizing the shockwaves produced by high-speed flight. Today was yet another day in pursuit of Superman.